Chapter 1, The Reborn School Beauty Gives Me Trouble. Suze, you owe me an explanation about what happened between us. The sports field, the grove. A girl in a blue school uniform was glaring at Suze with fiery determination. Although the girl was only wearing a loose and oversized school uniform, it couldn't hide her well-proportioned figure and her face full of youthful collagen. No doubt about it, this girl must be the school belle in her school. However, at this moment, the girl was staring at the boy in front of her, her gaze filled with a hint of anger and agitation. Yichou, aren't you supposed to be mourning abroad? Suze exclaimed in surprise. Suze, what are you talking about? The girl's face instantly turned crimson with anger. Did I say something wrong? Suze scratched his head in confusion. He was just telling the truth. Yichou, the school belle of Suzy High School, his ex-girlfriend. They could be considered childhood sweethearts, having grown up together since they were in diapers. In their previous life, throughout the 3 years of high school, he had been at Yichou's beck and call, doing all sorts of menial and exhausting tasks for her. Despite 3 years of groveling, he never succeeded in winning her over. As for the college entrance exam, Yichou was admitted to a 211 university in Jinling. Suze only managed to get into a third-tier university in another province. The two also separated due to the long-distance relationship. Just after entering university, Suze lived frugally at school and took a greenskin train for over 10 hours to visit her. He went to Jinling to confess his feelings to her and finally succeeded. But the good times didn't last long. It was less than a semester before Suze's calls to Yichou went unanswered, and later when he personally went to the school, he didn't even catch a glimpse of her. Only her roommate delivered a single message. A toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Still unwilling to give up, Suze forcibly climbed over the railing and charged inside. It turned out that in the end, she was embracing another man. From that day on, Suze never believed in love again. He worked hard to make money, and later, when he became wealthy, he frequented various clubs, changing girlfriends one after another, but he just wouldn't get married. As for Yichou, Suze never had any contact with her afterward. He only heard about her from classmates. College, studying abroad for graduate school, marrying a foreigner. The latest news I heard was that her husband died, leaving her a huge inheritance. On the playground. Yichou never imagined that summoning the courage to talk to Suze about their relationship would end up like this. Suze, what exactly do you mean? We're already 18, just give me a straight answer, yes or no. Suze heard this familiar yet unfamiliar voice. What was going on? Reincarnated and getting confessed to? Damn it, who wants to reincarnate? Damn you, heaven send me back right now. Now I'm considered a successful person, worth tens of millions, with plenty of women, and high-end clubs are easily accessible. Who would want to start over? Who would want to be a poor student again? Wasn't it just yesterday at the dinner table, after a few too many drinks, bragging about what I'd do if I were reborn? How did I actually get reborn? 20 years ago, Suze was just a poor high school student. Yichou, answer me one important question first, Suze asked with a serious expression. Yichou couldn't help but nod in agreement. What's the date today? Suze, what exactly are you doing? Tears began to fall uncontrollably from Yichou's beautiful eyes. Yichou, don't cry, tell me first, then you can cry. Wah! Yichou couldn't hold back any longer. Suze, you scumbag, I'll never forgive you in my life. After saying these words, Yichou ran off without looking back. Suze scratched his head, looking completely innocent. I just asked what the date is today. How did that make me a scumbag? When did the standards for being a scumbag drop so low? At that moment, a sneaky figure suddenly emerged from behind a tree. I said, Zizi, you're amazing. You actually made Yichou, the campus belle, cry when she met you alone. Impressive. Zhang Hao gave a thumbs up. Haozi, you're not dead. Suze hugged Zhang Hao tightly. Zhang Hao, Suze's best buddy from high school and throughout life. The two families lived in the same neighborhood, and both of them attended the same university. However, Zhang Hao wasn't very lucky. He became a father before marriage during college. As a result, he dropped out early to work and support his family, but died in an accident. His wife later left him for someone else, and even his son took on another man's surname. Suze, let go of me, damn it. Are you into me or something? Let me tell you, I like men, not women. Zhang Hao pushed Suze away with all his strength. But Suze didn't care. Seeing his best buddy still alive, it felt so good. Haozi, what's the date today? Zez, are you stupid or what? It's May 7, 2008. Rebirth. He had indeed been reborn. Suze, a self-made millionaire, had unexpectedly joined the ranks of those reborn as beggars. But this rebirth wasn't so bad. At least his brother was alive, and his mother should still be young. Ha! Suze couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zhang Hao looked at Suze with a strange expression. Damn you, are you sick today? You can't really not like women, can you? Get lost. Suze kicked Zhang Hao in the butt. Let's go back to the classroom. Suze headed towards the classroom. Zhang Hao rubbed his head and followed. Zizi, you're acting strange today. Suze walked into the classroom, gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar scene. Especially those large words on the blackboard. Countdown 30 days left until the college entrance exams. He had truly been reborn. Reborn, so be it. Zez, what are you standing there dumbfounded for? Come back quickly. Jiang Hao hurriedly waved at Suze. Only then did Suze snap out of it and head back to his seat. However, along the way, Suze felt several murderous gazes directed at him. As for Yichoyu, she acted as if nothing had happened, not even glancing at Suze. Only her reddened eyes betrayed that she had just been crying. This session was an English class. English had been Suze's weak spot in high school, and it was largely because of it that his college entrance exam results suffered. However, after becoming wealthy and traveling abroad frequently, Suze's English improved significantly through constant practice and communication. Suze's high school English teacher was a recent graduate from the English department of Jilin University. Dressed in a light blue long skirt with lightly applied makeup, her beauty was certainly no less than Yichoyu's. Her name was Lu Fei. At County No. 2 High School, countless boys harbored secret crushes on her. It's just that due to the teacher-student relationship, no one dared to confess. However, Suze and she didn't have much deep communication. But they did have quite a few conversations. After all, in the past, whenever there was an English class, Suze and Jiang Hao would just sleep. Suze performed well in all other subjects, but his English was a different story. With 30 days left until the college entrance exam, the focus was primarily on revision. Lu Fei handed out an English test paper, asking everyone to complete it in 20 minutes, followed by 25 minutes of reviewing the answers. Suze picked up the paper and looked at the questions, 10 multiple choice items, 1 closed test, and 1 reading comprehension passage. It's so easy. How come I couldn't solve such simple problems before? So I casually picked up the pen and started filling it in. It was too easy. Suze didn't even look carefully, just filled it in randomly. Lu Fei walked around the classroom, observing the students as they worked on their problems, her gaze mainly focused on the high achievers. However, when her eyes landed on Suze, her delicate brows couldn't help but furrow slightly. Zizi, TSK, as expected of my bro, I haven't even finished writing ABCD, and you're already done. Jiang Hao grinned mischievously at Suze. Suze was taken aback, suddenly remembering that in the past, just like Jiang Hao, he had relied on guessing when doing English test papers. Chapter 2, No more pretending, I'm a top student. No talking during the exam. Lu Fei quickly walked over to Jiang Hao and Suze's side. Jiang Hao immediately shut his mouth. Under the teacher's intimidating pressure, a high school student still didn't dare to resist. Suze, however, didn't care at all. After all, having been reborn, how could he possibly be scared now? But Suze didn't plan to say anything either. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of what to do after being reborn. Otherwise, how could I live up to this rebirth? Making money is definitely the top priority. In high school, Suze's family was still just an ordinary household. Money was very important to him, otherwise, how could he enter high-end clubs in the future? He just didn't remember the lottery numbers, and playing the stock market required capital. As for his old profession, selling houses. For a high school graduate like him, that seemed impossible too. Suddenly, he realized that making money after rebirth wasn't as simple as he thought. Just as Suze was contemplating his future plans. At this moment, Lu Fei's eyes were filled with astonishment. Because she had nothing better to do, she glanced at Suze's test paper and was shocked to find that all his answers were correct. It was important to note that Suze's English used to be so poor it couldn't get any worse. Where did he get the answers from? This was Lu Fei's first thought. But considering she had personally prepared this test paper, apart from herself, only Yichoyu, the English class representative, could have obtained the correct answers. Just before class ended, Lu Fei had seen Yichoyu and Suze entering the small woods. Could it have been Yichoyu who gave it to her? At this thought, Lu Fei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. But this Suze is really a scumbag. Back in high school, he made a girl steal things for him. Suze would never have imagined that he'd been labeled a scumbag by Lu Fei for no reason at all. I've already refused, okay? I'm trying to focus on my grades here. Wrap it up in 20 minutes. Lu Fei returned to the podium and began writing the answers on the blackboard. Exchange your test papers with your deskmates. The answers are on the blackboard. Grade each other's work. Hey, Zizi, tell me where you got your answers from. They're all correct. Jiang Hao looked at Suze's test paper in his hand with disbelief. Such a good thing, and you didn't share it with your bro. Suze didn't explain either. It's hard to explain. Should I say I've been reborn? This test is just too easy. Alright, everyone, exchange your papers back. Let's start going over the test. Lu Fei began explaining the English test. The first 10 questions were all multiple choice, mainly testing grammar and the meanings of words. Suze let the words go in one ear and out the other. On one hand, it was too easy. On the other, he was still thinking about how to make money. But the next moment, he suddenly felt his body being flipped upside down. Zizi, the English teacher is calling you, Jiang Hao kept saying. Only then did Suze react. Calling me? Lu Fei's pretty face darkened. Although Suze usually didn't pay much attention in class, he had never been this arrogant before. Suze, tell us what the answer is for question 9. Oh. Suze glanced at question 9 on the test paper and blurted out the answer. This question mainly tests the usage of attributive clauses. Suze spoke eloquently. The whole class instantly looked at Suze in shock. Zay, when did your English get so good? Jiang Hao asked with an incredulous look. As a brother, he knew exactly how much Suze's English skills weighed. Suze sighed and patted Jiang Hao's shoulder. Haos, do you know how to control scores? I wanted to be a slacker with you, but my abilities just won't allow it. Jiang Hao felt like he'd taken 10,000 points of critical damage. As for Lu Fei on the podium, she didn't believe it. As Suze's English teacher, she knew his English proficiency all too well. This guy must have looked it up and memorized it. Suze, then read the following closed test aloud and explain it. Okay. Suze didn't refuse either and started reading directly, going through each option as he went. At that moment, the entire classroom fell silent, with everyone staring at Suze in disbelief. Was this still the Suze they knew? Lu Fei's face was full of disbelief. Ahem, can the teacher also sit down? Suze's words finally snapped Lu Fei out of her shock. You sit down. Okay. Suze nodded. For the next 10 minutes or so, Lu Fei never called on Suze to answer any questions again. She was deeply puzzled. Had Suze been controlling his scores all along? The bell rang for the end of class, and Lu Fei deliberately glanced at Suze. This was the last class of the afternoon, and everyone started packing up to go home for dinner. After all, high school time was particularly tight, especially in the final days of senior year. There was only an hour for dinner before evening self-study began. Zizi, I didn't realize you were hiding your talents so well. Turns out you're a top student, while I'm the only one who's a slacker. Jiang Hao said with a look of disappointment. Don't lose heart, Haozi. Being a slacker has its perks too. What perks could there possibly be? Jiang Hao looked at Suze with hopeful eyes. Suze replied with a straight face, slackers don't have to worry about choosing between Tsinghua and Peking University. Suze, I'm not done with you, you bastard. The two of them tussled and roughhoused their way out of the classroom. Jiang Hao and Suze lived in the same residential complex. And on the way, they happened to run into Yiqiuyu. Actually, Yiqiuyu, Jiang Hao, and Suze all live in the same neighborhood. The three of them grew up together, though Yiqiuyu's family background was better than Suze and Jiang Hao's, so they played together more often as kids. In the past, Suze really liked being able to walk home with Yiqiuyu after school every day. But now he's aware of Yiqiuyu's true intentions. Of course, he wouldn't agree to a confession now. Yiqiuyu glanced at Suze, snorted coldly, twisted her lips, and walked away without looking back. Hey, Zizi, do you regret it? Yiqiuyu confessed to you, and you turned her down. She's one of the top 10 beauties in our county's number 2 high school. Are you regretting it now? Maybe you should go explain yourself. Jiang Hao said with a smirk. What's there to explain? How can high school students state? Now is the time to focus on studying. TSK, Zizi never expected you to be such a diligent learner. Jiang Hao exclaimed in amazement. Yiqiuyu, who was walking ahead, couldn't help but shudder slightly, a faint hint of joy flashing across her face. Suze's home was a modest 2-bedroom apartment. Suze hadn't been back to this house for many years since starting university. He rarely returned except during holidays. But later, when he started earning money, he became even busier. Except when his parents reached out to him, he rarely came back. Later, when his own parents died in a car accident, he didn't even get to see them one last time. Standing outside the door, Suze's heart had already begun to race uncontrollably. He stood for a long time before finally pushing the door open. Everything was arranged so familiarly, yet so unfamiliar. Mom, I'm back. Suze called out. Son, wash your hands and come eat. I made sweet and sour pork ribs today. A middle-aged woman walked out of the kitchen. Looking at his mother standing before him, her hair without a single strand of white, her face still youthful. For a moment, Suze couldn't help but rush forward and embrace his mother. Mom, I missed you. Mom Su was momentarily stunned by Suze's sudden hug, but after a brief pause, she smiled. How old are you, child? Did something unhappy happen outside? No, Mom, I just missed you. Suze let go of his mother. Chapter 3, Evening Self-Study, Let's hit the internet cafe. Son, go wash your hands and come eat. MHM. Suze pushed open his bedroom door. The familiar scene, a bed, a desk, and the familiar celebrity posters on the wall above the desk. Everything felt so familiar. At this moment, Suze truly understood he had been reborn. After a meal, Suze had fully adapted to his rebirth. Son, are you tired from studying lately? Even though it's the college entrance exam, don't feel too pressured. At the dinner table, Mom Su kept talking non-stop. Suze listened attentively. What used to annoy him now sounded quite pleasant to his ears. After finishing the meal, Suze headed back to school again. High school life is just this dull. Study, study. Although I still know a bit of English, subjects like math, physics, and chemistry I handed all that knowledge back to the teacher ages ago. Zizi, don't go. Want to hit the internet cafe tonight? Zhang Hao jogged up to Zhang Zhe. Internet cafes, a name from the distant past. However, this was precisely Suze's favorite place in the past. Perfect timing to visit an internet cafe and reacquaint himself with the feeling. I recently discovered a new game called League of Legends, and it's incredibly fun. Want to play together? League of Legends, a game that would later become wildly popular. Suze suddenly realized that gaming was going to be a major trend in the future. If there's a chance to get into game development later, it could probably make a lot of money. But this thing requires quite a bit of capital, and I probably can't afford to play with it right now. Zizi, what are you thinking about going or not going for? Zhang Hao couldn't wait to say from the side. Go! Blue Whale Internet Cafe. In 2008, internet cafes didn't require ID cards. Suze and Zhang Hao paid the fee and entered the internet cafe. Back then, any place with a computer could be called an internet cafe. The environment of this internet cafe was average, with a strong smell of smoke hitting them as soon as they walked in. People in the internet cafes were playing World of Warcraft, DNF, and QQ Speed. League of Legends had just become popular, so not many were playing it yet. It was completely different from decades later when internet cafes were filled with these games. Hey, Zizi, how about a round? Got it. Suze skillfully launched League of Legends. After all, he had played quite a bit before. Though it had been a long time since he last played, his muscle memory was still there. Once in the game, Suze went on an absolute rampage. He effortlessly secured a pentakill. After all, this game has just entered China and isn't very popular yet. Zez, did you play this behind my back? You're so good at it. Zhang Hao looked completely astonished. One more round. Zhang Hao shouted. Forget it, you go ahead, I won't join. Suze waved his hand listlessly. Games held no interest for him with his already middle-aged mindset. Suzy was boredly browsing the website. This 2008 site was still more refined than those from later years. Suzy habitually opened Baidu and instinctively searched for novel websites. But there weren't many novels available at the time, and the famous ones all followed old tropes, which Suzy couldn't stand reading. Right, how could he forget about making money by writing novels? This thing in 2008 really created a bunch of legends, and it was genuinely profitable. Back in 2008, online literature was still in its early stages, nowhere near as diverse as it would become in later years. Having been reborn, there's no way he'd settle for just working a regular job. As for what kind of novel to write, fantasy, urban, Suze had plenty of ideas in mind. Just pick any web novel site and register as an author. Suze started brainstorming what kind of novel to write. How about a son-in-law moving in? This kind of story might just become a hit. After all, nowadays novels follow certain tropes, and this kind of male protagonist suppression plot is rare. The name is simply, The Son-in-Law is the King. Thinking of this, Suze began to write. It wasn't until Zhang Hao's exclamation of surprise that Suze snapped out of it. Huh, Zhe, you're actually writing a web novel? And it's about a son-in-law? Let me see. Nothing interesting here, just killing time. If you want to have fun, let's go. Suze closed the novel website. Alright, let's stay at school for a while first. Going back now would definitely get us scolded. In the classroom, Yiqiuyu kept glancing at Suze's seat from time to time. Noticing Suze was missing, her little face puffed up in anger. It must be that Zhang Hao guy who took Suze out to play. From now on, Suze must never be allowed to hang out with that academic slacker Zhang Hao. On the street, Suze and Zhang Hao were heading toward the school together. Zez, take a look, is that our English teacher Lu Fei? At the intersection, a man was blocking a woman. From the back, the woman looked very much like Lu Fei. Let's go check it out. Suze immediately went to take a look. I have no money at all. Don't I give you all my monthly earnings? Lu Fei's pretty face was streaked with tears. Stop crying. The little money you have isn't enough for anyone. I'm telling you, if you don't give me the money today, I'll expose everything about you. You. Lu Fei pointed at the man in front of her but had no way to deal with him. Mr. Lu, is that you? Hearing someone's voice, the previously aggressive man immediately looked at Suze and Zhang Hao. Suze and Zhang Hao saw that it was indeed Lu Fei. Suze couldn't help but stand in front of Lu Fei, eyeing the man before him warily. Teacher, should we call the police? No. Lu Fei quickly interjected. I'll let you off today, but you better have the money ready. I'll be back. Seeing that there were people around, the man could only throw out these words before running off. Watching the man's retreating figure, Lu Fei crouched on the ground, silently sobbing. Teacher, maybe we should walk you home. Suze looked at Lu Fei crouching on the ground crying, suddenly recalling that in his past life he had once returned to school. At that time, Lu Fei was no longer working at the school, and it was said she had even gone to prison for murder. Could it be related to that man? Suze glanced at the retreating figure. No. Lu Fei gathered her emotions and looked up at Suze and Jiang Hao. Thank you both for today, but teacher has a favor to ask. Could you please not tell anyone about this? Looking at Lu Fei's pitiful expression, Suze nodded. Seeing Suze nod, Jiang Hao immediately nodded as well. Hearing Suze and Jiang Hao's agreement, Lu Fei couldn't help but feel relieved. Suddenly, she asked Suze and Jiang Hao. By the way, shouldn't you two be at evening self-study right now? How come you suddenly appeared here? Jiang Hao hesitated. After all, this was the teacher. Teacher, we just felt hungry and came out for a late-night snack. Suze quickly spoke up when he saw the situation. How can you just leave the study session so casually? Go back quickly, the college entrance exam is coming soon. Don't you want to get into a good university? Lu Fei put on her teacher's demeanor. Teacher, we'll go back right now. Jiang Hao pulled Suze and immediately headed back to the school. Along the way, Jiang Hao was burning with curiosity. Zez, who do you think that man was just now? What does Teacher Lu owe him? Suze shook his head. It's Teacher Lu's private matter. If he didn't mention it, we shouldn't ask. You're right, prying into personal matters is very inappropriate. Jiang Hao also nodded in agreement. By the time they returned to the classroom, it was already the last evening self-study session. Jiang Hao and Suze quietly entered through the back door of the classroom. Not many people noticed. After all, everyone's attention is now focused on the college entrance exams. However, Yi Qiuyu still turned her head and saw Suze. Suze, what were you doing during evening self-study? Why are you only coming back now? Yi Qiuyu suddenly stood up and asked Suze. Chapter 4, Yi Qiuyu's Breakdown. Yi Qiuyu's sudden outburst instantly drew the entire classroom's attention to Jiang Hao and Suze. Are you out of your mind? Suze calmly retorted before sitting back down. She didn't understand why Suze treated her this way, when just a short while ago he had been constantly caring for her. But now he was turning a blind eye. Yi Qiuyu stared at Suze with an unyielding gaze. Suze, what exactly do you mean? As soon as Yi Qiuyu said this, the entire classroom erupted in an uproar. Is there something between Yi Qiuyu and Suze? Ouch! A burst of laughter echoed through the classroom. Suze also didn't expect Yi Qiuyu to take the initiative to provoke him again. But looking at Yi Qiuyu's stubborn eyes, Suze's heart softened. I didn't mean to do anything. We're still high school students, and the most important thing for us now is to study hard and get into a good university. Do you study well when you read? Think whatever you want. Suze said casually. Alright, then let's focus on studying first, and we'll talk after the college entrance exams. Yi Qiuyu seemed to have gotten the answer she wanted and turned her head away excitedly. In the entire classroom, all the boys were looking at Suze with envy. Zizi, I gotta say, you're really good at pretending. Didn't you used to like Yi Qiuyu a lot? How come you've rejected her twice now? Jiang Hao looked at Suze with confusion. You should know that Suze used to try every possible way to be good to Yi Qiuyu. Why the sudden change of heart? Suze said calmly. Now I just want to focus on studying. Fake it. The days that followed were quite dull and monotonous, spent learning to write novels. Although Suze hadn't touched high school knowledge for over 20 years, his foundation was still there. Moreover, Suze still vaguely remembered some of the questions from the college entrance exams back then. Therefore, Suze began targeted revision. Similarly, Suze also taught these questions to Jiang Hao. In his previous life, Jiang Hao's misfortune stemmed from performing poorly in exams and attending an obscure college. In this life, Suze certainly wouldn't let his best friend retrace the path of his previous existence. Zizi, where did you get these questions? They're so difficult. Jiang Hao scratched his head as he spoke. Haozi, forget about whether they're hard or not. Even if you have to memorize them, you must do it. Suze spoke with authority, the aura of someone who had held a high position for years unconsciously emanating from him. Alright. Jiang Hao could only nod in agreement. Although he could still remember some of chemistry, biology, and Chinese. But when it came to math and physics, Suze had pretty much forgotten everything. Even if he recalled many problems, he still wouldn't know how to solve them. Most importantly, mathematics and physics used to be Suze's strongest subjects. If he rashly went to ask the teacher, would he be seen as making trouble for no reason? So Suze set his sights on the top science student in the class monitor Xia Mo. Xia Mo and Yi Qiuyu were completely different types of girls. Xia Mo was intellectual and elegant, especially with her first love face and a flowing long dress. In the entire number 2 high school of the county town, she was extremely popular, and both she and Yi Qiuyu were class beauties in campus belles. Moreover, she was not only beautiful but also academically excellent, consistently ranking in the top 10 of the school. She nearly became the top scorer in Jinling during the college entrance exams and eventually attended Xiahua University. Later, it seemed she also went abroad. In his previous life, Suze and Xia Mo didn't have much interaction. After all, in his previous life, Suze and Yichoyu were in a relationship, and during university, he and Xia Mo were also in different cities. Suze picked up his test paper and walked over to Xia Mo without the typical hesitation of a high school student. Suze straightforwardly asked Xia Mo, "There are a few questions I don't understand. Could you teach me?" Xia Mo, who had been focused on solving problems, was taken aback by Suze's sudden question. The classroom was also stunned. Especially Yichoyu, whose big eyes flashed with a hint of anger. What was Suze doing? As for the others, they all looked at Suze with admiration. This guy just turned down the class beauty and is now flirting with another one. So impressive. Class monitor Xia Mo. Seeing that Xia Mo hadn't responded for a while, Suze couldn't help but call out again. Shama spoke up, "Hello, classmate Su, which problem are you stuck on? I have quite a few questions, could you scoot over a bit?" Suzy very naturally sat down next to Shama. A faint, refreshing fragrance wafted through the air. "Monitor, why is your face so red? Are you sick?" Suze looked at the flushed face and asked with concern. No. Xia Mo quickly denied. "The weather is a bit hot. The weather is hot. The weather in May is indeed a bit hot. Didn't you say there were some questions?" "Humph." Suze took out the questions he had prepared for a long time. These questions were very simple for Xia Mo. Xia Mo's heart was pounding. Logically speaking, such questions should have been very simple for Suze himself. Suzy excels in science and engineering. Now he comes asking me, why is this? Could it be? The more Xia Mo thought about it, the redder her face became, and her eyes involuntarily turned towards Suzy. But at this moment, Suze frowned, pondering these questions. But what why he had long forgotten them years ago, probably returned to the teacher. It seems there's only one way, memorize. Suze realized that ever since his rebirth, his memory had improved significantly. You can remember something after seeing it just once. Photographic memory. If you can't understand it, then memorize it. Monitor Xia, please explain all these problems to me. Since he had already made up his mind, Suze began speaking to Xia Mo. After all, you have a free expert here, just memorize it yourself. Xia Mo looked at Suze, who seemed to have no other thoughts, and couldn't help but blush even more. She told herself inwardly, Xia Mo, what are you thinking? Suze is just here to ask you about the problem. Every evening study session from then on, Suze would go to Xia Mo's side to ask questions. After all, since he was asking for her help, Suze would often buy small gifts to thank her. Knowing that Suze was genuinely there to study, Xia Mo was happy to teach him. After all, there were some problems that even she couldn't solve. Day after day, Suze and Xia Mo sat together during evening self-study sessions. This made Yichoyu feel very uncomfortable deep down. Suze was the man she had her eyes on, and he had said he wouldn't date anyone. Yet now he was actually going after Xia Mo. Yichoyu grew increasingly sad the more she thought about it. That evening, after the self-study session ended, Yichoyu went straight to Suze and Xia Mo's side. Suze, come out with me? Yichoyu spoke to Suze as if she were the lady of the house. Suze didn't even glance at her. I'm very busy studying. Whatever it is, we can talk about it after the college entrance exams. After all, the days until the exams are getting fewer and fewer. Yichoyu clenched her teeth and spoke loudly. Suze, come out here right now. Xia Mo quickly stood up when she saw this. Choyu, whatever it is, we'll talk about it during evening study. Yichoyu pointed at Xia Mo, as if finding an outlet for venting. Xia Mo, you're shameless. Chapter 5, 6 Yuan Spicy Hot Pot. Enough. Suze angrily slammed the table. The commanding aura of a superior naturally emanated from him. Beside him, Yichoyu and Xia Mo were momentarily stunned. But the next moment, Yichoyu's tears began streaming down uncontrollably. Suze, you're being mean to me, I hate you. With that, Yichoyu turned and ran outside. Before Suze could say anything, Xia Mo was also silently sobbing with her head on the table. Clearly, she had been reduced to tears by Yichoyu's scathing remark of shameless. After all, Xia Mo was also the pride of heaven at County No. 2 High School. When had she ever been scolded like this before? Standing there, Suze glanced into the distance. He couldn't help but sigh. Women were such trouble, always needing to be coaxed. Thinking of his past life, when he had money, what kind of woman needed coaxing? Weren't they all rushing to cling to him? Ahem, class monitor Xia, I apologize for what happened earlier. But Xia Mo didn't even glance at him. Just as Suze was pondering how to continue his apology, Zhang Hao's urgent voice came through. Zizi, go check on Yichoyu quickly. He ran up to the top floor. Suze couldn't help but curse under his breath. Class monitor Xia, I'll come apologize to you later, I need to check on Yichoyu first. With that, he couldn't help but head straight for the top floor. At the top floor, Ichoyu stood on the balcony, her gaze fixed downward as her body trembled with sobs. Suze rushed up, with Jiang Hao following closely behind. Ichoyu, what are you trying to do? What am I trying to do? I want to ask you, didn't you say you wouldn't date in high school and would focus on studying? So why are you chasing after Xiaomo now? Why, tell me why. At this moment, Ichoyu was like a woman who had been cheated on, speaking frantically. Who is dating her? I was just asking her for advice. Although Suze felt there was no need to explain anything to Ichoyu, after all, a life was at stake. What question could I possibly need to ask her? Am I not capable myself? Ichoyu looked at Suze with tearful defiance, unwilling to admit defeat. Fine, then show me how you'd solve this problem. With no other choice, Suze pulled out the test paper from his hand. Who do you look down on? Ichoyu took the test paper from Suze with reddened eyes. But the next moment, she looked at Suze with teary eyes. Suze, you jerk, don't you know I'm bad at math? Wasn't it you who said you wanted to do it? I really don't understand. Ichoyu, stop messing around. Then promise me you won't pursue Shama. Fine, I promise. Suze nodded helplessly. After all, he hadn't planned on dating Shama anyway. Okay, let's pinky promise. Ichoyu extended her delicate jade-like hand. Suze reluctantly extended his own hand. Pinky promise, hanging high, 100 years no change. If Suze chases Xiaomo, he's a big fat pig. Alright, it's over. This rooftop is too cold, this lady is going back inside. With that, she lifted her head haughtily and walked away, leaving Suze standing there. Zay, what a smooth move. Jiang Hao ran up to Suze with a sly grin on his face. I never expected you to be able to move freely between the two campus bells. I'm impressed. How about teaching me how to do it? Get lost. Suze glanced at Jiang Hao and walked toward the classroom. Come on, Zay, aren't we brothers? What's wrong with teaching your bro a thing or two? The days that followed became monotonous. After Ichoyu had lashed out at Xiaomo, whenever Suze went to ask questions, Xiaomo simply ignored him. Fortunately, Suze was familiar with most of the exam questions. For those he didn't know, he could always ask others. Suze grew increasingly confident about his college entrance exam. Afterwards, Suze focused mainly on memorizing questions while incidentally putting Jiang Hao through rigorous training. Zay, this problem is too hard. Can we switch to another one? Jiang Hao looked at the physics test paper before him, feeling utterly helpless. He's just a poor student, is there any need to treat him like this? The questions are so difficult, he doesn't understand them. Can't you memorize them? The answers are all given to you. No matter what, Haozi, you have to finish all these questions. Suze said in an unquestionable tone. Jiang Hao could only nod with tears in his eyes and began frantically memorizing them. Suze took out his notebook and began to write. According to Suze's calculations, by the time the college entrance exams were over, his novel would be exactly 300,000 words long, ready to be published. By then, he could also make some money. As for other matters, they could wait. The most important thing now was the college entrance exams. As time passed, the atmosphere in the entire class grew increasingly tense. After all, this was the college entrance exam. The most important moment that could change one's life, and also an opportunity to achieve class mobility. Suze observed the state of all the students in the class. Some are writing furiously, while others are chatting idly. But 20 years later, it will be a completely different life. Some are at the top, earning thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions in a single day. Yet others are constantly toiling just to put food on the table 3 times a day. The gap between people will only grow wider. Ding! The bell rang, signaling the end of the evening self-study session. Ichoyu came bouncing over. Suze, do you want to go eat malatang tonight? I know a place where it's only 6 yuan, my treat. 6 yuan malatang, nothing deeper implied for now. Suze initially wanted to refuse, since he still needed to go home and work on his book. The college entrance exam is coming up, and he definitely won't be able to write in the days right before it, so he needs to stockpile some drafts. But before Suze could speak, Ichoyu puffed up her cheeks. Suze, if you dare refuse, I'll start crying right in front of you. Suze reluctantly agreed. Seeing Suze agree, Ichoyu immediately broke into a cheerful grin. Hurry up, Suze, hurry up. Walking past Xiaomo, he deliberately said, I'm going to have 6 yuan spicy hot pot with Suze. Jiang Hao behind them looked at Suze and then at the thick stack of papers in his hand. Suze, you heartless jerk, you go eat spicy hot pot with a girl while I have to do these test papers. Why is my life so miserable? But obviously, no one noticed Jiang Hao's wails. In 2008, spicy hot pot shops weren't chain stores yet, and there were no brands like Zhongliang or Yangguofu. The spicy hot pot shops near County No. 2 High School were all small family-run businesses operated by couples. Each of these spicy hot pot shops had its own unique flavor. Unlike later malatang, which tastes the same no matter where you eat it. Last time I ate with Jiang Hao, it was at a place near County No. 2 High School that wasn't popular. Completely different from this time, but this place is actually more popular. Because it was after evening self-study, many parents came here to pick up their students. Even though it was nighttime, the street was packed with people. At the spicy hot pot restaurant, Yichoyu, carrying a pink backpack, called out to Suze. Suze, come over here. Suze sat down, surrounded by people enjoying their late-night snacks. But it was almost always men sitting together at one table and women at another. Pairs like Suze and Yichoyu, a man and a woman sitting alone together, were rare. Suze, do you eat spicy food? Yichoyu asked like a cheerful sprite. Yes, Suze replied. Chapter 6 Novel Website. Boss, I want 2 servings of spicy hot pot. Yichoyu happily raised her hand. Okay. The boss shouted in response. Soon, a steaming hot pot appeared in front of Suze and the others. Susie, the spicy hot pot here is really delicious. Yichoyu picked up her chopsticks and began devouring the spicy hot pot in front of her. Susie nodded and also started eating. In May, Jinling was gradually getting hotter. The hot pot restaurant was already small, and with so many people, it became even hotter. Yichoyu was wearing a light blue dress today, with fine beads of sweat covering her forehead. Under the light, her natural, makeup-free face appeared even more beautiful. Many boys around couldn't help glancing at Yichoyu. As for Yichoyu, her eyes were entirely fixed on Suze as she ate while watching him. Suze, this meatball is especially delicious, you should try it. Yichoyu picked up a beef ball with her chopsticks. Okay. Without a second thought, Suze opened his mouth and ate it directly from her chopsticks. Yichoyu's face instantly flushed red, and she shyly withdrew her chopsticks in haste. Suze, how could you eat from my chopsticks? Yichoyu, like a startled fawn, kept her head down while eating from her bowl, not daring to look directly at Suze. Suze, on the other hand, appeared completely unfazed. What, aren't you giving this to me to eat? No, no. Yichoyu hurriedly shook her head, but then didn't know what to say next, though her heart felt sweet and giddy. Suze touched my chopsticks, does that mean we indirectly kissed? Yichoyu's heart was pounding. Suze had no idea what Yichoyu was thinking, and even if he did, he would just laugh it off. It was just a brief touch of chopsticks. He was someone who needed to focus on his studies and wouldn't dwell on such trivial matters. Later, Yichoyu didn't speak to Suze either, just blushing while eating the spicy hot pot. It's unclear whether her face turned red from the spiciness or the heat. After finishing the spicy hot pot, Yichoyu, still blushing, said to Suze. Suze, I treated you to a meal today, so you should walk me home. Suze, aren't we in the same neighborhood? Even if we're in the same neighborhood, we're not in the same building. Today, you must take me home, or else I'll. A look of deep confusion appeared on Suze's handsome face. Women's thoughts are truly hard to decipher. Suze, you scumbag. Yichoyu suddenly added. When did I become a scumbag, Yichoyu, can we at least be reasonable? Yichoyu's face grew redder as she lowered her head and whispered. You just used my chopsticks to eat. That counts too. Suzy touched his nose. However, looking at Yichoyu's shy expression, Suzy felt a slight stir in his heart. Alright, I'll take you back. Wow, that's great. Yichoyu suddenly jumped up, and before Suze could react, she ran ahead with a flushed face. Why she suddenly became so happy, this is truly incomprehensible. Watching Yichoyu's bouncing figure recede into the distance. Yichoyu, if only you could remain this innocent forever, that would be wonderful. Suze shook his head, the warmth in his heart turning cold once again. These were all illusions. Once Yichoyu entered university, everything would change. Along the way, Yichoyu walked excitedly ahead, not even bothering to speak to Suze. Suze was also lost in his own thoughts. The sequel to my own novel about a live-in son-in-law. I had to time the release precisely, so the earlier plot was deliberately held back. In 2008, Suze's family didn't have a computer yet, so he usually went to an internet cafe once a week to update the chapters. Tomorrow is the day for updates. This novel should be a hit, and with it, we should be able to make a lot of money. Only with this money can we accomplish what comes next. In 2008, during the wild early days of mobile internet, there were so many things we could do. Just thinking about it, Suze couldn't help but feel exhilarated. What a wonderful era. At a literary website, it was already midnight in the back end. Several bespectacled young men were staring intently at the website's back end. Boss, look at the explosive data for this book, it's absolutely skyrocketing. A bespectacled young man spoke with a voice trembling slightly from excitement. Boss, because of this book, our website's traffic has increased hundreds of times. The young man standing at the very front also had eyes brimming with excitement. He, Lu Yao, was the owner of this literature website. Although literary websites have been developing well in recent years, they have remained lukewarm in popularity. Moreover, many authors have recently switched platforms because a site called Singularity offered better terms. As a result, his website's metrics have been declining these days. But with the emergence of this son-in-law novel, the entire site's traffic has skyrocketed once again. It directly saved this struggling website. Did you find any information about this author? The internet wasn't as developed back in 2008, and author registration was simpler. As a result, people from these literary websites had no way to contact Suze. The boss hasn't responded yet, he just updates once a week. I sent him a message through the back end, but he hasn't replied. No, you must find him for me, no matter what. Lu Yao shouted excitedly. Lu Yao looked at the back-end data. No matter what, he had to collaborate with this author. After all, this son-in-law novel hasn't been officially published yet, and without a signed contract, the author could leave at any time. Suze, of course, had no idea that his novel had already caused so much trouble. He escorted Yi Qiuyu to the entrance of her apartment building. Suze, my parents aren't home today. Would you like to come up for a while? Yi Qiuyu stammered, her face flushed. Go to Yi Qiuyu's place? Suze frowned slightly. I recalled my previous life when I visited Yi Qiuyu's home. Although Yi Qiuyu's family lived in the same neighborhood as Suze, the two households were not on the same level at all. Yi Qiuyu's parents were both public servants and had some reputation in the local area. It was certainly different from Suze's family, who were genuine farmers. In my previous life, when I was dating Yi Qiuyu, his parents never approved. The first time I went to Yi Qiuyu's home, I was humiliated harshly. This was also a major reason why Yi Qiuyu later left Suze. Because of this, Suze harbored a deep aversion towards Yi Qiuyu's family. No, I still need to go back and study. Hearing Suze's refusal, Yi Qiuyu couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment on her face. Just as she was about to speak, the door suddenly opened, and a stern-looking middle-aged woman stepped out. She was Yi Qiuyu's mother, Zhang Hongyan. Xiaoyu, who is this? Why did you come back with him? Zhang Hongyan asked Suze in a guarded tone. This tone of voice made the disgust in Suze's heart surge uncontrollably. Yi Qiuyu, I'm going home first. With that, Suze turned and walked away. Chapter 7, Warmth. Yi Qiuyu, who is he? Zhang Yanhong frowned deeply, her tone carrying a hint of anger. Mom, he's just my classmate. Zhang Yanhong immediately seized on the key information. A classmate, and a male one at that. Is he trying to pursue you? Yi Qiuyu, I'm telling you, you're about to take the college entrance exams, no dating allowed. Your top priority right now is studying. Yi Qiuyu replied nonchalantly, I know. Good that you know. Stay away from him. Zhang Yanhong looked at Suze with disgust. In the neighborhood, Suze took a deep breath, calming the restless emotions in his heart after a long while. He had thought that after rebirth, some things would be forgotten. But I found it deeply engraved in my memory, impossible to forget. Zhang Yanhong might be the first person he ever disliked. In his past life, not only did Zhang Yanhong look down on Suze in every possible way, but she also barged into his home, accusing him of being a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. She scolded his parents mercilessly and even pushed his mother to the ground, leaving her paralyzed. It can be said that Zhang Yanhong was one of the people he disliked the most. Since he had been reborn, there would be no further connection with her in the future. Suze pushed open the door to his home. The TV in the living room was on, and a slightly hunched figure sat on the sofa, eyes closed, snoring thunderously. A warmth surged in Suze's heart. This man, his father, Su Guoqing, is an honest farmer. Although he doesn't often speak of love, he has always expressed it through his actions. Ever since Suze started high school, there have been evening self-study sessions. No matter how busy his father is during the day, he always waits on the couch for him to return at night. A father's love is as solid as a mountain. Dad, I'm back. You can go sleep in your room. Suze called out to wake his father. MHM. Su Guoqing stood up and walked straight into the room. Suze stood in the living room, listening to his parents' conversation. Mother Su, our son is back. Father Su, he's back, but it seems an hour later than usual. Mom Su, probably having a midnight snack with classmates. You should sleep soon, you need to get up early for work tomorrow. Dad Su, MHM. Soon, the sound of snoring came from the bedroom. Such are my parents, no matter what, they'll always be on my side. Suzy shrugged his nose, washed up, and walked into his room. Time unknowingly arrived at June, with less than a week left before the college entrance exams. The atmosphere in the air felt tense. No one mentioned the college entrance exams in front of the senior high school students, yet the pressure of the exams grew increasingly palpable. Especially for parents of high school seniors, every day is filled with tension. They fear that their high school senior might encounter any mishap during these crucial days. As for the school, during the last week, attendance isn't mandatory. Students can come if they wish, or stay home if they prefer. The goal is to help high school seniors maintain a positive mental state. On the playground, Jiang Hao gazed into the distance with a troubled expression. Zez, my dad said it himself. If I don't get into university, he's going to break my legs. Indeed, Jiang Hao didn't do well in his previous life's exams. Jiang Hao's dad was true to his word. Though he didn't break his legs, he sure made his butt bloom. He had to lie in bed for a full half-month before he could get up. How's the memorization going? Suze asked. Those questions? I've pretty much got them memorized. Jiang Hao replied absent-mindedly. Su Zhe nodded. If you've memorized most of them, then passing the exam shouldn't be a problem. Zez, do you think I can still catch the tail end of high school and have a relationship before it's over? If you want your dad to break your legs, go ahead and try. Su Zidao said. Then forget it. Jiang Hao decisively shook his head. Let's go to the internet cafe tomorrow. Su Zhe thought for a moment. It had been over a week since he last updated his novel. Of course I'll go. My blade has been thirsting for battle for far too long. The two arrived at the internet cafe, and Jiang Hao immediately launched League of Legends. Meanwhile, Su Zhe logged into the backend of the literature website to start updating his story. Su Zhe wrote a full 10 chapters before finally stopping. 10 chapters should be enough to last until the college entrance exams are over. Once the exams are done, he can buy a laptop and won't need to come to the internet cafe anymore. Just as Su Zhe was about to close the website, he suddenly noticed several unread messages in the sidebar. Su Zhe clicked to open them. Dear author, hello. I'm your editor Chang Gu. Your novel has met the signing standards. Please add QQ number 161-218-3368 to proceed with the contract signing. Signing the contract? How could I forget something so important? After all this hard work I've put into writing, I still haven't signed the contract. Su Zhe opened his QQ account. Back in 2008, QQ didn't require phone verification. You could log in just by entering your username and password. Su Zhe logged into QQ and added the other person's QQ account. Behind the literary website, a chubby boy excitedly jumped up from his chair. He added me, he finally added me. A bespectacled man nearby asked puzzledly, Chang Gu, why are you so excited? Who added you? Su Dada. Boss, come here quickly. Lu Yao also walked over excitedly, looking at the computer screen. Changa, you go and talk to him. Got it, boss. Changa immediately opened the chat window. Changa, hello, Suda, I'm Changa. Su Zhe, I know. Changgu, Su, your manuscript has met our signing standards. We have two types of contracts here. One is a revenue sharing contract, where the website and you split the earnings 50-50. The other is a buyout contract, where the website pays you 50 yuan per 1,000 words to acquire full rights to your novel. Su Zhe curled his lips. 50 yuan per 1,000 words for a 2 million word novel, that would come to about 100,000 yuan. In 2008, that might have been a considerable sum, but for something as groundbreaking as his work, such a price was practically giving it away for peanuts. Su Zhe, I'll take the revenue sharing option. Lu Yao stared at the words on the computer screen, his eyes narrowing. He had thought Su Zhe would choose to buy out the rights. After all, earning around 100,000 yuan from a novel was still a huge sum in 2008. Boss, what should we do now? Chang Gu looked at his boss. Everyone knew how important this book was to the website. Lu Yao had originally wanted to maximize profits by buying out the rights. But clearly, the author also knew their book was valuable. Lu Yao said, fine, let's split the profits. Let's sign the contract first. Okay, boss. Changa immediately sent a message to Su Zida. Mr. Su, we'll send you the contract later. Please sign and print it as required. Great. After typing the last word, Su Zhe logged off directly. And it was already late at night. Oh my, it's already 11 o'clock. Su Zhe, I'm heading back first. Jiang Hao didn't wait for Su Zhe to finish speaking before turning around and running away. Su Zhe also knew that Jiang Hao's father had imposed a curfew on him. If he returned home after 12 o'clock, he would be beaten. Su Zhe, on the other hand, strolled leisurely toward his home. Chapter 8, Xiaomo's Secret. The internet cafe wasn't very far from Su Zhe's home, but it required passing through a dark alley. This alley was about 100 meters long and had no streetlights at night. It was already around 11 o'clock at midnight, and the alley was extremely quiet. Only the faint rustling sounds of insects could be heard. Su Zhe walked along the alley under the moonlight. Clang! A loud noise came from inside the alley. Then, a light turned on in one of the houses in the alley, followed by an angry voice. Read what books? She's just a girl, a money-losing burden. She still wants to go to college? Impossible. Even if she gets admitted, I won't give her a single penny. The next moment, the sound of a girl sobbing could be heard. A figure covering her face flashed past Su Zhe in an instant. Xia Mo! Su Zhe exclaimed in surprise. The person who just ran past him was actually Xia Mo. Ever since Yi Yu had that outburst during evening self-study, Su Zhe had tried several times to apologize to her. But Xia Mo didn't even acknowledge him. Su Zhe wasn't one to push his luck. Since she wouldn't forgive him, he let it be. From then on, Su Zhe and Xia Mo never spoke again. Yet seeing this scene today still left him quite surprised. Honey, Xiama has run away. A middle-aged woman's voice came from the room. Let her run. See how far she can go. Let's sleep. The light upstairs turned off right after these words were spoken. Susie frowned, suddenly remembering that in his past life, Xiaoma had run away about a week before the college entrance exams. It seems like I sprained my foot and entered the exam hall with a cast on. Suze quickly quickened his pace, chasing after Xiaomo. Don't let anything unexpected happen. In the night of Jinling, the lights became extremely scarce. Xiaoma walked on the empty street, gazing at the sparkling stars in the sky. Tears streamed down uncontrollably. Why should she give up her education just because she's a girl? A raging fire seemed to burn in Xiaoma's heart at that moment. The usually gentle girl could no longer hold back and let out a furious scream at the sky. Oh, why? She didn't stop until her voice grew hoarse from shouting. But then, suddenly, a person appeared before her, holding a bottle of mineral water. Tired from shouting? Take a rest. Xiaoma was startled by the sudden appearance of Suzy and quickly took several steps back, her face filled with vigilance. Suzy, how are you here? I was in the alley just now and saw you running out. I was worried something might happen to you, so I followed, Suzy answered honestly. Then you saw everything just now? Xiaoma asked in a low voice. Suzy looked at Xiaomo and nodded. Xiaomo suddenly fell silent. Stubborn tears hung on her face. But she held back her sobs, clearly unwilling to show her vulnerable side in front of Suzy, an outsider. The air instantly grew tense. Suzy looked at Xiaomo in front of him and explained, I didn't mean to, I just came back from the internet cafe and happened to run into you. Suzy's words seemed to ignite a spark in Xiaomo's heart. Ha ha. Tears hung on Xiaomo's face as she gave a miserable smile. Don't you think it's ridiculous, Suzy? What era is this, and there are still parents like this? Do you think I'm pitiful? Are you trying to comfort me? I don't need comfort. Xiaomo's fate is in her own hands. Suzy looked at the unfamiliar Xiaomo before him. She had never seen such a Xiaomo before, neither in her past life nor in this one. In Suzy's impression, Xiaomo had always been a delicate and fragile girl, completely different from how she behaved today. Suzy sat beside Xiaomo, unscrewed the bottle cap in his hand, and placed it aside. Xiaomo, I didn't mean to persuade you either. After all, everyone's family situation is different, but I believe you will definitely have a better future. Suzy wasn't lying either. In their previous life, Xiaomo had eventually gone into investment banking and later started her own company, which grew to a scale no smaller than Suzy's. Who would believe anything you and that scumbag say? Xiaomo stopped crying, wiped her tears, picked up the water beside her, and took a very elegant sip. It was clear that after venting, Xiaomo felt much better. Suzy said, Xiaomo, how am I a scumbag? I haven't done anything, how am I scummy? Haven't done anything? Then why were you chasing after Yichoyu, and then came running after me, toying with my feelings? Xiaomo's face turned red. High schooler's skin hasn't been toughened by society's beatings yet it's still quite thin. Unlike Suzy, who has been toughened by society, he doesn't care about things like pride at all. When did I ever chase Yichoyu? Xiaomo, don't talk nonsense. You and Yichoyu were in the small grove by the playground, and in the end, Yichoyu ran out crying. The whole grade knew about it. If it weren't for the fact that we're all seniors, you probably would have been called in for a talk. Xiaomo didn't spare Suzy any face, looking at him with utter disdain. I really didn't do anything in the grove. But Xiaoma didn't believe it at all. Clearly, even if Suzy had 10,000 mouths, he couldn't explain it clearly. Suzy couldn't possibly say that in the grove. Yichoyu confessed to me and I rejected her. Even if he said it, probably no one would believe him. Since it can't be explained, then don't explain. Class President Xia, since you knew about my relationship with Yichoyu, why were you so eager to help me with the questions back then? Who was eager? Weren't you the one who kept pestering me for answers? I was just helping a classmate. Helping a classmate? Then why didn't you help all the way? Why did you stop helping later? Later on I just didn't like you anymore and didn't want to teach you. What's wrong with that? Xiaomo raised her beautiful face. Under the glow of both lamplight and moonlight, Xiaomo's delicate, collagen-rich face shone even more radiantly. Even someone like Suzy, who had wandered through countless flowers in his past life, was momentarily stunned by the sight. This must be the taste of youth. Xiaomo was clearly in a much better mood while talking to Suzy. Suzy, did you really just say you went to an internet cafe? Yeah, why would I lie about that? Suzy pouted. Do you know, Suzy, you went to an internet cafe just 1 week before the college entrance exam? Do you not want to go to university anymore? Xiaomo looked at him with disappointment. The college entrance exam? It's just whatever. Studying now won't change anything. Suzy shrugged indifferently. As for those exam questions, Suzy had memorized everything he was supposed to. How many points he'd score was now up to fate. Xiaomo grew even angrier seeing Suzy's indifferent expression, her small mouth puffing up in frustration. Suzy, you're so unambitious. If you fail to get into university like this, what will you do afterward? Work in a factory? Seeing Xiaomo's reaction, Suzy couldn't help but feel mischievous. Is it really hard to get into college? Suzy, you're being so pretentious. With your usual grades, you should be grateful if you can even get into a third-tier college. Xiaomo didn't spare Suze any face at all. How about we make a bet? If I can get in, you have to agree to one condition of mine. If I can't, I'll agree to one of yours. What do you say? Great. Chapter 9 Before the college entrance exam. I promise you. Shama stretched her snow-white neck to look at Suzy. If you don't pass the exam, then you should repeat the year. University is very important for us. I want to use it to change myself and change my life. Suze nodded. Of course he knew university was important. Although how much one actually learns there is another matter, a university diploma is extremely valuable in society later on. After a period of silence between the two, Xiaomo spoke up. Suze, I'm actually quite curious about you. Curious? What's there to be curious about? Suze looked at Xiaomo with confusion. You were clearly good at math and sciences, why did you suddenly become so poor at them? As the class monitor, Xiaomo had a pretty good understanding of everyone's academic performance in the class. Maybe I just forgot after waking up. Suze casually changed the subject. He couldn't very well say, I'd been reborn, and I've forgotten all that math, physics, and chemistry. Where are you planning to sleep tonight? Suze asked. Xiaomo stood up from the ground and pointed at the sky. I'll make do for the night, it's not like it's the first time. Suze looked at Xiaomo, who appeared fearless. Perhaps this was Xiaomo's true nature, no wonder she had managed to grow her business so large in her previous life. I still have some money left, you should find a hotel to stay at. Suze pulled out a 100 yuan bill from his pocket and handed it to Xiaomo. In 2008, 100 yuan still had significant purchasing power. Shama suddenly looked at Suzy with indifference, speaking in an icy tone. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it. Seeing this, Suzy realized that his action might have hurt Shama's self-esteem. Suze quickly explained, this isn't for you, it's a loan. You'll have to pay it back later. Besides, as a young woman, aren't you afraid of running into troublemakers sleeping outside at night? After saying this, Suze deliberately gave Xiaomo a lecherous look. Xiaomo glanced at Suze but ultimately took the money from his hand. Alright, consider it a loan from me. I'll definitely pay you back once I'm in college. Fine, then I'll head off if there's nothing else. Suzy stood up, dusted off his pants, and got ready to leave. He never imagined that one day the money he gave to a beautiful woman wouldn't be for getting her into bed. In his previous life, he only spoke this much with beautiful women when they were in bed together. Suze couldn't help but sigh inwardly. But just at that moment, Xiaomo suddenly called out. Suze, wait a moment. Suze looked at Xiaomo with confusion. Is there anything else? That's Suze, I. Xiaomo lowered her head, acting shy and hesitant. You've never been to a hotel before, have you? Shama let out a mosquito-like hum. Alright, I'll take you there. Suze said helplessly. High school students are indeed naive, not even going to a hotel. Xiaomo followed behind Suze and arrived in front of a hotel. Let's go in. Suze turned to Xiaomo behind him. But Xiaomo shook her head, a faint blush appearing on her face. I'm too embarrassed to go. Huh, what's there to be embarrassed about booking a room? Suze asked, clearly puzzled. Shama blushed with embarrassment as she glanced at Suzy, unable to utter a word for a long moment. I still sleep on the main road. With that, he was ready to slip away. Women are really troublesome. Suze had no choice but to take Xiaomo's hand and lead her toward the hotel. At this moment, Shama's face turned as red as a blazing sunset. Suze didn't notice Xiaomo's expression and walked up to the hotel front desk. Get me a room. The receptionist, a middle-aged woman, glanced at Suze and Xiaomo with an annoying smile before warmly greeting them. Hey buddy, we've got a big round bed here, why not give it a try? No need. Just casually, Suze said. Hey kid, this round bed is way more comfortable than a regular king-size bed. You're still young, you wouldn't understand. Suze had seen everything in the previous world. Thank you. Can you open it or not? If not, I'll go somewhere else, Suze said impatiently. With that, he took Shama's hand and walked outside. No, young man, we do have a king-size room. The middle-aged woman immediately called out to stop. In 2008, hotels didn't require ID cards, you could check in just by paying. Suze took Xiaomo to the room he had booked. Ever since Xiaomo arrived at the hotel, her face had been flushed red, and her heart was pounding wildly. Standing at the doorway of the room, I didn't dare to step inside. What is Suze trying to do to himself? He wouldn't want to. Shama's face grew redder the more she thought about it. 18 is the age of youthful impulsiveness. Aren't you coming in? Suze watched Xiaomo standing outside the door with a flushed face, hesitating to come in for a long time. Of course, I know what's on her mind. How about this, I'll head back first. Suze walked out of the room. Suze, thank you. Shama blushed and said to Suzy. No one has ever been this kind to her before. It's alright, classmates should help each other out. Suze also smiled. I'll head back first, take care of yourself. Suze dropped these words and returned to his own room. Although the school said it was optional to come, most students returned. After all, studying at home is probably impossible, so it's better to be at school. At school, there are classmates and teachers, and the atmosphere is conducive to learning. It's hard not to study. Jang Hao went to school with a gloomy expression on his face. It was clear he had been beaten badly the night before. Did you get beaten up last night when you went back, Suze? Jang Hao asked. Suze replied, look at me. Do I look like I was beaten? Why isn't my dad being democratic? Jang Hao cried loudly. Suze ignored Jang Hao. This guy is just a drama queen. The more you pay attention to him, the more trouble he causes. Suze looked toward Xiaomo's seat, which was empty. Suze didn't think much of it. Days passed quickly, and the time until the college entrance exam grew shorter and shorter. Suze and Jang Hao still go to school to study. However, since that night, Xiaomo has not appeared again. Finally, June 7th arrived, a tense yet sacred day. Chapter 10, The Gaokao begins. June 7th is an ordinary day for most people. However, for high school seniors and their parents, this day is a very sacred day. Almost all parents of senior high school students will put aside their work on this day to send their children to take the college entrance exam. Excluding kindergarten, after 9 years of schooling, today is the day the results are revealed. Suze's parents were no exception. Son, have you packed everything? Did you bring your ID card and admission ticket? Suma asked anxiously. Even more nervous than Suze, the examinee. Su's father was also busy running around nearby. However, Suze, the person involved, remained completely calm. After all, he had experienced many major events in his previous life. I brought it. Suze said. Alright, let's go then. Su dad and Su mom specially took a car today to send Suze to the exam venue. Actually, the distance from Suze's home to the exam hall isn't too far. Originally, Suze thought he could just ride an electric scooter there, but his mom insisted that being late would be a problem. Suze thought about it and didn't say anything else. Since Suze was studying science, his exam was held at the county's top high school. Sitting in the car, he watched the entire small county bustle with activity due to the college entrance exams. At every intersection leading to the exam venue, traffic police were on duty. A large sign reads, "No honking allowed." This college entrance exam carries the hopes of many parents for their children to succeed. Suze arrived at the school gate, bid farewell to his parents, and went straight inside. Just a few steps later, he saw Xiaomo riding a bicycle hurriedly toward him. The scorching June heat had caused sweat to form on her forehead. This was also the first time Suze had seen Xiaomo since that night. Xiaomo! Suze called out. Xiaomo, who was riding her bike, heard Suze's voice, turned her head to see him, got off the bike, and blushed, remembering what had happened that night. Suze looked at Xiaomo's strange expression and knew what she was thinking. He didn't bring up the events of that night either. Suze said, Xiaomo, which exam room are you in? Xiaomo blushed and said, I'm in exam room 301. Room 301? I'm there too. Suze exclaimed in surprise. Xiaomo was clearly surprised as well. You're here too. Let's go together. Suze said. Okay. Xiaomo agreed, but she kept a certain distance from Suze. Especially her two hands, which were tightly gripping the bicycle. When Suze and Xiaomo arrived at exam room 301, they discovered that they were sitting in the front and back desks. This surprised them even more. Suze knew that in his previous life, Xiaomo definitely wasn't ahead of him. In this life, such a small change had actually occurred. But there's a top student ahead of me, which isn't so bad. Maybe I can even copy some of their work. After all, having a top student in front of you is better than being a poor student. Since it was the college entrance exam, everyone was feeling pretty tense, and no one felt like talking to each other. The classroom was completely silent, with only the ceiling fan whirring steadily above our heads. Suze and Xiaomo didn't speak either. Suze sat behind Xiaomo. Looking at the faint red scars beneath Xiaomo's white clothes and her delicate skin, he couldn't help but pause, realizing that Xiaomo must have had a rough time at home in the past few days. However, Suze didn't bring it up either. He knew Xiaomo had a strong sense of self-respect, and mentioning it now might only make her feel worse. Suze thought to himself, maybe he should wait until after the college entrance exams to have a proper talk with her. It's best to stay away from families like that. Just as Suze was lost in his chaotic thoughts, the bell rang, and 3 proctors walked in. One of the proctors held a bag of exam papers and addressed the students. Everyone, take a look, the exam papers have not been opened. After saying that, he picked up a small knife and began cutting it open, then distributed the exam papers to the candidates. The first exam was Chinese. Suze picked up the exam paper and looked at the questions. Sure enough, they were similar to what he remembered. Especially the essay, it was exactly the same. Even Suze was excited. Chinese was correct, so that meant science, English, and math were also correct. In his previous life, Su-zae repeated a year and ended up attending a second-tier undergraduate program. This time around, he might even get into a top-tier university like a 985 or 211 institution. Su-zae glanced up at Sia-mo and noticed that she had already started writing furiously. Su-zae took a deep breath and began working as well. The first major question was a reading comprehension passage with 3 multiple-choice questions. Su-zae glanced through it briefly and immediately began writing his answers. The questions that followed were classical Chinese, and Su-zae had probably reviewed most of the characters and spellings. In less than an hour, Su-zae had finished all the previous questions, leaving only the essay. The essay wasn't too difficult, it was an argumentative essay, and Su-zae had already memorized several model essays. Su-zae simply mixed these essays together and produced a single piece. Su-zae's speed left the proctors in the exam hall a bit surprised. From time to time, some teachers glanced at Su-zae. Back in 2008, there were no cameras during the college entrance exam. The exam halls were managed by teachers, so cheating occasionally occurred. Therefore, the 3 proctors kept their eyes fixed on Su-zae, but they didn't notice any suspicious movements from him for a while. To ensure everything went smoothly, Su-zae carefully checked his essay after finishing it. County First High School. In another exam hall, Jiang-hao looked at the questions on the exam paper, his face beaming with joy, muttering to himself non-stop. Wow, Zizi is a genius. I actually memorized most of these questions. Damn it, I'm definitely going to get into a top-tier university this time. Jiang-hao wrote furiously. Su-zae checked it 3 or 4 times, then stood in the classroom for a while, glancing at the clock on the wall. There were still 30 minutes left before the exam ended. Su-zae finally couldn't resist standing up. Teacher, I'd like to hand in my exam early. As soon as Su-zae spoke, it caused a commotion in the exam hall. After all, this was the college entrance exam, and someone had actually handed in their paper early. Everyone, be quiet. The proctor said sternly. The entire classroom fell silent, but everyone couldn't help but look at Su-zae. Especially Sia-mo, who looked at Su-zae with a puzzled expression. Alright, hand in your exam papers and go out. The invigilator said. Su-zae stood up, handed in his exam paper, and then packed his things and left the classroom. However, although he could leave the classroom, Su-zae couldn't leave the campus. The college entrance exam must wait until it is completed and confirmed that no test papers have issues before everyone can leave together. Su-zae should just find a place to wait. Meanwhile, in the classroom, there happened to be a Chinese language teacher supervising the exam. He was bored, looking at Su-zae's exam paper. In his mind, handing in the exam paper so early must mean he was a poor student. But the more he looked at his expression, the more complicated it became. He knew that this student's exam paper was almost entirely correct. Which class is this student from? He's so talented. Chapter 11, Submitting the Exam Early. The bell rang. With the urgent ringing of the bell, the Chinese language exam finally ended. A large crowd of excited students rushed toward the door. Su-zae, Su-zae. Yi Qiuyu excitedly called out to Su-zae. Su-zae turned his head and saw Yi Qiuyu holding a green exam bag, hopping and skipping toward him until he reached Su-zae's side. How did Su-zae do on the exam? So, I guess. Su-zae replied casually. Yi Qiuyu, however, chattered excitedly in Su-zae's ear, sharing her thoughts on the Chinese exam questions. Zizi, how did you know? Before he had gone far, Jiang-hao rushed excitedly to Su-zae's side, ready to speak. Seeing Yi Qiuyu standing nearby, he immediately held his breath. However, his face was brimming with excitement. Su-zae, of course, knew why Jiang-hao was so excited he had given Jiang-hao so many questions. This exam was all about things he already knew, and it was the college entrance exam. If Jiang-hao has anything to say, just tell him. Yi Qiuyu saw Jiang-hao hesitating to speak and rolled her eyes impatiently. It's nothing. It's just men's business. What's there to talk about with you women? Jiang-hao said. Jiang-hao, I want to hear it. I want to hear it. Yi Qiuyu pinched her slender waist and said in a spoiled tone. You're just a poor student. What could be so important? I'm warning you, don't corrupt our Su-zae. You loser, maybe I'll score higher than you on the college entrance exam. Jiang-hao said defiantly. With your skills? Yi Qiuyu said disdainfully. Alright, the Chinese exam is over, and there are still 3 more subjects left. Can the 2 of you let me have some peace and quiet? As soon as Su-zae spoke, Jiang-hao and Yi Qiuyu immediately shut up. Especially Yi Qiuyu, who kept her head down, her fingers tugging at her clothes. Su-zae, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. As for Jiang-hao, he remained silent, looking completely indifferent. He had a lot to say to Su-zae. Why does Su-zae know the college entrance exam questions? Su-zae patted Jiang-hao on the shoulder. Let's wait until after the college entrance exams to discuss this. Focus on your exams. Jiang-hao nodded excitedly. Yi Qiuyu looked at the 2 of them with a puzzled expression. What on earth were these 2 up to? In the afternoon, during the math exam, Su-zae's performance was still similar to what he remembered. He finished early again, this time an entire hour ahead of schedule. The news of Suze finishing early spread unnoticed throughout the entire county's high school exam hall. Do you know that there's a guy in our exam hall who handed in his paper early? I heard about it. Apparently, they all finished more than 30 minutes early. Wow, who's the genius who finished the college entrance exam early? I really want to meet this genius. Or maybe they're just a poor student. Suze, Jiang Hao, and Yi Qiuyu walked through the crowd, listening to the people around them discussing. Yi Qiuyu asked curiously, Suze, do you know who this person is? Taking the college entrance exam like this? I think he's a poor student. I don't know. Suze's face turned red. Jiang Hao, however, dismissed the idea and retorted. Maybe he's a genius, and these questions are too easy for him. They must be a poor student. Yi Qiuyu refused to admit defeat. Top student. Jiang Hao said. Suze rubbed his nose, wondering if he had been too showy. Was he coming off as a bit of a show-off? But it's really not my fault. All those questions were in my head. I didn't even have to think about them, I just knew the answers. This time is hard to control. Once you leave the campus, it's not just the #1 high school exam venue. All the senior high school students and their parents in the entire county knew that there was a guy at the first high school exam hall who had handed in his exam papers about half an hour early. Suze suddenly felt that in the final year of high school, he had somehow managed to make a bit of a fool of himself. At home, Sue's mom and dad immediately brought out the prepared meals. Roast duck, salted duck, green vegetables, braised pork ribs, and stir-fried celery with pork. Looking at the table full of dishes, all of them were Suze's favorites. Dad, Mom, dinner's ready. Suze called out to his parents, who were still busy in the kitchen. The family of 3 enjoyed a harmonious meal together at the dinner table. Son, I heard that some people finished their exams half an hour early at the test center. Suma placed a piece of roast duck in Suze's bowl. Suze said awkwardly. I guess so. Sue's father immediately chimed in. Son, you mustn't follow his example. This is the college entrance exam, and every point counts. This child isn't taking responsibility for himself or his parents. Son, your father is right. You've studied for so many years, and these 2 days are the most important. Even if you've done the questions in advance, you still need to check them carefully. Suma also chimed in from the side. Suze could only lower his head and eat voraciously. After dinner, Sue's father and mother suggested going for a walk to aid digestion. Suze also gladly agreed, as it was a rare occasion. You see, in the past, they would leave early in the morning and return late at night, and they wouldn't even eat dinner together. Next to the Su family's house was a park called Peach Blossom Island Park. Suze had heard from someone else why the park was called Peach Blossom Island. Speaking of the person in charge of building this park, he particularly admired Huang Laoxia, so once the park was completed, it was directly named Peach Blossom Island Park. In the evenings, it becomes very lively with square dancing and vendors selling goods. In 2008, square dancing was just starting to gain popularity. Tonight, Tahua Island Park is even more lively. The square dance has stopped, and instead, there are more parents of senior high school students bringing their children out for a stroll. As a result, the lanterns sold in the park are flying off the shelves. You can find them at every street stall you pass by. 5 yuan per lantern. Kongming lanterns for making wishes. This is a unique annual event that is preserved in the county town. Every year around this time, parents of high school seniors bring their children to buy a lantern, write their wishes on it, and release it into the sky. In his previous life, Suze remembered buying one himself, secretly, with the wish to marry Yi Qiuyu as his wife. Son, why don't we buy one too, for good luck? Sue's mother said excitedly. Sure. Sue's father bought one from a street vendor, who also provided a black pen. Son, why don't we get into a good university? Sue's mother said with a smile. That's a good idea. Let's strive to be the first college graduate in the Su family. Sue's dad also said enthusiastically. Although Sue's dad had bought a house in the county, Suze and his family were originally from the countryside. This is also because Suze started high school, which is why they moved to the county town. Before that, Suze had always lived in the village. Moreover, the Su family was a prominent family in the village, with many relatives living there. However, despite their status, the Su family had never produced a college graduate in all those years. The best educated member was a junior college graduate. Therefore, Mr. Su was particularly eager for Suze to become the first college graduate in the Su family. How prestigious that would be. In his previous life, although Suze got into university, it wasn't a good one. This time around, things are definitely better than in the past. Getting into a good university is no problem. Suze thought for a moment and wrote on the sky lantern, Dad, Mom, stay healthy forever. Sue's father and mother looked at the words Suze had written and were taken aback. They hadn't expected Suze to write that. In the next moment, their hearts were filled with joy and a touch of sadness. Their child had grown up. After the college entrance exam, the time spent with parents will only grow shorter and shorter. Chapter 12, Lu Fei's Surprise. On the second day of the college entrance exam, the subjects tested were science and English. These two subjects were also quite straightforward for Suze. In the comprehensive science exam, Suze still finished half an hour early. But by the time the English exam came around in the afternoon, in the exam room, there were 3 proctors, and one of them was actually Lu Fei. Today, Lu Fei was wearing a light blue long dress, her hair tied in a ponytail, and her lips painted with a light red lipstick. She doesn't look like a teacher at all, she looks more like a student. Due to the weather, the faint sweat on Lu Fei's forehead added a unique touch. She stood there exuding a unique charm. The other 2 proctors, upon seeing that there was a beautiful teacher among them, couldn't help but smile. After all, 2 hours of monotony could be a pleasure if spent proctoring with a beautiful teacher. However, when he saw Lu Fei, Suze was a bit surprised. After all, in his previous life, Lu Fei had never proctored his exams. Lu Fei also saw Suze, and her eyes showed a hint of surprise. She really hadn't expected to run into one of her students. Thinking about how Suze's English grades had improved dramatically in recent times, plus the fact that he had saved her last time, Lu Fei couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration for Suze. The 3 proctors began distributing the exam papers. The other 2 seemed to have already heard that there was someone in this exam room who would hand in their paper early. So the 2 teachers kept scanning the room with their eyes. They also wanted to see who it was. Suze didn't notice and picked up the English test paper to start working on it. English was Suze's strong suit, and he also remembered the previous questions. Moreover, the English questions were all multiple choice questions. Therefore, Suze only needs to glance at them to know the answers. He writes extremely fast. Suze's actions clearly caught the attention of the proctor. Their eyes couldn't help but turn toward Suze. Especially Lu Fei, whose delicate eyebrows couldn't help but furrow. Did Suze even read the question? This is how you do the question. Lu Fei couldn't help but walk over to Suze's side. In the college entrance exam hall, teachers are generally not allowed to walk around. After all, this could potentially distract students from their exams. However, Lu Fei was extremely curious at that moment, and his curiosity drove him to approach Suze. Suze also noticed Lu Fei, but didn't pay much attention to him. The last essay question was the same as expected. Suze started writing right away. Lu Fei watched from the side, her eyes growing wider and wider, her heart filled with growing shock. Because the questions she saw, Suze had answered them all correctly. In other words, Suze wasn't just writing randomly. He actually knows what he's doing. Suze has always kept it hidden. Lu Fei thought back to that night, when Suze had given her a sense of security that didn't seem like someone younger than her, but rather like someone much older. What kind of person was Suze, really? For a moment, Lu Fei felt curious about Suze. Cough. A cough interrupted Lu Fei's thoughts. It turned out that the cough had come from another proctor. Lu Fei gave the proctor a grateful glance. After all, a teacher standing next to one of their students for such a long time is strictly prohibited during the college entrance exam. The male proctor nodded slightly, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. He wondered if he should ask for the beautiful female teacher's phone number later. After all, he was single. Lu Fei walked past Suze. Suze's pen moved faster and faster. Before long, an essay was finished. As soon as Suze put down his pen, he raised his hand. Seeing Suze raise his hand, the students in the exam hall didn't react much, but instead wore expressions that seemed to say, "I knew it." This genius had indeed handed in his exam early. The 2 male teachers were pleasantly surprised. It turned out that this student was the one they had been searching for who had handed in the exam early. Lu Fei furrowed her brows. Cough, cough. Students, you have 1 hour left. Do not hand in your papers yet. Suze, this is the college entrance exam. You can't hand in your papers until the time is up. Lu Fei's voice carried a hint of displeasure. The 2 male teachers' eyes lit up. This student was actually the student of this beautiful female teacher. One of the male teachers who had coughed earlier said, "Mr. Su, please sit down quickly and don't keep everyone waiting." Suze felt helpless. He finished it himself but still wouldn't hand it in. All I could do was sit there, bored, playing with my pen. Checking is impossible. Suze was thinking about the plan that followed in his mind. Everyone in the exam hall knew that the genius who always handed in his papers early was actually named Suze. Suze, that's a nice name. Many people were thinking to themselves that after the exam, they must go back and talk to the people they knew. Finally, after half an hour, Suze walked up to the podium and threw his exam paper onto it. He strode toward the exit. Lu Fei had wanted to say something else, but in the end, she shook her head. Suze had already walked out the door. The college entrance exam is finally over. My happy life is finally here. Suze shouted to the heavens with all his might. Since his rebirth, he had been working hard to improve his grades. After all, his past experiences had taught him that without a good education, many things would be impossible to achieve. Now that the college entrance exam is over, although the final scores have not been released yet, Suze believes that with his abilities, This time, he will definitely secure a spot in the 211985 program. As long as you go to college and get a degree, more opportunities will come your way. However, having been reborn, working for someone else is out of the question. Becoming a boss is the only option. But what exactly to do, Suze still has no idea. Suze sat on a chair, rubbing his hands, and suddenly felt like smoking. Just then, Jiang Hao's surprised voice rang out. Jizzy, it's really you. You're the genius who handed in your college entrance exam early. Suze looked at Jiang Hao, who had come out early, and was also completely surprised. How's-y? Jiang Hao ran over to Suze and grabbed his shoulder. Jizzy, I knew that the genius who handed in the exam early was you. Jiang Hao was thrilled. Since the exams began 2 days ago, Jiang Hao had discovered that he actually knew the answers to most of the questions on the test papers. They were all the questions Suze had forced him to memorize. How painful it was back then, how joyful the college entrance exam was. With my eyes closed, I wrote the answers. However, Jiang Hao didn't dare to hand in his paper early. After all, he was afraid his father would find out and beat him with a shoehorn when he got home. He simply fell asleep right there in the college entrance exam hall. When asked why he didn't check himself, what's there to check? He knows what he knows. Jizzy, how did you know those questions? Jiang Hao looked at Suze excitedly. This was the biggest question on Jiang Hao's mind over the past 2 days. If you say Suze stole the questions, but that's impossible. The college entrance exam papers are under the full protection of armed police throughout the entire process. But if you didn't steal the questions, how would you know so many of them? Suze looked at Jiang Hao's excited expression and patted him on the shoulder. How's-y, I had a dream about you. Do you believe me? Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment before nodding seriously. That was the only possibility. Zizi, no matter what happens, I think I'll be able to get into a good university this time. When summer vacation comes, I'll treat you to a nice meal. Jiang Hao patted his chest. Not only was Jiang Hao puzzled, but Xia Mo was also quite surprised. Besides Chinese and English, she had also done most of the science and math questions, and they were all asked by Suze. Therefore, Xia Mo also has a lot of doubts in her heart. Chapter 13, Dinner Party. Ring. When the final bell rang for English class, the college entrance exam officially came to an end. The students rushed out like sheep being released from a pen. After studying for over a decade, this day finally marked their liberation. Every young face was radiant with joy. University, romance, and internet cafes. These things that high school students could only dream of are now within reach. Let's go for it. Yi Qiuyu didn't know when he had come to Suze's side. Suze, are you going to the class gathering tonight? Every graduating class holds a final class dinner. After all, once we graduate, we may not know when we will see each other again. Some people may never see each other again for the rest of their lives. Go! Suze thought about it, realizing it was like saying goodbye to his final high school days. Yi Qiuyu heard Suze's words and his face lit up. Suze, that night, let's go together. You wait for me at the entrance of the residential area. Sure. Seeing that Suze had agreed, Yi Qiuyu's face lit up with joy. Yi Qiuyu thought to himself, Suze really does like me, otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed so readily. Last time I confessed my feelings to him, he rejected me. It must be because he doesn't want to be distracted from his studies. Maybe I should confess to him tonight. No, I already confessed to him. If I do it again and get rejected, it'll be so embarrassing. I have to make him confess his feelings to me. I'll give him a taste of what he wants. Anyway, everyone has graduated now. Yi Qiuyu, why is your face so red? Suze watched as Yi Qiuyu's face grew redder and redder. It's okay, it's okay. Yi Qiuyu kept his head down, his 2 fingers constantly intertwining, his face flushed red. Jizzy, let's go to the internet cafe tonight and play a few games. We'll stay up all night. Now that the college entrance exams are over, Jiang Hao has become much bolder. After all, his grades couldn't be too bad, so he'd have the confidence to talk to his father when he went home. Jiang Hao thought to himself, wondering if he should act even more arrogant when he got home. He wanted to make up for all the hardships he had endured over the years. But whenever I think about my old man shoehorn, Jiang Hao gritted his teeth and abandoned this impractical idea. All right. Suze thought about it and agreed. The entire county town had regained its vitality today following the conclusion of the college entrance exams. Moreover, all the restaurants and hotels are packed. Moreover, every hotel and restaurant is filled with groups of teenagers, sitting around, boasting and chatting. Outside the residential complex, Suze was waiting for Yi Qiuyu, glancing at his watch from time to time. It's been half an hour and he still hasn't left. Women are such a hassle. But just then, a pleasant voice rang out. Suze! Suze couldn't help but turn his head. There stood Yi Qiuyu, smiling at him at the entrance of the residential complex. At that moment, Yi Qiuyu had probably applied some makeup, her eyes were red, and her lips were painted with a touch of pale red lipstick. She is wearing a red t-shirt and a pair of denim shorts, revealing her white, slender legs. Her figure and face are both innocent and alluring. She's definitely a stunning beauty. For a moment, Su-zae was completely mesmerized. No wonder he had been so easily discarded by her in his previous life. Yi Cho-yu saw Su-zae's expression and felt overjoyed. Su-zae still loves me after all. With just a little effort, he's as easy as pie. Tonight, I'm going to get you. Su-zae, let's go. As she spoke, Yi Cho-yu took Su-zae's hand. Su-zae didn't expect Yi Cho-yu to be so bold. This was their residential area, where everyone knew each other. After all, if a girl isn't afraid, what's a man like him to be afraid of? Su-zae nodded and walked forward. The two of them headed toward the restaurant that the class had reserved. Along the way, many people turned to look at Yi Cho-yu, as her outfit today was indeed quite stunning. However, Su-zae seemed oblivious, walking calmly forward as if nothing had happened. Alright, keep pretending with me, Su-zae. Yi Cho-yu suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at Su-zae with a look of grievance. Su-zae, my feet are sore. Su-zae looked at Yi Cho-yu and noticed that he was wearing a pair of white leather shoes. What are you doing wearing leather shoes at this hour? Su-zae furrowed his brows. Yi Cho-yu had originally wanted to act cute with Su-zae, but upon hearing his words, she couldn't help but feel wronged. I wasn't trying to show you. Don't you think I look bad like this? Su-zae didn't say anything. He looked around and then picked up Yi Cho-yu. Yi Cho-yu didn't expect Su-zae to hug her directly. The slight sense of grievance she had felt earlier had now turned into sweetness. Don't move. Su-zae spoke softly. Alright. Yi Cho-yu's face was filled with a happy smile as she buried her head in Su-zae's embrace. Yi Cho-yu wasn't actually very heavy, standing at 1.65 meters tall and weighing less than 100 pounds. Su-zae simply held her in his arms. After a while, Su-zae felt his arms starting to ache. It seems like he needs more exercise. He should make sure to get some exercise this summer. In his previous life, Su-zae had carried countless women weighing over 100 pounds. When had he ever felt tired? Along the way, many people stared at Su-zae and Yi Cho-yu with strange expressions. Especially among some young couples. Look at their boyfriend, holding someone else while walking. Now look at yourself. I can't stand it. I want a hug too. Some young girls are being spoiled with their boyfriends. Those boyfriends are all looking at Su-zae with grim expressions. Hey, can you two stop showing off your love like that? I can't handle this. Although I was extremely unwilling inside, I had to pretend on the surface that I was very willing. Alright, I'll do it right away. All he could do was hold his 180-pound girlfriend, but he couldn't lift her. This caused Yi Cho-yu, who was hiding in Su-zae's arms, to giggle softly. When they were about a kilometer away from the class hotel, Su-zae finally put Yi Cho-yu down. It's just a little further. Let's walk the rest of the way. Without waiting for Yi Cho-yu to react, he walked forward directly. Yi Cho-yu followed behind, his heart as sweet as honey. At the hotel, many classmates had already arrived, chatting in small groups. Some were discussing exam questions, while others were talking about their summer vacation plans. Su-zae didn't feel much enthusiasm toward these classmates and walked over to a quiet desk to sit down. However, as soon as Yi Cho-yu walked in, all the boys in the room immediately turned their gaze toward him. Today, Yi Cho-yu had taken off his school uniform and was dressed like this for the first time in front of everyone. These high school students had never seen anything like this before, and they all started to scream in excitement. Yi Cho-yu also blushed slightly. If it weren't for coming here with Su-zae today, she wouldn't have dressed up like this. She was just about to head over to Su-zae's table. Cho-yu, come sit here. This is where the class officers and teachers sit. Suddenly, a boy stood up and faced Yi Cho-yu. This boy was Jo-bo, the vice class monitor of Su-zae's class. Jo-bo is tall, wears a pair of golden glasses, and has a sunny smile. He also does well in his studies. Yi Cho-yu had intended to refuse, but seeing the homeroom teacher at that table, he couldn't bring himself to decline. He could only give Su-zae an apologetic smile and head toward that table. Chapter 14, Rejecting Yi Cho-yu. Juzzy, Jo-bo is up to no good again with Yi Cho-yu. Why aren't you doing anything about it? Sitting next to Jo-bo, Jang Hao raised his eyebrows smugly. As the class vice president, Jo-bo had good grades, came from a well-off family, and was quite arrogant. He looks down on Su-zae and others from ordinary families in the class. However, this guy has been going out of his way to curry favor with Yi Cho-yu since their first year of high school. Now that graduation is here, he's probably going to make one last attempt. If it were in a previous life, Su-zae would never have let Yi Cho-yu go, or he would have gone himself, even if it meant losing face. But in this life, Su-zae had no such interest. Yi Cho-yu can talk to whoever he wants. Will you ever be short of women in the future? The banquet began soon, with the usual routine of students thanking their teachers for their hard work. The teachers, in turn, urged the students to study hard in college. Some of the more mischievous students even brought out bottles of white wine to drink with their teachers. The teachers didn't act as stern as usual and joined the students in drinking. Su-zae, however, had no interest in toasting and instead looked over at the teacher's table, where Lu Fei was not present. Jizzy, should we get some white wine to deal with the old teacher? Jiang Hao said eagerly from the side. If you want to go, go ahead. I'm not interested. Suze shook his head. If you're not going, I'm not going either. These teachers haven't even looked at us properly in 3 years. Jiang Hao also said indifferently. But Haozi, what are you planning to do this summer? It's already 3 months long. Jiang Hao changed the subject. He hadn't thought it through yet. Suze really hadn't decided what he was going to do this summer. Jizzy, why don't we go to Jiling together and find some work? I heard that being a waiter can earn you 3,000 yuan a month and 6,000 yuan in 2 months. That would be enough to go to university. That's too little. Suze said. Jiang Hao looked at Suze in astonishment. Jizzy, I didn't expect you to have such a big appetite. But it's 6,000 yuan. You have to remember that in 2008, 6,000 yuan still had quite a bit of purchasing power. Do you have any other ways to make money? Tell me about it. Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows at Suze. I don't know yet. I'll let you know once I've figured it out. Suze said. Jiang Hao was utterly astonished upon hearing Suze's words. He had just spoken casually. I never thought Suze actually had a way to make a fortune. Zizi. If you get rich, you have to take me with you. Jiang Hao leaned in and said. Sure. As the meal progressed, everyone started to get excited. The guys had all had a few drinks, and before we knew it, everyone had a cigarette in their mouths. The girls huddled together in small groups, sobbing uncontrollably. The sorrow of parting began to spread through the air. Jiang Hao's eyes were also red as he asked Suze. Z, where do you plan to go to college after this? Beijing, I guess. Suze recalled his previous life, when he had strived in the capital. Since he had been reborn, he decided to stay in the capital. Alright, we'll go to the capital together then. Jiang Hao said with red eyes. Okay. Suze picked up a cigarette and took a deep drag. By the time everyone had finished drinking, at Jobo's invitation, everyone headed toward the KTV. Suze didn't want to come either, after all, it was just a bunch of howling wolves, and there was nothing good about joining them. But he couldn't resist Jiang Hao's insistence, and ended up singing The Brother Sleeping in the Bunk Above Me with him. KTV, a large room that can accommodate dozens of people. The noise of dozens of people in a room, with the guys sitting aside and the girls chattering away as they selected songs. Suze sat in a corner, looking bored. The loudspeaker blared out a song by Zhou Tianwang. 2008 was the peak of Zhou Sun's popularity, and almost every one of his songs was catchy. It wasn't just Jaicho that year also saw the rise of artists like Liang Jingru, Lin Junjie, and Xiao Yaoxian. It was truly a golden age of Chinese music, with a diverse array of talents shining brightly. Unlike decades later, when only a few internet-famous singers remain. Internet-famous songs. Suze suddenly thought of a TikTok video that would become wildly popular decades later. This thing wasn't just popular in China, it was also a hit abroad. It's even forced the US government to step in and crack down on it. If they were to get involved in this themselves, they would inevitably become a sensation. However, Suze thought about it again. In 10 years, we'll be in the 5G era. Right now, we're still transitioning from 2G to 3G. Forget about watching videos, even browsing the web on your phone is a hassle. The mobile internet is still in its infancy, and smartphones are just getting started. The mobile phone market is still dominated by Nokia. However, mobile internet will be the way of the future. Since I've been reborn, I might as well get involved. As Suze was lost in his own thoughts, Yichoyu's voice rang in his ears. Suze, let's sing the secret song together. Yichoyu walked up to Suze with a microphone in hand. Whether it was because of the alcohol or the poor ventilation in the private room, Yichoyu's fair face was flushed red, like a ripe apple, utterly charming. Yichoyu's heart was racing like a frightened deer. Especially under the gaze of so many people, she lowered her head and handed the microphone to Suze. Meanwhile, everyone in the distance couldn't help but turn their gaze toward them. Especially Zhou Bo, whose face was ashen, with his fists clenched tightly. Today, he had gone to great lengths to try to win over Yichoyu, all in the hope of confessing his feelings to her. He, Zhou Bo, likes Yichoyu. Even the secret song he couldn't mention was chosen by him, because he knew Yichoyu loved listening to Josun's songs. But Yichoyu actually went to find Suze on her own, and even used the song he had picked out for her. Zhou Bo's face twisted into a menacing expression. Suze looked at Yichoyu handing him the microphone but made no move to take it. Yichoyu, I can't sing this one. As soon as he said that, the entire private room suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared at the scene in disbelief. Suze actually refused. Such a direct refusal. This is Yichoyu, the goddess Yi. Yichoyu was also taken aback. She hadn't expected Suze to refuse. The hands suspended mid-air froze for a moment. Everyone was watching Yichoyu, waiting for her reaction. Being rejected like this, Yichoyu would definitely fly into a rage. Especially Zhou Bo, who was secretly delighted. Suze, you did well to refuse him. Ha, Yichoyu is mine. Just as he was about to comfort Yichoyu was moved and ran into his arms. In this way, Yichoyu would be his. Jobo thought of this and couldn't help but quicken his pace. Yichoyu raised his head and pointed the microphone directly at Suze's chest. Suze, humph, I don't care, I want you to sing with me. The entire tone sounded just like a girlfriend spoiling her boyfriend. Jobo, who had just taken a step out, felt his heart shatter into pieces. Suze placed the microphone he was holding in his arms on the table. Cough, cough, I really can't sing. Why don't you find someone else to sing? Jiang Hao, you can sing, right? You sing with Yichoyu. Jiang Hao picked up the microphone on the table with a mischievous smile, looking at Suze in disbelief. Jizzy, this is a song by Zhou Tianwang, and you don't know it? You're so uncool. Let me teach you. But before he could finish, Yichoyu slammed the microphone he was holding onto the sofa with force, glaring angrily at Suze. Suze, what do you mean? What else do you want from me? You won't even sing a song for me when I ask you to? Yichoyu's red eyes stared at Suze. Chapter 15, KTV. Suze furrowed his brows. He really disliked Yichoyu's unreasonable behavior. Yichoyu, I really can't sing this song. Suze's tone carried a hint of displeasure. Upon hearing Suze's displeased tone, she immediately looked at him with a pouty expression and frantically explained. Did Suze not eat with you today? Are you upset? But it's not my fault. I'm a class officer, and the teacher was there. Suze didn't expect Yichoyu to think that way and shook his head. Where are you going to eat? It's none of my business. I really can't sing. Seeing this scene, Jobo, who was standing nearby, completely lost his temper. Yichoyu was a goddess in his heart, and he had always adored her, fearing that she might be even slightly displeased with him. But Suze dared to treat his goddess like that. Suze, how did you speak to Chiyoyu? Jobo quickly approached Yichoyu and glared angrily at Suze. Suze, you don't know what's good for you. Chiyoyu invited you to sing, that's an honor for you. What are you trying to pull here? Jobo's words immediately drew the agreement of some male classmates around them. After all, Jobo was the vice class monitor and had his own little circle of friends. The deputy class monitor is right. Suze, you're being ungrateful. Suze has always disliked you. What gives you the right to treat ye goddess like this? Suze apologized to ye goddess. Apologize. Suze didn't expect Jobo to step forward, but when he thought about how this guy had fawned over Yichoyu in his previous life, he instantly understood that this guy was just trying to show off in front of Yichoyu. Suze couldn't help but smile. After all, his soul was already several decades old, yet he was being questioned by a bunch of kids. Jobo saw Suze smiling and grew even more furious. Suze, what are you laughing at? Didn't you hear everyone telling you to apologize to Chiyoyu? Suze shrugged his shoulders. I didn't do anything wrong, so why should I apologize? Jiang Hao also stood up immediately, glaring angrily at Jobo. Jobo, don't try to act like the class monitor here. The college entrance exams are over. Who do you think you are? Don't try to act like a big shot in front of us. Jiang Hao, what did you say? The few people behind Jobo also stepped forward. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire private room became incredibly tense. I'm fine, everyone, please don't fight. Yichoyu looked at the suddenly tense atmosphere and hurriedly said. Chiyoyu, don't worry. I'll make sure this guy apologizes to you. Jobo said seriously. Suze, if you don't apologize to Yichoyu today, we're not done. Alright, whatever you want to do, I'll play along. Suze isn't exactly the patient type either. This time, Jobo licked Yichoyu, but he had to lick himself while doing it. Suze has been reborn into this world, yet he still tramples on him. Seeing that Suze didn't give him any face, Jobo was so angry that his teeth clenched tightly. Fine, you bastard Suze. Don't just say good. You've already said it, Jizzy. Now tell us how you're not playing. We're here to play with you, brother. Jiang Hao looked at Jobo with a challenging expression. Jiang Hao, this has nothing to do with you. It's between me and Suze. Suze, if you're a man, don't hide behind others. Jobo looked at Suze with contempt. Jiang Hao was about to step forward to argue, but he was grabbed by Suze, who stepped forward and confronted Jobo. Jiang Hao was about to step forward to confront him, but Suze grabbed him and pushed him aside, stepping forward to face Jobo. How do you want to settle this? Jobo suggested that the two of us sing a song and see who gets the higher score. The winner gets to make the loser do something. That's it. Suze had thought that Jobo still had something else to compare. But it turned out to be a singing contest. Jobo looked at Suze without saying a word, then spoke even more provocatively. What do you say? Dare you? Okay. Suze agreed immediately, giving Jobo a strange look. In his previous life, Suze had visited the club countless times, and every time he went, he had to sing and dance. After all, when it comes to having fun, it has to be done with some artistry to really attract the girls. Just taking off your pants is so boring. This Jobo is actually competing with himself in singing. Seeing Suze agree, Jobo couldn't wait to give it a try. Deputy class monitor, what song do you want to sing? I'll pick one for you. One of Jobo's sycophants immediately stepped forward. Play me a song by J. Cho, Chrysanthemum Terrace. Jobo said confidently. Sure. The sycophant shot Suze an impatient glance. Suze, what are you singing? Since we're competing, I'll sing Chrysanthemum Terrace too. Suze said. The sycophant heard the song and sneered, what a loser. Sing a song with the vice class monitor? You think you can? As for the other students, they all gathered around. These two men were dueling over a woman, though it was just singing, but it still got everyone's blood pumping. Yi Yu felt a hint of pride in her heart at that moment. She had initially considered trying to stop them, but after thinking it over, she decided against it. Standing aside, she thought, this is the charm of this girl. Jobo picked up the microphone and cleared his throat a few times. Everyone, quiet down. The deputy class monitor is about to speak. The sycophant immediately said. The private room fell silent, and the music started. Your gaze, your tearful eyes, delicate yet wounded. The pale crescent moon lingers over the past. The night is too long. Chrysanthemums lie scattered on the ground, a sight that breaks the heart. Your smile has faded. Flowers fall, breaking my heart, my thoughts lie quietly. The north wind blows wildly in the endless night. Your shadow cannot be severed. Leaving me alone on the lake, where we once were together. It's clear that Jobo has practiced this song for a long time. Though it lacks emotion, it's still pretty good. After the song ended, everyone watched the scoring system nervously. 90 points. Seeing this scene, Jobo's face was filled with smiles. This was the best performance he had ever given. The deputy class monitor is impressive. The sycophant immediately chimed in with a flattering remark. The others immediately clapped as well. After all, a score of 90 is indeed rare. I had a few drinks today and didn't perform at my best, so there were some flaws. Jobo said modestly. What do you think, Xiaoyu? Jobo looked at Yi Yu. It sounds pretty good. However, Yi Yu's gaze never left Suze. At that moment, she felt a bit worried. Would Suze be able to sing? She had never heard him sing before, and if he lost, would he stop liking her? What should I do? What should I do? Jobo looked at Yi Yu with eyes ablaze, then shot a glance at one of his henchmen. The henchman immediately understood. Suze, the deputy class monitor has already sung, it's your turn. Suze picked up the microphone and took a moment to gather his emotions. It was his first time speaking after being reborn. Your gaze, your tears fragile yet wounded. As soon as Suze spoke, everyone was stunned, unable to believe what they had heard. Is this really Suze? This can't possibly be Zhou Dong, the king of pop. Zhou Dong's songs are supposed to be sung with unclear pronunciation, that's what gives them their flavor. The pale crescent moon hangs over the past. The night is too long. Jizi is amazing. Jian Hao couldn't help but shout out loud. Yi Yu's eyes were fixed on Suze, his heart pounding wildly. The other women in the class were all staring at Suze with hearts in their eyes. This singing doesn't even need a score to know it'll blow Jobo out of the water. At that moment, Jobo's face turned ashen. Though he didn't want to admit it, Suze's singing was indeed better than his. However, he wasn't ready to concede defeat and instead stared intently at the screen. The KTV scoring system doesn't give high scores to those who sing well. He still has a chance. Chapter 16, Singing. One song finished. Without anyone prompting them, the entire private room erupted into thunderous applause. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the KTV scoring system. 100 points. Slap. Another round of applause. 100 points, a score unmatched in the KTV system. Jizi has won now. What do you have to say? Jiang Hao looked at Jobo challengingly. Jizi's face turned ugly. Jizi, hurry up and make demands of this guy, make him show off his skills. Jizi's expression grew even more grim. Never mind, we're all classmates. Suze waved his hand. Suze not only sings well, but also has such a great personality. How come I never noticed how great Suze is before? Everyone's graduating. Why don't I go confess my feelings to Suze tonight? Some girls whispered among themselves. Upon hearing these words, Jobo's expression grew even more grim. Suze, the humiliation you have inflicted on me today, I will definitely avenge. With that, Jobo slammed the door and stormed out. Insult? Suze rubbed his nose. He had already said it was fine, so how did it become an insult? I just don't get it. Jobo didn't go far. He and his henchmen went to a small private room. Deputy class monitor, this matter absolutely cannot be swept under the rug like this, said the first henchman. That's right, Vice President. This Suze is too arrogant. He doesn't even know who the class president is. The second sycophant said. Jobo's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. He likes to act all high and mighty, doesn't he? Just wait until later, I'll make him look like a fool. After speaking, Jobo pulled out his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Alright, this guy is in for it. Jobo said coldly. The sycophants burst into laughter. Inside the private room. Although Jobo's departure left everyone feeling a bit uneasy, everyone's attention was now focused on Suze. Suze, why don't you sing another song for us? A girl boldly said. Suze glanced at the girl, Lu Jia. She had a pair of long, striking legs, and her personality was as open and cheerful as her legs. Suze remembered that she seemed to have entered the entertainment industry later, but never gained much fame. However, later on, live streaming became popular, and she ended up becoming an internet celebrity. Lu Jia said that the other girls started shouting one after another. The name Suze echoed throughout the entire private room. Jobo, who had just stepped out, heard the cheers and his expression grew even more grim. Humph, a bunch of ignorant women. Suze looked at everyone, who were all enthusiastic, and thought to himself that some of them would probably never see each other again in their lifetime. Thinking of this, Suze suddenly remembered a song that was very fitting. The Days on Beijing East Road. This song is definitely the ultimate anthem for graduation. When Suze first heard it, he almost burst into tears. Alright, since everyone is so enthusiastic, I'll sing a song for you all. Does anyone have a guitar? Guitar? What do you need a guitar for? However, as soon as Suze finished speaking, someone actually handed him a guitar. Suze picked up the guitar and tuned the strings. Zizi, when did you learn to play the guitar? Jiang Hao still looked at Suze in astonishment. Suze smiled and didn't explain. The guitar, as a tool for flirting with girls, how could Suze not know how to play it? Yi Qiuyu was also utterly astonished. She had no idea when Suze had learned to play the guitar. And what does he use the guitar for? What song? The KTV system doesn't have it. Suze picked up the guitar, began to play, and then slowly started to sing. At the very beginning, we were all children. In the end, we longed to become angels. The ballad's melody hides the shadow of a fairy tale. Where should the children's children fly to? When everyone heard Suze speak, they couldn't help but pause in their tracks. Is this a new album release? But it's really nice. It means that the security guard and the canteen auntie look like a married couple. I don't understand any of the various monsoon currents, and there's a new perspective. When these two lines of lyrics came up, the students in the private room all understood at that moment. This was actually about them. At that moment, the students were filled with great confusion, but no one dared to disturb Suze's singing one by one, they were completely engrossed in it. Additionally, Suze was sitting on the sofa, holding a guitar and playing it. The female students in the private room all started gazing at him with hearts in their eyes. Suze's heartfelt singing, combined with his handsome face and charming gaze, was indeed quite captivating. It wasn't until Suze finished singing that everyone snapped out of their trance and came back to their senses. Suze, where did you learn this song? I've never heard it before. Suze, I really like this song. Can you give it to me? A group of girls were all eagerly watching Suze. Zizi, this song is great. When did you learn it? Jiang Hao spoke in utter astonishment. Just learning, just learning. Suze, you didn't write this yourself, did you? A girl asked loudly. Not really. This song was released in 2010, but I sang it back in 2008. However, Suze was still somewhat modest and did not claim it as his own creation. How can you not count it? I just went online and couldn't find it at all. It must be you, Suze. Another girl shouted loudly while holding her phone. Suze, sing it again for us, it's so beautiful. Yes, yes, Suze, sing another song. Suze, where are you planning to apply for college? Some bold girls have already rushed over to Suze and are constantly flirting with him. Go away, we wanna go home. Yi Qiuyu suddenly burst forward, charging into the crowd and grabbing Suze's hand. Yi Qiuyu, what are you doing? Suze didn't say a word, so why are you just walking off like that? Exactly, what's your relationship with Suze? The girls didn't give Yi Qiuyu any face at all. Yi Qiuyu stood before Suze with a stern expression, hands on his hips, resembling an old hen protecting her food. Lu Jia, shut your mouth. Suze and I have been together since we were kids, we're childhood sweethearts. Lu Jia looked down on Yi Qiuyu with disdain. Childhood sweethearts, everyone knows about your little secret, Yi Qiuyu. Childhood sweethearts, you were rejected back then. Lu Jia walked up to Suze and spoke boldly. This means he doesn't like you, Suze. My parents aren't home tonight. Why don't you come over to my place? Lu Jia, you. Yi Qiuyu was startled by Lu Jia's bold statement. She looked at Suze and then at Lu Jia. A sense of crisis welled up inside her. They say that boys are moody during puberty. Suze wouldn't agree to her, would he? If he does, what should we do? Should I invite Suze to my house? Yi Qiuyu's little heart was racing. How about it, Suze? Lu Jia raised her eyebrows and placed her long legs in front of Suze. Suze looked at the long legs in front of him, his heart racing. But there were so many people around. Boring. Suze put the guitar down on the ground and walked away. Ha! Lu Jia let out a series of silver bell-like laughs. Suze immediately left the KTV, still in the evening. In 2008, it was nighttime in a small county town, and there were only a few streetlights. Juzi, wait for me. Jiang Hao panted heavily as he emerged from behind. Yi Qiuyu also ran out and confronted him. Suze, do you have a relationship with that Lu Jia? Why did she know about the confession I made to you last time? You're crazy. Suze said coldly. Suze, you must answer me today. Yi Qiuyu stood before Suze, unwavering in his resolve. I have nothing to do with her. Suze angrily threw out those words, but Yi Qiuyu was overjoyed. I knew Suze wouldn't fall for Lu Jia. Only I am worthy of Suze. Yi Qiuyu thought to herself with a satisfied smile. Chapter 17, The Little Thug. At the KTV, everyone was getting into Suze's song. Men and women grabbed the microphones and sang to each other. Some even pulled out bottles of alcohol from their pockets, the origin of which was unknown, and continued drinking. By midnight, many students began to leave one by one to use the restroom. After all, we had drunk quite a lot today, whether it was alcohol or soft drinks. But suddenly, a guy pushed open the door and shouted, "All the guys come out. Someone from our class is being beaten up in the bathroom." As soon as he said that, the male students in the private room all put down what they were holding and rushed toward the restroom in anger. Damn it, who dares to hit someone from our class? Beat the hell out of that son of a... Teenage boys in their late teens and early 20s, upon hearing the news, rushed out with tears in their eyes. Suze hurriedly followed the crowd, grabbing an empty wine bottle from the table and placing it behind him. This fight could escalate quickly, especially since everyone had had a few drinks. Although Suze didn't have much affection for this class, he didn't want to see anything happen. The restrooms in KTVs are usually located in the corners. At that moment, the corner was filled with a group of non-mainstream style teenagers with dyed red and yellow hair, long hair, and a bunch of students, all split into two groups. There were probably around 10 of these troublemakers, with only a few boys among them. However, the students all had some injuries on their faces. Meanwhile, the small-time thugs stood there, watching the swarming students, completely unconcerned. In their eyes, no matter how many students there were, they were just a bunch of students. Students definitely won't fight. Although these students were beaten and filled with anger, they dared only stand there and glare angrily. After all, they were all diligent students who naturally felt intimidated by these troublemakers. Some of the students who were beaten could only stand by helplessly. Damn it, who just hit someone from our class? Jiang Hao charged straight over, fueled by alcohol, and shouted at the group of thugs. How's that for a beating? A skinny, short guy with yellow hair looked down on Jiang Hao with disdain. Jiang Hao was about to charge forward, but was pulled back by Suze. Suze, let me teach these jerks a lesson. Don't be impulsive. There are a lot of them. Jiang Hao calmed down after hearing Suze say that. Suze stepped forward and looked at the young thug with the yellow hair. Why did you hit our classmate? The little yellow-haired thug glanced at Suze with disdain. Who the hell does he think he is, trying to cut in line for the bathroom in front of me? The boy who was beaten the hardest was already bruised and swollen, with several pieces of his clothes torn off. At that moment, he looked at Suze and the others with a look of injustice on his face. When did I the bathroom? I came in first, and I only used the bathroom once. The little yellow-haired guy said arrogantly. I said you stole it, so you stole it. Do you know that the pit is exclusively mine? Who else dares to use it? You're talking so much nonsense. How do you expect to avoid getting beaten up? He started dancing and swinging his fists. Seeing this, Suze's classmates were frightened and ducked behind him. Seeing this, the non-mainstream kids with their yellow and red hair burst into laughter. Ha! The next moment, Suze took the wine bottle in his hand and placed it in front of him. The small thug saw Suze's wine bottle and couldn't help but step back. If that bottle were to hit them unexpectedly, they'd be in for a world of trouble. Only Suze spoke up. We're all students, we don't know how to fight, but we're not pushovers either. If you don't apologize today, we'll call the police. The young thug dismissed Suze's words with disdain. You've got a phone to call the police, don't you? In 2008, not everyone had a cell phone, so you couldn't just call the police whenever you wanted. Calling the police isn't easy. Do you think you can take advantage of us just because there are so many of us guys? Plus, we have a few guys here who are top students from Xiaohua and Jingda universities. If you cause any trouble, you'll end up in jail. Who are you trying to scare? I can get into Xiaohua and Jiaotong University too. When Xiao Huangmo said that, everyone behind him burst into laughter. Only a handful of students from Hacheng could get into Xiaohua and Peking University each year. At that moment, the small-time thug pulled out a knife from his pants pocket. It's actually quite simple. Just apologize to us and compensate us for our losses, and everything will be fine. After all, we're just trying to make a living peacefully. You're trying to scam us. Suze's voice carried a hint of coldness. Ha, there's no scam. You hit my men, shouldn't you compensate us? Xiao Huangmo said. What if we refuse to compensate? Suze's voice grew colder. He didn't want to cause trouble. What are you waiting for? Those who dare to fight me won't survive. What are you waiting for, brothers? At the young man's words, the group surrounded Suze and his companions. Suze coldly stared at the young man with the yellow hair, then suddenly turned around and threw the wineglass in his hand at the young thug. The young man with the yellow hair flinched and instinctively stepped back. Suzili immediately stepped forward and kicked the young man in the chest. The young man with the yellow hair fell flat on his face. Before Suze could wait for him to get back up, he shouted loudly, "Everyone, beat him up!" Damn it, the students who were fighting together saw this little yellow-haired kid getting beaten up. If not him, then who else would they pick on? Saying that, he charged straight toward the young man with the yellow hair, his earlier arrogance completely gone. Scared out of his wits, the young man turned pale instantly. He never expected this group of newly minted adults. Quick, stop them. Everyone, isn't this the guy who brought people to beat us up? Strip him of his clothes and let's see how many balls he has. Jiang Hao roared. Everyone began to pull down the blonde-haired guy's pants. The little yellow-haired boy immediately grabbed his pants, but he couldn't resist the crowd. What was even more terrifying was a group of drunk students. In no time, his shirt was torn to shreds, and the pants he had been desperately trying to keep on were now in tatters, leaving only a red pair of underwear behind. The girls who had been about to call for help saw their male classmates gaining the upper hand. So they didn't feel like calling the police either, and stood there one by one with expressions of curiosity. After all, they were getting the better end of the deal, why bother calling the police? Brothers, I was wrong, don't pull me anymore. This little yellow-haired kid is about to cry. How come these students are so strong? As for his henchmen, each of them was injured, screaming in pain. Begging for mercy? Now you know to beg for mercy? I haven't had enough of beating you yet. Jiang Hao didn't care about any of that. He swung his fist, ready to strike again. But he was stopped by Suze. Call the police. Chapter 18, Call the police. The young men, upon hearing that the police were being called, became even more frightened. After all, these guys didn't want to end up at the police station. Once they're at the police station, their parents will have to pay a fine to get them out. Don't be fooled by their tough exterior. But when they encounter their own parents, they're like mice seeing a cat. If you take them back home, you'd be lucky not to get beaten up a few times. They don't want to endure such suffering under any circumstances. Brother, let's be straightforward. We'll take the blame for this. Don't call the police. Whatever conditions you have, I'll agree to them. Xiao Huangmao hurriedly pleaded with Suze. Everyone watched as the once arrogant young thug now begged for mercy from Suze. For a moment, everyone felt even more admiration for Suze. Suze had no interest in these petty thugs. Does anyone have a cell phone? Call 110. I do, Suze. Yi Qiuyu rushed out, looking at Suze with admiration, and handed his phone to Suze. Just as Suze picked up the phone, a man dressed in a cheap suit suddenly walked out. Hey, young man, why did you call the police? We can discuss this calmly. I'm the manager here. The front desk manager smiled broadly as he watched Suze and the others. This so-called lobby manager is nothing but a small-time thug. After all, places like KTV are a mix of good and bad people. Without a few tough guys to keep things in order, they probably wouldn't last long. Suze didn't think much of the lobby manager. This guy didn't even come out when his own classmate was being beaten up, and now he's running out? Ha ha. Sure enough, the little yellow-haired thug saw the so-called lobby manager and immediately rushed over, grabbing his leg. Jun-gu, save me. I don't want to go to the police station. The lobby manager ignored him and looked at Suze instead, as he knew Suze was the leader of this group of recent graduates. Step back and the sky is wide open, brother. The lobby manager approached Suze with a friendly demeanor, intending to pat him on the shoulder. However, Suze shifted his foot backward to avoid him and continued dialing 110 on his phone. Officer, there's a fight here. Could you please come over? The lobby manager glared at Suze with a cold expression. He hadn't expected Suze to completely disregard his authority. Alright, you have some backbone. Don't ever fall into my hands again. The lobby manager said harshly. There won't be another chance. Suze replied coldly. These thugs aren't worth talking about brotherhood with. Besides, Suze doesn't have any feelings for them either. Soon, a police car arrived, and several police officers got out. The leader was a middle-aged police officer with a stern and authoritative expression. What's going on? Who's fighting? Why doesn't anyone want to stay outside? Do you all want to go inside? As soon as those words were spoken, the manager of the lobby, known as Military Brother, immediately rushed over with a forced smile on his face. Zhao team leader, why are you personally leading the team? The lobby manager, Jun-gu, was bending over, his face full of flattery. Don't try to pull connections here. Are we that familiar? The police officer leading the group said sternly. No, we're not. What's going on here? Jun-gu immediately spoke up. Zhao team leader, it's not a big deal. It's just a bunch of high school graduates who had a few drinks and came here to cause trouble. Zhao team leader glanced at Suze and the others and said coldly. Alright, you students don't learn anything good, but you've all learned how to drink and fight. Handcuff them and take them back. Have their parents pay a fine. This was the standard procedure for the police when they caught people fighting in the past. Upon hearing that they were going to be taken to the police station, the alcohol they had consumed wore off instantly, and they looked at the police with fear in their eyes. Everyone was just out of college and naturally felt a sense of awe toward the police. And seeing a police officer with such an authoritative demeanor only made them even more afraid. The young man with the yellow hair nearby chimed in, "That's right, officer, look at us, we've been beaten up." As he spoke, he pointed to his swollen face, and some of the other thugs were holding their arms, clearly injured. Zhao's expression grew even more stern as he spoke harshly. Alright, you students actually dare to commit violence? Take them all back and lock them up for a few days. The students were suddenly thrown into a panic. They attacked us first. What did we do wrong? Officer, please don't arrest me. I'm still a student. Officer, you've got the wrong person. They're the ones who hit me. Everyone was panicking, and one by one, they started speaking excitedly. Zhao's students probably weren't good students either, they had to be detained for a few days. Jungu was shouting orders from the side. Bull. Suze stepped forward and looked at Zhao, the police officer, speaking very politely. Hello, officer. We are senior high school graduates from County Number 2 High School. We were attacked and only defended ourselves. Please look at how badly we've been beaten. Moreover, it was we who reported this incident to the police. Suzili immediately gave Jiang Hao a meaningful glance. Jiang Hao immediately understood and pulled out some of the students who had been beaten more severely. In fact, although these students were badly beaten, their injuries were only superficial. However, once they were brought out and saw the police, they immediately put on a show of being severely injured. It hurts. Is my neck broken? My arm? My legs? A group of students immediately started acting dramatic. We students were here having a meal and singing when we were attacked and injured. Now you want to take us back? Officer, we VE just graduated. We're so young and now we're being slandered like this. Suze spoke while his voice trembled with tears. However, when he said that, the students felt truly wrong. One after another, they began to sob, especially the girls, who started crying loudly. Uncle Zhao, this really isn't our fault. We came here to sing after graduation, but they attacked my classmates. Yi Qiuyu suddenly stood up. Jungu couldn't help but step forward and threaten, you saw it with your own eyes. You can't just make up stories about the little girl. Otherwise. But before he could finish, he heard Zhao's furious rebuke. Shut up. The next moment, he smiled cheerfully at Yi Qiuyu. Qiuyu, this is your class. Uncle will definitely handle this for you. He then turned to the police officer beside him and said, what are you waiting for? Didn't you hear what the student just said? Arrest these thugs who beat him up. Wha, I'm clearly the one who's hurt the worst. The young thug with the yellow hair cried out in protest. You're injured, but you're just an uneducated thug. You have the nerve to hit people, so even if you're badly injured, you deserve it. Take him away. However, Suze spoke up. Hold on, the police officers might have a mastermind behind them. Chapter 19, Resolution. Chapter 19, Resolution. Suze's words caused the police officers who had been about to act to pause in their movements. The police officers all turned to look at Zhao, who glanced at Suze and then at Yi Qiuyu. He had a strong impression of Suze. Earlier, he argued with him logically and reasonably. Most middle school students would have been terrified by the police officer's words earlier. Moreover, Yi Qiuyu was there. Yi Qiuyu's father was his direct superior, the deputy director of the county bureau, specifically responsible for maintaining public order. With the daughter of his direct superior present, acting carelessly could have serious implications for his future career prospects. Stop. Bring them over here. Zhao said. A dozen or so small-time thugs stood before Zhao. Zhao's expression was serious, his eyes scanning the young thugs like a hungry wolf, but he did not speak. These young thugs had never experienced such a scene before. Under that gaze, they trembled uncontrollably. I said, officer, this was all Zhou Gongzi's idea. He told me to teach a guy named Suze and his classmates a lesson. The little yellow-haired thug blurted out everything he knew, whether it was true or not. Sure enough, there was someone there. Suze remembered that in his previous life, there was no fighting during his class dinner. Upon hearing that there was someone backing him up, Zhao's tone grew serious. Fighting and brawling are one thing, but having someone behind the scenes pulling the strings is an entirely different matter. Moreover, the daughter of the deputy director is involved in this matter. Could this be targeting the deputy director's daughter? Just thinking about the deputy director's daughter getting into trouble within his jurisdiction made him feel a chill down his spine. Don't mention Zhou Gongzi. What's his name? Zhao's tone grew incredibly serious. The young man with the yellow hair had never seen such a scene before. His legs trembled, and he hurriedly said, Jobo, he's in the private room next door. Zhao, the team leader, gave a nod, and immediately a police officer rushed into the private room, dragging Jobo and his two henchmen out. As soon as Jobo came out, he shouted repeatedly, refusing to admit it. "Officer, he's making things up. I don't even know him." The young thug, upon hearing Jobo deny it, immediately shouted out, "Officer, please believe me. It was him. He gave us 1,000 yuan to teach Suze and those students with no sense of respect a lesson. The money is all here, I didn't dare spend a single penny of it." The young thug pulled out a stack of $100 bills from his pocket. "You're lying, I didn't. Jobo could only keep denying it. However, by this point, everyone knew that Jobo was the one behind it all. Everyone was furious. Jobo never expected it to be like this. Jobo is the kind of person who holds grudges. It's best to keep your distance from him in the future. Zhao team also understands the situation. As long as it's not targeting Yichoyu, it's fine. He couldn't help but look at Yichoyu. The main issue is that this matter involves the daughter of the deputy director. Otherwise, we would have simply taken her back for a stern lecture, paid the fine, and the matter would have been resolved without further complications. Yichoyu turned to look at Suze. Suze hadn't expected that Jobo was behind this. Are young people these days really so hot-headed? "Officer, let's handle this professionally. Do what needs to be done, but my classmates were injured and will have to pay for their hospital bills." Suze didn't beat anyone to death with a single blow. After all, they were classmates. "Uncle Zhao, that's exactly what I meant." Seeing that Suze and Yichoyu weren't pursuing the matter, Zhao team leader couldn't help but take a deep breath. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it either. "Alright, that's settled. Do what needs to be done. Take all these people back with you, and make sure the injured students are taken to the hospital." Under Zhao's orders, the injured students were quickly taken to the hospital for treatment. As for Jobo and the other troublemakers, they were waiting at the police station for their parents to bail them out. Outside the hospital, Zhao looked at Suze and Yichoyu, especially Suze. This young man exuded an unusual calmness. From what he had overheard from the thugs earlier, he already knew. If it weren't for this young man named Suze rushing out, those students probably wouldn't have dared to fight those thugs. Moreover, Suze didn't even have a single scratch on him. This piqued Zhao's interest in Suze. "Suze, you really saved the day this time. Without you, things could have gone badly. Thank you so much. Combating organized crime is what we, as young people of the new era, should do," Suze replied immediately. Yichoyu heard this and chuckled beside him. "Alright, you're a good young man. I've already called the parents of the students here. I'll take these troublemakers back first. How will the two of you get back?" Although Zhao asked these questions, his eyes never left Yichoyu. Suze also knew that if it weren't for Yichoyu, a police captain wouldn't have given him such face. "This place is pretty close to my home, I can just walk back," Suze said. "Suze and I live in the same neighborhood, so I'll walk back with him," Yichoyu also hurriedly said from the side. "Alright." Zhao said a few more words and left. "Suze, you were really brave today, especially with that bottle." Yichoyu looked at Suze with a starstruck expression. He noticed that Suze was becoming more and more different. "There's nothing to do, let's go back," Suze said indifferently. What about Jiang Hao?" Yichoyu suddenly remembered Jiang Hao and couldn't help but ask. "That guy was showing off earlier and got beaten up. He's in the hospital now." Actually, Jiang Hao isn't seriously injured, but he dares not go back. If his father finds out, he'll be in big trouble. He can only pretend to be sick. "Alright, then it's just the two of us, no more of Jiang Hao's third wheel," Yichoyu said happily in a low voice. Suze ignored Yichoyu and walked slowly. Yichoyu was as happy as a little bird following behind Suze. Suddenly, Yichoyu said, "Suze, are you going to learn to drive during summer vacation?" Suze suddenly remembered that he didn't have a driver's license yet. In 2008, the driver's license exam wasn't very strict, and you could even get one by paying money. At that time, learning to drive was the easiest thing to do. "Learn. Great, I'll learn too. We can sign up together," Yichoyu said excitedly. Suze shrugged indifferently. "Alright." Along the way, Yichoyu chatted non-stop, switching topics constantly. She said she never thought Jobo was this kind of person, and that she was about to leave home but still felt reluctant to go. Suze walked quietly all the way. The two soon arrived at the residential complex and returned to their respective apartment buildings. Suze went to Jiang Hao's house to inform him that Jiang Hao was in the hospital. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's father looked extremely worried and rushed to the hospital without another word. He ran while talking. "Which son of a messed with my son? I won't let him get away with it." Jiang Hao's father wasn't as terrifying as Jiang Hao had described. He was actually a very kind and compassionate father. Chapter 20, the results are out. The news about the KTV incident and the events on Beijing East Road quickly spread like wildfire on the county high school's online forum. Everyone marveled that County No. 2 High School had produced such a talented individual. Many people commented on the post asking if Suze has a girlfriend or not. Yi Chiu was hiding under the covers with her phone, browsing the forum. As she read the posts where people were confessing their feelings to Suze, her face turned red with anger and she puffed out her cheeks. You foxes, Suze is mine, and none of you can take him away from me. But none of this will affect Suze. Since that night, Suze only had 3 places he went to each day: the internet cafe, his home, and the driving school. Originally, Suze had planned to buy a computer, but now computers are quite expensive, his parents don't earn much, and he had just spent several thousand yuan on driving school fees, so he decided to wait until he had enough money to buy one. After the college entrance exam, it was the most relaxed time, but there were still over 10 days left before the results were released. These next 10 days are the most carefree days. Suze went to the internet cafe to write, of course. His novel about a son-in-law had already been published. It's been at the top of the bestseller list on the literary website every day. After all, in 2008, readers were just beginning to explore wireless literature, let alone this type of story about a son-in-law, which was utterly addictive. Suze quickly wrote 3 chapters today, uploaded them, and then kept refreshing the backend of the literary website. Today was the day the royalty payments were released, and he was naturally eager to find out how much he had earned this month. But he hadn't refreshed the page yet. His Penguin account kept flashing. It was a message from Changa on the literary website. Changa, Su Data, are you there? Suze, yes, what's up? Literary website. In the backstage area, Changa saw Suze's response and immediately pushed his glasses up. Su Data was the big shot of their literary website. This month, the website's revenue has doubled, and the vast majority of that is thanks to Su Data. Such an author is actually the writer of Changa. What qualifications does he have to write such a long poem? All he can think about is his bonus for this month. Changa decided he must maintain a good relationship with this Su Data. Changa, Su Data, nothing much. I just came to tell you that this month's royalties are approximately 50 million. 50,000 isn't just a lot in 2008, it'd be a lot even decades from now. But for Suze, it's really nothing special. After all, in his previous life, Suze's South assets were already close to a small fortune. Suze, got it. When will they be paid? Changa, in about 3 days. Su Data, I see you're already in the later stages of writing this novel. I wonder what you're planning to write next. Suze, I haven't decided yet. Later on? That's impossible. It's only a few 100,000 words. Suze and Changa chatted sporadically. Literary website backend, general manager's office. Lu Yao sat in the boss's chair, with Changa standing opposite him. Lu Yao spoke up. How's it going with that Su Data? Changa looked gloomy. Big brother, it seems like Su Data doesn't intend to renew our contract. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao couldn't help but furrow his brows. Although the literary website had made a profit this month, it was entirely due to that son-in-law novel. If Suze leaves, the website will immediately start losing money. Moreover, some websites have already begun to secretly contact Suze. However, their confidentiality measures are well maintained, so Suze's information has not been obtained by those websites. But you can't keep a secret forever. Eventually, Suze's information will come to light. No matter what, we must keep him here. Then, Changa, you and I will go find him together. Changa, alright, boss. Suze has been incredibly relaxed lately, and finally, the day has come for the results to be released. The school also notified students to go to the school to pick up their college application forms. On this day, Su's father and mother were extremely nervous. It wasn't just Su Dad and Su Mom, almost every parent of a college entrance exam candidate was extremely nervous. June 25th is the day the results are released. Su's father held the phone nervously. It was clearly a call from the examination office. In 2008, there were only 2 ways to check college entrance exam results. One was to go to the examination office's website and enter the candidate's ID number, and the other was to call and report the candidate's ID number. How did your son do on the exam? Su's mother was standing nearby, pressing her ear against the phone, also anxious beyond words. On the other hand, Suze seemed completely unfazed, standing by as if none of this had anything to do with him. Suze couldn't help but smile as he watched his parents' actions. What are you laughing at? You don't even care about your grades. Su's mother gave him a disapproving look. Suze smiled. Mom, just give them as many as they want. There's plenty to go around. You little rascal. Suma cursed under her breath and continued to press her ear against the receiver. It wasn't that Suze was calm. Based on his memory, he was certain he had passed the exam this time. There was no need to be nervous. Su Dad's already tense expression suddenly became even more tense. Xiaoze, how did I almost get the same score as you? What's going on, Xiaoze? Did you hand in your exam paper? Suma looked even more anxiously at Suze. I can't find my scores. Suze was also startled and quickly stepped forward to take the microphone. All he could hear was the sound coming from the phone. Your score is currently ranked 50th in the province. Please be sure to attend the event on June 27. Upon hearing this, Suze immediately understood. Mom and Dad, don't worry. Listen to me. He placed the microphone near Su Dad and Su Mom's ears. Su Dad and Su Mom heard this and were overjoyed. Xiaoze, what does this mean? Su Dad couldn't believe his ears as he looked at Suze. Su's mother happily hit Su's father on the back. Old man, you're so silly. This means our son's grades are among the top in the province. Ha! Su Dad heard this and touched his nose in a kind manner. I'm not just disbelieving this is my son, after all. Old man, what do you mean? Suma grabbed Su Ba's ear. It hurts, honey. Our son is watching. What's wrong with him watching? Can't I even discipline you? Suze watched Su Dad and Su Mom playfully fight and couldn't help but smile. It wasn't until someone started calling to inquire about Suze's grades that Su Dad and Su Mom finally stopped. However, both Su's father and mother said the same thing, the scores hadn't been released yet, so they didn't know the results. Some relatives heard this and assumed that Suze hadn't done well on the exam, so they didn't say anything. They only said that they must be notified when the banquet is held. In Suze's area, people hold banquets when their children are admitted to university. However, most people don't bother with a banquet for third-tier universities, only those who get into second-tier universities or higher will host one. In his previous life, Suze remembered that he didn't apply, after all, he didn't perform well on the exam. Su's mother and father insisted that it was a certainty as long as he passed, they would definitely treat him. The phone at home was ringing off the hook, and Su Dad and Su Mom were busy as bees. Originally, the two had plans for the afternoon, but they both suddenly said they wouldn't go. Now they were planning to stay home and take calls all afternoon. Suze smiled. Dad, Mom, I'm heading to school first. I need to pick up the college application reference books today. Go ahead, go ahead. Su Dad and Su Mom didn't even glance up, but the two of them were whispering to each other, discussing something. Chapter 21, Jiang Hao's excitement. As Suze arrived downstairs, Jiang Hao was already waiting there. Upon seeing Suze, he was overjoyed. Jizi, I love you so much. Saying that, she jumped straight onto Suze's body. Suze quickly dodged, causing Jiang Hao to miss his target. Haozi, I'm not into guys. But Jiang Hao suddenly wrapped his arm around Suze's shoulder and said with a smile. Haha, I definitely wouldn't do that. If you were a girl, I'd fight tooth and nail to marry you back. You know how many points I scored on the exam? 600 points. Suze spoke casually. Wow, Zizi, how did you know? Jiang Hao looked at Suze in disbelief. Suze glanced at him. I have no idea how well you'll do on the exam. Those questions I told you myself. Jiang Hao felt awkward and scratched his nose, but within a few seconds, he returned to his usual self. Jizi, I never thought I could score 600 points. Do you know how excited my old man will be when he finds out I got 600 points? He's still at home bragging about it on the phone, haha. After all these years, I've finally made it through. Alright, can't you just be a little more low-key? Su Zibai gave Jiang Hao a disapproving look. This guy is just a show-off. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Jiang Hao nodded and looked at Suze seriously. Jizi, from now on, you're my own brother, the kind raised by the same mother. Jiang Hao knew that he was able to score so high solely because of the questions Suze had given him. Otherwise, even if he had taken the exam, he wouldn't have been able to score that high. You're getting all emotional now. That's not your style, Haozi. Suze said with a smile. Z, how many points did you get? Jiang Hao asked curiously. After all, he had scored over 600 points. My score hasn't come out yet. Suze said. What? Are you one of those top 50 students in the province who don't release their scores? Quick, let me see what it looks like. Jiang Hao said excitedly. Let's talk about it when we get back to school. Alright, I didn't expect there to be such a genius right beside me. Impressive. Throughout the journey, Jiang Hao couldn't help but be amazed. When they arrived at the school gate, Yi Qiuyu was actually standing there. Upon seeing Suze, Yi Qiuyu couldn't help but run over joyfully. Suze, how many points did you score? I got 610 points. Congratulations. Suze spoke softly. 610 points is indeed a high score. Jiang Hao rolled his eyes. Only 610 points? Yi Qiuyu looked at Jiang Hao's disdainful expression and couldn't help but ask. Jiang Hao, how many points did you score? Jiang Hao, upon hearing the question about the score, didn't have a chance to respond normally. This wasn't giving him a chance. An opportunity to show off? How could Jiang Hao possibly miss it? He couldn't let it go. Jiang Hao couldn't help but lift his head, looking confident. Cough, cough. I'll give you a chance to guess. Yi Qiuyu glanced at Jiang Hao disdainfully. With your grades, you'd probably struggle to get a 400. How dare Yi Qiuyu talk like that? Who does he think he is? I, Jiang Hao, scored 600 points. You? Yi Qiuyu didn't believe it at all. Jiang Hao directly pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and threw it onto Yi Qiuyu's body. Take a good look. Let all of you who look down on me see this. It's actually a printed transcript. 600 points. Yi Choyu's little mouth stretched wide. This is exactly the kind of thing Jiang Hao would do. Hee, I got this report card from my dad. He printed out a thick stack of them, saying he wanted to burn them for our ancestors so they'd be happy. After all, I'm the first college student in the Jiang family and the first to score 600 points. Jiang Hao said proudly. That was the truth. People like Su Zhe and Jiang Hao, who came from rural families. University is probably something they only learned about in their generation. You really scored 600 points. Yi Choyu still couldn't believe it. Why would I lie to you? Here's the report card. Jiang Hao finished speaking and ignored Yi Choyu, instead turning to Su Zhe. Zhi, let's go to school quickly. I can't wait to show them what they're made of. Su Zhe sighed helplessly and, urged on by Jiang Hao, started walking forward. Yi Choyu was still confused about why Jiang Hao, who had always been a poor student, suddenly scored so high. But since he had already flaunted his report card in her face, she had no grounds to doubt him. Su Zhe, how many points did you get? If our scores are close, maybe we should apply to the same school. Yi Choyu followed up, curiously asking Su Zhe. Before Su Zhe could answer, Jiang Hao, who was standing nearby, couldn't hold back any longer. Autumn Rain, you no longer have a chance to pursue our Suja. What did you say, Jiang Hao? Yi Choyu's face flushed red. Though she spoke words of reproach, there was not a trace of blame in her tone, only a deep sense of joy. Zhi's grades are among the top 50 in the province. Do you think you still have a chance? Jiang Hao sighed dramatically. Choyu, if you don't act sooner in high school, you'll definitely miss out on college. Yi Choyu's small mouth grew even larger this time, even more unbelievable. Although Su Zhe's grades were better than Jiang Hao's, they were only around 500 points on average. To make it into the top 50 in the province, with Xiaohua and Beijing University, it's a sure thing. Su Zhe, did you really make it into the top 50? Yi Choyu asked in disbelief. Su Zhe nodded and said, that's what they said on the phone. Yi Choyu listened and immediately took out the full-screen phone he had just bought. Wow, a Nokia 5800 XM. Yi Choyu, you're so generous. You've already bought the latest Nokia phone? I begged my dad for ages, but he wouldn't buy me one, saying he'd wait until my grades came out before getting me a phone. Let me try it out, please. Jiang Hao stared at Yi Choyu's phone with a mesmerized expression. Yi Choyu rolled her eyes. I need to grade Su Zhe's work. Wait a moment. Alright, no problem. Jiang Hao smiled foolishly. Su Zhe, give me your admission ticket and I'll check it online for you. In 2008, although mobile internet was not yet as developed as it is today, mobile phones could still access the internet. However, at that time, there were not many mobile phones capable of accessing the internet. Yi Choyu's new phone, of course, could. Su Zhe didn't mind telling Yi Choyu his admission ticket number. Yi Choyu immediately started searching online. When she saw the webpage, she was stunned. The top 50 in Huizhou province, it was actually true. Su Zhe, you've been lying to me all along. Yi Choyu glared at Su Zhe with a displeased expression. I told you to study hard before, did you think I was stupid? In the past, Yi Choyu had always been urging Su Zhe to study hard, but Su Zhe had never taken it seriously. But now, upon seeing Su Zhe's grades, Yi Choyu suddenly felt like a fool. No, Su Zhe shook his head and said. Although he disliked Yi Choyu's lecturing tone, Yi Choyu was actually being kind to him. Su Zhe never expected you to play the fool to catch the tiger, but this is better. This will make things easier in the future. Yi Choyu said with a smile. Chapter 22, University. I just want to study seriously. Su Zhe looked at Yi Choyu's silly smile and didn't say anything. Jiang Hao, standing nearby, said, Choyu, our Zhi is at least a county-level top scholar. If you want to take him in, it won't be that easy. Why is it not easy? I've already confessed to him. Su Zhe, are you trying to back out? Yi Choyu said somewhat arrogantly. What do you mean? Jiang Hao asked, looking at Yi Choyu. Su Zhe replied seriously, I'm still young. I just want to focus on my studies. Yi Choyu and Jiang Hao both froze in surprise. They hadn't expected Su Zhe to speak so seriously. Su Zhe, do you hate me that much? Yi Choyu's bright eyes stared at Su Zhe, as if the moment he uttered the word hate, tears would well up in her eyes and spill over. I don't hate you. I just want to study hard. Su Zhe said. Yi Choyu heard this and couldn't help but chuckle. As long as you don't hate it. He went to school as cheerful as a little bird. In the classroom, this was probably the last time everyone would gather together after the college entrance exams. This time, Yi Choyu deliberately sat next to Su Zhe. She wasn't afraid of what others might say, after all, she had already graduated from high school. Everyone was chatting about their grades and plans for after high school. Meanwhile, Zhou Bo was still gesturing and pointing around the classroom, with a group of people gathered around him. It was as if nothing had happened that night. Deputy class monitor, how many points did you score? What? 590 points? That's several dozen points above the first-tier college cutoff score. Wow, the vice class president is amazing. This score might even get you into a 211 university. Jobo listened to the flattery around him and couldn't help but feel proud, occasionally glancing at Suze. Jiang Hao stood up, rolled his eyes, and said disdainfully, just scoring 590 points? Is that really worth getting so excited about? Jiang Hao was about to start showing off. Jiang Hao, how many points can you score? With your grades, you dare to talk so arrogantly here? The first sycophant said disdainfully. I bet his score is only good enough for a vocational college. The second sycophant immediately added. Jiang Hao sneered, stood up, took out his printed transcript, and threw it hard at the faces of the two sycophants. Then he raised his head and said indifferently, "Humph, open your dog eyes and take a good look. I am Jiang Hao, with a score of 600. Seeing Jiang Hao's expression, Suze felt a bit awkward. This has the aura of a villain from a novel. However, for the people in the class, this news was undoubtedly a bombshell. This is the story of the underachiever in your class who suddenly scored 600 points. The two sycophants immediately opened the printed score sheets and handed them to Jobo. The large number 600 was so glaring. How about it? Still trying to show off in front of me? You're just a loser who couldn't even score 600 points. Jiang Hao watched Jobo's endless mockery. Jobo was speechless. He had originally intended to use this achievement to strike back at Su Zijin and Jiang Hao and avenge that night, but instead, he was struck down again. The old teacher is coming, the old teacher is coming. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline walked into the classroom. This was Song Weiguo, the homeroom teacher of Suze and his classmates, known as Old Song. Old Song walked in with a thick stack of printed papers, smiling broadly. Come on, Jobo, hand out everyone's report cards. Schools usually make copies of students' admission tickets, mainly for checking grades. Otherwise, how would they publicize it externally? Such and such school this year. Song Weiguo handed the printed paper in his hand to Jobo. Jobo immediately took it and began distributing them one by one, his gaze still carrying a hint of arrogance. He was the one the old class teacher admired the most. Song Weiguo looked down at his students, feeling incredibly happy. This was undoubtedly the best class he had ever taught. Thinking back to the envy of his colleagues in the office earlier, the principal's congratulations, and the mention that the next grade director position might be his, Song Weiguo felt even happier inside. As he watched Suze, he found himself liking him more and more. How had he not realized before that he was such a top student? It turned out he had been putting on an act all along. The classroom was bustling with noise, everyone looking around at each other. Some who didn't do well on the exam started crying right there. Oh, how did I only score 600 points? Zhang Haoyang waved the report card in Yang's hand, afraid that others wouldn't see it. Suze finally couldn't stand it anymore. Cough, Haozi, don't act so cool. Be careful you don't end up embarrassing yourself. What's there to be embarrassed about? Zhizi, you're just being too modest. If you did well on the exam, you should let everyone know. That's what makes it satisfying. Jiang Hao gave him a look that said, you just don't understand how it feels. Suze couldn't help but touch his nose. He couldn't bring himself to hold the report card and shout about his scores to everyone. Cough, everyone has gotten their report cards, right? Song Weiguo said. As soon as Song Weiguo spoke, the classroom fell silent. This is also our last class meeting. No matter how everyone did on the exam, please come back and visit us often in the future. Song Weiguo finished speaking, and everyone couldn't help but clap their hands. Some even began to sob with sadness. However, our class performed exceptionally well this time. I can confidently say that you are the best class I have ever taught, especially Suze and Xiaomo. Song Weiguo's tone began to grow excited as he spoke, and he walked over to Suze. Everyone was taken aback by his words and couldn't help but look at Suze. As for Xiaomo, she didn't show up. What score did she get to deserve such praise from Old Song? Suze, the teacher misunderstood you before. Song Weiguo patted Suze on the shoulder. In the past, because Suze's English was poor, Old Song had called him to the office countless times. Even the parents had called countless times. They even threatened Suze's mother, saying that with his limp, he would never get into college. From that point onward, Song Weiguo paid little attention to Suze. Although Suze did not harbor any particular affection for Song Weiguo, he had decades of life experience under his belt and certainly would not risk offending someone without good reason. Suze stood up and gave Song Weiguo a faint smile. Teacher, I've caused you so much trouble. My grades wouldn't be possible without your guidance. Song Weiguo couldn't help but laugh upon hearing Suze's words. Good, good. Suze, keep up the good work, and you will certainly become a valuable asset in the future. Thank you for your praise, Mr. Song. Suze smiled faintly. Everyone noticed that Song Weiguo was being so kind to Suze, even with a hint of flattery in his tone. This left them puzzled and perplexed. Old man, how many points did Suze score? Mr. Lau, tell us, please. Everyone started asking questions all at once. Song Weigwa smiled and said, Suzay's specific grades haven't been released yet, but his ranking is in the top 50 in the province. That high? Damn, Suzay is playing dumb to catch the tiger. That's impressive. Everyone was astonished to hear this ranking. After all, no one from second middle school had ever scored so high before. Our class isn't just about Suzay Xiaomo's ranking is also in the top 50 in the province. Song Weigwa was clearly in a great mood. There are actually 2 of them in our class. Wow, I'm actually in the same class as such an academic star. Everyone was stunned, while Suzay remained calm and composed. Chapter 23, The City Scholar. In the classroom, Song Weigwa informed everyone about the requirements for filling out college applications. In 2008, there were no short video bloggers like those of today. Students mostly learned about it from their teachers or seniors. Therefore, everyone listened very attentively. Some students took out their prepared notebooks and started writing and drawing. Song Weigwa spoke at length, then picked up the lectern and took a sip of water. Alright, everyone knows that in a week, it will be time to fill out your college applications. Make sure to take a good look at them when you get home, especially discuss them with your parents. Everyone except Suzay, please step outside. Song Weigwa picked up his cup again, took a quick sip of water, walked up to Suzay, and said with a smile, Suzay, come with me to the principal's office. Everyone is waiting for you. Waiting for me? Suzay asked with a puzzled look on his face. Waiting for me? Suzay asked with a puzzled look on his face. Haha, it's Xiaohua University, Beijing University, and Jilin University in Sujiang Province. They've all sent representatives to recruit you. The crowd, who had just been about to leave, heard Song Weigwa's words and couldn't help but feel envious. These were among the best universities in the country, especially Xiaohua University and Beijing University, which were ranked as the top 2 universities in the country. Everyone else is begging to get in, yet these 2 universities are now competing for Suzay. People are just so different. Juzi, you're amazing. Both Xiaohua University and Beijing University are after you. Unlike some people who score over 500 on the exam and start showing off. Jiang Hao emphasized the words scored over 500 points with particular emphasis. Zhou Bo clenched his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. After all, the other person had a higher score. If this were any other day, Song Weigwa might have said a few more words. But now, one scored 600 points, and the other is even among the top 50 in the province. Mocking someone who scored over 500 points isn't that unreasonable, is it? Moreover, since I benefited from Suzay this time, I certainly wouldn't say anything. Alright, if there's nothing else, everyone should go back. Song Weigwa looked at the chattering students and spoke up. Teacher, we still have some things to do. Suddenly, a girl reached out her hand. What's the matter? Song Weigwa asked. The girl blushed and lowered her head, extremely shy. Teacher, I want to take a photo with Suzay. As soon as she said that, all the other women raised their hands. Teacher, I wanted to. I wanted to. Teacher, we want to take photos too. Song Weigwa watched the girl's performance and burst into laughter. If you want to take photos, you need to get permission from Suzay. Talking to me won't help. The girls immediately looked at Suzay with pity. Suzay, is that okay? Suzay looked at the girls and was about to speak. Yi Qiuyu rushed out of the crowd, took Suzay's hand, and threw her phone to Jiang Hao. Take a photo of me and Suzay. Jiang Hao was taken aback and didn't say anything. Yi Qiuyu looked down on the girls with arrogance. You seductive women dare to compete with me for Suzay? Suzay is mine, and the first photo is also mine. Let's take another photo with Suzay. Yi Qiuyu was even more determined to lean her head against Suzay's shoulder this time. Suzay furrowed his brows. Alright, Yi Qiuyu, let's take a group photo with the other students. Saying that, he pushed Yi Qiuyu aside. Upon hearing this, some of the bolder girls immediately ran over to Suzay and wrapped their arms around his hands. Some of the timid ones stood beside Suzay. For a moment, Suzay was like a celebrity. However, this scene made Yi Qiuyu grind her teeth in anger and stomp her feet. After finally satisfying the needs of most of the girls, Suzay finally headed toward the principal's office with Song Weigwa. Along the way, Song Weigwa kept talking about how difficult it had been to lead this class over the past 3 years and how much of his free time he had sacrificed. Finally, 2 students had made it, giving him something to be proud of. Suzay had been nodding along the way, but deep down, he didn't think much of it. He felt like he hadn't received much care either. But since everyone else was saying it, Suzay certainly couldn't argue with them. When he arrived at the principal's office, the principal, whom he hadn't seen in 3 years, suddenly walked up to him with a kind smile on his face. Suzay, come in and sit down. Saying that, he led Suzay over. When Suzay entered, he noticed that there were already 6 people sitting on the office sofa, with a camera and microphone placed on the table. It was clear that there were journalists present, which explained why the principal and homeroom teacher had been so polite to him. Suzay, let me introduce you. This is Zhang, a reporter from the local TV station. This is the admissions director from Xiaohua University. This is the admissions director from Beijing University. And this is the admissions director from Jinling University. The principal introduced everyone in the room, and Suze, of course, greeted everyone politely and gave them all due respect. As a businessman in his previous life, Suze knew that maintaining good relationships could only benefit him. Suze never expected to encounter so many influential figures in this situation. Someone like the admissions office director at Jinling University is at least a professor of the 4th rank and is likely a prominent figure within the university. It seems my grades won't be scrutinized too closely this time. Then I'll interview Sue first. The reporter stood up, and it was clear that they had all discussed this beforehand. The admissions office directors also nodded in agreement. As the top student in the city and second in the province, how did you study? Do you have any special methods? The reporter asked the routine question. However, Suze was taken aback. He hadn't expected to become the top student in the city. He had copied a bit too much. However, Suze remained calm on the surface and said, "That's not the case. It's mainly because the school atmosphere is good, and the teachers are very dedicated and responsible. I think we should focus on interviewing our principal and homeroom teacher." The reporter was clearly taken aback by this answer. It was obvious he had never heard such a response before. After all, most middle school students who win the city championship would be extremely happy and would certainly emphasize how hard they studied. Someone like Suze, who starts off by praising the school directly, is the first of his kind. As for Song Weigwa and the principal, they were smiling so broadly their faces were about to split. Suze was being so generous, giving all the credit to them. The principal came straight up to the reporters and started talking big. "This is all expected. Our school has a history of several hundred years and has always placed great emphasis on education, with some unique methods. Especially when it comes to Suze's education, we have not followed conventional methods." Suze. When Suze heard the principal's praise, even someone as thick-skinned as him couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. That's a bit too much praise, isn't it? However, the principal didn't think so, and he couldn't wait to throw all the good words he had in his belly at Suze. Finally, the reporter couldn't stop himself and had to stop. The principal finally stopped, still wanting to continue. Chapter 24, Choosing between Xiaohua and Beijing University. The principal and the 3 department heads are still here. Song Weigwei reminded him. The 3 admissions office directors were all holding cups, drinking water, as if none of this concerned them. Indeed, it had nothing to do with them. Their target was Suze. "Ha, I got so excited talking that I made the 3 leaders wait." The principal said to Suze, "Suze, come and talk to these 3 leaders." Suze had always had a plan in mind. Since he had been reborn and had done so well in his exams, not going to the capital city would be a waste of his opportunity. Whether it was Xiaohua or the capital university, Suze didn't really care. The 3 admissions office directors began to discuss various conditions. In the end, Suze chose Peking University because the conditions offered were too good to pass up. For years of tuition waived, plus various subsidies, and even the option to pursue a bachelor's, master's, and PhD all in one program. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that there are many beautiful women at Kyoto University. With so many girls around, won't studying be more motivating in the future? The other 2 admissions officers heard this and, though a bit disappointed, still offered their congratulations. After all, aside from someone like Suze, they had more important provincial top scorers to focus on, so they immediately took their leave. "Sue, congratulations on choosing our university. You won't regret your decision." The admissions director smiled and congratulated him. Under the guidance of school leaders, Suze and the others signed a simple contract. As for the specifics, they would have to wait 3 days for a teacher from Beijing University to arrive. Suze didn't pay much attention to it after all. Kyoto University was just a stepping stone for him in this life. Suze emerged from the principal's office, where Jiang Hao and Yi Qiuyu were still waiting outside. Upon seeing Jiang Hao come out, Yi Qiuyu excitedly walked over. "Suze, the teacher is calling you to the office." "Nothing much. The admissions officers from Xiaohua University, Beijing University, and Jinling University came to find me and asked me to go to their schools to study." "Nothing much, just the admissions directors from Xiaohua University, Jingcheng University, and Jinling University came to find me and asked me to study at their schools." "Wow, Zizi is so impressive." Jiang Hao raised his thumb in admiration. Choosing between Xiaohua and Beijing, that was something he had agonized over as a child. Suze, on the other hand, was lucky enough to actually encounter such a dilemma. Yi Qiuyu, on the other hand, smiled mischievously, grabbed Suze's arm, and said proudly, "My Suze can compete with yours." Suze smiled as well, thinking to himself that he had managed to get into a top university in the capital. This was something he had never even dared to dream of in his previous life. Earlier in the principal's office, he had been a bit dazed, but now he had finally come to his senses. Suze also shouted out in rare excitement, "Let's go, I'll treat you to dinner." "Great, great. I want to eat KFC." Yi Qiuyu exclaimed excitedly. Right, I want to eat too. Zhang Hao rarely disagreed with Yi Qiuyu. In 2008, Su Zhe and his friends opened a KFC in a small county town, and many students would come there to eat when they had nothing else to do. After all, in 2008, a KFC in a small county town was still a rare treat. Su Zhe invited 2 people to share a family bucket. Su Zhe, you're going to Beijing University, so how about I go to Beijing Normal University instead? Yi Qiuyu stared intently at Su Zhe, eagerly awaiting his response. Su Zhe finished chewing the chicken leg in his hand and said indifferently, a score of over 600 is indeed acceptable. But in his previous life, Yi Qiuyu went to Jinling University, didn't he? Why is he going to Beijing Normal University this time around? Jinling University is much better than Beijing Normal University. However, Su Zhe didn't think much of it. After all, he was still just a small butterfly that had caught someone's attention. So you agree, Su Zhe? Yi Qiuyu excitedly grabbed Su Zhe's arm. You can go to whichever school you want. Why do you need my permission? Su Zhe looked at Yi Qiuyu in confusion. You idiot. Yi Qiuyu stamped her foot, her face flushed with embarrassment. Don't you understand what I mean? What do you understand? You idiot, you fool. Yi Qiuyu stormed off angrily without looking back. Zhizi, why aren't you chasing after him? Zhang Hao said from the side. Su Zhe remained standing there, shaking his head and saying, what's there to chase? A master is a master. Zhang Hao couldn't help but give Su Zhe a thumbs up. Yi Qiuyu stormed back home and plopped down on the sofa. You big idiot, you big fool. Zhang Hongyan walked over to her daughter's side, looked at her daughter's cute little face, and couldn't help but smile and ask. What's wrong, Qiuyu? Did someone bully you? Nothing, Mom. Yi Qiuyu hurriedly acted as if nothing was wrong. Zhang Hongyan's eyes flashed briefly, and she removed her own underwear and sat down next to Yi Qiuyu. Oh dear, my daughter has so much to say but won't even talk to her mother. It seems she's grown tired of her old mother. Mom, what are you talking about? How could she be rejecting you? Yi Qiuyu hugged Zhang Hongyan and acted spoiled. Qiuyu, can you tell me who you're talking about? Zhang Hongyan asked with a smile. Yi Qiuyu looked at her mother and said in a spoiled tone, Mom, I'll tell you, but don't get angry. Why would I get angry? You're about to go to university. It's perfectly normal to date someone. Zhang Hongyan said nonchalantly. Mom, really? Yi Qiuyu looked at his mother with delight. After all, his mother had explicitly stated that she would not allow him to date anyone. Zhang Hongyan stroked Yi Qiuyu's black hair affectionately. Of course it's true. My Qiuyu has grown up. It's perfectly fine for her to date in college. Hooray, Mom, I love you. Yi Qiuyu jumped up with joy upon hearing his mother's words and hugged Zhang Hongyan. However, Zhang Hongyan's expression turned gloomy. Su Zhe returned home and told his parents about what had happened today. Su Dad and Su Mom looked utterly disbelieving. They couldn't believe that their son was the top student in the city. Is this really their own son? Su's father insisted on returning to his hometown to burn money for the ancestral graves, so that the ancestors could also be happy. After all, in ancient times, that was equivalent to being a jinshi, a high-ranking scholar who passed the imperial examination. The Su family had been peasants for generations, yet one day, they produced a jinshi. Son, let's go home with me this week and burn some paper money for the ancestors of the old Su family. This time, he was able to score so well thanks to their blessings from the afterlife. Su Dad said excitedly. Only the ancestors of the Su family need offerings? What about the ancestors of the Lu family? You're not the only child, are you? Mrs. Su retorted sharply from the side. Burn them all, and burn more. If it weren't for you, where would I have gotten this son? Su Dad burst into laughter. Su Zhe looked at his parents, seeing smiles on their faces that he hadn't seen in decades. He felt happy inside as well. Although he had done well on the exam purely because he had been reborn, it had nothing to do with his ancestors. However, being able to make my father and mother happy is still a good thing. In the following days, Su Zhe signed an agreement with Beijing University at school and was waiting for August to start as a real college student. Chapter 25, Jinling. At the end of June, Su Zhe finally received his first payment after his rebirth 100,000 yuan. Su Zhe walked out of the county post office, staring at the bank card in his hand. In 2008, there were only 2 banks in the county seat, the Huaxia Postal Savings Bank and the Hui Province Rural Credit Cooperative. The Huaxia Postal Savings Bank is a national bank, while the Huishan Rural Credit Cooperative is only operational within Huishan Province. Su Zhe naturally chose to open a China Post Savings Bank. Looking at the first deposit in his bank card after his rebirth. The novel has been published and is gaining increasing popularity online. However, Su Zhe has little interest in writing it. After all, having been reborn into a new life, how could he possibly settle for being a mere writer? As a result, Su Zhe is now considered a slacker, leading to the novel's comments section being filled with criticism of him, and the group chat frequently venting about the lack of updates. This has made Lu Yao, the general manager of the literary website, feel very uncomfortable. Suze's novels account for half of the traffic on their literary website, and his poor writing directly led to a 50% drop in traffic on their literary website. Seeing the worried expression on his boss's face, Changa couldn't help but suggest, "Big brother, why don't we go find Su Dade ourselves? He can outline it, and we can hire someone to write it for us." Lu Yao's eyes lit up, and he patted Changa on the shoulder. "How did I not think of that? Changa, go contact him immediately." Changa was very pleased to be praised by his boss. "Alright, boss, I'll get on it right away." Suze, of course, knew nothing about the literary website. With this money, the first thing Suze did was buy a phone and a computer. Having grown accustomed to the ubiquitous internet of later times, he now had to go to an internet cafe to access the web, which made Suze feel very uncomfortable. However, while there were shops selling mobile phones in his county town, laptops were still a rare commodity in 2008, and they weren't available for purchase in a small county like his. If you wanted to buy one, you had to go to the nearby big city of Jinling. Jinling is also known as Huiling, and it is so close to Hui province that 1 out of every 10 people in Jinling is likely from Hui province. In his previous life, Suze remembered that Jinling had even extended its subway lines all the way to people's doorsteps. However, in 2008, Jinling and the county town did not have subways, so one had to take a long-distance bus to get there. Suze told his parents he was going to Jinling for the day, and Su Dad, Su Mom, and Yishinnan all agreed. In recent days, the news that Suze had become the city's top scholar had spread like wildfire. Su's parents have been even busier than before, with relatives constantly coming to congratulate them and inquire about how they raised Suze. Mr. and Mrs. Su have never experienced such treatment before and are happy to share their story. Many people are even willing to pay a high price for Suze's study notes. However, Su's parents searched the house thoroughly but couldn't find a single notebook belonging to Suze. They had originally planned to use Suze's notebook to show off. In the end, I had to admit that Suze from my family is a prodigy. However, Su's parents became the hottest topic in the neighborhood. Even journalists want to interview them. Su Dad and Su Mom have never been interviewed before, so they're busy preparing at home to welcome the journalists. Suze, on the other hand, simply slipped away and headed straight for Jinling. At the Jinling bus station in July, it was the height of summer in Jinling. As one of China's 4 major furnaces, it certainly lives up to its reputation. As soon as Suze stepped out of the car, he felt a wave of heat hit him in the face. However, July in Jinling was also a time of blooming flowers. Suze headed straight for the Jinling department store on Xinjiku. Jinling has always been known for its beautiful women, especially in July when the weather is hot and everyone dresses more lightly. Along the way, Suze saw all kinds of beautiful women wearing shorts and showing off their sexy legs. Some of the women were even more daring, wearing spaghetti strap tops that exposed their shoulders. High heels, long legs, black stockings, and meticulously made-up faces. Suze couldn't help but take a deep breath. There were indeed more girls in the big city, and his mood couldn't help but lighten up. Suze's destination was Xinjiku, the most bustling area in Jinling. The bus station is quite far from Xinjiku, but there's a subway station nearby. Suze braved the sun and headed toward the subway entrance. However, as soon as he stepped out of the bus station, a stylishly dressed, sexy woman wearing a brown hat suddenly stood in front of Suze. "Handsome, I have the latest goods. Interested?" The woman raised her eyebrows at Suze. "Not interested." Suze frowned and walked past her. The woman saw this and didn't pursue him. Most of the people inside these passenger stations are likely thieves selling stolen goods. In 2008, surveillance cameras were not yet widespread, and passenger terminals were the easiest places to lose belongings, making them a favorite spot for thieves. They would typically steal items here and then sell them directly on site. Suze had encountered such situations many times in his previous life, but he never expected to encounter one so soon after arriving in Jinling. When Suze arrived at the subway entrance, he finally felt a slight chill. He took out 10 yuan from his pocket, went to the automatic ticket machine, took a blue ticket, and entered the subway. The department store is located in Xinjiku, the most prosperous area of Nanjing. It was July, right after the college entrance exams, and many parents brought their children here to buy mobile phones and computers. After all, mobile phones and computers are still a luxury for children from rural families like Suze's, but they are still affordable for most families in Jinling. Suze first went straight to a mobile phone counter. At that time, mobile phones were still Nokia and BlackBerry models, and the entire mall was filled with these old-fashioned Nokia and BlackBerry phones. The counters were even more cluttered with various Nokia models. Suze didn't have any particular requirements for a phone. After all, in a few years, smartphones would take over, and these old relics would end up in the trash. There were already people picking out phones at the counter, mostly parents with their children. For example, next to Suze, a mother and daughter were selecting phones, while the salesperson was continuously introducing the features of the phones. Suze glanced over and saw that the girl was holding a Nokia E71. In the future, this device would probably be referred to as an elderly phone, but it was quite popular at the time. The girl really wanted to buy it, but her mother clearly found it too expensive. The salesperson beside them was still chattering away, clearly eager to close the deal. Suze stood by, but the salesperson who was introducing the product to the mother and daughter didn't even glance at Suze, completely ignoring his presence. Only a frail girl, wearing an ill-fitting suit, was struggling to introduce a phone to a father and son. The mother and daughter next to them eventually decided not to buy anything and left. The overweight salesperson didn't even glance at Suze. Instead, he turned his head toward the frail girl and began to boss her around. "Go away. I'll introduce our new products to these two esteemed customers." Before the frail girl could say anything, he snatched the phone from her hands. The frail girl could only stand there feeling wronged, unable to say a word. When she saw Suze standing nearby, she hurried over. "Sir, hello. What kind of phone are you looking for? We have a variety of options available here." Before she could finish, Suze interrupted, "I want a BlackBerry Bold 9000. Chapter 26, Phones and Computers. The frail sales clerk froze upon hearing Suze's words, staring at the young man before him who was roughly the same age. A BlackBerry Bold 9000 was worth thousands of dollars. Could this young man, who was about the same age as her, really afford it? Though she had her doubts, she still opened the counter and took out the BlackBerry Bold 9000. However, just as he was about to hand the phone to Suze, the salesperson beside him snatched it away. "Xiaoqin, how could you just take out such an expensive phone? What if someone steals it? You wouldn't be able to afford to pay for it with a month's salary," the obese sales clerk said sternly. "As salespeople, we need to have good judgment. We need to know what to show to whom and what not to show to whom. Do I really need to teach you that?" The frail salesperson lowered his head, unable to meet the customer's gaze, and timidly asked, "Sir, are you just looking?" The obese sales clerk immediately flew into a rage upon hearing this. "Look, it's worth thousands of dollars. Who are you going to let look at it? What if they break it? Will you pay for it or will I?" "Me." The frail saleswoman lowered her head, dared not speak, and tears fell one by one. "Humph." The obese saleswoman raised her head arrogantly and looked down on Suze with disdain. Suze never imagined that after being reborn, he would be looked down upon just for buying a phone. No wonder, though. Suze was currently wearing a plain short-sleeved shirt, a pair of jeans, and cheap flip-flops. There are no parents around, and everything about him screams that he can't afford anything. However, the attitude of the obese salesperson was truly unbearable. Suze said to the frail sales clerk who was still sobbing, "Give me a BlackBerry Bold 9000. The frail sales clerk was startled when Suze spoke again, staring at him in disbelief. She wiped the tears from her eyes before finally speaking. "Sir, are you really sure?" Suze smiled warmly. "Do I look like I'm joking?" Saying this, he pulled out several thousand yuan from the back of his backpack and placed it in front of the frail sales clerk. "Look, I've got the money ready." The frail salesperson looked at me, his eyes filled with even more disbelief. This young man, who was about the same age as her, actually had so much money. "Sir, I..." Before the skinny salesperson could finish speaking, the obese salesperson beside him saw all the money and his eyes turned red. He immediately handed the BlackBerry Bold 9000 he was holding to Suze with a fawning smile, while the frail sales clerk dared not utter a word, standing there silently. After all, this was a major client. The overweight sales clerk had gone to great lengths earlier but hadn't managed to sell a single phone. If this BlackBerry Bold 9000 sells, the commission would be several $100s. "Sir, here's the phone you requested. You have excellent taste. This model is made using..." Before the overweight salesperson could finish speaking, Suze ignored the obese sales clerk's outstretched hand, letting her awkwardly hover in mid-air. Instead, he addressed the frail saleswoman. "Don't you have any here? If not, I'll have to go to another store." The frail salesperson had been too timid to speak, but upon hearing Suze's words, he gained the courage to take one from the nearby counter. "Sir, this is the phone you wanted." Suze took the phone and handed over the money with a smile. "Yeah, that's the one." The frail sales clerk hadn't expected Suze to be so straightforward. It took him a moment to react, and he exclaimed with delight. "Sir, I'll wrap it up for you right away." Saying that, she began to wrap it hurriedly, while the obese saleswoman stood by, looking on with envy. Soon, the phone was wrapped up, and Suze took it, giving the obese sales clerk a cold glance. In his previous life, Suze had been a big boss, and with just a glance, the plump sales clerk dared not utter a word. Later, Suze went straight to the computer counter and bought an Asus laptop for over 6,000 yuan. In total, Suze spent around 10,000 yuan on the computer and phone. In 2008, over 10,000 was a huge sum of money. Keep in mind that at that time, the average housing price in Jilin hadn't even reached 10,000 yet. Suze carried his laptop and went to a nearby newsstand to buy a dynamic automatic card. The Dynamic Zone plan offered 30 megabytes of data per month, which wouldn't even be enough to stream a single video in later years. However, in today's 2G era, it's more than sufficient. Suze inserted the card, received the signal, and boarded the penguin. As soon as he boarded the penguin's avatar began to flash continuously. Suze opened the app and saw that it was a message from Changa. Changa, Su Data, have you received the yet? Changa, Su Data, our boss would like to meet you. Could you provide an address? Changa, Su Data, our boss wants to discuss some cooperation. The rest is mostly the same, but it's been sent for several days now. It's clear that Changa and the others are in a hurry to find Suze. It's convenient to have a cell phone after all. Suze looked at the message Changa sent him and didn't need to think about what they wanted to talk about. It was about the novel. Suze had been slacking off badly lately and had been criticized harshly. After thinking it over, Suze sent a message back to Changa. Suze, I just saw your message. Sorry about that. Here's my phone number, 152. If there's anything, just give me a call and we can talk in detail. On a literary website, Changa sat bored in front of the computer reviewing manuscripts. Looking at the manuscript titled My Son-in-Law on the computer screen, he sighed helplessly. Lately, many people have tried to imitate Su Data's style of writing about marrying into a wealthy family, but they just can't seem to capture the essence of it, leaving readers without that irresistible urge to keep reading. How could Su Data be so irresponsible with his updates? Isn't a monthly income of hundreds of thousands of dollars enough? Changa sighed. Just then, the sound of his WeChat account being marked as a priority notification suddenly rang out. Changa was overjoyed. Su Data contacted me. Hurriedly opening the QQ account, he saw the message Suze had sent him and immediately reported it to Lu Yao. Upon seeing this, Lu Yao picked up his phone and dialed Suze's phone number. At a fast food restaurant, Suze ordered a cup of coffee and sat there waiting for Changa and the others to call. Originally, he had only seen writing novels as an easy way to make some quick money. However, he suddenly realized that novels would also be one of the most powerful forces in the subsequent internet era. Especially in the future, when everyone has a smartphone, people will either be watching videos or reading novels on the subway or bus. Chinese online literature has even cured foreign drug addicts of their addiction. Moreover, Suze recalls that the largest online literature website in China was listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange and was valued at several billion Hong Kong dollars. This clearly demonstrates the immense strength of Chinese online literature. Why not get in on the action and give it a try? While lost in thought, my phone rang. An unfamiliar number, no need to guess, it must be from a literary website. Suze picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. Chapter 27, Meeting Lu Yao. Lu Yao dialed the phone number listed on the Penguin account, feeling a bit excited. These days, running a novel website is tough. Platforms like Qidian and 18K are gaining traction, aggressively poaching authors from other sites. Our small websites simply cannot compete with these platforms backed by ruthless capital. Most of our own authors have been poached. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of a story about a son-in-law coming to the door, this website would have shut down immediately. However, the situation isn't looking good now. The author has started updating sporadically, and the website's traffic is declining at a visible rate. If we must keep this author, then the author known as Su Data must be retained. Hello, is this Su Didi? I am Lu Yao, the general manager of a literary website. As soon as Lu Yao finished speaking, a young man's voice came from the other side. I'm Su Data. Lu Yao was taken aback. He hadn't expected Su Data's voice to be so young. However, he quickly composed himself and spoke up immediately. Su Data, hello, I apologize for the interruption, but I would like to discuss your book with you. I have a new contract I would like to discuss with you in person. Alright, come to Jinling tomorrow. I'll be waiting for you at the Confucius Temple in Jinling. Lu Yao didn't expect Su Data to agree so quickly, and even arranged to meet them in Jinling. His literary website was conveniently located in Jinling. Changa, get ready. Tomorrow, let's go to the Confucius Temple together to meet Su Data. Changa was overjoyed. Great. Suze hung up the phone, wondering what Lu Yao from the literary website wanted to discuss with him. Suze had a general idea, it must be about his novel. In 2008, online literature had already reached a stage where one was dominant and many were strong. This small website probably won't survive, so it's perfect that he approached me, and I can approach him as well. Suze went to a public phone booth and called his parents. He didn't use his own phone because he was afraid his parents would find out he had suddenly bought a phone and ask where he got the money from. Suze couldn't explain it all. Su's parents didn't think much of it and let him have a good time in Jinling. However, Su Dad did mention that they would return to their hometown this Sunday. Suze hung up the phone and booked a 5-star hotel. Now that he had money, Suze certainly wouldn't let himself suffer. He hailed a taxi, and the driver was a local. Suze told him the hotel he wanted to go to. The driver looked at Suze with a strange expression. After all, the hotel was a 5-star establishment, but this boy didn't look like he could afford to stay there. Despite his doubts, the driver stepped on the gas and headed toward the hotel. Suze looked out the window. Although Jinling was the largest city near his home, he wasn't very familiar with it. In his previous life, after entering university, he had been studying in another province, and Jinling was merely the station he used to return home. He had never actually explored the city. Out of sheer boredom, he opened his phone and noticed that his WeChat app was flashing constantly. Suze opened the QQ app and found it was his novel group. Looking at the names in the novel group, Suze couldn't help but smile. The Rising Sons-in-Law. Suze didn't know who came up with the name either. After creating the group and appointing a few administrators, Suze hadn't paid any attention to it since. Today, the group was buzzing with discussions, especially about the recent plot developments. Everyone is saying that the plot should reveal the identity of the son-in-law, making those who look down on him crawl on the ground. Suze could only say they were thinking too simplistically, unable to help but type on the keyboard. Sudata, cough, cough, everyone, stop guessing. The plot that follows will be far more exciting than you could ever imagine. Suze's post caused a stir in the group chat. Wow, the author actually popped up. Sue, tell us, are you being oppressed as a son-in-law? Sudata, if you go to save him yourself, Jingu has plenty of money. Suze looked at everyone in the group chat and decided not to say anything else. Just as he was about to exit the QQ account, a friend request suddenly popped up. Unrestrained Gentleman. What a cheesy name. Suze simply chose to ignore it. In a luxurious mansion, a young man looked at his phone helplessly. Author, why won't you agree? Suze quickly arrived at the 5-star hotel, slept peacefully for the night, and waited for Lu Yao's arrival. The next day, Suze and Lu Yao met with Changgu at a cafe. Lu Yao and Changgu stared at Suze in front of them in utter astonishment. They had always thought of Suze as a middle-aged man in his 40s who had had a tough life. But now, sitting before them was a young man, his face still full of innocence. You're Su Dada? Changgu asked in disbelief. Suze nodded. You must be the editor of Changgu. Changgu hurriedly nodded, still looking utterly astonished. However, he quickly introduced Lu Yao, who was standing beside him. Su Dada, this is Lu Yao, the general manager of our literary website. Hello? Lu Yao stood up and extended his hand. Suze also reached out his hand. Hello. The three of them finally sat down. What do you want to talk to me about? Suze said as he picked up the coffee from the table, displaying a maturity beyond his years. Lu Yao glanced at Suze. In truth, he had two contingency plans in mind. The first was that if the author was young, he would directly spend a large sum of money to buy all the copyrights. After all, young people are bound to be tempted by the allure of money. If it's a middle-aged person, they're even more unable to resist the allure of money, with elderly parents to support and children to raise it precisely when they need money the most. Suze gave him the impression of being young yet mature, but he still wanted to give it a try. Lu Yao looked at him and finally spoke up. Sudi, we'd like to discuss something about your novel. Our website would like to purchase the full copyright to your novel, and you can provide an outline. As for the subscription fees, they would remain yours. What do you think? Lu Yao didn't hesitate and directly stated his intentions. Suze looked at Lu Yao. Lu Yao's plan was indeed quite appealing, no need to write anything and still get paid. However, Suze's goal wasn't the money, it was his website. Mr. Lu, I have a better suggestion. How about I invest in your website using my novel as equity? Suze's words left Lu Yao speechless, staring at Suze in disbelief. Suze took a sip of coffee, crossed one leg over the other, leaned back, and spoke casually. In today's online literature market, it's tough for literary websites to survive. The major players are poaching authors from each other. I bet your website's authors have been poached pretty thoroughly by now. Lu Yao couldn't help but glance at Changgu, who quickly shook his head to indicate that he had nothing to do with it. You don't need to suspect anyone. In the author's circle, all it takes a little inquiry, and everyone knows. So someone has been digging up dirt on Su Dada too. Lu Yao sighed wryly. Chapter 28, University, Here I Come. This is the sad reality of small websites. Under the shadow of large websites, small websites don't even have the ability to resist. Suze neither confirmed nor denied it. Mr. Lu, since I'm telling the truth, you must be in desperate need of a new novel to boost traffic. I have one here. Suze pointed to his own head. But I want 20% of your company's shares. How about that? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Yao didn't even hesitate before refusing. This literary website was his life's work, wasn't it? A 20% stake for just one sentence? Absolutely not. Don't rush to refuse. You can take a look at these manuscripts. Suze opened his notebook and placed it in front of Lu Yao. These were some wildly popular novels from the future that Suze had written all night long the previous evening. These are the bargaining chips he is using in his negotiations. Lu Yao and Changgu looked at the draft on the computer, and the more they looked, the more their expressions became interesting. As someone who had been writing online novels for several years, he knew that once these stories were published, they would immediately become viral hits. With these viral hits, their website is sure to survive. Lu Yao's breathing grew heavier. He wanted to snatch the computer right out of his hands. You wrote all this? Lu Yao asked in disbelief. Suze nodded. These are just a few examples. I can provide several outlines later. As long as you find someone to continue writing, the website traffic shouldn't be too bad. How about 50%? And to be honest, this 50% is also considered an investment on my part. I have no interest in directly entering the online literature market. After all, Suze is well aware of markets worth hundreds of billions, even trillions, and in his eyes, the online literature market is still relatively small. Lu Yao studied Suze's words carefully today. He didn't know whether Suze was telling the truth or not. However, if he had these novels in his possession, the website could still survive. However, he still feels very reluctant to simply buy it with a 50% stake. Why don't I just buy these novels outright? Lu Yao said. How much do you think they're worth? Suze asked without looking up from his coffee. This. For a moment, Lu Yao didn't know how to respond. These few novels in the store could all become bestsellers. This small website can't even afford to buy one. Suze put down his coffee, stood up, and said calmly, I won't ask for more than 50% of the shares, and I'll even suggest another direction for development to ensure your website survives. Really? Upon hearing this, Lu Yao immediately stood up. Do I need to lie to you? Suze asked. Lu Yao looked at Suze, who was dressed in cheap clothes. This young man could really save their website, but then he thought of the novel on his laptop. Finally, after a long time, he spoke up. Alright, I agree. 50% of the shares in exchange for a few novel outlines and the suggestions you mentioned. Can we discuss the details now? Sign the contract first. Suze said. Okay. Lu Yao's last hope was dashed. After the two signed the contract, Suze directly sent him the outlines of the novels. Lu Yao looked at Suze strangely. He never would have guessed that the young man who had just bought 50% of his shares was only 19 years old. You're really only 19 years old. Lu Yao stared at Suze in disbelief. His tone and expression were those of someone in their 40s or 50s. Suze was in high spirits after securing a 50% stake. This is also his first investment since his rebirth, isn't it? However, he did not respond to Lu Yao. Mr. Lu, my suggestion is to develop a mobile app for reading novels. Mobile will definitely be the main platform in the future. Lu Yao furrowed his brows in confusion and asked, there are already apps for reading novels on mobile devices. How can we further develop the mobile platform? Everyone is still just accessing websites to read. Have you heard of mobile bookstores? Suze asked. Yeah, I know it's the biggest mobile app right now. Lu Yao, of course, the Mobile Book City. That's the largest mobile novel reader available now. What we need to do is target Mobile Book City. It's our best opportunity. Suze looked at Lu Yao and said seriously. In the future, with the rise of smartphones and the proliferation of various apps, having your own mobile app will be like having a ticket to the mobile platform. Although Lu Yao didn't know, he nodded in agreement upon hearing Suze say this. Alright, I'll go back and take a closer look. Also, the name literature website is too old-fashioned. Let's rename our website Tomato from now on. Lu Yao can't keep up with Suze's pace, but changing the name is just a minor matter. Suze and Lu Yao chatted for a while longer, and even handed over the outline for his son-in-law's thesis, asking someone else to write it for him. However, 50% of the monthly royalties still had to be paid to him. Anyway, he gets 50% of the shares in the literary website. Now it's the Tomato website, so the goal is achieved. At least he's secured a fortune for himself. With that as a safety net, he can rest easy. Suze stayed in Jinling for another day and visited the Tomato Literature Company. It turned out to be a makeshift operation, with only 2 programmers, a few editors, and Lu Yao, the boss. In other words, the entire Tomato Literature website has fewer than 10 people. No wonder Lu Yao agreed so readily. Within that single day, Suze shared with Lu Yao all the strategies he had developed in his future life regarding online literature. This left Lu Yao completely speechless, as he never imagined online literature could be approached in such a way. In just one day, Lu Yao felt that his 50% stake was well worth it. Lu Yao is now confident that he can eliminate all other competitors. Meanwhile, Suze returned home carrying his phone and laptop. As soon as he entered the residential complex, he saw Yi Qiuyu wearing denim shorts and a white t-shirt, standing quietly downstairs at the entrance of his building. At that moment, Yi Qiuyu also spotted Suze and ran over. Suze, you're back? I have something to discuss with you. Wait here for me. What's the matter? Suze was surprised that Yi Qiuyu would come looking for him. Yi Qiuyu stammered, looking at Suze but not saying a word for a long time. If you don't say anything, I'll go up. As he spoke, Suze lifted his leg and prepared to leave. Yi Qiuyu saw Suze about to leave and hurriedly spoke up. Suze, I'm sorry, I can't learn to drive with you anymore. I have to go to my aunt's house this summer. Oh, I know. Suze replied indifferently, not even turning his head as he walked away. He had never intended to have any connection with Yi Qiuyu. Having experienced the previous life, he certainly did not want to become entangled with Yichou in any way. Anyway, once he got to college, everything would be over. Summer vacation ended quickly. Suze got his driver's license during the summer, returned to his hometown to attend a graduation banquet, and took the opportunity to visit the ancestral graves of the Su family to see if there was any smoke coming from them. Finally, August arrived, and the day to report to university was approaching. Jizzy, hurry up. If you don't leave now, you'll miss the train. Jiang Hao's excited voice echoed from the entrance of Suja's home. Chapter 29, New Student Registration. Jizzy, this is the capital city. At the train station, Suze and Jiang Hao were pushing their luggage, with Jiang Hao looking around with great interest. In his heart, Suze shouted, Beijing, I'm back. Originally, Su's father and mother had wanted to send him off, but Suze had refused outright. Anyway, he had lived alone in the capital city for many years in his previous life, and he didn't want his parents to have to squeeze onto a train with him and then have to go back home. Suze refused. As for Jiang Hao, he didn't even hesitate before rejecting his father outright. He had finally graduated from high school and was breaking free from his father's iron grip. There was no way he was going to let his father send him off. Jizzy, I'm leaving first. I can see the sign for my school. Jiang Hao pointed excitedly at the sign for Beijing Normal University and spoke eagerly, not waiting for Suze to respond before running off. Because starting today, during the few days of university registration, universities had sent senior students to the train station to greet incoming students. After all, everyone had just graduated from high school and was just beginning to enter society, and many were visiting the capital city for the first time. Suze glanced at a tall guy holding a sign for Beijing Normal University. While holding it up, he shouted, New students of Beijing Normal University, come this way. Suze shook his head and smiled helplessly. Jiang Hao's temper was still as fiery as ever. However, in this lifetime, he had at least helped Jiang Hao change his fate. Jizzy, I'll go first. We'll stay in touch. Jiang Hao dragged his luggage while running and shouting. Suze searched through the crowd and spotted the sign for Beijing University, so he pushed his luggage and headed in that direction. Holding the Beijing University sign was a tall, leggy girl, lazily leaning against a wall. The August sun in Beijing was also quite intense, and the girl had everything covered except for her legs, fearing that she might get sunburned. However, her straight, long legs stood out prominently, drawing the attention of many young men who couldn't help but glance at her. Suze was about to walk over when suddenly a boy sprinted past him, ran to the girl's side, and exclaimed excitedly. Zhao Lingling, you're here to pick me up, aren't you? I knew you'd come to pick me up. The tall, leggy girl pushed her sunglasses up on her face. Lu Zigua, what are you thinking? With your attitude, do you really think I'd pick you up? But Lingling, you promised me that if I retake the exams and get into Beijing University, you'd agree to be my girlfriend. The boy hesitated for a moment before saying. I regret it. I can't do it. The girl said firmly and disdainfully. Lingling, me. The boy wanted to say something else, but the girl named Zhao Lingling impatiently said, What are you talking about? Can't you see I've been holding up the sign for so long? You still won't answer me. How can you expect to be my boyfriend? Lu Zigua was overjoyed and immediately snatched the sign from Zhao Lingling's hands. I'll take it. I'll do it. Zhao Lingling waved her white hand and spoke unhappily. There's nothing to do, making me deal with these freshmen. Tomorrow, I'll have to confront them about this. Lingling, you've worked hard. Here's the water I just bought. Lu Zigua took out a cup of iced water from his backpack. Suze watched the scene unfold, shook his head, and thought, that's way too much. Don't end up with nothing in the end. However, this had nothing to do with him. Suze walked over to the two of them. Hello, I'm a freshman at Beijing University. Zhao Lingling didn't even glance at Suze, instead focusing on drinking her water, as if Suze were invisible. Lu Zigua, sitting beside her, exclaimed excitedly, that's right here. A car will come to pick us up soon. Thank you. After saying thank you, Suja stood there, bored, flipping through his phone. In the Penguin account, Lu Yao was excitedly messaging Suze about the novels that had been uploaded to the website. The website traffic immediately surged to a new level, and this month's profits were likely to reach hundreds of thousands. Suze wasn't particularly surprised. The few novels he had provided were all bestsellers from the future. If Lu Yao couldn't achieve this, he might as well quit. Just as Suze was looking at his phone, he suddenly heard Zhao Lingling's annoyed voice. Hey, which college are you from? How rude. Don't you know to greet your senior? Suze furrowed his brows but didn't respond. This Zhao Lingling had just been acting like she was the queen of the world, not even bothering to speak when asked a question, and now she was putting on airs as the senior here. Suze definitely wouldn't bother with her, still playing with his phone and replying to a few messages from Lu Yao. Zhao Lingling, seeing that her question had been completely ignored, grew even angrier. She strode over to Suze with her long legs. Hey, are you deaf? I'm talking to you, senior. Suze suddenly turned his head and glared at Zhao Lingling with a stern expression. Zhao Lingling saw the look in his eyes and felt a chill run down her spine. She instinctively took a step back, unable to speak for a moment. Suze spoke coldly, "I'm not deaf." At that moment, a large bus pulled up, with Beijing University written on it. Suze grabbed his luggage and boarded the bus directly. At that moment, Zhao Lingling finally came to her senses, and a wave of humiliation surged from her heart. When had Zhao Lingling ever been subjected to such humiliation? Lu Zigua, are you blind? Didn't you see how I was being bullied? Lu Zigua hurried over and scratched his head. Lingling, don't be angry. He's probably just new to the capital and shy. The bus is here, let's go to school first. Saying this, he picked up his luggage, carried the sign, and ran onto the bus. Humph, useless guy. Zhao Lingling snorted coldly and walked toward the bus with her long legs. The bus moved slowly through the city center. Even though it was only 2008, Beijing was already quite congested. The Olympic Games were in full swing in the city, and every now and then, a few foreigners could be seen on the streets. Inside the bus, everyone was curiously looking out the window. After all, most of them were from other provinces and had never been to the capital before, so they were naturally excited and thrilled. After dropping off the students at the main gate, the bus turned around and headed back to the train station. At the entrance of Beijing University, there were many people holding cameras and taking group photos. These photos are almost all of parents. For them, having their child admitted to Beijing University is a lifetime honor. But little do they know that 4 years later, many will end up as ordinary workers. For that little money, working from 9 to 10, even a 996 work schedule would be considered a blessing. Suze dragged his suitcase straight toward the school, asking around to find out where the new student registration was held on the playground. So Suze headed straight for the playground. Just as he hadn't walked very far, a senior student wearing a red tank top and jeans approached him. "Student, which college are you a freshman in?" Suze glanced at her. She was about 155 centimeters tall, wearing black-framed glasses, with an ordinary appearance. Suze's direct gaze made her feel a bit shy. Suze nodded, "I'm from the English department." "English department? Come with me. Your college is at the far end of the sports field." After confirming the answer, the senior led the way, and the two of them started chatting without even noticing. Chapter 30, Roommates. When Suze first arrived at Capital University, his senior took the initiative to speak to him, and Suze didn't know how to refuse. They chatted sporadically along the way. Suze chatted while glancing at the playground of Beijing University. There were indeed many beautiful women at Jingchun University, it was no exaggeration. At that moment, Suze felt that his choice had been absolutely correct, choosing Beijing University. Look at those long legs and beautiful faces, it's a feast for the eyes. It's no wonder that girls from top universities are of such high quality. Thinking back to the 3 schools I attended in my previous life, the quality of the girls there was truly disheartening. Compared to Beijing University, they were simply incomparable. Just as Suze was lost in his thoughts, the senior's voice rang out. "Junior, the English department is just ahead. You go on ahead. I need to pick up some other students." The senior's voice interrupted Suze's daydreaming. "Thank you, senior." Suze expressed his gratitude, not expecting that the senior student had indeed just come to send him off and hadn't tried to sell him a phone card. Suze walked to the area where the English department was located. A slightly overweight young man in his 20s wearing black glasses was busy with the registration process. A long line had already formed in front of the young man, and Suze joined the queue at the back. Before long, someone else came up behind Suze, a girl. The girl's eyes lit up when she saw Suze in front of her. Today, Suze was wearing a white t-shirt, white casual pants, standing at 1.8 meters tall, with a handsome face, and after his summer workouts, he looked incredibly attractive standing there. A girl stood behind Suze, occasionally glancing up at him, her face slightly flushed. After a long while, the girl seemed to have made up her mind, bit her lip, and spoke. "Hello, my name is Sun Shui from Class 1 of the English department. What class are you in?" Suze was idly thinking about things when he suddenly heard the voice behind him and froze. In his previous life, he wasn't bad-looking, but no one had ever approached him before. She turned her head and looked at Sun Shui, who had a straight fringe, light makeup, and 2 big dimples when she smiled, the kind of sweet, innocent type. Seeing Suze staring at her, the girl's face grew even redder, and she lowered her head, unable to speak. This was the first time she had ever approached a boy, and now she was being looked at like this. Sun Shui's heart was racing like a frightened deer. "I'm Suze from English Class 1. Suze smiled slightly. Sun Shui became even more excited after hearing Suze introduce himself. "Ah, I'm also in English Class 1. Then we'll be classmates from now on." Suze didn't expect to run into a classmate while waiting in line, but upon reflection, it made sense after all, there weren't many classes in the English department. Sun Shui started talking to Suze, and Suze learned a bit about her, though he didn't ask many questions. Mostly, Sun Shui was talking, and Suze was listening, occasionally chiming in with a comment. Soon, it was time for Suze to fill out the information. The counselor handed Suze the form he was holding and was about to explain how to fill it out. However, before he could speak, Suze began filling it out directly. The counselor looked over in surprise and noticed that Suze hadn't made any mistakes, so he nodded in approval. This kind of student doesn't require much effort. This is exactly what they find most satisfying. Behind him, Sun Shui was also filling out the form, but she didn't understand much of the information and kept asking the young man questions. The young man explained for a while, but Sun Shui still didn't know how to fill it out. After filling in the information, Suze looked it over and pointed to the parts where Sun Shui was confused. This one is for family member information, and this one is for your high school information. With Suze's help, Sun Shui finally finished filling out the form, handed it in, and looked at Suze with admiration. Suze, how do you know everything? Sun Shui asked admiringly. Suze nodded without answering. Could it be that he had filled it out in a previous life? The young man watched as Suze helped him finally complete the task, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. The young man was about to praise Suze, but to his surprise, Suze spoke first. This is your first time being a tutor, isn't it? Suze's words left the young man speechless. He was indeed a first-time counselor, and he was taken aback that a student would speak to him like that on his first day. It reminded him of how his mentor used to speak. Suze continued, actually, there's no need to say so much to the students. Just tell them what to fill in. The young people nodded in agreement, realizing that their explanation was indeed a bit complicated. Where are you from? The young man's feelings toward Suze grew warmer, and he took the initiative to speak. Suze talked about his hometown. You're not from the capital city. The young counselor was surprised to hear Suze's words, as in his impression, only people from the capital city would be so bold. Suze, my name is Wang Jia. I'm your class counselor. Here's the key to your dorm room. Suze took the key, surprised to find his class advisor here. Well, since he had run into him, he might as well consider it an early introduction. After saying that, Wang Jia didn't say anything else and started dealing with the students behind him. Suze dragged his luggage toward his dormitory. The dormitory was a standard 4-person room with bunk beds and desks, and it had its own bathroom, which was much better than the accommodation conditions at Suze's school in his previous life. 3 people had already arrived in the dormitory, and Suze was the last one to arrive. In the dormitory, everyone was busy organizing their own belongings when they saw Suze enter. Suddenly, someone let out a startled cry. Brother, it's you. Suze looked over. This wasn't the same guy who had been flirting with the female senior earlier. Bro, I never thought we'd end up in the same dorm. What a coincidence. Lu Zigua came over casually and said to Suze. Suze put down his luggage and smiled as well. It was fate. However, another tall, sturdy, slightly overweight boy approached us. Lu Gu, do you know him? We met at the train station earlier. Let me introduce you. Lu Zigua took on the role of the boss and started introducing everyone. My name is Lu Zigua, and I'm from the capital city. Pointing to the sturdy young man beside him, he said, he's Wei Zhu, from northeast China. He then pointed to a young man sitting on a chair in the distance, who looked quite handsome, and said, he's Han Jia, from southwest China. Brother, why don't you introduce yourself? Suze, my name is Suze, and I'm from Huizhou province. What? You're from Huizhou province? Not from the capital city? Lu Zigua was utterly astonished to learn that Suze was not from the capital city. No. Suze replied briefly before getting back to his work. Lu Zigua still couldn't quite believe it. Someone with Suze's personality, who dared to confront Zhao Lingling, wasn't from the capital? However, Lu Zigua didn't take it too seriously and spoke directly. Since everyone is here, let's have a meal together tonight. After all, we'll be living together for the next 4 years. Chapter 31, Xia Mo. But isn't the class meeting tonight? Han Jia, who had been silent all along, spoke up timidly from the side. How could I forget about that? It looks like we'll have to reschedule. Lu Zigua slapped his forehead. It's okay, we'll have plenty of time later. Why don't we sort out the dorm room sizes first? Wei Zhuang chimed in from the side. After all, everyone likes to rank their dorm rooms in college first, second, third, and fourth. It feels incomplete without assigning a rank. This one needs to be ranked. I was born in 1989. I was born in 1990. I was born in 1991. I was born in 1990. A few of us exchanged ages and found that Lu Zigua was the oldest, Suze was second, Wei Zhu was third, and Han Jia was the youngest. Haha, from now on, I'll be the leader of our dorm, Old Su second, Little Zhu and Little Jia third and fourth. Lu Zigua said happily. Wei Zhu rolled his eyes and protested, why am I called Little Zhu? I want to be called Old Wei. Alright, Old Wei it is. Lu Zigua said casually. As for Han Jia, he remained silent, which was taken as tacit approval. The 4 of them were now acquainted with one another. Old Su, let's have a smoke. Lu Zigua pulled out a pack of Huazi cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to Suze. Suze took it and placed it between his lips with practiced ease. Lu Zigua saw Su Zhe's familiar action and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Damn, you old smoker. Boss, give me one. Wei Zhu ran over. Huazi, I've never tried Huazi before. Give me one. Lu Zigua took one out and tossed it to Wei Zhu, who quickly caught it and placed it under his nose, taking several deep puffs before looking satisfied. It's Huazi, definitely Huazi. The taste is different. Old 3, you smoke too? Lu Zigua asked with a smile. Hee, just a little. Wei Zhu gave a shy smile and put the cigarette in his mouth. Do you have a lighter? Su Zhe glanced at Han Jia, who had been silent the whole time, and said, let's go down to the hallway to smoke. Why? It's fine in the dorm. Wei Zhu said reluctantly. It was only when Lu Zigua saw Han Jia that he realized. Go to the hallway to smoke, old 3. If you don't want it, give it back to me. Go ahead. I've never smoked anything this expensive before. Wei Zhu protected the cigarette in his hand and was the first to rush out. Outside the corridor, Su Zhe took a familiar drag and the familiar taste returned. Since he had been reborn into his family, he hadn't smoked a single cigarette. After all, when he was with his parents, Su Zhe still had to pretend to be a good student. Old Su, old 3, any plans for college? Want to date anyone? Lu Zigua said in a big brotherly tone. Wei Zhu immediately replied, of course. What's college without dating? How come you have connections, old Lu? He said this with a look of longing on his face as he looked at Lu Zigua. Of course. Lu Zigua said proudly, my girlfriend is a year ahead of us, and all the girls in her dorm are beauties, and they're even seniors. Wow, you actually managed to date an upperclassman? Wei Zhu looked at Lu Zigua with admiration and excitement. No big deal, just a small thing. If you want to get to know them, I'll bring my girlfriend and her roommates over in a few days, and we can have a get-together. Sounds great. A get-together with the senior sisters' dorm? Just thinking about it is exciting. Wei Zhu was daydreaming happily to himself. Just as Wei Zhu and Lu Zigua were enjoying their vision of the future, Han Jia walked out and said to Su Zhe and the others, it's time for the class meeting. The three of them suddenly remembered that there was a class meeting tonight. They extinguished their cigarettes and headed toward the classroom building, chatting idly along the way. At the end of August, the capital city was still sweltering in the heat. Even the most beautiful scenery on campus couldn't compare to the variety of long legs and short skirts in the school. And most of the guys' conversations revolve around which girl is the prettiest, which legs are the most beautiful, and which are the straightest. As Su Zhe and his friends stepped out of the dormitory building, they saw several groups of girls walking past them with smiles on their faces. Some had long hair down to their waists, others had short, carefree hair, some wore short skirts, and others wore shorts, all revealing their straight, well-proportioned legs. This left Wei Zhu grinning all the way, completely dazzled by the sight. The capital city truly lived up to its reputation. There were so many beautiful women. In the past decade, I had never seen so many beautiful women. Lu Zigua said arrogantly, of course. This is the capital city, there are naturally many beautiful women. However, these are all just superficial beauties. Damn, if that's the case, then my sister-in-law must be even more beautiful. Boss, when are you going to arrange for our dormitory to have a gathering with your sister-in-law's dormitory? Wei Zhu couldn't wait to say. It was clear that he was very eager to start a relationship in college. Don't rush it. You've just started university, there's still military training ahead, and we can talk about it after that. We have to wait until after military training? Wei Zhu immediately lost his enthusiasm. But not long after, Wei Zhu was back to his lively self, checking out all the girls around him. Lu Zigua looked at Wei Zhu's expression and couldn't help but shake his head, feeling a bit of contempt inside. He looked like someone who had never seen the world before. He glanced at Su Zhe beside him. In truth, he had always felt that Su Zhe was different. Although he was from Huizhou province, his demeanor was exactly the same as that of the people from the capital. Old Su, what do you think about dating? My girlfriend's roommates are all said to be real beauties. Lu Zigua said proactively. I heard you don't have a boyfriend yet. Don't say I'm not looking out for my roommate. Su Zhe shook his head indifferently and said, let's just leave it to fate. Big brother, you can't play favorites. I need it too. Wei Zhu called out from the side. I know. The four of them continued walking forward. However, not long after they started walking, Su Zhe suddenly heard a familiar voice. Su Zhe. Su Zhe couldn't help but turn his head. Her long hair reached her waist, and she wore a light blue dress. Though it was slightly faded from washing, it perfectly highlighted her slender waist. Xia Mo. Su Zhe was also surprised to see Xia Mo. Since that night, he hadn't seen Xia Mo again. In his previous life, he remembered that Xia Mo hadn't come to Beijing University either. Old Su, who is this beautiful woman? Hurry up and introduce her to us. Wei Zhu immediately came over, grinning mischievously. My high school classmate. Su Zhe introduced. So you're a high school classmate. Old Su, that means we're classmates. My name is Wei Zhu. Wei Zhu reached out his hand. Xia Mo nodded. Wei Zhu awkwardly withdrew his hand and rubbed his head. Su Zhe, which department are you in? Xia Mo asked. English department, class 1. Me too. Xia Mo said with a smile. The two walked and chatted, completely ignoring their roommates. Wei Zhu muttered under his breath, what a heartless guy when there's a woman around. Lu Zigua smiled and looked at Su Zhe with a different expression. Su Zhe hadn't expected that he and Xia Mo were actually in the same class. However, encountering an old classmate at university, especially a beautiful one, still made Su Zhe quite happy. Chapter 32, Class President. In the classroom, boys and girls sat neatly separated, almost every small group organized by dormitory. English has always been a subject with more female students than male students. In Su Zhe's class, out of about 30 students, there were fewer than 10 boys, while the girls accounted for over 20. When Su Zhe and his friends entered the classroom, many people turned their gaze toward them. The men looked at Xia Mo, and the women looked at Su Zhe. Cough, cough, guys, the girls in our class are all pretty good looking. Wei Zhu looked at the girls with sparkling eyes. Su Zhe, Lu Zigua, and Han Jia all ignored him. Su Zhe, Wei Zhu, Lu Zigua, and Han Jia were sitting at the back of the classroom. I'm going to run for class president later. Guys, support me. Lu Zigua spoke up first. No problem, Lu Gu, but I'm also planning to run for class officer. Wei Zhu said, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Oh, what class officer are you going to compete for? Lu Zigua asked curiously. Wei Zhu chuckled. Of course it's the life committee member. Hee hee, with so many girls around, being the life committee member means you get to manage their lives. Wow, old Wei, I didn't expect you to be so clever. Lu Zigua said. Of course. Wei Zhuang raised his head proudly. In the classroom, everyone was chatting excitedly. Su Zhe looked at Xia Mo in front of him. Just then, Xia Mo turned around, and their eyes met. At the same moment, Xia Mo's gaze happened to look over. The two of them locked eyes in the sky for a moment. In less than a second, Xia Mo blushed and turned her head away. Xia Mo's heart was racing like a frightened deer. Would Su Zhe know that I came to the English department of Beijing University for him? Xia Mo thought back to that night, and her face grew even redder. Xia Mo, are you running a fever? Why is your face so red? Xia Mo's roommate asked with concern. No, maybe the air isn't circulating well. Xia Mo hurriedly replied. Just as Xia Mo was lost in her thoughts, Wang Jia walked over. Upon seeing Wang Jia's arrival, the once bustling classroom fell silent. Wang Jia walked to the front of the classroom, looked at the students below, and began to speak. Everyone, my name is Wang Jia. From today onward, I will be your academic advisor. Over the next 4 years, we will grow and improve together. After Wang Jia finished speaking, everyone clapped enthusiastically. Wang Jia waited until the applause died down before speaking. Is the main purpose of this class meeting to elect class officers? Everyone already knew about this, so they all listened quietly. Wang Jia continued, however, this election is only a preliminary one. We will hold another election after military training ends and everyone has gotten to know each other better. Everyone nodded in understanding. This election for class officers was actually to assist the counselor in managing military training. After all, a counselor manages several classes and hundreds of students. Without class officers, they wouldn't be able to keep everything under control. Does everyone understand? The students in the classroom all nodded. Alright, now that you understand, take a minute to think about whether you want to run for class officer. As soon as Wang Jia spoke, the students below began to whisper among themselves. After a minute, Wang Jia spoke up. Alright, then the first one is the class monitor. Is there anyone who wants to be the class monitor? Everyone can volunteer. Wang Jia spoke up, but everyone was whispering among themselves, and no one raised their hand. Lao Lu, you wanted to be class monitor, why didn't you raise your hand? Wei Zhu whispered. Let's see how things go first, then we'll talk about it. Wang Jia looked around the classroom and saw no one raising their hand. He spoke up, since no one is volunteering, I'll just call on someone. Su Zhe, you'll be the class monitor. Su Zhe was taken aback. How had he been chosen to be class monitor? As for the students below, they were all whispering to each other, wondering who Su Zhe was. What's his connection to the counselor? Su Zhe, stand up and let everyone get to know you. Wang Jia said. Su Zhe had no choice but to stand up. Everyone's gaze turned to Su Zhe, wondering who this mysterious figure was who had caused the counselor to directly appoint him as class monitor. Su Zhe felt a bit awkward under the stares. He had never been looked at like this in his previous life. Some of the people's gazes clearly carried a hint of hostility. Cough, cough, counselor, isn't it a bit too soon to make a decision before everyone has had a chance to think it through? No one has spoken yet. Su Zhe said helplessly. Wang Jia heard this and smiled. Anyway, no one is interested in doing it. You can do it for now, and after military training ends, we'll all vote again. Wang Jia spoke authoritatively, using his position as the counselor. Upon hearing this, those who had been vying for the position of class monitor all lowered their heads. Since the counselor had spoken, they knew they had to think twice before confronting him at that moment. After all, the next 4 years are in their hands. So no one dared to raise their hand. Suze, look, no one else is raising their hand. You're the class monitor. Wang Jia was quite pleased with his appointment. Suze had made such a deep impression on him on the first day that he didn't seem like a first-year student at all. Therefore, when it came time to elect class president, he didn't hesitate for a moment and chose Suze as his first choice. Suze couldn't help but smile wryly at the scene and agreed. If even you, the counselor, say so, what else can others say? Alright, I'll serve as the counselor for a few days first, and we'll talk about it after military training. Suze said. Wang Jia nodded. Then Suze will be our class monitor. A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted from below. Once the applause died down, Suze said, over the past 2 weeks, if there's anything I've done wrong, please forgive me. Another round of enthusiastic applause followed. Wang Jia was very satisfied with Suze's performance. He hadn't made a mistake in choosing him as class monitor. Alright, next we'll elect the youth league secretary. Since the class monitor is a guy, let's choose a girl for the youth league secretary. A mix of genders makes work easier. Wang Jia said with a smile. Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this. Wei Zhu winked at Suze and said, Old Su, the counselor has selected a concubine for you. Which girl in our class do you think could become your concubine? Suze frowned and dismissed the idea. Lu Ziguo laughed beside him. Old Wei is right. This branch secretary is just the class monitor's concubine. In my opinion, we should just elect Xia Mo. She's an old classmate, and it would be quick and easy to get her. That's right, that's right. Wei Zhu also shouted from the side. Suze glanced at Lu Ziguo. You're not going to be the class monitor, so why not try for the youth league secretary? Lu Ziguo shrugged indifferently. The counselor said they wanted a girl, and besides, I only wanted to be class monitor because I thought it would be good for our dorm to have someone in a position of authority. After all, it's easier to get things done when you have connections. Now that you're class monitor, I don't even want to bother. Hee, Old Su, don't forget your brothers when something good comes up in the future. Wei Zhu said from the side. No way, no way. Suze said. Chapter 33, Xia Mo, the Youth League Branch Secretary. The competition for Youth League Branch Secretary was clearly much more intense than that for Class President. To begin with, the class already had more girls than boys, and the position of Youth League Branch Secretary was specifically designated for a female candidate. So the girls were all getting more and more excited. The first to appear was a tall girl, standing at 1.75 meters, wearing shorts that showed off her long, slender legs, a red t-shirt, and short, stylish hair. As soon as she appeared, all the boys' eyes were drawn to her. Wow, there are so many beautiful girls in our class. This girl's looks are average, but those legs. Wei Zhu drooled. Lu Ziguo looked unconcerned. Old Wei, don't drool just because she's a woman. She's not as good as my girlfriend. Lu Ziguo said. Old Lu, when will you let us see your girlfriend? Stop just talking about her. Wei Zhu kept his eyes fixed on the stage. A tall, leggy girl walked up to the podium and began introducing herself. However, Suze wasn't paying much attention. He picked up his phone, and suddenly the Penguin app lit up a message from Yichoyu. Since the summer vacation ended, Suze and Yichoyu hadn't seen each other either. Why is Yichoyu sending him a message now? Suze opened the chat window. Yichoyu, hey, Suze, you didn't send me a single message all summer. Did you forget about me? Suze saw the tone and couldn't help but feel annoyed. He typed it out directly. Suze, that's about right. Yichoyu, you really hate me that much. Suze, I don't hate you. Yichoyu, ha, I knew you wouldn't hate me. You're just angry. Actually, it wasn't me who stood you up this summer, it was my mom who insisted I go back to my hometown to stay. Yichoyu, do you know where I am right now? Suze recalled that in his previous life, Yichoyu had gone to Jinling University. Suze, Jinling University. Yichoyu, I'm at Beijing Normal University now. Military training is over. Come find me to play. Suze didn't expect Yichoyu to actually come to Beijing Normal University. However, Suze had no intention of continuing their relationship. Suze, oh, okay. Yichoyu, oh, what does that mean? Going crazy. Suze, nothing much, just really busy. I need to study harder. Yichoyu, is studying more important, or am I more important? Going crazy. Suze, learning is important. After posting this message, Suze immediately logged out of his QQ account. Suze tapped Wei Zhu, who was intently watching the election, and asked, what are they voting on now? Still the Youth League Branch Secretary. Wei Zhu replied. How can you still be the Youth League Branch Secretary after all this time? It just goes to show that women are indeed formidable in battle. Old Su, your classmate has gone up. Wei Zhu suddenly exclaimed excitedly to Suze. Only Xia Mo could be seen walking onto the stage in a pair of white sneakers. Instantly, all the boys below perked up, their eyes gleaming as they stared at Xiaomo on the podium. Today, under the sunlight, Xiaomo was unusually beautiful. Just like the milk tea girl of later generations. Suze watched Xiaomo run for branch secretary and wasn't particularly surprised. After all, Xiaomo had been the class monitor in their class before. Xiaomo walked up to the podium and smiled gently. Everyone, I'm Xiaomo from Hui Province. To be honest, I wasn't surprised to be nominated for the position of Youth League branch secretary, but if I am elected, I will definitely work hard to serve everyone well. As Xiaomo finished speaking, a burst of applause erupted from the crowd. Especially the back row, where a dozen or so male students were clapping wildly, like wolves. As for some of the girls, they were glaring at Xiaomo with displeasure. When Xiaomo finished her speech, Wang Jia walked up to the front of the stage. Alright, everyone has spoken. Now, who would you like to choose? I will call out names, and please raise your hand. As Wang Jia announced his name, there was no doubt that Xiaomo became the branch secretary. Old Su, you and this classmate of yours are in the same class, and he just said you two are a perfect match. Lu Zigua smiled and said, in the future, this will depend on you too. Yes, Old Su, don't forget to think of your brothers when something good comes up in the future. Wei Zhu chimed in immediately from the side. Suze paid no attention to the two of them. The class officer election continued, with several candidates vying for positions such as study committee member and life committee member. Wei Zhu originally wanted to run for life committee member, but when he compared himself to a girl, he naturally came up short. This left Wei Zhu feeling very unhappy, as his plan had failed. The class meeting had come to an end at this point. Wang Jia stood at the front of the classroom to give his final remarks. During this military training period, everyone must follow the arrangements made by the platoon leader and the Youth League branch secretary. Of course, if you have any needs, you can also come directly to me. Amidst the applause of everyone present, Suze's class held its first class meeting, which concluded perfectly. Old Su, go to the supermarket and buy some supplies. I heard that military training at Beijing University is really tough, Lu Zigua said to Suze. Wei Zhu said, it's manageable. I heard that on the first day, they have to march 5 kilometers. Suze shook his head and said, I don't need to buy anything. You guys go ahead. At that moment, Xiaomo also dismissed her roommate and headed towards Suze. Lu Zigua saw the situation and left on his own accord. Wei Zhu was about to say something else, but Lu Zigua pulled him aside. Old Lu, why are you grabbing me? I still have something to say to Old Su. How can you be so blind? Lu Zigua said impatiently. On the way, Suze and Xiaomo walked side by side through the campus. Suze, I really have to thank you for getting into Beijing University this time. Xiaomo spoke up again. This has nothing to do with me. It's all your hard work. What does this have to do with me? It's all your hard work. Suze smiled and said, you and I both got into Beijing University. How much of the bonus will Olji get? Next time we go back, we have to make him treat us to a meal. I bet Olji never even thought of that. Xiaomo smiled gently, her smile was very soothing. By the way, Suze, do you have a girlfriend? Xiaomo's sudden question startled Suze, who looked at her strangely. Xiaomo, noticing Suze's strange expression, hurriedly explained, no, Suze, I meant you and Yichou in high school. Suze shrugged and said, there's nothing between us, and I just want to focus on my studies in college. Xiaomo's heart leaped with joy as she looked at Suze's sunny face, her eyes brimming with delight. Xiaomo said, Suze, I heard there's a really good barbecue restaurant nearby. I'll treat you to dinner. Sure, my roommates are also planning a dinner party. Why don't we all go together? Suze said casually. Xiaomo heard Suze's words and felt a little disappointed, but she still smiled. Sure, it's a good opportunity for us to get to know each other since we're in neighboring dorms and we're all classmates. Alright, I'll go back and let everyone know. Suze returned to the dormitory and shared the news with Lu Zigua and the others. Wei Zhu was so angry upon hearing the news that he almost jumped out of his skin. Old Su, you're truly Old Su. On the first day of university, you took us out to eat with female classmates. Chapter 34, Zhao Lingling. Old Lu, are you going or not? Wei Zhuang glanced at Lu Zigua beside him. Lu Zigua hesitated and said, actually, I had plans to have dinner with my girlfriend tonight. Lu Zigua actually didn't really want to go. After all, it was rare to get a chance to have dinner with Zhao Lingling, and he wanted to build a stronger connection with her. Come on, Old Lu, this is our dormitory social gathering. My chances of finding a partner depend entirely on this. Why don't you and your wife postpone it again? Wei Zhu definitely wouldn't want to miss such an opportunity. Lu Zigua furrowed his brows, clearly deep in thought. He hadn't had dinner with Zhao Lingling in a long time. Suze noticed Lu Zigua's hesitation and said, Old Lu, your girlfriend is more important. Let's go together next time we have the chance. Lu Zigua heard Suze's words and couldn't help but sigh in relief. Alright, Old Su, you guys go ahead and eat first. Next time, I'll treat you. I'll remember that, Old Lu. Next time, you have to treat us. Wei Zhu joined in the teasing. After all, why not take advantage of a free meal? The area where Beijing University was located was a renowned academic district in the entire capital, with many universities nearby. The area becomes particularly lively in the evenings, especially the famous snack street nearby, which is even more bustling at night than during the day. Old Sue, take a look at me. How do I look? Wei Zhu had his hair combed in a side part, wearing a white t-shirt and shorts with a pair of Nike sneakers. Su Zhe looked a bit off, but when he saw Wei Zhu's eager, praise-seeking gaze, Su Zhe said, "Not bad." Wei Zhu heard Su Zhe's words and immediately perked up. He turned to Han Jia beside him and said, "Little Jia, look at me. Don't I look handsome in this outfit? I'm sure I can charm a bunch of female classmates tonight. I'm going to finally get a date tonight." Han Jia ignored Wei Zhu and smiled slightly. Su Zhe chose a skewered meat restaurant. Eating skewered meat in the summer was the real deal. At the skewered meat restaurant, Su Zhe found a seat and sat down. Xia Mo and the others from their dorm hadn't arrived yet. Su Zhe picked up the menu, glanced at it, and called over the waiter to place their order. 50 skewers of lamb, 30 skewers of pork belly, and some grilled bread. Su Ziba rambled on endlessly, while Wei Zhu, who had been smiling, gradually lost his expression. Looking at the prices on the menu, he began to calculate the cost in his mind. After some calculation, the meal Su Zhe had just ordered would cost over 500 yuan. Split evenly, that's about 70 yuan per person. 70 yuan is a significant amount of money for Wei Zhu, as his monthly living expenses amount to only 500 yuan. This would eat up an entire week's worth of living expenses. Seeing that Su Zhe was still ordering, Wei Zhu hurriedly spoke up, "Old Su, that's enough, right? I'm not that hungry. Ordering so much is a waste." Su Zhe glanced at Wei Zhu, then turned to the waiter and said, "That should be all for now. If we need more, we'll order later." Wei Zhu saw this and finally let out a sigh of relief. "Old Su, Xia Mo is your old classmate, so I won't touch her. After all, one doesn't betray a friend's wife. But the others, I've already made my move." Wei Zhu chuckled. "Let them see the charm of Northeast men." Su Zhe smiled and said nothing. Meanwhile, Han Jia had pulled out a Japanese manga from somewhere and was engrossed in reading it, as if nothing happening around him mattered. Old Su, look, there's a beautiful woman over there. She's no less attractive than our youth league secretary." Wei Zhu excitedly whispered in Su Zhe's ear. A girl walked in from the doorway. The girl had long hair, a simple white loose t-shirt that reached down to her thighs, and her lower body was completely exposed. Her long, straight, and evenly proportioned legs are showcased to perfection, with calves that appear to be at least a meter long, and thighs that are just the right width, neither too thick nor too thin, making for an aesthetically pleasing sight. Many men in the skewered meat shop immediately fixed their gaze on her. The girl, clearly enjoying the attention, turned around impatiently. "Lu Zigua, can you hurry up? Making an old woman wait for you, dawdling around." The next moment, Lu Zigua, looking disheveled, also walked in from outside and awkwardly explained. "Lingling, it's not that I'm slow, I'm just not familiar with this place. Stop wasting time. Find a spot. I haven't had this barbecue in ages." The girl didn't give Lu Zigua any face. However, Lu Zigua didn't seem upset at all. Instead, he greeted her with a smile. But Wei Zhu, standing nearby, stood up and shouted excitedly. Old Lu, come over here and eat too." "Old Wei, you guys are here too? What a coincidence." Lu Zigua was also surprised to see Su Zhe and Wei Zhu. Is that Wei's sister-in-law? She's really beautiful." Ever since Zhao Lingling arrived, Wei Zhu's eyes haven't left her. Zhao Lingling said with an unhappy expression, "Lu Zigua, what are you talking about? I haven't agreed to be your girlfriend yet." Isn't that just a matter of time?" Lu Zigua smiled. "It's only a matter of time," Lu Zigua smiled. "It's inevitable, but I haven't agreed yet." "Don't get too confident." Zhao Lingling rolled her eyes. "What's going on?" Wei Zhu looked completely confused. Lu Zigua gave an awkward smile and scratched his head. "That person is still under investigation." Wei Zhu heard this and thought to himself, "I knew such a beautiful woman wouldn't fall for Lu Zigua, who's so dark and unattractive. Should old Lu stay and eat with us?" Wei Zhu asked from the side. He was thinking that one more person meant one more person to split the bill with, so he could pay a little less. He was thinking that with one more person, there would be one more person to split the bill, and he would end up paying less. Lu Zigua was about to refuse, but Zhao Lingling spoke up, "Sure, the more the merrier." Then she plopped down across from Su Zhe. "Junior, I didn't expect to see you again." Zhao Lingling stared intently at Su Zhe. She recalled how he had humiliated her at the train station, and never expected to run into him here. Su Zhe, however, had mentally prepared himself, though he hadn't expected to run into Zhao Lingling here. Lu Zigua slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten about this? Cough, Lingling, I haven't introduced you yet. These are my roommates, Wei Zhu, Han Jia, and Su Zhe. Lu Zigua hurriedly introduced them. Zhao Lingling continued to stare at Su Zhe with a fiery gaze, her long legs crossed elegantly. "So your name is Su Zhe?" Why didn't you say hello to your senior? Su Zhe had no intention of acknowledging Zhao Lingling. He wasn't interested in girls who needed to be pampered and adored. In his previous life, he had seen plenty of girls like her. Zhao Lingling, seeing that Su Zhe wasn't paying attention to her, grew even more angry and snapped at Lu Zigua. Lu Zigua, I'm thirsty. I want some water. Go buy me a cup first. Alright. Lu Zigua glanced at Su Zhe from the side without acknowledging Zhao Lingling, feeling a slight sense of relief. He was truly afraid that Zhao Lingling and Su Zhe would come to blows in public. Old Su, what would you like to drink? I'll go buy it. I'll have an iced black tea, please. Su Zhe said. You too, Wei Zhu. Oh, you guys drink. I'm not thirsty. Wei Zhu shook his head and said. Lu Zigua rolled his eyes. I'll pay, I'll treat you. Oh, if you're treating, I'll drink. Let's go together. Wei Zhu said as he stood up and went to the refrigerator with Lu Zigua. Chapter 35, The Very Skilled Zhao Lingling. At the dinner table, only Su Zhe and Zhao Lingling remained. Su Zhe picked up his phone and started playing with it. Zhao Lingling suddenly stood up, sat next to Su Zhe, crossed her legs, and wore a pair of white sneakers on her feet, tapping her toes toward Su Zhe. Su Zhe, this is the new Nokia phone. Hand it over for your senior to play with. It was clear that Zhao Lingling was the kind of woman who knew how to handle men. A man would never refuse such an intimate gesture from her. Su Zhe had encountered many girls like Zhao Lingling in his previous life, and her tactics held no appeal for him. Are we that close? Su Zhe put away his phone and looked at Zhao Lingling. Zhao Lingling pouted and said, Don't be so stingy. Just let me play with you, and I'll forget about what happened at the train station last time. Plus, I can introduce you to a girlfriend. Su Zhe replied indifferently. I don't need it. Oh, no, I don't need it. I know a lot of girls, and some of them are just as good looking as me. Are you sure you don't need it? Zhao Lingling stretched out her slender legs and tapped Su Zhe's calf. Smack! Su Zhe slapped Zhao Lingling's leg. On her originally white thigh, a red handprint suddenly appeared. Be quiet. Su Zhe said coldly. Zhao Lingling hadn't expected Su Zhe to actually hit her, and the burning pain on her thigh made her wince. She wanted to explode, but Su Zhe's cold gaze fixed on her, leaving her speechless and unable to utter a word. Until Lu Zigua and Wei Zhu ran back. Old Su, here's the iced black tea you wanted. Lu Zigua tossed a bottle of iced black tea to Su Zhe. Hey, why are you sitting next to Old Su? Wei Zhu ran over to Zhao Lingling and handed her the drink he was holding. Zhao Lingling said angrily, I want to sit there. What business is it of yours? After saying that, she snatched the drink from Wei Zhu's hand and drank it all in one gulp. However, her gaze turned to Su Zhe, who was looking at her with a hostile expression. Wei Zhu felt awkward and scratched his head before sitting down as well. As for Lu Zigua, he had no such thoughts and simply sat down next to Zhao Lingling. Lingling, what would you like to eat? Lu Zigua handed her the menu eagerly. Zhao Lingling didn't hesitate, grabbed the menu, and started ordering. I'll have this, and this. He ordered 7 or 8 items at once, and they were all the most expensive ones. Wei Zhu saw this and felt so sorry for her that he quickly grabbed the menu. Sister-in-law, we already ordered a lot. You ordered so much we can't finish it all. Zhao Lingling was already annoyed by Su Zhe's slap, and Wei Zhu's interference made her even more upset. She glared at Lu Zigua and demanded an explanation. I'm just eating something, and I have to report it to you? Are you saying I'm eating too much, Lu Zigua? Lu Zigua dared not say a word. He immediately snatched the menu from Wei Zhu's hand and glanced at Wei Zhu. Wei Zhu, let Lingling eat whatever she wants. You don't have to pay. I'll cover the extra. Wei Zhu reluctantly let go. Lingling, take a look and see if there's anything else you'd like to eat. Lu Zigua placed the menu in front of Zhao Lingling. Zhao Lingling looked at Su Zhe standing nearby, who seemed unconcerned, and was so angry that she clenched her teeth. That's all? Hurry up and get them in there. Alright, I'll go urge them right away. Lu Zigua hurriedly stood up. But Su Zhe, who had been silent all along, spoke up, Don't rush. Xia Mo and the others haven't arrived yet. Let's wait for them to come together. Zhao Lingling was so angry by this statement that she jumped up suddenly. Su Zhe, what do you mean? You made me, an upperclassman, wait for them to eat? Who are they? They're so bold. Su Zhe replied calmly, I didn't ask you to come over to eat. You, Su Zhe, I'll remember this. Today, I won't let you off the hook. Zhao Lingling couldn't stay there any longer. She was so angry that she left immediately. Lu Zigua hurriedly chased after her from behind. Lingling, Old Su didn't mean it that way, he didn't mean it that way. But Zhao Lingling didn't even look back and just walked away. Wei Zhu gave Su Zhe a thumbs up. Old Su, you're really something. You even managed to drive Zhao Lingling away. Su Zhe didn't even bother to look up. However, just a moment later, Wei Zhu suddenly stood up. Oh no, Lu Zigua and Zhao Lingling have run off. They ordered so many dishes. What are we going to do? How much did that cost? Wei Zhu looked pained. Suze couldn't stand it anymore. Look at Wei Zhu's expression. Alright, this round is on me. That's too much. Next time, I'll treat you. Wei Zhu said. Suze didn't mind such a small amount of money wasn't significant to him. Time passed quietly. Before long, Wei Zhu suddenly stood up, waving his hands excitedly. Branch secretary, over here, over here. Tonight, Xia Mo had her long hair tied into a ponytail, wearing a light white pleated skirt that showed off her long legs and dimples, making one's heart skip a beat. Behind Xia Mo were 3 other girls. One of them was from Suze's class, named Sun Ting, who was average looking. If she weren't Xia Mo's roommate, Suze probably wouldn't even remember her. The other 2 were from different classes, but they were quite attractive, with good figures, though not as stunning as Xia Mo. Still, they were definitely considered beauties. The 4 of them quickly made their way to the table across from Suze and sat down. Wei Zhu's mouth was watering. Suze, have you been waiting long? Xia Mo smiled, revealing 2 dimples, warming one's heart involuntarily. That's good. Suze said. Hello, class monitor. Sun Shui said shyly from the side, then lowered her head. Suze nodded. The other 2 girls, however, were curious and boldly examined Suze. Suze was also looking at the 2 girls. One of the 2 girls smiled and spoke up first. This is our old classmate Xiao Mo. He's really good looking. My name is Qin Xiaoting. Her name is Zhou Xin, and we're both in the music department. As for the person named Zhou Xin, she just smiled in greeting. Suze. Suze smiled. Ladies, my name is Wei Zhu. Wei Zhu hurriedly interjected. However, the others' interest was clearly not in Wei Zhu, they were all looking at Suze. Throughout the meal, Wei Zhu tried several times to interject, but the girls completely ignored him. Han Jia, on the other hand, sat quietly eating, as if none of it had anything to do with him. At the dinner table, Qian Xiaoting was the most lively, constantly trying to strike up a conversation with Suze, prying into his affairs as if she were conducting a household registration investigation, nearly digging up every detail of his family history. However, when she found out that Suze was actually the city's top scholar, she was utterly astonished. Not bad, not bad. That's exactly what someone like Jia Xiaoma deserves. Qian Xiaoting nodded in satisfaction, causing Xiaomo's face to flush red. Everyone had finished eating, and since they had military training tomorrow, they all went their separate ways. We had originally planned to split the bill, but Suze said he had already paid. Since he was treating us to dinner, Qian Xiaoting directly called Suze Su Big Boss. She even said that if Suze weren't already taken, she would have made a move on him long ago. Suze just smiled. Later, Qian Xiaoting and the others said they wanted to go shopping at the supermarket and asked Suze to take Xia Mo home. Chapter 36, Secretary Xia. The female dormitory and male dormitory were located in similar areas, with Suze's dormitory and Xiaomo's dormitory separated by only a sports field. Suze and Xiaomo walked side by side. The cicadas were chirping loudly on the summer playground, but they couldn't stop the passionate young men and women. On the playground, pairs of young men and women were everywhere, exuding the vibrant energy of youth. Along the way, Xiaomo didn't say a word, just walking quietly. Suze also remained silent, deep in thought about what to do next. Now that he had arrived at university, he certainly wouldn't just study, he had to do something. Although the novel website has been invested in, it is still in its growth phase overall. Moreover, the market for online novels is actually quite limited and cannot satisfy Suze's ambitions. In 2008, starting a business definitely had to be in the internet industry. Online shopping and gaming were undoubtedly the most profitable ventures of the time. Online shopping definitely won't work. Although it's not as developed yet, platforms like Taobao and JD have already gained a strong foothold. If Suze were to launch an online shopping platform now, he wouldn't have the same advantages as them. After all, he doesn't have the money or the inventory. The gaming industry is still dominated by Tencent, NetEase, and Shanda. Suze thought for a long time but couldn't come up with any good ideas, so he shook his head. This scene was noticed by Xia Mo. Suze, what are you thinking about? Xia Mo asked in a crisp voice. Suze didn't hide anything and said, I'm thinking about how to make money. Xia Mo's expression froze, clearly not expecting Suze to say that. Half a day later, Xia Mo finally spoke up, sounding puzzled. Suze, we're still students. We're still young to enter society. Earning money is something we should consider later. It's not too early. At our age, if we don't want to make money, we'll only end up as laborers once we enter society. Suze shook his head. Xia Mo asked in confusion, but we don't have any money or connections. How can we start a business and make money? In fact, Xiaomo's desire for money was even more intense. In her living environment, she had only realized the importance of money from a very young age. However, as a college student, her mindset was to study hard, obtain her degree, and then earn money once she graduated. Although Suze hasn't thought about it yet, she is very confident in herself. Sometimes, entrepreneurship depends on a single idea. Suze pointed to his head. Xia Emo looked at Suzai's confident expression, and the string in her heart tightened even more. She couldn't help but smile and speak up. If Mr. Su succeeds in the future, could I work as a secretary in his company? Of course, that's no problem. After all, you're already my secretary, Xia secretary. Suzai said with a smile. Who's your secretary? I'm the Youth League secretary. Xia Emo wrinkled her nose and retorted. I'm the class monitor, you're the Youth League branch secretary. I'm the top person in our class. You're just my secretary. I'm not. Hee, that's not up to you. I say it's true. Xia secretary, come give your boss a leg massage. Suzai, extend your leg? Alright, I'll give you a good massage. Xia Emo fiercely pinched Suzai's leg. The two chatted and laughed all the way until they reached the dormitory next to Xiaomo's room. If there was one thing that wasn't lacking in front of the girls' dormitory, it was boys. Next to Xiaomo's dormitory, many boys and girls were sitting together, hugging each other freely, and some were even kissing. Xia Emo witnessed this scene. She blushed with embarrassment. Suzai didn't care. It was just a kiss. What's the big deal? But seeing Xiaomo's wide-eyed expression, he suddenly recalled that night at the hotel. Suzai couldn't help but tease her. Hey, Xia secretary, you've stayed in so many rooms, why do you care about this? Who stayed in a hotel room? That wasn't you, was it? Xia Emo blushed and retorted. You're the one who did it. You're just trying to shift the blame onto me. You're really taking advantage of me. You didn't get anything out of it, so you're just insulting me. You're really taking advantage of me. So you're saying you had a hotel room with me and got nothing out of it? You're really taking advantage of me. Suzai deliberately sighed and shook his head. Xia Emo thought of the look the front desk lady at the hotel had given her that night, and her face grew even redder. Seeing Xiaomo's face growing redder and redder, Suzai decided not to tease her. Alright, no more jokes. Xia Emo, we're at the dormitory. I won't walk you in. I'm afraid the dorm supervisor will chase me with a broom. Xia Emo didn't laugh. Instead, she clenched her teeth. Looking at Suzai, she asked, Suzai, I want to ask you a question. Do you have a girlfriend now? Suzai shook his head. A girlfriend? What's the point of that? I just want to study hard. Xia Emo heard the first three words from Suzai and smiled like a flower. Suzai, let's meet tomorrow, he said as he headed toward the dormitory. Suzai also headed straight for his dormitory. However, as soon as he arrived at the dormitory, he received a message from Xia Emo on his WeChat. Suzai, have you arrived at the dormitory? Suzai replied immediately. Just arrived at the dormitory, and already Secretary Su has something to report to the big boss? Xia Emo, big boss, how much are you planning to pay me, your secretary, per month? I'm quite expensive. Suzai, expensive? Well, how about I give you someone else instead? Suzai sent the message and walked into the dormitory. In the dormitory, Han Jia had already gotten into bed, lying on his back with a laptop on his legs, watching One Piece. Wei Zhu was holding a basin, preparing to go take a shower, but upon seeing Suzai return, he immediately smiled and ran over. Hee, old Su, you're back. Suzai nodded and sat down at his own seat. However, Wei Zhu clearly had no intention of letting Suzai off the hook. He spoke seriously, Old Su, I'm telling you I want to pursue Qian Shaoting. Give me some advice. Suzai, while chatting with Xia Emo, said, cough. If you like her, go for it. What, you think I'm a good match for Shaoting too? I'll tell you, I think Shaoting is the most beautiful, especially her aura. Wei Zhu was chatting nonstop beside Suzai. But just then, Lu Zigua walked in from the dormitory door looking lackluster, approached Suzai, and said, Old Su, there's something I need to apologize to you about. What's the matter? Suzai looked at Lu Zigua curiously. I gave your WeChat ID to Lingling. Just agree with her when she messages you. If she insults you, just ignore her. It's all for the sake of my brother's love. Lu Zigua looked apologetic. After Zhao Lingling was driven away by Suzai, she directly asked Lu Zigua for Suzai's QQ number, saying she wanted to vent her anger at him. Lu Zigua had no choice but to give it to her. Suzai gave Lu Zigua an odd look. Your girlfriend is asking for someone else's WeChat ID, and you're apologizing? Alright. Suzai nodded. Lu Zigua saw that Suzai agreed and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that if Suzai had refused, he would probably have been scolded by Zhao Lingling again. Meanwhile, Wei Zhu, upon seeing Lu Zigua return, proceeded to recount all the girls he had seen in Xiaomo's dorm that evening, particularly emphasizing Qian Shaoting, whom he had even boasted about pursuing. Suzai continued chatting with Xia Emo, when suddenly a message popped up on his WeChat. Suzai, my legs feel good, don't they? Chapter 37, Military Training Begins. Suzai knew immediately that it was from Zhao Lingling and had originally planned to respond. However, considering her relationship with Lu Zigua, he decided to accept it after all. Right after she agreed, Zhao Lingling immediately sent a photo. The photo showed the upper part of a white thigh, sparking endless imagination. However, there is now a faint red handprint on the once white thigh. Zhao Lingling, Suze, look at what you've done to my leg. How are you going to compensate me? Suze picked up his phone and took a look. The camera quality on this phone is really poor. Such nice legs, and the photo is so blurry. He didn't want to bother with Zhao Lingling, but seeing those legs, Suze picked up his phone. Suze, call your boyfriend to give you a massage. Zhao Lingling, I don't have a boyfriend. Suze, what about Lu Zigua? Zhao Lingling, he's so clumsy and yet he wants to be my boyfriend. Suze also noticed that Lu Zigua was usually pretty laid back and easygoing with them, but the moment he was around Zhao Lingling, he turned into a total suck-up. It's likely that he finds girls like Zhao Lingling rather off-putting. However, Suze had no intention of getting involved with Zhao Lingling, so he simply didn't respond. In the girls' dormitory, Zhao Lingling stared at Suze's unanswered message for a long time, her teeth clenched so tightly they were grinding. You bastard, Suze. You dare not even reply to this lady's message? Don't you dare let me catch you. Suze picked up his toiletries and went to the bathroom. Lu Zigua returned to the dormitory, lay on the bed, and looked at his phone, which was still on the page of Zhao Lingling's QQ account. The four roommates were each lying on their beds, busy with their own things. Suze's WeChat notification sounded again. It was a message from Xia Mo. Xia Mo, Suze, what are you doing? Suze, just got into bed, planning to play on my phone and go to sleep. We have military training tomorrow. Xia Mo, military training means being out in the sun. Suze, am I going to get sunburned? Suze, no way, you're naturally beautiful, how could you get sunburned? Xia Mo, you're just flattering me. Suze and Xia Mo were chatting, and from time to time, Zhao Lingling would send photos of her legs for Suze to handle. Suze took a look at each one but didn't respond. Hey, do you think dating is hard? Lu Zigua suddenly sighed deeply. Old Lu, you're the only one in our dorm who's dating. We're all single. Who knows? Wei Zhu put down his phone and looked at Lu Zigua with a curious expression. Did your sister-in-law reject you? If you can't handle it, just give her to me. Get lost. Lu Zigua shot Wei Zhu a disapproving glance. Wei Zhu didn't get angry, but smiled and said, if you ask me, old Lu's wife is hard to pursue. You should just find someone else. This university is pretty much the same, and there aren't many girls around. Lu Zigua shot him a glance but said nothing. Anyway, I've set my sights on Qian Xiaoting. I'll definitely catch up with her in college. Wei Zhu declared confidently. In the dormitory, after Wei Zhu finished speaking, the room fell into silence. Suze chatted with Xia Mo for a while, exchanged goodnights, and ended the day. The next day, military training began. Military training took place from August 25th to September 25th, lasting 1 month. For freshmen just entering university, military training is undoubtedly a mix of pain and joy. The sun in late August was still scorching, and a group of college students stood under it. Organized by class, 3 classes formed a squadron. Suze's drill instructor was a young man with a scholarly face, probably around 20 years old. However, it was only the first day of camp. Suze and the other freshmen stood in formation, while the leaders on stage, all with potbellies, spoke in officialese. Suze and the other freshmen stood under the blazing sun. After working out over the summer and reincarnating, Suze felt that his physical condition had improved significantly, and he didn't feel tired at all. However, some of the new students couldn't withstand the scorching sun and began to complain and curse. However, under the drill sergeant's fierce glare, they dared not utter a word. The 2-hour opening speech finally came to an end with the drill sergeant's command to dismiss. The students immediately rushed out and headed toward the cafeteria. They were all young people, and after standing for over 2 hours, they were already starving. In the cafeteria, a group of students rushed over like starving wolves, heading toward the cafeteria, with every window crowded with people. Wow, what a bunch of animals! They didn't even leave us a single piece of meat. Lu Zigua sat down with his lunchbox, muttering under his breath. The 4 of them had arrived at the canteen late, and by the time it was their turn to get food, there wasn't much left. There was hardly any meat in their meals. Oh, this is really unbearable. We've been standing here for so long, and there's not even a single dish. Lu Zigua said while eating his meal in large bites. Don't mention it. I heard we have to go hiking in the wilderness this afternoon, walking 30 kilometers. Wei Zhu complained with a sour expression. No way, are we really going to be treated like animals? Old Su, you're the class monitor, do you know about this? Lu Zigua looked at Suze. Suze nodded. The counselor just sent me a message saying it was added at the last minute. Oh no, who's the jerk who did this? Lu Zigua sighed deeply. It wasn't just him, the sound of sighs echoed through the canteen from time to time. Clearly, everyone had heard that tragic sound. Stop complaining, finish eating, and go to the supermarket to buy some things. Suze picked at his rice. This meal really wasn't appetizing. What should we buy? We're walking all the way here, and I don't want to carry anything. Lu Zi said. You'll see soon enough. Su Zidao said. After everyone finished eating, Su Zhe led them straight to the supermarket inside the school. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Su Zhe headed straight for the sanitary napkins on the shelf, swept his hand across them, and grabbed all the sanitary napkins on the shelf. Seeing this, Lu Zigua, Wei Zhu, and Han Jia were all stunned. It wasn't just them, some of the girls nearby were staring at Su Zhe with strange expressions, whispering to each other. Lu Zigua's face turned red instantly. Old Su, why did you buy this? We don't need this either. Wei Zhu also took a few steps back and kept a distance from Su Zhe before speaking. Yeah, old Su, this is useless to us. You'll see soon enough. Su Zhe ignored the strange glances from the people around him and walked toward the counter with the sanitary napkin in hand. The sales clerk was a middle-aged woman who looked at the box of sanitary pads in Su Zhe's hand and gave him a strange look. Wei Zhu, Lu Zigua, and Han Jia ran off a good distance away, their faces flushed with embarrassment. After all, they could hear every word the surrounding students were saying. Is this man mentally unstable, buying so many sanitary napkins? Wow, I must have encountered a tough guy. This is the first time I've ever seen a man buy sanitary pads. He bought all the sanitary pads in the supermarket. What are we going to do now? Su Zhe ignored the strange looks from others and headed toward the dormitory. Chapter 38, The Ingenious Uses of a Sanitary Pad. Along the way, everyone's glances were oddly curious, until Wei Zhu hurriedly closed the dormitory door. I said, Old Su, why did you buy it? We don't have our periods, so we don't need it. Wei Zhu looked at the basket full of sanitary pads and felt sorry for her. That was enough to cover his monthly living expenses. Lu Zigua and Han Jia were also filled with confusion. Su Zhe took out a pack of sanitary pads, opened them, took off his shoes, and placed them inside his own shoes as shoe inserts. Seeing this, Lu Zi, Wei Zhu, and Han Jia were all stunned. This sanitary pad could even be used as a shoe insole. Actually, this was something Su Zhe only learned about later in life from the internet. Later, Su Zhe even tried it himself, and found that the sanitary pad made an extremely comfortable shoe insert. In his previous life, he had also worn shoes for a month during military training, and his feet were completely ruined by the end of that month. Su Zhe put on his shoes and felt much more comfortable. Su Zhe took 3 packets out of the basket and threw them toward Lu Zigua, Han Jia, and Wei Zhu. You should try them too, they're absolutely comfortable. The 3 of them took them, then followed Su Zhe's method, took off their shoes, placed the sanitary pads inside, and then put their shoes back on. Old Su, you're amazing, it feels so good. Wei Zhu jumped up and down, his face beaming with excitement. Han Jia was also full of surprise, this is so comfortable. Comfortable, so comfortable. Lu Zigua looked utterly relaxed, staring at Su Zhe in disbelief. I said, Old Su, how did you discover the wonderful use of this sanitary napkin? Hee, I saw Old Su do this back in high school. Wei Zhu gave a lecherous smile. Su Zhe ignored them and took out 3 more packets, tossing them over. Keep them on you. The 3 of them took it, and Lu Zigua spoke up, Old Su, how much is it? We'll buy it, we can't let you spend money on it. Wei Zhu remained silent beside them. Su Zhe shook his head. It's not expensive. I'll treat you. Wei Zhu heard this and hurriedly said, Su Gu is so generous. Thank you, Su Gu. Lu Zigua didn't say anything either. Su Zhe thought for a moment and sent Xia Mo a message on WeChat. Su Zhe, Xia Mo, I have something good for you. At that moment, Xia Mo was lying on the bed, and the other dormmates were all sitting at their own desks. Everyone was holding their sunscreen and skincare products, frantically applying them to their faces. Xia Mo lay on the bed. A few people were chatting. Xian Xiaoting, did you hear? Apparently, there was a pervert at the supermarket who bought all the sanitary napkins. Xia Mo, who's so bored? Xian Xiaoting, who knows? Luckily, I still have a few packs left. You guys better stock up recently. Xia Mo, yeah. Xia Mo suddenly received a message from Su Zhe, and her face lit up. She immediately replied excitedly. Xia Mo, I'm here. Standing all morning was exhausting, and now I have to hike 30 kilometers in the afternoon. Are you trying to kill me? Su Zhe, I have a way to make the afternoon less tiring for you. Xia Mo, really? Tell me quickly. Su Zhe, come over to the guy's dorm, and I'll give you something. Xia Mo, sure. Xia Mo jumped out of bed and put on her clothes. Seeing Xia Mo suddenly get up, Xian Xiaoting, who was applying sunscreen, curiously asked, Xia Mo, are you going out in the middle of the day? Something important? Yeah, I have something to do. Xia Mo excitedly headed toward the dormitory below. Xian Xiaoting gave her a strange look and continued applying sunscreen to her long, slender legs. Su Zhe held 3 packs of sanitary napkins and prepared to go downstairs. Hey, Su Zhe, where are you going? Wei Zhu was fiddling with the sanitary pad in his shoe and asked curiously. Nothing, I asked Xia Mo to get some sanitary pads. Su Zhe said indifferently. Wei Zhu jumped up suddenly. Damn it, why didn't I think of that? Old Su, give me 2 more packs. I'll go give them to Qian Xiaoting. That way, Qian Xiaoting will definitely fall in love with me. Wei Zhu grew more and more excited as he spoke. Su Zhe, however, shrugged indifferently. There are a few more in the basket. Take them. Su Ge, you're like my own older brother. Wei Zhu grabbed the remaining 5 from the basket and rushed downstairs. Su Zhe couldn't help but furrow his brows, but he didn't say anything. However, Lu Zigua, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but say, this Wei Zhu really doesn't consider himself an outsider. He's using old Su's things to flatter the girl. Old Su, don't be so generous in the future. We're roommates. After saying this, Su Zhe also left the dormitory and went downstairs. Lu Zigua shook his head, lay on the bed, and thought to himself that if Zhao Lingling were in the same year as him, he could use this to curry favor with her. Downstairs, Xia Mo stood under a tree, and from time to time, boys would come out of the dormitory and couldn't help but glance at her. Some were even discussing, who is that beautiful girl? She's making him wait here in the middle of the day. She's just a beast. Xia Mo heard these words and couldn't help but blush. However, Xia Mo also thought it made sense. If Su Zhe was giving her something, why did he make her come over to get it? Shouldn't he have brought it over himself? He doesn't have any gentlemanly manners at all. However, just as Xia Mo was thinking this, Su Zhe's voice suddenly rang out. Xia Mo, what are you thinking about? Xia Mo, like a startled kitten, couldn't help but jump back. However, there was a tree root behind her, and Xia Mo tripped over it, causing her body to tilt backward and lose her balance. Just as she was about to fall, Su Zhe acted quickly, stepping forward and wrapping his arms around Xia Mo's slender waist, which was so delicate and easy to hold. Although he had always known that Xia Mo had a good figure, Su Zhe never imagined her waist could be so slender. For a moment, he couldn't help but let go. Until Xia Mo's shy voice drifted over. Su Zhe, let go of me. Su Zhe finally came to his senses and reluctantly let go. Xia Mo looked like a child who had done something wrong, blushing and lowering her head. Su Zhe, you're bullying me. Su Zhe shook his head and looked at Xia Mo teasingly. Clearly, I just saved you, yet you don't thank me and instead accuse me of bullying you. How unreasonable of you. You're a bad person. Xia Mo raised her head and glared angrily at Su Zhe. Su Zhe looked at the angry little face. Bai Ji's skin was slightly flushed from the morning's military training, and combined with her angry expression, she looked even more adorable. You haven't seen me when I'm being bad yet. Xia Mo wasn't a match for Su Zhe. She was flustered and blushing after being spoken to by him for half an hour. Seeing that the teasing had gone far enough, Su Zhe didn't plan to continue. He took out 2 packs of sanitary pads from his pocket and handed them to Xia Mo. Here, take these. When Xia Mo saw the sanitary pad, her face turned even redder. After all, it was a private item for women. Why are you giving this to me? I already have one. This is for you to put under your feet. That way, after driving 30 kilometers off-road, your feet won't get blisters. That's how you use it. Xia Mo said in disbelief. Of course, what kind of dirty thoughts are you thinking about? Su Zhe said. Xia Mo blushed and protested, I didn't. You're the one with the dirty mind. Chapter 39, Heatstroke. Xia Mo returned to the dormitory with 2 packs of sanitary napkins, feeling quite pleased with herself. Xia Mo. Qian Xiaoting saw Xia Mo return and excitedly waved at her. We're saved this afternoon. Qian Xiaoting said excitedly while holding the sanitary pad. You mean use the sanitary pad as a shoe insert? Xia Mo took out the sanitary pad in her hand. Qian Xiaoting saw the sanitary pad in Xia Mo's hand and suddenly understood. Wei Shu said this was his idea, but it must have been Su Zhe's idea after all. Xia Mo smiled and nodded. Qian Xiaoting smiled at Xia Mo. When are you going to snag Su Dabin? Don't blame me for not warning you. This kind of outstanding guy is a rare find. Xiaoting, what are you talking about? We're just classmates. Xia Mo blushed and smiled shyly. At 3 in the afternoon, although the sun wasn't as hot as it had been at noon, it was still blindingly bright. Students from the capital university stared at the blazing sun as they began their journey from the school grounds. Each squad was led by 2 instructors, one in front and one behind, to prevent anyone from falling behind or running off midway. Su Zhe's class was right in the center. A group of first-year freshmen had walked about 3 kilometers, and their feet began to feel sore and achy. After all, they probably hadn't walked this much in their entire lives. Some students started complaining after only a short while. However, the drill instructors were ruthless, letting them wail as they pleased but not allowing anyone to escape. They really won't let us go. Lu Zigua cursed angrily. Wei Zhu, on the other hand, looked relieved. Thank goodness old Su bought us these sanitary pads. Otherwise, walking 30 kilometers would have been impossible. Why walk? I came here to go to college, not to suffer. Lu Zigua was extremely dissatisfied with this arrangement. It wasn't just him. In fact, many of the students were also dissatisfied. They were able to get into Beijing University. Who among them isn't a prodigy? Some hot-tempered students even dared to confront the instructors directly. These drill instructors are also in their early 20s, full of youthful vigor. How could they tolerate the students' provocation? They punished them directly. These students didn't even acknowledge them, and the two groups nearly came to blows. If it weren't for the accompanying counselor stepping in, they probably would have started fighting. However, the counselor's arrival did reduce the students' complaints somewhat. However, from time to time, some students would feign illness and lie down on the ground. For these students who are faking illness, the counselors and instructors are also helpless and can only arrange for someone to take them back. Wei Zhu witnessed this scene and couldn't help but excitedly suggest from the side. Old Su, old Lu, why don't we pretend to be sick too? Su Zhe glanced at Wei Zhu's sturdy figure. Are you sure the instructor will believe you? With your build, if you were to lie down, I bet everyone here would have to lie down too. Lu Zigua glanced at him and said. Wei Zhu could only smile awkwardly. After about 3 hours, the instructors ordered everyone to rest where they were. Soon after, someone brought us compressed biscuits and bottled water. After more than 3 hours of walking, the students were already starving. They grabbed the compressed biscuits and devoured them greedily. I never thought these compressed biscuits would be so delicious, Wei Zhu said as he took big bites of the compressed biscuits. Originally, the instructors thought the students wouldn't be able to get used to the compressed biscuits, but seeing them devouring them one after another, they couldn't help but laugh. After eating and resting for about half an hour, they started walking again. As class monitor, Su Zhe kept glancing at the members of his class. As time passed, news of someone fainting began to circulate. The instructors immediately carried stretchers and took them to the doctors accompanying the group. Just then, a sudden urgent voice rang out from Su Zhe's class. The voice was none other than Xiaomo's. Class monitor, Xiaoting can't make it. Su Zhe rushed over immediately. Xian Xiaoting's face had turned pale, her lips were purple, and her body was trembling uncontrollably. Xiaomo looked panicked as she supported Xian Xiaoting. What's going on? Su Zhe asked. Just now, Xiaoting suddenly collapsed. She had already said she felt a bit dizzy. Xiaomo hurriedly explained. Su Zhe looked at Xian Xiaoting's expression and said, it seems like she's suffering from heat stroke. Let's get her away from the crowd and find an open space. Alright, everyone, make way. Xiaomo hurriedly helped her up. However, Xian Xiaoting was taller than Xiaomo to begin with, and her frame was the kind of sturdy build unique to northern Chinese girls. Xiaomo, on the other hand, was a typical southern girl and simply couldn't hold her own. There were several times when Xiaomo almost flipped over. Su Zhe saw this and stepped forward to grab Xian Xiaoting's arm, saying to Xiaomo, let go, I'll handle it. Xiaomo obediently let go of her hand. Su Zhe, on the other hand, picked up Xian Xiaoting in a princess carry. Su Zhe had assumed that Xian Xiaoting was tall and had a large frame, so her weight must be considerable. But when he picked her up, he found she wasn't very heavy at all, not even 100 pounds. Su Zhe quickly carried her to the shade of a tree and took out a bottle of mineral water and some tissues. He dampened the tissues and placed them on Xian Xiaoting's forehead. Xian Xiaoting slowly opened her eyes, saw Su Zhe's tall figure, and spoke weakly. Su, the class monitor, what happened to me? You've heat stroke. Don't say anything. Close your eyes and wait for the ambulance. Su Zhe said. It was clear that the school and instructors had greatly overestimated the students' physical condition. The ambulances are completely insufficient. The last ambulance just returned to the school with a group of students suffering from heat stroke, and the next one won't arrive for another half hour. What should Su Zhe do now? Is Xiaoting okay? Xiaomo looked tense, tears streaming down her face. Su Zhe furrowed his brows, not expecting there to be no ambulance. Xian Xiaoting needed a quiet environment. She definitely couldn't be taken away in such a chaotic setting. In that case, I'll go find the team leader and see if anyone has a car. We'll drive her back. Su Zhe said. But will the counselors agree? Lu Zigua asked uncertainly. People are like that, he wouldn't refuse. Su Zhe directly embraced Xian Xiaoting and headed toward the lead counselor. The counselor in charge was a middle-aged man. Seeing Xian Xiaoting in that state, he was also startled. If anything were to happen to this student, he wouldn't be able to take responsibility. Although he has a car, the team must continue moving forward, so he has to follow the team. For a moment, he was at a loss. Teacher, why don't you let me drive the car, and you continue leading the group? Su Zhe spoke up voluntarily. You can drive. The counselor looked at Su Zhe suspiciously. You have to understand that in 2008, it wasn't like today. The first thing you did after graduating high school was get your driver's license. At that time, private cars were still a luxury item. Chapter 40, Chen Xiaoting's heart flutters. The counselor still looked at Su Zhe with suspicion. Although Su Zhe said he had one, his car was brand new. If it gets damaged, he'll be heartbroken for ages. Su Zhe, reborn into this world, watched the counselor hesitate and of course knew exactly what he was thinking. He directly pulled out a bank card and his student ID from his own pocket. Teacher, this is my student ID card and bank card. There are roughly several $1,000s in this bank account. If the car is scratched in any way, I will take full responsibility. The counselor didn't expect Suze to do this, and his face couldn't help but turn awkward. Many students were watching nearby. The teacher took the keys out of his pocket and handed them to Suze. Student, my place is just a kilometer behind you. Drive carefully. Thank you, teacher. Suze thanked the counselor and immediately picked up Qian Xiaoting and ran off toward the back. Xiaomo, Lu Zigua, and Wei Zhu also hurriedly followed behind. However, just as they had run halfway, the voice of the counselor behind them rang out. What are you doing over there? One girl is enough. You two boys come back. Me. Wei Zhu was about to say something else, but seeing the stern look on the counselor's face, he backed down. He could only return to the formation with Lu Zigua. I said, old Wei, you had such a great opportunity just now, but you didn't save the damsel in distress. Lu Zigua looked at Wei Zhu, who was clearly regretting his decision, and couldn't help but tease him. Wei Zhu regretted his actions and rubbed his head. I forgot just now and let old Su beat me to it. Lu Zigua, I told you, old Wei, you're too slow. By the time you get there, Qian Xiaoting might already be dead. Without mentioning Wei Zhu's regret, Suze carried Qian Xiaoting and ran frantically, while Xiaomo followed closely behind. Under the scorching summer sun, a group of college students watched Suze carry Qian Xiaoting as they ran wildly, and couldn't help but imagine various scenes in their minds. Some young girls who didn't know the truth looked at Qian Xiaoting with envy. Wow, that girl is so lucky. Look, her boyfriend is holding her and running. I wish I were that girl. That guy is so boyfriend material. I really want to find a guy like him to be my boyfriend. To be honest, the weather at the end of August was still scorching hot. Suze was holding Jian Xiaotian and sprinted for a kilometer, with sweat pouring down his forehead. Qian Xiaoting was the typical northern girl. Although she was wearing a military green camouflage outfit today, when Suze's hand brushed against her slender thigh, he still felt a peculiar sensation. At that moment, Qian Xiaoting had already woken up. Though dizzy, she was able to open her eyes. Seeing Suze holding her and running, her heartbeat quickened significantly. Especially seeing Suze's face covered in sweat, she was overcome with emotion for a moment. Class monitor, why don't you let me down? I can walk. As she spoke, Qian Xiaoting tried to struggle free from Suze's grip. Suze slapped Qian Xiaoting's buttocks. Don't move. Qian Xiaoting's face turned bright red, and her heart raced like a frightened deer. Although she was a northern girl with a bold and outgoing personality, having her curvy but photographed by a boy was a first for her. Suze finally found the teacher's car while holding Qian Xiaoting. The car was a Skoda. Suze's first car in his previous life had also been a Skoda, so he was very familiar with it. Therefore, he took the keys and started the car, placing Qian Xiaoting in the back seat and turning on the air conditioning inside the car. Xiaomo also caught up at that moment. Suze didn't say much either. He stepped on the gas and headed toward the school hospital. Suze, after all, was a seasoned driver with decades of experience, and he handled the wheel with ease. In 2008, although there were many cars in Beijing, it wasn't as exaggerated as it would be in later years. Moreover, they were not far from the capital university. Suze drove less than 20 minutes to the school and directly took Qian Xiaoting to the campus hospital. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. After being examined by the doctor at the school clinic, Qian Xiaoting was diagnosed with ordinary heatstroke and recovered in just one night. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaomo looked at Suze's face covered in sweat and felt so sorry for him that she took a tissue from her pocket and handed it to him. Suze smiled at Xiaomo. Qian Xiaoting looked at Suze and felt a strange sensation in her heart, rare for her to feel shy. Class monitor, thank you. Suze shook his head. It's okay. We're all classmates. Since there's nothing wrong, I'll take you back to the dorm first. Suze and Suze helped Qian Xiaoting back to the dormitory. Suze returned to his own dormitory and took a refreshing shower. As soon as he finished showering, his WeChat started ringing non-stop. Suze opened it and found that Xiaomo and Qian Xiaoting had both sent him messages. Xiaomo, Suze, thanks to you this time. Xiaomo, Suze, you said you're not the same as you were in high school. Qian Xiaoting, class monitor, thank you. Qian Xiaoting, class monitor, once I'm feeling better, I'll treat you to a meal. Suze looked at the messages sent by the two and replied to Xiaomo first. Suze, we're all classmates, and besides, she's your roommate. How could I just stand by and do nothing? If it were you, I'd pick you up and fly you back right away. Xiaomo, Suze, I notice you're getting more and more smooth with your words. Suze, really? These are all heartfelt words. If you want, I can take them off and show you someday. Xiaomo, you dirty pervert. Who wants to see you? I'm not talking to you anymore. I need to take care of Xiaoting. Thinking about how Xiaomo must be blushing right now, Suze couldn't help but smile. Suze realized that being with Xiaomo made him unable to resist teasing her. Suze sent another message to Qian Xiaoting. Suze, we're just classmates, but we can have dinner together. Xian Xiaoting, who had been lying on the bed feeling a bit down, heard the sound of the WeChat app and immediately opened it. Seeing Su Zhe's reply, she couldn't help but smile. Xian Xiaoting, that's settled then. I'll definitely treat you to dinner. Our class monitor is the hero who rescued the damsel in distress. Su Zhe and Xian Xiaoting chatted casually for a while. Looking up, he noticed it was already getting late, and he was the only one left in the dormitory. I guess Lu Zigua and the others won't be back until midnight. So Su Zhe lay in bed, opened his phone, found Lu Yao, and asked him about the website's progress. Lu Yao immediately gave him a detailed account of the website's current status. Ever since Su Zhe's novels were released, the website's traffic skyrocketed. Now, it ranks second in terms of traffic across the entire novel website. With traffic comes money, and we've also managed to attract many talented authors. In just a few short months, the entire novel website scene was dominated by only two platforms, Xidian and Zihongxi. Su Zhe thought about the future development of novels and shared a few strategies for the growth of novel websites. What can you do to earn coins by watching ads? What are monthly tickets and recommendation tickets? What monthly passes? What recommendation votes? Lu Yao held these tickets as if they were treasures. Chapter 41, Building a Community. Lu Yao, the most serious issue we are currently facing is the website recharge problem. Although our online literature is popular, we lack recharge channels, leading to rampant piracy. In 2008, mobile payments were not as widespread as they are today. At the time, there were basically two ways to top up online purchases, prepaid cards or mobile phone credit. Prepaid cards were generally controlled by large game companies. The leading online literature website, Xidian, has become the industry leader because it is backed by Shanda. Shanda holds a 70% share of the prepaid card sales market across all of China. As a result, Xidian has the best paid subscription model and has become the largest leading platform in the online literature industry. Another mobile bookstore platform, although it does not produce online literature, is backed by the largest mobile operator, China Mobile, making phone credit top-ups extremely convenient. However, the Tomato novel website simply does not have these advantages. Unlike later works, where you can do whatever you want as long as it looks good, people will still pay to read it. Su Zhe paused for a moment, wondering if he needed to develop his own mobile payment system. However, developing a mobile payment system wasn't just a technical issue, it mainly involved banks. A website of the size of Zihongxi probably wouldn't even get a second glance from banks. However, this issue must be resolved, otherwise, the development of this Tomato novel website will be restricted. Thinking of this, Su Zhe suddenly realized that since phone credit could be used for payment, why not build an app that could be paid for using phone credit? With this in mind, Su Zhe shared his idea with Lu Yao. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao slapped his forehead in frustration, wondering how he hadn't thought of it himself. A mobile app wouldn't cost much. Lu Yao hurriedly logged off and called a company meeting. After finishing his work, Su Zhe was about to put down his phone. But the WeChat app kept buzzing non-stop. It was a message from Yiqiuyu. Yiqiuyu, Su Zhe, are you really ignoring me? I came all the way to the capital for you. Yiqiuyu, Su Zhe, I'm so tired today. The capital city is so big, but I don't have a single friend here. Yiqiuyu, Su Zhe, even if we're not boyfriend and girlfriend, we're still classmates. Can't you at least acknowledge me? Crying emoji. Yiqiuyu, today's military training was so tiring. My feet are all blistered. Why, I'm so sad. Su Zhe looked at the messages Yiqiuyu had sent and thought for a moment before starting to type. Su Zhe, just got back from military training. I didn't log into my mobile QQ account earlier, so I didn't notice. I popped the blisters on my feet with a needle and applied some red medicine. Beijing Normal University. Yiqiuyu had just finished military training and was sitting at her desk when she saw the message Su Zhe had sent on her phone. She excitedly shouted out loud. Her roommates all gave her a strange look. But Yiqiuyu didn't pay any attention and hurriedly replied to the message. Yiqiuyu, Su Zhe, look at how bad my feet are. How am I supposed to go shopping? Why don't you bring them over here? Su Zhe, look outside, it's daytime. Yiqiuyu looked at the message Su Zhe sent and couldn't help but stare, glancing outside. Yiqiuyu, it's daytime. Su Zhe, then stop dreaming. Yiqiuyu, Su Zhe, you've changed. You weren't like this in high school. Whatever I wanted, you'd bring it to me. I really had something important to do that summer. I didn't mean to stand you up. Su Zhe, if there's nothing else, I'm going to sleep. Yiqiuyu, Su Zhe, I haven't eaten yet, and I'm hungry. But I'm not familiar with this area. Why don't you take me out to eat? It'll be like an older brother taking his younger sister out. I only know you here. Su Zhe thought about it. Indeed, there weren't many people from the countryside studying in the capital city. There was him, Xiaomo, Yiqiuyu, and Jiang Hao. Moreover, they were all in the same university town, and the distance between them wasn't very far. Su Zhe, alright, let's go to the food street then. Yiqiuyu, upon seeing that Su Zhe agreed, didn't even hesitate before agreeing immediately. Suze put down his phone, and just then, Lu Zigua, Han Jia, and Wei Zhu returned. The three of them sat down on the chairs as soon as they entered, looking as though they had narrowly escaped a disaster. I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted. If I had known that military training at Beijing University was so grueling, I never would have come. Lu Zigua muttered angrily. It's just military training, why add a hike? I'm really fed up with this. Wei Zhu lifted his foot, took off his shoe, and touched his own foot. Han Jia remained as silent as ever, saying nothing. He turned on the computer, put on his headphones, and immersed himself in his own world. I said, Old Su, you're the real hero. Not only did you save the damsel in distress, but you also didn't have to participate in such a crazy project. If I had known, I would have been the first one to rush over and carry Xiaoting on my back. Lu Zigua said enviously as he watched Suze playing with his phone on the chair. Wei Zhu looked dejected and said, Old Su, tell me, this was my chance to win the goddess's heart, and you took it from me. I said, Old Wei, just forget about it. When Xian Xiaoting fainted, you were standing there like nothing happened, watching the spectacle. Do you think I didn't see that? Lu Zigua didn't give Wei Zhu any face at all. He felt that Wei Zhu was not only greedy for small gains but also a big talker. Wei Zhu immediately rebutted, I was just worried that I'd end up following them later. Suze ignored their argument and picked up his phone, intending to send a message to Jiang Hao and Xiao together. But then he thought about it. Sending individual messages would be too much trouble, so he decided to create a group chat instead. The group includes Suze, Xiao Yiqiu, and Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, oh my gosh, there are two of our class beauties in the group chat. Suze, when did you start hanging out with them? Suze, if everyone's free tonight, let's get together. I'll treat. Jiang Hao, that sounds great, I'll definitely come. Xiao, alright. Yiqiu, alright, I'll definitely be there on time, Su Gu. Yiqiu's words instantly silenced the group. In the women's dormitory of Beijing University, Xiao looked at her phone, her expression growing serious without her noticing. Xian Xiaoting, who was talking to her beside her, noticed this and couldn't help but ask curiously, What's wrong, Xiao? What's wrong? Xiao shook her head. Nothing. Xiaoting, I need to go out for dinner tonight. Xian Xiaoting smiled and said, Are you going out with our class monitor, Su? Xiao smiled and nodded. Xian Xiaoting, Xiao, you better hold on to him. The class monitor is a valuable asset. If you ever decide you don't want him anymore, let me know. I've already put in a request. Xiao blushed. Xiaoting, what are you talking about? I'm going to take a shower first. She ran off. Xian Xiaoting watched Xiao's figure and a look of envy appeared on her face. Oh, I can't do anything to betray my best friend. Xian Xiaoting thought to herself. Suze finished showering, got dressed, and headed straight for the food street. Upon learning that Suze was heading to the food street, Lu Zigua asked him to bring him a bowl of stir-fried rice, saying he was hungry. Wei Zhu and Han Jia didn't say a word. Suze agreed directly. At the food street, Suze had just arrived when a figure suddenly jumped beside him. Hey, Suze, haven't seen you in a few days. Let me check if you've gotten any tan. Jiang Hao wrapped his arm around Suze's shoulder. Chapter 42, Women Can't Be Pampered. Wow, you're still so fair-skinned. They didn't let you get sunburned during military training. Jiang Hao touched Suze's face, his face full of envy. It's innate. You can't envy that. Suze pushed Jiang Hao's hand away. Just because you have good skin doesn't mean you're perfect. Come on, take me to eat something delicious. I've been eating cafeteria food for days and I'm about to throw up. Suze shook his head and said, Wait a moment. There's still Xiao and Yiqiu. Oh, right, I almost forgot to mention this. Suze, do you know that Yiqiu came all the way to Beijing Normal University to pursue you? She even went out of her way to inquire about you and said that you're not paying attention to her anymore. Jiang Hao looked at Suze with curiosity. I said, Zizi, you really don't plan to get back together with her? You used to like her so much, didn't you? That was all in the past. Suze didn't want to dwell on the matter, and Jiang Hao could tell, so he didn't ask any further questions. But I heard that Xiao, the class monitor, is in the same university as you, Beijing University. Have you run into her at school? We're in the same class. Suze said. Wow, are you saying you're in the same class as Xiao, the class monitor? Jiang Hao gave a meaningful smile. No way. Suze said. Isn't that just a matter of time? I believe in your abilities, Zizi. But speaking of which, Zizi, you're quite the catch. You have an ex-girlfriend and a current girlfriend, and you actually invited them both to dinner? Aren't you afraid that might spark a world war? Suze glanced at Jiang Hao and didn't even bother to acknowledge him. Suze found a southern-style restaurant and shared its location in the group chat. Before long, Yiqiu was the first to walk in. Today, Yiqiu was wearing a loose white shirt, tight-fitting jeans, and a touch of makeup on her face, making her already beautiful appearance even more stunning. Yiqiu's gaze. After glancing around the restaurant a few times, she spotted Suze's location and eagerly ran over to his side. Suze, do you miss me? Yi Qiuyu sat directly next to Suze, wrapping both arms around his arm, disregarding the stares of those around them. Qiuyu, this is a public place. Suze pulled his hands away. However, Yi Qiuyu pouted her lips, unconcerned, and said, "What's the matter? I'm not doing anything shameful." Before Suze could say anything else, Xiaomo arrived. Today, Xiaomo was wearing a white long dress with a simple ponytail, no makeup, standing there like a girl in her first love. Suze! Xiaomo spoke softly, glancing at Jiang Hao beside her. Jiang Hao stood up automatically and said to Suze, "I'll go order the food." Xiaomo sat down next to Suze without hesitation. So Suze sat down with Xiaomo on his left and Yi Qiuyu on his right. Xiaomo and Yi Qiuyu exchanged glances, and sparks flew between their eyes. Xiaomo took the initiative to reach out her hand. Yi Qiuyu hadn't seen her in a long time. Yi Qiuyu simply turned his head away and snorted coldly. Humph. However, Xiaomo didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, she took out 2 packs of sanitary pads and placed them in front of Suze. "Su Banchang, thank you for the sanitary pads. Otherwise, my feet would have been ruined," Xiaomo said with a smile. Yi Qiuyu saw the sanitary pad and exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He grabbed the sanitary pads and started firing at Xiaomo. "Xiaomo, you fox, what are you doing with that?" Xiaomo wasn't one to be easily provoked. She coldly replied, "Yi Qiuyu, mind your own business. I told you you're a fox spirit. Don't you know Suze is mine?" Yi Qiuyu shouted excitedly. "You're just a fox spirit. Don't you know that Suze is mine?" Yi Qiuyu shouted excitedly. Xiaomo, however, crossed her arms across her chest and spoke calmly. "Xiaomo, do you think I don't know about your little affairs? When you confessed your feelings to Suze, didn't he reject you? When did he ever belong to you? I don't care. Suze is mine. Xiaomo, you can't take him from me," Yi Qiuyu said unreasonably. But at that moment, Suze suddenly stood up and slammed the table. "Enough! I'm not eating anymore. You all can keep arguing." Saying that, he got up and walked out. 2 women remained behind, but they glared at each other fiercely, grinding their teeth in anger. "Xiaomo, I knew you never had good intentions towards Su in high school. Suze is mine, and no matter what you do, you won't get him. I advise you to give up while you still can." Ha ha. Xiaomo left those words and turned to leave immediately. Inside the restaurant, a group of young men watched the scene in utter shock. Especially when they looked at Suze's expression, it was as if they were gazing at a divine being. Who on earth is this person who could make 2 goddess-level figures compete for his attention? What a divine being. Jizzy, you shouldn't have put them together. You're just asking for trouble. Jiang Hao couldn't help but look at Suze with a hint of schadenfreude. "But you just left like that, isn't that a bit disrespectful to them?" Suze shrugged indifferently. "I don't care about their silly habits. If they want to eat, let them eat. If not, they can just go without." "Awesome." Jiang Hao gave Su a thumbs up. "Since they're not eating, let's find another place to eat," Suze said. "What's there to eat? Let's go online, Jizzy. I've been beaten up 1,000 times recently. You have to help me." Jiang Hao dragged Suze toward an internet cafe at the food festival without saying a word. "Open 2 computers, please." Jiang Hao skillfully pulled out the money and turned on the machine. The internet cafe was quite crowded at the time, though it had been filled with various odors over the years. Suze couldn't help but frown. The smell was a bit unpleasant. However, Jiang Hao pulled Suze along, and Suze had no choice but to find a seat by the window, open it, and let some fresh air in. Only then did Suze feel a bit better. "Log in." Jiang Hao skillfully opened the game, while Suze also opened it. "Matchmaking, pick heroes, and let's go." In a single match, Suze effortlessly wiped out the opposing team, completing a solo kill in less than a minute and ending the game with 15 kills. By the end of the match, the opposing team started arguing with Jiang Hao, accusing him of using a cheat. How could Jiang Hao just let that slide? He immediately started trading insults with them right there in the game interface. After being reborn, Suze felt that both his memory and reaction speed had improved significantly. What a bunch of losers. They can't beat him, so they just quit. He was about to call them and give them a piece of his mind, but then he thought, what kind of losers are they, still craving more? Jiang Hao smirked beside him. Being able to latch onto someone powerful is so satisfying. But this statement suddenly gave Suze a clear direction for his own entrepreneurial path. How could I have forgotten about this? Suze slapped his forehead. From the moment he was reborn, Suze had been planning what to do with his life, but he had never had a clear goal. Today, he finally found his purpose. Chapter 43, The Battle Between Girls. YY Voice Chat. In 2008, although Tencent had already dominated China's mobile communication market, smartphones had not yet become widespread, and the users of Tencent's services were mostly students. Unlike WeChat in later years, which became ubiquitous across all age groups in China, WeChat was not yet as widespread. After all, the development of smartphones and mobile networks was limited at the time. However, YY is different. Starting with games, it offers voice chat without phone charges, allows users to create groups, and can be described as a combination of a phone and a messaging app. This must have been a groundbreaking development at the time. Suze opened his phone and immediately searched for YY on Baidu, only to discover that YY had actually been established in June of this year. In other words, it had just been established, so he still had a chance. After all, having been reborn into this world, I have a thorough understanding of the future development of communication technology. Howsy, I'm planning to make a big move. Are you interested? Suze tapped Zhang Hao on the shoulder. Zhang Hao was still preparing for the next game, but upon hearing Suze's words, he couldn't help but speak up. Jizzy, no matter what you do, I'll follow you. Alright, let's start by acquiring an internet cafe. Suze said. Zhang Hao looked at Suze's serious expression and couldn't help but ask, acquiring an internet cafe? That must cost a lot of money, right? Money, I'll handle it. You should look around for any internet cafes nearby that might be for sale in the coming days. This is no problem. I'll handle it. No problem, leave it to me. Zhang Hao patted his chest. He couldn't say anything else, but he was certain he knew everything about this internet cafe. There is not much around the school, but there are definitely a lot of internet cafes. Every year, the owners of internet cafes are definitely replaced by more hard-working ones. A plan had already begun to take shape in Suze's mind. Suze played a few more games of League of Legends, and Zhang Hao and Suze each returned to their dorm rooms. At Beijing Normal University, Yi Qiuyu stormed back to her dormitory. She couldn't help but pick up her phone and look at the newly created group. She directly added Xiaomo's QQ number. I didn't expect Xiaomo to agree so quickly. Yi Qiuyu started typing on his phone right away. Xiaomo, I knew you were a fox. You're trying to steal Suze from me. Suze is my boyfriend, and no one can take him away from me. In the women's dormitory of Beijing University, Xiaomo looked at the message sent by Yi Qiuyu and didn't show any sign of being pleased. Her expression was icy, and her fingers kept tapping away on her phone. Yi Qiuyu, when did Suze admit that he's your boyfriend? Don't try to make yourself look better than you are. Yi Qiuyu saw the message Xiaomo sent and became even more furious. Xiaomo, you fox, everyone in the class knows about me and Suze. He bought me milk tea and all kinds of snacks. Are you blind? Can't you see? Yi Qiuyu, I think you've lost your memory. Everyone knows you were rejected when you confessed your feelings on the playground. Xiaomo didn't back down, and the two beauties started arguing fiercely through the screen. Xian Xiaoting, upon seeing Xiaomo return, couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. She envied Xiaomo for having such a great guy like Suze. But seeing Xiaomo's pale face and her fingers tapping rapidly on the keyboard, she couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Xiaomo, what's wrong? You came back from dinner looking upset. Did Su, the class monitor, do something to make you angry? Tell me, and I'll help you scold him. Xian Xiaoting walked over to Xiaomo's side and asked with a concerned expression. In truth, she was more curious about Suze. Xiaomo angrily said, it has nothing to do with Suze. It's all Yi Qiuyu's fault. Who is Yi Qiuyu? Xian Xiaoting asked curiously. He's a classmate of ours. Xiaomo didn't want to say much about Yi Qiuyu. In truth, she was still a little afraid. After all, everyone in the class knew about Suze and Yi Qiuyu's relationship back then. Although it was Suze who rejected Yi Qiuyu also pursued him in Beijing. However, asking her to give up on Xiaomo is definitely out of the question. Xian Xiaoting could tell that Xiaomo didn't want to talk about it, and in the past, she wouldn't have asked any further questions. However, since it involved Suze, Xian Xiaoting was determined to get to the bottom of it. She now wanted to know everything about Suze. Today, Suze picked her up and ran with her, filling her heart with an unprecedented sense of security. Xian Xiaoting walked over to Xiaomo, hugged her from behind, and said teasingly, "Oh my dear Xiaomo sister, just tell me what happened. You were fine when you left, so why are you so upset now?" Xiaomo was already upset and wanted someone to talk to. She didn't have any guard up against Xian Xiaoting. It's all because of Yi Qiuyu. Xiaomo told Xian Xiaoting everything about Yi Qiuyu and Suze in detail. After listening to everything, Xian Xiaoting couldn't help but marvel at the story. I never would have thought that our class monitor from Su University was so trendy back in high school. Not just trendy, Suze was even playing the role of a wolf in sheep's clothing in our class. Xiaomo repeated the story about Suze's grades again. Sometimes I don't even know what she's thinking. She's clearly doing well, yet she insists on acting like a fool. Xiaomo actually still doesn't understand Suze's behavior from high school very well. However, if it weren't for that day, Xiaomo would probably just have regarded Suze as an ordinary classmate. But Xian Xiaoting's eyes couldn't help but flicker. Xiaoting, what are you thinking about? Xia Mo looked at Qian Xiaoting, who hadn't responded for a while, and couldn't help but speak up. Nothing, Qian Xiaoting replied, her expression unchanged. Xia Mo, I think since Su Daban refused Yi Yu, it must mean he doesn't like her. But men are the most fickle creatures. You should act quickly, otherwise, you might end up being snatched away by some other little vixen. Nothing. Xia Mo, I think since Su Daban refused Yi Yu, it must mean he doesn't like her. But men are the most fickle creatures. You should act quickly, otherwise, you might end up being snatched away by some other temptress. Xia Mo nodded vigorously. But the next moment, she shook her head. Xiaoting, what are you talking about? I have nothing to do with Su Zhe. We're just ordinary classmates. Xia Mo hurriedly explained. Qian Xiaoting smiled sweetly and said, if you're really just classmates, I'd have made a move on you. Xiaoting, you dare. Xia Mo stood up abruptly. Ouch, you little brat, threatening me, huh? Qian Xiaoting stood up and grabbed Su Zhe's waist. I'm threatening you. Anyway, you can't touch Su Zhe. Oh, you're threatening me. I'm threatening you. Xia Mo and Qian Xiaoting started arguing in the dormitory, and for a moment, the scene was filled with youthful energy. Su Zhe had no idea that the girls' dormitory was in such an uproar because of him. Su Zhe was currently lost in his own fantasies. Now that his fantasy had gone for an interview, if he didn't make an effort to catch up, he probably wouldn't have another chance. However, he doesn't know much about computers or programming, so if he wants to pursue his fantasy, he'll have to find someone who specializes in it. It seems like hiring someone to write the program and opening the internet cafe will have to happen at the same time. Su Zhe lay in bed, thinking about his plan, and eventually fell asleep. Chapter 44, Club Performance. Military training continues. At first, the freshmen disliked military training, but as time went on, they didn't feel as strongly against it. The conflicts between students and instructors grew fewer and fewer. Xia Mo has been spending her evenings with Jiang Hao scouting nearby internet cafes in search of a suitable one, but they haven't found anything suitable yet. However, tonight, after returning from the cafeteria, everyone didn't go back to their dormitory but instead headed to the playground. The playground was brightly lit tonight, with many students already gathered in groups. Today is one of the last days of military training, and the school has arranged for some clubs to perform. On one hand, it's to cheer up the students, and on the other hand, it's to promote the clubs and recruit new members. Su Zhe and his group also joined their class's formation. I heard that many clubs are coming to perform for us today. Old Lu, is your wife's dance club coming? Wei Zhu asked curiously as he walked along. Of course they are. You'll see your sister-in-law's dance moves later. Lu Zigua said proudly. Of course they are. You'll get to see your sister-in-law's dance moves later. Lu Zigua said proudly. Wei Zhu's eyes lit up and he smiled broadly beside him. I've heard that our school's dance club has plenty of beautiful girls. Maybe my sister-in-law can introduce me to one. Aren't you planning to pursue Qian Xiaoting? Lu Zigua glanced at Wei Zhu. Wei Zhu shook his head helplessly and said, Qian Xiaoting is too hard to pursue. I invited her out to dinner several times, but she completely ignored me. Forget it, I'll just find someone else. As long as she's pretty, that's good enough. Wow, you're not picky at all. Lu Zigua said. What's there to be picky about? With our circumstances, we're just looking for a girlfriend. Wei Zhu chuckled. Lu Zigua rolled his eyes. The longer he lived with Wei Zhu, the more he looked down on him. This guy not only freeloads off others for food and drinks, but even steals toothpaste, shampoo, and body wash. In Lu Zigua's eyes, Wei Zhu was nothing but a country bumpkin. In his eyes, the only person in the entire dormitory who caught his attention was Su Zhe. But in the evenings over the past few days, Su Zhe had been coming and going mysteriously, often disappearing without a trace. Lu Zigua couldn't help but quicken his pace and headed toward Su Zhe. Zez, what have you been doing these past few nights? Why did you come back so late? Lu Zigua asked. Su Zhe replied, nothing much. Lu Zigua looked at Su Zhe and didn't want to say much. I didn't dwell on it and continued, my girlfriend and her dance group will be here later. She can dance too, so give her a big round of applause. Su Zhe nodded. Seeing that Su Zhe had no intention of talking to him, Lu Zigua could only remain silent. As the sky grew darker, the playground remained brightly lit. There were over a dozen formations on the playground, standing there. The drill instructors were also standing at the front maintaining order. Soon, a large group of people entered. They were wearing military training uniforms, but they were clearly not students from Beijing University. Instead, they were freshmen from Beijing Normal University. This made the already crowded playground even more crowded. Why are the freshmen from Beijing Normal University here at our Beijing University tonight? Lu Zigua asked curiously. Who knows? But I heard that there are more girls at Beijing Normal University. Maybe I'll find my true love tonight. Wei Zhu's little eyes kept darting around, scanning the people from Beijing Normal University. At the same time, within a formation of Beijing Normal University, Yi Qiuyu was also scanning the formation of Beijing University. Once all the freshmen from Beijing Normal University had entered the venue, Su Zhe's head instructor began to speak. He said that the leaders of Beijing Normal University and Beijing University felt it was important for the students to interact with one another, and this was a good opportunity to do so. Although it was called an exchange, it was really just an opportunity for everyone to get to know each other and help the students understand one another better. Although the two schools had good intentions, the students were actually shy and hesitant. They gathered in small groups on the playground, waiting for the program to begin. Before long, the student organizations from Beijing University and Beijing Normal University were almost ready. With a signal from the head instructor, the clubs began to take the stage one after another. However, the students from the two schools were still secretly competing with each other. Whenever the Beijing University Club performed, the students from Beijing Normal University would never cheer. Similarly, students from Beijing University behaved the same way. After all, young people are competitive and ambitious at this age, and they can't compete with Jingcheng University in terms of academics. The students from Beijing Normal University certainly aren't willing to admit that they're still outmatched in terms of talent. Just moments ago, the dance club from Beijing Normal University finished their performance on stage. Lu Zigua stood below, his face brimming with disdain. With such a dance, he dares to come out and make a fool of himself. He must not know his own worth. Wei Zhu wiped the drool from his mouth. Old Lu, I think it's pretty good. Old Wei, I didn't expect you to have such poor taste. You think this dance is good? Wait until my girlfriend's friends come out and show you what real dancing is. Lu Zigua said arrogantly. Really? Then I'll definitely take a good look at what your wife and her friends are dancing. Soon, the dance club from Beijing University took the stage. As soon as they appeared, the boys below erupted into a series of gasps. The girls from the dance club were wearing short-sleeved tops tied at their navels, revealing their slender waists, and denim shorts that accentuated their straight legs. And the most important one, Zhao Lingling, is undoubtedly the most eye-catching. Not only is she dressed provocatively, but she also has fiery red lips and her hair styled into long, flowing waves. Standing there, she exudes a seductive and mature aura. Wei Shu saw this scene and couldn't help but smack his lips. Old Lu, your sister-in-law is so sexy, and her legs are so straight. How many years did it take to get like that? Lu Zigua heard this and not only didn't get angry, but felt extremely proud. When it came to the most important senior, he cared about which college she was from and how beautiful she was. I think I'm in love. Does anyone have this senior's QQ number? Lu Zigua is feeling very proud of himself here. His girlfriend is so beautiful that countless men would do anything for her. On the same stage, Zhao Lingling was the one receiving those intense stares from the audience. She loved the feeling of being the center of attention, she loved hearing others praise her. She, Zhao Lingling, hadn't even started dancing yet, and the boys below were already going crazy for her. There's even more craziness coming up. Her gaze involuntarily drifted downward, and a smug expression appeared on her face. However, when her gaze fell upon the squad where Su Zhe was standing, Wei Zhu couldn't help but wave his hand. Sister-in-law, can you see us? Zhao Lingling ignored them and looked at Su Zhe instead. However, she noticed that Su Zhe was playing with his phone and hadn't looked up the entire time. This instantly annoyed Zhao Lingling. Was she, Zhao Lingling, not as attractive as a smartphone? So Zhao Lingling snapped her fingers toward the sky. Instantly, the music began. Nobody. A brainwashing tune began to play. As the music played, Zhao Lingling and the others began to dance, extending their legs, swaying their hips, and making gestures with their hands above their heads. This group dance is currently sweeping the entire country. With Zhao Lingling and her group performing, the entire playground erupted in waves of howling sounds. Chapter 45, Zhao Lingling's Mischief. These freshmen had never seen such an explosive dance before. Short skirts, long legs, and belly-bearing outfits. These scenes caused the male students below to burst with testosterone. Some shy boys blushed and lowered their heads, but they couldn't help but glance up at the stage from time to time. Especially Zhao Lingling in the center, every movement she made, every time she tilted her head, every gesture she made, drove everyone wild. Zhao Lingling watched the crowd below going wild for her, and she danced with even more vigor. She simply loved the feeling of being the center of everyone's attention. The girls in the dance club are so pretty. Wow, look at that senior in the middle dancing. She's so charming. I'm going to pursue her. You're going to chase after her? She's so skinny and scrawny. But this senior is really cool. In Su Zhe's squad, Lu Zigua listened to the discussions around him, his face filled with pride. He tapped the shoulder of a boy from another class and said proudly, "You guys don't stand a chance with that senior. She already has a boyfriend. Maybe you should check out the other girls in the dance club instead." The boy glanced at Lu Zigua and asked curiously, "Do you know the senior?" "Of course." Lu Zigua patted his chest. "I'm his boyfriend." A few guys nearby gave Lu Zigua a suspicious look but said nothing and walked away. However, halfway through, their voices could be heard. What a waste of a good flower on a pile of manure. Upon hearing this, Lu Zigua immediately prepared to rush over. What did you say? Who is the cow dung? But he was suddenly hugged by Wei Zhu, who was standing beside him. Old Lu, don't take it to heart. They're just sour grapes. Lu Zigua nodded in agreement, then glared at the backs of those few people and said, with their cowardly demeanor, they'll never find a girlfriend in their entire lives. That's right. How could they possibly find someone like my sister-in-law? That's really something. Wei Zhu looked at Zhao Lingling on stage and finally smacked his lips. Wei Zhu, you bastard, just wait until I get my hands on you. Lu Zigua turned around to punch Wei Zhu, but Wei Zhu held him tightly, not giving Lu Zigua a chance. Old Lu, just kidding. Wei Zhu held Lu Zigua tightly, leaving him unable to move at all. Although Lu Zigua was no slouch in strength, Wei Zhu's sturdy build was something most people couldn't withstand. As the song on stage came to an end, Zhao Lingling and the others stood on the stage. Beads of sweat were already forming on their foreheads, but they looked even more captivating. A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted from below. Zhao Lingling thoroughly enjoyed the applause, her gaze fixed on the crowd below. Just like a queen surveying her subjects. When her gaze fell upon Su Zhe and his squad, Wei Zhu couldn't help but jump up, raise his hands, and shout loudly. Sister-in-law, look over here. Lu Zigua also raised both hands and shouted loudly. Lingling, you're the best. Zhao Lingling really liked this feeling, but when she looked at Su Zhe, she noticed that Su Zhe was actually looking down at his phone, not even glancing at her. This made her feel instantly annoyed. At that moment, Su Zhe was chatting about internet cafes. He had spotted an internet cafe yesterday that had good foot traffic. The owner was planning to return to his hometown to take care of his grandchildren, which is why he was looking to sell the cafe. Su Zhe was currently negotiating the price with the owner on his phone. Zhao Lingling had no idea about any of this, and even if she did, she wouldn't care. What she cared about was why Su Zhe didn't look at her and wasn't as crazy as everyone else. Zhao Lingling grew increasingly angry. When had she ever been ignored like this before? Originally, Zhao Lingling and her group were the last to perform, and after their performance, everyone dispersed. However, Zhao Lingling didn't leave at that moment. Instead, she somehow managed to get a microphone. Did everyone enjoy what they just saw? Do you want to see more? Yes, we want to see more. A crowd of people below immediately shouted loudly, emitting a series of wolf-like howls. Zhao Lingling was quite satisfied with their performance. Since you want to watch, as your senior, I'll definitely oblige you. Plus, I can invite a guy up to dance with me. At those words, the already restless boys on the playground became even more excited. Me. Senior, look over here. Senior, pick me. Wei Zhu also raised his hand high. However, he didn't shout out his name. Instead, he shouted to Lu Zigua beside him, Old Lu, it looks like you're going to steal the spotlight. When you go up there, I wonder how many men will envy you. Lu Zigua was also feeling quite proud of himself. He hadn't expected Zhao Lingling to be so bold, so he patted Wei Zhu on the shoulder. Old Wei, I didn't mean to be so flashy, but there's nothing I can do. Lingling is just that kind of person. I have to go along with her, otherwise, she'll be upset. Dating a girl from a dance club is such a hassle. You guys better not date girls from dance clubs in the future. Lu Zigua said it in a very pretentious way. Everyone looked at Lu Zigua with disdain. This guy was still showing off. On stage, Zhao Lingling pointed her hand down at the crowd, looking like a star. Alright, so who will I invite up next? Lu Zigua tidied up his clothes and prepared to take the stage. It's you! Zhao Lingling pointed at Su Zhe. Lu Zigua's foot remained suspended in midair. Wei Zhu and the others, who had been cheering him on beside Lu Zigua, suddenly fell silent. Everyone couldn't help but look at Su Zhe. They never expected Zhao Lingling to invite Su Zhe. Old Lu, did my sister-in-law point to the wrong person? Wei Zhu spoke up from the side. Lu Zigua remained silent, his gaze on Su Zhe was different. Su Zhe had been in the middle of a business discussion when he suddenly noticed the room had fallen silent. When he looked up, he found everyone's eyes were fixed on him. What are you all looking at me for? Is there something wrong? I said, Old Su, you don't even know what's going on. Look up at the stage. Wei Zhu gave Su Zhe a look. Su Zhe looked up at Zhao Lingling on the stage. Zhao Lingling noticed Su Zhe staring at her, gave a seductive smile, and shook her hair dampened by sweat. Younger classmate, may I invite you to dance? He even made a gesture with his hands to invite her. Seeing this, Su Zhe couldn't help but think to himself, Zhao Lingling, this woman is up to something again. Zhao Lingling isn't Lu Zigua's girlfriend, so why is she always dragging him into this? They've only met once. Su Zhe couldn't help but look at Lu Zigua, who had a grim expression on his face. However, when he noticed Su Zhe's gaze, he forced a smile. As if he didn't care at all. Although Su Zhe didn't care about Lu Zigua's thoughts, with so many people around, he didn't want to get involved in the commotion. No interest. Su Zhe said indifferently. But Zhao Lingling wasn't going to let him off that easily. Zhao Lingling suddenly grabbed Su Zhe's hand. Junior, don't resist so much. Dancing is something to enjoy. I can see you have a natural talent for it. Are you shy and afraid to dance? Zhao Lingling covered her mouth and laughed. Chapter 46, Suze, if you're so good, come dance. Everyone said, should this junior give it a try? Zhao Lingling, eager for chaos, shouted loudly. Although the crowd below didn't know who Suze was, they all joined in the commotion. Come on, one more. Come on, come on. Zhao Lingling watched everyone cheer and smiled sweetly at Suze. Wei Shu, standing beside her, seemed eager for chaos and suddenly grabbed Suze and rushed toward the stage. Sister-in-law, old Su is here to bring you something. Suze hadn't even reacted yet when Wei Shu had already picked him up and placed him on the stage. Seeing Suze standing on the stage, the crowd below erupted into another burst of laughter. After all, college students are at the age when they have the most energy. However, a few people below looked a bit unhappy. Lu Zigua's expression was so gloomy it couldn't get any gloomier. Especially after he had just boasted that Zhao Lingling was his girlfriend. But now Zhao Lingling has directly invited Suze to come on stage. Lu Zigua could hear the people around him whispering. Didn't this guy say that the senior on stage was his girlfriend? Why didn't he invite her up there? With his looks, that sexy senior would choose him? I think this guy is probably her boyfriend, they're a good match. I'm just saying, did the senior sister go blind or something to like someone like that? It seems not. Xiaomo from the same team had a hint of strangeness and confusion in her eyes. I didn't hear that Suze knew any senior female students at school. Xian Shouting's eyes were even more alert as she watched Zhao Lingling on stage. Xiaomo, do you know this senior? Xian Shouting asked. Xiaomo shook her head in confusion. I don't know her. If you don't know her, then why is she flirting with Suze like that? Xiaomo, you'd better keep an eye on Suze. There are so many people watching him out here. Xian Shouting said indignantly. Xiaomo didn't say anything, she just looked at Zhao Lingling on stage, who was gloating. Among the ranks of Beijing Normal University, Yi Qiuyu glared angrily at Zhao Lingling on stage, her mouth twisted into a fish-like expression. She had originally thought her only rival was Xiaomo, but now that Zhao Lingling had appeared, she had to remain on high alert once again. This Zhao Lingling has a great figure, a beautiful face, and can even dance. And even that unsexy dance she just did, she performed with such enthusiasm. She's clearly a woman with no sense of shame. Thinking of this, Yi Qiuyu felt even more pressure. On stage, Suze clearly looked displeased. Zhao Lingling looked at Suze triumphantly, deliberately walking over to his side and gently placing her delicate hand on his shoulder. Suze, let me, your senior, coach you. Ah! A series of wolf-like howls erupted from below, as everyone envied Suze. Suze said indifferently, I can't do it. Zhao Lingling couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. I'm just saying you can't do it. If you could, how would I make you look bad? Zhao Lingling was a person who never forgave a grudge. Since Suze had disrespected her so much, she would certainly not let him off easily. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. I'm the president of the dance club. Teaching you would be a piece of cake. Why don't I have you try it out? Zhao Lingling gave Suze a seductive smile. Suze looked at Zhao Lingling. He could guess her intentions with remarkable accuracy. Suze looked at Zhao Lingling seriously. Are you sure you want me to dance? Of course, with so many people watching. Zhao Lingling proudly lifted her head. Any dance is fine. Suze asked again. Of course, there's no dance this girl can't do. Zhao Lingling said arrogantly. She, Zhao Lingling, was the star of the dance club. She started dancing at the age of 3 and was admitted to Beijing University solely because of her dance talent. Zhao Lingling looked at Suze, afraid he would refuse, and hesitated to speak again. Suze, how about this? If you can keep up with my pace, I'll give you a challenge. If you can, I'll agree to one thing you ask of me. What do you say? Anything at all. Suze said. Zhao Lingling covered her face and smiled, looking at Suze. You men have such dirty minds. But I'm in a good mood today, so I agree. Suze suddenly acted, wrapping one arm around Zhao Lingling's waist and grabbing her small hand with the other. They began to dance the waltz. Suze doesn't know how to dance, but he not only knows how to dance the ballroom dance, he's also really good at it. In his previous life, he used to hang out in the nightclub scene with young models. If he couldn't dance ballroom, how would he attract girls? Zhao Lingling hadn't even reacted yet when she felt a large hand caressing her slender waist. The next moment, her face turned bright red. Don't let her usual carefree demeanor fool you. She had never been touched by a man before. For a moment, her mind went blank and her feet began to float unconsciously. She stumbled and collided directly into Suze's arms. Zhao Xuesher, it seems like you couldn't keep up with my pace. It looks like you lost. As soon as those words left her mouth, Zhao Lingling's previously confused mind cleared up once again. How could she, Zhao Lingling, lose to others in dancing? She looked up at Suze. Don't get too cocky. I just wasn't paying much attention earlier. Now I'll show you my true strength. Zhao Lingling began to take the initiative, setting the rhythm, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. However, Su Zhe always managed to keep up quickly. In an instant, the stage was filled with Su Zhe and Zhao Lingling dancing gracefully. The cheers from the crowd below grew louder and louder. After all, in their eyes, Su Zhe and Zhao Lingling were dancing closely together, and their movements were filled with sensuality. Su Zhe can actually dance. Qian Xiaoting watched Su Zhe dance gracefully and couldn't help but look at Xia Mo with curiosity. Xia Mo was also puzzled, but she wasn't surprised by anything Su Zhe did. Yi Qiuyu, on the other hand, looked utterly astonished. How is this possible? How could Xia Mo dance? When did he learn to dance? I had no idea. Yi Qiuyu reacted much more strongly than Xia Mo. She had grown up with Su Zhe since childhood and had never heard of him being able to dance, nor had she ever seen him learn to dance. Wei Zhu couldn't help but whistle under his breath. You know, old Su and Zhao Lingling actually dance pretty well, even though I didn't understand it. However, Lu Zigua beside him clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding loudly. At that moment, he felt as though there was a green hat on his head. Upon hearing Wei Zhu's voice beside him, he could no longer contain his anger and roared at Wei Zhu. Wei Zhu, what nonsense are you talking about? Wei Zhu had been standing there with his arms crossed over his chest, evaluating the dance moves of Su Zhe and Zhao Lingling on the stage, secretly envying Su Zhe. Suddenly, he heard Lu Zigua's words, and Wei Zhu's mood soured instantly. He replied in a sarcastic tone. Your girlfriend is dancing with another man, and you're taking it out on me. Say that again. Lu Zigua suddenly rushed over to Wei Zhu and grabbed his collar with one hand. Lu Zigua, let go of me. Wei Zhu grabbed Lu Zigua's hand with one hand. Let go of your mother's hand, I won't let go. Lu Zigua's eyes were red. Han Jie, standing nearby, saw this and quickly grabbed the two of them, saying in a frightened voice. Lu Gu, Wei Gu, don't fight, don't fight. Lu Gu, Wei Gu, stop fighting. Stop fighting. Wei Zhu snorted coldly, Lu Zigua, let go. Lu Zigua slowly came to his senses, let go of his hand, snorted coldly, and turned his head away. Chapter 47, Calling Him Dad. On stage, Zhao Lingling could already feel a bit tired, her body drenched in sweat. However, Su Zhe showed no signs of stopping and continued dancing. Zhao Lingling wasn't the type to give up easily either. She gritted her teeth and continued dancing. But before long, Zhao Lingling couldn't take it anymore. Su Zhe, I give up. Zhao Lingling looked at Su Zhe with a pitiful expression. Upon hearing Zhao Lingling's surrender, Su Zhe immediately let go, glanced at her, and returned to the audience. The crowd below erupted into another wave of cheers. The farce came to an end, and everyone went their separate ways. However, Su Zhe hadn't gone far before Zhao Lingling caught up with him. And Lu Zigua was following closely behind Zhao Lingling. Lu Zigua followed behind Zhao Lingling, hesitating and wanting to say something but dared not speak. Zhao Lingling looked at Lu Zigua's expression and said impatiently, just say what you want. Don't beat around the bush. Are you a man or not? Lu Zigua finally gathered his courage and spoke up, Lingling, do you like Su Zhe? Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingling was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Lu Zigua, are you out of your mind? A girl from Beijing like me would never like someone from Manhwa City. Do you want my mother to beat me to death? Although Lu Zigua thought Zhao Lingling had a point. The locals in the capital generally look down on outsiders, and Anqing was a place they didn't even know where it was on the map. But why did you ask Su Zhe to dance just now instead of me? I'm your real boyfriend. Zhao Lingling glanced at Lu Zigua and said, Lu Zigua, who said I'm your girlfriend? Did I agree to be your girlfriend? Who I dance with is none of your business. Zhao Lingling finished speaking and walked toward the front. Lu Zigua hurriedly followed behind her. Lingling, listen to me, I didn't mean anything by it. But Zhao Lingling didn't even acknowledge him and instead headed toward where Su Zhe was standing. Zhao Lingling stood in front of Su Zhe, her hands on her hips. Su Zhe, stop right there. Su Zhe glanced at Zhao Lingling and coldly asked, what's the matter? This time you won. I, Zhao Lingling, keep my word. What are your conditions? Zhao Lingling stood with her hands on her hips, looking down at Su Zhe like a boss. I don't have any conditions. Su Zhe said and turned to leave. But Zhao Lingling blocked Su Zhe's path. No, you have to say one today. Su Zhe looked at Lu Zigua behind Zhao Lingling's buttocks. I said, old Lu, can you please control your woman? She's always bothering me. Lu Zigua gave a sheepish smile, especially when he saw Su Zhe's attitude toward Zhao Lingling. He thought to himself that he had overreacted. These two always argue whenever they meet. How could there be anything going on between them? That's Su Zhe, we people from the capital city are as good as our word. Since you lost, you lost. Take a look and see if there's anything you want that Lingling can fulfill for you. That's right, we people from the capital never owe anyone anything. Zhao Lingling also looked like she was doing him a favor. Wei Zhu couldn't help but speak up, just because you're from the capital, you act like you're better than everyone else. Lu Zigua heard this and was about to lose his temper. Wei Zhu, what did you say? Say that again. Wei Ju had been speaking softly, but upon hearing Lu Zigua's words, he couldn't help but speak up loudly. Say it once, say it twice, I'm just a person from the capital, what's so great about that? Who do you think you are? Lu Zigua also coldly replied, at least I'm better than you. You can't even afford your own shampoo or body wash. The two of them were on edge. Su Zhe saw this scene and couldn't help but frown. The attitudes of Lu Zigua and Zhao Lingling were indeed quite unsettling. They act as if they're the best in the capital. Alright, then call me dad, and we'll call it even. What? Zhao Lingling couldn't believe her ears. Lu Zigua was also completely dumbfounded. That's my demand. If you can't do it, then forget it. Don't get in my way. Su Zhe said, preparing to walk in another direction. Zhao Lingling watched Su Zhe's receding figure and suddenly shouted, Su Zhe, are you sure you want to insult me like this? No, if you can't bring yourself to say it, then forget it. I'm not the kind of person who forces others to do something they don't want to do. Zhao Lingling clenched her teeth, while Lu Zigua pulled her aside and urged, Lingling, maybe we should just forget about it. Zhao Lingling shook her hand away and snorted coldly. I told you earlier that people from the capital city keep their word. We mean what we say. If you want to shout, go ahead, it's no big deal. Dad! Zhao Lingling shouted, her face turning bright red, then she turned and ran away. Lingling, wait for me. Lu Zigua chased after her. Wei Zhu watched as Zhao Lingling and Lu Zigua disappeared from sight, spat on the ground, and snorted, what's so great about being from the capital? Just wait until I buy a house in the capital one day, I'll rub my household registration book in their faces. Su Zhe heard this and patted Wei Zhu on the shoulder. Cough, cough, old Wei, you'd better buy it as soon as possible. What do you mean? Wei Zhu scratched his head in confusion. Property prices in the capital will definitely skyrocket. Su Zhe said. How is that possible? Housing prices in the capital are already so high. If they rise further, who will buy them? I'm waiting for them to drop. Old Su, let me tell you, I've done my research. The housing prices in the capital can still drop. In 5 years, they might even be as cheap as cabbage. Su Zhe heard this and couldn't help but shake his head, patting Wei Zhu on the shoulder. He really wanted to say, young man, you're overthinking it. In 5 years, you won't be able to afford the housing prices. However, Su Zhe didn't say much either, he just returned to the dormitory. Everyone took a shower and went to bed. Lu Zigua returned very late. Due to the events of the evening, Lu Zigua and Wei Zhu did not speak to each other, and the dormitory was completely silent. Su Zhe lay on the bed, his phone's WeChat app ringing non-stop. Some were from Yi Qiuyu, some from Xia Mo, and others from Xian Xiaoting. The messages posted by Yi Qiuyu were filled with a questioning tone. What is your relationship with that woman? How could you be so close to her? This made Su Zhe frown involuntarily. He really disliked Yi Qiuyu's condescending tone. What did it have to do with her if he danced with some woman? Su Zhe simply closed his page. Xiaomo's message was quite ordinary. She said Su Zhe danced so well, when did he learn it, and could he teach her? This kind of girl is so easy to chat with. Su Zhe's fingers flew across the phone screen. Su Zhe, I practiced secretly before. If you want to practice with me, you'll have to pay tuition. I don't just teach anyone. Xiao, what kind of tuition do you want? It's too expensive for me to afford. Su Zhe, I need to think about it. Su Zhe and Xiao were chatting enthusiastically. In the same dormitory, Xian Xiaoting looked at her phone screen, where she had sent a message to Su Zhe, but there was no reply. She couldn't help but feel incredibly disappointed. Chapter 48, Robbery? Xian Xiaoting stared at her phone, slowly drifting off to sleep. Su Zhe chatted with Xian Xiaoting for a while before also drifting off to sleep. Only Zhao Lingling was gritting her teeth in the dormitory. Su Zhe, you're not replying to my messages. This isn't over between us. Military training is still ongoing, and this stuff is actually pretty boring. We practice marching in formation and walking in step every day. However, Su Zhe became a legend among this year's freshmen because of his dance-off with Zhao Lingling that night. Especially, many girls came to ask about Su Zhe's name, and some even went out of their way to join Su Zhe's squad just to catch a glimpse of him. This caused many boys in the squad to start feeling envious of Su Zhe. Zhao Lingling, Yi Qiuyu, and Xia Mo have also been frequently seeking out Su Zhe during this period. Su Zhe is currently working on his business plan to acquire an internet cafe. After some investigation with Jiang Hao, they found an internet cafe where the price negotiations were nearly finalized. Today was the day to pay the money and secure the operating rights to the internet cafe. Cash on delivery. Jiang Hao followed Su Zhe, staring at him in disbelief. Zhizi, where did you get so much money? Over 10,000. Su Zhe didn't hide anything from Jiang Hao and simply replied, I earned it from writing novels. Writing novels? Wow, writing novels can make so much money? Zizi, why don't you teach me? Why bother going to school anymore? Jiang Hao said with a look of disbelief on his face. Su Zhe patted Jiang Hao on the shoulder and said with a look of confidence, it's just a few 100,000. Once we get things going, we'll make tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. Really? Jiang Hao widened his eyes in disbelief. It's a must. Suze looked at the internet cafe and declared boldly, "This is my first business venture. It all starts here." In the days that followed, Suze and Jiang Hao began working diligently on the renovation and design of the internet cafe. Although the previous internet cafe's interior was functional, Suze knew that with the increasing of computers, the quality of service at such establishments would become increasingly important. Therefore, whether it was in design or service, Suze believed that the internet cafe could be improved further. However, design isn't a big issue, as he has memories from his previous life of various internet cafe renovations. But when it comes to service, Suze hasn't yet found the right people. After all, he and Jiang Hao were still students and couldn't spend all their time at the internet cafe, so they had to find someone reliable to manage it for them. Additionally, the YY app needed to be designed and developed as soon as possible. However, where to find a programmer was a dilemma for Suze at the moment. Whether in his past life or his current one, he didn't know anyone with expertise in computers. This is also part of the problem. Suze finally realized how difficult it was to start a business. Although he had been reborn and knew more about the direction of societal development than others, putting it into practice was still fraught with challenges. After finishing the final touches on the internet cafe renovation, Suze followed the construction team's estimate that the renovation would take another month to complete. This means the earliest opening would be around 1 month from now. As a result, Suze was also thinking about how to make the internet cafe a hit overnight once it opened. There are many internet cafes near the university town, so to stand out from the crowd, you have to cater to the tastes of university students. For college students in 2008, internet cafes were the most accessible places for them to spend their money. Suze also had some plans in mind, but these plans still needed to be elaborated further. That evening, Suze and Jiang Hao had a late-night snack together before parting ways at the snack street, each heading back to their respective schools. However, as Suze walked into a dimly lit alley, he sensed someone following him. Suze turned around and saw a disheveled woman and a burly man following him step by step. Every time Suze sped up, the two behind him sped up as well. When Suze slowed down, the two also slowed down, continuing to follow him closely. This made Suze furrow his brows unconsciously. What were this man and woman up to? Suze quickened his pace, taking advantage of the darkness, and headed toward another alleyway entrance, then hid beside it. The man and woman noticed Suze's sudden acceleration and couldn't help but speed up and follow him. Just as they reached the alley entrance, Suze swiftly executed a sweeping kick, knocking the man and woman to the ground. The man and woman never expected Suze to be hiding behind them, waiting for them. As a result, both of them were knocked to the ground by Suze's sweeping leg technique. Suze pulled a stick from the wall of the alley, pointed it at the man and woman, and shouted, "Who are you? Why are you following me?" The man quickly got up from the ground and shouted back at Suze, "You dare to knock me down? I'll fight you to the death." Saying this, he lunged toward Suze. This man was about 1.8 meters tall and very muscular. If he were to be tackled like that, getting back up would be impossible. However, after being reborn, Suze's reaction time had become incredibly swift. Just as the burly man was about to pounce, Suze spun around and sent him crashing to the ground. Taking advantage of the big man's fall, Suze immediately pressed his foot firmly onto his back. With one hand holding a stick, he aimed it at the big man's back and prepared to strike. At that moment, the woman who had remained silent suddenly spoke up. "Brother, please don't hit my younger brother. We don't mean any harm." As he spoke, he immediately knelt down before Suze. "Sister, why are you kneeling to him? He's not a real man. Real men fight tigers one-on-one, but he won't fight us." The man being held down by Suze spoke loudly in defiance. "Xiaohu, don't say anything." The woman cooed softly. The man, who had been unwilling to accept it, suddenly fell silent. Even as Suze stepped on him, he didn't resist, simply slamming his face onto the ground and closing his eyes. Suze was taken aback by this strange scene. He looked at the woman kneeling before him. Though her hair was disheveled and her clothes were filthy beyond belief, her voice carried a unique tone, and he felt he had heard it somewhere before. Especially her large, dazzling eyes. "Why are you following me?" Suze demanded harshly. The woman hurriedly replied honestly, "Big brother, we have no ill intentions. We're just hungry. We saw the food in your hands and wanted to wait until you threw it away so we could pick it up and eat it. How simple." Suze couldn't believe it. "Yes, we haven't eaten for 2 days. Big brother, we really have no ill intentions. Just let us go, and I'll kowtow to you." Saying this, he began to bang his head on the ground in front of Suze. Suze looked closely at the man and woman. The man was just a big, dumb brute who had exerted a lot of physical strength but probably wasn't very intelligent, while the woman didn't seem to be lying. All right, stop arguing. You two have hands and feet, you should be able to support yourselves." Suze didn't want to cause trouble either, so he took his foot off the big guy, but the big guy remained lying on the ground, motionless. Chapter 49, Lu Ruyan. "You guys eat this first. Suze took out the food he had packed and handed it to the woman. The man who had been lying on the ground immediately stood up upon seeing the food and ran over to the woman's side. The woman hadn't expected that Suze, who was standing before her, would give his food to them. However, after a moment's hesitation, she quickly picked up the bag and began to open it. She first handed the food inside to the big, clumsy man. The man, upon seeing the food being handed to him, devoured it greedily. The woman watched the man eat so happily and finally began to eat herself. The two of them devoured the food, and the large portion was quickly finished. Suze watched the two of them eat, wondering how many days it had been since they last had a proper meal. After they finished eating, the big man suddenly smiled at Suze and said, "You're a good person. We've been in the city for so long, and you're the only one who's given us food. Xiaohu, quickly thank our benefactor," the woman hurriedly added from the side. As he spoke, the big, clumsy man knelt down and bowed his head 3 times with a loud thud before Suze. "Enough, stop kowtowing. What era are we in? Who are you people? How did you end up in the capital?" Suze waved his hand. He was actually a bit curious about this brother and sister. These two didn't seem like bad people. The woman pulled her big, clumsy brother to his feet from the ground. "Sir, my name is Lu Ruyan. He is my younger brother, Lu Xiaohu. We came here from Sichuan province to work and earn money by relying on a relative. However, we never expected that the relative would actually steal all our money and disappear. We had no choice but to end up wandering here." Suze didn't hear the rest of the words clearly because he had heard a name that was as familiar to him as thunder from his previous life, Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, this name was well known in the capital city of his previous life, a powerful and influential woman. Compared to her in his previous life, Suze was nothing. In his previous life, Suze had seen Lu Ruyan a few times at banquets, but she was a VIP among VIPs and would only say a few words before leaving. Suze couldn't even get close to her. Looking at the disheveled woman before him, she bore a striking resemblance to the formidable woman, Lu Ruyan. According to rumors from the past, this Lu Ruyan was also a woman from Sichuan who had come to the capital to seek refuge with relatives but failed, ending up wandering the streets before being taken in by a wealthy man. The wealthy man took her in and kept her as his mistress. According to the typical plot, she would probably give birth to an illegitimate child. However, the wealthy man accidentally died. The wealthy man's vast fortune immediately came under attack from many envious individuals, and his family members, including his son, were unable to withstand the onslaught. Just as the wealthy man's family fortune was about to be seized, Lu Ruyan stepped forward, not only defeating the envious individuals but also stabilizing the wealthy man's business. Moreover, under Lu Ruyan's management, the wealthy family's businesses grew increasingly powerful. In the end, the entire business district came to recognize Lu Ruyan as a formidable businesswoman. Suze never imagined that his casual action could save a future business district tycoon. He guesses he must have accumulated some good karma. In the future, if this strong woman becomes successful, I will have another valuable connection. Thinking of this, Suze reached into his waist pouch and pulled out 10 red bills, handing them to Lu Ruyan. "Take this money. Find a place to wash up, change your clothes, and look for a decent job." Suze's sudden action left Lu Ruyan frozen in place. She had been begging in the capital city with her younger brother for 3 months. No one ever treated them like normal people. They were either beaten or cursed at. To get something to eat, they had to rummage through trash bins. No one has ever not only given them food but also money. Lu Ruyan was deeply moved, and tears streamed down her face. Suze hadn't expected that giving 1,000 yuan would make Lu Ruyan cry. If people from his previous life found out that a business tycoon had cried over 1,000 yuan, they probably wouldn't believe him even if he told them. Suze's biggest flaw was that he didn't know how to comfort women. When he saw Lu Ruyan crying, he didn't offer any comfort at all. Instead, he said, 1,000 yuan is too little. I'll give you another 1,000 yuan. Saying this, he pulled out 10 red bills. Lu Ruyan hurriedly stopped her tears and shook her head. "No, sir, I'm just so moved." Suze nodded. Women are such a hassle, they cry when they're moved. Suze walked up to the woman, placed the money in her hand, turned around, and prepared to leave. But just as he took a step forward, his leg suddenly felt like it was being pulled by a hand. Suze turned his head and saw Lu Ruyan clutching his leg tightly. "Sir, we cannot take your money for nothing. We have hands and legs, we can work. Sir, we can work for you. Whatever work you have, we can do it for you. My brother has nothing, but he is strong. I am also strong, and we can do any hard or tedious work." Lu Ruyan's big eyes looked at Suze, filled with hope. Upon hearing these words, Suze suddenly realized that he had just been thinking about forming a good connection with Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan had managed the vast estate and property of that wealthy family so efficiently in her previous life, which clearly demonstrated her exceptional capabilities. If I were to take her under my wing, wouldn't that be a huge asset for my future career? Coincidentally, my internet cafe is currently in need of an assistant. Suze thought about this and already had a plan in mind. When Lu Ruyan saw that Suze hadn't responded for a while, she thought he was looking down on them and hurriedly spoke again. Sir, we don't want money. We just need a place to stay and something to eat. Please, give us a chance. Saying this, he once again knelt down toward Suze. But this time, Suze stopped him and helped Lu Ruyan to her feet. Don't kneel, a girl's knees are made of gold. Lu Ruyan was deeply moved by these words. I happen to have a job available. Take a look and see if you can do it. If you can. Suze explained the situation with his internet cafe. Lu Ruyan heard that it involved managing payments, collecting money, and cleaning up. Although she didn't know what an internet cafe did, she believed she could handle those tasks. Sir, my brother and I can handle this job, Lu Ruyan said. Alright, you two come with me to the internet cafe. We'll start construction work for the next few days. This period will be considered a trial period. I'll pay each of you 1,000 yuan per month. If you do a good job, I'll give you a raise later. If not, I can fire you at any time. Alright, then the two of you come with me to the internet cafe. We'll start building the site over the next few days. This period will be considered a trial period. I'll pay each of you 1,000 yuan per month. If you do a good job, I'll give you a raise later. If you don't perform well, I can fire you at any time. Although Lu Ruyan was very powerful in her previous life, Suze still felt that he shouldn't blindly trust her in this life. This Lu Ruyan, upon meeting him, suddenly turned into a naive and innocent girl. He wouldn't want her either. Alright, kind sir. Lu Ruyan exclaimed with unbridled joy. Chapter 50, Resolving Dormitory Conflicts. Suze took Lu Ruyan and her younger brother to the internet cafe. Although the internet cafe was still under renovation, there was one room that Suze hadn't touched. It was originally intended for storing miscellaneous items, but now it would be perfect for the two of them to sleep in. Suze led the two of them into the room and took out 1,000 yuan, handing it to Lu Ruyan. Keep this money for now. Consider it in advance on your wages. Use it to buy some toiletries and clothes. Sir, we can't accept this money. We haven't done any work yet. How can you give us money? That's not how things work in this world. Lu Ruyan shook her head hurriedly. Suziba grabbed Lu Ruyan's hand forcefully and shoved the money into her hands. Take it. You should take it. If you go out like this, people will think you're a thief. Lu Ruyan saw this and silently put the money away. Also, don't keep calling me benefactor. My name is Suze. You can call me by my name or boss from now on. Suze said. Lu Ruyan immediately replied in a frightened voice, yes, boss. Suze looked at Lu Ruyan, who had suddenly become frightened, and felt a bit dazed himself. This strong woman from the future now looked like a timid young woman. Alright, here's my phone number. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. I still have to go to school, so I won't be around here often. Please take care of things in the meantime. Suze found a piece of paper and a pen, wrote down his phone number, and handed it to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan carefully took it, glanced at it, and silently repeated the number to herself. Then she folded it carefully and placed it in her pocket. Alright, I'll be going now. Take care and get some rest. If you have any questions, feel free to call me. There's a phone at the front desk. Su Zilan gave a few final instructions before leaving. Watching Suja's departing figure, Lu Ruyan could no longer contain herself. Large tears fell from her eyes in big drops. She was crying. Since coming to the capital, no one had ever been so kind to her, giving her money, a job, and a place to live. Sister, don't cry, don't cry. Lu Xiaohu walked up to Lu Ruyan and patted her on the back with his large hand. Sister, don't cry. You should be happy. Lu Ruyan hugged Lu Xiaohu. Sister, I'm happy. The two of us finally have a place to call home. We won't have to wander the streets anymore. Xiaohu won't have to fight with stray dogs and cats for food anymore. Lu Xiaohu was also overjoyed. Lu Ruyan nodded firmly. She thought to herself that no matter what, she must work hard to repay the boss's kindness. Suze, on the other hand, headed toward the dormitory alone. By the time he returned to the dormitory, it was already around 3 in the morning, and the room was filled with snoring sounds. Suze quickly washed up and jumped straight into bed. He tossed and turned in bed but couldn't fall asleep, so he couldn't help but open his phone. It was a phone from 2008, and there wasn't much to do with it. There were no other chat apps besides QQ, web browsing was on a 2G network, and there were hardly any apps available. Compared to later generations, it's simply incomparable. However, Lu Yao recently sent a message saying that the application for the Tomato Novel website is ready and currently in internal testing. He also provided Suze with a link to download the app. Suze has nothing to do tonight, so he might as well download that Tomato Novel app. After downloading it, he opened the Tomato Novel app. It wasn't anything special, just average. It's almost like a simplified version of the desktop website, but it's more than sufficient for a novel app. The best thing about a novel website is its content, everything else is just fluff. With nothing to do, Suze flipped through some of the novels inside. As he flipped through them, Suze felt a bit sleepy and slowly drifted off to sleep. The next day, Suze was awakened by the muffled sounds of commotion. "Wei Zhu, you bastard, did you use my shampoo again?" Lu Zigua's angry voice echoed from the bathroom. Since the incident at the dance last time, the few people in the dorm had barely spoken to each other. Han Jia was always quiet, Suze was busy with his internet cafe, and Lu Zigua and Wei Zhu couldn't stand each other. Today's outburst from Lu Zigua could be considered the first time in days that he and Wei Zhu had exchanged a single word. Sitting on the bed, Lu Zigua was eating the freshly bought fried dough sticks and buns, his mouth still full. "Who's using yours? Which eye did you see that with?" Wei Zhu's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Lu Zigua angrily threw an empty bottle of Hirschi shampoo next to Wei Zhu. "Wei Zhu, I've put up with you for a long time. I've been using this bottle of shampoo for less than 2 weeks, and it's already gone. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? You must give me an explanation today." "What explanation? It's useless. If you have evidence, come and arrest me." "What explanation? It's useless, and no amount of arguing will change that. If you have evidence, come and arrest me." Wei Zhu looked as if he was saying, "What can you do to me?" Lu Zigua was so angry he clenched his teeth. Furious but powerless, he could only mutter under his breath, "What a damn stroke of bad luck, living with a dog." Lu Zigua's words completely enraged Wei Zhu. He had been sitting there, but he suddenly stood up. "Lu Zigua, who are you calling a dog? I'll say it to whoever uses me. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think you're the king of the world," Wei Zhu said as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. Wei Zhu rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. "What the hell are you doing?" Suze finally couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up, getting out of bed. As soon as Suze spoke, Lu Zigua and Wei Zhu both stopped what they were doing. Wei Zhu looked at Suze and immediately spoke up, "Old Su, you heard what happened? It's not my fault. It was Lu Zigua who came looking for trouble with me. Ever since that night, it's been like we all owe him money." "Wei Zhu, don't say a word." Suze snapped at Wei Zhu sternly. "Everyone is here today, so I'll just say it. Although we can't be best friends forever in this dorm, we'll be living together for 4 years. If we let conflicts escalate, it'll make living together unpleasant. I think if anyone has any issues, we should try to resolve them. After all, we're all adults. Fighting is my thing. In our part of Northeast China, if you don't agree, we fight. Whoever wins is the boss." Wei Zhu immediately said, "Fighting? That's all you know? Ah, country bumpkins are just country bumpkins." Lu Zigua sneered. "All you know is fighting. Ah, country bumpkins are country bumpkins." Lu Zigua sneered. "Lu Zigua, you're just asking for a beating." Wei Zhu was so angry that he swung his fist. "Fighting isn't the way to go. Let's play basketball instead. The loser apologizes," Suze suggested. Wei Zhu heard this and immediately said, "Basketball is fine. I've never been afraid of anyone." He even gave Lu Zigua a challenging look. "No way, the people in this basketball village probably don't know how to play." Lu Zigua said coldly, "If you're going to play basketball, just play. Whoever loses has to call the winner dad. Suze, you have to join too." Suze nodded, knowing that Lu Zigua was probably upset with him because of Zhao Lingling. Women are truly the downfall of men. "Alright, let's go to the playground now." Chapter 51, Basketball. "I need to change clothes. You guys go ahead." Lu Zigua took out a new basketball uniform and sneakers from his own cabinet, sat down on the chair, and began to put them on slowly and steadily. Wei Zhu saw this and rolled his eyes, muttering, "Showing off. Like we can't afford it." "If you can afford it, go ahead and buy it," Lu Zigua retorted. I'll buy it sooner or later," Wei Zhu said angrily and walked away. Suze didn't pay much attention and followed him out. Watching both of them leave, Lu Zigua finally picked up his phone and immediately sent a message to Zhao Lingling. "Lingling, I'm going to play basketball right now. Do you want to come watch? You used to love watching me play basketball." But there was no response for half a day. Lu Zigua clenched his teeth, his face filled with disappointment. Ever since that incident last time, he had sent messages to Zhao Lingling, but she rarely replied, and even when she did, it was always after a long time. Lu Zigua was extremely annoyed, but he dared not do anything about it, so he could only suppress his frustration deep within himself. However, Lu Zigua refused to give up and sent another message. "I'm going to have a basketball game with Wei Zhu and Suze. Whoever loses has to call the other dad, and Lingling, I'll definitely avenge you." After sending this message, Lu Zigua prepared to put his phone away. But suddenly, his phone rang, and Lu Zigua looked at it excitedly. "Zhao Lingling, where are you?" "I'll be right there." Lu Zigua immediately sent the location. "The basketball court in the northeast part of our school's playground." After sending the message, I wanted to wait for Zhao Lingling's reply, but she didn't respond for half a day. Lu Zigua finally put down his phone in disappointment, but he clenched his fists tightly. "Lu Zigua, today you will make Zhao Lingling know who the real man is. In the girls' dormitory, Zhao Lingling sat excitedly at her desk, getting herself ready. Alright, you jerk, Suze. You didn't respond to my message, so I'm going to confront you today. I'll make you look like a fool, and then I'll mock you. Thinking of this, Zhao Lingling couldn't help but laugh. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Just as Zhao Lingling had finished dressing up and stepped out the door, Qian Xiaoting suddenly appeared as well. Upon seeing Qian Xiaoting, Zhao Lingling's brows furrowed involuntarily, and Qian Xiaoting's brows also furrowed involuntarily. It was clear that the two of them didn't have much of a good impression of each other. It turns out that Xia Mo, Qian Xiaoting, and Zhao Lingling's dorm rooms are actually connected. Originally, the two sides didn't know each other, but that night, Zhao Lingling and Suze were dancing. Qian Xiaoting pulled Xia Mo aside to ask about Zhao Lingling, and later discovered that Zhao Lingling was actually from the dormitory next door. Qian Xiaoting had always disliked Zhao Lingling, so she naturally didn't give her a friendly look. Zhao Lingling wasn't someone to be messed with either. If a junior didn't give her a friendly look, she certainly wouldn't return the favor. Therefore, although the two had never exchanged a word, every time they met, they would give each other a cold snort, clearly looking down on one another. After returning to the dormitory, Qian Xiaoting immediately rushed over to Xiaomo's side. Xiaomo, that woman Zhao Lingling is dressed up and going out again. Xiaomo just laughed it off indifferently. She's her. Why should we care about her? Aren't you afraid she'll steal your Suze away from you? Qian Xiaoting sat beside Xiaomo with a smile, wrapped her arm around Xiaomo's waist, and suddenly giggled. But our Xiaomo, she's got the waist and the legs, she's really got nothing to fear. As he spoke, his hands couldn't help but roam over Xiaomo's body. Qian Xiaoting, you. Xiaomo immediately turned over to retaliate. Ouch, the little girl wants revenge? Come on, let's see who's afraid of whom. In early September, the weather was still hot. In the morning, there weren't many people on the basketball court, only a few scattered individuals were playing basketball there. Suze and his friends found an empty spot and stood there in a group of 3. How should we fight? Wei Zhu held a basketball in his hand and looked at Lu Zigua defiantly. Don't lose, or you'll say we're picking on you again. Lu Zigua said directly, there are 3 of us. If we fight one-on-one, someone will definitely get the short end of the stick. Let's compare our shooting skills instead. Each of us will take 10 shots from the free throw line. Whoever scores more wins. Shooting? I thought it was one-on-one. Shooting is boring, I don't like it. Wei Zhu didn't even think about it, he just refused outright. Shooting wasn't something he loved at all. Suze nodded in agreement. I think it's a good idea. Upon hearing this, Lu Zigui immediately smiled and said, Wei Zhu, the minority should follow the majority. Let's have a shooting contest. Wei Zhu heard Suze agree and had no choice but to comply. Alright, if it's shooting, then let's shoot. I, Wei Zhu, have never been afraid of anyone when it comes to shooting. How about I go first? Wei Zhu was very confident in his basketball skills. Don't rush. I've invited someone else to join us, just in case someone is lying. Let's wait for the public figure to arrive before we begin. Lu Zigua said. It's just a basketball shooting contest. Why do we need a notary? This is such a hassle. Wei Zhu rolled his eyes and stood aside, dribbling the ball in his hands. Suze said nothing and stood by waiting. He wanted to stay in the dormitory. Today, he had to resolve the matter, otherwise, he might not be able to stay in the dormitory anymore. Anyway, I don't have anything to do today, so I'll just hang out with them. The 3 of them stood under the basketball hoop for half an hour, but no one showed up. Wei Zhu finally couldn't stand it anymore. I asked Lu Zigua, do you have a lover or not? It's been half an hour, and no one has come. Are you scared? Are you afraid to compete and deliberately saying the notary is the one who said it? Lu Zigua, I'm not scared. Wei Zhu, what did you say? Just wait a moment. Just as Wei Zhu and Lu Zigua were arguing, a beautiful girl walked toward them. Upon seeing the girl, Lu Zigua immediately waved at her. Lingling, over here. Zhao Lingling walked toward us with her long legs. Today, Zhao Lingling was wearing a white beret on her head, her hair neatly tied up, sunglasses on her eyes, a blue oversized t-shirt, and her lower body completely exposed. Her face was adorned with a calculated makeup look. Lu Zigua saw Zhao Lingling coming over and immediately ran over excitedly. Lingling, you're finally here. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingling immediately responded to Lu Zigua in a harsh tone. What do you mean I finally came? Did I come here of my own free will? If you hadn't called me, I wouldn't have come out in this blazing sun. It's so hot it's killing me, and my skin is already getting sunburned. Lu Zigua didn't feel the slightest bit upset by Zhao Lingling's tone toward him. Instead, he felt a bit pleased and proud. After all, it was only someone like him, Lu Zigua, who could attract such a stunning beauty like Zhao Lingling. Wei Zhu was originally making a fuss, but upon seeing Zhao Lingling, he immediately stopped arguing and instead fixed his eyes on Zhao Lingling's long legs. Suze, on the other hand, stood by indifferently. He had already guessed that the notary public was Zhao Lingling when Lu Zigua had invited him. Chapter 52, The Shot. Zhao Lingling didn't even glance at Suze. She turned to Lu Zigua and said, "Hurry up, don't make me stand out in the sun for too long." Lu Zigua smiled and said, "Of course, Lingling, we'll be quick." Zhao Lingling took out a blue sun umbrella from her bag, opened it, and stood beside the basketball court, resembling a beautiful landscape. Lu Zigua and Wei Zhu were so stunned by the scene that they couldn't move. Zhao Lingling saw Lu Zigua and Wei Zhu's expressions through her sunglasses and couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. Wherever she went, Zhao Lingling was always radiating charm. "Suze, I wonder how much longer you can keep up the act." Zhao Lingling glanced at Suze, only to find that he had merely looked at her once before shifting his gaze away and not looking back. This reignited Zhao Lingling's competitive spirit. "Why aren't you starting yet?" "Okay, let's get started right away." Lu Zigua finally reacted. Seeing Wei Zhu staring at Zhao Lingling with a lovesick expression, he immediately looked displeased. Glancing over at Suze, he noticed that Suze's gaze wasn't even directed at Zhao Lingling, as if he had no interest in her at all. This left Lu Zigua feeling a bit puzzled. Could it be that Suze truly felt nothing for Lingling? But no matter what, today they would find out who the real boyfriend was. He picked up the basketball and threw it at Wei Zhu, hitting him right on the thigh. "What are you doing, Lu Zigua?" Wei Zhu asked. "What are you doing?" "It's the competition." "What are you looking at?" Lu Zigua said. "Let's race then." "What are you afraid of?" Wei Zhu picked up the basketball and started shooting. Wei Zhu made 5 out of 10 shots, with a success rate of around 50%, which was pretty good. Wei Zhu looked at Lu Zigua with a smug expression. "How about that? My shooting skills aren't too bad, are they?" After saying that, he raised his head toward Zhao Lingling beside him, wearing a smug expression. "How about it, sis-in-law? My shooting skills are pretty solid, right? How about that, sister-in-law? My basketball shooting skills are pretty impressive, right?" Zhao Lingling smiled slightly. "Not bad, but I wonder who won in the end." Lu Zigua immediately said, "Ha, with his 50% shooting accuracy, he's still showing off in front of me. I'll show you what a true shooting god is." Saying that, he picked up the basketball and began to shoot. Lu Zigua was clearly well trained, with precise movements and a high shooting accuracy. The first 5 shots were all on target. Lu Zigua is amazing. Zhao Lingling couldn't help but jump up and exclaim in astonishment. Upon hearing Zhao Lingling's voice, Lu Zigua threw with even more force, sending 5 more flying out. However, this time, not all 5 hit their targets, but 3 did. In other words, Lu Zigua hit 8 out of 10, which is an 80% hit rate, which is already quite high. Lu Zigua confidently tossed the ball to Suze and then smiled broadly as he watched Suze and Wei Zhu. "Let's see which one of you two loses. Whoever loses has to keep their promise, you know." Wei Zhu's face turned grim as he looked at Suze and asked nervously, "Old Su, how's your shooting?" "Not bad." Suze clapped the basketball in his hand. "Ah." Wei Zhu let out a long sigh. He could only pray to the heavens that he wasn't the last one. Suze picked up the basketball, gripped it tightly with both hands, and threw it straight up into the air. It went straight in. However, your shooting form made Lu Zigua and Wei Zhu laugh out loud. I said, "Old Su, have you never played basketball? That's not how you shoot a basketball." Wei Zhu said. It's been a long time since I played. Suze said. After playing basketball in college in his previous life, Suze never touched the game again. Then I can rest assured that I'm definitely not the last one. Wei Zhu patted his chest with a relieved expression. Lu Zigua couldn't help but glance at Zhao Lingling beside him, feeling quite pleased with himself. Today, he had deliberately wanted to make Suze look foolish in front of Zhao Lingling. "Old Su, how can you not know how to play basketball? Are you even a man? A man should know how to play basketball." Lu Zigua said loudly. Wei Zhu chimed in from the side, exactly. Playing basketball is a must-have skill for men. These two have teamed up. Standing nearby, Zhao Lingling wouldn't miss this chance to mock Suze either. "Suze, you look pretty weak and helpless, don't you? What a pretty boy. Lingling, how can you talk about Old Su like that? But you're spot on." Lu Zigua finished speaking and burst into laughter. Suze paid no attention to their conversation, picked up the ball in his hand, and threw it toward the basket with a swish. Slam dunk. The last 9 balls were all sunk. The 3 who had been mocking Suze just moments ago were left speechless. They watched as Suze's final basketball shot went in, their faces filled with disbelief. What a surprise! Suze walked up to Wei Zhu, who was stunned, and patted him on the shoulder. "Call me Dad." Wei Zhu suddenly shouted, his face full of resentment. "Why did I get hurt?" The playground echoed with the laughter of the others. Although Wei Zhu was filled with resentment, he obediently shouted once. Zhao Lingling was more interested in Suze at that moment. This guy seemed to know everything, so she couldn't help but walk toward him. "I said, Suze, you're not being fair. You're so good at basketball, yet you kept it a secret from your roommates." Wei Zhu nodded vigorously. Exactly, playing the fool to catch the wise. Suze shrugged his shoulders. I told you I could fight. It's your fault for not believing me. Don't blame me. Wei Zhu and Lu Zigua could only nod in agreement. Indeed, it was they who didn't believe him. Alright, the outcome of the shooting contest has been decided. I'll head back to the dormitory now. Suze saw that the conflict had been resolved, and Wei Zhu and Lu Zigua weren't as hostile toward each other as they had been when they first met. Given their personalities, it would probably take a few days for things to settle down. He should go back to sleep. He went to bed too late last night and got up early today. But Zhao Lingling wouldn't let him off that easily. Lu Zigua, didn't you say you'd treat me to breakfast? Why aren't you doing that? Of course I'll treat you. Why don't we all go together? Lu Zigua said. Wei Zhu shook his head and said, I'll pass. I need to go back and catch up on some sleep. Suze thought about it. He was indeed a bit hungry, so he agreed. So the 2 men and 1 woman headed toward the cafeteria. There was a wonton shop in the cafeteria, and Suze still really liked it. Suze ordered a bowl of wontons and a plate of steamed buns, while Lu Zigua ordered 2 bowls of noodles with shredded pork. The 3 sat together, and Suze began to eat heartily. Suze, let me try the taste of these steamed buns. Zhao Lingling couldn't believe it. She picked one from Suze's steamer and put it in her mouth. Suze said nothing and continued eating. But not long after, Zhao Lingling ate another one, and then another one shortly after that. She had only taken a few bites of the noodles in front of her, while Suze had already eaten more than half of the steamed buns he had ordered. Chapter 53, Running Buddy Qian Xiaoting. Suze looked at the last dumpling in the steamer and just managed to pick it up with his chopsticks. Zhao Lingling's chopsticks rested on top of Suze's chopsticks. Suze, I want to eat this bun. Suze couldn't resist anymore. He had ordered a steamer basket of buns, but hadn't eaten many, and now he was even trying to snatch the last one. He wasn't her father, so why should he spoil her? Zhao Lingling, are you sick? You don't eat your own food, you eat my buns. How many did you eat from one steamer? I like eating these. Why can't I? Zhao Lingling said arrogantly. Lu Zigua saw this and hurried over to say, I'll order another steamer. It's just a steamer of buns for old Su. Suze had no idea what Zhao Lingling was up to. What a lunatic. Suze dropped that line and walked away. Watching Suze leave, Zhao Lingling burst into laughter and said, you made this girl so angry. I've finally gotten my revenge. I'll make you regret it, I'll make you regret it. Lu Zigua watched the scene unfold and could only shake his head. Zhao Lingling was indeed someone who never forgave a grudge. However, deep down, he found it somewhat amusing that he had been so angry with Suze these past few days. With their 2 explosive personalities, how could they possibly be compatible? If I hadn't been here today, I'm sure they would have gotten into a fight. I actually thought they liked each other. What was I thinking? Lu Zigua bought a steamer basket of xiaolongbao, but Zhao Lingling didn't even eat one. Lu Zigua said, I'm full. I need to go practice dancing. I'll take you there. Lu Zigua wiped his greasy mouth with his hand. Zhao Lingling gave him a disdainful look. With you reeking of sweat, you want to go to the dance club with me? Don't embarrass me. Lu Zigua scratched his head and gave an awkward smile. Suze finished his breakfast, feeling annoyed, and headed toward the playground for his morning run. Ever since he had been reborn, Suze had been going for a morning run every day, not for any other reason than to maintain his physique. As Suze was doing some stretching exercises nearby, a familiar voice suddenly caught his attention. Oh, it's you, class monitor. Suze turned around and saw that it was Qian Xiaoting. Today, Qian Xiaoting was wearing a white tank top and black tight pants, her figure completely exposed. There's no denying that Qian Xiaoting has an amazing figure. It's you run too. Suze was also surprised to run into Qian Xiaoting. After all, there weren't many girls who ran in the university, most preferred to stay in their dorms or go shopping. Qian Xiaoting smiled and nodded, saying, yeah, I come running every morning. How come the class monitor runs every day too? Yeah. Suze nodded. Qian Xiaoting was delighted and smiled, that's great. I've finally found a running partner. Every time I come to Xiaomo to run, she refuses. Suze continued with his stretching exercises. Qian Xiaoting was also doing stretching exercises. Qian Xiaoting already had a great figure, and when she did stretching exercises, she looked even more alluring. Suze noticed a few boys who had been exercising elsewhere. Without meaning to, they walked over to stand behind Suze and Qian Xiaoting. Suze furrowed his brows and said to Qian Xiaoting, are you ready? I'm about to start running. I'm ready. Let's start, class monitor. Qian Xiaoting said. The two began running around the track. Suze's speed wasn't particularly fast, averaging around 3 minutes per kilometer. Running alongside Qian Xiaoting, he didn't slow down at all, assuming she would fall behind after a lap or two. However, after 5 laps, Suze noticed that Qian Xiaoting was still running side by side with him, which made Suze look at her with newfound respect. He couldn't help but wonder how Qian Xiaoting, who had seemed so frail during the previous military training, could run so fast. At that moment, Chen Xiaoting was running behind Suze, her heart filled with joy. She had gone to great lengths to try to get closer to Suze, asking him questions and chatting with him on the Penguin app, but Suze rarely responded. She never expected that Suze, like herself, actually enjoyed running. This must be the fate that heaven had bestowed upon her. Chen Xiaoting felt a bit relieved at that moment that Xiaomo didn't like running, otherwise, she wouldn't have had the chance to spend time alone with Suze. After 10 laps, Suze stopped, and Chen Xiaoting, seeing that he had stopped, also came to a halt. However, at that moment, she was already panting heavily, her face flushed red, and beads of sweat were already forming on her back and face. She usually ran, but not this fast. Today's pace was really taking a toll on her, but she gritted her teeth and kept up to avoid being looked down upon by Suze. Chen Xiaoting, you're pretty fast. You're no worse than us guys. Suze couldn't help but praise her. Chen Xiaoting felt delighted inside but humbly replied, I'm still no match for the class monitor. I have something I'm curious about. Could you help me figure it out? Suze asked curiously. What is it? So Suze voiced his doubts about Chen Xiaoting fainting during military training. Chen Xiaoting heard this and a look of embarrassment flashed across her face. If you have any bad thoughts, don't say them. I'm just curious. Chen Xiaoting blushed and said, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Class monitor, my relative actually came that day. Suze nodded awkwardly, realizing he had asked himself into an awkward situation. Cough, cough. So, are you going tomorrow? If you are, let's go together. Suze quickly changed the subject. Chen Xiaoting hadn't known how to bring it up, but when Suze asked first, she immediately said, sure. Running alone is lonely, and two people can go faster. They chatted for a bit longer before going their separate ways. Chen Xiaoting returned to her dormitory in high spirits. She felt like she had hit the jackpot today, having bumped into Suze on the playground. Thinking about how handsome Suze looked running ahead of her and how she could run with him tomorrow, Chen Xiaoting grew increasingly excited. In the dormitory, Xiaomo saw Chen Xiaoting return with a happy expression and couldn't help but ask curiously, Xiaoting, did something happen while you were running that made you so happy? Chen Xiaoting, caught off guard by the question, hurriedly replied, nothing. I'll go take a shower first. Before Xiaomo could ask anything else, she grabbed her clothes and headed toward the bathroom. As soon as she entered the bathroom, Chen Xiaoting felt her heart racing. At that moment, she felt like she had been caught by the wife of someone she was having an affair with. I was just running with Suze, and it was Xiaomo who didn't want to go. It's not my fault. Chen Xiaoting told herself. Suze returned to his dormitory and saw her still lying on the bed, reading a novel on her computer. Moreover, the interface of the novel website was that of the Tomato novel website. Suze couldn't help but feel curious. He walked up to Han Jie and said, Hey, Jie, what novels have you been reading lately? Do you have any recommendations? Even the class monitor reads novels? Han Jie asked curiously. Chapter 54, The Internet Cafe Opens, and the Role of the Online Trolls. I've been reading a book about a son-in-law becoming king lately. Suze revealed the title of the novel he had written. Han Jie heard this and his eyes lit up. I've been reading this novel too, class monitor. It's so exciting, but the update speed is terrible. I can't help but send him a knife. Good things take time. Maybe the author is struggling to come up with the next plot twist. Suze could only find an excuse for himself. Maybe so. Class monitor, let me recommend a few more novels to you, they're also good reads. Han Jie began to talk enthusiastically to Suze. Suze had listened to Han Jie talk for so many days, but he had never heard him talk as much as he did at that moment. Suze listened intently as Han Jie continued his detailed explanation. Finally, Han Jie enthusiastically recommended several novels. Class monitor, you must read these novels. Suze nodded. Alright, I'll take a look later. That concluded his conversation with Han Jie. Military training was tedious and fast-paced, and before long, it had come to its final day. On the final day of military training, there is usually a performance where students showcase the results of their nearly 1-month training. Therefore, early in the morning, Suze and his classmates began lining up, marching past the podium, and receiving inspection from the school leaders. Once the inspection was over, military training came to an end. The days of university life have finally arrived. Suze's internet cafe has also finally been completely renovated on this day. The renovation was carried out entirely according to the standards of internet cafes in later years. Therefore, in 2008, this internet cafe was undoubtedly a symbol of high-end quality. Even before it had opened, many people had already come to inquire. Manager, when exactly will the internet cafe open? Lu Ruyan had completely changed her appearance at that moment. Although she hadn't applied any makeup, her delicate and alluring face already made her a stunning beauty. In the eyes of outsiders, Lu Ruyan was now a cold and aloof beauty boss, but in front of Suze, she was still a shy young girl. Every time Lu Ruyan secretly glances at Suze, he turns to look at her, and she immediately lowers her head, her ears turning bright red. Jiang Hao watched from the side, recalling the first time he had seen Lu Ruyan, and cursed Suze as a beast. Where did he find such a stunning beauty? She was no less beautiful than Yi Qiuyu and Xia Mo. You should know that Yi Qiuyu and Xia Mo are already one in a million beauties. Meeting one is already a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yet Suze has secretly taken in another one. Jiang Hao could only sigh to the heavens, wondering why he didn't have such good luck. But then he thought about it again. Even if he had such good luck, he probably wouldn't have the money anyway. The acquisition and renovation of the internet cafe cost nearly 1 million yuan. This was already a huge sum in later years, let alone in 2008. Such a large sum of money deposited in a bank would yield a very high return just from interest alone. Jiang Hao, standing nearby, asked curiously, "Yeah, Zizi, now that our Xingyi Internet Cafe is all renovated, when are we going to open?" Xingyi Internet Cafe is indeed the name of Suze's Internet Cafe. Suze smiled and said, "No rush, no rush. We need to warm up first." Coming from a later generation, Suze knew that even the finest wine fears an obscure alley. Since he had opened an internet cafe, he naturally wanted his establishment to become the hottest spot in the area. Therefore, hype is naturally a must. "Howzy, did you find the online trolls I asked you to find?" Suze asked Jiang Hao beside him. "The online trolls you asked me to find?" Online trolls, a profession that has existed since the advent of the internet, were not yet as widely known as they would be in later generations. In today's internet age, they still retain a touch of mystery. "I looked for them, but their prices are really expensive, thousands of dollars for just one night," Jiang Hao said with a wince. "That's just pocket change," Suze said. "Then let them get started now." "Alright, I'll contact them right away." Jiang Hao opened his QQ account and sent a message to one of them. "Alright," he said to start immediately. Jiang Hao said. "Alright, let's see how powerful the online trolls are now." Suze opened several university forums on his computer, including those of Beijing University, Beijing Normal University, Beijing University of Technology, and over a dozen others. At that time, forums were all the rage, and people would often browse them in their free time to chat and exchange ideas. Within these forums, posts related to Xingyi Internet Cafe have seen a rapid increase in a short period of time. "Do you know anything about the newly opened internet cafe on Ziyun Road? What's the environment like there? I just saw a new internet cafe about to open, and I heard they're offering a 50% discount on the first 100 customers. Although some posts have been deleted, others have sparked a lot of attention." Gradually, more and more posts about Xingyi Internet Cafe began to appear. Suze saw that the heat had died down a bit, then directly said, "Post the last message." Jiang Hao nodded and posted another message on the WeChat account. Soon after, a pinned message appeared on the bulletin boards of various universities. "Xingyi Internet Cafe is opening on September 25th. All customers who visit will have the chance to win a grand prize, with the first prize being a brand new laptop computer." Advertising always requires precise targeting, and for college students, laptops hold immense appeal. Plus, just by coming in, they can enter a lucky draw, which piques their curiosity about what kind of internet cafe Xingyi Internet Cafe really is. They had never heard of an internet cafe holding a lottery before. "Alright, let's wait until September 25th for the grand opening." Suze looked at the forum, where the post was gaining some traction. People kept asking if it was fake or if the owner had lost their mind. The boss is satisfied with this. Lu Ruyan had lived in the countryside all her life. She saw that nothing much had been done, yet the boss said it was fine, and she found it hard to understand. It wasn't just him. Jiang Hao was also confused. "I said, Jizi, with a few thousand yuan, you can just post a few threads. That's too easy. Why don't you give me the money, and I'll do it for you? This money is way too easy to make. We call this targeted advertising. Just wait and see." Suze was very confident in this strategy. As long as they keep the momentum going and their internet cafe is better decorated than others, with great service, they shouldn't have any trouble keeping the students around. "Ruyan, how about the few things I mentioned earlier?" Suze looked at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan hurriedly nodded. "I've already made arrangements with some nearby vendors. As long as I give them a call, they'll deliver the meals. Here's the menu we made." Lu Ruyan took out a menu like the ones in restaurants and handed it to Suze. Suze flipped through it briefly. There were quite a few options inside. However, if there were an electronic version, you could order directly, and the backend would process the order immediately, just as simple and convenient as in internet cafes in later times. Thinking of this, Suze remembered his YY voice chat. It seems that hiring a programmer must be put on the agenda. Chapter 55, Lu Ruyan invites everyone to dinner. Suze hired online influencers, and now he's just waiting for the grand opening on September 25th to see how effective the influencer ads will be. "Boss, why don't you stay for lunch here before leaving? I've already bought the ingredients," Lu Ruyan offered. Lu Jie's cooking is something I've tasted before. "Suze, if you don't try it, you'll definitely regret it," Jiang Hao said, smacking his lips. This wasn't the first time Lu Ruyan had invited Suze to dinner, but he had turned her down every time before. It wasn't that Suze disliked the food Lu Ruyan cooked, rather, every time he spent time with her, an unknown flame would ignite within him. After all, Suze was an adult, and adults always have certain needs. He had been reborn for several months and had not had any sexual activity. Actually, it wasn't a big deal most of the time, but every time Suze looked at Lu Ruyan, an inexplicable flame would ignite within him. Perhaps in a previous life, Lu Ruyan held a higher status than Suze, so in this life, Suze subconsciously desires to conquer her. However, having been reborn, Suze would never allow his lower desires to control him. Therefore, Suze had been enduring his feelings, trying to spend as much time alone with Lu Ruyan as possible. Looking at Lu Ruyan's pitiful appearance, Suze finally couldn't bring himself to refuse. "Alright, then I'll trouble you, Sister Lu," Suze said. Seeing that Suze agreed, Lu Ruyan was thrilled and immediately said, "I'll go buy the groceries right away." "What would you like to eat, boss?" "Sister Lu, you just cook whatever you like." "I'm fine with anything," Suze said. Alright. Lu Ruyan excitedly walked toward the door. Watching Lu Ruyan's graceful figure, Suze couldn't help but think of the Lu Ruyan from his previous life, and the flame of desire in his heart began to rise. Zizi, what do you think of Lu Jie's figure? When are you going to take her down?" Jiang Hao nudged Suze with his elbow and gave him a lecherous smile. Suze shot him a disdainful glance. "What did you say?" Jiang Hao didn't continue the previous topic, just sighed. "Jizi, you just started college, and you have Xiaomo, Yichoyu, and Lu Jie, all these beautiful women surrounding you. How come I still don't have a single woman in my life? Why is life so unfair?" Suze patted Jiang Hao on the shoulder and said, "Haozi, don't worry. Maybe heaven thinks the time isn't right yet. It'll give you a woman in your next life." "Wow, Zizi, you're so cruel." Jiang Hao suddenly turned serious and said, "Jizi, I actually want to ask you what your plans are for Yichoyu." "Why are you asking that?" Suze asked indifferently. Jiang Hao looked at Suze, whose expression suddenly turned serious, and couldn't help but touch his forehead. "Actually, this is your personal matter, and I didn't intend to pry, but Yichoyu keeps sending me messages asking about your situation. She also mentioned that you didn't respond to her messages. From the way she messaged me, her tone seemed quite humble, so I couldn't help but ask." Seeing that Suze didn't say anything and didn't seem angry, Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel a little relieved and continued speaking. "Actually, Yichoyu is pretty good to you. She came all the way to Beijing for you during university. I heard she even argued with her parents just to come here and attend university." Jiang Hao said this and didn't add anything else. Soon after, he received a call saying there was an urgent matter in class and hurried off. Suze, on the other hand, was thinking about Yichoyu. The name Yichoyu was so deeply etched in his memory from his previous life, and the pain it caused him was too profound. Although she hadn't done anything wrong in this life, Suze still felt a lingering aversion toward her. However, recalling what Jiang Hao had said, Suze picked up her phone, opened the WeChat app, and saw the message Yichoyu had sent her. Since starting university, Yichoyu had been sending him 3 or 4 text messages almost every day, one in the morning and one in the evening. Suze only occasionally replied with a single sentence, and then let Yichoyu say whatever she wanted without responding further. Suze thought about it. Since he had no feelings for her, he decided to tell Yichoyu the truth to avoid being labeled a jerk. With that in mind, Suze picked up his phone and sent Yichoyu a message. "Suze, I'm here." Yichoyu was in the dormitory when her phone suddenly rang. Her face lit up instantly. This was the unique ringtone she had set for Suja. "Yichoyu, yes, Suze, what do you need from me?" "Suze, do you have time tonight? Let's go out for dinner." "Yichoyu, sure, where do you want to go?" "Suze, the snack street, I'll send you the exact location later." "Yichoyu, alright, Suze, I'll definitely be there on time, all dressed up and looking my best." Suze didn't say anything and simply closed the WeChat account. Meanwhile, in the dormitory of Beijing Normal University, Yichoyu was beaming with joy. He immediately took out some clothes from the wardrobe and started trying them on. "Should I wear this one or that one? Suze must still prefer me in my high school style. I wore this shirt in high school, so I'll just wear it." Suze put down his phone and, with nothing to do, started browsing some forums. Suddenly, he wondered why he didn't post some software recruitment information on the forum. With that thought, Suze began editing the job postings and started posting them on the bulletin boards of universities like Beijing University and Xiaohua University. After finishing, Suze had nothing else to do, so he opened his computer and played a round of CS. However, after just a few minutes, he lost interest. Compared to the later version of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, Suze still preferred the original version. He thought about all the great usernames he had in his head, but now he was lacking both money and skill. Just then, Lu Ruyan returned from buying groceries and saw only Suze alone in the internet cafe. She couldn't help but ask, "Hey, boss, where's Xiao Hao?" That's right, Lu Ruyan called Jiang Hao Xiao Hao and referred to Suze as boss. Suze had told her several times to just call him Suze cough, cough, Xiaoze definitely can't be used, but Lu Ruyan insisted on calling him boss. He had to go back to school. Suze. I bought so much food. Lu Ruyan looked at the vegetables in her hands. It's okay, we'll just eat it. That kid isn't destined for good fortune. Suze stepped forward and took the dish from Lu Ruyan's hands. Perfect, I haven't cooked in a while either. Lu Jia, let me wash the vegetables for you. Boss, this won't do. You sit there and don't move. Cooking is our women's responsibility. Don't move. Wait for me to finish. What can you men do in the kitchen? Lu Ruyan immediately refused, then forcefully pulled her hand away from Suze's grasp on the vegetables. Without waiting for Suze to say anything, she headed straight for the kitchen. Suze shook his head helplessly. This Lu Ruyan had the mindset of a very traditional rural woman. However, such a woman would be a blessing for anyone who married her. She could cook and had a good figure. Why am I thinking about this again? Suze shook his head and sat down to play on his computer, waiting for dinner to be ready. Chapter 56, Drunk. Before long, the meal of 3 dishes and a soup was ready. Lu Ruyan, acting like a young wife, called out to Suze, dinner's ready. Alright. Suze shut down the computer. The internet cafe hadn't opened yet, and Lu Ruyan and the others had somehow managed to find a small table and a few stools. Sir, please sit down. Lu Ruyan bent down to serve Suze a bowl of rice and placed it in front of him. As Lu Ruyan's body passed by Suze, a fragrant scent wafted toward him. Suze couldn't help but lean in to take a whiff. He had never smelled anything so delightful before. Sister Lu, did you put on perfume? Suze couldn't help but ask. At this, Lu Ruyan's face flushed red, and she stammered for a while before finally managing to say nothing. Boss, my sister has always had a fragrant body. There are countless men in the village who want to marry her, said Lu Xiaohu boldly. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's face turned bright red as she scolded Lu Xiaohu. Xiaohu, what nonsense are you talking about? Lu Xiaohu, seeing his older sister lose her temper, cowered like a mouse seeing a cat, and whispered, I didn't say anything. Lu Ruyan blushed and said, I don't know what's going on either. Ever since I was born, my body has had this fragrance. Suze's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lu Ruyan. He never expected Lu Ruyan to be someone with such a special constitution. Although Suze had heard about it before, this was the first time he had ever witnessed it. No wonder the wealthy man from his previous life stopped chasing after other women after he met Lu Ruyan. With such a precious treasure at home, why would he go out looking for flowers? Lu Ruyan felt Suze's unusual gaze and blushed even more, lowering her head and fiddling with the food on the table. However, deep down, she couldn't help but feel a hint of joy. Her boss liked the way she cooked. Lu Ruyan noticed that Suze was still staring at her, and blushing, she said, Boss, if you don't eat soon, the food will get cold. Cough cough. Suze cleared his throat awkwardly, realizing he had been staring at Lu Ruyan so intently. However, even though Lu Ruyan was only wearing ordinary peasant clothes today, with her blue t-shirt faded from repeated washing, she still had a unique charm. Suze pulled out a few red bills from his pocket and placed them in front of Lu Ruyan. Take this and buy yourself some clothes. When Lu Ruyan saw the money, she shook her head repeatedly. No, boss, you've already given me money. How can I take more from you? I can't accept it. Suze couldn't help but furrow his brows. He felt annoyed that someone was refusing him, and his voice grew firmer. What nonsense are you talking about? You're dressed like that, and if I open this internet cafe, people will think I can't afford to hire anyone. Just buy it if I tell you to. Lu Ruyan looked at Suze's angry words and dared not say anything, feeling like a wronged wife. She awkwardly put the few $100 away. Suze was feeling increasingly irritated by Lu Ruyan's behavior. At that moment, Lu Ruyan suddenly pulled out a bottle of white wine from somewhere and took out 2 transparent disposable cups. She filled one cup to the brim and poured half into the other. Boss, if it weren't for you taking me and Xiaohu in, we'd probably still be wandering around. I'm not good with words, but this cup of wine is for you. As she spoke, Lu Ruyan picked up the full glass of wine on the table and drank it in one gulp. Before Suze could say anything, Lu Ruyan had already finished the cup of wine in her hand. Cough. Lu Ruyan coughed violently a few times, and tears welled up in her eyes from the spiciness of the alcohol. The previous cup had at least 2 ounces, and Lu Ruyan had downed it in one go. If a woman can do that, Suze certainly couldn't keep fish either. He picked up the bottle and filled the disposable cup in his hand. I'll keep you company. Saying that, I took a big gulp. Cough cough. The next moment, Suze also coughed violently a few times. It had been a long time since he had drunk alcohol, and this wine was probably not of good quality. As soon as it touched his lips, a sharp, spicy flavor filled his nose. Lu Ruyan saw Suze down a glass and quickly poured another one. Mr. Boss, please don't do this. I can't handle it. Saying that, he went straight to it again. Suze picked up another cup. How could he lose to a woman in drinking? Down it. The two of them went back and forth 4 times, didn't eat much, and just passed out. Suze could already feel himself getting a bit drowsy. He had only drunk about 8 ounces of alcohol. In his previous life, Suze could drink about 2 pounds of alcohol. However, since this was his first time drinking so much after being reborn, Suze was indeed struggling to keep up. Suze felt his vision start to blur, and his head began to spin. This was clearly the onset of drunkenness. However, Lu Ruyan's face was flushed red, but her eyes remained clear, clearly not yet intoxicated. "I'm going to the bathroom." Suze tried to stand up, but his legs gave way, and he nearly fell over. If it weren't for Lu Ruyan's quick reflexes, she would have caught Suze. "Boss, let me take you there." Lu Ruyan blushed as she supported Suze. Suze placed one hand on Lu Ruyan's foot. The delicate skin felt incredibly smooth, causing him to begin stroking it repeatedly. Lu Ruyan felt a tingling sensation around her collarbone. When she saw it was Suze, she felt even more embarrassed and pressed her head against him for longer. "Sister Lu, don't help me inside. I can manage on my own." Suze shouted loudly as he reached the bathroom door. But just as Lu Ruyan let go, Suze stumbled, his legs giving way, and he fell to the ground. But just then, Suze suddenly felt a supporting force on his face. Suze unconsciously reached out and felt something soft yet supportive. Suze stood up, felt his way to the door, and entered the bathroom. Lu Ruyan's face was already bright red, especially after Suze's earlier actions, which made her heart race wildly. Lu Ruyan, the boss isn't someone you can imagine. You two aren't meant for each other." Lu Ruyan strongly reassured herself in her heart. But as she looked at Suze's young, handsome face, her heart began to race once more. Just as Lu Ruyan's mind was in a whirl, a sudden clatter came from the bathroom. Boss! Lu Ruyan shouted several times, but no one responded. Lu Ruyan had no choice but to open the door and enter the bathroom. Suze was already lying on the ground, snoring loudly, with some food scraps still on his body. It was clear he had passed out from drinking too much. The next morning, Suze woke up to find himself lying in bed, wearing a white t-shirt. All his clothes were gone. What happened last night? Suze tried hard to remember, but he could only recall the last moment of drinking. Everything after that was a blank. He got up cautiously, but just as he stood up, Lu Ruyan came in from outside, holding Suze's clothes in her hands. "Sir, your clothes." Lu Ruyan walked in with a smile, holding Suze's clothes. Chapter 57, Zhao Lingling changes dorm rooms. Lu Ruyan was wearing a white t-shirt on top, shorts on the bottom, and her hair was loose, hanging down to her waist. Holding neatly folded clothes, she looked just like a newlywed bride preparing clothes for her husband. "That Lu's sister, I got drunk last night. What happened afterward?" Suze asked awkwardly. After all, he was wearing nothing but a shirt. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but smile at Suze's awkward expression. "Boss, you got drunk and kept demanding to use the restroom. In the end, you collapsed in the restroom and soiled your clothes. I took off your clothes and washed them for you." Lu Ruyan placed the washed clothes on the bed. Suze pointed to his entire body. "He's taken off all his clothes." "Yeah, everything's off, but the underwear was taken off by Xiaohu." Upon hearing this, Suze felt a great weight lifted off his shoulders. That's good. Seeing Suze's expression, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but smile. "What's wrong? Does the boss still dislike me?" No. By the way, I have a meeting this morning." "Lu Jia, you go ahead. I'll change clothes and leave soon." Suze changed into his own clothes and ran off in a dejected manner. Watching Suze's receding figure, Lu Ruyan smiled dreamily. If only the boss were a few years older, he's too young. "Sis, I'm back. Here's the money you gave me last night, I didn't use it all." Lu Xiaohu walked in from outside and handed the 50 yuan in his hand to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan took the money and put it in her own pocket, smiling and saying, "Xiaohu must be hungry. I'll get you something to eat." "No, thanks. I'm going to sleep first. I was just kicked out of bed last night after dinner, and I didn't sleep well. I'm going to sleep first." Saying that, Lu Xiaohu flopped onto his bed and fell asleep soundly. At school, Suze's head was still a bit dizzy. He had drunk too much alcohol yesterday, and now he was still feeling the aftereffects. Suze returned to his dormitory. "Hey, old Su, what were you doing last night? Why didn't you come back to sleep?" Lu Zigua had just finished washing up in the bathroom and saw Suze, so he couldn't help but ask. "I'm going to a high school reunion and will be staying at their dorm for the night," Suze replied casually. "Oh." Lu Zigua didn't suspect anything and continued, "Old Su, you said our class is re-electing the class president. Are you still running?" "Never mind." Suze took his toiletries and went into the bathroom. That's right, today was the day for the English class to re-elect their class officers. Originally, these class officers were selected as substitutes for the military training. Now that military training has ended, Wang Jia immediately called for a new class meeting to re-elect the class officers. In fact, everyone found the re-election quite troublesome. They were all doing a good job, so why not just continue as before? However, this is the school's policy, so there's no choice but to hold another election. As the acting class monitor, Suze informed the class about the meeting, and everyone headed toward the classroom. Most of them were still sitting together according to their dormitories. However, since Suze's dorm and Xiaomo's dorm had a get-together last time, they were considered to be on relatively good terms. So the two dorm rooms ended up sitting next to each other. Suze and Xiaomo exchanged a glance but said nothing. Xiaomo quickly lowered her head. Xian Xiaoting, however, was bold and cheerful as she turned to Suze and said with a smile, "Class monitor, your position might be in jeopardy today. Why don't you treat me to a meal, and I'll help you get some votes today?" Suze shrugged indifferently and said, "Whoever wants it can have it." Xian Xiaoting, the class monitor, is indeed confident. Although there are two dorm rooms, only Xiaomo and Xian Xiaoting are present in Xiaomo's room. The other two girls have not arrived. Suze didn't pay much attention, but Wei Zhu was curious and asked, "Hey, Youth League Secretary, where are Sun Shui and Wei Wei from your dorm?" Since Wei Zhu had dinner with Xian Xiaoting last time, he had been trying to pursue her. However, Xian Xiaoting directly rejected Wei Zhu, but Wei Zhu did not give up. Feeling that his choice of Xian Xiaoting was a bit out of his league, he resolved to start over and find another girl to pursue. Clearly, the other two girls in Xiaomo's dorm became his new targets. "They transferred majors and moved out of our dorm yesterday," Xiaomo said. "What, changed majors?" Wei Zhu couldn't help but feel disappointed after hearing this. Just as he had found his target, it vanished. Why was life being so unfair to him? Suze wasn't particularly surprised. Such major changes in one's major were quite common. However, the fact that these two girls transferred so early was a bit unexpected. "Well, you guys are in luck now. You can have the 4-person room all to yourselves," Suze said. However, upon hearing this, Xiaomo gave Suze a strange look. "Another person has transferred into our dorm?" Suze looked at Xiaomo's expression. "Could I know him?" Xiaomo nodded. "It's Zhao Lingling." "What?" Suze was utterly shocked. Not only Suze, but Lu Zigua, Wei Zhu, and even Han Jia, who usually didn't say much, were all dumbfounded. Zhao Lingling is a year older than them, and she's from the dance academy. How did she end up sharing a dorm with Xiaomo and the others? The Youth League Secretary isn't lying to us, is he? Wei Zhu asked curiously. "No, they've already moved in," Xiaomu said. Lu Zigua, standing nearby, asked in confusion, "Why didn't Lingling tell me?" Just as Lu Zigua finished speaking, his phone rang. He glanced at it, then looked at Suze in disbelief. "Oh my god, old Su, Lingling really is in the same dorm as Xiaomo and the others. I'll have to help her move rooms later. Zhao Lingling, Xiaomo, and Xian Xiaoting are all in the same dorm. That's quite a coincidence. Lu Gu, do you need any help? I can go. I've never been to a girl's dorm before." Wei Zhu was desperately promoting himself beside him. As they were chatting, Wang Jia entered the classroom, and the room fell silent. Wang Jia first explained that after military training, there would be a few days to choose a date, and after selecting classes, it would be National Day. He then repeated a few more times to be careful on the way home, and finally mentioned the election of class officers. Although it was a re-election, there were no surprises. The same group of people remained in their positions, with Suze still serving as class monitor and Xiaomo as the Youth League branch secretary. After all, everyone already knows each other pretty well. If we were to select new candidates, it would take time to get to know them again. Wang Jia, seeing that all the class officers were more or less the same, couldn't help but feel satisfied. As class monitor, Suze had saved him a lot of trouble. "Suze, after the class meeting, take the boys in our class to get the textbooks," Wang Jia said. "All right, counselor." Suze nodded. The class meeting was almost over, and Wang Jia left the classroom carrying his blanket. Suze stood up and said, "The boys will help me move the books, and the girls will stay here to distribute them." Everyone in the class respected Suze as their class monitor, so as soon as he finished speaking, over a dozen boys stood up and followed him toward the Academic Affairs Office. Chapter 58, Zhang Yuan, member of the Academic Affairs Committee. The Academic Affairs Office is located in a building next to the Academic Building, and it's not too far from the Academic Building either. The boys from Suze's class were heading toward the room in the Academic Affairs Office where they were getting their books. There was already a crowd of people waiting outside the room. When they saw Suze and his group arrive, one of them suddenly stepped forward and blocked their path. "Which class are you from?" "We're from English Class 1. We're here to pick up our textbooks." "Suzedo." The man glanced at Suze and said after a moment. "All right, you guys wait here." Suze didn't think much of it and stayed there with the others, waiting. Inside the room where the books were being distributed, several boys sat there arrogantly. The boy who had blocked Suze and the others earlier walked in. He approached the slender, short boy sitting in the middle. Zhang Gong, another class has come to pick up books." Zhang Gong, sure, another class has come to pick up books." The man called Zhang the clerk didn't even lift his head, his eyes fixed on his phone, and said, "Follow the old rules. If they know their place, let them come first. If they don't, they can wait in line." The boy smiled, walked in front of Zhang Gongshi, and said with a smile, Zhang Gongshi understands. I don't think their class is very sensible. They've been standing there for ages without saying a word. Zhang Gon pretended to sigh. Ah, these younger students nowadays are really troublesome. Even such a simple matter requires us seniors to teach them. That's right, that's right. If you don't teach us, how would we know? The boys around him started flattering him, and the boy named Zhang Gon couldn't help but smile. It was clear that he greatly enjoyed their flattery. We are all here to serve the school and our fellow students, Zhang said with a smile. That's right, that's right. We should really thank Zhang Gon for serving us like this. Outside, Suze couldn't help but frown. His class had been waiting for an hour to pick up their books. Some students from other classes who had arrived later were already holding their books, while they were still being blocked at the door and not allowed inside. Old Su, I've checked it out. Wei Zhu ran over to Suze's side. I just found out that the person in charge of distributing the books is Zhang Yuan, a staff member from the Academic Affairs Department of our school's Student Affairs Office. The previous few classes bought some fruits for them, but we didn't. They told us to wait, and we'll be the last ones to receive them. Upon hearing this, Lu Zigua immediately lost his temper. Damn it, this is the capital city. These guys are just some students from the academic department of the student union, waving a feather like it's a flag. I'll go ask them myself. Saying that, Lu Zigua headed toward the classroom. Wei Zhu, standing nearby, grabbed Lu Zigua and said, Hey, Lu, don't get so worked up. They're seniors after all. Why don't we just buy some too? What's there to buy? I'm not going to spoil them. They're just a bunch of student council members trying to act all high and mighty. Lu Zigua snorted coldly. But they're still student council members, and will need to join the student council in the future. If we offend them, how will we ever get in? Wei Zhu said. But they're still student council members, and will be joining the student council someday. If we offend them, how will we ever get into the student council? Wei Zhu said. Upon hearing this, everyone around fell silent. The student union's influence in the university is neither too great nor too small. Moreover, experience in the student union can be included in a resume, and some professions even require such experience as a prerequisite. So everyone fell silent for a moment, with more people leaning toward Wei Zhu's idea. If you can avoid offending someone, don't. But Lu Zigua clearly didn't agree. I'm not going to coddle them. What's wrong with not joining the student council? Old Su, what should we do? Wei Zhu's single sentence immediately drew everyone's attention to Suze. Suze was their class monitor. Suze never expected that the first thing he did for his class upon entering university would be to encounter this mysterious organization known as the University Student Union. What's even more astonishing is that they actually wanted something in return. Thinking back to my previous life, when I used to read about some bizarre incidents involving the student council online, I never imagined that something like this would happen to me today. Suze, of course, wouldn't he give it to him? He was curious to see who this mysterious person was. Let's go and see what happens if we don't give it to him today. As soon as Suze said that, Lu Zigua instantly gained confidence. Old Su, I've got your back. Old Su, should we think about it some more? Wei Zhu still tried to persuade him from the side. However, Suze ignored him and headed straight for the classroom. The boy sitting at the classroom door stood up immediately as he saw Suze and the others approaching, pointing at them and shouting angrily. Hey, who are you? What are you doing here? Don't you know this is a book distribution area? If a book goes missing, will you compensate for it? We're from English Class 1. We've been waiting for an hour and the books still haven't been distributed to us? This difficult student, of course, knew about Suze and his group. Upon hearing Suze's words, he couldn't help but sneer and say, once it's distributed to you, we'll call you. If it hasn't arrived yet, don't stand here shouting. There's none for you. Get out of the way and stop blocking the way. Lu Zigua immediately flew into a rage, pointing at the young man and shouting, You bastard! How dare you speak to me like that? Who are you talking to? Let him through. The boy had a temper too and said arrogantly, I'm talking about you guys. What's wrong with your ears? Do I have to repeat myself? Get out of here. I'll beat you up if you don't listen. Do you think you can just sleep through this? Lu Zigua was boiling with anger and swung his fist toward the boy. Lu Zigua was tall, and his fierce appearance made him even more intimidating. The boy was so startled that he ran straight back into his room. Zhang Gon, there's a commotion outside with a group of new students. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan's brows furrowed immediately. He stood up from his chair and walked toward the door with a displeased expression. Looking at Suze's class, he said in a condescending tone, What's all the commotion about? Didn't I tell you to line up? Which class are you from? What's the class monitor's name? Suze hadn't heard such a haughty tone in a long time. Lu Zigua was about to explode, but was stopped by Suze. Zhang Yuan, seeing that no one was paying attention to him, grew even more displeased. Can't you hear me when I'm talking to you? Are you all deaf? Tell your class monitor to come see me. As he spoke, he glared fiercely at Suzay's class, as if he were trying to memorize the face of every boy in Suzay's class. Suzay stepped forward at that moment and glanced at Zhang Yuan. When will our class's books be distributed? Who are you? Didn't you hear me just now? I told your class monitor to come out and speak. As a student, do you have the right to speak to Zhang, the staff member? The boy who had been scared away earlier chimed in obsequiously. I'm Suzay, the class monitor of English Class 1. Suzay said. Upon hearing that Suzay was the class monitor, Zhang Yuan immediately shot him a sharp glance with an impatient tone. How can you be the class monitor? Don't you know that the study department is busy? Can't you line up properly? Why are you causing trouble? Tell me your student ID number. Chapter 59, the freshmen are a bit wild. Can you hear me speaking? Zhang Yuan realized that after talking for so long, the new class monitor named Suzay was still standing there, motionless. And he was looking at him with an expression as if he were a fool. This made Zhang Yuan's heart boil with anger. He was the executive member of the Academic Affairs Department, yet he was being looked at like that by a newcomer. Suzay, right? Don't even think about getting your books today. Zhang Yuan was so angry that he was about to storm out. But at that moment, Suzay spoke calmly. How dare you, a mere student council member, have such authority? You won't give us the books? Don't the tuition fees we pay include the cost of textbooks? I won't give them to you. What can you do about it? Zhang Yuan snorted coldly. If you don't give them any gifts, they won't even know their own worth. These newcomers need to be taught a lesson, otherwise, they won't know their place. Suzay didn't indulge this so-called Zhang Yuan either. He turned to the boys in the class behind him and said, Don't just stand there like fools. Let's go inside and get our books. Right, get the books. What's he babbling about? He thinks he's some big shot. Lu Zigua followed Suzay into the classroom. Zhang Yuan had never seen such a brazen freshman before and immediately stood at the door, blocking Suzay and the others' path. What do you think you're doing? Do you think you can just take the books? Do you believe me when I say I'll report you to the academy and have you all expelled? Suzay glanced at Zhang Yuan, and his gaze suddenly grew sharp. Zhang Yuan had never seen such a sharp, aggressive gaze from Suzay before. Under Suzay's gaze, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. Suzay gave him a shove, easily knocking Zhang Yuan to the ground, then walked into the classroom. The people around them watched Suzay with various expressions on their faces. This new class president is pretty intense. Lu Zigua saw this and spat on Zhang Yuan's side. What are you pretending for? Pretend to be your grandpa. Then he shouted to the boys behind him, What are you looking at? Come help carry the books. The boys finally began to carry the books one by one. Zhang Yuan sat down on the ground with a thud and didn't come to his senses for a long time. The next moment, he was consumed by rage, and an overwhelming sense of humiliation welled up from deep within him. Whoosh! He stood up directly from the ground, his eyes filled with anger as he glared at Suzay. He had never felt so humiliated, especially by a freshman. Alright, Suzay, is that your name? You just wait. If you can still manage to study properly at Beijing University, I'll take your surname. He said this angrily and ran off. Hey, don't run away. Why didn't you stop him? Lu Zigua laughed loudly from the side. Old Su, this won't be a problem, will it? We barged in like this, we won't really get disciplined by the school, will we? Wei Zhu said worriedly. What kind of disciplinary action? He's just a little learning department guy. Who does he think he is? Lu Zigua said disdainfully. What kind of punishment? He's just a little student affairs officer. Who does he think he is? Lu Zigua said disdainfully. Suzay patted Wei Zhu's worried shoulder. It's okay. If anything happens, come find me. Just move the books back first. Everyone's been waiting for a long time. The first semester of university actually has quite a lot of books. He didn't just hand out the first semester's books, he handed out all the books for the entire 4 years of university. As a result, a dozen or so male students had to make several trips, and they still haven't finished moving everything. By the time it was time for the last trip, Zhang Yuan finally stormed over, with another boy in tow. The guy was 1.8 meters tall and looked pretty good. Director, it's these new students. They don't know the rules and barged into our classroom. Zhang Yuan pointed at Suzay and the others as he complained. The boy who witnessed this scene turned pale and immediately shouted, Everyone, stop. At his shout, the people who had been moving the books hesitated and stopped. I am Chang Chen, the Deputy Minister of the Academic Affairs Department. Who are you all? What do you want to do? Do you all want to be expelled? His voice still carried some authority, and everyone hesitated. What are you standing there for? Move the books. If we don't move them, do you expect someone else to help us? Suzay didn't even glance at him. That's right, everyone, let's get moving. This is the last time. Lu Zigua shouted loudly. Chang Chen frowned, walked up to Suzay, and looked at him with an unhappy expression. You're Suzay, the class monitor. Explain to me what's going on here. Suze looked at him. You speak first. Does your deputy minister title even carry any weight? Suze, how dare you speak to our minister like that? Zhang Yuan shouted angrily from the side. Cheng Chen raised his hand, and Zhang Yuan immediately shut up. What are you talking about? It's useless. I don't want to waste my breath. Suze simply picked up his book and left, leaving Cheng Chen standing alone in the classroom. Cheng Chen's face was extremely grim, but seeing Suze completely ignore him, he dared not make a move for the time being. If this Suze is the brother of the student council president, vice president, or something like that, Cheng Chen still couldn't afford to offend him. Look into this Suze and find out his background. Yes, minister, I will look into it thoroughly. Zhang Yuan said immediately. In the classroom, Suze and Xiaomu were responsible for distributing the books, and everyone carried their books back to their respective places. Xiaomu had originally invited Suze to have dinner together that evening, but Suze remembered that Yi Qiuyu had been crying and begging him to have dinner with her. Since he had already agreed, he had no choice but to decline Xiaomu's invitation. On the way back, Lu Ziguo excitedly said, I just can't stand that Zhang Yuan from the Academic Affairs Department and that newcomer Cheng Chen. What's so great about being in the Academic Affairs Department, acting like they're better than everyone else? Old Su, you did great just now. You didn't disgrace our dorm. Wei Zhu, on the other hand, looked deeply concerned. We've really offended the Academic Affairs Department this time. It looks like we won't be able to join the student council. Lu Ziguo shrugged it off. It's just the student union. It's not like it's his Academic Affairs Department. If it doesn't work out, we'll try other departments. Suze, however, didn't think much of it. He didn't care much about the student council anyway. In the Academic Affairs office, the main members of the Academic Affairs Department were all sitting there in a meeting. Cheng Chen rushed over angrily, plopped down on a chair, and grabbed the water on the table, drinking it in big gulps. Damn it, are freshmen this arrogant nowadays? What's going on, Cheng Chen? Zhang Lu, another deputy minister of the Academic Affairs Department, asked curiously. Cheng Chen embellished the story of what had just happened. Zhang Lu heard this and immediately flew into a rage. Damn it, this freshman looks down on our Academic Affairs Department so much, and you can tolerate old Cheng doing this? You have no backbone. Humph, I'll deal with this once I figure out the background. I won't let that Suze guy off the hook. Cheng Chen said. Zhang Lu nodded in agreement. That's true. Don't offend people you shouldn't offend. It's best not to cause trouble at this time. What do you mean? Cheng Chen asked. But have you heard? Our minister might become the vice president of the student union this term, and the position of head of the Academic Affairs Department will probably fall to one of us too. Zhang Lu said mysteriously. Chapter 60, Having Dinner with Yi Qiuyu. Really? Cheng Chen's eyes lit up. Although the positions of director and deputy director differ by only one character, the power they hold is extraordinary. Let's keep a low profile for now, Zhang Lu said. Alright, let us leave that kid alone for now. Once we become department heads, we'll teach that freshman a lesson. Cheng Chen said fiercely. In the boys' dormitory, Lu Ziguo had just put down his books when he hurriedly ran out. Old Lu, where are you going? Wei Zhu put down his books and asked curiously. Why are you in such a hurry? Wei Zhu asked curiously as he put down his books. Oh, Lingling is moving dorms, so I have to go help her, don't I? Wei Zhu heard this, his eyes lit up, and he immediately stepped forward and said, Do you need any help? I can help too. You want help? Lu Ziguo glanced at Wei Zhu. Wei Zhu immediately nodded vigorously, flashing a lecherous smile. I haven't even been to the girls' dormitory yet. Lu Ziguo gave Wei Zhu a disdainful look. Forget it, if you go, Lingling will probably blame me again. Then he spoke to Suze. Suze, are you going or not? Wei Zhu was immediately displeased upon hearing this. Hey, old Lu, don't look down on me like that. Why can old Su go and not me? Lu Ziguo chuckled. Do you know which dorm Lingling moved to? The Youth League Secretary's dorm. Do you think old Su can go there? Wei Zhu was astonished upon hearing this. His sister-in-law was actually sharing a dormitory with the Youth League Secretary. Doesn't that make the two of them in-laws? Lu Ziguo chuckled and said, I guess so. Should old Su come along too? Suze didn't expect Zhao Lingling to be in the same dorm as Xiaomu and Xian Xiaoting. Although he was curious about the girls' dormitory, he remembered that he had promised Yi Qiuyu to accompany her for dinner today. Suze shook his head. Forget it. Today is your chance to show off. If I go, I'll probably end up arguing with Zhao Lingling again, and then you'll be in a tough spot too. Upon hearing Suze say this, Lu Ziguo finally realized what was going on and immediately gave Suze a big hug. Old Su, you really think of everything. How could I have forgotten? Old Su, I'll bring you some good food when I come back. Saying this, he hurried off eagerly. Wei Zhu looked enviously at Lu Ziguo's back and said with a touch of jealousy, who doesn't have a girlfriend? I'll definitely find one. Suze patted Wei Zhu on the shoulder and encouraged him, go for it. He said this and headed outside. Old Su, where are you going? Wei Zhu asked curiously. Going out to eat. Suze waved his hand. At the entrance of Jingcheng University, Yi Qiuyu had been waiting at the school gate for Suze for quite some time. Today, she was wearing a white, waist-cinched long dress, with her long hair flowing freely, holding an umbrella, standing there quietly and beautifully from a distance. Yi Qiuyu stood there quietly, unaware of the many boys whose eyes were fixed on her. Some bold boys even approached her, wanting to get her contact information. However, all of them were politely declined by Yi Qiuyu with a smile. Who is this girl, and which class is she in? Wow, there are girls like this at our Beijing University? How come I didn't know? That's so cruel, making her wait here for him. If I had a girlfriend like that, I'd fly here in a heartbeat. Yi Qiuyu heard the discussions around him and couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. If Suze saw him dressed like this, he would definitely be attracted to him. At that point, he would definitely come back into my arms. Thinking of this, Yi Qiuyu couldn't help but straighten her back, revealing a perfect smile, her eyes fixed on the school gate, waiting for Suze. As soon as Suze arrived at the entrance, Yi Qiuyu spotted him immediately, waved his hand, and called out to Suze, 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 I'm here. Yi Qiuyu's words immediately caused the nearby boys to involuntarily look at Suze. They wanted to see what kind of guy he was that had all these girls waiting for him. Damn, he just looks like that. Seeing Suze, although these boys said this, they were still a little impressed. Suze was wearing a white t-shirt and jeans, radiating sunshine. Yi Qiuyu saw Suze, ran over bouncing, and jumped directly onto Suze's arm. Suze gently removed Yi Qiuyu's hand from his arm. Yi Qiuyu, we're not related, so this isn't appropriate. Yi Qiuyu didn't care. He gripped Suze's hand even tighter. If something's wrong, I'll grab it. I'll grab it. Suze shook his head helplessly but didn't say anything. Seeing this, Yi Qiuyu was delighted. Suze, what do you say we have for dinner tonight? We've been in the capital for so long, and this is the first time you've invited me out to eat. Aren't you the one who invited me? Suze looked at Yi Qiuyu. You're the one who invited me to dinner. Suze looked at Yi Qiuyu. You invited me to eat, you invited me to eat. Suze, you're a guy too, how can you let a girl treat you to a meal? If you don't treat me to dinner today, I'll bite you. Yi Qiuyu glared at Suze, his little fangs grinding together with a grating sound. It seemed as though if Suze didn't invite him, the next moment his teeth would sink directly into Suze's arm. Alright, I'll invite him, Suze said helplessly. Yay! Yi Qiuyu cheered. I know there's a place here that serves delicious grilled fish. Let's go eat some grilled fish. Yi Qiuyu pulled Suze toward the distance. Some of the boys nearby, who had overheard Suze's earlier conversation, felt their hearts shatter. Such a beautiful girl, and he had to threaten her just to take her out to dinner. If it were me, I would have already prepared the money. Heaven, this isn't fair. Old Zhang's grilled fish restaurant was clearly quite popular in the area. When Suze and his friends arrived, the restaurant was packed with students, most of whom were couples. Yi Qiuyu held the menu up to Suze, asking if he could handle spicy food and if he wanted cilantro removed. Suze casually replied, anything is fine. After placing their orders, the two waited for the waiter to bring their food. Yi Qiuyu rested his chin on his hands and looked at Suze. Suze, are you going home for the National Day holiday on the 1st of October? With less than 10 days left until the National Day holiday, Suze had no plans to go home and had already informed his parents that he wouldn't be returning this year, intending instead to get more familiar with the school. His internet cafe was about to reopen, and he had some other matters to attend to. If he were to go back and forth, it would take at least 2 days, and Suze didn't feel like going home again. I'm not going back. It's too much trouble. Suze said. You're not going back? Yi Qiuyu looked at Suze disappointedly. You're not going back? Yi Qiuyu looked at Suze disappointedly. I was actually planning to go back with you. How can you not go home? You haven't been home for so long, you should at least go back and visit auntie and uncle. Hearing Yi Qiuyu start lecturing again, Suze couldn't help but frown. He hated Yi Qiuyu's lecturing tone the most. If I don't want to go back, I won't. There's no need to make such a big deal out of it, Suze said irritably. Yi Qiuyu clearly heard the displeasure in Suze's tone and immediately fell silent, sitting there looking pitiful. Chapter 61, Watching a Movie. Seeing Yi Qiuyu's pitiful appearance, Suze couldn't help but speak up. Yi Qiuyu, I spoke a bit harshly just now. Yi Qiuyu kept his head down and didn't say anything, just hummed a couple of times. Suze looked at Yi Qiuyu, who remained silent, and also said nothing. He picked up his phone and started playing with it. Yi Qiuyu lowered his head, watching Suze play with his phone, not even trying to comfort himself. Thinking back to that night when Suze had danced passionately with another woman, he felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Yi Qiuyu spoke softly, Suze, do you think I'm annoying? No. Suze replied. Then why haven't you contacted me for so many days, and when I contacted you, you didn't reply? Yi Qiuyu said. I've been busy. School just started, and I'm also the class monitor. Oh, I see. So that's why you didn't want to talk to me. No. Yi Qiuyu heard this, and his face, which had been filled with grievance, suddenly lit up with joy. Suze, let's go see a movie after dinner. I've never been to the cinema before. Suze looked at the time. It was already past 6 in the evening. If they ate dinner now, it would probably be 7 or 8 o'clock. A movie would take at least 2 hours, and by the time they finished watching it, it would probably be 10 o'clock. We have class tomorrow. Suze said. Yi Qiuyu didn't think much of it and smiled. Class is class. Anyway, you can always sleep in university classes. Suze, I really want to watch a movie. Please come with me. Please come with me. Yi Qiuyu grabbed Suze's hand and began to pout and beg. Suze was at a loss and had no choice but to agree. Yi Qiuyu heard Suze agree and couldn't help but feel overjoyed, raising his little fist in celebration. Yay! Then the grilled fish was served, and Suze and Yi Qiuyu began to eat. During the meal, Yi Qiuyu kept serving Suze, as if afraid he wouldn't get enough to eat. Suze, however, was too busy eating with his head down to notice. Just as the two were eating, Lu Zigua's voice rang out. Suze, what are you doing here? Suze couldn't help but look up and saw Lu Zigua and Zhao Lingling standing right in front of them. Oh, no wonder you didn't come with me, old Su. You were here with a girl. Wow, such a pretty girl. Who is she? Introduce her to me. Lu Zigua gave Suze a sly smile, then looked at Yi Qiuyu. As for Zhao Lingling and Yi Qiuyu, the two women immediately began sizing each other up. The more Yi Qiuyu looked at the woman in front of her, the more familiar she seemed. Suddenly, she realized, isn't this the fox spirit who danced with Suze the other day? It was that fox spirit after all. A spark had already begun to flicker between the two women. Yi Qiuyu stood up and introduced herself to Lu Zigua and Zhao Lingling. My name is Yi Qiuyu, and I am a high school classmate of Suze. Oh my, childhood sweethearts again. You've been hiding this well, old Su. Lu Zigua glared at Suze. It seemed to say, this Xiaomo, the youth league secretary, is a high school classmate, and now there's another beauty named Yi Qiuyu who's also a high school classmate. What a lucky guy. Suze, look at you, your mouth is full of oil. Wipe it off quickly. Yi Qiuyu picked up a piece of paper and wiped it across Suze's mouth. Zhao Lingling saw this and felt a surge of anger rise within her. She sat down next to Suze. I was saying, Suze, you're quite the ladies' man. I just came out of the dorm, and Xiaomo mentioned that you two were high school classmates and childhood friends. How did another one show up here? Lu Zigua, upon hearing this, immediately gave Suze a look that said, bro, I can't control him. I'm sorry. She, Xiaomo, is just a childhood friend. I'm the real childhood friend, Yi Qiuyu retorted immediately. Oh, that's hard to say. I don't know where you came from, but I'll have to keep an eye on my junior, Xiaomo. Yi Qiuyu wasn't a match for Zhao Lingling. After just a few words, Yi Qiuyu was so upset that tears were about to fall from her eyes. Suze snorted coldly. Enough. Zhao Lingling and Yi Qiuyu both fell silent at once. However, just a moment later, Zhao Lingling suddenly shouted out loud. Lu Zigua, I'm being attacked. Don't you have any reaction? Lu Zigua gave an awkward smile and said, Lingling, didn't you ask me to talk to him? I can't help you. Useless. Zhao Lingling said dissatisfiedly. Suze, I'm going to eat here tonight. You said you'd treat me, so you have to keep your word. Without waiting for Suze to agree, he picked up a pair of chopsticks from the side and started eating. Lu Zigua hurriedly apologized to Suze from the side. Old Su, please forgive her. Lingling has always been like this. We'll treat you to dinner tonight. I'll pay. Suze shrugged indifferently. Alright, let's all eat together. One grilled fish wasn't enough for 4 people, so Suze had to order another one. After everyone finished eating, they found out that Suze and Yi Qiuyu were going to the movies. Zhao Lingling insisted on going too. Lu Zigua thought that since Suze had treated them to dinner, he should treat them to the movie. The hottest movie of 2008 was undoubtedly Red Cliff. This movie is not only a big production but also features many award-winning actors. As soon as he walked in, Yi Qiuyu insisted on watching the movie. Old Su, I'll buy the movie tickets. It's my treat. Lu Zigua immediately stepped forward and bought 4 movie tickets and 3 buckets of popcorn. Yi Qiuyu sweetly said to Lu Zigua, thank you. This made Lu Zigua unable to help but laugh foolishly until Zhao Lingling gave a cold snort. Lu Zigua finally managed to suppress his smile. He handed the popcorn back to Zhao Lingling and then turned to Suze. Old Su, let's share a bucket between the two of us. No, you eat it yourself. Yi Qiuyu and I can share a bucket. Suze said. Ah. Lu Zigua was startled for a moment before finally reacting. Zhao Lingling saw this and couldn't help but sigh. There were quite a few people in the cinema, and Suze and his group had tickets toward the back. Yi Qiuyu was sitting in the back row, and Suze was sitting next to her. Next to Suze was Zhao Lingling, and Lu Zigua sat at the far end. Shortly after the four of them sat down, the movie began, and the cinema fell into darkness. Just as Suze was about to watch the movie, Yi Qiuyu came over with popcorn and sat next to him. Suze, eat some popcorn. Alright, I'll get it myself. Suze said. No, I want to feed you. Yi Qiuyu pouted at Suze. She reached out her hand towards Suze's mouth. Suze had no choice but to open his mouth, allowing Yi Qiuyu's small hand to rest inside. Yi Qiuyu's small hands were extremely delicate, and when they touched Suze's favorite spot, they felt cool and refreshing. Yi Qiuyu, being the mischievous little girl she was, playfully touched Suze's tongue with her hand before pulling away. Creak, creak. Yi Qiuyu giggled. The movie began with a massive war scene. On Yi Qiuyu's side, however, she had no intention of letting Suze off the hook. She moved closer to Suze, directly pulling the seat next to her over, leaving nothing between them. Chapter 62, Who Watches Movies? Suze, eat some popcorn. Yi Qiuyu picked up a few more pieces of popcorn and fed them to Suze's mouth. Suze had just finished dinner and wasn't very hungry. Suze said, You eat? No, I want you to eat it. I fed it to you myself. Yi Qiuyu kept coaxing Suze, placing the popcorn into his mouth with her small hands. Seeing that Suze didn't open his mouth, she even used her small hands to try to pry open his lips. Suze had no choice but to open his mouth, allowing Yi Qiuyu to place the popcorn into his mouth. Hee. Yi Qiuyu saw Suze obediently eat it all and covered her mouth to laugh. Yi Qiuyu felt it wasn't enough. She lifted her feet, placed both legs on Suze's legs, and lifted her buttocks slightly, but found it difficult to apply force. She grabbed Suze's hand and placed it on her pert buttocks. Suze struggled to move her hand away, but Yi Qiuyu persisted. Suze, aren't you uncomfortable? Just hold on to me. Yi Qiuyu, we're just ordinary classmates. Such intimate gestures are inappropriate. Suze said. Yi Qiuyu pouted, No, we're not classmates. We've known each other since we were kids. But we're not boyfriend and girlfriend. Suze said. Yi Qiuyu leaned close to Suze's ear and whispered slowly, If you want me to, I can do it right now. Suze shook his head. I'm still in college and just want to focus on my studies. I don't want to date. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. Yi Qiuyu looked at Suze with a look of grievance, but his legs were sore, and his butt was sore too. Could you just help me massage them? All right. Suze, with no other choice, placed one hand on Yi Qiuyu's pert buttocks. The other hand rested on Yi Qiuyu's long, slender thigh, unable to resist giving it a gentle squeeze. Hee. This made Yi Qiuyu laugh out loud, feeling secretly pleased. Suze, look at me. Are you going to take it or not? This girl doesn't even know what you like. Yi Qiuyu and Suze have been together since childhood. When they were children, Suze would often find various excuses to touch her thigh. In high school, he would occasionally sneak peeks. Therefore, Yi Qiuyu deliberately wore a short skirt today to showcase her special talent to the fullest. Sure enough, with her long legs as her advantage, Suze couldn't resist at all. In the darkness of the cinema, everyone's attention was drawn to the grand scenes on the screen. However, Suze couldn't take his eyes off the movie. Suze, look, someone's leg was bitten by a mosquito. Yi Qiuyu started acting up again, stretching out her long legs and deliberately extending them toward Suze's face. Stop fooling around and watch the movie properly. Suze grabbed Yi Qiuyu's restless leg. Ouch, you're hurting me. Yi Qiuyu pouted, demanding compensation. What kind of compensation do you want? Suze asked. Hee, I want you to scratch my itch. Yi Qiuyu said with a smile. All right. Suze's large hand freely caressed Yi Qiuyu's leg. This caused Yi Qiuyu's face to flush red. However, at that moment, she mustered up the courage. Since my Suze was so obedient, she had to reward him. Suze, provoked by Yi Qiuyu, had completely lost interest in the movie. In the darkness, his gaze was fixed on Yi Qiuyu. How should I reward you? Yi Qiuyu smiled and said, Suze, have you ever tasted the flavor of lipstick? Can you eat lipstick? Suze asked in surprise. I haven't tried it yet. Of course, you're so silly, you've never eaten lipstick before. Yi Qiuyu thought sweetly to herself, still remembering Suze's first kiss. Suze's first kiss must be hers. Thinking of this, Yi Qiuyu looked at Suze's full lips and felt a surge of desire welling up inside him. Suze, do you want to taste the flavor of lipstick? This one is peach flavored. Yi Qiuyu lifted her head, her vibrant red lips facing Suze. Suze lowered his head, staring at Yi Qiuyu. Today, with her lips painted a vibrant red, she looked even more alluring. Does your lipstick have a peach flavor? Suze asked curiously. Of course, lipstick comes in all flavors. Want to try some? Yi Qiuyu said temptingly. Sure. Suze nodded. Let me try some. Yi Qiuyu blushed and smiled shyly, closing her eyes involuntarily and lifting her red lips toward Suze. Yi Qiuyu's little heart was racing wildly. She had never been this proactive before, but to win Suze, she had to take the initiative. However, half an hour passed, and Yichoyu felt no movement on her red lips. He couldn't help but lift his head and saw Suze looking at her teasingly. When she opened her eyes, he said lightly, "Show your lipstick." Yichoyu blushed bright red and punched Suze's chest with her little fist. "Suze, you're a bad person. A bad person. You just like to bully others." Suze smiled faintly and grabbed Yichoyu's fist. "Let's enjoy the movie." But Suze couldn't help but rub his hand against Yichoyu's smooth legs. However, Yichoyu clearly had no intention of watching the movie properly. After a moment of stillness, her body began to move again. Suze, someone wants popcorn." "Isn't the popcorn in your hand?" Suze asked in confusion. "I want you to feed me. My hands are tired, and I don't want to hold them up." Yichoyu looked at Suze pitifully. Suze picked up a few pieces of popcorn and placed them in Yichoyu's mouth. As soon as he put them in, Yichoyu bit down on Suze's hand. "Yichoyu, what are you trying to do?" Suze looked at Yichoyu. But Yichoyu just winked playfully and didn't say a word. Moreover, Suze felt Yichoyu's tongue teasingly touching his hand. "Yichoyu, shut your mouth, or don't blame me for being rude," Suze said. Yichoyu clearly wasn't afraid of Suze. Suze had no choice but to use his other hand to pinch Yichoyu's little face. "Ouch!" Yichoyu let out a delicate sigh. "Suze, you hit me. Why, you're bullying me." Yichoyu was about to cry. However, Suze didn't seem to care. He just stared at her for a long time, and Yichoyu couldn't squeeze out a single tear. "Enough, stop pretending," Suze said. Yichoyu stopped crying and looked at Suze with a look of grievance. "Suze, I don't care, I want you to kiss me. There are so many people in this movie theater. We're just classmates," Suze said helplessly. "If you don't kiss me, then you must hate me," Yichoyu said stubbornly. "Suze, do you hate me?" Yichoyu looked at Suze with her big, pitiful eyes. "I don't hate you," Suze said. "I don't dislike it, then you have to kiss me. There are people around. Are you sure you want to do that?" Yichoyu glanced at Zhao Lingling beside him and shyly nodded. "But I haven't decided yet. I've made up my mind." Yichoyu kissed her directly. Chapter 63, Humble Love. Suze licked his lips. Yichoyu hadn't lied to him, her lipstick did indeed taste like peaches. "Alright, now we can finally watch the movie in peace." Suze patted Yichoyu's thigh. Yichoyu nodded shyly yet contentedly. Although the cinema was pitch black, Zhao Lingling, sitting next to Suze, heard every word the two had just exchanged. These two dogs, actually acting so affectionate in front of her. Oh my goodness, do they have any shame left? This woman is even more generous than I am. Zhao Lingling's emotions were in a state of shock, one wave after another. She had always believed that Suze and Xiaomu were a couple, but Suze and this woman named Yichoyu were kissing in the movie theater. Zhao Lingling grew more and more excited as she thought about it. She wasn't the type to be easily swayed by others. She had always been deeply drawn to thrilling experiences. The thought of sneaking a kiss in front of so many people at the movie theater was thrilling. Zhao Lingling glanced at Lu Zigua beside her and noticed that he was completely engrossed in the movie. At times, he excitedly clenched his fists, and at other times, he nervously pursed his lips. People really are different from one another. The movie ended quickly, and the lights in the hall came back on. Lu Zigua stood up and exclaimed, "This Red Cliff movie is great. The scenes are so grand. Old Su, what do you think?" Lu Zigua looked at Suze beside him. Suze nodded, looking pleased. Actually, Suze had no idea what the movie was about. Who would go to the cinema to watch a movie? Old Su, but I think this movie could have been made better, especially the Battle of Red Cliff scene. Lu Zigua began to recount the plot in great detail. However, Suze, Yichoyu, and Zhao Lingling all looked at him with blank expressions, showing no interest whatsoever in learning about the movie's plot. Lu Zigua turned to Suze and asked casually, "Have you guys seen the movie?" "I was too tired last night and fell asleep just now," Suze said. "Me too, I just fell asleep." Yichoyu cutely stuck out her tongue. Lu Zigua looked at Zhao Lingling. "I fell asleep too." Zhao Lingling muttered to herself, as the two lovey-dovey couple next to her were being so affectionate in front of her. Who could possibly watch the movie like this? Lu Zigua watched the group, shaking his head repeatedly. "You're really wasting your movie tickets. Such a good movie, and you're all asleep." Zhao Lingling couldn't help but give Lu Zigua a disapproving look. The group left the cinema. Yichoyu insisted that Suze take her home, and Suze had no choice but to agree. Thus, the four parted ways at the cinema. Suze and Yichoyu headed toward Beijing Normal University, while Zhao Lingling and Lu Zigua headed toward Beijing University. As soon as they parted ways with Suze and the others, Lu Zigua couldn't help but vent his frustration. "Tell me, isn't Old Su being too much? I invited them to the movies, and they actually fell asleep in the theater." Zhao Lingling stopped in her tracks to look at the little cutie. She looked at Lu Zigua in the same way. Do you really believe they're asleep? Lu Zigua scratched his head. Old Su said he was asleep, so how come he doesn't know anything about the plot? This is such a good movie. Zhao Lingling couldn't help but say, Lu Zigua, you're really stupid. What did I do? Lu Zigua was still completely confused. Suze and that girl named Ji Yu were flirting and kissing in the movie theater. You're the only one who believes they were just sleeping together. Zhao Lingling said angrily, disappointed in him. Lu Zigua heard this and looked utterly shocked. That's impossible. There were so many people in the cinema, and there were surveillance cameras. So what if there's surveillance? Does that mean we can't do it? Zhao Lingling said. But aren't you afraid others will see? Lu Zigua was still a naive teenager. Upon hearing Lu Zigua's words, Zhao Lingling couldn't help but shout angrily at him. Lu Zigua, I'll go back on my own. Don't follow me. He said this and walked away without looking back. Lu Zigua stood there, scratching his head. He had no idea why Zhao Lingling was angry again. However, he didn't dwell on the matter. Instead, he muttered to himself, I need to go back and tell old Su that there are security cameras in the cinema, so we can't just kiss around like that. Beijing Normal University. This was the first time Suze had accompanied Yi Qiuyu inside. Beijing Normal University is not far from Beijing University. Moreover, Beijing Normal University is one of the most popular universities among male students in Beijing. Because there are many female students here, after all, it's a teacher training university, so there are always more female students than male students. Yi Qiuyu skipped along in front, looking extremely happy. Today, Yi Qiuyu finally got Suze's first kiss. Tonight, she'll give it her all to make Suze her boyfriend. Suze followed behind aimlessly. His gaze occasionally fell on the students from Beijing Normal University passing by. Suze, I don't want to go back to the dorm yet. Let's go for a walk on the sports field. Yi Qiuyu said to Suze. Suze glanced at the time. It was already past midnight, and there were few people around. Let's not go at this hour. If we go any later, our dorm will be locked. Suze said. Yi Qiuyu was slightly disappointed, but after a moment, she adjusted her mood, gritted her teeth, and mustered up the courage to go. Suze, I want to be your girlfriend. Suze was taken aback by Yi Qiuyu's sudden statement, leaving him at a loss for words. Today at the movie theater, he and Yi Qiuyu had indeed been flirtatious, but Suze hadn't prepared himself to start a relationship with Yi Qiuyu. To be honest, every time Suze thought about Yi Qiuyu dating, he couldn't help but think back to his past life. Therefore, Suze instinctively feels a bit resistant. After Yi Qiuyu finished confessing his feelings, he kept staring at Suze. However, she noticed that Suze hadn't spoken for a while, and not only that, but his brows were still furrowed. This sent Yi Qiuyu's heart plummeting to the depths of despair. Suze, are you refusing? Suze was about to speak. Yi Qiuyu shook his head immediately. I won't listen, I won't listen. Suze, I was just joking with you earlier. Can we still be good friends in the future? After saying that, he looked at Suze with a pitiful expression. Suze nodded, we're good friends. Great. Yi Qiuyu jumped up and kissed Suze on the face, then ran away blushing. Suze watched Yi Qiuyu's retreating figure inside. His feelings toward Yi Qiuyu were complicated, so complicated that Suze hadn't fully sorted them out yet. On one hand, he openly accepts Yi Qiuyu's affection, but on the other hand, he still harbors some resentment toward Yi Qiuyu. Suze could only attribute this to the fact that his impression of himself from his previous life was too overwhelming. Suze sighed softly and headed toward the capital city's university. Yi Qiuyu hid beneath the dormitory building, watching Suze depart, tears unconsciously streaming down her face. She didn't know why Suze had changed so much. Even though she was being so proactive, he still refused her. But Yi Qiuyu wasn't the type to give up easily. Suze, I don't care, I must have you. Chapter 64, The Internet Cafe officially opens. As soon as Suze returned to the dormitory, Lu Zigua approached him. Old Su, come out here. I have something to tell you. Seeing Lu Zigua's mysterious expression, Suze followed him out of the dormitory. What's going on? Suze asked. Lu Zigua came to the staircase and, seeing no one around, spoke seriously. Old Su, do you know that there are surveillance cameras in the cinema? Suze nodded in confusion. Of course I know. Lu Zigua was taken aback, then exclaimed in surprise, you know? You were still making out in the movie theater. No way. Suze said. Old Su, don't hide it from us. Lingling said she saw everything clearly from the side. Lu Zigua said with certainty. Suze heard this and suddenly laughed. I said, Old Lu, didn't you understand what Zhao Lingling said? What do you mean? Lu Zigua looked completely confused. Wasn't Zhao Lingling extremely unhappy when she told you? How do you know? Lingling was just randomly getting mad at me earlier. Suze said, that's right. Actually, Zhao Lingling wanted to spend some quality time with you at the movie theater, but who knew you just watched the movie? You ruined her plans. How could she be happy? That's impossible. Lingling is a very conservative girl. Lu Zigua shook his head in disbelief. Suze patted Lu Zigua on the shoulder and said, "Old Lu, if you don't believe me, then there's nothing I can do." Lu Zigua scratched his head. He still couldn't believe what Suze had said. Don't let his usual fearless demeanor fool you. But he is actually a bit intimidated by Zhao Lingling. Zhao Lingling is the kind of girl who is fearless. Suze looked at Lu Zigua's timid expression and couldn't help but shake his head. Lu Zigua wanted to get together with Zhao Lingling, but it would be a long and difficult journey ahead. You shouldn't be afraid of a girl like Zhao Lingling. On the contrary, you should make her afraid of you. The more she fears you, the more she'll be unable to leave you. However, judging by Lu Zigua's demeanor, it seems unlikely that he'll ever make Zhao Lingling afraid of him in this lifetime. Suze didn't think much of it, went to wash up, and returned to his own bed. Yi Qiuyu had already sent several messages, all asking if Suze had returned to the dormitory. He asked if he had brushed his teeth, washed his face, and gone to bed yet. Suze replied a few words, and the two chatted for a while longer. Only then did they finally go to sleep. The next day, September 22nd, was 3 days before the internet cafe was set to open. Suze finished his school lessons and went straight to the internet cafe. Everything was ready inside the internet cafe. After Lu Ruyan cleaned up, the entire place was spotlessly clean. "Boss, you're here." Lu Ruyan couldn't help but feel happy upon seeing Suze arrive. Suze nodded and then took a look around. In fact, the internet cafe had only been renovated, with little else changed, so there wasn't much to pay attention to. After nearly an hour, Jiang Hao also came running over excitedly. Zhi, you're here even earlier than me. Don't you have classes at Beijing University? Class is over? Why did you come so late? Suze asked curiously. I went with a few guys from the dorm to participate in some student council election. I wasn't interested, but they insisted on dragging me along. Jiang Hao said helplessly. "Oh, I went with a few guys from the dorm to participate in some student council election. I wasn't interested, but they insisted on dragging me along." Jiang Hao said with a helpless look on his face. Suze didn't seem to care. The student council was still a good place to develop skills in university. "Howsy, here's today's promotional plan. You'll need to find some online influencers later and have them help us spread the word." Suze took out a USB drive and walked over to the computer. Since hiring the online trolls last time, he had entrusted all communication with them to Jiang Hao. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but furrow his brows. "Zhi, do we have to contact them again? They didn't promote it for us last time." Jiang Hao felt reluctant. Suze smiled and said, "Advertising? Let's see how it goes later. This is my new promotional plan. Take a look." Suze opened the contents of the USB drive. This time, the promotion was targeted at games. After all, who doesn't play games online these days? Suze's main focus for this promotion is gaming. CS is currently one of the most popular first-person shooter games in China, and it's the dream of 300 million gamers. Therefore, Suze has organized a 300 million Mousegun Battle King competition, with cash prizes for the top 3 winners. First place receives 10,000 yuan, second place 5,000 yuan, and third place 1,000 yuan. Jiang Hao looked at Suze's promotional materials and couldn't help but hesitate. If only 3 people show up, won't we lose money? So what if we lose money? It's not a big deal. Suze said indifferently. Seeing that Suze didn't seem to care at all, Jiang Hao couldn't directly contact the online trolls either. Meanwhile, Suze instructed Lu Ruyan to find several advertising companies to create simple billboards. After everything was settled, the time quickly arrived for the grand opening on September 25th. Early in the morning, Jiang Hao and Lu Ruyan opened the doors of the internet cafe, eagerly waiting to see if anyone would come. However, after a while, only a few people came in sporadically to ask about the computers and turn them on. But the foot traffic was really poor. Jiang Hao said dejectedly, "Zhi, is our business going under?" Lu Ruyan, standing nearby, also said worriedly, "Yes, boss, why hasn't anyone come yet?" Suze looked at their impatient expressions and couldn't help but smile. "Don't worry, it's still early in the morning, so there are bound to be fewer people. Let's wait until the afternoon. You guys go ahead and hang up the sign first." Jiang Hao had no choice but to comply. There weren't many people around all morning. This was the business they did in the university town, catering to college students. It's normal for there to be no business now. After all, the college students are still sleeping in the morning, and it's not until noon that they start to come out. Sure enough, as we approached the restaurant, the internet cafe started to get busier and busier. Some were clearly there for the CS tournament, while others had no idea but were eager to join in once they found out about the event. The internet cafe was getting more and more crowded, with almost all the computers occupied. Damn, Zizi's online army is really powerful. These computers are almost all taken. Jiang Hao exclaimed in surprise. Lu Ruyan nodded excitedly beside him. With all the publicity and the prize money on offer, it would be surprising if there weren't any talented people. This internet cafe is just a place Suze uses to promote YY. Therefore, Suze doesn't plan to invest much effort into it. His top priority is the development of YY. Lu Jia, you handle the arrangements for the upcoming competitions, Suze said to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was taken aback by the sudden assignment and said in disbelief, "Boss, I'm afraid I can't do that." Suze waved his hand dismissively. "There's nothing you can't do. People are forged through experience. That's final." Hearing Suze's unwavering words, Lu Ruyan felt uneasy inside, but she nodded solemnly. "What am I supposed to do, Jizi?" Zhang Hao asked from the side. "You should first build a good relationship with those mercenaries. They might come in handy later," Suze said. "However, for now, we still need to stick with YY. Since we can't find anyone else at the moment, we'll just have to learn programming on our own." Chapter 65, Hiring. Chapter 65, Recruiting. As time went on, more and more people started coming to the internet cafe. The power of the online trolls became evident. Of course, this was still the online army of 2008, and it was only active in advertising. In later years, the online army would be a force to be reckoned with on the internet. From boosting celebrities' trending topics, whitewashing their images, to flooding reviews for various businesses with positive feedback. In the end, the government had to step in and implement reforms. As the number of people increases, so do the issues. Most of these people are here for the prize money. They see that the internet cafe hasn't announced when the competition will start yet. Some of them were already getting restless. "Hey, didn't you guys at the internet cafe say you were organizing a CS tournament? Are you pulling a fast one on us?" Exactly. We're all here. When are we starting? If you're lying, I'll report you to the Administration for Market Regulation for illegal advertising. At first, Lu Ruyan was a bit clumsy handling these matters, so Suze had to step in to help. However, as time went on, Lu Ruyan gradually became more proficient. Some people are naturally born to be in business, and Lu Ruyan was clearly one of them. Under Lu Ruyan's guidance, everything gradually got back on track. "Jizi, look at this guy. I bet this internet cafe is going to make a fortune." Zhang Hao looked at the people inside the internet cafe, his eyes red. However, Suze smiled and said, "Haozi, these are just small-time players. There are more powerful ones coming later. Make sure you manage those cyber soldiers properly first." "No problem." Zhang Hao trusted Suze implicitly. "No problem." Zhang Hao trusted Suze implicitly. Suze had finished checking on the internet cafe and didn't linger any longer. Since he hadn't been able to hire anyone with technical skills, Suze had no choice but to teach himself computer skills. There weren't many people at Beijing University, but there were plenty of books, and even more books on computers. Moreover, since his rebirth, Suze's memory and comprehension have improved significantly. As a result, Suze has been spending a lot of time in the library lately, studying programming. From time to time, he would also seek advice from the programmers at Lu Yao's novel website. Before long, Suze had gained a lot of programming knowledge and began writing about YY code. While future communication software will have particularly powerful features, Suze currently doesn't have the resources to focus on that. Currently, Suze is primarily focused on developing group features for YY. This feature is absolutely game-changing, whether for gaming or students. Penguin accounts do have group features, but they are all paid services. During this period, Suze has been spending all his time in the library writing code. Xiaomu, Yichouyu, and Zhao Lingling, among others, sent him numerous messages inviting him out to play, but Suze declined them all. Finally, after some time, the lowest level code was completed, and Suze finally exhaled in relief. Coincidentally, he also received a message from Lu Ruyan today, informing him that someone had come to apply for the position. Suze was overjoyed. Finally, someone had applied. Writing this code alone is such a waste of brain cells. No wonder programmers end up going bald. Suze couldn't wait to get to the internet cafe. Under Lu Ruyan's management, the internet cafe was well organized, which made Suze even more impressed by her capabilities. "Mr. Boss, you're here." Lu Ruyan had already been waiting at the entrance to greet him. When Suze saw Lu Ruyan's outfit today, he couldn't help but take out some money. In the past, Lu Ruyan had always worn clothes brought from the countryside, which had been washed so many times they were now faded and worn out. Today, Lu Ruyan had changed into a simple outfit of jeans and a t-shirt, but she was a completely different person, exuding the allure of a mature woman at every turn. This made Suze's heart race involuntarily. Who could resist the temptation of a mature woman? Lu Ruyan also felt her boss's intense gaze and couldn't help but blush and lower her head. Today she deliberately changed her outfit, hoping to impress her boss. And when she saw her boss's expression, Lu Ruyan knew she had succeeded. "The boss, they're here," Lu Ruyan shyly reminded him. Suze snapped out of his surprise, nodded slightly, then walked up to Lu Ruyan and said softly, "You look pretty good today. Why don't you dress like this from now on?" Lu Ruyan nodded happily, her heart filled with joy. "Got it, boss." In the internet cafe, Lu Ruyan specially reserved an office for Suze. The office wasn't large, but it contained a desk, a coffee table, and a sofa. Currently, a young man is sitting on the sofa in the office. Mr. Yi, our boss is here. Lu Ruyan opened the office door and addressed the young man inside. The young man immediately turned around and, upon seeing Suze, his expression betrayed a hint of surprise. It was clear that he couldn't believe that such a young person was the boss. Suze walked straight to the boss's chair, sat down, and held the young man's resume in his hand. Zhou Wenming, right? The young man nodded immediately and said, yes. Suze glanced at Zhou Wenming's resume. He had a master's degree from Beijing Post and Telecommunications University. Logically, someone with such qualifications shouldn't be looking for a job at a small company like this. After all, a master's degree from China in 2008 was considered the cream of the crop. Suze was sizing up Zhou Wenming, and Zhou Wenming was doing the same to Suze. Both felt a pang of regret, realizing they had acted impulsively in their desperation to find work, trusting a random advertisement on the street. But since I was already there, I could only give a half-hearted response for now. Zhou Wenming had already made up his mind to demand a high salary. Mr. Zhou, my name is Suze, and I am the owner of this internet cafe. Suze extended his hand first, and Zhou Wenming, seeing this, also extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Su. Suze said, I've reviewed Mr. Zhou's resume, and it meets our company's requirements. Do you have any specific requirements? Upon hearing Suze's words, Zhou Wenming thought to himself, I was right after all. This internet cafe was a shady company. He wondered if it was a pyramid scheme. He had to get out of there. Zhou Wenming politely said, Mr. Su, I don't really have any specific requirements. It's mainly about the compensation. My ideal salary is 20,000 yuan per month. Zhou Wenming deliberately mentioned an exaggerated salary figure. After all, in 2008, even in Beijing, 20,000 yuan a month was considered an exorbitant salary. In Zhou Wenming's estimation, the small internet cafe in front of him would never agree to his salary demand. With such a small operation, it would be difficult to earn even 20,000 yuan a month. But the next moment, Suze didn't even hesitate before saying, alright, 20,000 yuan a month. I'll add another 5,000 yuan for your meals and accommodation. Zhou Wenming couldn't believe it. He looked at Suze, who had not only agreed but also offered a raise. Is this boss out of his mind, or is this company just a pyramid scheme? Zhou Wenming grew increasingly alarmed as he thought about it, glancing around at his surroundings. What kind of legitimate company would set up shop in an internet cafe? Zhou Wenming was just a recent college graduate, and he was suddenly overcome with fear. Chapter 66, Zhou Wenming. Suze immediately saw through Zhou Wenming's concerns. After all, if he were looking for a job himself, he probably wouldn't believe it either. In that case, Mr. Zhou, I can see that you are in a tight financial situation. I can give you 2 months' salary in advance. Zhou Wenming, who had been about to speak up and leave, heard this. He forced himself to swallow the words back down. 2 months' wages amounted to 50,000 yuan, which was a substantial sum for him at the moment. Let us just work for a while and see how it goes. Zhou Wenming comforted himself in his heart. Alright, boss. Zhou Wenming said. Su couldn't help but smile upon hearing this, then signed the employment contract with Zhou Wenming. However, Suze only then realized that his internet cafe was not a company and could not sign an employment contract, meaning he had to register a company first. Cough, Mr. Zhou, let me register the company first, then we can sign the employment contract. Suze said awkwardly. However, this was also convenient for Zhou Wenming, who didn't want to sign the contract with Suze in such a hasty manner. Alright, boss, I'm not in a hurry. Zhou Wenming said with a smile. Alright, then. Your first task is to write a management system for our internet cafe. What is a cyber cafe management system? Zhou Wenming looked at Suze in confusion. Currently, going to an internet cafe means paying at the front desk and then going online. As for buying drinks or snacks in between, you have to go downstairs yourself or shout loudly to the staff. With a cyber cafe management system, all your needs can be fulfilled with just a few clicks of the mouse, and someone will bring it to you. This is highly advanced for today's internet cafes, but in the future, almost every internet cafe will have this system. Suze explained the basic functions required to Zhou Wenming. After listening, Zhou Wenming couldn't help but light up. As a programmer, he knew that this system would greatly improve the service quality of internet cafes. Boss, did you come up with this? Zhou Wenming couldn't help but ask. No, I came up with it, Suze replied. Suze nodded and said, if you didn't hear the second version, then it was my idea. Boss, if you develop this system, it'll be a hit in the internet cafe market, Zhou Wenming said excitedly. Go ahead and start working on it. By the way, if you know anyone who might be interested, we're always looking for new talent. Suze said. Zhou Wenming smiled, neither agreeing nor refusing. Suze didn't care either. After all, now someone was helping him write code, so he finally didn't have to write code himself and could just be a coder. Let us see how civilized this week's work is. If it's decent, I'll hand it over to him to write. Suze added a few more words about Zhou Wenming's work requirements. As long as he works 8 hours a day, the rest of the time is up to him. As for when to start and finish work, there were no fixed hours, it was flexible. After receiving these conditions, Zhou Wenming felt deeply grateful toward Suze. It was only then that Suze remembered to register the company. Registering a company can be a hassle, but it's not that complicated either. Suze simply approached an intermediary, and with their assistance, the registration was completed quickly. As for the company name, Suze simply used Zishan Technology Company, Limited. Soon, Suze's first company was officially established. Currently, this company is merely a shell company, but Suze is confident that in the near future, this company will surely overcome challenges and achieve success. After handling these matters, Suze sat in the internet cafe office, feeling overwhelmed. How should he take the first step in his entrepreneurial journey? Although I have already decided to use YY, Tencent is already ahead, and it will be challenging to compete with them for market share. A breakthrough is essential to gain a foothold in the market. YY's core feature is social networking, and what is the easiest way to build relationships in social networking today? Games. Social games are the easiest way to build relationships within games. So what kind of social games can become popular? Suze thought about this and suddenly his eyes lit up. He had found the answer: Happy Farm. This once popular social game was also the most successful social game. There was a time when the first thing people would say when they met was, "Did you steal my vegetables?" Some people would even get up in the middle of the night just to steal vegetables from the farm. This shows just how popular Happy Farm was. If you were to combine Happy Farm with YY, Suze grew increasingly excited and couldn't wait to start coding in his office. The Happy Farm game wasn't complicated, it was mainly a combination of YY. To play, you need to create a YY account, and to steal vegetables, you must add enough friends. Suze has great confidence in this model. However, the only drawback at present is the shortage of personnel. Besides Suze, there is only one other programmer, Zhou Wenming, and he has been assigned by Suze to develop the internet cafe management system. Therefore, Suze could only work on it by himself for a while. Before he knew it, Suze had been coding for several hours. Lu Ruyan knocked on Suze's office door. "Boss, it's already very late. Would you like to eat here?" Lu Ruyan said softly. "No, thank you. No, thank you." Suze shook his head, slung his backpack over his shoulders, and headed toward the school. Lu Ruyan watched Suze's departing figure and couldn't help but let a hint of disappointment show in her eyes. However, the disappointment vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression of unwavering determination. She was determined to become someone who could be of use to her boss. Suze returned to the dormitory. As soon as Lu Zigua saw Suze come back, he immediately put on a sour expression and looked at Suze. "Old Su, you've really gotten me into trouble." "What do you mean by that?" Suze asked innocently. "It's just that last time I listened to you and took Zhao Lingling out to see a movie, planning to do something in the theater, but she beat me up and said she wouldn't talk to me anymore. What should I do now?" Lu Zigua was panicking inside. Zhao Lingling was really angry. Lu Zigua still remembered Zhao Lingling's expression. Suze looked at Lu Zigua. This guy was usually very timid around Zhao Lingling, yet he dared to act on her this time. Curious, he asked, "What did you do?" Lu Zigua looked innocent and said, "I didn't do anything. I just wanted to hold her hand." "What? You didn't go back and hold hands with Zhao Lingling yet?" Suze asked in surprise. Lu Zigua nodded awkwardly. Suze hadn't expected that Lu Zigua, as a sycophant, had been groveling for so long without even getting to touch her hand. Suze patted Lu Zigua on the shoulder. "Old Lu, there's nothing I can do to teach you. You're just too pathetic. Old Su, you don't know. Zhao Lingling is a conservative girl. We haven't even confirmed our relationship yet, and I've already started making moves on her. That's definitely a problem," Lu Zigua said. Suze chuckled to himself. Zhao Lingling being a conservative girl? That's just ridiculous. Well, I really don't have any solution for this either. Suze shook his head helplessly. Lu Zigua, however, said, "Suze, I think Lingling and you don't get along well. Why don't you invite her out to dinner? I'll pay, and then you can do all sorts of things to annoy her. That way, she'll see how good I am." "Are you sure?" Suze looked at Lu Zigua in disbelief. Chapter 67, Women's Friendship Comes and Goes. "Old Su, I know this is a tough situation for you, but for the sake of my brother's happiness, please help me." Lu Zigua hooked his arm around Suze's shoulder and said with a smile. Suze looked at Lu Zigua seriously and realized that this guy wasn't joking. This was the first time he had ever heard such a request. Seeing Lu Zigua's pitiful expression, Suze's heart softened, and he can only agree. "I can only say I'll give it a try. As for the specific results, I can't make any guarantees." Upon hearing Suze's agreement, Lu Zigua nodded excitedly. Old Su, just treat her the way you usually treat Zhao Lingling, and I'll set up a date with Lingling for you right now. Tomorrow night, then. Su Zhe said. Sure, no problem. Lu Zigua excitedly picked up his phone and started sending messages to Zhao Lingling. Beijing University Women's Dormitory. Zhao Lingling was sitting at the desk, angrily fiddling with the cosmetics in front of her. She couldn't understand why there was such a huge difference between people. Just thinking about how Lu Zigua had tried to make a move on her tonight made her furious. A toad wants to eat swan meat. Zhao Lingling glanced at Xia Mo beside her, a hint of envy rising in her heart. Su Zhe was so handsome and domineering. Even when he acted like a thug, he was still handsome. Thinking of this, Zhao Lingling couldn't help but glance at her own thigh. Just as Zhao Lingling was thinking about it, her phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was a message from Lu Zigua, she didn't want to read it and was about to turn off the screen to ignore him. However, she noticed the word Su Zhe in Lu Zigua's message. I couldn't help but open it. Lu Zigua, Lingling, Old Su just went back to the dorm. He felt a bit guilty about the other day and said he'd treat us to dinner tomorrow. Zhao Lingling couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. In truth, she found the idea of having dinner with Su Zhe quite intriguing. At least he wasn't as boring as Lu Zigua. But on the surface, he still replied casually. When I invited him to dinner, he just said, let's eat, as if it were nothing. Am I, Zhao Lingling, that easy to ask out? Lu Zigua, of course, Lingling, you're such a beauty. How could I just agree so easily? But I've already promised, so please give me some face. Otherwise, how will I ever get by in the dorm? Zhao Lingling, alright, I'll give you that face. But don't tell Su Zhe that I'm easy to get. Lu Zigua, got it. After dealing with Zhao Lingling, Lu Zigua turned to Su Zhe and said, Su Zhe, I've already talked to Lingling. You two should go out for dinner tomorrow night. Alright. Su Zhe nodded. Wei Shu, who was standing nearby, heard the words eat and dinner, his eyes lit up, and he interrupted, Old Lu, Old Su, what are you having for dinner? Why didn't you bring me along? Lu Zigua clearly didn't want Wei Shu to know too much and replied in an annoyed tone, Old Wei, you pay next time. Upon hearing this, Wei Shu immediately smiled and said, hee, I was just asking. Lu Zigua lay on the bed, feeling annoyed, and opened the chat page of Zhao Lingling's QQ account. He tried to send a message several times, but each time he typed a few words, he deleted them again. Half a day later, Lu Zigua finally sent Zhao Lingling a goodnight emoji. Lu Zigua stared at his phone, eagerly awaiting Zhao Lingling's reply. But after waiting for a while with no response, he put down his phone and went to sleep. Su Zhe, on the other hand, continued to write code on the bed. Since he hadn't hired enough people, he had no choice but to write code himself. Su Zhe ran his fingers through his hair. He had to keep trying to hire people, otherwise he'd go bald at such a young age. Su Zhe scratched his hair and continued tapping away. As for the girls' dormitory, Zhao Lingling glanced at the message Lu Zigua sent her and had no interest at all. Instead, she was actually quite interested in having dinner with Su Zhe tomorrow. Looking at Xiaomu and Xian Xiaoting next to her in the dormitory, Zhao Lingling couldn't help but speak up. How are you adjusting to university life, you two freshmen? Xian Xiaoting and Xiaomu were busy with their own things when Zhao Lingling suddenly spoke up. You see, ever since Zhao Lingling moved in, she had never once initiated a conversation with him. Meanwhile, Xian Xiaoting and Xiaomu also haven't made any effort to talk to Zhao Lingling. Therefore, when Zhao Lingling suddenly spoke up, both of them were at a loss for words. Seeing that neither of them had spoken, Zhao Lingling smiled and stood up, walking over to Xiaomu. Hey, freshman. As an upperclassman, I've been here for a year at least. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. After a moment of surprise, Xiaomu stood up and smiled, saying, alright, I'll count on you, senior. They say women's friendships come and go quickly, and under Zhao Lingling's initiative, the relationship between Xiaomu, Zhao Lingling, and Xian Xiaoting quickly grew closer. All three began sharing their favorite skincare brands and some great clothing items. At Zhao Lingling's suggestion, the three quickly set up a dorm group chat. And through Zhao Lingling's deliberate or inadvertent actions, the conversation eventually turned to Su Zhe. Xiaomu, I heard that you and Su Zhe were high school classmates. Yesterday, I think I ran into one of his high school classmates, and they seemed to be on good terms. Zhao Lingling said deliberately. Xiaomu wrinkled her nose upon hearing this. You must be talking about Yiqiu, right? Right. I think I've also heard Su Zhe call her that. What's her relationship with Su Zhe? Asked Zhao Lingling. Xian Xiaoting couldn't help but prick up her ears, clearly eager to hear the answer. Xiaomu had nothing to hide, so he told her about his high school days. After listening to her, Zhao Lingling and Xian Xiaoting were both very surprised. They never imagined that Su Zhe and Yiqiu were so close. No wonder the two of them were so shameless in the movie theater. Xiaomu, this Yiqiu is a formidable rival of yours. You need to be careful. Xian Xiaoting reminded her from the side. Xiaomu nodded. She knew, but she believed she could surpass Yiqiu and win Su Zhe's heart. Xiaomu, it's okay. A man's heart is easy to capture. If you have any questions in the future, just ask me, and I'll teach you. Zhao Lingling gave her a knowing look. Xiaomu blushed and nodded shyly, saying nothing. However, Xian Xiaoting, who was standing nearby, looked curiously at Zhao Lingling. Senior Lingling, how many times have you dated in college? Zhao Lingling blushed and cleared her throat. Not yet. I thought Lu Zigua from our class has been pursuing you all along. Aren't you high school classmates? There's no way he's my boyfriend. My taste isn't that bad. It's not like he's been pestering me. I stopped talking to him a long time ago. Zhao Lingling said arrogantly. I think he is pretty good. He is pretty devoted to you. Xia Mo chimed in from the side. Loyal? Can that feed you? He doesn't understand romance at all, and he's as timid as a mouse. A man without any masculine qualities? I wouldn't like him either. Zhao Lingling said. Xian Xiaoting nodded in agreement. Indeed, men shouldn't be so timid. The three women in the dormitory began discussing the few men in Suzai's dormitory. After much discussion, they finally concluded that Suzai was the most outstanding one. Chapter 68, Chen Xiaoting's Joy. Early in the morning, Suzai woke up from bed, quickly washed up, put on his workout clothes and sneakers, and headed to the playground to go for a run. Since his rebirth, Suzai would always go to the playground for a few laps whenever he had the time. Upon arriving at the playground, a familiar figure was already there. Xian Xiaoting was wearing black athletic pants today, which highlighted her long, slender legs, and a black athletic tank top on top. At that moment, she was doing exercises, and there were quite a few boys standing around her, all staring at Xian Xiaoting with eager expressions. However, Xian Xiaoting seemed completely oblivious to their presence, continuing with her exercise as if they weren't there. Suzai didn't hesitate and headed straight toward Xian Xiaoting. Suzai, you're here. Xian Xiaoting couldn't help but exclaim with delight upon seeing Suzai arrive. These past few days, she had come here every day at the same time to run, hoping to run into Suzai. But since that day, she hasn't seen Suzai again. I never expected to see him again today. Suzai nodded, looking at the boys around him who were all smiling and said, you're pretty popular. Xian Xiaoting shrugged helplessly, I can't help it. They followed me on their own. It seems your charm is too strong, otherwise, you wouldn't have attracted so many boys. Suzai said with a smile. Xian Xiaoting blushed slightly at Suzai's words, her heart racing. What did Suzai mean by that? Could he possibly be interested in me? However, Xian Xiaoting was a typical Suzhou girl. Though she was filled with doubts, she only blushed and lowered her head. Suzai looked at Xian Xiaoting's shy expression and couldn't help but smile. Teasing a beauty in the morning really brightens one's mood. Hey, beautiful, let's go for a run. Suzai started running, and Xian Xiaoting glanced at Suzai and followed suit. Xian Xiaoting had clearly received professional training and ran more skillfully. Although Suzai didn't run as professionally, he was, after all, a boy, and the two of them ran side by side on the playground. The handsome guy and the beautiful girl made for a striking sight on the playground. Meanwhile, the men who had been exercising with Xian Xiaoting earlier noticed the close interaction between Suzai and Xian Xiaoting. One of them, a particularly handsome man, couldn't help but speak up. Didn't you say this woman didn't have a boyfriend? She doesn't have one. I've been waiting here for days and no one has come by. Where did this guy come from? Damn it, aren't you wasting my time? The guy said angrily. Jun Xiao, don't get so worked up. Let me find out more. Alright, let me find out first and then tell me. This gentleman doesn't go for girls who've been with others. The man known as Jun Xiao turned around and walked away. Meanwhile, on the other side, Suzai and Xian Xiaoting were running. Xian Xiaoting kept glancing at Suzai and couldn't help but feel happy inside. Just as Xian Xiaoting was feeling elated, Suzai suddenly spoke up. Xian Xiaoting, is there a flower on my face? You're looking so intently. Xian Xiaoting hurriedly denied it. No, I wasn't looking at you. I really didn't look. Suzai looked at Xian Xiaoting's flushed face and couldn't help teasing her again. I didn't see it. Xian Xiaoting shook her head firmly. If she were to admit to peeking, that would be quite embarrassing. Alright, I didn't look, I was just saying. Someone as handsome as me wouldn't look. Suzai said. Xian Xiaoting heard this and clenched her teeth in anger. This guy was so self-absorbed, completely different from what Xiaomu had said. After running about 5 kilometers, Suzai turned to Xian Xiaoting and said, let's go have breakfast together. Xian Xiaoting usually went back to take a shower after finishing her run, but Suzai's invitation made her agree without a second thought. After arriving at the cafeteria, Suzai and Xiaomu each ordered a bowl of congee and a few buns. Class monitor, I have a question for you. Xian Xiaoting asked. What is it? Go ahead. Suzai said after finishing chewing the bun in his mouth. Xian Xiaoting spoke up, saying, I heard that your grades suddenly improved dramatically in your last month of high school. Were you hiding your true abilities all along, or were you intentionally trying to attract attention? What do you think? Suzai didn't answer but instead asked a counter question. Xian Xiaoting looked at Suzai, put down her chopsticks, and analyzed the situation seriously. Based on my guess, if you started out with good grades in high school, you definitely wouldn't hide it. Who doesn't want to be the teacher's favorite in high school? Later, you probably realized the importance of improving your grades, but you didn't want to reveal your true abilities too early. You waited until the college entrance exams to make a big impression, especially on the people you admire. Am I right? Chen Xiaoting looked at Suze. Suze glanced at her. Women's imaginations are truly vivid. She really knows how to think of things. If you think it's right, then it's right. Suze gave an ambiguous answer. You can't exactly say that since you've been reborn, the college entrance exam questions are all in your head, can you? After receiving Suze's ambiguous response, Chen Xiaoting remained unconvinced and insisted on pressing further. However, Suze merely smiled and did not respond further. Chen Xiaoting could only give up helplessly and move on to the next topic. Suze, are you going to join the student union in college? Chen Xiaoting asked. Suze thought for a moment and said, I'll join. Chen Xiaoting's face lit up as she asked, which department? Suze shrugged indifferently, any department is fine, as long as it's a department. Chen Xiaoting immediately objected, that won't do. There are all sorts of student council departments, but each one is different. Some departments offer opportunities to learn, while others are just for hanging out. Suze looked at Chen Xiaoting in surprise, not expecting this first-year freshman to already understand the differences between the various departments of the student union. Of course, Suze knew that the departments were different. When it comes to popularity, the External Affairs Department and the Academic Affairs Department are undoubtedly the most popular departments in the student union. The External Affairs Department is responsible for helping the student union secure investments, which is the best way to develop skills. As for the Academic Affairs Department, since the primary responsibility of students is to study, the importance of this department is evident from its name alone. So which department do you want to join? Suze looked at Chen Xiaoting with curiosity. Chen Xiaoting said, I want to go to the External Relations Department. It's a good place to develop skills. Class monitor, why don't you come with me? Alright, let's go to the External Affairs Department. Suze didn't think much of it and agreed immediately. Seeing that Suze had agreed, Chen Xiaoting was overjoyed. Now, besides running, she and the class monitor had another new common interest. Chen Xiaoting was the kind of shy and conservative girl, but she was also very stubborn and refused to admit defeat. Although she knows that Xiaomo likes Suze, and Suze has a close female friend named Jichoyu. However, since Suze didn't have a girlfriend, Chen Xiaoting still had a chance. Chapter 69, Course Selection. Suze made up his mind. You must join the External Affairs Department. Chen Xiaoting said happily. Alright. Suze nodded. After finishing their meal in the cafeteria, Chen Xiaoting happily returned to the dormitory. Suze also returned to his dormitory. Since it was National Day, the school had not scheduled any classes for the next few days, allowing students to start taking elective courses. When Suze entered the dormitory, Wei Zhu and Lu Ziguo were sitting at their computers, eyes fixed on the screens, right hands resting on the mouse, looking just like people during the Double 11 shopping festival years later. Upon seeing Suze return, Lu Ziguo couldn't help but exclaim loudly, Old Su, it's almost time to select courses. Why haven't you turned on your computer yet? Exactly, Old Su, we're not blaming you for reminding you. Some professors are really tough to deal with. I've already found out about some easier courses that are easier to get credits for, and I've already sent them to our dorm group chat. Wei Zhu stared at the screen and spoke up. No problem, whatever we get is fine. Suze calmly turned on his computer and logged into the course selection system. University courses are relatively flexible, and aside from a few required courses, students can choose their own classes. Elective courses are also offered, and students can choose these based on their interests. The total credits earned from required and elective courses must reach a certain threshold to graduate. Suze found computer-related majors in the course selection system and selected mostly computer courses as electives. Wow, Su, how did you end up selecting all computer-related courses? Without knowing when, Wei Zhu ran to Suze's back and was shocked to see Suze's course selection. Suze said, nothing much, I just think computer science is more fun. Anyway, they're all elective courses. Old Su, you're in for it. I heard that computer science courses are really hard to get credits for. Lu Ziguo said regretfully from the side. No big deal, if it doesn't work out, just take a few other courses instead. Suze didn't explain further. Does that mean that computers can do this on their own, and they're just learning it to earn credits? Wei Zhu and Lu Ziguo saw that Suze didn't seem to care, so they didn't continue the topic. By the way, after National Day, it's time for student council recruitment. What department are you planning to join? Lu Ziguo asked curiously. Wei Zhu heard this and immediately replied eagerly, I've already heard that the Academic Affairs Department has a lot of girls, so I'm going to join the Academic Affairs Department. You're off, old Lu. Wei Zhu looked at Lu Ziguo. You're the one who should be saying that. Lu Ziguo said, Lingling is in the arts department, so I'll definitely go there. Old Su, you're next. The two looked at Suze. Suze thought of his agreement with Qian Xiaoting and spoke directly. I should go to the External Affairs Department. Han Jia, you're next. Wei Zhu asked Han Jia, who was sitting in front of the computer watching anime. I'm not joining the student council, Han Jia said quietly. Wei Zhu heard this and immediately ran to Han Jia, putting on an air of superiority and lecturing him. Han Jia, this won't do. You need to communicate more with everyone, and joining the student council will be beneficial for future awards and honors. However, Han Jia shook his head and said, I haven't even considered awards or honors. It was clear that Han Jia just wanted to quietly finish his 4 years of university, obtain a degree certificate, and wasn't particularly interested in participating in other activities. Wei Zhu was about to say something else, but Suze interrupted him. Old Wei, Han Jia has his own ideas. I'm just trying to help him. Wei Zhu smiled awkwardly. Han Jia gave Suze a grateful look. After selecting their classes, Lu Zigua invited Suze to play ball on the sports field. However, Suze declined and decided to continue working as a coder instead. So Lu Zigua and Wei Zhu went out to play basketball, while Suze went to the internet cafe. Before leaving, Lu Zigua reminded Suze not to forget about dinner tonight. Suze arrived at the internet cafe. Lu Ruyan was standing at the front desk, holding a cloth and wiping something. Her younger brother, Lu Xiaohu, was eating snacks nearby. Upon seeing Suze arrive, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy and hurried forward, saying, Mr. Su, you're here. Suze nodded and said, I'll be having lunch here today. Alright, boss. Lu Ruyan was overjoyed to hear this. She put down Suze and went to her office, where she found Zhou Wenming sitting on the sofa, his fingers furiously tapping the keyboard. He would frown at times and smile at others, clearly in the midst of writing software. Suze walked in, but Zhou Wenming didn't react at all, clearly engrossed in his own program. Suze didn't disturb him either, sitting down at his own desk and beginning to write code. He was so engrossed in his work that he lost track of time until Lu Ruyan came in to call everyone to dinner. Suze finally looked up, and Zhou Wenming did the same. Boss, when did you arrive? Zhou Wenming was surprised to see Suze in the office as well. I've been here for a while. How's the software coming along? Suze asked. Almost done. Zhou Wenming placed the computer in front of Suze, clicked on a software program on the computer, and showed it to Suze. Almost done. Zhou Wenming placed the computer in front of Suze, clicked on a software program on the computer, and showed it to Suze. Suze took a look. Although the page was rather simple, it had all the functions he required, which meant that it was a finished product. Suze looked at Zhou Wenming in astonishment. In just a few days, the software had been developed successfully. Zhou Wenming is really talented. I've found a real gem here. Zhou Wenming thought to himself with pride, this little program doesn't really require much effort. Once I fix a few bugs, it should be usable. Suze, of course, could sense the pride in Zhou Wenming's voice. Indeed, being able to write the program so quickly does give one a certain air of arrogance. However, one must not be arrogant toward one's boss. Suze was also a boss in his previous life. He knew that to deal with such arrogant employees, he had to make them submit. With that in mind, Suze took out his notebook and handed it to Zhou Wenming. Take a look at this software and see if there's anything else that needs to be modified. Zhou Wenming took the computer and looked at Suze in surprise. He hadn't expected Suze to know how to write software. He couldn't help but take a look. At first, he had some reservations, but the more he looked, the more excited he became, and by the end, he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. However, the next moment, he frowned and said, Sir, are you planning to develop a chat app? As a programmer, Zhou Wenming knew exactly what the software was just by looking at the code. Not bad. Suze nodded. Zhou Wenming looked at Suze's young face and finally couldn't help but say, Boss, do you know that the dominant player in chat software is Tencent? Sina, Soho, and NetEase all tried to develop chat software, but they all failed. I know that. Suze nodded. In the past, it wasn't just domestic internet companies in China developing chat apps, even international giants like Microsoft had developed chat apps in China. However, none of them could compete with Tencent. Now, Tencent dominates the chat app market in China. Chapter 70, YY's Positioning. Although Penguin Number currently dominates the entire communications market, its position is not unchangeable. Suze said confidently. Currently, the majority of Penguin users are young people, or more specifically, those aged between 14 and 25. Additionally, the current underdevelopment of mobile internet has resulted in the most common application scenario for QQ accounts being on computers. Those who can use computers are mostly young people like this. It didn't have the power of WeChat in later years, but it directly dominated the entire chat market. Suze was also relieved that he had been reborn and returned to this point in time, as he still had a chance to give it his all. Take a closer look. Suze said to Zhou Wenming. Zhou Wenming nodded and stared intently at the computer screen. The more he looked, the brighter his eyes became. Some of the programs he had never even thought of. Lu Ruyan, standing nearby, watched as the boss and Zhou Wenming talked and quietly stepped out. Sis, when are we eating? I'm starving. Lu Xiaohu looked pitifully at the table laden with delicious food, his hand reaching forward involuntarily. Lu Ruyan frowned, patted Lu Xiaohu's hand, and said, "Wait for the boss and the others." Lu Xiaohu hung his head and stood to the side. Lu Ruyan looked at Su Zhe in the office, her eyes filled with a hint of admiration. In the office, Zhou Wenming was utterly shocked. He stared at Su Zhe in disbelief. After a long pause, he finally spoke up, "Boss, did you write this all by yourself?" Su Zhe nodded and said, "Yes." "You're studying computer science?" Zhou Wenming asked in disbelief. "No, I'm not." "What, not yet?" Zhou Wenming was even more shocked upon hearing this. Someone who hadn't studied computer science had actually written such code. "What do you think of my software?" Su Zhe looked at Zhou Wenming and asked. This was his first time writing it, and Zhou Wenming was a professional. Zhou Wenming looked at Su Zhe, then at the code, and said with utmost seriousness, "Boss, do you really think this software has market value? The software is just one aspect. I will include a game with this software called Happy Farm, which is mainly a casual entertainment and social game." So Su Zhe shared his ideas about Happy Farm. Planting vegetables, stealing vegetables, killing bugs, and leveling up. Zhou Wenming's eyes grew brighter as he listened. This game was definitely a social media sensation. To level up quickly, you had to add more friends and steal more vegetables. This is definitely a social media sensation, Zhou Wenming believed. If the game becomes popular, it will undoubtedly boost the popularity of this social media platform as well. "Boss, what's wrong with your head?" Zhou Wenming looked at Su Zhe in disbelief. The combination of social games and social media is definitely a winning combination. Su Zhe didn't show any surprise at Zhou Wenming's remark. Instead, he asked, "Do you know about the Android system?" Zhou Wenming was taken aback by Su Zhe's sudden question. Google Incorporated and the Open Handset Alliance led the development of the Android operating system, which was initially developed by Americans and primarily supports mobile phones. In 2008, Google released its first smartphone, and by 2011, it surpassed the Symbian system to become the most widely used mobile operating system in the world. Over time, the mobile operating system market has consolidated into two major camps, Android and Apple. The era of mobile internet cannot be separated from these two major camps, Android and Apple. For YY, the most important thing is that Su Zhe secured a ticket to the mobile internet. Android system, you mean the one developed by Google? Su Zhe nodded and asked, "What do you think of this Android system?" Zhou Wenming thought for a moment and said seriously, "I think the current Symbian system and Nokia are too powerful. The Android system developed by Google probably won't make much of a splash in the mobile phone market." Su Zhe looked at Zhou Wenming. Indeed, Zhou Wen's perspective was shared by everyone in the mobile phone industry. At that time, Nokia was like a towering mountain in the mobile phone industry. No one could have imagined that just a few years later, Nokia would rapidly decline, and no one would give it a second glance. But what if I told you that the Android system would eventually dominate the majority of the mobile phone market? Su Zidao said. That's impossible. Zhou Wenming immediately refuted. Well, we'll just have to wait and see. Su Zhe didn't argue with Zhou Wenming either. Time would tell. However, what I want to emphasize is that our product must not only be available on PC but also on Android. We need to develop two separate applications. This will likely take more time and require additional manpower, said Zhou Wenming. Su Zhe said, "You handle the hiring. Start with the PC version first, and the Android version can follow later." Zhou Wenming looked at Su Zhe's serious expression and nodded. He was still very interested in the combination of Happy Farm and social media, and believed it would definitely be a success. It's just developing the Android system, which won't take up too much time. Alright, boss, I happen to have some friends. I'll go find them. Zhou Wenming said. Alright, Zisen Technology is just getting started. I'll put up 20% of the shares. If you do well, 10% will be yours, and the remaining 10% will go into the employee pool. This was something Su Zhe had already planned out. After all, starting a business always requires finding a team. Based on his recent observations, Zhou Wenming seemed like a good partner. Zhou Wenming didn't expect Su Zhe to say that, but regardless, Happy Farm was sure to succeed, and he held a 10% stake in it. This was also a substantial fortune. Just thinking about it, he felt full of energy. Boss, rest assured, I will definitely improve the software as soon as possible, Zhou Wenming said firmly. Alright, I'll leave everything to you. Since Su Zhe has chosen Zhou Wenming, he naturally trusts Zhou Wenming. Zhou Wenming nodded seriously. Starting a business and becoming a boss, there was a burning passion within him. By the way, boss, what should we name the software? Zhou Wenming asked with a puzzled expression. Why? Su Zhe replied. Why? Zhou Wenming repeated a few times. At the internet cafe, Su Zhe ate Lu Ruyan's meal and felt so full that his stomach was about to burst. Not to mention that Lu Ruyan's cooking was truly delicious compared to the cafeteria food, it was like pig feed. Suze rubbed his stomach. If he kept eating like this, he'd probably gain weight and have to start dieting. Suze gave an order, instructing Zhou Wenming to install the internet cafe system on the computers as soon as possible. He then engaged in further discussions with Zhou Wenming regarding the positioning of YY within the internet cafe. Suze, after all, was standing in the context of future application scenarios, so his thinking was ahead of its time. When discussing with Zhou Wenming listened with growing astonishment, realizing that this thing could be used in such a way. Zhou Wenming grew increasingly convinced that YY could succeed. After leaving a quick remark, he rushed out to find his friends. Meanwhile, Suze was giving instructions to Lu Ruyan, and it was already evening. Chapter 71, Zhao Lingling feels wronged. In Suze's WeChat account, Zhao Lingling had already sent numerous messages in anticipation. When is Suze going to eat? Suze, I want grilled fish. Suze, you're not replying to me. Suze, do you even have any sincerity? Please take me out to eat. Suze, if you keep this up, I won't eat anymore. Suze, are you going to say anything or not? Suze looked at the messages Zhao Lingling had sent him. He was getting annoyed. Going out to eat with this woman was such a hassle. However, he remembered that it was Lu Zigua's request, and Lu Zigua had also sent him several messages. Suze finally sent a message to Zhao Lingling. Spicy hot pot, eat it if you like it. Zhao Lingling, who had been dressing up in her dorm room to look her best, was now sulking. She had spent half the day carefully applying her makeup, all in preparation for a nice meal. But Suze completely ignored her messages. It was already dark, and he still hadn't replied. Suze, you bad man. Zhao Lingling muttered under her breath. However, as soon as she said that, she saw her phone's WeChat notification light up and immediately opened it. Seeing that it was a message from Suze, Zhao Lingling immediately became excited. Zhao Lingling, Suze, you're just inviting me to eat spicy hot pot, and you're being so stingy. Suze, eat it if you want, or don't. It's just a snack shop in front of the school. Zhao Lingling, if you're going to eat, I'll wait for you. Zhao Lingling picked up her black leather handbag from the table, stood up happily, and prepared to leave. However, just as she was about to leave, she noticed Xiaomu sitting on the chair and couldn't help but feel an inexplicable excitement and anticipation. Going out to eat with Suze felt like she was having an affair. What would Suze's expression be like if I took Xiaomu out to dinner with me? Zhao Lingling found herself getting more and more excited the more she thought about it. Zhao Lingling was the kind of person who loved thrills. She stopped in her tracks, walked up to Xiaomu, and spoke. Xiaomu, I'm going out to eat. Are you coming? Xiaomu was reading a book when she suddenly heard Zhao Lingling's words. She couldn't help but look up at Zhao Lingling and shake her head. Never mind, I just ate. Lingling, you go ahead and eat. No, I just finished eating. Senior Lingling, you go ahead and eat. I'm going to eat something delicious. Are you sure you don't want to come? Zhao Lingling raised her eyebrows and said. I'm really not going. Xiaomu said. Alright, I'm leaving. Saying that, Zhao Lingling stepped out the door with her long legs. After Zhao Lingling had left, Xian Xiaoting, who had been reading all along, put down her book and looked at Zhao Lingling's retreating figure, saying, Zhao Lingling is dressed so provocatively. Where is she going? Xia Mo said, is she going on a date with Lu Zigua? Xian Xiaoting said, I can't figure it out either. How could Zhao Lingling have fallen for that guy Lu Zigua? No matter what kind of woman she is, gossip is always something to talk about for them. Zhao Lingling walked toward the snack shop with her long legs, and many people stared at her along the way. Zhao Lingling, however, thoroughly enjoyed this attention, relishing the feeling of being the center of everyone's attention. Today, Zhao Lingling was wearing a white crop top with a backless design, paired with a black mini skirt that showcased her long legs, high heels, and a small leather handbag. She exudes a mature aura, completely different from her previous demeanor. Zhao Lingling was determined to let Suze experience the full extent of her charm today. As soon as she arrived at the snack street, Zhao Lingling's eyes immediately scanned the crowd in search of Suze. She spotted Suze leaning against a wall, playing with his phone, bored out of his mind, waiting for her. Although Suze was only wearing a simple white t-shirt today, his handsome face drew the attention of many girls, who were secretly glancing at him. Zhao Lingling looked at Suze and suddenly thought to herself, if only Suze were from the capital city. But he wasn't from the capital city, how could he be from the countryside? Ah, what a pity. My own mother would never allow me to date a country bumpkin. If I did, she'd break my legs. Zhao Lingling was just about to approach him when suddenly some girls started walking toward Suze. At that moment, Suze was playing with his phone, impatiently waiting for Zhao Lingling. Why isn't this woman here yet? She's taking forever just to eat a meal. This is so annoying. Just as Suze was feeling annoyed, a woman's voice suddenly rang out in his ear. A cute-looking girl was shyly looking at Suze. Hello, I'm from Beijing University. I dropped my phone. Could I borrow yours to make a call? Sure. Suze was just about to pick up his phone and hand it to the cute girl. However, the phone was suspended mid-air and a delicate hand snatched it away. The next moment, a hand grabbed Suzai's arm. Zhao Lingling looked at the cute girl in front of her with a playful expression and said with a smile, "Excuse me, this student's phone is out of battery." The cute girl blushed instantly upon hearing this, lowered her head, and said, "Okay," before immediately running off into the crowd. "Suzai, are you flirting with girls like this in public? Does Xiaomu know about this?" Suzai snatched his phone back from Zhao Lingling's hand and said, "None of your business." He then walked straight toward the hair salon. "Hey, Suzai, what's your attitude? Hey, Suzai, what's with that attitude?" Zhao Lingling ran after him. "You're now Xiaomu's roommate, so I think I need to help Xiaomu keep an eye on you. Plus, the things you and your childhood sweetheart did at the movie theater, it seems like Xiaomu doesn't know about that either. Should I tell her?" Zhao Lingling said provocatively. Su Zili didn't even acknowledge her once. "Hey, Su Zili, can't you walk a little slower?" Zhao Lingling said, her high heels making it difficult to walk quickly. Suzai said, "You can't even eat hot food." But his steps were still a bit slow. "Suzai, do you really need to be so harsh?" Zhao Lingling was furious. "I'm such a beautiful woman, and you invited me to eat ma lang tang, and I didn't say a word. So will you eat it or not?" Suzai asked. "I will. Someone's treating me to dinner, little cutie." "No way. I'm going to eat the most expensive stuff. I'll order all kinds of meatballs and eat you out of house and home," Zhao Lingling said angrily. "Alright, then go ahead and order," Suzai said. At the Ma Lang Tang restaurant, Zhao Lingling kept her word and ordered a large portion, which was filled with all kinds of meatballs. Suzai, on the other hand, ordered a small portion. However, as soon as they entered the restaurant, Zhao Lingling took off her high heels. "I said, Zhao Lingling, taking off your shoes to eat, isn't that disgusting?" Suzai said unhappily. "Suzai, you think I wanted to take them off? If I hadn't been chasing you earlier, would my feet hurt?" Zhao Lingling said with a pout. "This is the first time I've ever worn these high heels." Zhao Lingling felt more and more wronged. She had dressed up so nicely today, only to end up like this. The area around Zhao Lingling's heel was indeed red and swollen. Chapter 72, Zhao Lingling's foot. "See, I wasn't lying to you, was I?" Zhao Lingling pointed to her own heel in a pout. "Who told you to wear high heels? You're so clumsy yet still so obsessed with them," Suzai said coldly. "Suzai, how can you be so insensitive? I did it all for you," Zhao Lingling said with a pout. Suzai didn't bother to pay much attention to Zhao Lingling. "The more you talk to this woman, the more she'll play the victim." Sure enough, seeing that Suzai wasn't paying attention to her, she put her feet down, picked up the plate, and went back to preparing the meal. "Suzai, just wait until I eat you out of house and home." Zhao Lingling ordered the dishes with a menacing glare. Suzai casually pointed at something he wasn't really hungry anyway. He had eaten his fill at Lu Ruyan's place earlier that day, and there was no denying that Lu Ruyan was an excellent cook. The two of them selected their items, sat down at the table, and waited for the server to bring them over. Suzai was bored, playing with his phone. Although his current phone wasn't as fun as the smarter ones he'd have in the future, it still had some games. Currently, Suzai was playing a basketball game. Zhao Lingling sat across from Suzai and noticed that he didn't even glance at her while they were eating. "This guy is really not giving me any face. You're such a beautiful woman, and you don't even have a mobile game to play?" Zhao Lingling was deeply offended. She raised her foot and kicked Suzai's leg. Suzai was having a great time when he suddenly felt a force on his leg. He looked up and saw Zhao Lingling looking left and right, with an expression that seemed to say, "I have nothing to do with this." Suzai ignored her and continued playing. Zhao Lingling kicked it again. Suzai looked up, but she turned her head away, giving him a look that said, "It's none of my business." Zhao Lingling smiled at the scene. She just loved seeing Suzai embarrassed. She realized that whenever she was with Suzai, he always had the upper hand, while she was always at a disadvantage. Now that she could finally see him humiliated, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Zhao Lingling once again raised her foot to kick Suzai, but as soon as she extended her foot, it was immediately grabbed by Suzai's large hand. Zhao Lingling was immediately startled and her body involuntarily leaned backward. She was already wearing leather shorts, and with one leg grabbed, the other leg involuntarily lifted off the ground. "Suzai, what are you doing?" Zhao Lingling looked at Suzai. Suzai put down his phone, placed his other hand below her, and began to take off Zhao Lingling's shoes. Zhao Lingling was wearing summer sandals with high heels, which were easy to untie. Zhao Lingling felt Suzai's hands removing her shoes and couldn't help but be startled. "Suzai, what are you doing?" Suzai didn't say a word, continuing to undress before tossing his shoes onto the floor. One hand reached out and began to tickle Zhao Lingling's foot. "Ha ha!" Zhao Lingling burst into laughter from the tingling sensation on her feet. Her laughter caused everyone in the room to turn their attention to her. Zhao Lingling quickly covered her mouth and kept her head down tightly, afraid that others would see her. Meanwhile, Suzai remained expressionless, as if none of it had anything to do with him. Zhao Lingling raised her head slightly and looked at Suze, pleading, Suze, stop it. Let me go. Suze said nothing and continued to tickle Zhao Lingling's feet. This time, Zhao Lingling was prepared. She clamped her hands over her mouth tightly, trying not to laugh out loud. However, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Suze, I was wrong. Please spare me. Zhao Lingling could only beg for mercy. But Suze ignored her, continuing to rub his hands on Zhao Lingling's feet. Zhao Lingling's feet were soft and tender, and her feet were not very large, probably around size 34. Therefore, Suze could easily hold Zhao Lingling's foot in one hand, and the sensation was incredibly comfortable. At that moment, Suze seemed to understand why ancient emperors had such a fondness for the three-legged golden lotus. The sensation was simply unparalleled. Zhao Lingling was desperately holding back, her face already bright red. She clenched her teeth tightly, refusing to let out a sound. Her eyes pleaded with Suze. Suze played with her for a while, then found it boring. He turned to Zhao Lingling and said, "Call me Dad, and I'll let you go." "Daddy, Daddy!" Zhao Lingling couldn't help but shout out impatiently. Suze looked at Zhao Lingling being so obedient and let go of her feet. Zhao Lingling quickly slipped her feet back into her shoes, finally breathing a sigh of relief, then glared at Suze with a look of resentment. However, the thought of Suze having grabbed her foot and played with it for so long made her feel even more embarrassed. Her feet had never been touched by any man before. However, Zhao Lingling wasn't the type of woman to give up easily. She looked at Suze. "Suze, you said you have some kind of special fetish, why are you making me call you Dad?" Suze said, "This is to teach you a lesson. Not everyone can be offended." "Suze, you're so bossy." Soon, Zhao Lingling returned to her usual self, but this time she dared not provoke Suze with her actions. However, she remained just as defiant in her words. So Suze likes feet, huh? I never would have guessed that Suze had such a unique hobby. Why don't you join our dance club? We have plenty of girls with beautiful feet. Suze didn't bother to respond and continued playing with his phone. Zhao Lingling saw that her verbal attacks had no effect, so she stood up, moved from across from Suze to sit next to him, and watched him play the game. The more Zhao Lingling watched, the more she wanted to play, especially Suze's phone, which was exactly what she had always dreamed of buying. But it was too expensive, and her family had never agreed to buy it. Seeing how smoothly Suze was playing, Zhao Lingling couldn't help but grab his arm. "Suze, I want to try too." "You're a girl, what kind of game are you playing?" Suze didn't even bother to look up. "Who says girls can't play games? That's blatant discrimination." Zhao Lingling grabbed Suze's hand and shook it repeatedly. Suze was annoyed by her actions and glared at Zhao Lingling. "Try moving just a little." Zhao Lingling was startled by Suze's glare and dared not move, feeling an unknown fear rising within her. This feeling reminded her of when her teacher glared at her as a child, and she dared not speak. But Suze still didn't win. Glancing at Zhao Lingling beside him, he threw the phone over. "You play." Zhao Lingling felt a little wronged at first, but she took the phone and started playing again without a care in the world. "This phone is so smooth. I want to buy this model too. I told you Nokia phones are the best, but my mom wouldn't let me buy one." Zhao Lingling complained while playing. Suze rolled his eyes. This Nokia phone wouldn't last much longer. Chapter 73, The Little Thug. "My Nokia phone is about to die. If you're going to buy one, get an Apple," Suze said. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingling immediately responded with displeasure. "I'm buying a phone, not fruit. Why would I buy an apple?" Suze looked at Zhao Lingling as if she were an idiot. This woman really doesn't have a brain sometimes. Suze didn't feel like explaining to her either. This year's Apple should just be coming out with the 3, so it hasn't really hit its stride yet. By the time the 4th generation comes out, Apple will have already shown its true potential, and by the time the 5th generation arrives, there won't be any other smartphones that can compete with Apple. Suze recalls that back when Apple was booming in China, some people were even willing to sell their kidneys to buy an iPhone. That was the allure of Apple phones, and it was precisely this that allowed Huawei phones to eventually compete with them. Smartphones will continue to hold a strong foothold in the high-end market, where profits are substantial. However, developing new products is too complicated. Where can one make money on the internet? Therefore, Suze just thought about it and never considered getting involved. Zhao Lingling played with her phone for a while before finally starting to eat the spicy hot pot once Suze put his phone away. Zhao Lingling shot Suze a resentful glance. This man wouldn't let her play with his phone. Fixing her gaze on the food in front of her, she channeled her frustration into her appetite and began to eat heartily. Soon, the entire bowl was empty, clearly because she was also hungry. Suze paid the bill, and the two of them walked out. Just a short distance away, Zhao Lingling spoke up. "Suze, wait here for me. I need to use the restroom." Zhao Lingling left those words behind and quickly ran into the crowd. With no other choice, Suze stood there waiting for Zhao Lingling. However, after waiting for a long time, Zhao Lingling still hadn't come over. Suze couldn't help but frown. How could this woman take so long to go to the bathroom? Su Zhe could only walk forward to look for Zhao Lingling. Before he had gone far, he heard Zhao Lingling's screams. "What are you doing? Let me go. I'm a student." The next moment, a frivolous man's voice rang out. "Hey, you're still a student? Who are you trying to fool? Come with us. You've made us happy, and our boss will reward you. Don't waste your breath on her. Take her away. This girl is hot. The boss will definitely like her. Don't come any closer, or I'll call the police." Zhao Lingling's urgent voice carried a hint of tears. Su Zili immediately hurried over and saw several young thugs with dyed yellow hair surrounding Zhao Lingling with malicious intent. Zhao Lingling stood in the middle, on the verge of tears, her face filled with fear and helplessness. No matter how strong or unreasonable she was at school, it was still school. These street thugs outside aren't so easy to deal with. A crowd had gathered around, all with expressions of curiosity, but no one dared to step forward. Some even pointed and whispered that Zhao Lingling was dressed so provocatively, she must not be a good girl. Zhao Lingling stood in the center, looking at these few unscrupulous thugs, and she really wanted to cry. She regretted coming here alone and not bringing Su Zhe with her. If she were taken back by these thugs, she dared not even think about the consequences. Just as she was about to cry, Su Zhe's voice came through. "What are you doing?" This shout startled the rowdy youths, who had been about to make a move, and they turned to look at Su Zhe. "Damn it, who is this pretty boy who dares to ruin our fun here? Get out of here." These thugs looked at Su Zhe, who was fair-skinned and looked like a student, and weren't the least bit afraid. These students had already gained experience in dealing with such situations. All they needed was a little scare, and they wouldn't dare to do anything. When Zhao Lingling saw Su Zhe, she immediately clung to him as if he were her last lifeline. Su Zhe, save me." At that shout, the thugs realized that the man named Su Zhe knew the woman in front of them. However, they weren't afraid. The leader gave a nod to the other thugs beside him. The thugs immediately shifted their target and ran toward Su Zhe's side. "Hey, you dare to disturb us? We'll show you what the real world is like today." Su Zhe asked casually, "What are your names?" "Oh my, this kid actually dares to ask for names? Alright, I'll tell you. My name is Zhang San, and he's Li Hui." A thug started hugging the door, then pointed at the leader and said, "Kid, this is our boss, Fire Chicken." When Fire Chicken heard his name mentioned, he couldn't help but lift his head proudly. Su Zhe, who had been keeping his hands behind his back, brought them forward, revealing a phone in his hands. "Officer, you heard what they just said." Upon hearing Su Zhe's words, the thugs immediately turned pale with fear. "Damn it, you little bastard, you're playing dirty with me. Don't let me catch you next time, or I won't let you off easy." The man known as Turkey Guy spat out a threat and turned tail, running off. His henchmen, seeing their boss flee, also turned and ran away one after another. Zhao Lingling witnessed this scene and felt somewhat disappointed. She had been hoping that Su Zhe would come to the rescue, single-handedly take on these thugs, and save her. Instead, he called the police. This didn't align with the plot development. "Are you okay?" Su Zhe walked over to Zhao Lingling. Zhao Lingling glanced at Su Zhe and snorted, "Su Zhe, why didn't you fight with them? Why did you call the police?" Su Zhe was taken aback, staring at Zhao Lingling for a moment before finally managing to speak. "You're crazy. Then turn around and walk away." Zhao Lingling immediately followed suit. "Hey, Su Zhe, where are you going? I'm serious. Isn't that how it's written in novels? The male lead saves the female lead." Su Zhe turned his head to look at Zhao Lingling. "Your life isn't any more precious than mine. Who do you think you are?" Su Zhe spoke these words, then strode forward, leaving Zhao Lingling behind, unsure of what to do. Su Zhe hadn't expected Zhao Lingling's way of thinking to be so different from the norm. Fortunately, he hadn't called the police. Otherwise, when the police arrived, he wouldn't have known how to explain himself. After a moment of daze, Zhao Lingling pouted and muttered under her breath, glaring at Su Zhe's departing figure, not a bit like a male lead." Su Zhe returned to the dormitory, where Lu Zigua had already been waiting. As soon as he saw Su Zhe come back, he rushed over eagerly. "How was your meal with Zhao Lingling?" Lu Zigua asked. "Did you and Zhao Lingling have a good meal?" Lu Zigua asked. Su Zhe replied angrily, "Old Lu, don't involve me in this kind of thing in the future. Zhao Lingling is just a lunatic." After saying that, Su Zhe immediately returned to his desk and ignored Lu Zigua. Lu Zigua was left feeling a bit at a loss by Su Zhe's attitude, so he opened his phone and sent a message to Zhao Lingling. "Lu Zigua, Lingling, how's dinner with Su Zhe?" Not long after, Zhao Lingling replied. "Zhao Lingling, you have the nerve to ask? Lu Zigua, didn't you say Su Zhe apologized to me and took me out for ma lang tang? Is that how you apologize?" Chapter 74, Su Zhe, I was wrong. Chapter 74, Su Zhe, I was wrong. Lu Zigua looked at the message sent by Zhao Lingling and felt delighted. Old Su really knows how to get things done. He even took Lingling out for spicy hot pot. Lingling hates spicy hot pot the most. Once, I invited Zhao Lingling to eat spicy hot pot, but she scolded me so badly I felt like I was being drenched in blood. Old Su actually took her to eat spicy hot pot. Old Sue is indeed a good roommate. Lu Zigua felt happier and happier the more he thought about it, and his eyes were filled with kindness as he looked at Suze. Thinking back to how he had once doubted Suze, he realized how foolish he had been, judging a gentleman by his own petty standards. I mustn't be so petty in the future. Old Sue, what do you want to eat tomorrow morning? I'll bring it for you. Lu Zigua said happily to Suze. Suze waved his hand and said, no need. Lu Zigua saw this and didn't say anything either, instead picking up his phone to chat with Zhao Lingling. Now he needed to let Lingling know how good he was. Lu Zigua, Old Sue, how could you take a young lady like you to eat spicy hot pot? You have no gentlemanly manners at all. Lingling, how about this? I'll treat you to a nice dinner tomorrow night. Lu Zigua saw that he had sent the message, but Zhao Lingling hadn't replied for a while. He knew that Suze had really offended Zhao Lingling, and now he was caught in the crossfire. Lu Zigua, Lingling, what would you like to eat tomorrow morning? I'll bring it to you. But Zhao Lingling still didn't reply. Nevertheless, Lu Zigua had no intention of giving up so easily. Lu Zigua, Lingling, I'll buy some buns and porridge tomorrow and leave them downstairs for you. You can come down and get them then. Zhao Lingling still didn't reply, but Lu Zigua felt happy inside. He glanced at Suze on the bed and sighed, Old Sue, we'll be good friends from now on. Suze lay on the bed, feeling annoyed. Zhao Lingling was such a drama queen. The phone rang insistently. Suze opened it to find a message from Zhao Lingling. Zhao Lingling, Suze, I was wrong. I shouldn't have snapped at you. Zhao Lingling, Suze, the spicy hot pot you ordered was delicious. I'll treat you next time. Zhao Lingling, Suze, don't be angry. I was just scared. I'll apologize to you. You can do whatever you want. Zhao Lingling, Suze, Jr., why don't I show you the new nightgown I bought? Zhao Lingling sent a photo of herself wearing a pink strapless dress. Suze clicked on the photo and zoomed in to take a closer look. He shook his head helplessly. The camera on his phone was too low resolution, he couldn't make out anything clearly. In the girls' dormitory, Zhao Lingling looked troubled, wondering why she had snapped at Suze earlier. If it weren't for Suze, she might have been kidnapped. Looking at the message from Suze on the screen, Zhao Lingling's heart raced. Meanwhile, Lu Zigua's constant messages made Zhao Lingling even more annoyed. Zhao Lingling couldn't help but send Lu Zigua a message. Zhao Lingling, I'm going to sleep. Don't bother me. Lu Zigua saw the message and stared at his phone as if he had found a treasure, immediately replying without delay. Lu Zigua, alright, Lingling, go to bed early. I won't disturb you. Zhao Lingling didn't even glance at him and instead returned to Suze's penguin page. Zhao Lingling, Suze, how do you like my spaghetti straps? Is this apology good enough? Suze thought that since she had already looked at the strapless dress, not replying would be too disrespectful. Suze, I can't see clearly. Zhao Lingling was overjoyed to see that Suze had actually replied to her message. Zhao Lingling, oh my, does the junior want to see it more clearly? Suze, do you have one? Zhao Lingling, oh my goodness, Junior, you're saying that? I have it. As long as you don't get angry, I'll show it to you. Suze, alright, then show me first, and I'll decide whether to get upset or not. Zhao Lingling ran into the bathroom in the dormitory, pulled down her own small strap, and took a selfie. Ha, you won't be able to sleep tonight. Zhao Lingling said triumphantly, then finally sent the photo to Suze with satisfaction. Suze zoomed in on Zhao Lingling's photo and examined it carefully. This one was indeed much better than the previous one. It really does help to make specific requests. Meanwhile, Lu Zigua was in a good mood but couldn't sleep, tossing and turning in bed. I said, guys, have you all gone to sleep? If you're still awake, come out and chat. Old Lu, you can't sleep either, can you? I can't sleep either. Wei Zhu immediately chimed in and asked, Old Su, are you asleep? No. Suze replied, his fingers still scrolling through his phone. This Zhao Lingling was getting more and more brazen, sending Suze several pictures. Suze was examining each one carefully. Since everyone is still awake, let's just chat for a while. Lu Zigua completely ignored Han Jia. Indeed, Han Jia had always been inconspicuous in their dormitory because he rarely spoke. Lu Zigua, as the one who started the bragging session, spoke first. We all said high school was the hardest part, but after high school, college is supposed to be all fun. How come there are still so many subjects in college? Wei Zhu said, you're not the only one who thinks so. I looked at this semester's schedule, and it's no better than high school. It's torture, but at least we can date. I said, Old Wei, you're always thinking about dating, but you haven't dated anyone yet. Are you even capable of it? Lu Zigua said. Wei Zhu immediately retorted, hey, Old Wei, who are you calling incapable? Alright, you're so great. You're the one who hasn't found a girlfriend yet. You were the one who wanted to pursue Qian Shaoting back then. What happened to that? Lu Zigua continued. Wei Zhu rolled his eyes and said, Qian Shaoting is too hard to chase. I added her on WeChat, but she didn't accept my request. I'm currently looking for my next target. But don't talk about me. You still haven't managed to get with Zhao Lingling yet, have you? Lu Zigua said confidently, you don't know anything. I'm just giving her some space to have fun. She'll eventually come crawling back to me. Wow, old Su, your face is thicker than mine. What's so thick about it? I've been in the same school as Zhao Lingling since high school, and I've been chasing her since then. Everyone knows about it. Then how did you become his junior? Wei Zhu asked. How did you end up being his junior? Wei Zhu asked. Lu Zigui replied, it's all because I wanted to go to the same school as her, so I repeated a year. That's impressive. Wei Zhu was a bit impressed by Lu Zigui. To repeat a year of school for a woman, he probably couldn't do that. However, I still envy old Su. Lu Zigui glanced at Su Zhe, who was playing with his phone. What are you envious of? Su Zhe said while admiring it. I envy you for having two female friends who understand you so well. Lu Zigui chuckled. Old Su, we only have one class representative in our class, and there was that girl we had dinner with last time. You're a real catch, having two girls who are school beauties. What are you talking about? I've never heard of this before. Old Su has another girlfriend on the side? Wei Zhu exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 75, Girls, the eternal topic of discussion in the boys' dormitory. Lu Zigui ignored Su Zhe's surprise and continued, Old Su, you say you like that girl more, or our branch secretary? Su Zhe swiped through the photos of Zhao Lingling on his phone and said, I just started college. I don't want to date yet. I just want to study. Wow, Old Su, you're really good at pretending. I look down on you. Lu Zigui said. Wei Zhu also immediately said, I look down on you too. Don't look down on me, old Lu. If you have time, just take Zhao Lingling back. Don't let her go out and cause trouble for others. Look at Zhao Lingling. Sending these photos to herself late at night isn't just tempting people to commit crimes, it's making it impossible for anyone to sleep. This is outright harm. Lu Zigui sighed helplessly. To be honest, Lingling is such a unique girl. Conquering her will take time. Old Su, I see you're pretty good with girls. Why don't you teach me? Lu Zigui looked at Su Zhe. Su Zhe said, actually, girls like Zhao Lingling are easy to deal with. You just have to be tougher than her. Don't follow her around all the time. Make her afraid of you. Lu Zigui heard this and immediately shook his head vigorously. I said, Old Su, you're trying to set me up. You don't know how fierce Lingling was in high school. She was the toughest girl in our class, and no guy dared to mess with her. Su Zhe saw Lu Zigui acting so cowardly and shook his head helplessly. Actually, girls like Zhao Lingling are pretty easy to deal with. The hardest part is making her submit to you and follow you around every day. That's the easiest way to look down on her. However, seeing Lu Zigui like this, she dared not even think about it. Su Zhe could only shake his head. Ah, character determines everything. Lu Zigui also fell silent. He didn't believe a word Su Zhe had said. Look at how much Lingling hates Su Zhe now. If he had followed Su Zhe's advice, he would have been in even worse shape. I'd better stick to my own path. Meanwhile, Zhao Lingling stopped posting after sharing over a dozen photos. Su Zhe, why did you stop posting? Zhao Lingling, you little pervert, taking advantage of your older sister like this and still wanting to watch. Su Zhe, what advantage? I was just showing you the pictures to see if they're clear. In the girls' dormitory, Zhao Lingling was so amused by this remark that she covered her face and laughed out loud. This caused Xiaomu and Xian Xiaoting to glance over here involuntarily. Zhao Lingling, seeing this, immediately shut her mouth. She couldn't let Xiaomu find out that she was flirting with Su Zhe. Zhao Lingling, Su Zhe, are you still angry? Su Zhe, no, I'm not angry. Zhao Lingling saw that Su Zhe said he wasn't angry and couldn't help but exhale. She didn't know why, but she was afraid that Su Zhe would get angry, and if he did, she would feel uneasy inside. Zhao Lingling, what are you doing now? Su Zhe, I'm chatting with Lu Zigui and Wei Zhu. Zhao Lingling, what did you talk about with them? Su Zhe, I'm asking Lu Zigui how to deal with you. Zhao Lingling, deal with your sister, Su Zhe. Don't talk nonsense. Su Zhe saw Zhao Lingling's words and could imagine her angry expression. For some reason, Su Zhe sometimes felt like teasing Zhao Lingling. Lu Zigui saw Su Zhe still playing with his phone and couldn't help but say, Su Zhe, who are you chatting with so late at night? Su Zhe replied, with Zhao Lingling. Lu Zigui heard this and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Old Su, I never thought you were such a braggart. You offended Lingling so badly she wouldn't even acknowledge you. Moreover, Lingling just told me she wanted to go to sleep. Su Zhe didn't bother to explain. Lu Zigui still felt uneasy and picked up his phone to send a message to Zhao Lingling. After a while, Zhao Lingling didn't reply. Lu Zigui was certain that Su Zhe was bragging. Zhao Lingling, Su Zhe, what did you say to Lu Zigui? He sent himself a message again in the middle of the night. Su Zhe, he asked me who I was chatting with, and I told him it was you. Zhao Lingling, Su Zhe, you're dead. I'm not talking to you anymore. Zhao Lingling stopped looking for Su Zhe to chat, and Su Zhe put his phone down. Lu Zigui watched Su Zhe put down his phone and became even more certain that Su Zhe had been bragging earlier. However, the atmosphere suddenly grew quiet. Wei Shu saw that the two weren't speaking and finally interjected. I said, you two have goals. Why don't you share them with me for reference? Alright, old Wei, tell me what you think, and I'll give you some input. Lu Zigua said. As soon as Wei Shu heard this, he sat up immediately. Hee, I've added all the girls in our class. Lu Zigua heard this and said with a look of surprise. Wow, old Wei, when did you add that? Wei Shu said proudly, after the last class meeting, I created a group and added everyone. Wow, old Wei, you're a genius. How did you add them all? Did they all agree? I told them I'm in the same dorm as the class monitor, so if you need anything, you can come find me. Of course they agreed. Wei Shu said. That's fine too. Lu Zigua said in surprise. I'll give it a try too. Saying this, Lu Zigua opened his phone. Wei Shu hurriedly said, I said, old Su, you already have Zhao Lingling, so don't compete with me. Lu Zigua said, what's there to fight over? I'm just adding her as a classmate. I should have kept my mouth shut. Wei Shu said, sounding a bit upset. Oh, Wei, why are you being so stingy? I was just helping you identify it. Lu Zigua said. Wei Shu said, alright, then take a look at someone named Xiao Lily. Xiao Lily? I said, old Wei, you have good taste. You actually like that girl? It's obvious that only Lu Zigua knows this girl. Is she a girl from our class? I haven't noticed her before. Su Zhe asked in confusion. Hey, old Su, do you remember when we were electing the Youth League branch secretary last time? A girl competed with Xia Mu, and she even campaigned for votes. After Lu Zigua reminded him, Su Zhe did recall the incident. Xiao Lily wasn't particularly attractive, and Su Zhe hadn't seen her without makeup, but when she was dressed up, she was probably around a 6 out of 10, though she had a good figure. She also knows how to apply makeup. Su Zhe recalls that at the time, she was the only one in the class whose makeup looked natural, not like someone who had just started learning in college. She is clearly an experienced makeup artist. Wei Shu, seeing that Su Zhe had remembered, couldn't help but ask eagerly, Old Su, what do you think of that girl? I don't know her well. I don't know. Su Zhe replied honestly. Lu Zigua immediately chimed in, Old Wei, I don't think she's that great. Look at the makeup she did last time. Who puts on makeup like that right after starting college? Plus, she speaks in a deliberately girly voice, which sounds really off-putting. Wei Shu was very dissatisfied with Lu Zigua's words and retorted, Old Wei, that's not how you should talk. What's wrong with makeup? Zhao Lingling wears makeup too, and she talks in a sweet voice. Maybe that's just how her voice naturally sounds. I like it that way. What the hell are you doing, Wei Shu? How dare you compare that woman to Lingling? What kind of person is she? Lu Zigua immediately retorted angrily. Wei Shu also responded angrily, why can't I compare them? They're both women. Su Zhe saw that the two were getting more and more heated, so he immediately interrupted them. Alright, let's go to bed. Stop messing around. The dormitory fell silent once again. Chapter 76, How to Promote YY. Everyone lay in bed, each lost in their own thoughts. Wei Ju opened Xiao Lily's chat window, wanting to send something, but after editing for a while, he deleted it, edited again, deleted again, and finally put down his phone. Lu Zigua, meanwhile, was looking at a photo of himself and Zhao Lingling from high school. This was the only photo he had of Zhao Lingling. He silently resolved in his heart that he would do whatever it took to win Zhao Lingling over. However, he also opened Xiao Lily's space. Xiao Lily's space contained many selfies. Lu Zigua looked at them one by one carefully. She was average looking, but her makeup was well done. The next morning, Counselor Wang Jia sent a message in the group chat and attached a form. Scholarship Assistant's Personal Information. Wang Jia, everyone who wants to apply for a scholarship should fill out this form and submit it to the class representative, Su Zhe. Su Zhe glanced at it, replied in the group chat that he had received it, then went out to wash up and run on the playground. Today, Xian Xiaoting arrived early as usual, waiting for Su Zhe. The two of them went through their pre-workout routine in perfect sync before starting to run. Su Zhe and the others ran 10 laps, and by the last few laps, Xian Xiaoting's breathing became heavy and irregular. Su Zhe didn't slow down his pace, waiting until they finished the 10th lap before slowly walking. Xian Xiaoting followed behind Su Zhe, slightly out of breath. You don't have to follow my pace. You can go at your own pace. Su Zhe turned around and said to Xian Xiaoting. Xian Xiaoting smiled and didn't say anything. The two went to the cafeteria for breakfast and then returned to their respective dormitories. Su Zhe took a shower in his dormitory and headed straight for the internet cafe. At the internet cafe, Lu Ruyan saw the boss arrive and immediately went over to greet him. You're here, Lu Ruyan said with a smile. Su Zhe nodded, looking at the people inside the internet cafe. It was still pretty crowded, with about a third of the seats occupied even in the early morning. How about it? Su Zhe asked. Lu Ruyan smiled and said, Boss, ever since we installed the internet cafe management system, more and more people have been coming to use the internet. They all think our service is better than other places. Just as Lu Ruyan was speaking, the front desk computer rang. A 52's guest ordered a bowl of wonton soup and 3 meat buns. Lu Ruyan immediately said to Lu Xiaohu, go get it. Got it, sis. Lu Xiaohu, with ease, went to that spot, took the money from the other person's hand, and then ran off. Suze witnessed the scene and immediately thought of 2 words: food delivery. In later generations, takeout could be found everywhere. Some people couldn't even survive without it, but in 2008, food delivery was still a completely new concept that had never been seen before. Even now, the concept of food delivery hasn't even emerged. This internet cafe management system was originally intended to sell instant noodles and drinks. Now they're even offering food delivery. Suze couldn't help but glance at Lu Ruyan. This woman's mind was indeed no ordinary one. Lu Ruyan, seeing Suze staring at her, thought she had done something wrong and hurriedly explained. Sir, some customers find instant noodles unappetizing and want us to buy them food from a restaurant. Not only will they pay for the food, but they'll also give us a delivery fee. I thought we could do it to earn some extra money. How much is he paying for this order? Suze couldn't help but ask. Lu Ruyan replied, it actually depends on the distance. The dumplings he mentioned are just 1 kilometer away from here, so we charge a 5 yuan delivery fee. What if it's more than a kilometer away? Suze asked curiously. Only to see Lu Ruyan take out a list from the front desk and hand it to Suze, which listed the price per kilometer. The first 2 kilometers are $5 each. $5 extra for every kilometer after that. Suze held the order slip and froze for a moment. The essence of food delivery had been nailed down. No wonder Lu Ruyan went on to become a business tycoon in later generations. However, at that moment, Lu Ruyan felt extremely anxious and uneasy. She glanced at Suze, fearing that he might be dissatisfied. Suze handed the price list to Lu Ruyan and asked again, how are we going to handle Xiaohu? Lu Ruyan said, Xiaohu will walk there. Suze said, let's buy an electric bike. If we don't have enough people, you'll be in charge of hiring them. Lu Ruyan was taken aback, then realized what he meant and exclaimed joyfully, boss, does that mean you agree to this? Suze replied, yes, this service is great, and it can be expanded. Not just our internet cafe, but nearby internet cafes, office buildings, anyone who wants to buy it, we can take their orders. Suja then explained some of the operations related to food delivery from the future. Lu Ruyan listened intently, her eyes growing brighter with each word. She looked at Suze with admiration. She was just an idea, yet her boss had thought of so many things. However, we don't have the resources to expand so quickly right now. You could start by testing the waters in the local area first. Suze suddenly realized he was really short on cash. Although his royalties were still decent, YY had already drained all of it. I'm short on cash. Upon hearing Suze's support, Lu Ruyan was overjoyed and nodded vigorously. Sir, I will definitely do my best. Suze nodded and walked toward his office. Lu Ruyan's excited expression did not fade even after Suze had left. A sense of pride she had never felt before welled up within her. Few people had ever affirmed her from childhood, and she was determined not to let her boss down. Suze walked into the office and found Zhou Wenming tapping away at the keyboard. As Su Zhigang walked in, Zhou Wenming said excitedly, Boss, I've made YY in Happy Farm. So fast. Suja exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Wenming said, Boss, I recruited 2 of my old teammates, and the 3 of us wrote it together. Alright, their compensation will be 1 level lower than yours, after all, you're the technical director at Zisen Technology. Su Zhe said. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenming couldn't help but smile. He had great confidence in his boss. Happy Farm and YY, these 2 products are sure to be a success. Boss, take a look at the product I've written. Zhou Wenming took a step to the side, and Suze walked up to the computer. On the computer desktop was a YY icon. Suze clicked on it and took a quick look, finding it similar to what he knew from the future. Group function. Voice chat feature. Next to it was a large Happy Farm, which Suze clicked on. It was similar to the Happy Farm from later generations, but the graphics were a bit poor. However, with only so many people available, they had done a commendable job. Suze is confident that once this YY goes live, it will definitely go viral. However, the issue now is how to promote it effectively. The internet today doesn't have the development it will have in the future, so even the best watch stores need to be promoted. Otherwise, even the best products may never gain traction. For a moment, Suze was at a loss as to how to promote it. Chapter 77, Baidu arrives. Boss, are you considering the issue of promotion? Zhou Wenming couldn't help but ask Suze, who was frowning deeply. Suze nodded and said, That's right. Our software has been launched, and promotion is indeed an issue. Although we could hire online influencers, they can only create a temporary buzz. If we want genuine promotion, it will be very difficult. Mr. Zhou, actually, we can try Baidu promotion, Zhou Wenming suggested. Baidu. The king of the PC era. The traffic monster of the PC era. In this era, any internet company would think twice before competing with Baidu. Since 2000, when Mr. Li returned to China with his hyperlink analysis technology and founded Baidu at the Beijing Grand Hotel, he embarked on his entrepreneurial journey, creating one PC-era legend after another. In September 2001, Baidu's Chinese search engine was officially launched, marking the beginning of its dominance in the domestic search market. It directly outperformed Google, and in 2005, Baidu went public on the Nasdaq. Today, Baidu is at the peak of its glory, with its stock price soaring rapidly. Moreover, Baidu has almost become synonymous with search. In the future, the three major internet companies in China will be Baidu, Alibaba, and Tencent. Don't underestimate Baidu's stock price, which has been left far behind by Tencent and Alibaba. However, Baidu's stock price is currently far greater than that of the two companies combined. Therefore, when it comes to promoting on the PC side, there's no way around Baidu. In later years, even unknown hospitals that were promoted on Baidu could thrive comfortably. Imagine what YY could achieve with Baidu's promotion. It's hard to fathom. Thinking about this, Su Zhe became even more certain that he should go for Baidu promotion. He wondered if Baidu had implemented the later introduced pay-per-click ranking system. This ranking system gives Baidu tremendous power. Su Zhe looked at Zhou Wenming and asked, "Do you know anyone at Baidu?" Zhou Wenming nodded awkwardly and said, "When I was starting my business, I went to Baidu for investment, but they didn't meet with me. But it's actually not necessary. Baidu has a dedicated department for promotions. We can just give them a call," Zhou Wenming added. Su Zhe thought for a moment and was about to nod. But just then, his phone rang. He opened it to see that it was Lu Yao calling. Su Zhe saw Lu Yao's number and couldn't help but feel puzzled. What could Lu Yao possibly want from him? He rarely got involved in the affairs of the novel website, merely providing them with outlines every so often to keep them writing. And usually, it's the editor-in-chief, Chang'e, who contacts me. Although he was puzzled, Su Zhe still accepted the call. "Is there something wrong with Lu Yao?" Su Zhe asked. On the other end of the phone, Lu Yao sounded a bit excited. "Su Zhe, is there anyone around you? I have something important to discuss with you." Lu Yao's tone was quite agitated. Su Zhe heard Lu Yao's excited tone and glanced at Zhou Wenming. Zhou Wenming, being quite perceptive, walked out. Su Zhe said, "There's no one here. What's the matter?" Lu Yao said excitedly, "You know, there's a company that approached me, wanting to acquire our website, and they're offering 100 million. You know, that's 100 million yuan. Even though novel websites are profitable now. But after deducting costs and expenses each month, there's only a few 100,000 left. If he were to sell 100 million, then Lu Yao would immediately achieve financial freedom." Therefore, upon hearing about the acquisition, Lu Yao was extremely excited and couldn't wait to agree. However, the largest shareholder of the novel website is Su Zhe. Moreover, among the novels on the website, the most popular ones are almost all based on outlines provided by Su Zhe. Lu Yao knows that the reason these novel websites have such a high valuation is largely due to Su Zhe's novels. Therefore, although Lu Yao was extremely reluctant to share this money with Su Zhe, he still called him. However, Su Zhe had not anticipated that someone would want to acquire the tomato novel website. Su Zhe suddenly recalled that in the future, it seemed like major internet companies were behind those novel websites, and some even got directly involved in running them. Tencent acquired Qidian from Shengda. Baidu has acquired Zonghong from Perfect World. Alibaba created Alibaba Literature. Which company is looking to acquire its own novel website? Which company is looking to acquire it? Su Zhe asked. Lu Yao said excitedly, "It's Baidu. It's actually Baidu." Su Zhe was a bit surprised. Wasn't Baidu supposed to acquire Zonghong? Why did they switch to acquiring their own novel website? However, it seems that his rebirth has caused things to develop a bit off course. But it doesn't matter much. In the later history of Su Zhe, novel websites actually had no place in his vision. Investing in a novel website is done for the money. So if I can buy something that can be converted into money, that would be ideal. He is currently in need of money, and Zishan Technology is where he plans to focus his efforts in the future. However, Su Zhe didn't say it directly. Instead, he turned to Lu Yao and asked, "What do you think?" Lu Yao immediately replied, "Su Zhe, my suggestion is to sell it immediately. Although the novel website market is doing well, Qidian is backed by Tencent. While our company, Tomato, has been developing well recently, we don't have a major internet company backing us, so we might be at a disadvantage." In fact, Lu Yao had another thought: money is the most useful thing. Su Zhe saw that Lu Yao was so eager to sell the novel website, and it aligned perfectly with his own thoughts, so he couldn't help but say, "Alright, I agree to sell it too." Lu Yao, seeing that Su Zhe had agreed, immediately became excited. "Alright, Su Zhe, you're in the capital, right? I'll fly there tomorrow, and we can discuss the details, then go find Baidu." Lu Yao said. "Alright, I'm at Beijing University. Just come find me when you arrive." Su Zhe said. "Alright, I'll be there tomorrow." Lu Yao's tone was already filled with excitement. Suze, however, wasn't as excited. After all, in his previous life, his net worth had been in the hundreds of millions. However, he hadn't expected that just as he was about to search for Baidu would actually reach out to him first. Since Baidu was planning to acquire the tomato novel website, I'll make sure to negotiate better terms when the time comes. Zhou Wenming saw Suze finish his call and also began to walk in. Suze said to Zhou Wenming, "You contact Baidu's marketing team first and get our software online. Then hurry up and find some technical personnel." Zhou Wenming nodded, but his face betrayed a hint of reluctance. Suze couldn't help but say, "If there's a problem, just say so." Zhou Wenming said, "Boss, working in an internet cafe might affect our company's image." Suze slapped his head. Indeed, he needed to formalize the company. Working in an internet cafe just wouldn't cut it. I asked Lu Ruyan to look for a suitable place nearby and rent it first. Suze also reminded Zhou Wenming to speed up the development of the app for both Android and Apple systems. Mobile internet is the future. Suze spent some more time at the internet cafe, instructing Lu Ruyan on a few matters, to which she responded with an excited nod. Her worldview was simple: if the boss entrusted her with tasks, it meant the boss valued her, and she had to work hard to prove herself. Chapter 78, Financial Freedom. 2 days later, Lu Yao boarded the earliest flight to the capital city and headed straight for the capital university. Suze got up early as usual to go for a run, had breakfast, and then met up with Lu Yao. "Suze, I have an appointment with someone from Baidu to discuss matters at their headquarters." Lu Yao spoke with a hint of excitement in his voice as soon as they met. "All right." Suze nodded. Lu Yao continued, "However, I think the price should be raised a bit." "What do you think?" Suze recalled that in his previous life, Baidu had acquired Zongheng for around 100 million yuan. This should already be the price they had in mind. This price should be Baidu's target price. It is indeed worth mentioning, but the price is unlikely to increase significantly. Lu Yao smiled and said, "Let's mention it first and see what happens." Suze didn't say anything, and the two of them hailed a taxi and headed toward Baidu's headquarters. The Baidu tower that would later be built had not yet been completed. Construction had only just begun. The place where they are now is not very far from the capital university. It takes about half an hour by taxi to get there. Suze and Lu Yao looked at the Baidu sign in front of them. It would be impossible not to feel excited. After all, this was one of the three giants of China's hottest internet companies. Baidu was currently at the peak of its popularity. Even someone like Suze, who had been reborn, felt a bit excited when he stood before Baidu. Suze suppressed his excitement, thinking that he was destined to enter the mobile internet industry and that he had a clear advantage over them. As long as he could gain traction, Suze was confident that his company's market value would not fall short of Baidu's. The two of them calmed themselves down and headed toward Baidu. Just as they were about to enter the Baidu campus, they were stopped by the security guard at the gate. "What are you doing here?" "Old man, we're here to talk business." Lu Yao smiled as he walked over and pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, offering it to the old man. The gatekeeper didn't take the cigarette and looked at Lu Yao and Suze warily. "Don't try that with me. I'm not having any of that. Are you here to discuss business? Do you have an appointment?" "An appointment? We didn't mention that." Lu Yao felt awkward and scratched his head. The security guard said, "Without an appointment, you can't go in. Baidu isn't just open to anyone. I've seen plenty of people like you trying to sneak in." After saying that, he ignored Suze and Lu Yao. "Damn, are the security guards at Baidu this arrogant?" Lu Yao looked annoyed and was about to step forward to argue further. Suze advised, "Forget it, we're here to talk business. Why don't you go contact that person?" Lu Yao finally gave in and picked up his phone to look for the contact. A few moments later, a man wearing a Baidu ID badge walked over from a distance and approached Suze and the others. "You must be Mr. Lu and Mr. Su from the tomato novel website, right?" the young man said. "Yeah, that's right." Lu Yao nodded. "Our CEO Tao asked me to pick you up." The young man said to the old man at the gate, "Please open the gate, sir." The old man finally opened the door, but didn't even glance at Suze and Lu Yao. Even the gatekeepers at Baidu are different. Lu Yao followed the Baidu employee to an office with a sign that read Tao Lei Deputy General Manager. The young man knocked on the door, and a strong voice came from inside. "Come in." The young man walked in and said, "Mr. Tao, the two executives from the tomato novel website have arrived." "All right, please invite them in," Tao Lei said. "Please come in, gentlemen." Suze and Lu Yao entered the office, and Suze finally saw this Tao Zone. A middle-aged man dressed in a suit, the typical image of an internet industry executive. Tao Lei immediately stood up to greet him, but when he saw Suze, a look of surprise flashed across his face, though he quickly suppressed it. As the acquiring party, they had thoroughly investigated the background of the tomato novel website. This company actually only has two shareholders, Lu Yao and Suze. He had met Lu Yao before, but this was his first time meeting Suze. But Suze was far too young. However, in the internet age, many company founders are also quite young. Tao Lei has encountered many such cases, and while he feels a hint of surprise, it is only a fleeting thought. "Hello, Mr. Tao," Lu Yao replied with a smile, then turned to introduce Su Zhe. "Mr. Tao, this is our company's other major shareholder, Su Zhe. So it's Mr. Su. You're so young. You're really talented. Mr. Tao is being too kind. I just happened to stumble upon it by accident." Su Zhe, in his previous life as a seasoned veteran of business warfare, handled such exchanges with ease. After exchanging a few casual words, they immediately got down to business. The topic of acquisition. "Mr. Su, Mr. Lu, here is our acquisition offer letter. Please take a look." Tao Lei took 2 pre-printed documents from his office desk and handed them to Su Zhe and Lu Yao. Su Zhe and Lu Yao took them and looked at them carefully. The acquisition agreement stated that Baidu would acquire 100% of the Tomato novel website for a total value of 110 million yuan. If the Tomato website can complete the handover within a month, Baidu will pay an additional 5 million. Su Zhe took a look and thought that this acquisition was indeed very favorable for Tomato. Lu Yao saw that the price was 15 million more than what he had received the first time, and was naturally overjoyed. Lu Yao glanced at Su Zhe and then eagerly spoke up, "Mr. Tao, I agree to the price in this contract. I will definitely sell the shares to your company within 1 month. Mr. Lu will definitely be satisfied with his choice in the future," Tao Lei said with a smile. Tao Lei couldn't help but glance at Su Zhe. Now that he had dealt with one, as long as he could handle the other, his mission would be perfectly accomplished. Baidu is all about the search engine, and a search engine is essentially an internet bus. People use search engines to find the information they need, which means that Baidu must help users reach their destination. It cannot just be a bus. Therefore, Baidu is actively seeking some content. Novel websites are one of the platforms they are targeting. However, in Tao Lei's opinion, Su Zhe would definitely agree. After all, Su Zhe is so young. As long as he sells this company, he will immediately achieve financial freedom. Such a temptation is something most young people can't resist. However, Su Zhe put down the acquisition agreement in his hand. Tao Lei witnessed this and couldn't help but furrow his brows, then asked, "Mr. Su, is there something about this offer that you're not satisfied with?" "I am very satisfied with this offer. I have no objections. I fully agree with the quoted price." Su Zhe's words caused Lu Yao and Tao Lei to both sigh in relief. "However, I have another business matter I'd like to discuss with Mr. Tao." Su Zhe spoke up. Chapter 79, Securing Investment. "Oh." Tao Lei raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had investigated Su Zhe and found that he was a first-year student at Beijing University. His ability to become a major shareholder of the Tomato novel website is entirely due to the novels he wrote. As for other aspects, this Su Zhe doesn't have any either. As a businessman, Tao Lei would never turn down a customer who comes to his door. Tao Lei took out his phone, spoke into it for a moment, then turned to Lu Yao beside him and said, "Mr. Lu, please step outside and handle the handover with the rest of our company staff." Lu Yao knew he was being asked to leave, though he was curious about what business Su Zhe was discussing with a major company like Baidu. However, since Mr. Tao had already given the order to leave, he felt awkward staying there. So I said goodbye and was about to leave the office. Only Su Zhe and Tao Lei remained in the office. "Mr. Su, I wonder what business you have to discuss with me." Tao Lei looked at Su Zhe with interest. "Mr. Tao, you can take a look at my materials first, and we can discuss the rest later." Su Zhe took out a USB drive from his pocket. This USB drive contained YY, which was also the most important thing for Su Zhe on this trip. That is to secure investment from Baidu, as he needs Baidu's traffic. Although your own product is top-notch, without traffic, it's all just hot air. During the PC era, Baidu was the king of traffic, and it certainly didn't lack traffic. While paid promotion is an option, it is slow, and Baidu does not always prioritize it. Internet companies are essentially burning money. Su Zhe believes that once his company goes public, it will definitely face suppression from Tencent. Without the backing of a major internet company, his YY platform would likely be driven into bankruptcy. After all, Tencent is the king of imitation. Whatever is popular, they copy. Tao Lei took the USB drive from Su Zhe with interest and plugged it into his own computer. "Why? What is this?" Tao Lei looked at the icon and couldn't help but feel puzzled. However, he clicked on it anyway. But when he opened it, he found that it was just a social chat app, and he immediately lost interest. Nowadays, aren't all social chat apps controlled by Tencent? Who could possibly compete with them? Such an app has no future. "Mr. Su, is this a social messaging app?" Tao Lei asked with little interest. Su Zhe nodded, "Yes, but it works differently from others." Su Zhe knew Tao Lei's thoughts, so he decided to take the initiative at this moment. This YY app focuses on gaming social voice chat. On one hand, users can create group chats and make voice calls within them, and on the other hand, they can also send voice messages. Tao Lei wasn't initially very interested, but after hearing Su Zhe introduce the concept of game-based social voice chat, this was indeed a new aspect. Currently, Tencent is primarily focused on social media, and users can only send text messages. Approaching it from the gaming angle is indeed a viable method. However, Tao Lei didn't immediately agree. Instead, he asked, as far as I know, voice chat is very difficult to implement. It's prone to lag and disconnections. And if you can do it, Tencent can do it too. With Tencent's capabilities, what advantages do you have? Tencent's position in the social media sector is one that no company can afford to ignore. Since Su Zhe has come, he must have already prepared his remarks. In a gaming social media app, the one who takes the initiative is the one who plays the game. Mr. Tao, you can open the game interface next to you, Su Zhe said. Under Su Zhe's guidance, Tao Lei saw a game interface in the top left corner of the YY page and clicked on it. YY Happy Farm. Su Zhe's Happy Farm is almost entirely modeled after later versions. Tao Lei was also trying this setup for the first time. At first, he found it pretty ordinary, but as he played more, he became completely engrossed and wanted his crops to grow faster. However, to make them grow faster, he needed to obtain energy. How does Su Zhe obtain this kind of energy? Tao Lei couldn't help but ask. You need to steal it from your friends. Su Zhe explained the gameplay of Happy Farm. The core gameplay of Happy Farm can be summed up in one word: steal. Steal energy, steal food, and turn what others have worked hard to grow into your own. In today's urban life, everyone feels utterly exhausted. In reality, stealing is illegal, but in this game, stealing is fair game. Tao Lei, being an internet professional, immediately recognized the game's potential. Once the game becomes popular, everyone will have to add friends to steal vegetables, and adding friends will make YY even more popular. Tao Lei's breathing suddenly became rapid. At that moment, he felt that the software in front of him was a genius's design. Mr. Su, are you selling this software? Tao Lei asked excitedly. You think so? Su Zhi rolled his eyes and asked back. Tao Lei awkwardly scratched his head, realizing he had asked something a bit too forward. Mr. Su, this software does indeed have great potential, but I need to report back to my superiors regarding the specifics of how we can collaborate. Tao Lei did not immediately agree. After all, even if he was highly optimistic, he couldn't possibly agree right away. This was business, and the real negotiations were yet to come. If you show too much enthusiasm now, you'll end up at a disadvantage later on. Su Zhe, of course, knew Tao Lei's thoughts. Su Zhe spoke up. Mr. Tao, our software will be fully launched online in 3 days. If we go live and it becomes popular, it will be difficult to negotiate terms afterward. Tao Lei didn't say anything, but thought carefully about it. Mr. Su is talking business. We at Baidu can invest, and we can use our full promotional resources, but we must hold a 51% stake in your company. As soon as Tao Lei finished speaking, Su Zili immediately interjected. Impossible. Mr. Tao, you've seen our YY. This product may not be able to compete with Tencent, but it will definitely carve out a niche in social chat. If this is Baidu's requirement, then there's no point in discussing it further. Su Zhe's words were very firm. Zishan Technology would never allow others to take a controlling stake. He has grand plans and unwavering confidence in the future development of Zishan Technology. If it weren't for the initial goal of securing Baidu's massive traffic, he wouldn't have even considered discussing the matter with Baidu. What are Su Zhong's conditions? Tao Lei asked. Full-scale promotion on Baidu for 1 month, plus 5 million yuan, and a 10% stake in the parent company. Su Zhe replied. Mr. Su seems to have a lot of confidence in his own company. Based on your calculations, that would directly value the company at 50 million yuan. Tao Lei shook his head. That's impossible. Su Zhe said, 50 million is a low valuation for our company. What I value more is Baidu traffic. This is my bottom line. Mr. Tao, please consider it carefully. After saying this, Su Zidao did not say anything else. Baidu agreed to do their best. If they refused, Su Zhe would have no choice but to resort to the most foolish method. Tao Lei looked at the unusually confident young man in front of him and hesitated for a moment. Chapter 80, The Mysterious Evil Fire. This is definitely a great project. However, Su Zhe spoke so boldly right off the bat, causing Tao Lei to hesitate. Alright, you go back first. I'll give you an answer in a day, Tao Lei said. Alright, I'll wait for Mr. Tao's response. Su Zhe didn't expect Tao Lei to agree so quickly. So Tao Lei personally escorted Su Zhe to his office. Outside the office, Lu Yao saw Su Zhe come out and immediately exclaimed excitedly, Su Zhe, what did you discuss with Mr. Tao? Another project I'm working on, Su Zhe replied casually. Oh, I see. Lu Yao nodded and turned to leave. Lu Yao saw that Su Zhe didn't want to talk about it, so he gave up. Su Zhe, I have to go back to Jinling tomorrow to hand over to the people from Baidu. I might go abroad afterward. Let's have a good meal tonight. It'll be our farewell dinner. Lu Yao said. Su Zhe thought about it and agreed. After all, although he hadn't spent much time with Liu Yao, the tomato novel website had brought him his first big paycheck in life. If I didn't want to work hard, I could achieve financial freedom right away. Over 40 million. With this money, I can finally start living it up. Internet companies are all about who can spend the fastest. Lu Gu, since you're in Beijing, let me treat you to dinner. Su Zhe took Liu Yao to a street food alley for barbecue. The two ordered some skewers, and Liu Yao also ordered a few bottles of wine. As they ate and drank, the alcohol flowed freely, and the conversation grew more lively. I said, Su, I really admire you. You're not even 20 yet and you've already achieved financial freedom. At your age, I was still playing video games at school. Liu Yao said with a slight buzz. Su Zhe smiled and said, aren't you also financially free, Lu Gu? Yeah, but without you, our website would probably have gone under long ago. Come have a drink with me. Su Zhe accompanied Liu Yao in drinking a case of beer, and then they got another bottle of white wine. They finally parted ways. Su Zhe walked toward the school in a daze. It was late September, and although there was a breeze, it was still hot. Su Zhe's heart was even more restless. Having achieved financial freedom just a few months after being reborn, it would be strange not to feel excited. But with over 40 million, you could buy several houses in Beijing and just sit back and wait for them to appreciate and value. No need to work hard for the rest of your life. But what's the point of that? Since Su Zhe has been reborn into this life, then in this life, he must at least make a name for himself. Thinking back to my previous life, where I went to university and was betrayed, I can't possibly end up as a beggar again. I must become someone who stands above others. Su Zhe thought back to his past life, and the more he thought about it, the more restless he felt inside. Especially Yi Qiuyu, the woman who had hurt her in his previous life. Su Zhe unconsciously opened his WeChat account and found Yi Qiuyu. Su Zhe, Yi Qiuyu, what are you doing? At that moment, Yi Qiuyu was sitting on a chair in the dormitory with a face mask on. Upon seeing the message from Su Zhe, she couldn't help but feel delighted. She immediately replied to Su Zhe. Yi Qiuyu, Su Zhe, I'm brushing my teeth and getting ready for bed. Su Zhe, what are you sleeping for? Come out here. I'm at the snack street. Su Zhe sent the message and turned off his phone. Today, he felt a strange anger building up inside him. Su Zhe didn't know where this anger was coming from, but he just wanted to vent it out. Yi Qiuyu looked at the domineering tone in Su Zhe's message on his phone. Although she didn't know what was going on with Su Zhe, he had actually taken the initiative to ask her out. This is the first time this has happened since she started college. Yi Qiuyu was thrilled beyond words. She immediately removed the face mask from her face, washed up, applied some makeup, and headed out. Yi Qiuyu's roommates were all curious to see her leaving so late at night. Yi Qiuyu excitedly said, I'm going to chase after my idol. At the snack street, Su Zhe sat there, the effects of alcohol making the lustful flames within him grow stronger and stronger. Yi Qiuyu, on the other hand, arrived at the snack street excitedly, jumping up and down. Upon seeing Su Zhe, she immediately rushed toward him. Su Zhe, I'm here. Yi Qiuyu exclaimed excitedly. But the next moment, Su Zhe stood up, his tone filled with irritation and anger. Why did you take so long? It's just a short distance, and you made me wait this long. Yi Qiuyu lowered his head and said softly, Su Zhe, I'm sorry. It's my fault. Seeing Yi Qiuyu with his head down, looking so wrong, Su Zhe couldn't help but speak again. What's so wrong about that? I just said a few words to you, and you're already feeling wronged? If you're feeling wronged, you don't have to come. No, Su Zhe, I'm not upset. I'm not upset. Don't make me leave. Yi Qiuyu quickly composed himself, putting on a look of willing compliance. Su Zhe saw this and was finally satisfied. Alright, let's go for a walk. Su Zhe said. Yi Qiuyu nodded and followed behind Su Zhe. Next to the snack street was a park where many students often went on dates. Su Zhe didn't go straight back to school but headed toward the park instead. Yi Qiuyu stood there like a timid young bride. Along the way, Su Zhe didn't say a word, and Yi Qiuyu dared not speak either. Su Zhe walked ahead, and Yi Qiuyu followed behind. The two of them walked one in front of the other. Though they didn't speak, Yi Qiuyu's heart was filled with sweetness. Since entering university, she had never been alone with someone like Su Zhe. Looking at Su Zhe ahead of her, Yi Qiuyu's face lit up with a happy smile. Yi Qiuyu. Su Zhe suddenly spoke, causing Yi Qiuyu to hesitate for a moment before immediately responding, Yes, I'm here. Why did you choose Beijing Normal University? With your grades, you should have been able to get into Jinling University, shouldn't you? Su Zhe asked. Yi Qiuyu replied without any hesitation, Su Zhe, don't you know how I feel? I've always liked you and wanted to be your girlfriend. Su Zhe couldn't help but let a cold smile flicker across his lips. In his previous life, Yi Qiuyu had deceived him in exactly the same way. Since you're still saying that today, I'll see just what kind of girlfriend you really want. A girlfriend, okay, I can accommodate your choice today, but it'll only be for one night. Really? Yi Qiuyu was thrilled. She never expected Su Zhe to say that. So now I'm your girlfriend? Yi Yu excitedly grabbed Suze's arm. Just tonight. Suze said coldly. One night is fine. Zay. Yi Yu immediately tiptoed and kissed Suze on the face. But just as he was about to step back, Suze suddenly wrapped his arm around Yi Yu's waist and lifted her up. Suze and Yi Yu were tightly pressed against each other. Suze could feel Yi Yu's heartbeat. Yi Yu was overjoyed inside, her face blushing with a hint of anticipation. Suze, hurry up and make your move. Suze looked at the stunningly beautiful Yi Yu in front of him, when suddenly a cool breeze blew across the lake. Instantly, his previously foggy mind cleared up. Today, under the influence of money and alcohol, I had become a bit reckless. Suze slowly removed his hand from Yi Yu's slender waist. Chapter 81. A normal person wouldn't do such a thing. Yi Yu felt Suze's hand slip off his waist. A sense of disappointment welled up inside him. Although Suze's expression had made her a little afraid earlier, it was mostly joy. It reminded her of the past. Suze said to Yi Yu, I'll have a drink. It was my fault earlier. Upon hearing Suze's apology, Yi Yu burst into tears. Tears streamed down her face in large drops as she sobbed uncontrollably. Suze, am I really that despicable? Do you only think of me when you're drunk? Is that how I am in your heart? Suze looked at Yi Yu's pained expression and hurriedly said, No, I just had a few drinks and my attitude was a bit off. I was wrong about this. I apologize to you. No, I don't want you to apologize. Yi Yu walked toward Suze, grabbed his hand, and placed it on her waist. I want you to hold me and tell me you love me. Suze wanted to pull his hand back. Autumn rain isn't good, is it? But Yi Yu clung tightly to Suze's hand, refusing to let him pull it away. Not only that, but she moved her entire body towards Suze's embrace, pressing tightly against him. Suze, I don't care, I like you, don't be angry with me, okay, let's make up. Suze looked at Yi Yu's big eyes staring at him, filled with longing. At that moment, she resembled a wounded little rabbit in need of comfort. Autumn rain, I really am not ready to talk about love yet. Suze said. Alright, if you're not dating, then what's your relationship with Xiaomu? Yi Yu looked at Suze. At that moment, Suze couldn't help but think of Xiaomu and her smile. Yi Yu seemed to have read Suze's thoughts. Fuming, she opened her mouth and bit down hard on Suze's arm. Suze, you're with me and you're thinking about another woman. Yi Yu said angrily. Yi Yu, you're crazy. Suzishing angrily pulled his hand back and glared at Yi Yu. Yi Yu, who had been fuming, caught Suzishing's glare and his aura instantly softened. Suze, don't be angry. Let me blow on you. No need. Suze pulled his hand out directly. That's enough, you can go back now. Yi Yu looked at Suze pitifully. It was so late, and the school dormitory was already closed. I can't get in now. Suze checked the time. It was indeed very late, already 11 p.m. at night. Suze, what should I do? I have nowhere to stay, Yi Yu said pitifully. Suze looked at Yi Yu's pitiful expression, thinking that Yi Yu had called him out herself. Alright, I'll get you a room, Suze said. But I'm scared to stay in a hotel alone. Suze, I want you to stay with me. Yi Yu said pitifully. Suze was about to refuse. He could always go back to the dormitory. Although the dormitory was locked, he could climb over the fence to get in. However, seeing Yi Yu's pitiful appearance, he softened his heart. Alright. Suze said. Yi Yu saw that Suze had agreed and couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. When it came to what was abundant near the university, hotels and inns were countless. Suze didn't know either. Why were there so many hotels around the university? Don't everyone have dormitories? Suze was leading Yi Yu, while Yi Yu was holding onto Suze's arm. The two of them looked like a couple deeply in love. Suze found a hotel that looked more legitimate than the others. The waiter gave me 2 rooms. Suze said. No, waiter, 1 room is enough for us. Yi Yu said, lowering his head in embarrassment. The hotel front desk, upon hearing Suze and Yi Yu's words, gave a nonchalant expression and said, 150 yuan per night. Alright. Suze nodded, paid the money, and took the key. Suze and Yi Yu walked toward the room together. The room was on the 402nd floor. Suze got on the elevator, arrived at the room, and opened the door. It was a large bed. Yi Yu's face turned red upon seeing this scene. Suze, I didn't expect you to be so bad. Yi Yu said with a red face. Suze was completely baffled. How had he ended up booking a double bedroom? How were these two supposed to sleep? Cough, maybe they got it wrong. I'll go change rooms. But before Suze could finish speaking, Yi Yu snatched the room keycard from his hand, her face flushing red. But just as Suze finished speaking, Yi Yu snatched the room keycard from him, her face flushing red. Suze, can we squeeze in together tonight? Ignoring Suze's objections, he entered the room. Suze thought about it. Since Yi Yu hadn't said anything, what could he, a grown man, say? So Suze went in as well. The hotel room wasn't very big, just a large bed and a bathroom. Suze was reeking of alcohol today and wanted to take a shower and go straight to bed. However, as a gentleman, he asked Yi Cho-yu politely, "Shoyu, are you taking a shower?" Yi Cho-yu shook his head immediately upon being asked. "Alright, I'll go wash up then." Saying that, Suze walked inside. Yi Cho-yu blushed, with various scenes constantly flashing through her mind. What should I do? If Suze does something to me, should I refuse? But I'm not ready yet. Yi Cho-yu really likes Suze and wants to date him. However, things are moving too fast and Suze hasn't agreed to be her boyfriend. Yi Cho-yu felt more and more embarrassed as she thought about it, and her face grew redder. Suze took a shower and felt refreshed, but also very tired. Yi Cho-yu saw Suze come out of the shower, blushing and lowering her head, unable to say a word. Suze looked at her and said only one sentence. "I'm going to bed first. If you're not busy, go to bed early." Saying that, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Today, he spent the entire day on Baidu, seeking investment and selling shares. This could be considered the most crucial moment in Suze's life to change his destiny. He was indeed feeling a bit exhausted, so he lowered his head and soon fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Yi Cho-yu sat on the bed, his heart racing. She had read quite a few romance novels, and in such plots, the couple usually ended up doing something together. So she was sure that Suze was just pretending to sleep and putting on a show. As a girl, she had to maintain her dignity. But gradually, he realized that Suze had actually fallen into a deep sleep, and his breathing began to grow heavier. Yi Cho-yu was at a loss for what to do. Was he really asleep? Running a hotel is really just sleeping. Is this something a normal man should be doing? Yi Cho-yu felt a moment of disappointment. She was just that unattractive. But deep down, she felt a little relieved that Suze wasn't the kind of person to just go after anyone. Yi Cho-yu happily washed up, then tiptoed over to the bed, lay down, and looked at Suze on the bed. She clenched her teeth and said, "Suze, I must have you." Chapter 82, Yi Cho-yu's Imagination. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight shone onto the bed in the room. Suze frowned and opened his eyes, shaking his head vigorously. The alcohol from yesterday still made his head ache a little. Although in his previous life, he was a seasoned veteran of the drinking scene. However, this time, after being reborn, it was the first time he had drunk so much. "My head is pounding." Suze felt thirsty and wanted to get out of bed to drink some water. But just as he was about to rise, he noticed a snow-white arm resting on his chest. Suze turned his head and saw that it was Yi Cho-yu. How did she end up in his bed? Suze's first reaction was to check himself. Fortunately, nothing had happened. "I'm still a whole man." Suze's actions woke Yi Cho-yu up. At that moment, she shyly looked at Suze, her face flushed. She couldn't believe how bold she had been last night, sleeping in the same bed with Suze. This was the craziest thing she had ever done. At that moment, Yi Cho-yu's heart was racing. She was wondering if Suze would take responsibility for her. Would he directly ask her to be his girlfriend? As for those wild women, they were all dumped. Yi Cho-yu couldn't help but recall those beautiful scenes in his mind. Right now, Suze was hugging him and begging him, "Cho-yu, let me be your boyfriend." She, Yi Cho-yu, replied indifferently, "Suze, we're both adults. Let's just consider this a dream. I won't dwell on it." Suze said, "No, I like you. Cho-yu, don't reject me." "Alright, I'll agree to you. Starting today, you must delete all the other women and stop contacting them." Suzili immediately agreed and deleted all the women's information from his phone. Yi Cho-yu couldn't help but smile as she thought about it. But when she turned her head, she saw that Suze had already stood up, facing away from her and getting dressed. Yi Cho-yu saw Suze's figure for the first time and couldn't help but swallow hard. Seeing that Suze didn't speak, she took the initiative to start the conversation. "Suze, we're all adults now. What happened last night, I'll pretend it never happened." After Yi Cho-yu finished speaking, she waited for Suze to ask her to be his girlfriend. Then the plot unfolded exactly as he had imagined. However, Suze turned around and gave Yi Cho-yu an odd look. "Yi Cho-yu, did something happen between us last night?" As soon as she said this, Yi Cho-yu couldn't help but glance at her clothes, as if something was missing. It did indeed seem as though nothing had happened. But last night they all slept together. "Suze, we all slept together last night," Yi Cho-yu said. Suze looked at Yi Cho-yu and said, "Weren't you the one who asked me to sleep with you? And didn't I fall asleep first? Alright, I have something to do. I'll head back to school first." Without waiting for Yi Cho-yu to respond, Suze put on his shoes and left the hotel. In the room, Yi Cho-yu watched Suze's departing figure. This plot isn't developing the way I imagined it would. At that moment, a hint of regret flickered through her mind. Why hadn't she been braver last night? Perhaps today's outcome would have been different. But he didn't mention how much Yi Cho-yu regretted it. Suze returned to his own dormitory. Last night, he didn't come back at all. When Wei Zhu saw Su Zhe in the dormitory, he immediately asked in a gossipy tone, Old Su, where did you go last night? You didn't come back to the dormitory all night. Su Zhe replied casually, I was online. Old Su, what internet cafe is so appealing that you didn't come back all night? Nothing much, just wanted to play some games. Su Zhe didn't want to say anything more on the subject and spoke directly, what's up? Are you the only one in the dorm? Old Lu went to look for Zhao Lingling early this morning, and Han Jie said he went to the library. So I'm the only one left in the dorm. Wei Zhu said. Actually, Wei Zhu was mostly alone most of the time. Seeing that no one was in the dormitory, Wei Zhu glanced at Su Zhe, looking as though he wanted to say something but couldn't bring himself to do so. Su Zhe couldn't help but say, if there's something on your mind, just say it. Wei Zhu hesitated before finally speaking up, Old Su, I want to apply for financial aid for students from low-income families. Do you think I have a chance? Upon hearing this, Su Zhe suddenly remembered that he had forgotten about this matter. He couldn't help but open his QQ account and found that many people had sent him messages, saying that they had filled out the form and wanted to know when to submit it. Sure, it's just an application. As long as it meets the criteria, it should be fine. Wei Zhu couldn't help but feel happy when he heard Su Zhe say that. Really? I'll send you the form right away. Alright, send it quickly. I need to submit it this afternoon, so please send it to me in the morning. Su Zhe said. Alright, I'll send it to you right away. Wei Zhu immediately picked up a form and handed it to Su Zhe. Actually, Wei Zhu had already filled it out, but he hadn't given it to Su Zhe yet. He was afraid that if he applied for this, Su Zhe would look down on him. He wouldn't play with him anymore. But seeing that Su Zhe didn't seem to mean it, Wei Zhu finally let out a sigh of relief. Su Zhe sent it out to the class group chat. Boys should bring it to their own dorm rooms, while girls should go to Xiamu's dorm room and give it to Xiamo. As soon as the message was sent out, people started coming to submit their forms. Before long, Su Zhe had collected about 8 forms. Su Zhe sent a message to Xiamu, asking how many forms the girls had collected. Xiamo said there were about 5. That means there are 13 in total. In fact, nowadays, except for a few families who are truly impoverished, most families are not particularly poor. But thousands of dollars for a semester is not considered excessive. Just now, there was a student with an iPhone 3 filling out the form for himself. Su Zhe and Xiamu agreed on a time and headed toward the counselor's office together. In Wang Jie's office, Wang Jie looked at the form in his hands. After glancing at it, he said to Su Zhe and Xiamu, our class has a total of 10 spots, but there are currently 13 people. I've looked through them, and after excluding the one with the best qualifications, there are 2 left. You two take a look and see who you think is suitable. Wang Jie took out 2 forms, one for Wei Zhu and one for Xiao Lily. Wei Zhu's form stated that his parents were ill and could only work as farmers. Xiao Lily, on the other hand, wrote that she came from a single-parent family. Old man, why don't you call them over and have them explain in detail, then you can make a judgment. Su Zhe said. Wang Jie thought for a moment, nodded, and said, alright, have the 2 of them come to my office. Su Zhe and Xiamu left the office. Su Zhe sent a message to Wei Zhu and another to Xiao Lily. Su Zhe, Wei Zhu isn't your roommate. Why didn't you just recommend him directly? Xiamu asked, following behind Su Zhe. Su Zhe shrugged and said, in this kind of situation, my recommendation wouldn't make a difference, and the school's rewards should go to those who need them more. Chapter 83, YY logs in. Chapter 83, YY logs in. I thought you'd choose Wei Zhu. Xiamu smiled lightly. But after reviewing their information, I believe Wei Zhu has the highest chance of receiving this scholarship. Su Zhe nodded, but did not pursue the matter further. He really didn't want to get involved in the scholarship matter. Seeing that Su Zhe didn't bring up the topic, Xiamu didn't say anything either, and the 2 parted ways on the road. Su Zhe went straight to the internet cafe. Su Zhe thought for a moment. No matter what, he had to log into YY first. He couldn't wait for Baidu's answer. So Su Zhe immediately contacted Jiang Hao and instructed him to prepare the online commentators. Meanwhile, Su Zhe called Zhou Wenming into his office and asked, how about it? Can YY go online? Zhou Wenming nodded confidently. Yes. Alright, then we'll confirm the YY broadcast for 12 p.m. today. Zhou Wenming said, then we don't need to wait for Baidu's response. Su Zhe said, let's not wait. The internet needs to be fast. And Suja has money now. If all else fails, we can just throw money at it to build a road. Jiang Hao, I'll give you 500,000 yuan. Hire more online trolls, especially in various game groups and forums where people are talking about YY. Su Zhe said. Jiang Hao was taken aback by Su Zhe's words and asked in disbelief, Jizi, how much are you talking about? 50,000. Su Zhe replied. That much. Jiang Hao couldn't believe it. However, Su Zhe didn't say much. He simply transferred 50,000 yuan into Jiang Hao's account. Only then did Jiang Hao believe him. Wow, Zizi, when did you get so rich? Jiang Hao was utterly shocked. However, Su Zhe didn't say anything. Instead, he turned to Zhou Wenming and said, Zhou Wenming, starting now, you and your technical team will monitor YY's data. If there's any feedback, you must resolve it immediately. Zhou Wenming immediately replied, yes. Ruyan, go install YY on all the computers in our internet cafe, then recommend it to the customers. Su Zhe said. Yes, boss. Lu Ruyan nodded. Although she knew that her efforts might be like trying to put out a fire with a cup of water, she was willing to do anything to help her boss. After 12 p.m., YY officially went live. As soon as it went live, the Water Army began frantically promoting it and setting the tone. They started posting messages in various groups and online forums. Some even posted screenshots of YY Happy Farm on various platforms. Meanwhile, the ads purchased on Baidu earlier are also taking effect. Su Zhe took a look and knew that this thing probably wouldn't see explosive growth anytime soon. After all, his promotional methods were still too inexperienced. Alright, everyone, don't worry. Let's wait for the data. Since everyone is here today, I'll talk about Zhishing technology. As soon as Su Zhe said this, Lu Ruyan instinctively stepped back. But just as she was about to leave, Su Zhe spoke up, Ruyan, don't go. You're also part of Zhishing technology. But just as she was about to leave, Su Zhe spoke up, Ruyan, don't go. You're also part of Zhishing technology. Me too. Lu Ruyan looked utterly astonished. That's right. Su Zhe nodded firmly. Lu Ruyan finally stayed behind. In the office, there were now Su Zhe, Jiang Hao, Zhou Wenming, and Lu Ruyan. Su Zhe spoke first. Zhishing technology was just established. Since you're all here, you're part of our startup team. YY is our first project, but it won't be the last. Therefore, our team still needs to formalize its structure. I plan to invest 10 million yuan. Su Zhe's 10 million yuan export figure left everyone present speechless with astonishment. 10 million, that's no small sum. I am the chairman and CEO of Zhishing Technology. Zhou Wenming is the technical director, Jiang Hao is the marketing director, and Ruyan is the financial director. Each director holds a 2% stake in the company. 2%, based on 10 million, that's still 200,000. In other words, you can get 200,000 without doing anything. Lu Ruyan hurriedly said, Mr. Boss, I don't understand finances and I can't accept the shares. If you don't understand, you can learn. Since I've chosen all of you, we're in this together to start a business and do something that will change the internet era. Why should internet companies only be Baidu, Alibaba, and Tencent? Can't we do it? Zhishing technology is just the starting point. I believe that in 10 years, you will all be glad you made this decision today. Su Zhe started to get everyone fired up. After all, as the boss, he had to motivate his employees with big promises. After all, Su Zhe had been a boss in his previous life, so he was still quite skilled at painting a rosy picture. Zhou Wenming and Jiang Hao were fired up by Su Zhe's words, while Lu Ruyan looked at Su Zhe with admiration and respect in her eyes. Additionally, everyone, starting from now, Zhishing Technology will be taking a formal approach. First, the technical director will begin hiring staff and searching for an office location. Second, the financial director will be responsible for managing every single transaction. Su Zhe began assigning tasks. Everyone nodded enthusiastically. Then it's my turn. Jiang Hao asked impatiently. Su Zhe looked at him and said, you should focus on learning advertising and public relations first. The most important thing right now is to control that group of online trolls and hire more of them. The online trolls were the most effective force Su Zhe currently had at his disposal. I understand. Jiang Hao was also full of enthusiasm. I understand. Jiang Hao is also full of enthusiasm. The first board meeting of Zhishing Technology concluded in this manner, with everyone having their own goals in mind. Time ticked by, and at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Wenming suddenly shouted excitedly. Boss, our YY download count has exceeded 100,000. Su Zhe was also taken aback upon hearing the download count. However, it's understandable. With so many resources invested, the initial growth rate will naturally be high. The key lies in whether the system can effectively absorb and process the influx of users in the long run. Alright, keep up the good work. Su Zhe said. Zhang Lei was an unemployed guy who loved hanging out at internet cafes. Today, he logged onto his favorite gaming forum and was about to start browsing. Suddenly, he was bombarded with numerous game recommendations. This was something Zhang Lei had grown accustomed to. These were all paid commenters, and he had seen this before. Zhang Lei skipped these posts and looked at the ones below. However, the posts that interested him were quickly finished, so he idly clicked on the Water Army game post. YY Happy Farm. Such a cartoonish trash game can actually be made? What kind of idiotic company came up with this? Zhang Lei, I was originally going to click the dislike button, but I accidentally clicked on a link in the game post instead. This link took him directly to a new page, which was YY Happy Farm. This was specially set up by Su Zhe and his team so that users can experience it without downloading any software. Since Zhang Lei had already opened it, he decided to give it a try, as he had nothing else to do anyway. These words popped up on the computer screen. Dear user, would you like to activate YY Happy Farm? Zhang Lei clicked yes without hesitation. Dear user, you do not have a YY account. Would you like to register? Zhang Lei is very familiar with registering game accounts and can simply click register. He then obtained an account and completed the password setup. YY Happy Farm is now available for you. Chapter 84, It's Trending. After registration is complete, Zhang Lei clicked on it. At first, Zhang Lei had no interest in the game at all, finding it too childish. However, as he played more, he found himself getting hooked without even realizing it. At first, Happy Farm levels up very quickly. All you had to do was plant a single crop, harvest it, and you could level up. After upgrading, you can expand your land and enjoy more rights and gameplay options. The most important aspect of Happy Farm is that each level up unlocks new gameplay features, new crops, and new land. For example, on this farm, you need to get rid of pests, water the plants, and you can even decorate it or keep pets like dogs and cats. Of course, these tasks require a higher level. Zhang Lei became increasingly engrossed in the game, and before he knew it, an hour had passed. Damn it, why is the upgrade so slow? I wanted to plant eggplants. Zhang Lei muttered angrily. Later, Zhang Lei discovered that there was a Steal Vegetables button on the YY Happy Farm game. This is it. Zhang Lei curiously clicked on it. A prompt appeared on the page, Dear user, you can steal your friend's dishes to level up. Stealing your friend's dishes, who knew you could do that? Zhang Lei's eyes lit up as he finally noticed the friend list in the top left corner of the Happy Farm page, but it was completely empty. Zhang Lei immediately clicked on Friends, which took him to a page to download the YY app and add friends. Zhang Lei followed the prompts to start downloading the YY app, entered his account information, and finally logged in. Then he logged into his QQ account and shared the Happy Farm page on his QQ. Zhang Lei, I found a fun game that everyone can try called YY Happy Farm. If you're interested, add me as a friend and let's play together. Zhang Lei is a veteran gamer in the group. After he sent the message, someone in the group immediately asked, What is this YY Happy Farm? Is it fun? Can you fight in it? Is it as fun as Legend of Mir and World of Warcraft? Give us a link so we can try it out. Zhang Lei looked at the people in the group and asked, then sent another message. Zhang Lei, it's not a fighting game, but it's pretty fun. I'll send everyone a link and add you as a friend while I'm at it. This is Zhang Lei's real motive. He wants to add friends to Steal Vegetables. Leveling up is taking too long, and the crops in the field won't be ready for several more hours. He can't wait any longer. Some people in the group have started playing, while others are dismissive. However, Zhang Lei did add a lot of people, and once he did, the vegetable stealing adventure began immediately. Such scenes were common in internet cafes everywhere. At Suzai's internet cafe, Zhou Wenming stared intently at the screen, watching the data on it, his heart racing with excitement. He had also tried his hand at entrepreneurship, but the software he developed hadn't even reached 10,000 downloads, let alone 100,000. Baidu. Tao Lei stared at the YY on his computer, still hesitating. The 5 million yuan investment wasn't the issue, it was the nationwide promotion on Baidu that he couldn't decide on as just a vice president. Tao Lei was still hesitant, mainly because the entire Baidu investment department wasn't just him as a vice president, and the general manager of the investment department had just resigned. They were now vying for the position of general manager of the investment department. If he made a mistake, he might lose his chance at becoming general manager. However, this project is indeed quite promising. While Tao Lei was hesitating, he couldn't help but open Baidu and search for YY Happy Farm. He discovered that YY Happy Farm was actually online, and the download count had already surpassed 100,000. That was fast. Tao Lei was a bit confused, so he opened YY Happy Farm and started playing. After all, this wasn't his first time playing, so he registered an account and got the hang of it quickly. However, within moments, he had already leveled up to level 3. As for the next steps, Tao Lei knew he needed to add friends. But YY is just getting started, will there be anyone there? Tao Lei opened the forum and discovered that there was actually a YY Happy Farm mutual friend adding forum within it. The first post was YY Happy Farm, let's add each other as friends. When you click on it, many people have posted their YY usernames and added a note about adding each other as friends. Tao Lei took a look and saw that the post had already reached over 99 pages. As the vice president of Baidu's investment department, Tao Lei undoubtedly possesses a keen business acumen. This YY Happy Farm is going to be a huge hit. So he immediately stood up and headed toward the highest office in the company. This floor was where the president of Baidu, Mr. Li, had his office. Suzai wasn't unaware of Tao Lei's inner thoughts. He was currently monitoring the backend. Boss, we're running low on servers. We need to expand immediately, or else our servers will crash soon, Zhou Wenming said excitedly. He never imagined that this YY would become so popular. What are you waiting for? Buy it. There are still people left. Hurry up and get them for me. Suzai said. Suzai didn't expect YY Happy Farm to be so popular so quickly. It's only been a few hours. At Baidu headquarters, Tao Lei emerged from the general manager's office with a delighted expression on his face. Earlier, Mr. Li had agreed to his request, but with one condition: the shares must be 20% and the investment could be 20 million. Tao Lei excitedly picked up his phone and found Su Zhe's phone number. Su Zhe saw Tao Lei's call and answered it. Tao Lei's cheerful voice came through. Su, regarding the Baidu investment, I've already reported it to Mr. Li, and he agreed. Not only will we get a month of full site promotion, but we can also invest 20 million. Su Zhe heard this and furrowed his brows. Capitalists wouldn't be that generous. What are the conditions? Su Zhe asked. Tao Lei replied, we need 20% of your company's shares. He really values the shares. Impossible, I'll give you no more than 10%. Su Zhe refused outright. Su, don't refuse so quickly. We're promoting this across the entire Baidu platform, and you're getting 20 million in investment for 20% of the shares. You're not losing out, Tao Lei explained. Su Zhe shook his head and said, Mr. Tao, my bottom line is 10%. Tao Lei frowned. He hadn't expected Su Zhe to be so firm. Not even 20% of the shares could be relinquished. However, this 20% shareholding is Mr. Li's minimum condition. For a moment, Tao Lei was at a loss. Mr. Tao, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Su Zhe said this and hung up the phone. Tao Lei was in trouble. He opened it again and found that the download count for his farm game had reached 500,000. This number was already staggering, and it had only been a few hours. He gritted his teeth and decided to talk to Mr. Li after all. This was definitely a good project. Without mentioning Tao Lei, after breaking through the 500,000 mark, Su Zhe and the others were thrilled. However, as time went on, the download numbers started to drop. By around 7 p.m., it had reached 800,000, still a bit short of breaking the 1 million mark. Su Zhe realized that the role of the paid commenters had likely reached its limit, and whether further growth was possible would depend on genuine promotional efforts. However, he would never agree to Baidu's demands. 10% of the shares is his bottom line. Chapter 85, Stealing from One's Own Boss. Since that was the case, he had no choice but to play his trump card, fertilizer. Accelerate plant growth, add friends, and steal from friends to obtain it. This can definitely be called an aphrodisiac, capable of rapidly accelerating the growth of YY. So Su Zhe had Zhou Wenming log in fertilizer. Sure enough, as soon as the fertilizer was applied, the data that had previously stopped growing began to surge again. Boss, our data is about to reach 1.5 million. Zhou Wenming's breathing began to quicken. 1.5 million downloads, this was definitely a sign of success. Su Zhe nodded. 1.5 million was slightly beyond his budget. However, the figures remained unchanged after 1.5 million, which was probably the current ceiling. Alright, everyone worked hard tonight. Get some rest early, and let's all focus on completing our tasks tomorrow. Alright. Everyone spoke in unison. Now everyone admires Su Zhe greatly. 1.5 million, and that's just for one day. Baidu, Tao Lei returned home late at night and couldn't sleep. So he got up, went to his study, and opened YY Happy Farm. He remembered that some of his crops were ready to harvest. It was just the right time to harvest them and plant some more. However, when he opened his YY Happy Farm, he discovered that there were only a few left in his farm. Oh no, my vegetables. Tao Lei couldn't help but shout out loud. But just a moment later, he remembered that this YY Happy Farm game had a feature where you could steal vegetables. In other words, his vegetables had been stolen by those people in his contact list. These contacts were all added by Tao Lei from a forum. He doesn't know them personally. He originally added them with the intention of stealing their dishes. However, now he hasn't stolen anything yet, and his own dishes have disappeared. Alright, you stole mine. Tonight, I'll steal everything you stole from me back, or I'll change my last name. So Tao Lei began to open every friend on his YY Happy Farm. Some of his friends' farms had vegetables that were ripe, and Tao Lei quickly stole them. After stealing them, he felt a strange mix of joy, excitement, and tension. It was just like when he was a child and secretly took money from home to buy candy. Tao Lei became more and more enthusiastic about stealing. Some of his friends weren't very close yet, but he took out a piece of paper and started writing down the corresponding times when these friends were online on their farms. Then he slapped it on the table and fell asleep. But just as he dozed off, he suddenly heard his computer beep. Someone had added him as a friend. Tao Lei didn't think much of it and accepted the request, figuring that one more person meant one more chance to steal vegetables. Tao Lei prepared all sorts of strategies and started sneaking out at night, stealing one vegetable here and there. His level rose rapidly. Moreover, Tao Lei noticed that the friend who had just joined him was clearly a newbie. As soon as his dish was ready, Tao Lei immediately went to steal it. Since he was of a lower level, his dish cooked faster. Tao Lei stole them while feeling smug inside. Hee hee, kid, with me joining in, you're really out of luck. Tonight, all your food is mine. Tao Lei felt like a devil. The owner of this account, on the other hand, was like a child who had just been bullied mercilessly. At Baidu's headquarters, Mr. Lee's expression was grim as he stared at the screen in front of him. His dish had disappeared again, stolen once more, and this time by Tao Lei. This Tao Lei is actually staying up late at night playing games. It seems like he doesn't have enough tasks during the day. We'll have to assign some extra tasks to the investment department tomorrow. However, Mr. Lee isn't one to back down. If he's stealing from his own company, then I have to steal from his. It's only fair to reciprocate. So Mr. Lee also began calculating the time it would take for the vegetables in Tao Lei's farm to ripen. This mutual theft was not limited to Tao Lei and Mr. Lee alone. At first, Mr. Lee was just trying out the happy farm game out of curiosity, but before he knew it, he had become completely hooked. This happens to almost everyone who plays YY Happy Farm. The next morning, Tao Lei went to work with dark circles under his eyes. Once he sat down in his office, the first thing he did was open YY Happy Farm, harvest all his mature crops, and then replant the vegetables he wanted to grow. Then I go to my friends' farms to raid them, and only then do I close YY Happy Farm with a satisfied smile. Then I brewed a cup of coffee and got ready to work seriously. But just as he finished brewing the coffee, a staff member knocked on the office door. "Mr. Tao, Mr. Lee wants you to come over." Tao Lei was taken aback, but immediately smiled and said, "Alright, I'll go right away." So Tao Lei put down his coffee, tidied up his clothes, and headed to Mr. Lee's office. Mr. Lee sat at his desk, looking at Tao Lei across from him without saying a word. Meanwhile, Tao Lei felt his heart racing, unsure of what his boss was planning. However, he hadn't slept well the previous night and was extremely tired, unable to resist yawning. "Mr. Tao didn't sleep well last night," Mr. Lee said with a smile. Tao Lei hurriedly said, "Boss, I had a bit of insomnia last night, so I didn't sleep well." "Oh, insomnia? You should really take care of that. Otherwise, it'll be tough to get through the night without sleep." Tao Lei found his boss's words increasingly strange. When did his boss start caring so much about his subordinate's sleeping habits? "Boss, if there's nothing else, I'll go to work first." Tao Lei felt he should go out and get some coffee, otherwise, the day would be ruined. However, Mr. Lee clearly had no intention of letting Tao Lei leave. "Mr. Tao, don't worry. I took a good look at the project you gave me yesterday and tried it out last night. It seems promising, but there are a few things I don't understand, so I'd like to ask you about them," Mr. Lee said. Upon hearing this, Tao Lei immediately replied, "Alright, boss." "Alright, then take a look for me." Mr. Lee turned his computer over, and the page was indeed YY Happy Farm, and his level was already 3. This means that the boss hadn't just started playing. Tao Lei didn't expect his boss to get involved, and was about to take advantage of the situation. But looking at the boss's account name, Clouds Drifting with the Wind, the name sounded so familiar. "Wait a minute, isn't this the person who added me last night? This isn't the one who broke into my house last night and left nothing behind. I even stole it again this morning. Oh my gosh, how did I end up stealing from my own boss?" Tao Lei's expression was utterly bizarre. "Boss, you added me last night, right?" Tao Lei gave an awkward smile. "Humph, you're playing games late at night instead of sleeping. I guess you're too idle during the day." Li Zone put on an authoritative expression. Tao Lei quickly stood up straight and dared not speak. When Mr. Lee saw this, the resentment he felt from having his vegetables stolen finally subsided a bit. Since you have nothing better to do, I'll give you a task today. No matter what, make this company accept our investment, and the sooner the better. Any terms are negotiable. I want to discuss this with him personally." Originally, Tao Lei had been preparing to endure a scolding from the boss, but upon hearing the boss's final words, he was overjoyed. This was the boss accepting his suggestion. "Boss, I'll get right on it." Saying that, he rushed out impatiently. Once Tao Lei had left, Mr. Lee immediately clicked the mouse. "The food is ready, hurry up and serve it. I need to add more friends and secretly steal their food." Chapter 86, Baidu Comes Calling. But no one mentioned that Mr. Lee had been diligently stealing vegetables there. Meanwhile, Tao Lei was bursting with excitement. His project boss was coming to discuss it personally, which meant the boss was taking this project very seriously. He first opened his computer and searched for YY Happy Farm, only to find that the download count had surged to 1.8 million overnight. My goodness, if this keeps up, instant messaging could really be rewritten. You should know that Tao Lei is also on YY now, because staying on YY for a certain amount of time grants experience points. Once this experience reaches a certain level, you can obtain fertilizer. Additionally, adding friends also increases your YY Happy Farm experience, and interacting with friends also adds to it. This is truly mastering the internet. Upon returning to the office, Tao Lei immediately dialed Su Zhe's phone number. At the university, Su Zhe had arrived at the sports field early in the morning to go for a run, leaving his phone in his dorm room. In the dormitory, Wei Zhu, Lu Zigua, and Han Jie were all sound asleep. They heard Su Zhe's phone ringing. "Oh my god, whose phone is that? It's early in the morning, let people sleep." Wei Zhu muttered angrily as he sat up, groggily searching for the source of the ringtone. The source was on Su Zhe's desk. Wei Zhu got out of bed and took Su Zhe's phone. Who is this? Wei Zhu asked irritably. Tao Lei heard this and thought that Su Zhe hadn't saved his number, so he immediately said, "It's Tao Lei. Mr. Su, our boss has invited you to our company for a detailed discussion." Scammer, you're even deceiving students. You have no morals. Wei Zhu cursed and hung up the phone. Lu Zigua asked curiously, Wei Zhu, who called old Su? A scammer called old Su. Wei Zhu returned to bed and fell asleep again. Tao Lei was completely baffled in his office, wondering how he had become a scammer. Was Su Zhe dissatisfied with his last quote, or what was going on? However, although Tao Lei was puzzled, he called again. Su Zhe had just entered the dormitory when he heard his phone ring. He walked over, picked up the phone, and stepped outside before answering it. Mr. Su, this time it's really Mr. Li who wants to talk to you personally. I'm not lying to you. Tao Lei hurriedly spoke again. Su Zhe said doubtfully, You're Tao Lei. That's right, Mr. Su. There aren't many things that can catch Mr. Li's interest. I believe this is an important opportunity for your company's development. Tao Lei said. Su Zhe, upon hearing this, naturally guessed who the Mr. Li he was referring to was. However, no matter who was talking, a 10% stake was the bottom line. Mr. Tao, a 10% stake is the bottom line. If your company still insists on 20%, I don't think there's much left to discuss. Su Zhe said calmly. Moreover, the current YY is not the same YY who went to Baidu for funding 2 days ago. Over 1 million downloads are sufficient proof of YY's excellence. If it weren't for Su Zhe needing the traffic and resources of a big company like Baidu, he wouldn't even be willing to give up 10% of it. Upon hearing this, Tao Lei couldn't help but furrow his brows. However, he was now begging Su Zhe, and since Mr. Li had personally intervened. Regarding the shareholding matter, Tao Lei believes that further communication is necessary. Alright, Mr. Su, I can agree to this for now, but the exact amount will depend on the outcome of your discussions with Mr. Li, Tao Lei said. Alright, I'll handle the matters at hand and then proceed. Su Zhe hung up the phone. Then he called Zhou Wenming and asked him to prepare the data for the past 2 days on YY, wait for him, and then go to Baidu together. Upon hearing that they were going to Baidu, Zhou Wenming became even more excited and enthusiastic. After all, Baidu is still a major player in the internet industry. Su Zhe returned to his dormitory, quickly washed up, got dressed, and prepared to leave. Wei Zhu and Lu Zigua saw him leaving. Lu Zigua couldn't help but ask curiously, Old Su, why have you been going out every day lately? Are you dating someone outside? Hee Old Su, come on, tell us. Wei Zhu chimed in from the side. Nothing, just a little business. Su Zhe didn't say much and just walked out the door. Lu Zigua and Wei Zhu watched Su Zhe's departing figure and couldn't help but say, Old Su, what have you been up to these past few days? What's old Lu having for lunch today? Wei Zhu didn't respond but asked instead. I'm tired of eating at the canteen. I've invited Lingling out for lunch today. You're not waiting for me? Lu Zigua said. I'm tired of the canteen. I've made plans with Lingling to go out for lunch today. Are you not waiting for me? Lu Zigua said. All right. Wei Zhu nodded sadly. He was actually quite envious of Lu Zigua, who could go out to eat whenever he wanted. He wanted to as well, but his family circumstances didn't allow it. And he doesn't have a girlfriend either. But then I suddenly remembered that evening when I went to the counselor's office and ran into Xiao Lily. She kept calling him Zhugu over and over again. In the end, although I managed to secure the last scholarship spot, this still left Wei Zhu feeling a bit awkward. However, Xiao Lily didn't seem to hold a grudge against him at all. Instead, she kept seeking him out to chat every day. Wei Zhu had never chatted with a girl like this before. Therefore, he really enjoyed chatting with Xiao Lily and even wanted her to be his girlfriend. Wei Zhu opened his phone, ready to send a message to Xiao Lily. But Xiao Lily sent a message first. Xiao Lily, Zhuge, the food in the cafeteria is so bad. I want to eat out for lunch. Do you want to come with me? Although Wei Zhu was reluctant to spend money, he immediately became extremely excited upon seeing Xiao Lily's message. Wei Zhu, alright, then wait for me. Xiao Lily, alright, Zhugu. Wei Zhu also got out of bed happily and started getting dressed. Su Zhe took Zhou Wenming with him and headed straight for Baidu. Throughout the journey, Zhou Wenming was extremely nervous. Because Su Zhe had told him that Mr. Li would be discussing matters with us shortly. Mr. Li? That's Mr. Li. He's a legend in the eyes of many technicians. Su Zhe looked at Zhou Wenming's incredibly excited expression and couldn't help but feel helpless. The two arrived at the entrance of Baidu, where the same old man was still guarding the gate. However, this time, the old man had already opened the door, and Tao Lei was already waiting outside. As soon as he saw Su Zhe arrive, Tao Lei immediately walked over with a smile on his face. Su brother, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Su Zhe introduced Zhou Wenming to the person beside him. Mr. Tao, this is our company's technical director, Zhou Wenming. Tao Lei immediately reached out his hand toward Zhou Wenming. So it's Mr. Zhou. I'm Tao Lei from Baidu. Tao Lei introduced himself with a smile. Zhou Wenming hurriedly extended his hand. Mr. Tao, nice to meet you. Tao Lei's primary focus remained on Su Zhe. After exchanging brief greetings with Zhou Wenming, he resumed his conversation with Su Zhe. Su brother, how did you come up with this idea? You were able to create YY Happy Farm. You have no idea how I stayed up all night last night trying out your product. Look at these dark circles under my eyes. You're going to have to make it up to me, Su Laudi. Tao Lei was clearly trying to build rapport, and Su Zhe also smiled and said, so you're saying Tao is one of our users? If there's anything we're doing wrong, please let us know, and we'll make sure to improve. That's not the case. I actually have another issue. Why does your fertilizer only have a slight effect when used once? Can't it be more potent, or is there an option to pay more? Chapter 87, Baidu's Strategic Investment. Chapter 87, Baidu's Strategic Investment. Chapter 87, Baidu's Strategic Investment. As expected, wealthy individuals prefer to invest in premium features rather than progressing through the game honestly. This is a social game, not a game designed for people to spend money on. Su Zhe firmly said no. Tao Lei could only feel disappointed. No way I'm spending money on this. Tao Lei led Su Zhe and Zhou Wenming straight to Li Zong's office. At that moment, Li Zong was diligently stealing vegetables in his office. Finally reached level 3, now I can start another field. Mr. Li stood up excitedly. It wasn't easy for him to get promoted. Just then, Tao Lei's voice rang out from outside the office. Boss, Mr. Su and the others have arrived. Upon hearing this, Mr. Li immediately closed his YY Happy Farm and casually said, come in. The office door opened, and Su Zhe and Zhou Wenming entered, led by Tao Lei. Mr. Li, this is Su Zhe, the general manager of Zishan Technology Company, the RD company for YY Happy Farm. This is Zhou Wenming, the RD manager. Mr. Su, Mr. Zhou, this is our boss, Mr. Li. Tao Lei introduced them to each other. Mr. Li smiled and stood up. A hero emerges in youth. I never expected Mr. Su to be so young. Tao Lei interjected, sir, this Mr. Su is currently a freshman at Beijing University, he's your junior. Mr. Li graduated from Beijing University with a bachelor's degree, went out to make his fortune, and then returned to establish Baidu. Upon hearing this, Mr. Li was even more surprised and exclaimed, really? So you're my junior? I always wondered which university could produce such outstanding talent. It turns out it's our Beijing University. This school didn't even tell us. Otherwise, we would have just hired him to work at Baidu directly. Su Zhe saw that the other person had spoken so frankly and smiled, saying, senior, you're joking. I'm still far behind you. I need to learn a lot from you. Since the two were from the same university, Mr. Li began reminiscing about his own school days. Things like chasing girls, skipping class, and the food at the cafeteria. Without realizing it, the two of them had grown much closer. Tao Lei, noticing the atmosphere, immediately said, Mr. Li, Mr. Su, if we're going to have a senior-junior exchange, we can do that later. Let's discuss the important matters at hand first. Alright, let's talk business. We'll have plenty of time later to chat with my junior colleague. Mr. Li said with a smile. Su Zhe also smiled and nodded, then gestured to Zhou Wenming beside him. Zhou Wenming immediately stood up, took out the project proposal he had already prepared, and handed it over. Tao Lei took the proposal and handed it to Mr. Li. Mr. Li glanced at it, furrowed his brow, and didn't say anything. Instead, he handed it back to Tao Lei. Tao Lei took it and immediately began to examine it. After finishing, he finally spoke up. I said, Mr. Su, you've raised the price so much overnight. You said 10% of the shares for 5 million yuan earlier. How can it suddenly become 15 million yuan for 10%? We can't play like this. You've raised the price by 10 million yuan overnight. Tao Lei said unhappily while holding the project proposal. Su Zhe didn't respond angrily. Zhou Wenming then took out a document folder and handed it over. Mr. Tao, this is the back-end data for our YY Happy Farm. Take a look and let us discuss our quote. Tao Lei took the file folder, opened it, and handed the contents to Mr. Li. After reviewing it, Mr. Li exclaimed in surprise, 2 million? Your data hasn't been fabricated, has it? Mr. Li, if you don't believe my data, you can check our company's back-end system. That's something we can't fake. Zhou Wenming said confidently. When he saw it this morning, he was startled. The download count is about to take off. I was planning to just throw away the 1.8 million copies and reprint them. Mr. Li, Mr. Tao, this is absolutely genuine data. Actually, we can negotiate the price of 15 million yuan, and I can even offer you the original price of 5 million yuan. Su Zhe said indifferently. What are the specific requirements? Tao Lei asked. My requirement is that Baidu makes a strategic investment in YY and provides unconditional traffic support for us, Su Zhe said seriously. This. Tao Lei didn't respond immediately, as strategic investments were no longer within his purview. He had to consult his boss first. Tao Lei glanced at Mr. Li and noticed that he was also frowning in deep thought. Suze also remained silent, not rushing for an answer. In truth, whether it was 15 million or 5 million to buy a 10% stake, it really didn't matter to Suze. He must now seize the remaining time to divert traffic and support away from Baidu. Otherwise, achieving success in a short time will be difficult, and if he waits until the mobile internet boom in 10 years and the emergence of WeChat. In the mobile communication market, WeChat will dominate, and by then, it will be impossible to change the status quo. Therefore, we must act swiftly now. Half a day later, Mr. Lee finally spoke up. Junior, do you think you can take on Tencent's Penguin? Tencent's Penguin is a key player in the mobile communication industry. This is also Tencent's trump card. Although Tencent has begun to expand into the gaming industry in recent years, mobile communication remains its core strength. Suze smiled and said, Senior, if you say I can definitely beat him, then you'd think I'm bragging, but I can assure you, I won't underestimate him. Really? Li Zong looked at Suze excitedly. After all, who in the internet industry doesn't have a dream of mobile communication? Senior, just trust me. I won't let you down. Suze said confidently. What Suze didn't mention was that later on, whoever used the Penguin account would just chat on WeChat anyway. Therefore, mobile internet is the real opportunity. Upon hearing Suze's words, Mr. Lee immediately made a decision. Alright, I trust you, so it's 15 million, giving you a 10% stake in Zishan Technology, and Baidu will provide unlimited traffic to your YY platform. Suze heard Li Zong's words and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Baidu's investment was a crucial component of his plan. The traffic Baidu brings is too good to pass up. Mr. Lee, today's investment will definitely not disappoint you. Suze remains confident. This confidence made Mr. Lee look at him with newfound respect. He had seen many young people, but Suze was the first one he had ever met who was so confident. As a result, the two families began to sign an agreement. Fortunately, Zhou Wenming had found a law firm to collaborate with in the past few days. They then called the law firm and had a lawyer sent over. The two parties quickly signed an agreement. Baidu invested 15 million yuan in Zishan Technology as a strategic investment, holding a 10% stake. However, these shares will be proportionally reduced in subsequent financing rounds. Junior, should we hold a press conference to raise awareness of our company? Mr. Lee, looking at the signed agreement, suggested with a smile and a good mood. Senior, let's just forget about it. Let's keep a low profile and develop first. Let Tencent discover me sooner. Suze hurriedly refused. Upon hearing Suze's words, Mr. Lee thought it made sense and smiled, saying, Then I'll just wait for the day you defeat the Penguins, and we'll hold a press conference then. Alright. Suze said. Chapter 88, If you have money, just burn it. Securing strategic investment from Baidu marked a significant milestone for YY and Suze, signifying their official entry into the internet industry. Under Baidu's massive traffic, YY's download numbers kept climbing 3 million, 4 million, 5 million. It continued to break through the 10 million mark before gradually declining. Boss, we've hit 10 million downloads. Zhou Wenming exclaimed excitedly. In today's internet industry, there are only a handful of companies with software that has reached 10 million downloads. Don't get too excited yet, this is download volume, not users. The key now is to retain users over the coming period. Here are a few points I want to emphasize. These are areas that YY must optimize moving forward. Zhou Wenming hurriedly picked up his notebook and began to take notes. The first, YY Happy Farm needs to continue updating new features, mainly allowing users to raise pets, add herbicides, and insecticides, making YY Happy Farm more entertaining. Second, YY Happy Farm will introduce an activity score system. The more active a user is, the higher the chance they will receive fertilizers, herbicides, and other items. These features are primarily designed to enhance the playability and user engagement of YY Happy Farm. Third, the voice chat functionality of YY should be continuously optimized, with group features made more robust to support file uploads and the upload of certain video content. After listening to Zhou Wenming, Suze looked at him with admiration. How does his boss think? How can he come up with so many ideas? Additionally, the company is expanding and needs to hire not only programmers but also artists and accountants. The graphics quality of YY Happy Farm is still too poor, making Suze, who has grown accustomed to various high definition, ultra high definition, and even 4K resolutions in the future, feel quite unfamiliar with it. Got it, boss. Zhou Wenming wrote down each of his boss's requirements in his notebook. Currently, Zishan Technology not only has 10 million yuan invested by Suze but also recently secured 15 million yuan in funding, bringing the total on hand to 25 million yuan. This should be enough to keep the company running for a while, as internet companies need to invest heavily in their operations. Boss, should we choose an animal as the icon for our YY? Zhou Wenming asked. After all, an icon like this is quite memorable. Suze thought for a moment and said, Okay, let's go with the cat. Zhou Wenming was very pleased that Suze had accepted his suggestion. Great. By the way, how's the Android version of YY coming along? Suze couldn't help but ask. Zhou Wenming immediately replied, "Boss, it's almost done, but the memory is too large. Most phones probably won't be able to handle it. After all, Android phones are still in their early stages, and storage capacity is still too small." Suze finally realized that he had made a mistake. Completely replicating YY onto Android seemed impractical and unlikely to succeed. The success of WeChat in later years depended on its simplicity and convenience at the beginning, allowing even those who didn't normally use mobile communication apps to pick it up and use it right away. If you were to remove all other features from YY and keep only the communication functions, making them as simple as possible while retaining contacts, but ensuring that voice input is not removed, and developing features such as file transfer and voice calls, that would be a good starting point. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenming couldn't help but pause in surprise. The simpler, the better. However, Zhou Wenming currently has blind faith in Suze. Yes. Zhou Wenming nodded. Suze thought for a moment. Since he was going to copy it, he might as well start slowly copying WeChat. Suze decided to go back and send the document with the specific details to Zhou Wenming. Of course, that's a story for another time. Currently, Baidu has acquired a 10% stake for 15 million yuan. In addition to granting shares to Zhou Wenming and others, Suze still holds an 80% stake. Based on this valuation, Suze's net worth has directly surpassed the 100 million mark. In his previous life, Suze worked himself to death and still didn't have this much money. He's only been reborn for half a year. Suze could only mutter, "The internet really makes money." After all, it all depends on the appeal of YY itself. And we need to act before Tencent reacts. Boss, should we launch some recharge services on YY, like yellow diamonds, red diamonds, or membership plans, giving these members special privileges? Zhou Wenming continued from the side. No need, there's no rush yet. Right now, the priority is to increase the user base and focus on growth. Suze rejected Zhou Wenming's proposal, as these fee-based services would be insignificant in the face of future interest payments. First, he needed to establish a firm foothold. Suze had plenty of ways to make money. After settling some matters, Suze returned directly to school. As soon as Suze returned to his dormitory, he saw a message from Xiaomu. "Xiaomu, Suze, are you busy?" Suze glanced at Xiaomu's message. Indeed, he hadn't been in touch with Xiaomu much lately. The last time they had met was briefly to discuss the scholarship. In the girls' dormitory, after sending the message to Suze, Xiaomu couldn't help but regret it. Over the past few days, Suze hadn't reached out to her, which had left her feeling heartbroken. She didn't know what she had done wrong. Especially on the day she went to apply for the scholarship, Xiaomu had planned to invite Suze to dinner. However, Suze was busy with other matters and didn't even acknowledge her before leaving. Today, Xiaomu had to muster up the courage to send it out. But after sending the message, Xiaomu regretted it. "I sent this to Suze. Will he be upset? What if he's busy and I've disturbed him?" Anyway, Xiaomu's mind was in a complete mess, and she looked at her phone nervously. Beep. The familiar sound came from her phone, and Xiaomu hurriedly opened it. It was Suze replying to her message. "Suze, I've been quite busy these past few days." Xiaomu was very happy to see Suze's reply. "Xiaomu, Suze, which department are you planning to join in the student council?" Suze thought for a moment. He seemed to have promised Qian Xiaoting that he would join the external relations department. "Suze, I should join the external affairs department, right?" Xiaomu saw the message Suze sent and excitedly shouted in the dormitory. Qian Xiaoting looked at Xiaomu's happy expression and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong with Xiaomu?" Xiaomu excitedly came to Qian Xiaoting's side and said excitedly, "Xiaoting, Suze is also joining the external affairs department." "Really? Then you'll have more time to spend with her," Qian Xiaoting said with a smile. "Yeah." Xiaomu nodded involuntarily. Qian Xiaoting looked at Xiaomu's excited expression and suddenly felt a sense of superiority. She had already known that Suze had gone to the external affairs department. Moreover, it was she who had suggested that Suze join the external relations department. However, this sense of superiority was quickly replaced by excitement. Since Suze was going to the external affairs department, she now had a better reason to interact with him. Thinking of this, Qian Xiaoting couldn't help but open her WeChat account and send Suze a message. "Qian Xiaoting, class monitor, tomorrow is the day for the student council election. Don't forget what you promised me." Chapter 89, Qian Xiaoting's Jealousy. Chapter 89, Qian Xiaoting's Jealousy. Suze looked at the message Qian Xiaoting had sent him on his phone and froze. What had he promised Qian Xiaoting? Suze couldn't help but send Qian Xiaoting a message. "Suze, what did I promise you?" Qian Xiaoting saw Suze's reply and realized that the class monitor had indeed forgotten. This made her feel a bit jealous of Xiaomu. "Qian Xiaoting, class monitor, you promised me something, and you don't even remember? This is so hurtful." Crying. Suze looked at the message Qian Xiaoting sent and felt a bit awkward. He had indeed forgotten, but Suze was just about to reply to Qian Xiaoting. Xiaomu's message came through. Mo, Suze, I'm also joining the External Relations Department. What a coincidence. Shall we go together tomorrow? Suze looked at Xiaomo's message and didn't even think twice before replying. Suze, alright. In the girls' dormitory, Xiaomo jumped up with a smile on her face. Xian Xiaoting couldn't help but ask, why are you so happy, Xiaomo? Zhao Lingling put down her phone at that moment and couldn't help but listen in this direction. Xiaomo excitedly said, Suze agreed to go with me to the External Affairs Department tomorrow. Xian Xiaoting couldn't help but feel disappointed upon hearing this. Suze had already promised her first, so why was he now agreeing to Xiaomo? Thinking of this, Xian Xiaoting felt a pang of jealousy and sent another message to Suze. Xian Xiaoting, class monitor, you promised to join me for the recruitment drive for the External Affairs Department. Let us go together tomorrow. Suze looked at the message Xian Xiaoting had sent him. This was a bit confusing. He remembered that Xian Xiaoting and Xiaomo were in the same dormitory and both participated in the External Affairs Department. So, if he goes with Xiaomo tomorrow, he's actually going with Xian Xiaoting as well. Why did Xian Xiaoting send me such a message? Suze, aren't you and Xia in the same dorm? Let's go together tomorrow. Xian Xiaoting looked at the message Suze sent and felt even more jealous. Why was she just an afterthought to Xiaomo? Although she and Xiaomo were roommates and got along well, Xian Xiaoting didn't think she was any worse than Xiaomo. Xian Xiaoting, class monitor, you promised me first. You can't go back on your word. Meanwhile, Xiaomo also sent a message to Suze. Xiaomo, what should I wear tomorrow? Should I wear my usual clothes or formal attire? But I don't have any formal attire. Suze saw the message Xiaomo sent and thought of how cute she looked when she sent it, and couldn't help but smile. First, he replied to Xian Xiaoting. Suze, oh, I forgot. Xian Xiaoting saw this and her heart, which had been a little jealous, suddenly grew tense. She hurriedly typed in the input box, trying to explain something. But the next moment, Suze sent another message. Suze, I've got some things to take care of. I'll have to go now. Xian Xiaoting saw this and was completely panicked. The class monitor wasn't chatting with her. Did he think she had too many issues? She quickly typed a few lines in the text box to explain, but after finishing, she felt it wasn't right. Delete again, type again. She did this back and forth several times, but Xian Xiaoting still felt it wasn't right. In the end, Xian Xiaoting could only type 2 words into the input box, alright. When she looked up, she saw Xiaomo with her head down, holding her phone, smiling dreamily. For a moment, she felt a pang of jealousy towards Xiaomo. Why does the class monitor treat Xiaomo and herself so differently? What am I lacking compared to Xiaomo? However, Xian Xiaoting suppressed the jealousy in her heart and walked over to Xiaomo with a smile. Xiaomo, what are you doing? Why are you smiling so happily? Xiaomo, what are you doing? Why are you smiling so happily? Xiaomo smiled and said, Xiaoting, I'm chatting with Suze. You said we'd go together tomorrow. Which dress do you think looks better on me, this one or that one? Xiaomo picked up the 2 outfits in her hands. Xian Xiaoting's heart was burning with jealousy, but on the surface, she gave her opinions seriously. Xiaomo not only listened to Xian Xiaoting's suggestions but also asked Zhao Lingling, who remained silent. Senior, which dress do you think looks better on me? Zhao Lingling was sitting there painting her nails and didn't really want to join Xiaomo and the others in their conversation. Because they were discussing Suze, and whenever she thought of Suze, Zhao Lingling felt an odd sensation in her heart. However, Xiaomo took the initiative to ask her, and after looking around, Zhao Lingling decided to share her opinion. The one on the left is better, but with your looks, you'd probably get into the External Affairs Department no matter what you wear. Zhao Lingling said. Why is that? Xiaomo asked in confusion. Xian Xiaoting, standing nearby, also looked at Zhao Lingling with curiosity. Zhao Lingling said, you'll find out naturally enough once you join the External Affairs Department. Seeing that Zhao Lingling didn't mention the specific reason, Xian Xiaoting couldn't help but ask curiously, Senior Lingling, did you join the student union? Zhao Lingling replied, yes, I joined the External Relations Department. What? Senior, you're in the External Relations Department? This left Xiaomo and Xian Xiaoting both utterly astonished. They never imagined there was someone like this in their dormitory. So the two of them started asking Zhao Lingling all sorts of questions. Upon hearing their opinions, Xiaomo immediately took out her phone and sent it to Suze. Xiaomo, Xiaoting and Lingling both think this outfit looks good on me. Xiaomo, Lingling is actually from the External Relations Department. Xiaomu, Lingling said not to worry, with her in the External Relations Department, we're sure to get elected. Suze looked at the messages Xiaomu sent one after another and replied to each one. Sometimes Xiaomo's words made Suze feel amused, finding her adorable. The University Student Union isn't really that big of a deal. If it weren't for Xiaomo and Xian Xiaoting's invitation, Suze wouldn't have much interest in joining. After all, he had already seen plenty of so-called presidents and ministers from the student union among the top 10 students. They haven't even left school yet, and they're already acting like officials. I hope I never have to deal with such an idiot. Xiamo, Suze, I'll buy you breakfast tomorrow and wait for you downstairs. Make sure you're on time and don't be late. Suze, alright, got it, little housekeeper. Xiaomu, who are you calling the little busybody? I'm not. Suze, you're not. You're the bossy one. Xiamo, oh, I'm not the housekeeper, Suze, you're the bad guy. Xian Xiaoting looked at Xiamo's smiling face and couldn't help but ask, Xiamo, what time should we go tomorrow morning? Xiamo replied, I've already told Suze. We'll leave early in the morning. Don't wait for me. I need to buy breakfast for Suze and then wait for him. Xian Xiaoting was jealous. For breakfast, Suze runs with her every morning and eats breakfast together. Oh. Xian Xiaoting said disappointedly. She couldn't help but send Suze a message. Xian Xiaoting, class monitor, are we still going running tomorrow? Suze was still chatting with Xiaomu and saw the message Xian Xiaoting sent, but didn't reply. Xian Xiaoting felt a bit disappointed after seeing that Suze hadn't replied for a while. Half an hour later, Suze finally replied. Suze, never mind, I have something to do tomorrow. Chapter 90, Xiaomo delivers breakfast. Xian Xiaoting lay in bed, staring at the message Suze had sent her on her phone screen. Her heart ached a little. Why? Even though Suze was chatting with Xiaomo, he refused to acknowledge her. He even gave up his morning run for Xiaomo. Watching Xiaomo sitting on the chair and laughing nonstop, Xian Xiaoting's jealousy grew even stronger. However, she still sent Suze a message saying everything was fine. Suze completely ignored the message from Xian Xiaoting and continued chatting with Xiaomo about trivial matters. It wasn't until late at night that Xiaomo reluctantly put down her phone. The next morning, before Suze had even woken up, Lu Zigua and Wei Zhu had already gotten up early in the dormitory. This surprised Suze a bit. How did these two get up so early? Old Su, are you going to the student council recruitment today? Lu Zigua saw that Suze had woken up and asked while getting dressed. Sure, I'll go. Suze also got up from the bed. Alright, with the three of us from the dorm, those student council members will have no choice but to accept us. Wei Zhu said confidently from the side. Lu Zigua also said confidently, of course. My goal is the External Affairs Department. With Lingling on my side, I'm sure to get in. Hee, I'm in the health department, and I'll definitely make it too. Wei Zhu also shouted in agreement. Suze looked at his slightly over-the-top roommate and shook his head helplessly, suddenly feeling like he didn't want to go with them anymore. Suze got dressed and asked Han Jia, who was still lying on the bed, if he wanted to go with him. Han Jia shook his head and continued speaking directly. So Suze, Lu Zigua, and Wei Zhu washed up and set off from the dormitory. Ah, Xiaojie too, he never participates in any activities, Wei Zhu muttered to himself as he walked along the road. It's like there's no one like that in our dorm. Maybe we just have different interests, Suze said indifferently. Lu Zigua chimed in from the side, let's not talk about him. Let's quickly check last night's draft. I still haven't memorized some parts. Right, I almost forgot. Wei Zhu said. Only Lu Zigua and Wei Zhu hurriedly pulled out a small piece of paper from their pockets and began to carefully recite the text on it. Suze witnessed this scene and could only say, alright. Just a moment ago, they were all so confident, but now they've already backed down without even being asked. Suze and the other two had just come downstairs when Xiaomo had been waiting there for quite some time. And it wasn't just Xiaomo, Qian Xiaoting and Zhao Lingling were there as well. The three of them had been standing down there for over 10 minutes. Keep in mind, this was a boys' dormitory, and these three were not only beautiful but also very different from one another. Standing outside the dormitory, they must have caught the attention of countless male students. Especially when they saw the breakfast in Xiaomo's hands, each of them felt an overwhelming sense of jealousy. What kind of guy is this, making such a beautiful girl wait here, and even bringing her breakfast? Heaven and earth, who is this guy? Some guys tried to strike up a conversation, but they were immediately rebuffed by Zhao Lingling. However, some boys were curious about who the guy was who could make such a beautiful girl wait for him. They stood by and waited. Xiaomo stared intently at the entrance to the boys' dormitory, afraid of missing anything. When she finally saw Suze appear, she hurriedly grabbed her breakfast and walked over. Suze! Suze was startled, looking at Xiaomo's running figure, and couldn't help but say, "You've been here for a while." Xiaomo nodded. "Then why didn't you text me? I've been waiting here alone." Suze's tone carried a hint of reproach. Zhao Lingling rolled her eyes beside him. "Can't you see I'm here?" However, Xiaomo not only didn't feel hurt, but instead felt a secret joy inside. "It's okay, I can wait as long as you need to bring me breakfast." Xiaomo smiled sweetly. "Suze, these are the buns I bought for you. They're still warm. You eat first." Xiaomo handed the buns to Suze. Suze took the buns and started eating them in big bites. Pork and green onion. Meanwhile, Lu Zigua noticed Zhao Lingling was also there and couldn't help but feel happy and excited, rushing toward Zhao Lingling. "Lingling, you're here too. I knew you'd come back to encourage me." "Lingling, you're here too? I knew you'd come back to encourage me. My things. My things. Lu Ziguo reached out his hand. What things? Zhao Lingling frowned and looked at Lu Ziguo. Lingling, don't hide it. The Youth League secretary brought breakfast for old Su, so you must have brought some for me too. Lu Ziguo said with a smile. You're dreaming. I don't have time for that, and I haven't even eaten yet. Zhao Lingling retorted directly. Zhao Lingling looked at Su Zhe and Xia Mo like this, and felt extremely uncomfortable inside. Why was Su Zhe always so cold toward her, yet so patient with Xia Mo? Ah, really not. Lu Ziguo awkwardly scratched his head. Lingling, wait for me. I'll go buy it for you right now. After saying that, Lu Ziguo ran toward the cafeteria. Over here, Wei Zhu noticed that both Su Zhe and Lu Ziguo had girlfriends, so he couldn't help but look at Xian Xiaoting and greet her proactively. However, Xian Xiaoting merely nodded faintly. She said nothing, as if she had completely ignored him. Wei Zhu felt extremely awkward and shouted after Lu Ziguo's back. Old Lu, wait for me. Saying that, he started running directly over. Only Su Zhe, Xia Mo, Xian Xiaoting, and Zhao Lingling remained. 3 women and 1 man. All 3 women's eyes immediately turned to Su Zhe. Zhao Lingling spoke first. Su Zhe, you're a big guy, and you made us 3 beautiful women wait here for you alone. Aren't you being a bit too much? Tell me how you plan to compensate me. Su Zhe didn't even glance at Zhao Lingling as he said, did I make you wait? You're a second-year student, what are you doing with us first years? Damn it, Su Zhe, you're really ungrateful. I came here to help you, and you're actually talking back to me. Zhao Lingling angrily shouted at Su Zhe. Xia Mo, who was standing nearby, immediately stepped in to smooth things over. Lingling, Su Zhe didn't mean it. Su Zhe, right? Senior Lingling, Su Zhe didn't mean it that way, right, Su Zhe? She said this while winking at Su Zhe. Su Zhe found Xia Mo adorable and said to Zhao Lingling, I was just joking. Just saying? You're treating me to lunch today. Zhao Lingling said arrogantly. Su Zhe nodded at her expression. Alright, please. That's more like it. Zhao Lingling finally nodded in satisfaction. Xian Xiaoting, who had been standing nearby, finally spoke up. Class monitor, you're going to apply for a position in the External Affairs Department. Have you prepared anything? Why don't you share it with us? Su Zhe shook his head. What's there to prepare? I'm so outstanding, if the External Affairs Department doesn't want me, it's their loss. Narcissist. Zhao Lingling said. Xia Mo and Xian Xiaoting both covered their mouths and laughed. At that moment, Lu Ziguo and Wei Zhu also ran over and saw Xia Mo and Xian Xiaoting laughing. Lu Ziguo couldn't help but ask, what are you laughing at? Nothing, we were just discussing what to prepare for the job interview. Xian Xiaoting replied. Lu Ziguo heard this and immediately got excited, pulling out the piece of paper from his pocket. I actually prepared this. Let's see how well I did. Chapter 91, Student Council Recruitment. I have one too. I have one too. Girls, take a look at mine and tell me how it looks. Wei Zhu excitedly pulled out his own draft as well. Zhao Lingling glanced at Wei Zhu and Lu Ziguo's manuscripts with a look of disdain. What's so great about this? With me here, getting you into the student council would be a piece of cake. Zhao Lingling said confidently. Upon hearing Zhao Lingling's words, Wei Zhu immediately became excited and shouted, Senior Lingling is so powerful and cool. Lu Ziguo was also beaming with pride. However, Zhao Lingling glanced at Su Zhe, mainly wanting to see what kind of attitude he would adopt. Su Zhe, however, stood there indifferently, as if he hadn't heard a word she said. Zhao Lingling couldn't help but feel angry inside. Everyone, stop talking and let's go, or we'll be late. Xiamu reminded them from the side. Everyone immediately headed toward Building 10. Today, Building 10 was unusually crowded, as the entire building was being used for the student council's recruitment drive. Su Zhe and the others arrived at the lobby, where there were indeed directional signs. The External Affairs Department was on the 3rd floor of Building 10, while the Health Department was on the 4th floor of Building 10. Wei Zhu, why don't you go to the Health Department yourself? We're all going to the External Affairs Department, and it's out of our way. Lu Ziguo said to Wei Zhu. Wei Zhu frowned, feeling uneasy about going alone to the job interview. That's senior student Lingling, do you know anyone at the Ministry of Health? Maybe you could put in a good word for me. Wei Zhu looked at Zhao Lingling pitifully. Zhao Lingling glanced at Wei Zhu, but she didn't really want to help him. She wasn't very familiar with Wei Zhu. But the words had already been spoken, and she had to show Su Zhe her true abilities. So Zhao Lingling said confidently, of course I know him. Just wait and see what I tell my sisters. Wei Zhu heard this and immediately became excited, nodding wildly. Zhao Lingling quickly opened her QQ account and sent a message. However, no one replied for half an hour, and Zhao Lingling's face began to turn red with embarrassment. She, Zhao Lingling, was someone who valued her reputation. Wei Zhu stood by, staring at Zhao Lingling with a peculiar expression, as if his eyes were asking, can you do it? Seeing that no one was responding, Zhao Lingling decided to call directly. Soon after, someone picked up the phone. Lingling, what's the matter? Zhao Lingling sighed in relief when someone answered the phone. Thank goodness someone answered, otherwise, she might have really embarrassed herself. Zhao Lingling didn't answer the question on the phone directly but said, Lulu, I sent you a message on WeChat. How come you didn't get it? Oh, I haven't logged into QQ recently. I've been playing YY lately. The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly piqued Su Zhe's interest, and he couldn't help but prick up his ears. YY? What's that? Is it a new game that just came out? Zhao Lingling knew that her female classmate was a gaming enthusiast, so she was probably talking about a new game. It's not a game specifically, but a chat app combined with a game. It's really fun. You should give it a try. The female student started talking non-stop. It was clear that this girl was a heavy user of YY, almost listing all its features. Especially the rules of YY Happy Farm, she's got them all figured out. However, it was clear that Zhao Lingling wasn't interested in these games and was just listening casually. Later, she couldn't bear to listen anymore and deliberately coughed a few times. Cough, cough. Lulu, I have a junior who wants to join your health department. The girl on the other end of the phone was thrilled upon hearing this and exclaimed, Really? A guy actually came forward on his own? Lingling, hurry up and bring him over. Our health department is exactly what we need. Since Zhao Lingling had her phone on speaker, everyone could hear. Therefore, Wei Zhu heard everything clearly, and he couldn't help but smile. After Zhao Lingling hung up the phone, Wei Zhu couldn't wait to say, Everyone, I'll go first. Wait for my good news. Wei Zhu, how impressive is your senior? Zhao Lingling asked with a touch of pride. She's amazing, Senior Lingling is amazing. Wei Zhu's flattery at this moment was as free as air. Finally, Zhao Lingling couldn't take it anymore and kicked Wei Zhu out. Zhao Lingling gave Su Zhe a proud glance. This isn't our turf yet. The External Affairs Department is where I shine. Just wait and see how I handle this. I'll make sure you all get into the External Affairs Department. Lingling is so impressive. Lu Zigua immediately flattered her. Xia Mo just smiled and nodded. Qian Xiaoting just smiled faintly. Su Zhe, however, seemed to have not heard her words at all. Zhao Lingling was annoyed by Su Zhe's attitude. Who does he think he is? Looking down on everyone? So a group of people went straight to the third floor. At the staircase entrance on the third floor, there was a large sign that read, External Affairs Department, third classroom on the left. Actually, you don't even need the sign. The third classroom is always packed with people, all the way back to the staircase. Wow, so many people. Lu Zigua was surprised to see so many people. He had also seen other student organizations recruiting members earlier, but there weren't nearly this many people. Why are there so many people in the External Relations Department? Xia Mo and Qian Xiaoting were equally surprised. Zhao Lingling raised her head arrogantly and said, How could the External Affairs Department be the same as other student council departments? You guys line up properly. I'll go greet them first. Su Zhe and the others also lined up behind her. Lu Zigua stood first, Qian Xiaoting second, Xia Mo third, and Su Zhe fourth. Lu Zigua looked inside curiously, occasionally tiptoeing to get a better view of what was happening inside. Qian Xiaoting, however, remained expressionless, her true feelings unknown. Xia Mo, on the other hand, was a bit nervous, holding her phone and sending a message to Su Zhe. Xia Mo, Su Zhe, what should I do if they don't accept me? Su Zhe looked at the message Xia Mo sent him and knew the little girl was nervous. Su Zhe, no way. You're so outstanding. They must be blind. Xia Mo, I think so too. Su Zhe, you're the best. Su Zhe suddenly felt like using an emoji at that moment. Why did this sentence sound so dry? It would have been perfect with an emoji. Xia Mo, In front, Lu Zigua was tiptoeing to look inside while chatting with the students in front of him. Hey, buddy, you're also in the External Affairs Department, right? In front of Lu Zigua was a skinny boy wearing glasses, nervously reciting from a script. Upon hearing Lu Zigua's words, he nodded in agreement. What's going on with your brother? Lu Zigua asked again. I heard that the External Affairs Department is only accepting 10 new members this year, and they've already accepted 6, leaving 4 spots left. The skinny guy said. What? Only 4 spots left? Lu Zigua exclaimed in surprise. But then he remembered that Lingling was from the External Affairs Department, so the spot was as good as hers. There are only 4 spots, so what's the big deal? So Lu Zigua turned to Su Zhe and the other two and said, There are only 4 spots left in the External Affairs Department. We need to make sure we all get selected, so we'll have to thank Lingling properly later. Chapter 92, External Affairs Department. Alright, if we go in, let's all treat Lingling to dinner. Xia Mo said with a smile. The Youth League secretary is reliable. Lu Zigua, on the other hand, was holding his head high, looking extremely excited, as if Zhao Lingling's connections were his own. As time passed, they finally waited for Su Zhe and the others to enter. We saw 5 or 6 people sitting in the front row of the classroom, and Zhao Lingling was among them. Except for Zhao Lingling, everyone else was dressed in formal attire, sitting there stiffly and formally. Su Zhe looked at these young faces and felt a hint of amusement. After all, they were young at heart, why bother pretending to be so mature? Those who applied for the External Relations Department all took turns getting up on stage to give self-introductions, then waited for the interviewers to ask questions. The questions are always the same. Why did you apply for the External Relations Department? What can you contribute to the External Relations Department? As they got closer to Su Zhe and the others, Xia Mo felt a little nervous. Su Zhe couldn't help but pat her on the shoulder. Xia Mo turned her head and smiled at Su Zhe. However, the boy sitting in the middle of the stage couldn't help but frown when he saw this. His name was Wu Xiao, the head of the External Affairs Department, a third-year student. He's the one who calls the shots in the entire External Affairs Department, and he even has authority over the entire student union. As soon as Xia Mo walked in, she caught his attention. While it wasn't love at first sight, he certainly showed a great deal of interest in her. Suddenly, he saw another man touch her from behind, and a sense of displeasure arose in his heart. However, he didn't show it and sat there silently. Finally, Lu Zigua arrived. As soon as he took the stage, he began introducing himself. Hello, seniors. My name is Lu Zigua, and I'm from Beijing. After listening briefly, they asked a few casual questions and directly admitted Lu Zigua. It was clear that Zhao Lingling had definitely told them something. Lu Zigua was overjoyed upon hearing that he had been accepted. Xian Xiaoting and Xia Mo passed with ease, and they only had to give a simple self-introduction. The others immediately granted them passage. After all, she's a beauty, she's entitled to special treatment wherever she goes. Especially the quiet Wu Xiao in the middle, who kept speaking up. His tone was filled with praise for Xia Mo. She was so flattered that she felt a bit shy and at a loss for words. She seemed like she didn't know Wu Xiao at all. After they went downstairs, Xia Mo made a peace sign at Su Zhe, who smiled in response. Su Zhe stepped onto the stage and was just about to begin his speech. Wu Xiao suddenly spoke up. Everyone, you've all worked hard. Let's take a break, have some water, use the restroom, and we'll start again in 5 minutes. As soon as he said that, some of the job applicants let out a heavy sigh of relief. Lu Zigua and the others rushed in. Old Su, you have to keep going. We only have you left now. Su Zhe nodded. Before long, everyone came in. Su Zhe stood up again, but this time, as soon as he did. Suddenly, a person sitting in the front row on the far side spoke up. You're standing there, what can we see? Move over. This sudden outburst made the previously relaxed atmosphere tense in an instant. These freshmen, who had just started their first year of college, were all at a loss. Su Zhe furrowed his brows, looking at the person who had started the trouble. He searched his memory, trying to recall if he recognized him, but it seemed he had never seen this person before in university. Since there was no enmity between them, why did he suddenly attack me? Seeing that Su Zhe didn't move, the man couldn't help but stand up again and shout angrily, What are you looking at? Didn't you hear what I said? Do you think you can just walk into our External Affairs Department? Zhang Fei, what are you doing? What's wrong with the junior standing there? Zhao Lingling stood up and said to the young man with displeasure. Zhao Lingling didn't know why Zhang Fei suddenly spoke like that. She had greeted him properly when she came in. The people from the External Relations Department said they would definitely give the last 4 spots to her friends. The first 3 were all normal, so why did a problem arise with Su Zhe? Zhang Fei listened to Zhao Lingling's angry outburst without batting an eyelid, still smiling sweetly and saying, Zhao Lingling, I'm just guiding the newcomer. You should just keep quiet. Zhao Lingling frowned, looking at all the freshmen and not knowing what to say. She could only give Zhang Fei a warning glance with her eyes. However, Zhang Fei remained unfazed, continuing to stare at Su Zhe in a provocative manner. Hey, stop wasting everyone's time. Hurry up and introduce yourself. Su Zhe remained silent. Seeing that Su Zhe didn't respond, Zhang Fei's tone grew even more arrogant and irritated. Are you deaf? Can't you understand what I'm saying? If you can't, then get out of here. Su Zhe glanced at him and spoke indifferently, Who are you? Zhang Fei laughed loudly at this, dismissing him with disdain. Who do you think you are? Why should I tell you? You don't have to tell me. After all, even if you bark like a dog, I might not understand you. Su Zhe said indifferently. Who the hell are you cursing at? Zhang Fei stood up, clenched his fist, and punched Su Zhe. However, just as he swung, Su Zhe's movements were faster than his, and he extended his foot forward. Zhang Fei ended up falling flat on his face. Ha! Instantly, the classroom erupted in laughter. Zhang Fei immediately jumped up from the ground, his face red with embarrassment, pointing at Su Zhe. Good, you little brat. Su Zhe gave him a casual glance. However, Zhang Fei dared not act at that moment. Just as he was about to say something, Wu Xiao, who had remained silent all along, spoke up. Zhang Fei sat down. As soon as Wu Xiao spoke, Zhang Fei felt extremely reluctant, but he had no choice but to comply. He could only sit down obediently. This student, Zhang Fei, doesn't think before he speaks. Don't mind him. You can continue with your self-introduction. Wu Xiao said indifferently. Su Zhe looked at Wu Xiao. This guy was obviously talking about Zhang Fei, but he didn't even have the decency to admit he was being stupid. Su Zhe didn't want to get into any conflicts with this group of student council members either. But he couldn't stop them from coming after him. Forget about self-introductions, I'm afraid you won't understand what I say. After all, pigs can't understand human speech. As soon as Su Zhe said this, the entire classroom was speechless, unable to believe that Su Zhe dared to speak so boldly. He started cursing directly. Many people would assume that Su Zhe would quietly swallow this humiliation. After all, freshmen can't compete with seniors. Wu Xiao was also taken aback, but the next moment, an expression of anger appeared on his face. Wu Xiao had never been a broad-minded person, on the contrary, he was someone who never forgave even the slightest wrongdoing. When he was wronged, he always retaliated immediately. Everyone, we need to have a private chat with Su. Please step outside for a moment. Wu Xiao pretended not to care and said to the person next to him. But from the way he clenched his teeth, everyone knew this was no trivial matter. Some timid freshmen had already slipped away. They dare not get involved in this mess. Chapter 93, Beauty Truly Brings Trouble. Zhang Fei, Wu Xiao, what are you trying to do? Zhang Fei, Wu Xiao, what are you two up to? Zhao Lingling's face turned ugly as she glared at Zhang Fei and Wu Xiao. She couldn't understand why these two were being so disrespectful to her and had such strong objections to Su Zhe. However, Wu Xiao clearly had no intention of giving Zhao Lingling any face. He snorted coldly. Zhao Lingling, you need to clarify your position. If you say another word, you won't be staying in our external affairs department. Zhao Lingling, who had always had a fiery temper, immediately stood up upon hearing Wu Xiao's words. Wu Xiao, what are you trying to pull in front of me? It was you who begged me to join your so-called external affairs department back then. What's the matter now? What do you think my status is? Do you want me to stay here? Wu Xiao didn't expect Zhao Lingling to be so disrespectful to him. He glared at her with a sour expression. He, Wu Xiao, was also a man who valued his reputation. Although Zhao Lingling was telling the truth, the reason they had recruited her into the external affairs department in the first place was precisely because they had been impressed by her and the dance troupe she was associated with. This was particularly useful for securing sponsorships from external sources. Wu Xiao didn't want to offend Zhao Lingling either. However, now that Zhao Lingling had spoken to her like that, Wu Xiao couldn't save face. However, Wu Xiao didn't get angry immediately. Instead, he signaled to the people around him to clear everyone out of the classroom. I'm not leaving. What do you want to do to Su Zhe? Xia Mo stood there motionless. Xian Xiaoting also stood still and said to them, what you're doing is against school rules. Zhang Fei smiled and said, two students, we have no other intentions. We just want to have a private chat with this student. Come on, you just joined the external affairs department. What are you still standing there for? Zhang Fei scolded the freshman who had just joined. This, of course, included Lu Zigua. At that moment, Lu Zigua stood among the crowd, watching Zhao Lingling and Su Zhe, and hesitated. The next moment, he hurriedly ran out of the house, as if everything had nothing to do with him. I'm not leaving. Let's see what you can do to me. Xia Mo stood there, speaking with unwavering resolve. Xian Xiaoting also stood there, expressing her own stance. If you don't leave, don't blame me if something happens later. Zhang Fei gave a lecherous smile, rubbing his hands together, his eyes constantly scanning Xia Mo's body. Su Zhe, seeing this, said to Xia Mo and Xian Xiaoting, you two go out first. I'll be fine. No. Xia Mo shook her head firmly. Su Zhe came up to her and patted her head. Don't worry, I'm fine. Have you ever seen me get hurt? Just wait outside for a moment. I'll come back and rescue you. Besides, isn't this place under Zhao Lingling's control? You'll be fine. Xia Mo looked up, her eyes wide, staring at Su Zhe. Seeing Xia Mo's expression, Su Zhe's heart softened involuntarily. It's okay, trust me. Su Zhe said. Qian Xiaoting watched Su Zhe comfort Xia Mo from the side, feeling particularly envious. How wonderful it would be if she were Xia Mo, and how wonderful it would be if Su Zhe were comforting her instead. But all of this was just a fantasy. Xia Mo finally left after Su Zhe persuaded her, and Su Zhe gave Qian Xiaoting a faint smile. Xiaoting, you should go too. Xiaoting, this was the first time the class monitor had ever called her that. Qian Xiaoting's heart suddenly filled with joy and excitement. At that moment, she even wanted to jump up, but she forced herself to suppress her excitement. Class monitor, I'll wait for you outside. If you need anything, just call out, and I'll call the police. Qian Xiaoting said. All right. Su Zhe nodded. Once the two of them had left, the entire classroom was left with only the external affairs department members and Su Zhe and Zhao Lingling. At that moment, Wu Xiao finally spoke up. Zhao Lingling, I've given you face in the external affairs department before, but do you think you're someone special? Today, I'm telling you that you've been expelled from the external affairs department. Wu Xiao spat out these harsh words, glaring angrily at Zhao Lingling and pointing at Su Zhe. And this guy with his attitude, he actually wants to join our external affairs department? Ha! He's dreaming. Zhao Lingling was about to say something else, but was stopped by Su Zhe. Su Zhe spoke up, Wu Xiao, the director of the external relations department. That's right, I'm the one. Wu Xiao pointed at Su Zhe arrogantly. Kid, you've offended me. You won't be able to stay in the student council anymore. But I'll give you a chance. Su Zhe perked up with interest. He was curious about when he had ever offended Wu Xiao. What opportunity? Wu Xiao looked at Su Zhe's expression and thought he was scared, smirking. Zhao Lingling, look at what you've done. Your little junior seems pretty sensible. Zhao Lingling looked at Su Zhe with some confusion. In her eyes, Su Zhe was not the type of person who would shy away from trouble. Zhao Lingling wanted to say something else, but Su Zhe stopped her with a glance. I noticed you were pretty close to that CIMO freshman earlier. Since that's the case, give me her contact info and introduce her to me as a girlfriend, and I'll give you a chance to be my lackey. Wu Xiaoxiao said with a smirk. In Wu Xiaoxiao's eyes, Su Zhe was a softie who should obediently listen to her when she spoke. Su Zhe had thought there was some conflict between him and Wu Xiao, but he never expected it to be CIMO. You didn't hear what our department head said. As long as you obey, you can walk all over the university with our department head protecting you. Zhang Fei stood by with a sycophantic expression. Su Zhe glanced at Zhang Fei and said, you wouldn't have given your girlfriend to him, would you? Zhang Fei, who had been acting like a sycophant, immediately turned pale upon hearing this and remained silent. The next moment, he jumped up like a cat whose tail had been caught. You little brat, you dare talk to me like that? I'll beat you to a pulp. Saying that, Zhang Fei swung his fist at Su Zhe again. Su Zhe was trying to provoke them. Fighting is definitely against school rules, but self-defense is definitely okay. Su Zhe has been working out lately, and his strength and speed are much faster than Zhang Fei's. Before Zhang Fei could even get close, Su Zhe landed a punch straight to his stomach. Zhang Fei screamed in pain. Zhang Fei took the blow and immediately shouted at the people beside him, you bastards, are you just here to watch? Come on, all of you, beat this guy up for me. The members of the External Affairs Department hesitated. Zhang Fei grew even angrier at the sight, but he was powerless to do anything. These people were roughly on the same level as him and paid him no mind. At that moment, Wu Xiao spoke up, we from the External Relations Department can't be bullied. This kid dared to hit our people, beat him to death, and I'll take responsibility. As soon as he said this, all the members of the External Affairs Department glared at Su Zhe and slowly approached him. What are you trying to do? Wu Xiao, this is fighting. Do you know that this violates school rules? Zhao Lingling rushed over nervously and shouted. Wu Xiao chuckled, it's obvious he's disrupting our External Affairs Department's recruitment drive. Chapter 94, Getting Humiliated. The minister was right. This kid is here to disrupt our recruitment drive, and he even hit someone. Zhang Fei clutched his stomach and shouted loudly. Wu Xiao smiled and said, don't kill him. Just beat him up and take him to the youth league branch. Even if we don't expel him, he'll still get a disciplinary warning. Zhang Fei heard this and his eyes lit up immediately. He said, the minister is wise. Wu Xiao's move was indeed malicious. If an ordinary person were to receive a disciplinary action, they would definitely be unable to take the civil service exam or apply for a government position in the future. Even if you apply to a better organization, they will likely reject you outright if they find out about your disciplinary record. What are you all standing around for? Zhang Fei shouted. Seeing their boss Wu Xiao speak so decisively, the members of the External Affairs Department began to prepare to act. Su Zhe, however, remained calm as he picked up his phone. The voices of Wu Xiao and Zhang Fei from earlier could be heard coming from it. Wu Xiao and Zhang Fei's expressions changed instantly. You dare to record this? Zhang Fei roared angrily. Su Zhe smiled and said, after all, this world is dangerous. Recording it is no big deal. But with this recording, who knows whether you'll be disciplined or I'll be disciplined in the end. This single sentence instantly made Wu Xiao's face turn dark and gloomy. He hadn't expected this freshman to record the conversation. With this recording, he wouldn't be in the right if they got into a fight. You think you're tough, Su Zhe, huh? I'll remember you. Wu Xiao said fiercely. Alright, remember that. I've still got 4 years left in college. If nothing comes up, don't block my way. Su Zhe said. Wu Xiao waved his hand gloomily, and the people from the External Affairs Department finally left. Su Zhe left the classroom at a leisurely pace. Zhang Fei, seeing this, was furious. Director, just let that guy walk away so arrogantly? My punch wasn't for nothing, and what about that girl named Xiaomo? You. But before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Wu Xiao. What's the rush? As long as we're in college, I've got plenty of ways to take him down. Zhang Fei wanted to say something else, but seeing Wu Xiao's gloomy expression, he chose to keep his mouth shut. On the other side, Su Zhe and Zhao Lingling came out, and Xiaomo and Xian shouting immediately rushed over. Xiaomo rushed forward, wrapped both arms around Su Zhe's neck, and hugged him tightly. Su Zhe, are you okay? We won't join the external affairs department anymore. Let's focus on our studies at university. Suze didn't expect Xiao to act this way either. He gently patted her on the back to comfort her. It's okay, it's okay. Xian Xiaoting and Zhao Lingling, standing nearby, both looked envious. Zhao Lingling felt a pang of jealousy and couldn't help teasing, "Oh my, Xiao, are you taking advantage of Suze?" At that, Xiao quickly withdrew both hands, stood there with her head down, her face flushed red, and whispered, "No, no." Zhao Lingling quickly wrapped her arms around Xiao. "Xiao, I'm here. Suze won't be in any trouble. But you're right, there's nothing good about the external affairs department. Let me take you to join our dance club. We have plenty of pretty girls there. But I can't dance." Xiao wanted to say something else, but Zhao Lingling cut her off. "If you can't dance, I can teach you. Dancing is great for keeping in shape. Look at your figure. If you don't keep it in shape, you might end up being rejected by others in the future. And Xiao, look at your figure. Not dancing is such a waste of such a great body." Zhao Lingling looked regretful. "I actually wanted to learn too, but I never had the chance." Xian Xiaoting agreed. Xiao hesitated for a moment and looked at Suze. She actually wanted to be with Suze more. "Alright, I'll let Suze come along. It's a favor to him," Zhao Lingling said. "Suze, let's go together," Xiao said. Suze thought about it and decided it was fine, so he said, "Alright, let's go together." The group headed toward the dance club. As soon as they got downstairs, they spotted Lu Zigua's figure from those hurried years rushing toward them from the distance. "Old Su, Lingling, where are you going?" "Wait for me, I just went to the restroom." Zhao Lingling's originally cheerful face turned dark the moment she saw Lu Zigua. Earlier, Lu Zigua had actually run away. Although Zhao Lingling had never agreed to date Lu Zigua, she had secretly considered giving him a chance. However, Lu Zigua's sudden departure earlier truly left Zhao Lingling feeling dissatisfied and disappointed. Zhao Lingling pretended not to notice Lu Zigua and pulled Xian Xiaoting and Xiao along, continuing to walk forward. "Lingling, listen to me explain. I had a stomachache just now. I really don't know what happened inside. I really don't know." Lu Zigua's explanation only made things worse. Zhao Lingling grew even more dissatisfied, stopping in her tracks. "Alright, then you can stay in the restroom. Lu Zigua, I'm telling you seriously now that we have no relationship. Stay away from me in the future." Saying that, he walked briskly forward, and Xiao and Xian Xiaoting hurriedly followed. Lu Zigua froze in place, staring at Suze. "Old Su, you have to believe me. I really do have a stomachache." Suze nodded and said, "I believe you." After saying that, he also left. In truth, he wasn't sure whether Lu Zigua was really in pain or had simply fled. These things didn't really concern Suze. After all, it was his own doing, and they were just roommates. He didn't need them to help him. There's an old saying, helping you is a favor, not helping you is just what's expected. As someone with the mindset of an adult, Suze's thoughts are more mature. However, Lu Zigua thought Suze was angry and ran over again. "Old Su, don't be angry. I really had a stomachache just now. If you want, I'll go fight them now, and I won't join the external affairs department anymore." Suze stopped in his tracks and looked at Lu Zigua seriously. "Old Su, I'm really not angry. Although we're roommates, we've only known each other for half a month. You have no reason to let my matter delay your future. I understand all of this, and I'm not angry either. Old Lu, I really am not angry. Although we are roommates, we have only known each other for half a month. You have no need to let my matter delay your future. I understand all of this, and I am not angry." After saying that, Suze left. Watching Suze's retreating figure, Lu Zigua couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. In fact, he had always wanted to be good friends with Suze in the dormitory. He looked down on Wei Zhu, who was so stingy. He also looked down on Han Jia, a guy who spent all day glued to his computer. Only Suze has always wanted to maintain a good relationship with him. But after today, it's unlikely they'll ever be what you'd call good friends again. Lu Zigua stood there dejectedly, thinking about why he had run away earlier. As Suze had said, they had only known each other for over a month. Why should he help Suze fight? Why should he risk his own future for him? However, Zhao Lingling's disregard for him truly left him feeling dejected. A moment later, Lu Zigua said, "Without Zhao Lingling, do I have no other women? What's so great about Zhao Lingling?" Saying this, Lu Zigua strode forward. The dance club had a dance studio, which Zhao Lingling and the school had managed to secure. Though simple, it was a cherished place for the members of the dance club. It is exclusively used by club members for dancing, and outsiders are not allowed inside under any circumstances. As the president of the dance club, Zhao Lingling naturally had a little leeway and brought Suze and the others along. Chapter 95, The Dance Club. Chapter 95, The Dance Club. The dance club was filled with people practicing dance. Suze looked around and saw that everyone was female. Moreover, every one of these girls had long legs and were beautiful with perfect figures. Though they may not be as beautiful as Zhao Lingling, Xia Mo, and Xian Xiaoting, each one is still a standard beauty. Suze walked in, feeling like Tang Sang had entered the lair of a female demon. Everyone, come over here. Zhao Lingling clapped her hands. The girls from the dance club all came over and stood beside Zhao Lingling. However, when they saw Suze, their eyes lit up. They were deeply impressed by him. That night during military training, he danced with Zhao Lingling. Let me introduce you to everyone. These two are new members of our dance club, Xia Mo and Xian Xiaoting. Please give them a warm welcome. The girls in the dance club, please clap your hands to welcome them. Xia Mo and Xian Xiaoting each introduced themselves. Suddenly, one of the girls spoke up. President, what about this handsome guy? Is he joining our dance club? Yeah, President, where did you find this handsome guy? Hurry up and introduce him to us. Handsome guy, don't just stand there. Introduce yourself. The girls started to launch their attacks on Suze one by one. Some of the bolder girls even ran over to Suze and directly asked for his contact information. This made Xiaomu watch these girls warily, standing beside Suze, afraid that he might be taken away. Zhao Lingling couldn't help but smile at the sight. You little hussies, a man shows up and you're all so excited. Then she turned to Suze and said, Suze, what do you think? For the sake of the sisters, I'll invite you to join our dance club. You should know that our dance club has always only accepted girls, no boys. Can I refuse? Suze asked. You said it. Zhao Lingling smiled sweetly at Suze. Suze looked at all the young women around him, their faces brimming with excitement as they gazed at him. If he were to refuse, they might just rush over to him. Alright, but I'll make it clear that I don't dance. Suze said. Who told you to dance? Zhao Lingling rolled her eyes and said, just handle the logistics for us. Girls, let's not bother with him. Let's discuss the welcome party instead. The welcome party is almost a tradition at every university, primarily to welcome new students. It also provides an opportunity for the student union and various clubs to engage in activities. Otherwise, having so many departments established, we need to find them something to do. Zhao Lingling dragged the dance club members to discuss the welcome party, leaving Suze standing there alone. Xia Mo had originally wanted to accompany Suze, but she was also dragged away by Zhao Lingling. Suze, on the other hand, was left alone and felt a bit better as he sat there watching the tall, leggy girls in the dance club. Just as he had sat down for a moment, Suze noticed his phone ringing non-stop. He opened it to find several messages from Yi Qiuyu. They were mainly asking if Suze was coming back for the National Day holiday and if he wanted to go back together. Indeed, it will be the 11th in a few days. Suze had no plans to go back for the holiday. He had just arrived in the capital and didn't have anything to do back home. His YY was still in the crucial phase. So Suze replied to Yi Qiuyu, I'm not going back. At Beijing Normal University, Yi Qiuyu felt a bit down when he saw Suze's message. Yi Qiuyu, Suze, this is the first time we've been so far from home. You shouldn't go back and let your parents see you. That's not good. Suze looked at Yi Qiuyu's lecturing tone and simply turned off his phone. He really hated Yi Qiuyu's condescending tone when he tried to lecture others. Suze looked up at Zhao Lingling and the others rehearsing their dance, with Xia Mo and Xian Xiaoting following along. These girls were sweating profusely from practicing dance, so they were all wearing extremely revealing outfits. They wear short-sleeved tops and shorts. As they danced, their long legs swayed back and forth before Suze's eyes. Moreover, apart from Suze, everyone else there was female. These girls move quite boldly, and sometimes Suze even gets to enjoy the view. Especially Zhao Lingling, who sometimes deliberately jumps in Suze's direction. She flaunts her stunning figure, leaving nothing to the imagination as she stands before Suze. Youth is truly wonderful. It was Suze sitting there enjoying the view. Ahem. Suze struggled to control himself, feeling that he should probably avoid coming here in the future. It was too easy to lose years off his life here. Who could endure this? However, looking at the long legs in front of him, Suze suddenly remembered a very popular song from his previous life. The song was also performed by a group of tall, leggy girls, and even with just a few simple moves, it was utterly mesmerizing. It's perfect for the girls in Zhao Lingling's dance club. By the end of the song, Zhao Lingling and her friends were already drenched in sweat. Even Xia Mo and Xian Xiaoting were drenched in sweat. Suze, how did we do? Zhao Lingling asked Suze proudly. Not bad. Suze replied. Come on, Suze, you're really good at pretending. You call this average? If you're so good, show us something extraordinary. Zhao Lingling and the other girls from the dance club just covered their mouths and laughed, thinking Suze was putting on a show in front of them. Alright. Suze nodded and asked, do you have a computer here? Seeing Suze's serious expression, Zhao Lingling felt he was putting on an act and decided to call him out on it. What do you need a computer for? We have one here in the classroom. Zhao Lingling pointed to the location of the computer. I remember seeing a dance by a South Korean girl group that would be perfect for you. Suze said. Suze remembered this song, Nobody, which should have just been released and hasn't gone viral yet. Suze walked over to the computer and searched for Nobody. Sure enough, he found it, but it wasn't very popular yet. Zhao Lingling saw the dance on the computer screen, and the girls were all amazed. Especially Zhao Lingling, who was so excited that she exclaimed, "This dance is so amazing. Let's switch to this one. Suze didn't expect you to like this. Come see who has the best legs here." Zhao Lingling stretched out her long legs. "You're crazy," Suze said coldly. This Zhao Lingling just can't give her a good face, or else she'll go crazy. But Zhao Lingling didn't take it too seriously and instead shouted at the dance club, "Girls, let us learn this dance. It'll be the one for the welcome party." As they spoke, a group of girls began practicing in the dance studio. However, after practicing for a while, Xiaomo realized she truly lacked talent for dancing and could only sit there with Suze. Actually, Xiaomo felt pretty good about it just sitting there alone with Suze. The only thing that made her a bit uncomfortable was the group of girls in front of them, dancing with their legs exposed. "Suze, do you really like girls who dance?" Xiaomo suddenly asked. "It's okay. I just admire it as an art form, but they're not very good at it, so it's just right for them." Suze replied seriously, not looking away. Chapter 96, I'm afraid I'm a jerk. "Really?" Xiaomo asked with a smile. "Of course, I'm a person who has transcended lowbrow tastes," Suze said solemnly once more. Xiaomo smiled without saying anything, her eyes fixed on Suze, and the two of them sat there. Suze looked at Xiaomo. To be honest, Xiaomo's calm and adorable personality was indeed very attractive to him. Especially at times, she was incredibly adorable. This made Suze can't help but think back to his previous life, wondering how Xiaomo had transformed from such a cute person into such a strong and resilient woman. What had she gone through? What has her family done to her? "Suze, are you coming back on the 11th? Xiaomo asked. Suze thought for a moment and said, "I probably won't go back." "You go ahead. I'm not going back either. I want to go out and explore the capital city during the National Day holiday." Xiaomo spoke up. You're right, there are many interesting places to explore in the capital city," Suze said. "Would you like to accompany me?" Xiaomo stared into Suze's eyes and asked directly. "I probably can't. I have something to do on the 11th, Suze answered honestly. "All right." Xiaomo nodded slightly, looking a bit disappointed. The atmosphere between the two grew quiet once again. Suze glanced at Xiaomo, who looked dejected. Suze suddenly noticed a guitar nearby and smiled, unable to help himself. "How about this? I'll sing you a song as an apology for not being able to go out with our branch secretary." "You can sing, Suze?" Xiaomo asked in surprise. "Who do you think you are? How come you can't sing?" "Listen carefully." Suze picked up the guitar. A guitar is a great tool for picking up girls. It's easy to learn and can be used anytime. In his previous life, Suze also relied on his guitar and his good looks to win over many girls' hearts. Suze tuned his guitar strings, and suddenly a song came to mind. It was the one he was looking for. "The brightest star in the night sky." Suze began to pluck the strings, and the sound followed the music. "Can the brightest star in the night sky hear me? The loneliness and sighs in the hearts of those who gaze up at it? Can the brightest star in the night sky remember? The figure that once walked beside me, now vanished into the wind? I pray for a transparent heart." This song was Suze's favorite in his previous life, and it was also the song that helped him win over many girls' hearts. Originally, Xiaomo thought Suze was just being playful, but after hearing him sing, she gradually became immersed in it. This song is so beautiful. It wasn't just her. Zhao Lingling and the others, who had been dancing non-stop, all stopped dancing at that moment. They all sat down together, surrounding Suze, their eyes filled with astonishment. As Suze's singing grew louder and louder, the strings in his hands moved faster and faster. "Every time I couldn't find the meaning of existence. Every time I get lost in the darkness. The brightest star in the night sky. Please guide me closer to you." The people in the dance club began whispering to each other, and some even took out their phones to start taking photos. "What song is this? Have you heard it before?" "No, it's so nice. Quick, record it. A man who's serious is so handsome. Does our classmate Suze have a girlfriend? How about I take the initiative later? He's such a handsome junior, I have to get him." The senior female members of the dance club were all staring at Suze like wolves eyeing sheep. Once the song ended, the entire dance club erupted into thunderous applause. Junior, do you have a girlfriend? Take a look at us. Junior, my legs are 110 centimeters long. Take a look at me. Junior, I may see." Suze was still singing with great concentration, seeing the surging crowd of excited people. "Junior, sing another song." Suze felt a bit like a fan meeting a celebrity. "Cough, I have something to do, I'll go first." Suze put down his guitar, gave Xiaomo a meaningful look, and then ran out immediately. "Junior, don't run away. Senior isn't going to eat you. Junior, sing another song, please. Suze ran to the door and could still hear the harsh words inside. This woman was acting like a thug, men couldn't hold a candle to her. Suze and Xiaomo ran out of breath to the first floor, both of them panting heavily. Wow, these women are crazy, Suze said, bending over and panting. When he looked up, he found Xiaomo staring intently at her. What's wrong with Xiaomo? Suze couldn't help but ask. Suze, did you write this song? Xiaomo asked. Suze thought for a moment. Since the song hadn't been released yet, he figured it should count as his own composition. Yes. Suze nodded shamelessly and added, I wrote it just for you. Upon hearing this, Xiaomo's eyes turned red, and tears began to well up in her eyes. Xiaomo, what's wrong with you? Seeing Xiaomo like this, Suze was a bit flustered. But before Suze could react, Xiaomo suddenly hugged him tightly. Suze, can I be your girlfriend? This sentence struck Suze right in the heart. Xiaomo was indeed cute and exactly the type Suze liked. However, the pain caused by a woman in his previous life made Suze feel that women were all unsafe. He was willing to play around, but he had never considered getting into a serious relationship or even marriage. Xiaomo hugged Suze, waiting for his answer. Xiaomo, I don't know if you believe me, but I've been hurt by a girl before. I don't want to date anyone right now. I'm afraid I'll end up being a jerk. Suze said. Xiaomo put down her hand, stared at Suze with wide eyes, and suddenly smiled. Suze, I know, I understand. The wounded heart you carry, I will definitely help you heal it. Saying this, he leaned in and kissed Suze on the lips. Xiaomo's kiss was very inexperienced. Clearly, this was her first time kissing someone lightly. The soft lips and the gentle touch of their noses made Suze's already restless heart race even faster. A surge of desire overwhelmed him. His hands involuntarily wrapped around Xiaomo's waist, and he began to take the initiative, launching an assault. Xiaomo was no match for Suze. Before long, she was flushed and out of breath. It hurts. Xiaomo let out a soft cry, and Suze finally came to his senses. Xiaomo, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Suze only then realized that he had bitten Xiaomo's lips in his excitement. Xiaomo touched Suze's lips. Suze, this is my choice. I will definitely heal your wounded heart and become your girlfriend. After saying that, Xiaomo blushed and ran away. Earlier, she had mustered all her courage to give Suze a light kiss, and that had already taken all her strength. If she stayed here, Xiaomo felt she couldn't breathe. Suze savored the lingering fragrance on his lips as he watched Xiaomo's retreating figure. Before Suze could think further, Xian Xiaoting and Zhao Lingling rushed out. Suze, I finally found you. Tell me where you got that song from earlier. I've never heard it before. Zhao Lingling's voice rang out. Suze finally replied casually, pretending to be nonchalant, I was just singing it off the top of my head. Chapter 97, Lu Zigua's Apology. Suze, is this song your original composition? Zhao Lingling stared at Suze with eyes that sparkled like she was looking at a treasure. I guess so, Suze said. Suze, you're too strong. Zhao Lingling excitedly hugged Suze. Suddenly, Suze felt the softness. Zhao Lingling kept her distance. However, Suze pushed Zhao Lingling away with a look of disgust on his face. But Zhao Lingling didn't seem to mind at all. Earlier, Su Zitai had saved her face. The members of her dance club were now standing there screaming. They were asking for Suze's contact information, saying they had to pursue him and make him their boyfriend. Meanwhile, Zhao Lingling was thinking that if she could hug Suze, she might even get a little more out of it. Those little s could only dream about it. Thinking of this, Zhao Lingling grew even happier, her hands unable to stop touching Suze's body. Zhao Lingling, let go of your hands. Suze said irritably. Xian Xiaoting stood by, looking at Suze with admiration. Our class monitor is so talented. This song is amazing. Suze finally got rid of Zhao Lingling and returned to his own dormitory. However, Suze's singing video was directly posted by the dance club members on the Baidu Dance Club forum. This forum was originally where the dance club posted their dance videos and photos, so it has always had a fairly large following. The song The Brightest Star in the Night Sky sung by Suze immediately went viral. After all, he's good-looking, sings well, and the song itself is so catchy. Some people directly reposted Suze's video to the Beijing University forum. This move effectively made Suze's videos even more popular, making him an overnight sensation at Beijing University. Beijing University Forum. I hereby declare him to be the campus heartthrob of Beijing University. Please tell me his name, he's so handsome. I want to be his girlfriend. Ha, you're so shameless. I'm his girlfriend. The one above is the shameless one. I'm the one who's not. No, I am. Some people are obsessed with Suze's appearance. Of course, there are also those who are captivated by Suze's singing voice. Can someone tell me the name of the song? It's such a beautiful song, but I can't find it online. Yeah, I searched for ages and couldn't find it. Can someone tell me what this song is? Could someone provide a clear audio clip? Thank you so much. Su Zhe was unaware of the commotion he had caused online and returned to his dormitory. Wei Zhu had already been waiting in the dormitory. Upon seeing Su Zhe enter, he couldn't contain his excitement and blurted out. Old Su, I've got some news for you. I've been accepted into the Ministry of Health. Congratulations, old Wei. You finally made your wish come true. Su Zhe said with a smile. That's right. From now on, I'll take care of the dormitory's cleanliness, so we won't lose any points. Wei Zhu patted his chest and smiled broadly. Hey, old Lu, why are you the only one back? Wei Zhu asked in confusion. What's up? Old Lu, why are you the only one back? Wei Zhu asked curiously. He probably has something to do. Su Zhe said casually. At that moment, Lu Zigua was standing in front of the girls' dormitory, holding a bouquet of roses in his hands. He shouts toward the dormitory, Zhao Lingling, Zhao Lingling. Lu Zigua finally joined the External Relations Department as he had hoped. As for what happened, in Lu Zigua's view, Zhao Lingling was just angry, but he could just comfort her and everything would be fine. Moreover, Zhao Lingling loved nothing more than being pursued by others, and the more attention she received, the better. Therefore, Lu Zigua specially ordered a bouquet of roses from a florist today and came to the girls' dormitory late at night, shouting loudly outside Zhao Lingling's dormitory room. This loud shout caused everyone in the dormitory to look down involuntarily. Everyone watched Lu Zigua holding the flowers and became even more curious. Wow, who is this? So romantic, confessing his feelings downstairs in the dormitory building. That girl is so lucky to have such a boyfriend. Some girls are looking at them with envy. Others, however, rolled their eyes. This is so embarrassing. If I had a boyfriend like that, I'd dump him right away. If the girl doesn't agree, isn't that just forcing her? No matter what you say, the crowd is growing larger and larger. Even the old ladies from the dormitory have come out to watch the show. This wasn't the first time they'd seen it, and it wouldn't be the last. Zhao Lingling was in her dorm room, listening to Su Zhe's songs on her computer. Not only her, but Qian Xiaoting and Xia Mo were also listening with a look of rapture on their faces. The three of them had been discussing Su Zhe's song since they returned, especially Zhao Lingling, who couldn't believe Su Zhe could have written such a song. So she spent hours searching online but couldn't find the song. This means that the song is an original composition by Su Zhe. How talented is Su Zhe? He can write such a song, he's so handsome, and he sings even better. He's so talented, I think he could go pro. Zhao Lingling said. Qian Xiaoting looked at Zhao Lingling's admiring expression and smiled. Lingling, no matter how handsome he is, he's not yours. We're keeping an eye on Xia Mo. Xia Mo blushed and lowered her head, not denying it. Su Zhe was indeed very talented. Oh my, Xia Mo, you'd better be careful. There are quite a few girls in our dance club who are trying to find out about Su Zhe. Don't let someone else steal him away from you. Zhao Lingling teased. Xia Mo heard Zhao Lingling's words and thought she was right. Su Zhe was too outstanding, sometimes she had to assert her claim. Su Zhe is a very pure-hearted person, and today I confessed my feelings to him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingling's face darkened for a moment, but she immediately rushed to Xia Mo and said excitedly, What? You confessed? Quick, tell us what happened. Me. Xia Mo was about to say something when suddenly Lu Zigua's voice called out to Zhao Lingling from outside. Zhao Lingling, come out. I have something to tell you. Qian Xiaoting walked to the windowsill, looked down at the scene below, and said to Zhao Lingling, Senior Lingling, Lu Zigua is holding roses and seems like he's about to confess his feelings to you. Ha, Lingling, you're teasing me. Look, Lu Zigua is here to confess his feelings. Xia Mo said with a smile. If it were before, even if Zhao Lingling didn't accept Lu Zigua's confession, but since Lu Zigua was so bold and made her feel so proud, she would still feel happy and comfortable. She would definitely go down happily to accept the roses and then tell Lu Zigua to keep up the good work. However, Lu Zigua's actions today completely disappointed Zhao Lingling, leaving her deeply disappointed in him. This is a complete coward. For someone like him to shout her name here is nothing short of an insult to her. Zhao Lingling was so angry that she ran to the windowsill, opened the door, and shouted at Lu Zigua, shut your mouth. I don't know you. However, Lu Zigua didn't take it seriously, thinking Zhao Lingling was just angry and could be calmed down with some coaxing. Lingling, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I'll do anything you ask. Look, these roses are for you, and these candles are all my love. Lu Zigua pointed to the row of candles arranged in the shape of a heart. Lu Zigua is really thoughtful. Qian Xiaoting remarked from the side. Disgusting. I don't need his kindness. If I want it from Su Zhe. Zhao Lingling directly grabbed a handful of water from the bathroom and poured it down. Instantly, she drenched Lu Zigua with a refreshingly cool shower. Chapter 98, The Battle Caused by Su Zhe. The candle flame was instantly extinguished by the water in the basin. Just like the crowd of onlookers cheering and watching the show were suddenly silenced by the bucket of water. No one had expected this to happen. In the dormitory, Qian Xiaoting and Xia Mo were also stunned by the scene. They never expected Zhao Lingling to actually collapse. At that moment, Xia Emo didn't know whether it was better to persuade her or not. Downstairs, Lu Zigua's heart wasn't just cooled by the basin of water, it had turned to anger. How dare Zhao Lingling treat me like this? Lu Zigua threw the rose in his hand to the ground, his eyes filled with anger. In Lu Zigua's eyes, even if Zhao Lingling didn't forgive him, she would still come down happily and take the flowers like a proud swan. He believed that if he tried to comfort her afterward, everything would turn out well. He never expected to be greeted with a bucket of cold water. With so many people around, he had completely lost face. Lu Zigua was seething with anger, his eyes red as he shouted up at the upstairs. Zhao Lingling, are you out of your mind? I apologize to you, but you have no shame. Lu Zigua, you're the one who's crazy. What does this have to do with me? Why are you standing outside my dorm room, making such a scene? It doesn't matter. I'll come here. If Zhao Lingling has the guts, let her come down and say it. Lu Zigua said angrily. Come down if you dare. I'm not afraid of you. Zhao Lingling dropped the basin and rushed downstairs. Shen Xiaoting and Xia Mo tried to stop her, but Zhao Lingling pushed them aside. Don't interfere. Today, I'm going to have a clear talk with this coward to avoid him buzzing around me like a fly, making a spectacle of himself. Zhao Lingling finished speaking and headed straight downstairs. What should we do? Shen Xiaoting couldn't help but ask. Let's find Su Zhe. He's in the same dorm as Lu Zigua. He should be able to talk him out of it. Xia Mo said. Right on. Shen Xiaoting agreed. Then I'll send Su Zhe a message right now. Xia Mo hurriedly sent Su Zhe a message. Su Zhe returned to the dormitory and was just about to wash up and go to bed. Suddenly, he saw a message from Xia Mo saying that Lu Zigua was causing trouble downstairs at Zhao Lingling's dormitory building. He really didn't want to get involved. But who made him the class monitor and Lu Zigua's roommate? Su Zhe had no choice but to put on his clothes. Wei Zhu, who had already lain down, saw Su Zhe suddenly put on his clothes and couldn't help but ask, Old Su, why are you putting on your clothes again? Lu Zigua is causing trouble in the girls' dormitory. I need to go check it out, Su Zhe replied. What? How could old Lu do such a thing? Wait here, I'll go with you. Wei Zhu said as he got dressed and climbed out of bed. In the girls' dormitory, Zhao Lingling stormed down, glaring at Lu Zigua like a fighting chicken. Lu Zigua, who had been arguing noisily, saw Zhao Lingling and his earlier aggressive demeanor deflated instantly, like a balloon being let out. Lingling, I didn't mean it earlier. Please forgive me. Lu Zigua softened once again. Zhao Lingling saw Lu Zigua acting this way and became even more angry, especially thinking about today's events. At that critical moment, Lu Zigua actually just took off. This was simply cowardly. Lu Zigua, you're such a coward. You were a coward today, and you're still a coward now. You dare to do it, but you don't dare to take responsibility. Zhao Lingling said with disgust. Lu Zigua was so embarrassed by Zhao Lingling's words that his face turned red and then pale, and he was filled with anger. Zhao Lingling, you're being ungrateful. Why should I get into a fight with Su Zhe and the External Affairs Department? I've only known Su Zhe for a few days. It's all your fault. You've been talking about Su Zhe day in and day out. If I had known you were my girlfriend and not his, I wouldn't have let you get involved. And I'm Lu Zigua, not Su Zhe. These are Lu Zigua's true feelings. Su Zhe's excellence made him a bit jealous, especially since Su Zhe held a special place in Zhao Lingling's heart. Ever since Zhao Lingling met Su Zhe, everything Lu Zigua did seemed wrong. Ha, you're still comparing yourself to Su Zhe? You're just a coward. What qualifications do you have? Su Zhe may act like he knows everything, but at least he has the courage and ability. Zhao Lingling crossed her arms and looked down on Lu Zigua with disdain. Lu Zigua was left speechless, he couldn't think of anything to say. He looked at Zhao Lingling, and in the next moment, his face completely contorted in anger. Fine, Zhao Lingling. Since you like Su Zhe so much, go find him and see if he wants a woman like you. You spend all your time hanging out with men, and you even wear such revealing clothes. People might think you're a prostitute. Zhao Lingling couldn't hold back any longer and jumped up suddenly. You're the one who's selling. He grabbed Lu Zigua's hair and started pulling it in every way possible. Ah, Zhao Lingling, you. Lu Zigua didn't hold back, grabbing Zhao Lingling by the hair. A man and a woman were wrestling on the ground floor of the dormitory building. Many people pulled out their phones to take photos and videos. Fortunately, modern smartphones don't have very high pixel counts, and the photos taken at night are blurry anyway. When Xian Xiaoting and Xia Mo came out, they still saw the same scene. Lingling, Lu Zigua, let go. Xia Mo and Xian Xiaoting ran to the middle, trying to pull them apart. However, Lu Zigua and Zhao Lingling were holding onto each other tightly and refused to let go. In fact, Lu Zigua exerted even more force, causing Xia Mo and Xian Xiaoting to be knocked flying. This scene was witnessed by Su Zhe and Wei Zhu, who had just arrived on the scene. Upon seeing this, Wei Zhu immediately grabbed his phone. Such an explosive scene, I'll take a photo first. Su Zhe quickly walked up to them and supported Xia Mo. Xia Mo turned her head and saw that it was Su Zhe. She hurriedly said to Suze, Suze, you go and break it up. Suze patted him on the shoulder and gave him an assuring look. He walked over to Zhao Lingling and Lu Zigua. Zhao Lingling saw Suze and was about to let go, but then she remembered that her hair was being held by Lu Zigua, so she clung tightly to him. As for Lu Zigua, he acted as if he hadn't noticed Suze at all. In his view, everything that had happened today was all because of Suze. Therefore, he feels more dissatisfied with Suze. Suze watched the two of them, neither giving an inch. If you want to fight, go to the playground. Fighting in front of the dormitory is blocking everyone's way back. Zhao Lingling and Lu Zigua had thought Suze had come back to them, but not only did he not them, he actually encouraged them to keep fighting. Suze is the one who insulted me, said Zhao Lingling in a hurt tone. I've never been insulted like that before. Lu Zigua just snorted coldly. Who's insulting whom? Everyone knows who you are, Zhao Lingling. You, Lu Zigua, I'll fight you to the death. Zhao Lingling tightened her grip once more. What the hell are you doing, you woman? Who's afraid of who? Lu Zigua also increased his strength. Ah! Zhao Lingling cried out in pain. Chapter 99, Fighting. Chapter 99, Fighting. Lu Zigua was tall, but his build was slender. Zhao Lingling, on the other hand, stands at 170 centimeters, which is no small height either. Additionally, Zhao Lingling's dance training has made her body both flexible and strong. The two of them were wrestling together, and for a moment, Lu Zigua couldn't do anything to Zhao Lingling. On the contrary, Zhao Lingling was pulling Lu Zigua's hair. Zhao Lingling, you woman, don't think I'm afraid to hit a woman. Lu Zigua shouted. Zhao Lingling didn't even flinch. Lu Zigua, I've hit you. If you've got the guts, hit me back. Alright, Zhao Lingling, I won't beat you to death. Lu Zigua and Zhao Lingling immediately started wrestling with each other. Xia Mo and Qian Xiaoting watched from the side, wanting to intervene, but every time they tried, they were pushed back by the two of them. In the boys' dormitory, Suze, upon receiving the news, quickly headed toward the girls' dormitory. When he arrived at the girls' dormitory, he saw Zhao Lingling and Lu Zigua fighting. Suze hurried over. Xia Mo and Qian Xiaoting saw Suze coming and were also overjoyed. Stop! Suze shouted loudly. Zhao Lingling heard Suze coming and felt a surge of grievance welling up in her heart. Zhao Lingling not only refused to let go but also snorted coldly. You tell me to let go, so I should just let go? Who do you think you are? Lu Zigua grabbed Zhao Lingling's hair with one hand and shouted, Old Su, don't interfere. Today, I'll teach this woman a lesson. She thinks she's someone special, with everyone revolving around her. If they don't revolve around me, that's still better than you coward. Zhao Lingling's hands were also desperately clutching. Seeing that neither of them had any intention of letting go, Suze stepped between them, grabbed one person with each hand, and pushed them both backward. Both of them yelped in pain and immediately let go. However, Zhao Lingling still glared at Lu Zigua with a vicious look in her eyes. Lu Zigua wanted to say something, but seeing so many people watching nearby, he held his tongue. Some people were even taking photos with their phones, so Lu Zigua simply dropped a line and left. Zhao Lingling, you'll regret this. She said that and walked away. On the other side, Zhao Lingling stood there with her hair disheveled, looking like a madwoman. Seeing so many people pointing and whispering around her, she was someone who valued her reputation. At that moment, Zhao Lingling couldn't hold back any longer and covered her face as she ran off into the distance. Lingling, Lingling. Xia Mo saw this and wanted to call her back and chase after her, but was stopped by Qian Xiaoting. Xia Mo, Lingling Sr. probably needs some alone time. We should probably not follow her. Xia Mo listened to Qian Xiaoting's words and couldn't help but stop in her tracks, but she still couldn't help but worry as she watched Zhao Lingling's receding figure. After all, this must have been quite a blow to her. Suze, please keep an eye on Lingling and make sure she doesn't do anything. Right, class monitor, why don't you go check on her? After all, you're a guy, and if anything happens, you can take care of her. Qian Xiaoting said. Suze thought for a moment, nodded, and said, I'll go check it out first. Don't worry too much. Suze hurried after Qian Xiaoting as she walked away. Zhao Lingling sat by the lakeside, letting the lake breeze blow against her, tears uncontrollably streaming down her eyes. She looked at her reflection on the lake's surface. Was that really her? Zhao Lingling feared that she would become famous throughout the entire school after tomorrow. This was something she had always dreamed of, but instead, it turned into a scandal. She stood up and looked at the lake, but just then, a hand grabbed her from behind. Zhao Lingling, what are you doing? Zhao Lingling heard the voice, turned around, and hugged Suze tightly. The tears that had been welling up in her eyes began to flow freely, like a floodgate had been opened. Suze was momentarily stunned, frozen in place. Suze, do you think I've embarrassed myself? Why did I have to meet Lu Zigua? Zhao Lingling hugged Suze tightly while crying loudly. He was so cowardly, yet he still confessed his feelings to me and hit a woman. I will never forgive him in this lifetime. He is nothing but scum. Suze watched Zhao Lingling cry bitterly, but couldn't help adding one more sentence. You're not stringing them along, are you? Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingling immediately let go of Suze and looked up at him. Suze, how dare you speak to me like that? I've been bullied like this, and all of it was his choice. I didn't force him to do any of it. Suze didn't want to say anything more about this topic, it was between the two of them. If there's nothing else, I'll head back. You should also go home early. Upon hearing that Suze was leaving, Zhao Lingling immediately objected, grabbing his arm with one hand and gazing at him with a pout. Suze, have I really done something to make you hate me so much? I've been like this all day, can't you just spend a little more time with me? I need to go to bed early. Early to bed, early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. Suze said indifferently. At that moment, Zhao Lingling seemed to have regained her tomboyish personality. You're sitting here with a beauty like me and you still want to go to bed early? Sometimes I really wonder if you're even a man, Suze. Suze glanced at her and coldly replied, I'm a man. You can try. Alright, go ahead and try. The next second, Zhao Lingling suddenly tiptoed up and kissed Suze on the lips. But the next moment, she was pushed away by Suze, who said disdainfully, You didn't even brush your teeth, you stink. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingling shouted loudly, Suze, I'm done with you. Saying that, she lunged toward Suze's shoulder and bit down hard. Zhao Lingling, are you crazy? Suze frowned and pushed her away, but there was already a bright red tooth mark on his shoulder. I'm just crazy. Suze, let me tell you, I've decided today that I'm going to pursue you. I'm going to make you my boyfriend and show off in front of Lu Zigua. He wants to sleep with me, but I won't. I'll let his roommate sleep with me and drive him crazy. Zhao Lingling suddenly shouted. Suze heard Zhao Lingling's words and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Zhao Lingling, you're crazy, she said and left. Zhao Lingling smiled indifferently, still smiling sweetly. Suze Shue, don't leave. Your senior wants someone with a good figure and good looks by her side. She's pursuing you. What's wrong with that? Suze ignored Zhao Lingling, the crazy girl, and walked toward the dormitory. Zhao Lingling followed Suze all the way to the boys' dormitory before finally leaving, and as she departed, she lingered outside the boys' dormitory, looking reluctant to leave. This left Suze with no choice but to ignore her completely. Zhao Lingling's mood had improved significantly. Lu Zigua is the kind of person she will simply ignore from now on. Suze has become her target. Xia Emo and Xian Xiaoteng were still worried in the dormitory. When they saw Zhao Lingling return, they hurried over and asked in unison, Are you okay, Senior Lingling? Zhao Lingling waved her hand and said casually, I'm fine, go to sleep. Chapter 100, 3 Women Looking for Someone to Chat With. Chapter 100, 3 Women Looking for Someone to Chat With. Suze returned to the dormitory, but Lu Zigua hadn't come back. Suze didn't think much of it and prepared to wash up, but as soon as he sat down, his phone started ringing non-stop. Suze opened it and saw that Xia Mo, Qian Xiaoting, and Zhao Lingling had all sent him messages. Xia Mo, Suze, Lingling Sr. has returned to the dormitory. Have you returned to the dormitory yet? Qian Xiaoting, class monitor, you worked hard tonight. Zhao Lingling, Suze, starting today, I'm going to pursue you. Suze looked at the messages sent by the 3 women and replied to Xia Mo first. Suze, I'm back. Nothing major. You don't need to worry about Zhao Lingling's matter either. Xia Mo, alright, Suze, but this Lu Zigua is really over the top. Suze, Suze actually didn't really want to discuss Zhao Lingling and Lu Zigua, the two of them. After all, if you think about it, both of them have their issues. If it weren't for Zhao Lingling constantly stringing Lu Zigua along, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Of course, Lu Zigua's cowardly and timid attitude also plays a significant role. Suze, let's not talk about them anymore. Xia Mo, why don't we talk about you? What are you doing right now? Xia Mo looked at the message Suze sent and also felt that talking about Zhao Lingling wasn't a good idea. Xia Mo, I'm already in bed getting ready to sleep. As she spoke, Xia Mo took a selfie and sent it over. Suze opened the photo. The angle of the photo was extremely tricky. Not only could one see Xia Mo's flawless face, but also the outline of her neck was faintly visible below. Looking at these photos late at night is a bit too heartbreaking. Suze thought about it, took a selfie, and sent it over. Suze, here's one for you, and I'll even be generous and give you a half body shot. Xia Mo, hee. Suze and Xia Mo chatted on the bed until midnight before finally ending their conversation. As for the messages from Qian Xiaoting and Zhao Lingling, Suze chose not to respond to any of them. Qian Xiaoting lay on the bed, feeling dejected as she stared at her phone. The class monitor still hadn't replied. He must be very busy or already asleep, so he didn't see it. Qian Xiaoting could only comfort herself this way. Qian Xiaoting could only put down her phone, lie on the bed, close her eyes, and think about Suze's every move from earlier. As for Zhao Lingling, she was so angry that her teeth itched. Suze didn't even reply to my message. Tomorrow I'll go wait outside their dormitory and confront him. No word all night. Meanwhile, in Suze's dormitory that night, Lu Zigua did not return. Meanwhile, outside the school, in a small hotel, Lu Ziguo was struggling to walk out, holding his waist, while a seductively dressed woman was supporting him. Once they stepped out the door, the woman let go of his hand. Lu Ziguo looked at the woman, and his face suddenly turned red. Thinking back to last night's wild encounter, he couldn't help but look at the woman awkwardly. Can we exchange phone numbers? I'll come find you again next time. The woman smiled, pulled out a tube of lipstick from her pocket, and wrote down a phone number on Lu Ziguo's hand. Then she turned around and walked into the hotel. Lu Ziguo looked at the red phone number in his hand, and his heart was filled with excitement for a moment. September 30th, the day before the National Day holiday. Freshmen, having few classes, had already begun preparing to return home early. Yi Chouyu sent Suze another string of messages in the morning, asking if he was coming back. Suze directly refused, saying he wouldn't be returning. Earlier that morning, Suze had received a message from Zhou Wenming, instructing him to come to the company first thing in the morning to report on an important matter. Therefore, Suze got up early in the morning, prepared to freshen up, and ran to the internet cafe. As soon as he got out of bed, Suze saw Lu Ziguo supporting his waist as he returned to the dormitory. Seeing Lu Ziguo's appearance, Wei Zhu couldn't help but ask curiously, "Old Lu, what's wrong with your waist? You didn't come back all night last night. Did you go out to fool around?" Lu Ziguo rolled his eyes and said, "You're the one who was out causing trouble." He then climbed into his bed in the dormitory and went straight to sleep. After finishing his hygiene routine, Suze headed straight for the internet cafe. The internet cafe was originally on the first floor, while the second and third floors were also vacant. So Suze also rented the second and third floors, using them as offices for Zixing Technology. As Suze arrived at the internet cafe, Lu Ruyan was already waiting for him at the entrance. Upon seeing Suze arrive, Lu Ruyan immediately went up to greet him. "Boss, you're here." Just as Suze was about to say something, a faint fragrance wafted into his nose. Perfume. Lu Ruyan has even started wearing perfume. Today, Lu Ruyan was dressed in a professional work outfit, with her hair styled in big waves, and her lips painted a vibrant red, giving her a touch of the older sister vibe. "You're wearing perfume." Suze couldn't help but blurt out. Hearing Suze's words, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but smile, lowering her head and saying nervously, "Yes, boss. If you don't like it, I'll go wash it off right now." "No need. It actually smells pretty good," Suze said. Upon hearing Suze's words, Lu Ruyan, who had been feeling a bit nervous, immediately broke into a smile and said, "Sir, I have something to report to you." "Go ahead." Suze said. "Boss, wasn't there a food ordering feature in our internet cafe system last time?" Lu Ruyan said. Suze nodded. This was the food delivery business Suze planned to launch in the future. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Nothing. Lu Ruyan shook her head hurriedly. "The boss said our business in this area has expanded, and several nearby internet cafes want to collaborate with us to provide food delivery services. We need fewer delivery people, so I want to hire some more," Lu Ruyan said. Suze remembered that Lu Ruyan had just hired 10 people a short while ago, and they were already insufficient. Suze couldn't help but ask, "How many delivery people do you have now? How many do you plan to hire?" Lu Ruyan heard Suze's question and immediately took a piece of paper from the table. "Boss, I've calculated it. Our food delivery team at the internet cafe currently has only 5 full-time employees. I'd like to expand it to 10, and then hire part-time workers later." Lu Ruyan was afraid Suze would disagree, so she continued quickly. "Boss, I calculated it last night. We delivered 3,000 meals this month, with tips averaging around 10 yuan per delivery. After deducting the wages for the 5 of us, we should be able to make a few thousand yuan in profit." Lu Ruyan finished speaking and looked at Suze, waiting for his response. Suze hadn't expected that the food delivery industry, which had only just begun, was already making money. However, considering that there was no competition in the food delivery industry at the moment, with high prices per order, making money seemed only natural. If this delivery service can continue, it will also serve as valuable data for future food delivery operations. "Alright, go ahead and hire more people, and you and Zhou Wenming should discuss developing a mobile app." Chapter 101, Xiaomai noticed why. Lu Ruyan was overjoyed upon hearing this. She hadn't expected Suze to be so supportive of this matter. "Thank you, boss." Lu Ruyan smiled sweetly. Suze listened to Lu Ruyan's mature, authoritative voice, recalling how she had once been a powerful figure in the business world, yet now stood before him in such a humble state. At that moment, he couldn't help but feel a hint of pride in his heart. "I'll go upstairs first." Suze headed toward the second floor. But just as he lifted his foot to climb the stairs, Lu Ruyan's voice rang out again. "Boss, are you having lunch here today?" "I'll eat here," Suze said. "Okay." Lu Ruyan couldn't help but shout excitedly. The office of Zixing Technology Company on the second floor. There were already quite a few employees at their workstations inside the office. Some of the faces were unfamiliar to Suze, clearly having been hired recently. Hello, this is Zeason Technology. May I ask who you are looking for? Suze had just stepped inside when a female employee stood beside him and blocked his path. Suze took a look at the female employee. She had a pure appearance and a sweet voice, making her quite suitable for the front desk. I'm the boss here. The female employee looked at Suze's words and couldn't help but smile. Little brother, don't joke around. This isn't a place for you to play around. Go back where you came from. It was clear that the front desk staff didn't believe Suze was the boss here. But it's understandable, given how young Suze looks. Suze didn't feel like explaining anything. He simply opened his phone and sent a message to Zhou Wenming. Before long, Zhou Wenming hurried over. Boss, you're here. When the front desk saw that Zhou Wenming actually called Suze boss, they couldn't help but be taken aback. The next moment, a look of embarrassment flashed across his face. Suze smiled and didn't pursue the matter, instead following Zhou Wenming into an office. Mr. Boss, this is the office we've specially reserved for you. Suze sat down on the boss's chair without hesitation and asked, Zhou Wenming, is there anything important to report? Suze hadn't paid much attention to YY's affairs during this period. Sure enough, as soon as Suze finished speaking, the door to Zhou Wenming's office slammed shut, his tone tinged with excitement. Boss, how's our project going? We've already surpassed 50 million, and Baidu wants to increase their investment. They're even considering an acquisition. It's clear that Baidu has once again recognized the value of YY. They at Baidu sure have a nice plan making me work for them for free. Suze smiled lightly and said to Zhou Wenming. Tell Baidu that 10% of the shares is already the largest stake, and there's no need to even discuss an acquisition. Alright. Zhou Wenming nodded in agreement with Suze's statement. Baidu was clearly trying to take credit for someone else's work at this point. The acquisition by Baidu, the boss, was of little consequence. What mattered most now was that Tencent had begun to act. Zhou Wenming's tone grew even more solemn. After all, in today's internet industry, whatever Tencent sets its sights on, they will stop at nothing to obtain it. It has hundreds of millions of users, which is its greatest strength. Oh, what does Tencent say about that? Suze asked. Zhou Wenming looked at his boss, who showed no signs of worry, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. That's Tencent. Tencent. Boss, Tencent sent someone to tell us we have two options. They can offer to acquire our company for 100 million, or we go bankrupt. That's so bossy. Suze heard this, but he wasn't particularly surprised. Tencent had indeed maintained a firm stance before 2010, insisting that whatever they set their sights on, they would obtain. Sir, I suspect that Tencent may copy our YY Happy Farm. If they do, given their traffic, we might not be able to compete with them. Zhou Wenming looked at Suze with concern. After all, this YY Happy Farm game isn't that complicated. For a major company like Tencent, imitating it would likely be quite straightforward. Suze smiled and said, given Tencent's track record, there's no doubt they'll copy it. Regardless of whether they use it or not, Suze had already concluded that Tencent would copy it. Since that's the case, then let's see who can make more games. Steal the parking spot. This was also a wildly popular casual game in a previous life. Suze immediately explained the essence and gameplay of the game to Zhou Wenming. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenming's eyes lit up. This was just another version of YY Happy Farm. With this card in hand, there was indeed no need to fear Tencent's offensive. Zhou Wenming looked at Suze with admiration, wondering how his boss could come up with such an entertaining and fun game so casually. Boss, I'll start developing this game right away. We'll aim to launch it within a week. By then, Tencent won't even have time to react, and we'll be able to attract another wave of traffic. Zhou Wenming spoke excitedly. Make sure to optimize this game for mobile devices as much as possible. Everything in the future will likely be mobile first. Suze added. Got it, boss. We're already working on mobile optimization for everything, Zhou Wenming replied promptly. Although he didn't know why his boss was so focused on mobile phone integration. However, Zhou Wenming still followed Suze's lead obediently. Tencent headquarters. At that time, Tencent was not yet as powerful as it would become in later years. Tencent's social media platform is currently the Penguin account. This Penguin account is unrivaled in the entire Chinese social media landscape. Many of Tencent's businesses rely on the massive traffic generated by this Penguin platform to support other projects. It can be said that the Penguin is the cornerstone of Tencent's entire commercial empire. Especially in the gaming sector, which now accounts for the lion's share of Tencent's revenue. Many people have Tencent accounts, which can be used as game accounts. This not only allows more people to apply for a Penguin account, it also makes it easier for players to get familiar with the game. However, in recent times, Tencent's CEO has been feeling a bit uneasy. Because a second social media app has appeared on the internet. Why? This social media app has surpassed tens of millions of downloads in just a few days. Keep in mind that this all happened in just a few days, while it took Tencent over a decade to reach this point. In the office, Xiaomao, the boss, sat solemnly in his chair, his expression extremely grim. The surrounding Tencent executives were all silent, with their heads bowed. You guys, where did this YY come from? You said there wouldn't be another Penguin account on the social media scene. Tell me what's going on. What's the real story here? Little Ma asked. Chapter 102, Fighting for a Parking Spot. Mr. Ma, here's the information about YY. A senior executive placed a thick stack of documents in front of Xiaoma. Xiaoma immediately opened the documents, took them into his hands, and began reading them carefully. The document exposed everything about Suze, and it must be said that Tencent's investigative capabilities are truly formidable. Moments later, Xiaoma threw the documents on the table. Zishan Technology, a first-year university student, Baidu Investment, YY, Happy Farm. This Suze is quite the business prodigy. Xiaoma Zone couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Penguin has virtually monopolized the entire instant messaging market in China, with almost everyone accustomed to using it for online chat. Even using penguins for chat has been turned into a very fashionable trend. Many companies have also recognized the potential of instant messaging, investing heavily in both funds and human resources to challenge Tencent's dominance in the instant messaging sector. However, all their efforts have ultimately been in vain. Yet a freshman, through a game, managed to tear a piece of meat from Tencent's mouth. This couldn't help but shock Xiaoma Zong. At that moment, he even considered recruiting Suze into his ranks. But he knew it was just a fantasy. Someone like him could never become his subordinate. Tell me, what's the situation now? Xiaoma leaned back in his executive chair, waiting for the executives to respond. Mr. Ma, in less than a month, YY has surpassed 90 million downloads thanks to YY Happy Farm. Upon hearing this, Mr. Ma's face twitched slightly. Clearly, even he was deeply shocked by that figure. 90 million downloads. How many years did they have to work at it to achieve that level of success? Now, a first-year university student achieved it in less than a month. The executive didn't notice Ma's micro-expression and continued, and with the explosive popularity of YY Happy Farm, the overall download volume of YY is still increasing. We estimate that in 10 days, it may surpass 100 million. As soon as the executive finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. 100 million. That number is outrageous. This is already a giant in the instant messaging field. For a moment, the room fell completely silent, with none of the senior executives daring to speak. A messaging giant had emerged right under their noses, and for them, it was undoubtedly their responsibility. Everyone is waiting for Xiaoma Zong's address. Little Horse General rubbed his temples. This YY had grown into a giant, and some underhanded tactics were no longer feasible. If it were a small company, Tencent would typically propose a direct acquisition, as this would allow them to maintain their dominant position. Now, we can only focus on competing in the business arena. Speak up, what are your plans to deal with this? Asked Xiaoma. Seeing that Xiaoma Zong wasn't angry, the senior executives couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the boss isn't angry, that's good. Boss, since they made their name with YY Happy Farm, let's just copy it. Our tech team will look into it. Their Happy Farm doesn't have any technical challenges. We can have an exact replica up and running in a month, no, 15 days. That's a good idea. With so many users on our platform, a Happy Farm game should be a hit. Great, just copy it. All the senior executives echoed in agreement. After all, this was Tencent's strategy. If you can't beat them, copy them. With Tencent's massive user base, how could it not catch on? Little Ma rubbed his temples and said, 15 days is too long. We must create Happy Farm within a week. If it takes too long, our customers will disappear. Mr. Ma, isn't this timeline too rushed? The executive hesitated for a moment before speaking. However, Mr. Ma's gaze immediately shifted to the senior executive. If you can do it, do it. If you can't, get someone else to do it. Upon hearing this, the senior executive immediately nodded and issued a formal order. Mr. Ma, I will definitely complete it within 7 days. Alright, I'll give you 7 days. If our farm isn't up and running by then, you're out. Xiaoma's words immediately silenced everyone in the hall. Not only do we need to develop our Happy Farm, but we also need to create some trouble in the public opinion sphere to prevent them from having it so easy. Little Horse proposed another plan. The entire Tencent team began working overtime to develop their own Happy Farm. Tencent has also launched a public relations campaign. The entire Tencent organization has mobilized. Zishan Technologies' Zhou Wenming reported recent negative online news about some YY Happy Farm games to Suze. Upon hearing Zhou Wenming's report, Suze couldn't help but say, this must be someone pulling strings behind the scenes. It seems Tencent is ready to take action. Boss, how do you know it's Tencent? Zhou Wenming asked in surprise. How do you know it's Tencent? Zhou Wenming asked in astonishment. Suze heard this and explained, among all internet companies, the one that places the highest priority on instant messaging and would target Zishan Technology is none other than Tencent. Zhou Wenming couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. The boss is the boss, he could figure that out. I had someone look into it, and apparently, both our YY Happy Farm and YY are projects launched by Tencent. Not only that, but they're also planning to develop Happy Farm. Zhou Wenming shared all the information he had obtained with Su Zhe. In fact, Su Zhe was not at all surprised by Tencent's development of Happy Farm. If Tencent hadn't developed it, that would have been the real surprise. Boss, given Tencent's capabilities, once they launch Happy Farm, it will be a fatal blow to us at YY. Zhou Wenming said with concern. Tencent's scale is something no company dares to ignore. And when it comes to instant messaging games, this is no big deal for Tencent. Su Zhe said confidently, no problem. If Tencent wants to copy us, let them copy. But Zhou Wenming was puzzled by this statement. If these Tencent imitators continue to copy them all the way, how would their company, Zhishing Technology, compete? I do have a new project here. You can take your team and start developing it. Su Zhe took out a USB drive and handed it to Zhou Wenming. The USB drive contained the program for the car parking game. Su Zhe wrote it when he had some free time. This is also one of Su Zhe's key strategies against Tencent. If you want to copy, then go ahead and copy. If you copy, I'll switch games, update the game, and keep releasing new games continuously. As long as there are new games, YY will remain attractive, continuously attracting new users and compressing the time available to the competition. If Tencent wants to copy it, it will take days, even weeks, or months to do so. At this point, it's not a big deal for YY, and as long as they keep users engaged, they can even reduce the number of games they release later on. Chapter 103, The Two Pillars of Zhishing Technology. Zhou Wenming opened Su Zhe's USB drive and saw the introduction to the car parking game inside. His eyes were filled with shock. If this game were to be developed, it would definitely be another hit game. At that moment, he looked at Su Zhe, wondering what his boss was thinking. How could someone come up with two versions of such a hit game? This game is about parking spots. Don't rush to release it yet. Develop it first and wait for the right timing to launch it. Su Zhe said. Zhou Wenming immediately understood Su Zhe's meaning. Boss, you mean we should wait for Tencent to release a copy of our game before we launch ours? That's right. Since they want to copy it, let them copy it a few more times. Su Zhe said. The boss is so clever. Zhou Wenming couldn't help but give Su Zhe a thumbs up. By the way, boss, Tao, the general manager of Baidu, contacted us once and asked if we needed to conduct a Series A financing round. Zhou Wenming said. Upon hearing this, Su Zhe furrowed his brows. Baidu still held a 10% stake in Zhishing Technology, and the money they had invested hadn't even been fully spent yet. Now Tao Lei has come to inquire again, which likely indicates that there is additional capital backing them. Currently, the download numbers for Zhishing Technology's app alone should be enough to attract the attention of some investors. After all, these capitalists are like sharks. As soon as they catch a whiff of blood, they'll swarm in. As for these capitalists, Su Zhe was well aware of their true nature from his previous life. Capital is always about making money. The moment they get on board, they are already thinking about how to sell you out to maximize their own profits. Therefore, Su Zhe maintains a cautious and respectful distance from capital. However, for internet companies, capital is indispensable. Without a steady inflow of capital and the operations behind it, some things simply cannot be done. Therefore, while capital must be introduced, it should not be excessive. However, Su Zhe has not yet decided to introduce capital at this time. After all, if he's going to sell, he wants to get the best possible price. The money invested by Baidu is still there, so we should keep it going for now. Once Zhishing Technology grows larger, we can seek additional funding on our own. Go tell Tao Lei that Zhishing Technology will definitely raise funds in the Series A round, but not now. Let those investors wait a little longer. Su Zidao said. Zhou Wenming nodded. The two continued to discuss the subsequent developments of YY in depth. Su Zhe was primarily focused on the mobile phone sector, believing that mobile internet was the ultimate trend. Boss, we have already developed the Android version of YY, but it is still in the debugging phase. Oh, show me quickly. Su Zhe said impatiently. After all, he had been using WeChat in the future. He wanted to see what YY was like nowadays. Alright, boss, I'll go get a sample unit. Zhou Wenming quickly brought out an Android phone. Su Zhe took the Android phone in his hand, looked at the brand, didn't recognize it, and noticed that the screen was very small, with 3 buttons at the bottom. It was quite different from the traditional smartphones of later generations. After getting used to the smartphones of the past, this one really does look ugly. Su Zhe thought to himself that if he had the money, he'd just go into the smartphone business. In the future, Lei Jun's Xiaomi did a pretty good job. In the future, Lei Jun's Xiaomi is doing quite well. This generation probably hasn't done it yet, but maybe we can invest in Lei Jun when the opportunity arises in the future. After all, Lei Jun took Xiaomi from an unknown brand to one of the top 3 in China. He has mastered the art of scarcity marketing to perfection. Of course, all of that is water under the bridge now. Su Zhe opened his phone. On the screen appears a bright yellow icon. Suze tapped on it, and the page immediately popped up. The interface on the page was similar to the desktop version, and Suze noticed noticeable lag on his phone while using it. This made Suze frown involuntarily. Seeing his boss frown, Jo Won-ming felt his heart race. It was clear that the boss was dissatisfied with this product. This product is no good, it's too laggy and affects the user experience, Suze said bluntly. Upon hearing Suze's words, Jo Won-ming hurriedly explained, Sir, the current Android phones have limited app capabilities. We overestimated the app's requirements, and installing it directly consumes memory. Suze thought back to when WeChat first came out in his previous life. It was simple, without all the flashy features, and even the Moments feature didn't exist yet. WeChat was just like a phone, with only contacts. However, with the development of mobile phones and the internet, WeChat has become increasingly bloated over time. Suze Dao, if that's the case, then let's cut it down. Remove all the unnecessary features from YY, such as group functions and avatar features, and only keep the contact list. Jo Won-ming heard this and couldn't help but look surprised. What's so special about that kind of fantasy? Jo Won-ming asked uncertainly, Boss, is this okay? Yes, make the changes as I said. Our mobile app's main selling point is simplicity, convenience, and ease of use, so all the flashy features should be removed. The focus should be on enhancing the voice messaging functionality, and this requires increased R&D efforts. Jo Won-ming, seeing his boss speak so decisively, could only nod and say, alright. Suze thought about it. If the phone's nickname and the person's name were the same, it might cause confusion. Moreover, the name WeChat wasn't being used by anyone yet, so why not just take it for himself? Suze said, also, I plan to rename this mobile app from YY to WeChat. We need to separate it from YY as two distinct projects, with separate teams working on each, both under your supervision. WeChat will focus on communication, while YY will focus on games and chat. Suze set the general tone for future development. WeChat and YY are the two pillars of Zishan Technology's instant messaging services, with one representing the present and the other the future. Jo Won-ming didn't expect his boss's thinking to be so unconventional, but he could only dutifully take notes. Boss, will WeChat only continue to develop on mobile phones? Jo Won-ming asked, voicing his doubts. That's correct. Suze nodded. WeChat focuses on simple communication and doesn't need any fancy features. You must remember this. Jo Won-ming nodded firmly once again. In Suze's mind, WeChat was the WeChat of the future. With this super app, he would have a giant ship at his disposal. And YY is Suze's other ambition, live streaming. This profession, which would later give rise to countless internet celebrities. We need to hire a large number of people, and cost is not a concern. Everything must be done quickly. I hope that our monthly active users on YY will exceed 100 million next month. Suze said again. Understood, boss. I will do my utmost. Jo Won-ming was also full of enthusiasm. Suze discussed the follow-up plans with him again and then met with the new employees of Zishan Technology. After all, the employees need to know who's paying their salaries. Who is their boss? By this time, it was already noon. Chapter 104, Liao Jian. Suze was about to have dinner and return to school when he suddenly received a call from Li, the general manager of Baidu. This came as a huge surprise to Suze. Although he had exchanged phone numbers with Mr. Li from Baidu, the two had not been in contact much over the years. Business matters are primarily handled by Jo Won-ming in Taolei. Therefore, Mr. Li's call came as a surprise to Suze. However, Suze answered the phone and said, Senior, hello. On the other end of the line came the cheerful voice of Li, the general manager of Baidu. Hey, Junior, are you free tonight? Suzini raised his eyebrows. Senior, is there anything you need? Someone wants to meet you. I'll introduce you. Mr. Li was afraid that Suze would refuse, so he hurriedly said again, Suze, this person will only bring you benefits, no harm. Upon hearing this, Suze became even more curious. After all, Mr. Li is a prominent figure in the capital these days, yet he is now so highly praising someone. Suze also became very curious about this person. Senior, you asked me to meet someone, at least tell me who this person is. Suze asked. Senior, you told me to meet someone, at least tell me who this person is. Suze asked. Mr. Li said, Junior, he's from a prominent family in the capital. You'll find out exactly who he is once you meet him. Alright. Suze thought about it and decided not to pursue the matter further. Suze hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Capital Grand Hotel. However, it was rush hour, and after waiting outside the company for a while, he couldn't get a taxi. At that moment, Suze thought back to the future, where he could simply tap a few buttons on his phone to hail a taxi. When will I be able to create my own version of Didi? After waiting for 20 minutes, Suze finally managed to hail a taxi and headed straight for the Beijing Grand Hotel. In a private room at the Beijing Grand Hotel, Mr. Li was chatting animatedly with a man in his 50s. Moreover, the young man was seated in the seat of honor, clearly indicating his high status. Suze pushed open the door and walked in. Upon seeing Suze enter, Mr. Lee immediately stood up and walked over to greet him warmly. "Junior, you're here. Let me introduce you." He began introducing Suze to the young man. "Mr. Liao, this is Suze, the general manager of Zisen Technology. Suze, this is Liao Jian, the chairman of Jingqing Industrial Group and Liao Zong." Suze looked at Liao Jian in front of him, and suddenly, scenes from his future life flashed through his mind. This man was not a real estate tycoon in the future. I've seen him on the news several times, but I never thought I'd actually meet him here. Mr. Su is truly a hero in his prime. Liao Jian smiled and reached out his hand. "Mr. Liao, you're too kind." Suze also extended his hand. The three of them began chatting at the dinner table, and the atmosphere gradually improved. "Mr. Su, since I'm a few years older than you, from now on, just call me Liao Gu. Don't keep calling me Liao Zong," Liao Jianhao said confidently. However, Suze had always been very cautious. He could guess what Liao Jianhao, who had suddenly appeared, was up to. It was likely that he had set his sights on his company, Zisheng Technology. This person doesn't even offend Mr. Lee, clearly indicating that he has significant backing. However, in the business world, the last people you should ever offend are those like him. Suzidao said, "Liao Gu, since you put it that way, then so be it. Good brother, since we're brothers, I won't hold back. I've set my sights on your Zishan technology. Can I invest in it?" Liao Jian spoke directly. Suze knew that Liao Jian had come to him for this reason, but after Liao Jian said it outright, he furrowed his brows. His fantasies were now as desirable as a delicious meal, and he had no idea how many people were watching. Liao Jian is probably the first one to jump out. He may be the first, but he won't be the last. If one wishes to go further, one must be prepared to deal with more powerful forces. After a moment's thought, Suze spoke calmly, "Mr. Liao, currently, Zisen Technology has received investment from Mr. Li of Baidu and is not short of funds. If we enter the next round of financing, we will definitely approach you first." Liao Jian listened carefully and did not get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "All right, Su brother, I'll be waiting for your next round of financing. Make sure to think of me." Suze was surprised to see how easygoing Liao Jian was. However, he nodded and said, "That's for sure." The three chatted at the dinner table for a while before Liao Jian finally took his leave. Seeing Liao Jian leave, Mr. Li glanced at Suze and finally spoke, "Junior, I was really afraid of rejecting you outright." Suze was curious about Liao Jian's background and asked, "Senior, does Baidu also have shares in his company?" Li Zong didn't deny it but instead explained, Liao Jian's family, the Liao clan, holds significant influence in the business world of China. However, he's not like others who resort to any means to get what they want. Suze understood what Mr. Li was referring to. In his previous life, he had encountered such a situation, but he never imagined it would happen so early in this lifetime. "Junior, you and YY have already been noticed by many people. Although we managed to block them on Baidu for now, there are others we can't stop. So you need to act quickly," Li Zong reminded him. Suze nodded, indicating that he understood. No matter where you do business, there will always be some people who want to get something for nothing. They use their connections or other means to reap the rewards. The two chatted for a while before going their separate ways. Back in the dormitory, Suze kept thinking about the issue. How could he enhance his influence, or rather, prevent others from manipulating him at will? Today it's Liao Jian, but tomorrow it could be someone else, and if that person is malicious, what should one do? From the moment he was reborn until now, Suze has never felt so powerless. Lying on the bed, Suze stared at the ceiling and shook his head vigorously. "Never mind, I'll think about that later. I should finish my homework first." With Tencent's counterattack, the online showdown between Penguin and YY is now inevitable. Although YY has grown rapidly, it is still in its infancy compared to Tencent. Therefore, the most important issue to address now is Tencent. If YY cannot overcome this hurdle, there will be no need to wait for others to reap the rewards. So Suze began to think of some countermeasures and sent them to Zhou Wenming, instructing him to accelerate the development of the parking spot game. As Suze lay in bed thinking, the door suddenly opened. Lu Ziguo walked in. Since it was already the 11th, Han Jia and Wei Zhu had both returned to their dormitory. As for Lu Ziguo, after the incident in Zhao Lingling's dormitory, he never spoke to Suze again. Suze didn't bother with him either. Therefore, he didn't know that he hadn't returned. Suze had always thought he was the only one in the dormitory. Lu Ziguo didn't expect Suze to be there either. He didn't say anything, just glanced over, washed up, and climbed into bed. The dormitory fell silent. Suze didn't pay him any mind and continued to ponder the future direction of Zishan Technology. However, just as Suze was deep in thought, Lu Ziguo, who had remained silent the entire time, suddenly spoke up. "Suze, are you feeling pretty smug right now?" Chapter 105, Lu Xiaohu was arrested. "Lu Ziguo, what do you mean?" Suze frowned and looked at Lu Ziguo. Ever since Lu Ziguo had caused a scene in Zhao Lingling's dorm last time, Suze and Lu Ziguo haven't spoken a word to each other. On one hand, Suze was often absent from the dormitory, and on the other hand, Lu Zigua acted as if he hadn't seen Suze whenever they crossed paths. Suze, of course, wouldn't initiate a greeting either. After all this time, Lu Zigua suddenly said that. Upon hearing Suze's words, Lu Zigua couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Suze, what are you pretending to be? It's all you're doing that Zhao Lingling and I ended up like this, isn't it? Me. Suze looked at Lu Zigua with a confused expression, wondering what he had to do with this. Don't play innocent, Suze. I've been thinking about this for days. Since we started college, my relationship with Zhao Lingling has been getting worse and worse, while yours with her has been getting better and better. You should know that Zhao Lingling is my woman. You're even stealing your roommate's girlfriend. Lu Zigua clenched his teeth in anger by the end. Suze hadn't expected Lu Zigua to think that way. Lu Zigua, if that's how you feel, there's nothing I can do. Suze didn't bother to explain anything to Lu Zigua. Seeing Suze's attitude, Lu Zigua felt that Suze had been left speechless by his words. Haha, I hit the nail on the head, didn't I? Suze, let me tell you this, from today onward, we are no longer brothers, and I will make sure everyone else knows your true colors. Lu Zigua said hatefully. Suze shrugged indifferently. Whatever you want. If you say so, I won't bother with him anymore. Meanwhile, Lu Zigua looked at Suze with a furious expression on his face. Zhao Lingling was supposed to be his woman, and it was all Suze's fault. She must make sure that everyone sees Suze's true, ugly face. So Lu Zigua began spreading the news in the class group chat and other group chats. Suze, however, was busy playing with his phone. The next day, Lu Zigua left early in the morning and arrived at a small room in the External Affairs Department by mid-morning. Recently, he had discovered a business opportunity, packages. He noticed that many people at the university shop online, but there's no place to store the packages. So Lu Zigua took advantage of his recent joining the External Affairs Department and rented a small room to start a package delivery service. Don't even mention that it was only a few days the income of several hundred yuan a day left Lu Zigua thrilled beyond belief. After all, his monthly living expenses were only around 1,000 yuan. Now, the delivery station he runs brings in several hundred yuan in profit. Now he just wants to run this business well, start making money, and show it off to Zhao Lingling. Let her know just how much she regrets it. But running a delivery station by oneself is still a bit tiring. Therefore, Lu Zigua began posting job advertisements at the school. Today, Lu Zigua is still handling deliveries, though there aren't many packages even though it's the National Day holiday. He had sorted each package and was about to take a break. Suddenly, a voice came from the front door. Excuse me, are you hiring here? Lu Zigua looked up and saw that it was Wei Zhu. Old Wei, how did you end up here? Wei Zhu was also surprised to see Lu Zigua. Old Lu, how did you end up here? Lu Zigua pointed to the delivery station and said, I'm the boss here. What? You're the boss? Did you open this delivery station? Wei Zhu asked in astonishment. Of course it is. Lu Zigua said proudly. Now he just wanted to make a name for himself and let others know how capable he was. Especially in front of Suze and Zhao Lingling. Old Wei, didn't you go home? Why are you still at school? Lu Zigua asked. After all, Wei Zhu was the first one to leave their dormitory. Wei Zhu couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Old Lu, I'm not lying to you. I'm just going out to work. The National Day holiday is a good time to earn some pocket money. Lu Zigua heard this and patted his chest, saying, why didn't you say so earlier? Old Wei, if you don't mind, you can work here. I'll pay you 100 yuan a day. Wei Zhu was overjoyed upon hearing this. Really? 100 yuan a day, and even working part-time outside, he can only earn 50 or 60 yuan a day. I wouldn't lie to you. Just follow Lu Go and work for him. He won't let you get the short end of the stick. Lu Zigua patted his chest. No problem. What can I do for Brother Lu? Wei Zhu's tone suddenly changed. Simple, just sort these packages into categories, send them a delivery notification, and then wait for them to come pick them up. This kind of task is straightforward. Lu Zigua gave Wei Zhu a brief explanation, and he handled it with ease. Watching Wei Zhu work, Lu Zigua couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority. This was the first one. In the future, he wanted many people to work for him, and he wanted to be the boss. Let Suze, that good for nothing, know that being class monitor is useless money is what matters most. On Suze's side, he went straight to the company in the morning. This was a crucial period for YY's development, and Suze needed to stay at the company at all times. This is to prepare for Tencent's counterattack. Suze arrived at the company and went to his office. He brewed a cup of tea, turned on his computer, and began browsing the web. Compared to the internet of later generations, the internet of today is still relatively limited. And aside from the 4 major portal websites, there isn't much else worth exploring. Suze was reading the news on the webpage. But just as he started reading, the door suddenly opened, and Lu Ruyan rushed over to Suze, kneeling down beside him with tears streaming down her face. Boss, please save Xiao Wu. Xiaohu has been arrested by the police. Suze looked at Lu Ruyan and couldn't help but ask, what's going on? Lu Ruyan quickly stopped crying and began to speak. Boss, Xiaohu went to deliver food to a customer, but someone stole the food on the way. He couldn't control himself and ended up breaking the person's arm. The customer called the police, and the police arrested Xiaohu. Where is Xiaohu now? Take me to see him, Suze said, helping Lu Ruyan to her feet. As soon as his hands touched Lu Ruyan's hands, Suze couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Her hands were so smooth, and her fingers were delicate and boneless. Suze couldn't resist touching them. Lu Ruyan's face flushed instantly. Boss, boss. Lu Ruyan called out a few times before Suze finally came to his senses. He then cleared his throat awkwardly a few times. Cough, cough, could you take me to see it first? Lu Ruyan hurriedly stood up and rushed out the door. As she walked, she suddenly stopped and turned to Suze, saying, Boss, as long as you save Xiaohu, I'll agree to anything. Looking at Lu Ruyan, who was blushing and lowering her head. The former big sister from a previous life now looked like a timid young woman in front of him. This instantly ignited a flame of desire within Suze, for he had not touched a single woman since his rebirth. There was a fully grown man living inside him. Cough, cough, let's rescue Xiaohu first, Suze said. Chapter 106, I'm just a noob. At the police station. Suze took Lu Ruyan to get a general understanding of the situation. Actually, the person beaten by Lu Xiaohu wasn't seriously injured, but he kept biting Lu Xiaohu intentionally and wanted to press charges against him. The police suggested that everyone settle the matter amicably by paying some compensation, and the issue would be resolved. Lu Ruyan looked at Suze pitifully. At that moment, her mind was in complete chaos, a jumble of thoughts, and all she could think about was seeing her younger brother. Her only brother. Boss, do you think Xiaohu will go to jail? Lu Ruyan was, after all, just a rural woman. By the time she arrived at the police station, her legs were no longer under her control. She collapsed onto Suze's body, and if it weren't for him holding her up, she would have collapsed onto the ground. Don't worry, Sister Ruyan. Xiaohu just hit someone, it's no big deal. We'll just give him some money. I'll handle it. Suze supported Lu Ruyan to prevent her from falling and followed the police into the conference room. Inside the conference room, Lu Xiaohu saw Lu Ruyan and Suze arrive and, like a child who had done something wrong, lowered his head as much as he could, dared not look up at Suze or Lu Ruyan. Across from Lu Xiaohu lay a man with curly hair, his face bearing some scars, sitting there arrogantly. Officer, this man beat me up like this. He should at least spend a few days in jail, right? The man shook his legs, looking as if he had been beaten but was still defiant. The mediating police officer furrowed his brows. Yellow hair, we don't know what you're all about, but the family is here. What are your demands? Huang Mao glanced at Suze and Lu Ruyan. When his gaze fell on Lu Ruyan, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. Brother, I'll apologize for my ignorant younger brother. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Lu Ruyan whispered softly. The blonde-haired man was taken aback, not expecting this rough-looking guy to have such a beautiful sister. Since that's the case, who cares what happens? Let's extort some money first and worry about the rest later. Cough, look at my injuries, I even hit my head. If something happens later, how will we explain it? At least 10,000 yuan is needed, and I won't even ask you for the lost wages and mental distress over the past few days. I'll just ask for an extra 50,000 yuan, Huang Mao said. Lu Ruyan heard this and immediately said, You're trying to extort money. I don't care, this is the price. If you can't afford it, haha, why don't you spend the night with me? The blonde-haired man grinned lewdly. The police officer beside him shouted angrily. Yellow hair, if you keep talking like that, do you want to go back inside? Huang Mao immediately chuckled. Officer, this isn't a joke, don't get angry. Give me a bank account number, and I'll give you 50,000 yuan. Suze spoke calmly. Huang Mao's eyes lit up, and he immediately provided an account number. Su Zhehua didn't hesitate either and immediately transferred 5,000 to the bank. The blonde-haired man finally left with a smug expression. In the internet cafe, Suze sent Lu Ruyan and Lu Xiaohu back home and instructed Lu Ruyan to tell Lu Xiaohu not to go out to deliver meals recently and to rest at home. Lu Ruyan nodded. Lu Xiaohu had clearly made a big scene at the police station this time. After all, he had never been to the police station in his entire life. Under Lu Ruyan's comforting words, Lu Xiaohu finally calmed down and returned to his room, falling into a deep sleep. After everything was done, Lu Ruyan came to Suze's side and looked at him with a face full of gratitude. Boss, we really owe you today. Without you, neither I nor Xiaohu would have known what to do. Suze nodded and said, Ruyan, you're my employees. Helping you is my duty. Boss, you must be hungry. Go take a shower first, I'll go cook something for you. Lu Ruyan said. Suze nodded. Lu Ruyan's cooking was indeed delicious, and after running around all day, he was sweaty and sticky. Alright, thanks for your hard work. Suze went straight upstairs, where there was a bathroom. This bathroom was also where Lu Ruyan and Lu Xiaohu usually took their showers. However, sometimes Suze would also come here to wash up. After all, it's not that convenient to wash up at school. Suze skillfully took off his clothes, turned on the water, and began to wash up. The water flowed down, washing away the fatigue from Suze's body. But soon, rustling sounds could be heard from outside. Click! The next moment, the bathroom door opened. Directly in front of him stood Lu Ruyan, wearing a red dress that accentuated her stunning figure. Her long hair cascaded down, her eyes fixed intently on Suze. Suze was startled by Lu Ruyan's sudden movement. "Ruyan, what are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be cooking for me? I'm taking a shower. Go out first." But Lu Ruyan ignored her and slammed the door shut. Then she glared at Suze with fiery eyes and rushed over to hug him. "Boss, I'm yours. Take me." As Lu Ruyan's soft body touched Suze, his mind was instantly thrown into chaos. He had not touched a woman since his rebirth. But he still forced himself to endure it. "Ruyan, don't do this," Suze said. But Lu Ruyan was clinging tightly to Suze's waist from behind, her arms tightening around him. "Boss, you've been so kind to me in Xiaohu. I truly don't know how to repay you. This is the only way I can think of. If you find me unacceptable, I'll rather not live anymore." After saying that, Suze heard Lu Ruyan's sobbing voice coming from behind him. "I know there's a big gap between me and you, boss, and I know I'm just a rural woman. But boss, I don't want any formal recognition. I just want to follow you and be your woman. As long as I'm your woman, that's enough for me. Please, give me a chance." Lu Ruyan grew more and more agitated as she spoke, tightening her grip even more. Suze's mind exploded in an instant. After all these years of reincarnation, she had never experienced the taste of a woman. Now, even the former beauty queen from her past life is throwing herself at him. If he doesn't accept, then he'll be the next Oshahui. Suze immediately turned around and looked at Lu Ruyan with a serious expression. "Lu Ruyan, are you sure you want to be my woman? If you agree, you may never have a proper status by my side. Think it through carefully. If you don't want to now, there is still room for negotiation." However, as soon as Suze finished speaking, Lu Ruyan shook her head. "No, I must be your woman, even if it means being a woman with no status whatsoever." Saying this, she tiptoed up and kissed Suze on the lips. At that moment, Suze could no longer resist, and his overwhelming emotions erupted. At that moment, her eyes turned red. In the bathroom, water continued to flow down, accompanied by the sound. At night, in Lu Ruyan's bedroom, Lu Ruyan lay in Suze's arms like a kitten, her face adorned with a happy smile. Meanwhile, Suze held a cigarette in his hand. Suze never imagined that he would lose his virginity to Lu Ruyan in this lifetime. He had promised himself he would study hard in college, but he just couldn't resist. Chapter 107, The First Woman. Suze embraced Lu Ruyan, gazing at the shy woman in his arms. At that moment, Lu Ruyan curled up in Suze's arms, her face radiating with a happy smile. Although there was a significant difference in status between her and her boss, she didn't want to dwell on it. She just wanted to be the boss's woman. Whether she's the only one or not. "Let's have Sister Yen arrange for you to go to university for further studies," Suze said. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's previously happy face suddenly grew awkward, and her two eyes looked pitifully at Suze. "Boss, what did I do wrong? Please tell me, and I'll fix it. Don't make me leave." After saying that, Lu Ruyan tightly hugged Suze. Suze looked at Lu Ruyan's terrified expression, fearing she might be abandoned, and couldn't help but stroke her long hair. "Who said I'm going to abandon you? I just want you to go to school, study hard, and improve yourself. You can't just spend all your time in the internet cafe, can you?" Although Lu Ruyan wasn't part of his plans, now that she was his woman. She couldn't attend a regular university, but she could obtain a bachelor's degree through self-study and then enroll in a management training program. Suze will also ensure she has a respectable future. Given Lu Ruyan's demonstrated business acumen in her previous life, it would truly be a waste of talent not to let her pursue her potential. "Really, I can go to college too?" Lu Ruyan's expression turned from joy to sadness as she stared intently at Suze. "Of course, anyone can go to school, and someone as smart as you would find it easy," Suze said with a smile. Lu Ruyan nodded heavily, and tears began to flow uncontrollably from her eyes. "Why are you crying now?" Suze gently wiped away her tears. Lu Ruyan sat up abruptly, her eyes fixed on Suze. "Boss, you're too kind to me." Before Suze could react, her soft lips pressed directly against his mouth. Suze couldn't handle this, and the two of them became entangled once again. "Boss, I love you," Lu Ruyan said with a seductive glance. "Don't call me boss, call me husband. Husband, I love you." In the early morning, Suze opened his eyes, rubbed his slightly sore waist, and recalled Lu Ruyan's almost frenzied behavior from last night. He really needed to work out more. Turning around, he noticed that Lu Ruyan had already left the bedside. Just as Suze was about to get up, Lu Ruyan walked in wearing a red nightgown, holding a bowl of congee. Seeing Suze awake, Lu Ruyan's face couldn't help but turn red. "Boss, this is the wonton soup I made." Suze looked at Lu Ruyan's appearance, and the aching pain in his waist subsided once again. Put it aside first. Lu Ruyan obediently placed it aside. As soon as she was put down, Suze embraced Lu Ruyan from behind and whispered into her ear, "Ruyan, last night you called me husband so happily. Why are you calling me boss now?" Lu Ruyan's face flushed red, and she lowered her head. "Boss, last night. What happened last night? If you don't call me husband today, I won't let you off the hook." Suze knew how to turn the tables and pinned Lu Ruyan beneath him. Lu Ruyan's face turned bright red, and she bit her lip, taking a long time before finally managing to utter 2 words. "Husband. Hee, that's not surprising. Honey, can I call you boss when we're out in public, but only call you honey when it's just the 2 of us? Alright, I agree. Honey, let's go eat. What should we eat? Let's eat you first." When Suze returned to school, he was still a little tired. His first attempt after being reborn had been a bit too forceful. "I need to take it easy. This is a hard 1-second chance at life, I can't afford to mess it up." The sky in October no longer had the heat of August. A gentle breeze blew through the capital, bringing a hint of coolness. On the campus of Beijing University, the girls still wore shorts and skirts, showing off their long legs, as if competing with the flowers in bloom. As Suze walked along the path, he couldn't help but sigh, rebirth is truly wonderful. Suze was walking down the street when he happened to come face to face with Lu Zigua and Wu Xiao from the External Relations Department. At that moment, Lu Zigua was wearing a fawning expression, while Wu Xiao was clearly enjoying the attention as she looked up at him. "Minister, I just found out that a new grilled fish restaurant has opened outside our school. Why don't you go try it?" Lu Zigua smiled broadly, looking very flattering. Wu Xiao frowned and said, "Xiao Lu, we have a student council meeting tonight, and I must attend." That's right. Minister, your meeting is important. How about dinner? When should we eat?" Of course. The meeting is important for you, the minister. You can eat whenever you want, it doesn't matter. We can't delay your meeting. But minister, you're working so hard. Having a meeting this late at night, I wonder what the chairman is thinking. Lu Zigua looked as though he was speaking up for him. Isn't this for the benefit of the students? It's only natural to work hard. Wu Xiaodao said. The minister is working so hard. If all the student council members at our school were like you, that would be a blessing for the students. Lu Zigua said. Wu Xiao patted Lu Zigua on the shoulder. You're not bad either. Keep up the good work. Suze listened to the two of them talking and almost threw up. Seeing Lu Zigua's fawning expression, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. This wasn't how Lu Zigua was at the beginning of the school year. He's changed so much in just a few days. Thinking about sharing a dorm with Lu Zigua, it seems like I'll have to buy an apartment and move out. Otherwise, living with Lu Zigua is making me feel a bit queasy. Suze thought about continuing on his way, but at that moment, Lu Zigua and Wu Xiao also saw Suze. Wu Xiao saw Suze and his brows furrowed involuntarily. After all, Suze was the one who had publicly humiliated him, and it had happened at the recruitment conference. Wu Xiao had been looking for an opportunity to teach Suze a lesson, but he hadn't had the chance until now. Today, he finally encountered the perfect opportunity and couldn't resist giving him a lesson. Wu Xiao quickly stepped forward to block Suze. Suze, huh? I didn't expect we'd meet again. Wu Xiao looked at Suze mockingly. As a senior in his third year, bullying a freshman is a piece of cake. Suze furrowed his brows and spoke directly. Good dogs don't block the way. You dare to insult me? Wu Xiaojin never expected Suze to start cursing the moment he opened his mouth. All the words she had been about to say seemed to be directly pressed down in her stomach, making her unable to speak, and she felt extremely uncomfortable. Whoever stands in my way is a dog. You can step aside. Suze said indifferently. You brat, if I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll never know who you are. Wu Xiao roared angrily. Lu Zigua, what are you looking at? Get over here and beat him up. Wu Xiao ordered Lu Zigua behind him. What are you looking at? Get over here and beat him up. Wu Xiao ordered Lu Zigua behind him. Although Lu Zigua wasn't fond of Suze, they shared a dormitory, so he didn't want to ruin their relationship. However, Wu Xiao's words left him with no choice but to step forward. After all, he was currently relying on the resources of the External Relations Department to run his courier business successfully, earning a decent income every day. Wu Xiao isn't someone he can afford to offend. So Lu Zigua still stood in front of Suze. Chapter 108, Yi Qiuyu follows the path of her future mother-in-law. Suze apologized to our minister. Lu Zigua watched as Suze spoke each word carefully. Suze, I heard you and Lu Zigua are roommates. How come there are no women to help you today? Let's see how you handle this. Wu Xiao stood by, watching the show with a look of amusement on his face. You know, if there's a fight in the same dorm and someone reports it, will it make the news at our university? In the end, Wu Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lu Zigua couldn't help but frown. Although he was a dog, Wu Xiao's words really annoyed him. Lu Zigua, what are you looking at? Get moving. Wu Xiao shouted angrily from behind. But before he could finish, Su Zhe took a step forward and stood in front of Wu Xiao. Startled, Wu Xiao took 3 steps backward. You, what do you think you're doing? Su Zhe stared at him and spoke calmly, don't worry, I won't hit you. I'm a good student, but I want to tell you that I'm not someone you can bully so easily. After speaking, Su Zhe walked forward, leaving Wu Xiao standing there in a daze. Moments later, Su Zhe heard a furious shout from behind him. Lu Zigua, what the hell are you looking at? Do you want to stay in the External Affairs Department or not? Director, I'm just worried he might hurt you. Please don't get angry. Su Zhe heard this and couldn't help but shake his head. He had to buy a house quickly, he couldn't stay in the dormitory anymore. Su Zhe returned to the dormitory to catch up on some sleep. He had been kept up late last night and had to get up early this morning, so he really needed to rest. He slept straight through until the afternoon before finally waking up groggily. As soon as he got up, Yi Qiuyu sent him a message saying she had returned to the dormitory and wanted Su Zhe to treat her to dinner. Since Su Zhe hadn't gone home for the National Day holiday, Yi Qiuyu didn't know what had gotten into her, and she actually went to Su Zhe's house. And she was getting cozy with Su Zhe's mother. Su Zhe has mentioned Yi Qiuyu's virtues on multiple occasions in front of his own mother. Therefore, Su Zhe's mother asked Yi Qiuyu to bring something back. Su Zhe thought that since the girl had gone to the trouble of bringing something back from outside, it wouldn't be too much to treat her to a meal. Alright, I'll treat you tonight. Su Zhe agreed. Meanwhile, in Yi Qiuyu's dormitory, upon seeing that Su Zhe had agreed to treat him to dinner, he couldn't help but jump out. After all, to win Su Zhe's affection, she had already begun to walk the path of becoming his future mother-in-law. This National Day holiday, she went to Su Zhe's house almost every day to show her concern and affection. This once made Yi Qiuyu's mother very unhappy, but Yi Qiuyu unexpectedly became unusually assertive. No matter what her mother said, she was determined to go. This also made Yi Qiuyu's mother even more displeased with Su Zhe. After all, Yi Qiuyu had given up Jinde for Su Zhe and gone all the way to the capital. However, considering that Su Zhe is also a top student at Beijing University, this grievance was kept buried deep within his heart. He secretly vowed that one day, when Su Zhe came to his home, he would give him a taste of his own medicine. In Yi Qiuyu's dormitory, his roommates saw how excited he was and couldn't help but gossip. After all, Beijing Normal University was also a place where beautiful women gathered. Yi Qiuyu's dormitory had 4 people in total. Besides Yi Qiuyu, the other 3 girls were nowhere near as attractive as her. Moreover, every one of them is single, so Yi Qiuyu's dormitory is renowned as the Beauty Queen dormitory at Beijing Normal University. Countless male students were keeping a close eye on them. Qiuyu, you look so happy. Did you get in touch with your childhood sweetheart? A tall, slender girl suddenly appeared beside Yi Qiuyu, but her voice was that of a young girl. Hee, Qiuyu, why don't you take us to meet your childhood friend? You've been talking about him so much in front of us, we really want to meet him. Another girl ran over, her face full of curiosity. Exactly. Qiuyu, if you don't let us meet him, you're really not giving us any face. The 3 roommates gathered around Yi Qiuyu and started gossiping. Yi Qiuyu's cheeks were flushed with a smile and a touch of shyness. Alright, girls, he's taking me out to dinner tonight. I'll bring everyone along. Yi Qiuyu said. Really? The 3 girls' eyes lit up. We'd better get dressed up, then we can't let Qiuyu down. Exactly, let that guy named Su Zhe know that we sisters are no pushovers. Oh, don't dress up so nicely. Yi Qiuyu said. Oh my, look, Qiuyu is afraid we'll steal her boyfriend. She's definitely forgotten her roommates now that she has a boyfriend. Sigh, she must really miss him. I didn't think about it. I just want to. No. Suddenly, the 4 girls in the dormitory were entangled with each other. Su Zhe had just replied to Yi Qiuyu's message when he suddenly slapped his head. He realized he had agreed last night to have dinner with Xia Mo, Chen Xiaoting, and Zhao Lingling. How could I have forgotten about this? This is a bit embarrassing. Should I just push it aside, but if any of them see it, they might cause trouble. Anyway, there's nothing to eat, so just eat. Su Zhe didn't think much of it either. Just as Su Zhe woke up, Wei Zhu returned, drenched in sweat. As soon as he returned, he grabbed the water on the table and drank it in big gulps until the cup was empty, then sat down. Hey, old Su, you're here. Wei Zhu saw Su Zhe and couldn't help but speak up in surprise. Su Zhe had spent very little time in the dormitory since he started college, and he basically just came back at night to sleep. How did you end up like this? Did you go out to carry sacks? Su Zhe couldn't help but ask. What's going on? I was carrying a sack. Some guy bought a big desk online and wanted it delivered to his door. Damn it, I had to climb 5 flights of stairs to get it there. I'm exhausted. Wei Zhu cursed angrily. Delivery service, online shopping. At that time, online shopping was just becoming popular, and college students were the main consumers. Moreover, Huaxia Alibaba was likely engaged in fierce competition with Amazon and eBay, and the future giant JD was probably still flying under the radar at that time. As for the shopping website Suzy, I haven't considered entering that space yet, as shopping websites require strong distribution channels. He doesn't have any channels at all right now. You're doing delivery work, Suzy said. Upon hearing Suzy's words, Wei Zhu immediately began discussing the matter. Old Su, you know about online shopping too. I just found out at the delivery station that online shopping is so easy now, and the stuff online is so cheap. I've bought several things online. Wei Zhu looked around, then lowered his head and whispered, Old Su, let me tell you, working as a delivery guy is really profitable. I can earn enough to cover my living expenses. Indeed, there were few delivery stations at the time, and being near a university made it even more in demand. College students are often the first to try something new. Old Su, I'll tell you this, but don't mention it to anyone else. This delivery station is owned by Lu Zigua. I think you should maintain a good relationship with him. Don't let a woman ruin your brotherly bond, Wei Zhu advised. Suzy was surprised to learn that the courier station was actually owned by Lu Zigua. Chapter 109, Yi Chouyu's dormitory and Xiaomo's dormitory are about to meet. Old Su, why don't you and old Lu stop arguing? Come work at our delivery station. You can earn 100 yuan a day. Wei Zhu persuaded him. Suzy smiled and didn't say anything. Wei Zhu thought Suzy was too proud to speak up, so he spoke again. Old Su, if you're too shy to say it, I can say it. I'm sure old Lu would give me that face. No need. I'm used to being free. Working part-time in college is no fun. Suzy refused. Sigh, Wei Zhu could only shake his head and say nothing more. Such a great opportunity, and Suzy doesn't even cherish it. Before long, Wei Zhu was called back by Lu Zigua, who said there was no one at the delivery station and asked where he had gone. Wei Zhu hurried back. Suzy also tidied up and headed to the food street. Suzy and Zhao Lingling, along with Yi Choyu, had made a reservation at a Huizhou-style restaurant. Suzy had been in the capital for many days and was actually missing the Huizhou cuisine from his hometown. Just then, he spotted a restaurant on the food street, so Suzy decided to make a reservation there. Zhao Lingling walked ahead with her long legs. Today, she was wearing a pair of short leather pants that not only showcased her long legs but also highlighted her curvaceous figure. Her upper body was clad in a tight-fitting crop top that accentuated her slender waist. Xiaomo, on the other hand, was dressed quite simply in jeans and a white shirt, but her natural beauty still shone through. As for Qian Xiaoting, she was wearing a white dress, looking elegant and sophisticated. The three girls walking down the street were being stared at by countless people. Zhao Lingling, as always, was arrogant and confident, walking ahead. The three of us dressed up like this to have dinner with Suzy. We really gave him face, and he was completely blown away. Zhao Lingling said. Hee hee, Lingling, it seems like Suzy specifically invited Xiaomo, and we're just tagging along for the meal. Qian Xiaoting said with a smile. Don't mention it, but now that you do, I feel uncomfortable. Why didn't she invite us? Today, I'm going to eat her out of house and home, Zhao Lingling said, gritting her teeth. Actually, Zhao Lingling had been really wanting to see Suzy lately. Ever since that night when she had a falling out with Lu Zigua, Suzy had been constantly on Zhao Lingling's mind. Suzy could sing, dance, and exuded an air of maturity. This aura reminded her of her father when she was a child. But ever since that night, Zhao Lingling had declared her intention to pursue Suzy. She sent him messages and called him, but Suzy didn't answer any of them. This made Zhao Lingling extremely angry, so much so that she even went to the dormitory building where Suzy lived to confront him, but he wasn't there. The same was true for Qian Xiaoting, who hadn't seen Suzy on the playground for several days. Originally, she looked forward to meeting Suzy on the playground every day, as it was the only place where she could be alone with him. However, Suzy hadn't gone there for many days in a row, leaving Qian Xiaoting feeling empty inside. Therefore, when they heard that Suzy was inviting Xiaomo out to dinner, the two of them couldn't help but follow along. They just wanted to see Suzy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Choyu was wearing a white shirt with her hair tied in a ponytail. She was dressed very simply today, looking like a milk tea girl. She remembered that Suzy had always loved her whip the most. And the three roommates in their dorm were all dressed up in their finest attire. Suzy sent the restaurant's name to Xiaomo and Yi Choyu. He also added a casual remark. I also invited someone else to come eat with us. Xiaomo simply replied, it's okay. I brought 2 people with me. Zhao Lingling saw the message and rolled her eyes, annoyed. Suzy is so stingy. He's inviting us to dinner and bringing others along. Qian Xiaoting explained beside her, maybe he's an important person like the class monitor. We're just having dinner, Lingling Sr. I think he just wants to spend less. No way, we'll order the most expensive one later and make him pay. Zhao Lingling said angrily. Meanwhile, Yi Choyu saw Suzy's message and felt a bit uneasy inside. He still replied to Suzy's message. No problem, I brought my 3 roommates along too. But with her 3 roommates around, she could only force a smile. Girls, there will be other people at the dinner table later, so let's all behave ourselves. What do you mean there are other people? Don't tell me your childhood friend brought everyone from their dorm over here. Right. You've been raving about Chioyu's childhood friend so much, his roommates must be pretty cool. Why don't you introduce us? Maybe we can even organize a dormitory social gathering. Yi Chioyu listened with a smile, delighted by his roommate's suggestion. He secretly thought to himself, if our dorm and Suzei's dorm had a dorm party. And if his roommate could become friends with Suzei's roommate, wouldn't that mean he'd have a surveillance camera right next to Suzei? Then I'd know everything Suzei does, and that seductive Xia Imo wouldn't be able to tempt him anymore. This is absolutely wonderful. Yi Chioyu thought about it more and more and found the idea increasingly appealing. So he spoke up, sisters, that's not the case. The roommate who gets to be with Suzei must be outstanding. But if any of you have your eye on someone, let me know, and I'll definitely help you two get together. Great. The 4 of them were in high spirits as they headed toward the spot Suzei had indicated. Suzei had originally reserved a table for 4, but upon seeing messages from Xia Imo and Yi Chioyu, he had no choice but to call the waiter to switch to a larger table in a private room. After all, there were so many people, and with more women present, dining in a private room was safer. However, the server said that all the private rooms were already occupied, and if we wanted one, we would have to wait until the next group finished, which might take an hour or more. As for the outside, there's a large table available. Suzei took a look and had no choice but to choose the large table in the garden. This large table faced the entrance, and almost everyone who came in could see it. Beijing University External Affairs Department. Wu Zhao's face was as dark as it could possibly be, while Lu Zigua stood beside him, head bowed, saying not a word. Lu Zigua, you good for nothing, why won't you hit Suzei? Wu Xiao said angrily. It's not that I'm reluctant, minister. I'm just worried about accidents. If something goes wrong, it could involve you. Lu Zigua hurriedly explained. What harm could he possibly cause? He's just a poor student daring to oppose me, the Minister of External Affairs. I won't let him off the hook. Wu Xiaowei said angrily. Right, don't get so worked up, minister. It's not worth it to ruin your health. By the way, I heard there's a new Hui cuisine restaurant that just opened on the food street, and it's supposed to be pretty good. I'll treat you tonight and make it up to you. Lu Zigua said flatteringly. Wu Xiao stood up, paced back and forth 3 times, and said, what are we waiting for? Let's go eat right now. I'm starving to death from being so angry. Yes, we'll go right away. Lu Zigua led Wu Xiao toward the Hui cuisine restaurant. Zhao Lingling and her group arrived at the entrance of the Huiquan restaurant and looked up at the signboard. This is Suzei's Hui cuisine restaurant. It looks pretty decent. Zhao Lingling said arrogantly. Chapter 110, the first meeting between 2 dorm rooms sparks fly. Let's go, Lingling, don't keep Suzei waiting too long. Xia Mo urged. Zhao Lingling, however, paid no attention and remained standing still. What's the matter? Let him wait a bit. We're the 3 most beautiful women here, and he won't even come out to greet us. What does that mean? Xia Mo, send him a message and tell him to come out and greet us. Otherwise, we won't go in. Zhao Lingling said arrogantly. Xia Mo and Xian Xiaoting saw Zhao Lingling's words and shook their heads helplessly. Here we go again. That's Senior Lingling, Suzei seems to have invited Xia Mo to dinner, and we're just tagging along. Xian Xiaoting reminded them from the side. This wasn't mentioned earlier, but now that it's out, Zhao Lingling is even more upset. What does Suzei mean by this? Since he only invited Xia Mo to dinner, what does he think of the 2 of us? He absolutely has to make her come out to pick us up for dinner today. As she spoke, Zhao Lingling took out her phone and called Suzei directly. Suzei, this girl and Xia Mo and Xiao Ting are downstairs at the Hui cuisine restaurant. Come out and pick us up quickly, or else the 3 of us won't go in. Zhao Lingling said. Sitting in the lobby, Suzei listened to Zhao Lingling's arrogant voice on the phone and felt utterly helpless. This woman can't go a day without causing trouble. Suzei wasn't going to spoil her either. He spoke directly, Zhao Lining, if you don't want to eat, don't eat. I didn't invite you, so not eating saves me money. After saying that, Suzei hung up the phone before Zhao Lingling could respond. Zhao Lingling looked at her phone with a displeased expression, furious. This Suzei, how rude to hang up on me. It's so infuriating. Xia Mo and Xian Xiaoting were giggling non-stop beside them. Zhao Lingling had never taken advantage of Suzei, but he always provoked him. It's like she's addicted to trouble. Cough, Lingling, why don't you go back? Xia Mo and I are going to eat. Xian Xiaoting looked at Zhao Lingling teasingly. Zhao Lingling held her head high and walked with long strides. This guy wants me to stay away to save him money? No way. Today, I'm going to order the most expensive items and make him spend a fortune. So a group of people went in. Not long after, Yi Chioyu arrived at the Hui cuisine restaurant with the 3 roommates. Chioyu, your childhood friend is pretty wealthy, isn't he? He's actually treating us to a meal at a Huizhou cuisine restaurant. This place isn't cheap, you know. A girl from Yiqiuyu's dormitory spoke up. The girl's name was Lu Fei. She was a local from Beijing, came from a wealthy family, and was the oldest in Yiqiuyu's dormitory, making her the big sister of the dorm. Upon hearing this, Yiqiuyu couldn't help but smile. A place that could earn praise from Lu Fei must be extraordinary at the second hall. Suze treated her to dinner at such a great place, making her feel proud in front of her roommates. Oh, I told him not to get something so expensive, but he insisted. I couldn't do anything about it. Yiqiuyu said with a smile. Lu Fei couldn't help but laugh and said, Xiuyu, I'm even more curious about you, my childhood friend. Don't just stand there, let's go inside. Yiqiuyu led the three roommates inside. The Huizhou cuisine restaurant had a very large dining hall. Suze sat at a round table nearby, playing with his phone, unaware of the people who had entered. Meanwhile, Zhao Lingling, Xiao and Xian Xiaoting looked around the lobby but couldn't find Suze's location. Just as they were about to speak, the door opened again, and Yiqiuyu and his roommates entered. Xiao and Yiqiuyu's gazes locked instantly. What are you doing here? Yiqiuyu asked in a hostile tone. Xiao hadn't expected to run into Yiqiuyu here. Seeing Yiqiuyu, she instinctively took a step back. After all, the matter between Suze and Yiqiuyu was common knowledge throughout the entire high school. Her ambiguous relationship with Suze made her feel like she was stealing someone else's girlfriend. However, Zhao Lingling and Xian Xiaoting don't know Yiqiuyu. Seeing a young woman bossing Xiao around, they immediately looked displeased. Zhao Lingling heard this and immediately felt annoyed. Who dared to bully her roommate, Zhao Lingling? Who are you? Is this your house? Why can't we come here? As soon as Zhao Lingling came out, Yiqiuyu recognized her immediately. This was the fox spirit who had danced with Suze during military training. Is this my house? Mind your own business. Did I speak to you, fox spirit? Who are you calling a fox spirit? You woman, I'll tear your mouth to pieces. Zhao Lingling had never been one to back down. Since this woman dared to insult her, she certainly wouldn't let her off the hook. Seeing that Zhao Lingling was about to lose her temper, Xian Xiaoting and Xiao quickly held her back. Yiqiuyu, let's go eat. Xiao said timidly. Eat? Eat with this fox spirit? Xiao never thought you'd sink so low. I must let Suze know your true colors. Yiqiuyu said. Damn it, Xiaoting, Xiao, don't hold me back. I'll tear this woman's mouth to shreds. Who called her a fox spirit? Zhao Lingling struggled violently, trying to break free. But Xian Xiaoting and Xiao were holding her tightly, making it extremely difficult for her to break free. Hey, can you speak more politely? Have we done something to offend you? Xian Xiaoting couldn't stand it anymore. This woman was being so aggressive from the start. Humph. Yiqiuyu snorted coldly, not even glancing at Xian Xiaoting. Instead, he stared at Xiao. Xiao, let me tell you, Suze is mine. You don't need to waste your energy. Zhao Lingling, who had been struggling, suddenly understood upon hearing those words. This woman was Yiqiuyu. Zhao Lingling stopped struggling and spoke calmly to Xiao and Xian shouting, Xiao, let me go. I won't hurt anyone. Xiao and Xian Xiaoting exchanged glances. Seeing no anger on Zhao Lingling's face, only a hint of mockery. It seemed she really didn't want to fight, so they cautiously let go of Zhao Lingling. However, they were also afraid that Zhao Lingling might suddenly attack, so both of them stood in front of her. This way, if she did attack, the two of them could block her. Zhao Lingling was released and glanced at Yiqiuyu before speaking softly. You're Yiqiuyu, the woman who was dumped by Suze in high school. I heard that you confessed your feelings to Suze, but he rejected you. Now I finally understand why your junior didn't want you. With your sharp tongue and biting remarks, what man would dare to marry you? Yiqiuyu, who had been smugly proud, immediately flew into a rage at Zhao Lingling's words. Who are you? How dare you speak to me like that? I'll fight you. Yiqiuyu also lost his temper at this point, flailing his arms and legs as he lunged toward Zhao Lingling. However, Yiqiuyu was stopped by her roommates. Oh no, she's getting angry. I heard you're studying at Beijing Normal University and not at the same university as Suze. We're at the same university as Suze, and we're even in the same department. You didn't see us dancing with Suze, did you? We were so close, holding each other's waists and touching each other's hips. Suze's butt is really perky. When it comes to being explicit, Yiqiuyu decided she wasn't a match for Zhao Lingling. Chapter 111, The Beautiful Women Are Fighting. Zhao Lingling's words made Xiao and Xian Xiaoting blush. Could they really hear that? Yiqiuyu and her roommate were equally flushed. Especially Yiqiuyu, who didn't know whether she was shy or furious, her face flushed red, and her chest trembled with anger. Fox Spirit, you've just touched Suze's, but what's so great about that? Who hasn't touched him? I've even touched his chest and seen him naked. Yiqiuyu retorted arrogantly, refusing to admit defeat. Oh my, so you're a female troublemaker. You're so young and already thinking about men. Zhao Lingling sked disapprovingly. Yi Qiuyu blushed instantly, not expecting Zhao Lingling to be so unreasonable and change the subject so abruptly. Earlier, weren't we comparing who was closer to Su Zhe? Why are we now comparing who is the bully? Yi Qiuyu hadn't even mentioned Zhao Lingling, and after just a few words, she was already so anxious she was stomping her feet. Zhao Lingling looked at Yi Qiuyu with a teasing smile, feeling quite pleased with herself. You fox, I'll fight you to the death. Yi Qiuyu couldn't argue anymore and started attacking directly. Yi Qiuyu's roommate didn't expect Yi Qiuyu to act so abruptly and tried to stop him but couldn't. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qiuyu's hand suddenly grabbed Zhao Lingling's hair and yanked it down. Ah! Zhao Lingling cried out in pain. But Zhao Lingling wasn't someone to be messed with. She immediately began to fight back. You stinking woman, you dare grab my hair. She grabbed Zhao Lingling's hair and pulled it down. You fox, you're pulling my hair, I'll fight you to the death. Yi Qiuyu also gave a hard tug. So the two women began to fight fiercely in front of the restaurant, pulling each other's hair. Yi Qiuyu's roommate, Xiao and Qian Xiaoting finally reacted. They hurried forward to try to stop the fight. Lingling, please stop fighting. Qiuyu, stop hitting her. Everyone is watching. After all, fights always attract a crowd, especially when beautiful women are involved. A crowd has already gathered to watch. Zhao Lingling wasn't about to give up. She started it first. Why should I let go first? If anyone should let go, it should be her. Yi Qiuyu said, I won't. I'll pull all the hair off this fox spirit. After saying that, he pulled hard. I'll fight you to the death. Zhao Lingling also began to exert force, and her other hand started to go directly to his head. Yi Qiuyu also joined the fray with one hand. Not only were the two of them not calmed down, but they were now fighting even more fiercely. Look! There are two beautiful women fighting up ahead. What? A fight between beautiful women? That's great! Wow, such beautiful women fighting? More and more people gathered around, and Zhao Lingling and Yi Qiuyu were both feeling very embarrassed. However, neither of them was willing to give in or let go. No matter how much Xia Mo and Qian Xiaoting tried to persuade them. Right, I'll go call Su Zhe. Xia Mo hurriedly ran toward the restaurant. Inside the restaurant, Su Zhe was playing with his phone, waiting for them to arrive. However, after waiting for a while with no sign of them, he began to grow impatient. But suddenly, he noticed a fight outside and heard from others that it seemed to be two women fighting. Su Zhe couldn't help but shake his head. These days, women were so bold, fighting in the street. Su Zhe stopped a waiter and asked, Do you know why those two are fighting outside? The waiter whispered, I heard it's over a man. I wonder what kind of man could make two such beautiful women fight. If I were that man, dying a few years earlier would be worth it. The waiter looked envious. Just then, Xia Mo rushed into the restaurant, spotted Su Zhe immediately, and ran straight toward him. Su Zhe, something's wrong. Zhao Lingling and Yi Qiuyu are fighting. Su Zhe said, You mean the ones fighting at the door are Zhao Lingling and Yi Qiuyu? Xia Mo nodded. Oh my god. Su Zhe blurted out a curse and hurried toward the door. These two women were actually fighting, and right at the entrance of the restaurant. How could Su Zhe have thought that by inviting them to dinner, he would end up getting them into a fight? Meanwhile, the waiter nearby looked at Su Zhe with a mix of astonishment and envy. The man in front of them was the one who had caused the two beautiful women to fight. He's still putting on a show in front of us. Wah, I'm so jealous. When will I have two women fighting over me? No, just one woman who wants me would be enough. This drought is killing us. The restaurant was crowded with people. After all, a fight between beautiful women is still very tempting. Su Zhe and Xia Mo had to struggle to get inside. All they could see was Zhao Lingling and Yi Qiuyu clutching each other's hair tightly, neither willing to let go first. The two women were like two fighting cocks, staring intently at each other, neither willing to back down. Qian Xiaoting saw Su Zhe approaching and hurriedly spoke up, Class monitor, you're here. Please try to calm them down. This exclamation immediately caught the attention of Zhao Lingling and Yi Qiuyu, who both turned their gaze toward Su Zhe. Upon seeing it was Su Zhe, Yi Qiuyu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Su Zhe, she's bullying me, she hit me. Stop her. Zhao Lingling, seeing this, felt incredibly wronged. Tears as big as beans fell down her cheeks, but she didn't say a word, clenching her lips tightly, looking as wronged as possible. Su Zhe looked at the two women and couldn't help but feel angry. He had kindly invited them to dinner, but instead, the two women were fighting right outside the restaurant. Alright, you two can fight it out here. Looks like we won't be eating after all. After saying that, Su Zhe swept his sleeves and left. Yi Qiuyu and Zhao Lingling, who had just been filled with grievance, now looked utterly astonished. Tears welled up in their eyes, but their voices trailed off abruptly. They hadn't expected Su Zhe to come and break up the fight, but instead he had simply walked away. It wasn't just Yi Qiuyu and Zhao Lingling, almost everyone around them looked utterly surprised. They had originally come to watch the show, curious to see how Su Zhe would make his decision. No matter how Su Zhe made his decision, it would inevitably favor one side and harm the other. By then, if he steps in to comfort the injured party, he might even end up winning the beauty's heart. Many people had this idea in mind. They just didn't expect Suze to leave without even trying to persuade them. This isn't following the usual pattern. Zhao Lingling and Yi Qiuyu were both dumbfounded. After a brief moment of mental blankness, their minds immediately began racing. The two began to think the same thing at the same time. Would Suze not like this kind of fight? Would Suze think I'm a violent woman, and would he love me even less because of it? No, no. Zhao Lingling and Yi Qiuyu exchanged a glance, and the two let go of each other's hands in perfect unison. Then, without any prior arrangement, they both started chasing after Suze. Suze, listen to me. It's not my fault. It's all that fox's fault. Suze, don't listen to her nonsense. She was the one who started it. Chapter 112, Xiaomo's Confession. Suze was walking down the street, with Yi Qiuyu and Zhao Lingling chasing after him from behind. At that moment, both of them were still disheveled, as they hadn't had time to tidy themselves up after their earlier fight. However, they completely disregarded their appearance, one on each side of Suze. Yi Qiuyu grabbed Suze's hand and explained, Suze, don't get angry. I really didn't mean to fight with her. He was the one who spoke so harshly, and she called me. Damn it, you woman, you really know how to turn the tables. You were the one who started it, weren't you? Suze, you have to believe me. The two women began to argue loudly in Suze's ear. Shut up! Suze shouted at the two of them. At that moment, both of them fell silent, dared not speak. You two, don't follow me. I don't want to see either of you. If you keep following me, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, Suze walked away, leaving Zhao Lingling and Yi Qiuyu behind. Yi Qiuyu looked utterly wronged, and her roommate, who was standing beside her, also looked wronged, rushing over to comfort her. Yi Qiuyu immediately hugged one of them and burst into tears. As for Zhao Lingling, she was desperately biting her lips to stop her tears from falling. Lingling, are you okay? Shen Xiaoting asked from the side. I'm fine. What could happen to me? Let's go back. Saying that, Zhao Lingling headed straight toward the school. Xiaoting, follow Lingling and take care of her. I'll go find Suze. After saying that, Xiaomo ran off in the direction of Suze. Zhao Lingling looked in Xiaomo's direction and felt instantly annoyed. She had fought with that guy named Yi Qiuyu just for him. Now I'm the one who got into a fight with Yi Qiuyu, and Suze is looking down on me. You, on the other hand, are just running over there now. Zhao Lingling never expected Xiaomo to be so scheming. All she does is pretend to be innocent and naive. Zhao Lingling muttered under her breath in annoyance. Xian Xiaoting also felt uncomfortable. She wanted to go comfort Suze too. Why should she have to take care of Zhao Lingling? But Xiaomo said it first, and she just ran off without even asking for my permission. She just wants to show off in front of Suze. Meanwhile, Yi Qiuyu, who was crying, returned to her dorm room after being comforted by her roommates. On the food street, Suze randomly chose a restaurant, sat down, and ordered 2 dishes at random. Suze, are you okay? Xiaomo rushed over and asked with concern. Suze, the two of them didn't mean it. Suze shrugged indifferently and said, whether they did it on purpose or not has nothing to do with me. It's just so annoying. They ruined a nice meal. Xiaomo, come have a drink with me. Xiaomo, come have a drink with me. Suze picked up 2 disposable cups and poured beer into both of them. Xiaomo looked at the beer and wanted to say she didn't drink, but then thought that if she didn't drink, Suze might be upset. Would that be inappropriate? Thinking of this, Xiaomo didn't say anything. Suze downed the entire bottle of wine in the cup. The icy beer flowed down his throat and into his stomach, calming Suze's restless heart. Xiaomo, why aren't you drinking? Seeing Xiaomo hadn't moved, Suze couldn't help but speak up. I'll drink. Xiaomo grabbed the wine glass and took a sip. But after just one sip, her face turned bright red. Clearly, Xiaomo was someone who couldn't handle alcohol. Suze, being a seasoned drinker, saw Xiaomo's expression and immediately understood. He reached out to take Xiaomo's beer glass away. Suze, what are you doing? Xiaomo grabbed her own glass. Xiaomo, you can't drink it, don't waste it. I'll drink it. Suze, don't look down on me. I can drink this much wine too. Saying that, he grabbed the wine cup and drank it all in one gulp. Instantly, his already flushed face turned even redder. Suze, how about it? I drank it. I'm not the kind of girl who can't handle a little alcohol. The October wind blew across Xiaomo's flushed face, creating a unique sensation. Looking at Xiaomo's adorable expression, Suze couldn't help but praise her. Impressive. I never expected you to be able to drink so much. Well, you should take a look at who I am. Pour me another one, I'll keep drinking with you. Xiaomo held her wine glass out towards Suze. Suze refused, but Xiaomo insisted on drinking it, and he had no choice but to comply. Suze had no choice but to pour another cup. One cup after another, and before he knew it, Xiaomo had drunk an entire bottle. After finishing the bottle, Xiaomo felt a bit dizzy, her face flushed, and her speech began to falter. It was clearly too much. Originally, Suze had been feeling a bit annoyed, but upon seeing Xiaomo's adorable appearance, all his irritation had completely vanished. Today, Xiaomo was wearing a light blue long-sleeved shirt, with her smooth, delicate legs exposed below, playing in a way that made it seem like her lower body had disappeared. At this moment, she looked quite alluring. Suze's mind was filled with a series of wicked thoughts, but he managed to suppress them all. Xiaomo, it's getting late. I think I'll take you home. Suze stood up, helped Xiaomo to her feet, and walked her home. As Xiaomo stood up, her legs gave way, and she fell directly into Suze's arms. It was clear that Xiaomo had had a bit too much to drink. Suze, don't go. Listen to me. Xiaomo collapsed into Suze's arms, her face feeling as though it were being burned by the heat of his chest. Looking at the handsome face before her, Xiaomo, emboldened by the alcohol, couldn't help but become bold. Xiaomo gathered her courage and said to Suze, I like you. Suze was taken aback, not expecting Xiaomo to confess her feelings to him. In fact, among all the people Suze knew, Xiaomo's personality was the one he liked the most. She is strong in front of others but vulnerable in front of herself. This gives you a strong desire to protect yourself. This kind of girl isn't just Suze. I'm sure most men would find her appealing. But Xiaomo's sudden confession still took Suze a little by surprise. Taking advantage of the alcohol, Xiaomo took a deep breath and said to Suze, I'm serious. I've actually liked you for a long time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to Beijing University or chosen the same major as you. I came here for you. I know you're outstanding, and you're not the only woman in your life. There's Jichoyu, but I don't care. I only want you. Xiaomo grew more and more excited as she spoke, her voice trembling slightly. She had been holding these words inside for a long time. Ever since he had helped her for the first time, Xiaomo had fallen for him. Suze also had feelings for Xiaomo, and her bold confession caused his hormones to start racing. He wrapped his arms around Xiaomo and stared into her eyes. Xiaomo, I can't promise that I'll only ever have feelings for you in this lifetime, and I might change my mind. I might turn out to be a scumbag. Are you sure you like me? Xiaomo tightly embraced Suze's waist and looked up at his face. I don't care if you're a jerk, I want you. As long as you don't abandon me, I won't leave you. Suze didn't say anything else. He simply lowered his head and gently kissed Xiaomo's lips. Chapter 113, The Rift Between Qian Xiaoting and Zhao Lingling. Xiaomo's lips were soft, and Suze greedily sucked on them. Both hands involuntarily wrapped around Xiaomo's slender waist. Xiaomo was no match for Suze before long. She collapsed into his arms, completely limp. Xiaomo, be my girlfriend. Suze looked down at Xiaomo. Upon hearing this, Xiaomo couldn't help but nod heavily, then wrapped her arms around Suze and lifted her head to kiss him passionately. The bright moonlight spread across the earth, as if it were covered in silver. A gentle breeze gently caresses the crimson cheeks of Xiaomo. Xiaomo's mind was still a blur. She hadn't expected Suze to agree to be her boyfriend tonight. At the door of the girls' dormitory, Xiaomo clung to Suze reluctantly, lifting her head to look at his face. Suze, shall we go out and play tomorrow? That's how young girls are when they're newly in love. They want to be with the guy they like every single moment. Suze was about to agree, but just then Zhou Wenming called Suze. He said that Tencent was holding a new game launch event tomorrow, where an important game related to the penguin would be unveiled. This couldn't help but catch Suze's attention, as Tencent had been unusually quiet lately. Apart from some initial pressure from public opinion, Tencent had barely made a move afterward. This is completely unlike Tencent's style. Therefore, Suze took Tencent's move very seriously and insisted on being present at the company headquarters. Xiaomo, I have an important matter to attend to tomorrow. Suze said. Although Xiaomo was reluctant, she nodded and said, It's okay, Suze. We can go out and play another time. What a good girl. Suze kissed Xiaomo on the forehead. Xiaomo blushed. There were so many people around. What's wrong with there being so many people? I'm just inviting my girlfriend. Is that a crime? I'm going to hug her anyway. Suze suddenly wrapped his arms around Xiaomo's waist and hugged her tightly. This caused Xiaomo to lower her head, unable to speak. After all, there were still many people outside the girls' dormitory, and everyone's gaze couldn't help but turn toward them. Suze didn't care, but Xiaomo wasn't as thick-skinned. After spending some time together, the two reluctantly parted ways. Xiaomo, can I bring you breakfast tomorrow? Xiaomo opened her big eyes and looked at Suze with a look of longing in her eyes. How could Suze possibly refuse? Alright, then I'll be waiting for my little Mosey's breakfast tomorrow. Hee, but you can't go to the cafeteria to eat, okay? Xiaomo said happily. Yeah. After receiving Suze's affirmative response, Xiaomo finally returned home happily. Xiaomo skipped back to the dormitory. Zhao Lingling and Qian Xiaoting were each sitting at their desks. Upon seeing Xiaomo return, they did not say a word. Zhao Lingling was still very upset inside. She felt she had been a bit foolish today. All because of the argument with Xia Mo and that guy named Jichoyu. As a result, Suze is annoyed with himself, while Xia Mo plays the good guy, and he feels utterly foolish. As for Qian Xiaoting, she was clearly upset inside. It was obvious that Xia Mo had caused the conflict, so she shouldn't have gone to comfort Zhao Lingling. Instead, she just dumped it on me. So neither of them showed much enthusiasm when Xia Mo returned. Zhao Lingling picked up her phone and sent a message to Qian Xiaoting. Zhao Lingling, Xiaoting, look at how happy she is. She must have gotten something from Suze. It's obvious she started the conflict, yet I ended up losing face. This is so frustrating. Qian Xiaoting, Lingling, next time let's be more careful and not stick our necks out for nothing. Zhao Lingling, that definitely won't happen. Whoever sticks their neck out is the cute one. Xia Mo is just a white lotus. Qian Xiaoting, crying face. Zhao Lingling, if she speaks later, let's not pay attention to her. Suze, that doesn't seem right. Thinking that the two were talking behind Xia Mo's back, Xia Mo happily came to her seat and excitedly said, Xiaoting, Lingling, I have something to tell you. What's the matter? Qian Xiaoting replied absent-mindedly. Zhao Lingling continued playing with her phone. Xia Mo looked at the two of them and said excitedly, Suze confessed his feelings to me and asked me to be his girlfriend. As soon as she said that, Qian Xiaoting and Zhao Lingling spoke in unison. What? Xia Mo blushed and lowered her head. Lingling and Xiaoting were just downstairs in the dormitory building. Suze said he wanted me to be his girlfriend, and I agreed. Qian Xiaoting and Zhao Lingling felt like a million horses were galloping through their minds. They never expected Suze to ask Xia Mo to be his girlfriend. Zhao Lingling regretted it even more, wondering why she had gotten involved today and why she had stood up for her. In the end, Xia Mo was seen as a good woman in Suze's eyes. Zhao Lingling felt extremely distressed. Qian Xiaoting didn't feel as much regret as Zhao Lingling, but she was also upset. Although she knew that Suze had never felt anything for her, she still clung to a sliver of hope that she could become his girlfriend. But now there's absolutely no hope. After Xia Mo delivered the news, Zhao Lingling and Qian Xiaoting remained silent. Thinking they were shocked by the news, she continued, actually, I didn't expect Suze to agree either. He said his heart was racing at that moment. Do you know what that feels like? The more Xia Mo spoke, the more annoyed Zhao Lingling became. She grabbed her phone and started venting her frustration at Qian Xiaoting. Zhao Lingling, Xiaoting, look at her smug expression. If it weren't for me, would she be where she is today? Is she showing off to us? Zhao Lingling, what does Suze see in her? I just don't get it. Qian Xiaoting felt uneasy inside, but the facts were already set in stone, there was nothing she could do to change them. Qian Xiaoting, Lingling, since things have turned out this way, there's nothing we can do about it. Zhao Lingling, what can't be changed? She's just a girlfriend, not a wife. Even if she were a wife, we could still divorce her. Seeing her so smug just makes me furious. Qian Xiaoting thought Zhao Lingling's mindset was problematic. From a young age, she had been taught that she couldn't accept someone stealing someone else's partner. However, seeing Xia Mo's excited expression, she couldn't help but feel a bit smug. Qian Xiaoting didn't try to persuade her anymore. Xia Mo was still talking non-stop when Zhao Lingling finally couldn't take it anymore and abruptly stood up from her chair. She grabbed her toiletries and headed straight for the bathroom. Xia Mo saw this and didn't know what was going on, so she looked at Qian Xiaoting. Xiaoting, what's wrong with Lingling? Qian Xiaoting thought to herself, what's going on? Don't you know? But on the surface, she said, I don't know what's going on either. Maybe it's because of the fight with Yichoyu. Upon hearing this, Xia Mo finally remembered that Zhao Lingling had fought with Yichoyu for her sake. And yet, as soon as she had returned, she had talked about her every little detail with Suze, without showing any concern for Zhao Lingling. A pang of guilt immediately arose in Xia Mo's heart. Xiaoting. I forgot about Lingling fighting for me. Was I a bit too harsh just now? Qian Xiaoting thought to herself, you know that too. But on the surface, she comforted Xia Mo, saying, it's okay, Lingling shouldn't mind. Chapter 114, Lu Fei's Analysis. Chapter 114, Lu Fei's Analysis. Zhao Lingling returned after washing up, and Xia Mo wanted to say something. However, Zhao Lingling slammed her toiletries down on the table and flopped onto the bed. I'm going to sleep. Turn off the lights. Zhao Lingling pulled the blanket over her head. Xia Mo's open mouth could only close again. Xia Mo, go wash up and go to bed. Qian Xiaoting said, turned off the dormitory lights, turned on her desk lamp, and went to wash up. Zhao Lingling lay on the bed, feeling increasingly uneasy. How could Suze agree to be Xia Mo's boyfriend? Zhao Lingling took out her phone and sent a message directly to Suze. Zhao Lingling, Suze, why did you make Xia Mo your girlfriend? Suze was walking down the street when he suddenly felt his phone vibrate. He opened it to see a message from Zhao Lingling. Suze felt a bit uncomfortable with Zhao Lingling's accusatory tone. Who she chose as her girlfriend was none of her business. Suze simply put his phone back in his pocket and didn't plan to respond. Zhao Lingling waited for a long time but didn't receive a reply from Suze. A wave of hurt washed over her, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Without realizing it, Suze had taken root in Zhao Lingling's heart, and the more she looked at Lu Zigua, the more she disliked him. Being with Suze, even though he constantly criticized her. However, Zhao Lingling actually really liked it, because ever since she was a child, all the boys around her had always tried to please her, afraid of making her angry. Only Suze was different. In the past, Zhao Lingling had never even bothered to notice a man, let alone care about him. But tonight, Zhao Lingling shed tears for a woman. No, I, Zhao Lingling, will not give up. The man Zhao Lingling, have set my sights on is mine. No matter who he is, I will take him away. In the dormitory of Beijing Normal University, Yi Qiuyu was crying uncontrollably while leaning on the desk. While crying, she also sobbed and spoke. Why, Suze, why are you doing this to me? You're getting angry at me for a stranger. Yi Qiuyu's roommate hurried over to comfort him, but it was of no use. Yi Qiuyu held his phone tightly, staring intently at the screen, hoping Suze would send a message. However, she was deeply disappointed. Since she had returned, Suze hadn't sent her a single message. Yi Qiuyu's roommate, Lu Fei, looked at Yi Qiuyu's red, tearful eyes and couldn't help but shake her head and say, Qiuyu, you shouldn't have gotten into a fight with that girl named Zhao Lingling today. Yi Qiuyu, with red eyes, retorted defiantly, why can't I fight? That woman has been flirting with Suze all along. A woman like that, I'd tear her apart just for looking at her once. Lu Fei shook her head upon hearing this and said, Qiuyu, look at what you've done today. Do you think your childhood sweetheart is happy about this? Suze has no conscience. He's been charmed by those women. I must tell Auntie about this. Yi Qiuyu still has one ace up her sleeve, Suze's mother. She, Yi Qiuyu, is acknowledged by Auntie. How could those foxes compare to her? Lu Fei couldn't help but smile upon hearing Suze's words. Qiuyu, I advise you not to tell Suze's mother. If you do, Suze might ignore you even more. But Suze has already been charmed by those foxes and doesn't even notice me anymore. If this continues, she might not even want to acknowledge me in the future. Yi Qiuyu said sadly. I don't think so. Lu Fei said, Qiuyu, why did I say you shouldn't have fought with that girl named Zhao Lingling today? Why not? Yi Qiuyu asked in confusion. Lu Fei pushed her glasses up and said, because you're too close to Suze, and Zhao Lingling is their senior in the dorm. No matter what her relationship with Suze is now, her connection to him isn't as close as yours. Now that you're fighting with her, in Suze's eyes, you're just embarrassing him. After all, you've known each other since childhood. If he gets angry at you, I think he doesn't consider you an outsider. Yi Qiuyu heard Lu Fei's analysis and couldn't help but ask excitedly, really? Based on my analysis, that's how it should be. If you don't believe me, you can send a message to Suze. I'm certain he'll respond. Lu Fei said. Yi Qiuyu immediately took out his phone and sent Suze a selfie. Yi Qiuyu, Suze, I got hit by someone. I'm in so much pain crying face. Suze looked at Yi Qiuyu's message, shook his head, and felt a mix of emotions toward Yi Qiuyu. However, seeing her get beaten up made him feel a little uneasy as well. Suze still sent her a message. Suze, who told you to fight with Zhao Lingling? Can you even beat her? You deserve it. Yi Qiuyu was anxiously waiting for Suze's message in the dormitory. When she saw the message he sent, she couldn't help but jump with excitement. Suze sent me a message, he sent me a message. Yi Qiuyu immediately replied to Suze. Yi Qiuyu, I'm so hurt, you don't care about me at all. Look at me, I'm going to ruin my face. Suze, apply some ointment. Don't let it leave a scar. Yi Qiuyu, yeah, I'll put some on. Look at me like this, Suze, can you please not be mad at me? Suze, I'm not angry. Just clean the wound properly. Yi Qiuyu, alright, Suze. Yi Qiuyu dropped his phone and rushed to Lu Fei, hugging her tightly. Lu Fei, your analysis is spot on. Lu Fei, will you be my love advisor from now on? If I manage to win Suze over, I'll treat you to a big meal. Saying this, Yi Qiuyu looked at Lu Fei with a pitiful expression. It's possible, but is Suze really that good? I don't see anything special about him besides his good looks. Lu Fei said doubtfully. After all, the girl named Zhao Lingling tonight is a total beauty, and she even got into a fight for Suze. And those two girls named Xia Mo and Xin Xiaoteng are also beauties, plus Yi Qiuyu. For stunningly beautiful women surrounding a single man, she couldn't help but feel curious about this Suze. Oh my, Lu Fei, you don't know how outstanding Suze is, and he was so attentive to me before. Yi Qiuyu then proceeded to recount all of Suze's glorious achievements. Oh, that's interesting. Lu Fei was clearly intrigued. Alright, I'll take you up on that and let you be my love advisor. Great. With Lu Fei as my strategist, I'm sure I can win Suze over. All those foxes around him will be driven away, driven away. Lu Fei smiled lightly. Alright, Lord Qiuyu, can we wash up and go to bed now? Lu Fei asked. Alright, your lord has granted permission. Yi Qiuyu said with a smile. Suze was unaware of the incident that had occurred in the two girls' dormitories. He returned to his own dormitory from Xiaomo's dormitory. Before even entering the dormitory, he heard the loud noise of people playing cards inside. It was already past 10 o'clock at night, and by all accounts, it was time to wash up and go to bed. Suze opened the door and saw 3 boys and Lu Zigua sitting in the dorm preparing to play cards, while Wei Zhu watched from the side. The game was heating up. Especially Lu Zigua, who stood up and shouted, "4 twos, do you want them?" Chapter 115, Dormitory Conflict. Chapter 115, Dormitory Conflict. Suze knew these 3 boys. They were all in her class and lived in the dormitory next door. When the 3 of them saw Suze return, they stood up involuntarily and stopped playing their cards. "Class monitor, you're back." After all, they had just started university, and they still felt a bit intimidated by the student council members. However, this really annoyed Lu Zigua. "I said, are the 3 of you going to fight or not? Do you want the 4 twos?" The 3 looked at Suze. They weren't afraid of Suze himself, but rather that he would tell the counselor. After all, playing cards was strictly prohibited in university dormitories, let alone gambling. Seeing that Suze wasn't saying anything, they became even more afraid and dared not make any other moves. This made Lu Zigua even angrier. "If you don't want me, I'll leave." This left the 3 of them in a difficult position. Suze said, "After you finish this row, you can all go home. It's already 10 o'clock. Upon hearing Suze's words, the 3 of them let out a heavy sigh of relief. All right, squad leader." But Lu Zigua refused to comply, slamming the cards on the table and glaring angrily at Suze. "Suze, what do you mean? I'm just playing cards, and you're telling me what to do. We'll play until we're ready to stop." Everyone was taken aback by Lu Zigua's sudden outburst. It was already 10 o'clock. Everyone should go to sleep. Suze said. "Sleep? Who wants to sleep? We're wide awake. If you want to sleep, you go ahead. We'll sleep when you do. Don't disturb us while we're playing cards," Lu Zigua said in a harsh tone. Suze frowned. He didn't want to get into a conflict with Lu Zigua. It wasn't because he was afraid of Lu Zigua, but because he was a middle-aged man in his 40s, and getting into a conflict with someone who was not even 20 years old was the last thing on Suze's mind. After a moment of confusion, Wei Zhu quickly stepped forward to mediate. "Old Lu, old Su, let's not argue. Let's go play cards in another dormitory." The remaining 3 also quickly agreed. However, Lu Zigua wasn't having any of it and spoke to Wei Zhu in a harsh tone. "Wei Zhu, am I talking to you? Shut your mouth, or else you won't be going to the delivery station tomorrow." Wei Zhu, taken aback by this, could only awkwardly step back. He couldn't afford to lose this job at the delivery station. It paid 100 yuan a day. With this money, he wouldn't have to suffer so much, and he could buy whatever he wanted. He won't have to eat steamed buns every day and even spare himself a vegetable. Lu Zigua looked at Lu Zigua without saying a word, feeling even more smug. Since the delivery station opened, Lu Zigua felt like he had reached the pinnacle of his life. A woman with money has everything. Under Lu Zigua's lavish spending, he had already developed an ambiguous relationship with a girl at school and was just waiting for the final step. Looking at Suze, he already felt a bit of contempt. "Suze, let me tell you, we're going to play cards in this dorm. If you want to sleep, go ahead. Don't bother with him. We're playing cards." Lu Zigua gathered the cards on the table and began shuffling them again. Wei Zhu, standing nearby, gave Suze a meaningful glance. Although Suze didn't want to provoke a conflict with Lu Zigua was being so disrespectful, so Suze naturally wouldn't give him any face either. He picked up the phone and dialed the number of his advisor, Wang Jia. "The counselor was there when we were playing cards and gambling in our dorm late at night." Wang Jia's angry voice came through the phone. "Who is it? Who did this?" Upon hearing Suze's phone call, Lu Zigua, who had been acting so brazenly, suddenly became timid. As for the 3 boys, they had already fled in panic. Suze saw this and finally said, "Counselor, they ran away. I didn't get a good look at them. How dare they play cards? Suze, notify everyone in the group chat. We'll have a class meeting tomorrow morning. I need to discipline the class properly," Wang Jia said. "All right, counselor." Suze nodded. Seeing that Suze had hung up the phone, Lu Zigua finally dared to speak. All right, Suze, you're doing great." Lu Zigua gritted his teeth. Suze didn't even acknowledge him and returned to his seat. Seeing that Su Zili was still like this, Lu Zigua grew even more furious. "Suze, don't act so high and mighty. You're just the class monitor. Let me tell you, you'll only last 1 semester as class monitor. Next semester, you won't even get the position." Suze still ignored him. "Suze, ask Wei Zhu how much I can earn in a month. If you apologize to me now, I can let you work at my delivery station for a month and guarantee you 3 or 4,000 yuan. Lu Zigua said. Suze still didn't respond. "Suze, you don't have to act so superior. Zhao Lingling was just a woman I played with. Do you know what kind of women I'm playing with now?" No matter what Lu Zigua said, Suze didn't bother to respond. This made Lu Zigua even angrier. He could sense that Suze looked down on him. Wei Shu, what the hell are you looking at over there? Wei Shu could only vent his anger at the Wei Shu standing beside him. Old Lu, I didn't see anything, Wei Shu said. You didn't see anything? What are your eyes for? You didn't see the cards here, so you didn't put them away. Lu Zigui continued. Wei Shu had no choice but to obediently do as he was told. Lu Zigui finally exhaled and sat down in his chair. After tidying himself up, he lay down directly on the bed. Thinking that I really need to buy a house, otherwise I won't be able to sleep soundly here in the future. With several million in my hands, I should buy a house and a car. I don't know much about Beijing's Suzy area, but I remember that the housing prices around Beijing University are absolutely astronomical. If I were to buy a house here, it would be an investment. It seems like Lu Ruyan should look into this herself. As for the car, Suzy also wants to buy one, though he can drive, he doesn't have a license yet. He needs to find an opportunity to get his driver's license and buy a car. Meanwhile, Lu Zigui was in the class group chat, spreading the news about what had just happened, claiming that Suzy was the counselor's informant, tattling on others. Moreover, Lu Zigui secretly created a neighborhood group and added everyone in the class except Suzy to it. In the small group, Lu Zigui, everyone, I think Suzy is no longer suitable for the role of class monitor. He frequently reports on us to the counselor, and there are some things about us that the counselor already knows. How can we proceed under these circumstances? Meanwhile, the few boys who were playing cards in Suzy's dormitory immediately agreed. The three of them chatted animatedly, each adding their own comments. They directly labeled Suzy as a despicable little informant. However, after they said that, many students in the class agreed. After all, everyone dislikes tattletales. What can we do? The counselor has already been selected, and we can only wait until next semester to change it. Someone said. Lu Zigui said, why wait until next semester? Let's have a class meeting tomorrow and all say that we won't accept the counselor. And if everyone votes for me, I'll treat the whole class to dinner tomorrow. Lu Zigui was talking about it non-stop in the group chat, and everyone agreed. Lu Zigui glanced at Su Ziyang with a smug expression. Suzy, your term as class monitor is up. Chapter 116, Lu Zigui's Revenge. Early in the morning, Suzy got up early and went to the playground to run. On the playground, Chen Xiaoting had been waiting for a long time. Today, she had a lot to ask Suzy. She had arrived at the playground early in the morning and had made sure not to let Suzy think she was waiting for him. Chen Xiaoting did over an hour of warm-up exercises before running. When she saw Suzy finally arrive, Chen Xiaoting greeted him. Class monitor, it's been ages since you last came by. Suzy smiled as well. I've been quite busy these days and haven't had time to go running. Then I'll wait for you for a while. Alright, I'll do some warm-up exercises first. Chen Xiaoting accompanied Suzy in doing some warm-up exercises for a while. The two finally started running. Halfway through, Chen Xiaoting couldn't help but ask, Class monitor, I heard from Xia Mo yesterday that you confessed your feelings to her and asked her to be your girlfriend. Suzy nodded and said, yeah. Chen Xiaoting heard Suzy's reply and felt a pang of pain in her heart, but she still forced a smile and said, congratulations to the class monitor for finally finding a girlfriend. Thank you. Suzy said. Chen Xiaoting didn't speak up afterward either, and Su Zidao didn't say anything either. They just kept running. What else was there to say? After running 5 kilometers, Suzy finally stopped. As soon as he stopped, a voice rang out on the playground. Suzy, Suzy. The next moment, a figure was seen running quickly over. Suzy, I brought you breakfast. Xia Mo held up a cup of soy milk and a steamed bun high in the air. Suzy smiled and took it, then wrapped his arms around Xia Mo. You've worked hard. Xia Mo's face turned red, and she whispered, it's not hard work. Buying breakfast for my boyfriend is only natural. Then, to reward your girlfriend, look up, Suzy said. What are you doing? Xia Mo was puzzled, but she obediently raised her head. Suzy gently kissed Xia Mo's lips. This is your reward. Xia Mo blushed and lowered her head. Chen Xiaoting watched enviously from the side and couldn't help but speak up. Can you two show off your affection somewhere private? Xiaoting, what are you doing here? Xia Mo looked at Chen Xiaoting in surprise. Chen Xiaoting couldn't help but slap her own head. She had been so preoccupied that no one had noticed her. Humph. Chen Xiaoting left feeling very uncomfortable. Xia Mo hurriedly followed Suzy and said something, then went to chase after Chen Xiaoting. Suzy returned to the dormitory, finished breakfast, took a shower, and was just about to head to the class meeting. Lu Zigui and Wei Zhu gave Suzy a cold, mocking glance. Suzy, you'll see what's coming to you. Suzy didn't pay much attention to it, but just as she was about to leave, she suddenly received a call from Chen Xiaoting. Class monitor, there is something I need to tell you. Lu Zigui is rallying a group of people and seems to want you to step down from your position as class monitor at the class meeting. Chen Xiaoting didn't know about it either, she wasn't in that group. She only found out today after running back home and overhearing others discussing it. I see. Suzy, however, showed no emotional reaction. He never wanted to be class president in the first place. He's already swamped with work at his company. If it weren't for Wang Jiafei insisting he take the position, he would never have agreed to it. If Lu Ziguo wants to be the class monitor, let him be it. I still have one thing left to do, so why not? Xian Xiaoting saw that Su Zhe didn't take this matter seriously at all, and couldn't help but say anxiously, "Class monitor, we can't just let Lu Ziguo get away with this. The class monitor is only elected for one semester. Why should he be able to change it just because he wants to? Xiaoting, it's okay. I didn't really want to be class monitor anyway. If he wants it, let him have it." Su Zhe tried to reassure her. Xian Xiaoting saw this and didn't say anything, just hung up the phone. In the dormitory, Xian Xiaoting glared at Zhao Lingling angrily and said, "Zhao Lingling, Lu Ziguo is way too much. He actually wants to be class monitor." Zhao Lingling was taken aback. "Whether Lu Ziguo becomes class monitor or not has nothing to do with me. You don't need to take it out on me, especially since his girlfriend isn't even upset." Zhao Lingling glanced at Xia Mo beside her. Xian Xiaoting finally realized she had spoken out of turn, and how she had behaved so unladylike for a man. "Sigh, I just can't stand Lu Ziguo's attitude." Xian Xiaoting looked at Xia Mo and said, "Xia Mo, aren't you worried that the counselor has a bad impression of Su Zhe?" Xia Mo replied calmly, "Even if I don't become class monitor, it shouldn't have that much of an impact, right?" "Oh, you don't understand." Xian Xiaoting sighed. "Being removed from a class officer position still has an impact. Others will think that there must be something wrong with this person, otherwise why would they be removed? Even if there's no problem, there's still a problem." In the classroom, a crowd gathered around Lu Ziguo, calling him Brother Lu. Lu Ziguo was feeling very proud. Ever since he had money, after treating those boys to meals, coupled with his status in the external affairs department, it could be said that every boy in the class had to show him respect. Even some girls started sending him subtle glances. This made Lu Ziguo feel very pleased with himself. Thinking back to all the things he had done in the past to pursue Zhao Lingling, Lu Ziguo couldn't help but feel like a fool. "Everyone, remember what we discussed last night?" Lu Ziguo said. We remember, Lu Gu. We will definitely handle it beautifully." "Great." Lu Ziguo glanced at Wei Zhu, who had been silent all along, and said, "Wei Zhu, you'll be the first to speak." Wei Zhu looked extremely reluctant. "Can I not mention that Lu guy? After all, we're roommates and classmates. It wouldn't be good to do something like this, since we'll be seeing each other every day." "Ha, it seems like you're in a tough spot. Well, I won't make it hard for you either. Just don't mention this matter, but also don't go to the delivery station for your part-time job tomorrow." Lu Ziguo's words hit Wei Zhu right where it hurt. Lu Gu, don't get angry. I'll definitely mention it," Wei Zhu said. Lu Ziguo was finally satisfied. Just then, Su Zhe entered the classroom. Lu Ziguo shot Su Zhe a defiant glance. Su Zhe ignored him and found a seat to sit down. Xia Mo and Xian Xiaoting also sat down next to Su Zhe. Soon after, the counselor Wang Jia arrived. Wang Jia didn't beat around the bush. He immediately stated that the class atmosphere was problematic and needed to be improved. Wei Zhu reluctantly stood up under Lu Ziguo's urging. "Counselor, I think there's a problem with the class atmosphere. The biggest issue is with the class officers, especially the class president. I think the class president should be re-elected." Wei Zhu's words immediately silenced the entire class. Especially Wang Jia, who looked at Wei Zhu in disbelief. He knew that Wei Zhu and Su Zhe were roommates. The counselor agreed with Wei Zhu and also thought the class monitor should be re-elected. "That's a good idea, re-elect." Immediately, some people began to echo the sentiment. Wang Jia was momentarily stunned. He had called this class meeting primarily to tighten everyone's resolve. But he never expected it would come to the point of having to replace the class monitor. Wang Jia was quite satisfied with Su Zhe as class monitor. However, with so many people in the class voicing their opinions, he couldn't just ignore them. Chapter 117, 10 Cents Counterattack. "Instructor, I think we should elect a class president again." A boy stood up. "Good idea, let's elect a new one." Lu Ziguo looked at Su Zhe with a smug expression. He, Lu Ziguo, hadn't expressed any attitude, but the class's opinion was already in his hands. Counselor Wang Jia's brows were tightly furrowed in response to the student's sudden demand. As a counselor, he was actually a bit annoyed inside. However, there was no reason not to agree now. For a moment, he found himself in a dilemma. At that moment, Su Zhe stood up. "Alright, since everyone thinks I'm not a good class monitor, let's elect a new one." Su Zhe wasn't really interested in being class monitor either, so if someone else wanted to do it, he'd let them. Wang Jia looked at Su Zhe a bit awkwardly. After all, Su Zhe was the class monitor he had personally selected, and now he was voluntarily resigning. How could he not feel responsible as his advisor? Wang Jia gave Su Zhe an apologetic look before saying, "Alright, since you all think we should re-elect the class president, let's do it." The election results were soon announced, and Lu Ziguo successfully secured the position of class monitor. Lu Ziguo gave Su Zhe a defiant look. "Thank you all for your trust. I will do my best to serve everyone during my time as class monitor. The counselor, Wang Jia, also had no interest in continuing to host the class meeting, so he just said a few words and ended it. After the class meeting ended, Wang Jia specifically called Suze aside to express his apologies. He also said that if there was anything in the future, he could come directly to him. The class monitor was gone, but Suze didn't care at all. Instead, he received a promise from Wang Jia. Although Wang Jia was just a counselor, maintaining good relations with counselors at school definitely had its advantages. After the class meeting, Suze didn't linger at the school. He went straight to the company. Along the way, Suze received numerous messages on his phone. From Xia Mo, Qian Xiaoting, and Zhao Lingling. Everyone is saying that Lu Zigui is a petty person who has risen to power, and that Suze shouldn't take it to heart. Suze replied to each message, stating that he hadn't taken it to heart. After all, there were more important matters awaiting his attention. Within Tencent's corporate structure, the atmosphere is serious yet tinged with anticipation. Today is Tencent's new product launch event. And many well-known media outlets have been invited to the Tencent building. Everyone is eagerly awaiting the event. After all, in the instant messaging field, a newcomer named YY suddenly emerged with its Happy Farm game, which quickly gained over 100 million users. This has begun to shake the dominant position of Tencent, the long-standing leader in the instant messaging sector. Many are speculating about what countermeasures Tencent might take. After waiting over a month, Tencent finally held a new product launch event. Although nothing was mentioned at the event, everyone knows this is likely a response to YY. Zishan Technology, Suze's office, Zhou Wenming stood nervously in front of the computer. This time, Tencent's new product launch event was organized on a massive scale, with a live stream. Boss, what do you think Tencent will unveil? Zhou Wenming asked nervously. Suze, lying back in the boss's chair, replied casually, probably something similar to our Happy Farm. It can't be that big of a deal, can it? Zhou Wenming asked skeptically. Suze smiled and said nothing. It wasn't that Suze looked down on Tencent. Since its founding, Tencent had never developed a single product on its own. It had either copied others or was on the path to copying them. However, Suze's lack of concern doesn't mean others aren't worried. Li, the general manager of Baidu, even called directly to ask about any strategies regarding Suze. After all, Baidu holds a 10% stake in Zishan Technology. As the download volume of Zishan Technology's YY app continues to rise, Baidu is placing increasing emphasis on Zishan Technology. In fact, Baidu's CEO Li even considered increasing investment and expanding Baidu's stake in Zishan Technology. However, Suze firmly rejected all such offers. If it weren't for Baidu's strong traffic on the PC platform, Suze wouldn't have even considered giving up 10% of the shares. Although Suze looks down on others tactically, he still places great strategic importance on Tencent. After all, this is the future dominant player, filled with powerful figures, none of whom should be underestimated. Zhou Wenming, how's your preparation for snatching a parking spot going? Suze asked. Zhou Wenming immediately replied, Boss, everything is already arranged. We're just waiting for the launch. Alright, once Tencent goes live, we'll go live immediately. Suze said. Got it, boss. Zhou Wenming nodded. Suze looked at Tencent on the screen, hoping that Tencent wouldn't copy their product, otherwise this time they might not survive unscathed. Meanwhile, Suze immediately contacted Zhang Hao, instructing his online trolls to remain on high alert. Once Tencent's new game shows any signs of plagiarism, these online trolls will play a crucial role. Tencent, we hope you don't shoot yourself in the foot. The new product launch event was hosted by a vice president of Tencent named Chang Wei. This vice president is one of the top executives at Tencent, so having him personally host the launch event clearly demonstrates the company's high regard for the occasion. At that moment, Chang Wei arrived at the location where Tencent was holding the media conference. As soon as he appeared, the entire media scene erupted with excitement. Mr. Chang, could you please introduce your company's new product? Mr. Chang, is your company's new game targeting YY? Mr. Chang, does YY consider your company a competitor? The journalists bombarded him with questions one after another. Chang Wei, a seasoned veteran, stepped into the center of the stage and adjusted the microphone's height. He finally spoke slowly, Everyone, please don't rush. We've gathered you here today primarily to discuss a new game from Tencent. Today, I will only answer questions related to the new game. I regret that I cannot address any other inquiries. However, the media wouldn't let this opportunity slip away and continued to ask questions relentlessly. Chang Wei smiled, answering what he could and refusing to say a single word about the rest. Mr. Chang, what exactly is this new game we're developing, and what are its main gameplay features? A reporter asked. That's a great question, Mr. Chang. Let me give everyone a brief introduction first. Behind Chang Wei, a large screen appeared, displaying a PowerPoint presentation. Dear media friends, as you all know, Tencent recently launched a new game called Penguin Fishing Ground. From the game's design to its operation and architecture, everything about Penguin Fishing Ground is our original creation. Chang Wei said proudly. The journalists were all curiously staring at the PowerPoint presentation. The main entry point for this game is through the Penguin platform. We have set up an entrance to the fishing ground on the Penguin platform. Click here to enter the fishing ground. As Chang Wei spoke, the PowerPoint presentation behind him changed, displaying a new page with the text, Penguin Fishing Ground welcomes you. Our game is primarily based on a fishing farm. Each user starts with 10 fishing farms by default. Each fishing farm can raise different types of fish, and different fish require activation levels. The higher the level, the better the fish you can raise. Each fish has 3 forms: larva, growth stage, and mature stage. Only mature fish can be caught, and friends can steal fish from each other. Chapter 118, Penguin Fishing Ground. As soon as he said that, the journalists below began to whisper among themselves. The concept of Penguin Fishing Grounds was already very similar to Happy Farm, except that the crops were replaced with fish. Now they've even gone so far as to copy the core gameplay mechanics of Happy Farm. And they still dare to call it original. That's really brazen. But these journalists were all hired by Penguin, and they've got travel expenses waiting for them. Although they felt that Penguin's actions were not entirely above board, they only discussed it privately. Chang Wei seemed oblivious to the journalists' discussions below, continuing to stand on stage and speak as usual. Our game features a penguin fish farm, where we integrate the friends of our penguin users into the game. In other words, if any of your friends have a grudge against you, you can secretly steal their fish when they're not looking. Upon hearing this, some laughter could be heard from below. We hope that all media friends will help us promote the job fair as much as possible. This is also why Penguin invited these media outlets to host the new product launch event. The main purpose is to inform players and investors that this particular company is not one to be easily intimidated. The new product launch event for the Penguin Company has concluded. Zishan Technology, Zhou Wenming pointed at the computer and started cursing. This penguin is really shameless. This Penguin Fishing Ground is a complete rip-off of our Happy Farm. You could say that the Penguin Fishing Grounds has only changed its name, the core gameplay remains exactly the same. Suze couldn't help but smile. Indeed, the penguin was still the same old penguin, unchanged despite its rebirth. Suze immediately contacted Jiang Hao and instructed his online trolls to get to work. Meanwhile, Suze immediately instructed Zhou Wenming to log in and secure a parking spot. Boss, I won't let the penguins steal our users, Zhou Wenming said angrily. Suze nodded. Penguin's reaction was exactly what Suze had expected. He was the one who had stirred things up. How could the penguins just let Zising Technology and YY off the hook? Suddenly, negative rumors about the company began circulating online. However, these voices didn't last long before they disappeared. It was clearly the penguins pulling the strings behind the scenes, otherwise, they wouldn't have disappeared so quickly. Jizzy, this is really getting out of hand. We posted a message less than a minute ago, and it was immediately deleted. Jiang Hao called Suja to complain. There's nothing we can do about it. These days, the power of that certain platform is far greater than that of Zising Technology. At this point, Suze recalled the Weibo of the future, though the trending topics on Weibo were mostly bot. However, if the matter was too big, Weibo wouldn't dare to suppress it arbitrarily. Damn it, it seems I need to get my hands on Weibo as soon as possible and take control of the narrative. Damn it, it seems we need to get control of Weibo as soon as possible and take the reins of public opinion into our own hands. Whether they delete it or not, post it first and see what happens. Delete one, post another. Su Zidao said. Alright. Suze thought that the internet wouldn't work right now, so he'd have to look for some print media instead. After all, print media still held some influence at the time, unlike in later years when it had completely fallen into decline. Therefore, Suze once again instructed Zhou Wenming to contact the print media and publish some protest statements. The gist was that a certain company was suppressing small businesses and plagiarizing their work. The entire Zishan Technology began to launch a public relations campaign against the company. Within Penguin. As soon as he stepped down from the stage, Chang Wei took a big gulp of water. Despite speaking confidently on stage, his face remained calm and composed. However, deep down, Chang Wei still felt a bit uneasy. After all, anyone with eyes could see that Penguin Fishing Grounds was a copy of Happy Farm. But there's nothing we can do about it. This was personally ordered by the company's top boss. Even if he feels uncomfortable inside, he has to go and complete the task obediently. In the Penguin conference room, the Penguin executives were all seated there. At the very top is the Penguin boss, Mr. Ma. Currently, the most important project within the company is the Penguin Fishing Ground. Mr. Ma, since the launch of the Penguin Fishing Ground, we have received excellent feedback from Penguin users, and user activity has significantly increased. A senior executive stated. Mr. Ma nodded, his tone solemn. Although the number of users has increased, this is not our ultimate goal. We must completely shut down YY. In Ma's view, the existence of YY was a threat to Tencent. Mr. Ma, aren't we overestimating YY? Currently, its user base is only 1/5 of ours, and its active user count is only 1/10 of ours. Mr. Ma glanced at the executive and coldly replied, 1/10? How long did they take to achieve that? How long have we been at it? The executive immediately fell silent. Mr. Ma, our PR team has discovered something. Following the release of our penguin fishing grounds, some people have started to slander us online. They must all be from YY. We have managed to delete the posts on all other platforms except Baidu Tieba, but Baidu Tieba refuses to delete them. Mr. Ma furrowed his brow. He takes public opinion very seriously. What did they say when you contacted Baidu? Mr. Ma asked. They said these users have not violated any regulations, so they cannot arbitrarily block the posts. The executive sighed wryly. However, everyone knows that Baidu is just making excuses. The fact that Baidu has invested in YY is almost common knowledge. Alright, let's set Baidu Tieba aside for now. Do your best to delete the posts. The PR department shouldn't be slacking off. Ma said. Got it. Understood. Mr. Ma looked around the conference room at the senior executives and said solemnly, everyone, you all know the significance of instant messaging to Penguin. I hope that during this period, everyone will be on high alert and not allow YY to grow stronger again. Understood, Mr. Ma. The senior executives felt a pang of anxiety and immediately responded. However, just as the senior executives finished speaking, one of them suddenly stood up abruptly. Mr. Ma, there's trouble. YY has launched a new game called Parking Space Grab, and YY's user activity has surged again. What about ours? Mr. Ma asked. Our data is decreasing instead of increasing, the executive said timidly. What? Ma Zone slammed the table and stood up, unable to believe it. The penguin fishing ground was his most important project, having consumed so many company resources, and it failed on its first day of launch. This was something Mr. Ma simply couldn't accept. What's going on? Why do they have a new game and we don't know about it? I need to know what the gameplay is right now. Mr. Ma's voice wasn't loud, but everyone could hear the anger in it. Yes. The executive didn't dare to hesitate for a moment and revealed all the information about getting the parking spot. This is another casual social game, and it's completely different from Happy Farm. The innovative features of this game will attract more people to give it a try. Mr. Ma sat down abruptly, clearly having prepared this in advance. It seems they were just waiting for him to log into the penguin fishing ground before going live themselves. They were just waiting for him. With this parking spot, my penguin fishing ground will probably have little impact on the image of YY. There must be some real pros behind this YY account. Chapter 119, Gaining a Foothold. In Baidu's office, a group of investment industry heavyweights looked at Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee shrugged his shoulders helplessly and said, Gentlemen, it's not that I'm refusing to arrange a meeting for you. It's just that this junior colleague of mine doesn't seem to be looking for investment at the moment. Please go back for now. If there's an opportunity in the future, I'll definitely introduce you. The big shots left reluctantly. These old foxes came running over as soon as they smelled blood. Mr. Lee shook his head. The development of YY has shown everyone the huge profits to be made. Fortunately, Suze didn't meet with this group of people otherwise, who knows if he would have been deceived by them. Baidu's Li Zong thought to himself. As for these guys' ability to deceive, Baidu's Li Zong was well aware of it. After handling company matters, Suze went to the internet cafe. Not having seen Lu Ruyan for a few days made Suze miss her a bit. After all, having just done that kind of thing, Suze felt even more restless inside. At the internet cafe, Lu Ruyan wasn't there, only Lu Shouhu was present. Suze asked around and found out that Lu Ruyan had gone to a tutoring class. Suze could only go to his own office and wait for Lu Ruyan in boredom. Not long after, Lu Ruyan returned and learned that Suze had arrived. Lu Ruyan's face lit up with joy. She put down her bag and headed straight for Suze's office. Boss. In the office, Lu Ruyan blushed as she looked at Suze. After all, as a woman, thinking about what happened that night, her face couldn't help but turn red. Though she felt embarrassed inside, she was deeply longing for Suze to come see her. Suze was his. Therefore, upon hearing that Suze had arrived, Lu Ruyan couldn't wait to come over. Today, Lu Ruyan had pinned up her long hair, wearing a white blouse and a small suit jacket on top, a black skirt suit on the bottom, and high heels. This couldn't help but stir up Suze's inner desires. Ruyan, come here. Suze beckoned to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan obediently came over to Suze. Suze wrapped his large hand around Lu Ruyan's waist, pulling him tightly into his embrace. Boss. Lu Ruyan's face flushed red. Boss? What boss? You called me that when you said no one was around. Suze tapped Lu Ruyan's butt lightly in displeasure. Lu Ruyan's face turned even redder, and she shyly said, Husband. Suze finally nodded in satisfaction. My little darling, what did you do today? Suze's hand slid along Lu Ruyan's waist, moving upward. Lu Ruyan thoroughly enjoyed Suze's affection for her. In the past, she was just a rural woman who had fled to the city to escape famine, willing to do anything to survive. But ever since she met Suze, she had food and shelter. He even let me go back to school. This was something Lu Ruyan had never even dared to imagine before. Husband, I'm going to a tutoring class to prepare for the self-study exam. Lu Ruyan answered honestly, letting Suze's hands do as they pleased. What have you been learning? Tell your husband about it. Suze asked with a smile. Lu Ruyan shared some fun things that happened in class and mentioned what she had learned. Suze listened intently. My wife, studying so diligently, should I give you a reward? Suze smiled and withdrew his hand, sitting back down in his chair. Lu Ruyan stood up on her own and knelt halfway in front of Suze. The boss has already given me too much. I don't want anything else. Lu Ruyan said softly and weakly. Suze gently lifted Lu Ruyan's chin with one finger and stared at her, saying, Are you really not taking anything? Once this opportunity is gone, it won't come again. Lu Ruyan's expression flashed a hint of panic. This hint of panic was quickly noticed by Suze. No woman dislikes rewards, but in front of the men they like, they pretend to be sensible and obedient. Especially since Lu Ruyan already felt a bit inferior standing in front of Suze, so when he offered her something, she took it. Asking Suze for something was something she could never bring herself to do. I really don't want anything. Lu Ruyan bit her lip. Seeing Lu Ruyan's dejected expression, Suze couldn't help but burst into laughter, then whispered softly. But what should I do now? Lu Ruyan said nothing. She lowered her head and began kissing Suze's leg with her red lips, then moved to his neck and face. This sensation made Suze feel a bit comfortable. It was tingly and numb. He wrapped his arms around Lu Ruyan. Wife, you're the one tempting me. Saying that, he threw her onto the bed in the office. Suze didn't know who had placed a bed in his office, but now it came in handy. On the bed, Lu Ruyan clung tightly to Suze, afraid he would leave. Husband, do you know how happy I am to have met you? I will love you forever. Lu Ruyan pressed Suze down and kissed him passionately all over his body. Suze held Lu Ruyan tightly, letting her do as she pleased. On the small bed, he couldn't help but recall scenes unsuitable for children. These thoughts were interrupted by the voice of Lu Xiaohu, who sounded as innocent as ever. Boss, have you seen my sister? Lu Ruyan couldn't help but burrow into Suze's embrace. She hadn't expected her own younger brother to show up at this moment. Didn't you see? What's going on? Suze replied. I'm hungry, but my sister won't cook for me. Lu Xiaohu's voice carried a hint of distress. Suze heard this and laughed, smiling at Lu Ruyan in his arms and said, Ruyan's sister, you fed me well, but your brother is hungry. You're so mean. Lu Ruyan hit Suze's chest a few times to express her dissatisfaction. Suze didn't want Lu Xiaohu to ruin his plans, so he said to Lu Xiaohu, Xiaohu, if you're hungry, go out and eat first. But I don't have any money. Lu Xiaohu replied. Then come over here, and I'll give you some money. Suze, wearing only his underwear, ran out of bed, grabbed a 100 yuan note, opened the door, and handed it to Lu Xiaohu. Lu Xiaohu took the money and left happily. Suze finally pressed down on Lu Ruyan and said, Honey, why don't you put on some black stockings and we'll do it again? The next day, it was already noon when Suze finally woke up. Lu Ruyan's figure had long since disappeared from the bedside, leaving only a pair of torn black stockings behind. Suze thought back to last night's madness and couldn't help but smile. He stood up, opened his phone, and saw the message show Wen Ming had sent him. The download count for YY had surpassed 200 million, and the active user count had broken through 50 million. This means that there are currently 50 million people using YY for chat. In this head-to-head battle against Tencent, YY has emerged victorious. At that moment, Suze couldn't help but feel refreshed and invigorated. Suze washed up in the office and came out. Lu Ruyan, wearing an apron, brought a bowl of wontons to Suze and said gently, like a little wife, Get up, these are the wontons I just made. Boss, have some. Suze nodded, picked up the wonton, and began to eat. Chapter 120, Lu Ruyan's Little Thoughts. The dumplings Lu Ruyan made were just like her, thin-skinned and filled with plenty of filling. Suze was indeed hungry. He hadn't eaten much all day yesterday, and he had also exercised quite a bit last night. A bowl of wonton soup was quickly devoured by Suze. Lu Ruyan stood by watching Suze devour the noodles, a happy smile spreading across her face. If only things could stay this way forever. If only I could be the boss's real wife, that would be wonderful. But Lu Ruyan knew that was just a pipe dream. Just then, Suze's phone rang. It was Xiaomo calling. Xiaomo, why weren't you in the dorm this morning? I went to bring you breakfast, but no one was there. Xiaomo's voice carried a hint of grievance. Suze finally remembered and hurriedly said, Mo, I was handling some matters outside. Oh. Xiaomo replied weakly. Oh, Xiaomo said weakly. Suze knew Xiaomo was a little upset and couldn't help but say, Be good, I'll be back soon. Okay, let me know when you get back. Xiaomo nodded obediently. As a girlfriend, she couldn't bear to cause trouble for the boy she loved. Alright, my little darling, don't be upset. I'll take you out for a nice meal when we get back. Suze said. The two of them chatted on the phone for half an hour before finally hanging up. A woman who has just started dating wants to spend every moment with the person she loves. Suze hung up the phone and was about to say, let's have another bowl of wonton soup. When he looked up, he found Lu Ruyan standing there dumbly, staring blankly at Suze. At that moment, Lu Ruyan's mind was in complete disarray, her thoughts a tangled mess. The boss actually has a girlfriend. Although she knew that the possibility of becoming the boss's girlfriend was extremely slim. However, deep down, she still harbored a sliver of hope. But now that hope had been shattered, Lu Ruyan felt utterly heartbroken. Suze looked up just in time to see tears welling up in Lu Ruyan's eyes. He couldn't help but reach out and embrace Lu Ruyan, letting her sit on his lap. Why are you crying? Are you unhappy? Suze wiped away Lu Ruyan's tears. Lu Ruyan shook her head hurriedly. No, boss, I just got something in my eye. She even turned her head away as she spoke. Suze smiled. Any woman would have misunderstood, no matter what kind of personality she had. Suze gently guided Lu Ruyan's head toward himself. However, the stubborn Lu Ruyan refused to budge an inch. Ruyan, turn around. Suze said. Lu Ruyan obediently turned her head upon hearing this, tears streaming down her eyes. She stubbornly looked at Lu Ruyan and asked, Boss, do you really have a girlfriend? Suze nodded. Lu Ruyan's tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Sir, I know I shouldn't be asking you this. You're the boss, and if it weren't for you, I might have already died. But my heart is breaking, and I don't know what's going on. Suze looked at Lu Ruyan's pitiful appearance and couldn't help but stroke her head. Ruyan, even if I have a girlfriend, you are still my woman, forever. Really, boss, you won't abandon me? Lu Ruyan stared at Suze. Suze smiled sweetly and said, how could I? You're so beautiful, Ruyan. How could I ever abandon you? Upon hearing Suze's firm words, Lu Ruyan's expression immediately shifted from sadness to joy. Boss, you said it yourself. I've written it down. No matter who your girlfriend is, I'll always be your woman. Saying that, Lu Ruyan directly pressed herself against Suze, her lips moving toward his. I want your body to always carry my scent. After a bit of a struggle, Suze finally got dressed and stood up. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan stood before Suze like a timid young wife. She didn't care about anything else as long as her boss had her in his heart, that was enough for her. She'll just be a obedient little woman. Boss, I've taken care of the car you mentioned the other day. I can pick it up today. Lu Ruyan said. So fast. Suze was also surprised. He had wanted a car for a long time, otherwise it would be inconvenient to go anywhere. Alright, let's go pick it up. Suze said. The two hailed a taxi and headed straight for a BMW 4S dealership located in the city center. As for the specific model they had booked, Suze didn't know she had only specified that it should be a BMW. In his previous life, he had already owned a BMW 5 Series and was very accustomed to driving it. Suze didn't feel like changing. At the BMW 4S dealership, the salesperson who greeted him was surprised to see that it was Suze who was picking up the car. After all, Suze was so young. Glancing at Lu Ruyan beside him, the salesperson thought to himself, probably another rich kid. Sir, this is the BMW 5 Series you ordered. Just sign here. The salesman pointed to a black BMW 530. Suze didn't even glance at it, he just signed and took the car. He drove off immediately, feeling the steering wheel for the first time in his new life. Suze was still pretty excited. After all, men love two things, women and luxury cars. Now I'm driving a luxury car with a beautiful woman by my side. Suze felt incredibly exhilarated inside, so he immediately got onto the 5th Ring Road and started speeding. After driving for about 10 kilometers, Suze finally drove back to the city center with a satisfied expression. Along the way, Lu Ruyan held Suze's hand tightly, her eyes filled with curiosity. This was the first time in her life she had ever sat in the passenger seat of a BMW. Although she was from the countryside, she knew that BMWs were expensive. Moreover, this car was driven by her own boss. Along the way, Lu Ruyan was like a curious child, asking questions left and right. Suze patiently answered all her questions. For Suze, Lu Ruyan truly held a special place in his heart. The two of them wandered around the city for a while before finally heading to the internet cafe. Seeing Lu Ruyan's excited expression, Suze smiled and said, Ruyan, why don't you get your driver's license too? Once you have it, I'll buy you a car. Can I drive it too? Lu Ruyan asked in astonishment. Of course you can. This car isn't hard to drive. Suze stroked Lu Ruyan's leg and said, as long as you have legs and hands, that's all that matters. Lu Ruyan nodded and said to Suze, you're really good to me, boss. Suze and Lu Ruyan stayed in the internet cafe for a while before leaving and heading to school. In 2008, the management at Beijing University wasn't as strict as it is now. Although Suze was stopped by the security guard while driving, he claimed to be a student of the university, showed his student ID, and was allowed to enter. Suze sent Xiaomo a message asking where she was. Xiaomo replied that she was at the library with Qian Xiaoting, reading books. Suze told him to come downstairs, saying he was going out to take her out. Xiaomo was thrilled and immediately agreed. Xiaoting, Suze is here. I'll go down first. Xiaomo tidied up and said to Qian Xiaoting beside her. Chapter 121, Buying a Car. Qian Xiaoting's eyes darkened, but she smiled and said, okay, wait for me. If you leave, I'll be bored reading here by myself. Alright. Xiaomo and Qian Xiaoting left the library together. After leaving the library, Xiaomo kept looking for Suze, but after searching for a while, she still couldn't find him. Hey, Xiaomo, didn't you say Suze was here? Why can't I see him? Qian Xiaoting asked curiously. Xiaomo also shook her head in confusion and said, I don't know either. I'll send him a message and ask. So Xiaomo picked up her phone and prepared to send a message to Suze. But just then, the sound of a car horn suddenly rang out beside Xiaomo. Qian Xiaoting and Xiaomo turned to look and saw a car parked behind them. What a beautiful car! Xiaomo exclaimed in admiration, then pulled Qian Xiaoting aside. Meanwhile, many people nearby also turned their gaze toward the car. Those who knew cars were even more envious. This car must cost at least 5 or 60,000 yuan. I wonder which rich kid drove it in. Qian Xiaoting just rolled her eyes, looking utterly disdainful. He hated this kind of rich second-generation kid the most. Humph, what's the point of driving around in a fancy car at school? What's he trying to prove? Qian Xiaoting said discontentedly. Meanwhile, the BMW slowly drove past Xiaomo and Qian Xiaoting. This made Xiaomo and Qian Xiaoting furrow their brows involuntarily. Could it be another rich kid trying to hit on them? After all, in the past, Qian Xiaoting and Xiaomo had been approached by men more than once at Beijing University due to their good looks. Therefore, the two of them assumed this was another attempt to hit on them. Qian Xiaoting pulled Xiaomo's hand and hurried forward, walking quickly ahead. At that moment, Suze saw the scene from inside the car and couldn't help but laugh. His foot involuntarily pressed down on the accelerator. This person wasn't walking fast, but the two hadn't gone far before Suze caught up. Moreover, Suze stepped on the gas pedal, accelerating directly in front of the desert and Qian Xiaoting, then slammed on the brakes, shifted into park, pulled the handbrake, and blocked the two of them in front. Qian Xiaoting and Xiaomo were a bit annoyed at that moment. The two hadn't expected this person to be so clingy, like a piece of dogskin plaster. Qian Xiaoting was about to lose her temper, but just then the car door opened, and Suze stepped out of the vehicle. Xiaomo, you don't even acknowledge your own boyfriend anymore. Xiaomo was also staring blankly at that moment. The next moment, her face turned bright red. She hadn't expected it to be her boyfriend in the car. Oh my gosh, it's you. Xiaomo didn't even think twice, she just rushed straight toward Suze. Suze quickly wrapped his arms around Xiaomo and lifted her high into the air. Xiaomo was around 160 centimeters tall, not short, but next to Suze, she looked like a child. Moreover, Xiaomo weighs less than 90 pounds, meaning that Suze could lift her effortlessly. How did you drive here? Xiaomo wrapped both arms around Suze's neck and asked curiously. Suze smiled and said, isn't this supposed to be a surprise drive to take you out to play? You're not appreciating it. It seems like you don't want to go out with me after all. No, I didn't know it was you. Xiaomo's face turned bright red as she clung to Suze. Qian Xiaoting stood by, feeling jealous, watching Xiaomo and Suze act as if no one else was around. She couldn't help but cough once. The cough finally snapped Xiaomo back to reality. The area was filled with people. Xiaomo's face turned bright red and felt hot. Quick, let me down. Hee, why are you getting down? You were the one who wanted to come up just now. It wasn't me forcing you. Suze chuckled. He had no intention of letting Xiaomo go. Xiaomo felt utterly humiliated under everyone's gaze and buried her face in Suze's shoulder. I want to get down. I want to get down. Seeing Xiaomo's shy expression, Suze couldn't help but laugh. Suze's hand couldn't help but gently pat Xiaomo's buttocks. Alright, I'll let you go. But you have to kiss me first. Xiaomo felt a slight pain on her buttocks and, seeing all the people around, could only kiss Suze on the face. Bad guy, let me down. Suze finally let her down. Qian Xiaoting watched the scene and envied Xiaomo deeply. At the same time, she couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly. Do these two really have no sense of propriety or timing when it comes to showing off their affection? Xiaomo's blushing face hid behind Suze's back at that moment. She just wanted to leave as quickly as possible. The people around them were buzzing with gossip, some envying Suze for having such a beautiful girlfriend. Others were envious of Xiaomo for having such a handsome and wealthy boyfriend. Qian Xiaoting, however, was curious and asked, Class monitor, where did you get this car? It must be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? Xiaomo also stared at Suze with wide eyes, equally curious about where the car had come from. Just bought it. Suze said. Did you buy it, class monitor? Qian Xiaoting asked doubtfully. Yes. Su Zhe nodded. Where did you get so much money? Xia Mo asked curiously from the side. Xia Mo actually knew what Su Zhe's family circumstances were like. It's slightly better than her own family's, but it's definitely not enough to afford such an expensive car. Therefore, he feared that Su Zhe might take a path with no return. Similarly, Qian Xiaoting looked at Su Zhe with concern and said, Class monitor, although Lu Zigua can make money, we can't compare ourselves to him and try to earn every penny. That's right, Su Zhe. We need to make money through legitimate means. Su Zhe, we have to earn money through legitimate means. Su Zhe watched Qian Xiaoting and Xia Mo trying to persuade him. If he didn't clarify things today, these two might think he was planning to commit a crime. All this money was earned honestly. I've been writing novels outside, and I've made quite a bit in the past few months. Su Zhe didn't mention starting a company. After all, a first-year university student starting a company, that's something that's hard to believe. But even when he said he was writing novels, Xia Mo and Qian Xiaoting both found it hard to believe. Su Zhe, you're writing a novel? Are you sure you're not lying to me? Xia Mo asked. Of course not. What's there to lie about? If you don't believe me, you can check my author profile. Su Zhe directly opened his author dashboard. Although he hadn't written any novels recently, he had been consistently providing outlines and opening chapters to the novel website. These novels all share revenue with Su Zhe, earning him tens of thousands of dollars a month, and sometimes even hundreds of thousands. However, Su Zhe had never paid much attention to it. When he opened it to take a look, he was shocked to find that the total amount had already nearly reached 5 million yuan. This left Xia Mo and Qian Xiaoting speechless. Writing novels is so profitable. I wasn't lying to you, was I? This car is really mine. Su Zhe said. Xia Mo nodded in disbelief and exclaimed, I never would have guessed that my boyfriend is so talented he can even write novels. Quick, tell me if you've written any female-oriented novels, I'd love to read them. Qian Xiaoting also secretly noted down the title of Su Zhe's novel. Chapter 122, The Daily Life of a Young Couple. Women's Channel? Su Zhe was taken aback. He had never even considered writing for the female audience. After all, in his previous life, Su Zhe had hardly ever read female-oriented novels. However, he vaguely remembered having read a few, though he had no idea whether these novels had been published or not. I'll look into it in a few days. If I can't find them, I'll write them myself and give my girlfriend a surprise. Alright, I'll write one if I get the chance. Su Zhe agreed. Really? That's great. Xia Mo was so excited she wanted to jump up. Su Zhe looked at the excited Xia Mo and couldn't help but laugh. I've given you so much face, aren't you going to give me some face in return? Xia Mo looked at Su Zhe's mischievous eyes and immediately lowered her head, timidly asking, what kind of face do you want? Seeing Xia Mo's blushing and shy expression, Su Zhe teased her, then call me husband. As he spoke, Su Zhe placed his hand on Xia Mo's hand. Today, Xia Mo was wearing a loose white t-shirt on top and short jeans on the bottom. Xia Mo, hearing this, looked like a startled deer, lowering her head and weakly saying, No, we haven't gotten married yet. Oh, so once we get the marriage certificate, we can go? Come on, I'll take you there. Saying that, Su Zhe took Xia Mo's hand and led her toward the car. Xia Mo struggled as she walked, it was too fast. Seeing Xia Mo's distressed expression, Su Zhe couldn't resist teasing her again. So you won't even get married, and you won't call me husband? Are you just playing with me? You're such a bad woman. Xia Mo thought Su Zhe was angry, so she quickly raised her head and shook her hands, saying, I'm not. I just think things are moving too fast. We're just boyfriend and girlfriend. Su Zhe, don't be angry, and there are so many people here. Xia Mo looked around at the people walking back and forth, especially Qian Xiaoting beside her, and she blushed and lowered her head. Oh, so if there's no one around, we can call each other that? Su Zhe said with a smile. Xia Mo blushed and lowered her head, not saying a word. Qian Xiaoting, who had been watching, felt a pang of jealousy and decided to leave on her own. Staying here would only make her feel heartbroken. Xia Mo, I'm leaving first. Qian Xiaoting didn't wait for Xia Mo's response and turned around and left. Xia Mo had opened her mouth to say something, but no words came out. Su Zhe, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. Xiaoting seems angry. Xia Mo punched Su Zhe's chest with her little fist. Let her be angry if she wants to. Who told her to be the third wheel? Qian Xiaoting didn't think much of it, wrapped her arms around Xia Mo's waist, and lifted her up. Get in the car, honey. Let's go out and have some fun. Ah! Xia Mo screamed and was then picked up by Su Zhe and put into the car. Inside the car, Su Zhe placed one hand on Xia Mo's thigh, rubbing it continuously, while the other hand steered the vehicle. Su Zhe, please drive properly. Xia Mo pressed down on Su Zhe's hand, not wanting him to move it around on her thigh. But Su Zhe wasn't listening. Instead, he turned the tables and grabbed her hand. What's wrong, honey? You won't even let me touch you? But I'm just exercising my rights. And there's no one around now. You have to make some noise. Xiaomo blushed and looked at Suze, whispering softly, husband. Ah, what did you call me? I didn't hear you clearly. Suze said. Bad husband, stinky husband. Xiaomo puffed out her cheeks in displeasure. Seeing Xiaomo's expression, Suze couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even when she was angry, Xiaomo still looked adorable. Suze couldn't resist pinching her plump cheeks. Alright, don't be upset. I'll take you to try Beijing roast duck. Really? That's great. I've been wanting to eat that for ages. Xiaomo said excitedly. Xiaomo had wanted to eat Beijing roast duck for a long time. But she never had the chance until now. Suze drove to the most famous roast duck restaurant in the capital, ordered a serving of roast duck. The golden brown roast duck, with a hint of fragrance, made his stomach growl uncontrollably. Xiaomo and Suze were both from Hui province, and actually, they had roast duck there too. However, the way Suze's family makes roast duck is completely different from the way it's made in Beijing. Suze's family prefers to cut the roast duck into pieces, then drizzle sauce over them, making them incredibly fragrant when eaten. Beijing-style roast duck, on the other hand, emphasizes crispiness and aroma, and is traditionally eaten with pancakes. Xiaomo tried this method for the first time, rolling a piece of roast duck in a pancake and then handing it to Suze. Honey, this is for you. Suze took it and ate it in one bite. Not bad, not bad. My wife's rolls are delicious. Xiaomo heard this and was delighted. She rolled another one and put it into Suze's mouth, but this time he didn't eat it. You eat first. I'll do it myself. Xiaomo nodded obediently and began to eat. After the meal, Xiaomo was full to the brim. She hadn't eaten this much in a long time, and now she just wanted to stay there and not move. Husband, I'm so full, Xiaomo said pitifully, holding her stomach. I told you not to eat so much. You really are a glutton. But the roast duck is so delicious, I couldn't resist. Xiaomo said pitifully. You glutton. Suze gently pinched her nose. Hee hee, honey, why don't we go out for a walk to help digest? Sure. After Suze paid, the two of them started strolling down the street. This was the most bustling area of the capital city, with people coming and going on the streets, and many shops and businesses surrounding the area. Suze looked around at the people selling clothes, then glanced at Xiaomo's outfit, and took her hand, leading her toward one of the shops selling women's clothing. I don't need any clothes. Xiaomo shook her head quickly, trying to refuse. She didn't want to spend too much of the boy's money. In Xiaomo's view, eating out was an acceptable expense. However, when it came to buying clothes, Xiaomo was still reluctant, fearing that if she accepted too much, Suze might think she was with him for the money. But Suze wouldn't let her refuse. He wrapped his arms around her and picked her up again. Be a good girl and listen to me. Your husband will buy you a few new outfits. After all, you're wearing them for me to see. That's what you call a feast for the eyes. Suze had a bit of a domineering CEO vibe about him. Without giving the waiter a chance to respond, he said, take a look at her. What kind of clothes do you think would suit her? Bring them all out. The waitstaff immediately recognized this as a big order and rushed over one after another, beginning to recommend various outfits. Xiaomo glanced at the price tags on the clothes and discovered that they were all priced at several thousand yuan. That's way too expensive, so she refused them all. In the end, under Su Zichang's firm stance, they only spent 500 yuan on a dress. Chapter 123, Lu Zigua also has a car. Isn't this too expensive? Xiaomo looked at the dress. 500 yuan could buy her several outfits. It's not expensive as long as you look good in it, that's all that matters. Under Suze's strong influence, Xiaomo obediently put on the clothes. Suze looked at Xiaomo's slender waist accentuated by the dress and couldn't resist touching it. This waist is absolutely perfect. On the other side, in the dormitory of Beijing University, Qian Xiaoting returned to her dormitory with her backpack. Zhao Lingling had already returned without her noticing and, seeing Qian Xiaoting alone, asked curiously, Xiaoting, why are you the only one back? Where's Xiaomo? Xiaomo went out with Suze to drive around and have fun. Qian Xiaoting rolled her eyes and said, she went out to play with Suze. Driving? Where did they get the car? Zhao Lingling asked curiously. Qian Xiaoting shook her head. I don't know either, but it's a BMW, so it must be worth at least 4 or 50,000. That much money? Zhao Lingling looked astonished. Although Zhao Lingling was a native of the capital city, her family wasn't wealthy at all. In fact, they were quite poor. Otherwise, Zhao Lingling wouldn't have been able to keep accepting Lu Zigua's invitations to dinner. Upon hearing that Suze had such a nice car, he was utterly stunned. Great, Xiaomo was out having fun and forgetting about us. That's not very loyal. Zhao Lingling rolled her eyes in annoyance. Qian Xiaoting didn't want to dwell on the issue either, so she changed the subject. By the way, how's the program for the welcome party coming along? Zhao Lingling felt even more uncomfortable upon hearing this. Don't mention it. I have no idea what the school is thinking today. They insist on co-hosting the welcome party with Beijing Normal University and even require us to select performances. It's such a hassle. Xian Xiaoting, however, said, that's not so bad. After all, two universities hosting an event together can help foster better relations. Promote what kind of feelings? That's just causing trouble. By the way, I just bought some new clothes online. Why don't you come with me to pick them up? Zhao Lingling said. Xian Xiaoting thought about it and decided there wasn't much to do in the dorm, so she agreed to go with Zhao Lingling. At the delivery station of Beijing University, a used Mazda was parked in front of the entrance. Lu Zigua stood excitedly in front of the Mazda, unable to stop admiring it. Wei Zhu, standing nearby, looked on enviously. A small car. There were only a few families in his village who owned one. But Lu Zigua actually bought a car. Wei Zhu couldn't help but reach out to touch it, but just as he extended his hand, he hesitated. But the next moment, Lu Zigua roared, Wei Zhu, take your hand away. How dare you touch that? Lu Zigua quickly walked over and took out a cloth to carefully wipe the spot where Wei Zhu was standing. Wei Zhu awkwardly scratched his head and said, Old Lu, I just wanted to touch it. You can't even touch me? This cost me 80,000 yuan. What if you break it? I just haven't touched it before, I wanted to give it a try. Wei Zhu explained. But Lu Zigua didn't listen at all, just frowned. Go check if there are any packages that haven't been sent out yet. Don't put off today's work until tomorrow. Wei Zhu looked enviously at him, rubbed his hands together, and reluctantly went inside. But as soon as he left, he heard Lu Zigua's voice, which wasn't exactly quiet. Even a poor guy like him didn't want to touch the car. What if he damaged it? Wei Zhu's expression darkened, and he clenched his fists tightly. Since Wei Zhu started working for Lu Zigua, their relationship had completely changed. In the past, Lu Zigua used to call him Old Wei, and Old Wei would respond in kind. Now Lu Zigua only calls him Wei Zhu. Sometimes he even just calls him that guy. Although Wei Zhu feels miserable, he endures it because the daily wage here is too high. Just then, Zhao Lingling and Xian Xiaoting finally arrived after searching for a while. After all, this was Zhao Lingling's first time shopping online, and she had never been here before. Lu Zigua, who was washing a car, looked up and saw Zhao Lingling and Xian Xiaoting. He froze for a moment, ever since that night after he confessed his feelings. Lu Zigua never saw Zhao Lingling again. Seeing Zhao Lingling again, Lu Zigua couldn't help but feel a flame ignite within him. However, he no longer felt the same deep affection for Zhao Lingling. Because once he had money, what kind of woman couldn't he get? In the past, he would just go to alleys, but now he has gradually become familiar with the clubs. However, when he saw Zhao Lingling, he felt a pang of regret deep within him. After pursuing Zhao Lingling for so long, he hadn't gained any advantage at all. How could I have been so timid back then? Zhao Lingling was also stunned, not expecting Lu Zigua to be standing right in front of her. Hey, isn't this Zhao Lingling? Lu Zigua said with a casual expression. Zhao Lingling nodded awkwardly and replied softly. It's been a long time, Lu Zigua. Yeah, it's been a while. Lu Zigua said. Zhao Lingling didn't really want to say much more to Lu Zigua. After saying that, she didn't linger any longer and headed toward the delivery station. Lu Zigua, seeing this, couldn't he help but shout loudly to Wei Zhu inside, Wei Zhu, Zhao Lingling and Xian Xiaoting are here to pick up something. Let them go first. Got it, boss, came Lu Zigua's voice from inside. Wei Zhu leaned against his Mazda and took out a cigarette to smoke. This delivery station is yours to watch. Xian Xiaoting asked from the side. Lu Zigua had been waiting for this moment. He had been hoping someone would ask him. That's right, I run this place. It's just to make a living, but look at this car I bought. Lu Zigua, although he speaks modestly, is actually very proud of himself. Especially when he talks about cars, his voice involuntarily rises by 20 decibels. Is this your new car? Zhao Lingling couldn't help but ask Lu Zigua, looking at the Mazda beside him. Not bad. This is my new car. It wasn't too expensive, only 50,000 yuan. Paid in full. I bet there are very few people in the entire university who can afford to buy a car on their own. I might be the first one. Xian Xiaoting smiled and said nothing. At that moment, Zhao Lingling also emerged from the delivery station. Lu Zigua saw Zhao Lingling come out and said, Lingling, look at the car I just bought. Why don't you take a ride? I'll take you for a spin. You love racing, don't you? Zhao Lingling was very tempted by Lu Zigua's words, especially since Xiaomo was out driving with Xiaomo today, which made Zhao Lingling very angry. However, Zhao Lingling thought about it and snorted, Lu Zigua, your car is too old. Who would want to go anywhere with you? I'm not going. Oh, you're still so stubborn. New hope, you should also have some backbone. I've already given you a chance, but you're not grateful. Cherish this life. You'll only ever be able to live in a courtyard house. You can't afford an apartment building. Lu Zigua scoffed. Xiaomo retorted angrily, that's none of your concern. I'm doing just fine, and you're not the only one with a car. Chapter 124, The Bet. What's the matter? Who else in our class has a car besides me? Lu Zigua said smugly. He even posted his car in the class group chat, but when he posted it in the QQ group, hardly anyone noticed. Lu Zigua tried posting it in the YY group, and surprisingly, quite a few people responded immediately. Class monitor, where did you get the car? You didn't buy it, did you? The class monitor's car looks so cool. Seeing the flattering words in the YY group, Lu Zigua felt even more smug. He now loved being praised by others. The feeling was simply amazing. Lu Zigua picked up his phone and casually sent a message. It's brand new, but it's just second-hand, not expensive, only 6 or 7,000 yuan. The YY group is buzzing with excitement. The class monitor is amazing. He actually bought a car. The class monitor will have the opportunity to take us out for a drive. Class monitor, I also have a driver's license. Can you let me drive? Class monitor, send me a photo of you in the car. Lu Zigua saw this and thought it made sense, so he immediately sat on the car's engine and took a photo of himself using the back of his phone. After checking the photo and finding it decent, he finally sent it with satisfaction. After sending the photos, Lu Zigua finally spoke up. Alright, if there's an opportunity, I'll drive everyone there. Another wave of praise followed, making Lu Zigua feel the taste of success. He stared at the screen for a long time, reading others' words of praise, before reluctantly putting down his phone. Zhao Lingling looked at Lu Zigua's smug expression with utter disdain, thinking to herself, how could I have ever been friends with someone like this, let alone considered dating him? Lu Zigua patted his car and said with a smug smile, Lingling, why don't you get in for a ride? I'll take you for a spin. It's been so long since you've been out for a drive. Zhao Lingling wasn't someone to be easily provoked, especially since she didn't think much of Lu Zigua at that moment. If she didn't think much of Lu Zigua, she certainly wouldn't allow herself to be humiliated here. Lu Zigua, what are you showing off about here? Who hasn't ridden in a car before? I wouldn't even get in your junker. If I, Zhao Lingling, want a ride, I'll ride in a BMW. Zhao Lingling said arrogantly. Lu Zigua couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. A BMW? You still want to ride in a BMW? Zhao Lingling, do you know how expensive a BMW is? The cheapest one costs at least 300,000 yuan. If you want to ride in a BMW, there are only a few people in the entire Beijing University who can afford it. You should be grateful that you can ride in my car. Su Zhe said. You say I can't ride it, but Zhao Lingling, if I want to ride a car, I will definitely find a way to ride one. Zhao Lingling said arrogantly. Lu Zigua couldn't help but glance aside and immediately said, alright, why don't we make a bet? What kind of bet? Asked Zhao Lingling. Lu Zigua said, if you don't get a ride in the BMW, will you be my girlfriend? A toad wants to eat swan meat. Zhao Lingling said. Well, don't worry about whether I'm a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Are you brave enough to do it? Lu Zigua challenged Su Zhe with a defiant look. Zhao Lingling raised her head, about to agree, but was suddenly pulled back by Qian Xiaoting. Lingling, don't make such a reckless bet. This is not something you should wager on. Oh, Zhao Lingling, if you're too scared to bet, then just forget it. I'll just say you're all talk, riding around in a BMW when you can't even afford a Mazda like me. Lu Zigua mocked loudly from the side. Zhao Lingling couldn't take the insults anymore and immediately stepped forward. Lu Zigua, let's bet then. Who's afraid of who? But I just want to know what you'll do if you lose. That's easy. I'll be your boyfriend, Lu Zigua said. Get lost. Zhao Lingling shot him a cold glance and said, fine, if I get to ride in the BMW, you have to drive this car for me for 4 years. Sure, if you get into the BMW, I'll drive it for you not just 4 years, but as long as you want. Lu Zigua said confidently. But you can't rent one, and we'll just find one at school today and tomorrow. Okay. Then it's settled. In his view, Zhao Lingling couldn't possibly be driving a BMW, as he hadn't seen many of them at school. Moreover, the ones being driven were all owned by school administrators. How could Zhao Lingling have done that? Alright, let's see if I can sit down today. Zhao Lingling gave a mysterious smile. Zhao Lingling immediately took out her phone and sent a message to Xia Mo. Xia Mo, are you with Su Zhe? In the car, Xia Mo's face was as red as an apple at that moment. Her hands were gently pressing against her thighs. And on her thighs, Su Zhe's hands were up to no good. Su Zhe, we're about to enter the school. Could you please take your hand off? Xia Mo said, her face red. But Su Zhe not only didn't take his hands off, he touched her even more recklessly. Xia Mo's legs weren't very fleshy, but they weren't skinny either. They were the kind that looked slim but felt soft to the touch. Su Zhe drove the entire way, never taking his hands off the wheel. Actually, Su Zhe's hands wanted to move up, but they were firmly held back by Xia Mo. Later, Xia Mo accepted it and allowed Su Zhe to touch her thigh. However, she couldn't bring herself to do it inside the school. After all, it was a school. This is a sacred place of learning. And there are so many people here. But Su Zhe wouldn't just give up because of school. What's wrong with touching his girlfriend's thigh? Is this against the law, or is it against morality? Su Zhe, can you let go? We're already at school. If the other students and teachers see this, it won't look good. Xiaomo's face turned bright red as she said this. Suze held the steering wheel with one hand and said, "Why did you change back to calling me Suze? I thought someone called me husband." Xiaomo looked around and saw that the car was about to enter the school grounds. Glancing again at Suze's hand still resting on her thigh, she finally mustered the courage to speak. "Honey, can you please let go of the car? That's a good boy." Suze stroked Xiaomo's head and finally let go. Xiaomo hurriedly smoothed out her dress, which had become wrinkled from Suze's hands on her thighs during their struggle. "It's all your fault, Suja," she pouted. "My dress is all wrinkled now." Xiaomo nuzzled her cute nose. "It's wrinkled, so it's wrinkled. Husband can buy you another one. Why don't we go buy a few more now?" Suze had a bit of a wealthy vibe about him. No. Xiaomo shook her head hurriedly. She was afraid that Suze would really turn the steering wheel. Just then, Xiaomo's phone rang. She opened it and saw a message from Zhao Lingling. "Lingling, I'm with Suze. What's wrong?" On this side, Zhao Lingling was anxiously waiting for Xiaomo to reply. Chapter 125, Lu Zigua hits Zhao Lingling. "How about it, Lingling? You're definitely going to lose this bet. I'm waiting for you to be my girlfriend." Lu Zigua raised his eyebrows smugly. As Zhao Lingling anxiously waited, she wondered why Xiaomo hadn't replied yet. Could she be lying to her? Just as she was lost in her thoughts, her phone finally rang. Upon seeing the message on her phone, Zhao Lingling was instantly filled with excitement. She immediately replied, "Xiaomo, did Suze drive you out to play?" "Yes." Xiaomo replied. "That's great. Xiaomo, tell Suze to drive the car to the library entrance. I'm being blocked by Lu Zigua. She insists on making me her girlfriend. Come save me quickly." Zhao Lingling immediately messaged. Upon seeing Zhao Lingling's message, Xiaomo also became anxious. The incident where Lu Zigua confessed his feelings in front of the dormitory building last time had already caused quite a stir. "Are you planning to do something to Zhao Lingling now?" Xiaomo immediately grabbed her phone and said to Suze, "Su, honey, hurry to the library and save Lingling." "What's that woman up to now?" Suze rolled his eyes. No, it was Lu Zigua who went to find her, insisting that Linlin should do it. His girlfriend, Lingling, refused, so he's already cornered Lingling in the library. Xiaomo hurriedly explained the situation. Suze heard this and furrowed his brows. What was Lu Zigua up to? He stepped on the gas pedal, speeding through the school gate and heading straight for the library. In front of the library, Lu Zigua sat in the front seat of the car, watching Zhao Lingling. Zhao Lingling, however, stood there with a carefree expression, the two of them staring at each other. "Lingling," I said. "Look, it's been ages, and there's not a single BMW in sight. Why don't you just give in to me? I'll treat you well," Lu Zigua said with a smile. But all he got in return was a cold stare from Zhao Lingling. Don't even dream about it. I'll definitely be riding in a BMW. BMW, Zhao Lingling, you can dream on. I don't care anymore. You bet on it, and sooner or later you'll be my girlfriend. Now let's go out and have some fun. Lu Zigua didn't even bother to see if Zhao Lingling agreed or not. He walked straight toward her, intending to take her hand. "Lu Zigua, what are you doing?" Qian Xiaoting hurriedly stepped forward. "Qian Xiaoting, don't interfere. Get out of the way." Lu Zigua pushed Qian Xiaoting aside, shoving her out of the way. Then he went to grab Zhao Lingling. Today, he had promised Minister Wu Xiaowu that he would bring Zhao Lingling to the dinner party, otherwise, this sponsorship deal might not go through. So now it's almost time to head to the restaurant, and Lu Zigua can't wait any longer. "Lu Zigua, what are you doing? Lu Zigua, are you trying to act like a thug? Lu Zigua, dare you touch me? Try it if you dare. Do you believe me? I'll go to the police station and report you right away." But no matter how much Zhao Lingling screamed, Lu Zigua kept grabbing her clothes and pulling her toward the car. "Zhao Lingling, don't be so shameless. I won't say anything else. These matters are for Wu Xiao, the department head. He told you to go eat with a big boss. Anyway, you've done this before, so what's the big deal? Lu Zigua, who the hell are you talking about?" Zhao Lingling flew into a rage. This was defamation against her. "Zhao Lingling, don't try to play innocent in front of me. I know all your secrets. If you dare to move, don't blame me." Lu Zigua's tone grew increasingly harsh. His hands also grabbed her clothes, pulling them up to her neck and hair. "Lu Zigua's mother is ready to fight you." Zhao Lingling finally couldn't hold back anymore and started to fight back fiercely. However, Zhao Lingling's hair and neck were already being held by Lu Zigua. Whenever she tried to move, Lu Zigua would immediately grab her from behind, leaving her unable to struggle no matter how hard she tried. "Lu Zigua, let go of Sister Lingling." Qian Xiaoting also rushed over immediately, trying to rescue her. However, Lu Zigua immediately gave a signal with his eyes to someone beside him, and a tall guy rushed out and blocked Qian Xiaoting. "Lu Zigua, let go of me. Lu Zigua, you piece of trash. Although Zhao Lingling couldn't move her body, she started spewing profanities non-stop. Slap. Lu Zigua slapped Zhao Lingling directly across the face at that moment. Zhao Lingling, who had been cursing non-stop, was completely stunned by the blow and couldn't utter a single word. The stinging pain on her cheeks and the sense of humiliation surged toward her all at once. At that moment, she could no longer hold back and burst into loud sobs. At that moment, she didn't care about saving face anymore. Cry. The only thing left to do is cry. Lu Zigua was also stunned. He looked at his own hand and couldn't believe he had hit Zhao Lingling at that moment. But since he had already struck, he had to complete the task now. Zhao Lingling, stop crying and get in the car first. Lu Zigua dragged her along as he walked. At that moment, Zhao Lingling seemed dazed, standing motionless as Lu Zigua dragged her along. Just then, a BMW sped up and came to a stop right in front of Lu Zigua. Lu Zigua was startled to see the car. It was indeed a BMW. But who cares what kind of car it is? Let's just take Zhao Lingling away first. Lu Zigua dragged Zhao Lingling away quickly. The BMW's door opened immediately, and Xiaomo's hurried figure ran out from inside. Lu Zigua, let go of Lingling. Lu Zigua didn't expect Xiaomo to get out of the BMW. Damn it, I thought Xiaomo was the kind of girl who was devoted and cute. But now it seems like she's already hooked up with a rich guy after just a few days of college. At that moment, he felt utterly elated. Zhao Lingling had certainly given Suze a reason to be jealous. Xiaomo, don't come over here. This is between me and Zhao Lingling. If you come over, I'll tell Suze about the time I made you get out of the BMW. But as soon as Lu Zigua finished speaking, Suze got out of the driver's seat. Lu Zigua couldn't believe his eyes and blinked, then looked again. It was indeed Suze. How could Suze have gotten out of a BMW? Taking advantage of Lu Zigua's momentary distraction, Suze swiftly kicked him, sending him flying. Zhao Lingling finally escaped from his grasp. Upon seeing Suze arrive, she rushed over and hugged him tightly, bursting into tears. Suze, Lu Zigua isn't human. He made me go out to entertain him, and he even hit me. Zhao Lingling sobbed uncontrollably. Suze also saw the red slap mark on Zhao Lingling's face. Zhao Lingling, don't be afraid. I'm here. It's okay. Suze patted Zhao Lingling on the back. However, Zhao Lingling had no intention of moving away from Suze and continued to hold him tightly. Suze thought she was scared and didn't pay much attention, instead turning his gaze toward Lu Zigua. Lu Zigua, you're really making something of yourself. Chapter 126, Suze takes action. Suze. Lu Zigua stared at Suze in utter astonishment, scrambling to his feet from the ground and instinctively taking a few steps backward. Deep down, Lu Zigua still felt a hint of fear toward Suze. But when he thought about his current position as class monitor and a member of the External Affairs Department, he, Suze, was just an ordinary student, while I, at least, had some status. Why should I be afraid of him? Suze, you dare hit me? Who do you think you are? Lu Zigua glared angrily at Suze and demanded. Suze comforted Zhao Lingling. He tried to push Zhao Lingling away, but she refused to let go, still clinging tightly to him. Suze, I'm scared. Hold me a little longer. Zhao Lingling said pitifully in Suze's ear. Suze glanced at Xiaomo and noticed that she didn't seem to care at all. Instead, he said, Lingling, with Suze here, Lu Zigua wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Xiaomo glared at Lu Zigua with hatred in her eyes. Her impression of Lu Zigua had plummeted. She had previously thought that Zhao Lingling and Lu Zigua were just having some emotional issues, and at the time, she had even thought Lu Zigua was a bit of a jerk. However, now it seemed clear that Zhao Lingling had done the right thing. This Lu Zigua is not a good person. He even hits women. Suze couldn't do anything either. Seeing that Xiaomo didn't seem to mind, he let Zhao Lingling hug him. Lu Zigua, we're roommates after all. I don't want to make things awkward. Just go. Suze didn't really want to get into a fight with Lu Zigua, especially since more and more people were gathering to watch the commotion. He wasn't afraid of losing face, but Zhao Lingling was, after all, a girl. But Lu Zigua just sneered in contempt. Suze, roommate, let me tell you, our so-called brotherhood is long gone. You just want to beat me up and settle this like this. Who do you think you are? And let me tell you, this time it was Zhao Lingling who lost the bet. How can you not accept the consequences of your actions? Lu Zigua looked up at Zhao Lingling in Suze's arms and cursed silently, you. Zhao Lingling remained hidden in Suze's embrace, looking extremely frightened. Suze couldn't help but frown and asked, what bet did you make? Lu Zigua looked arrogant and didn't say a word. Zhao Lingling sobbed intermittently. He insisted on making me ride in his old car. I bet him that I could definitely ride in a BMW. If I could, he would give me his old car. Hey, Zhao Lingling, make yourself clear. I also said that if you couldn't get in, you'd have to be my girlfriend. Look, you haven't been able to sit down for so long. What are you struggling for? What's so bad about being Lu Zigua's girlfriend? We're both from Beijing, and we have the mark of success on our heads. Why bother with a country bumpkin? Since Lu Zigua has chosen to completely sever ties with Suze, he will never give Suze any face. He intends to begin humiliating Suze. Upon hearing this, Suze looked at Lu Zigua and said, "Alright, you've lost this bet." As he spoke, he moved his other hand, one hand supporting Zhao Lingling's waist and the other supporting her back, and directly picked her up in a princess carry. "Ah!" Zhao Lingling screamed. The next moment, her heart was filled with sweetness. Suze had actually hugged her. She felt so happy. Zhao Lingling thought to herself, she had to keep playing the weak card. After all, boys always liked girls who could stir up their protective instincts. Beep. Suze pressed the car key, and his door opened. Suze carried Zhao Lingling to the back seat. Zhao Lingling was overjoyed, thinking that Suze would let her sit in the front passenger seat, but instead he placed her in the back seat. "Suze, can I sit in the front passenger seat?" Zhao Lingling looked at Suze with a pitiful expression. Suze said, "Don't get your hopes up. This seat is for Xia Mo." After saying that, he directly pushed Zhao Lingling down and walked over to Lu Zigua's side. The BMW pulled up, and Zhao Lingling got in. Lu Zigua suddenly realized, no wonder Zhao Lingling dared to bet with me. She must have asked you for help and rented a BMW. Suze, I'm not a fool. Don't try to trick me with such a cheap trick. Renting a car must cost a fortune, right? Lu Zigua looked at Suze's car and nodded repeatedly. But it's true that a good car is different. When I have money, I must buy one. Suze watched Lu Zigua boastfully, said nothing, and walked to his own driver's seat. He took out the car purchase contract he had just bought and threw it at Lu Zigua. Take a good look at it. Lu Zigua held the contract, initially not paying much attention, but upon seeing those two words on the contract, he froze in shock, utterly astonished. Suze, is this really something you bought? How is that possible? Lu Zigua couldn't believe it. Suze didn't bother to argue with her and took the purchase contract from his hand. Zhao Lingling got out of the car at that moment, and the look of hurt and tears on her face was gone, replaced by an expression of immense joy. Standing before Lu Zigua, she was mocking him. Lu Zigua, don't think you're so great just because you drive a used Mazda. Look at Suze, he drives a BMW. How can you compare yourself to him? You're not even in the same league. And when I'm in the BMW, I've won. Give me your car right now. Zhao Lingling was gloating, finally getting her revenge. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This must be fake. Suze, how could you possibly have that much money? Lu Zigua shook his head vigorously in disbelief, refusing to acknowledge it. But Zhao Lingling wasn't going to give him that chance. She turned to the crowd and shouted, "Everyone, you all heard what he said. Now he's not admitting it. Haha, how embarrassing." The crowd began pointing and whispering at Lu Zigua, who felt like he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. But whenever he thought about his car, he felt heartbroken. It was something he had saved up for a long time to buy. Suze, we're classmates, even in the same class in the same dorm. Can't you just let this go? Suze looked at Lu Zigua's smirking expression, then glanced at the people around them. After all, he and Lu Zigua were roommates, and he hadn't bought a place yet. He still needed to live there for a few more days. However, he had to buy the house. Lu Zigua was starting to get on his nerves. Alright, Lu Zigua, apologize to Zhao Lingling. As long as she agrees, I won't make a fuss. Suze said indifferently. Alright. Lu Zigua immediately bowed his head in agreement. Then he hurriedly ran over to Zhao Lingling. Lingling, please forgive me. I was just momentarily possessed. You can hit me however you like, or I'll hit myself. As he spoke, Lu Zigua began to slap himself in the face. Zhao Lingling looked at Lu Zigua with utter disgust, wondering how she had ended up in the same high school as him. As for you, Lu Zigua, let us forget about today. Don't come near me again. Alright, I understand. Can I go now? No, you just said Wu Xiao asked me to accompany someone drinking. You must explain clearly. Zhao Lingling said. Chapter 127, Securing Sponsorship. That. Can I not say anything? Lu Zigua looked at Suze. Zhao Lingling exclaimed loudly, impossible. You must say it. I want to see who dared to ask me to accompany someone drinking. If you don't say it, I'll take the car. No, I can't say it. Lu Zigua immediately said. This car is his life now. This, I told you, don't say it was me. Lu Zigua whispered. This, I told you, don't say I said it. Lu Zigua whispered. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't say it, I'll take your car. Lu Zigua had no choice but to speak up. I heard he's a big businessman with a lot of resources, and apparently he can even connect with Baidu. Therefore, Wu Xiao wants to curry favor with this merchant to secure a large investment, which is why I was sent to find you. Suze had no particular interest in which merchant to approach, but upon hearing the mention of Baidu, he became intrigued. These Baidu people are actually doing this. Should I check it out for Mr. Li? Are you talking about someone from Baidu? Suze asked. Yeah, Wu Xiao said he's from Baidu, so he should be from Baidu, right? Lu Zigua said uncertainly. Alright, where are they? Take me there. Su Zhe said. That's not a good idea. If Wu Xiao finds out, all my work as student council president will be for nothing. Lu Zigua is about to cry. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have continued living. Now he hasn't accomplished anything and has only caused trouble for himself. What? You don't want the car anymore? Su Zhe said coldly. No, I want it. I'll go, is that okay? Lu Zigua said helplessly. His own life was still in someone else's hands. The Grand Hotel in the capital city. Located near Beijing University, it is also a frequent dining spot for the university's external relations department. After all, the expenses for these meals are reimbursable. When seeking sponsorships, one must entertain them. However, Wu Xiao and his friends often come here to eat, and it's not always about treating others. Sometimes they just get a craving and want to eat. Anyway, it's all reimbursable, so why not eat it if it's free? However, today in the Zhuang Yuan private room, Wu Xiao and several staff members from the External Affairs Department were all looking at a bald middle-aged man in the middle with flattering expressions on their faces. Mr. Hu, you have such a vast capacity. Let us toast you again. Wu Xiao raised his wine glass toward the balding middle-aged man. The bald middle-aged man also burst into laughter. Wu brother, this style is truly befitting of the president of the student union at Beijing University. If there's ever an opportunity, I'll recommend you to Baidu Company. Wu Xiaowen's eyes lit up involuntarily. Baidu Company was a company that many students at Beijing University dreamed of working for. After all, it was where one could encounter the hottest internet trends, and the salaries there were among the highest in the entire city. However, getting into Baidu is no easy feat. If this Mr. Hu really manages to get himself in there, that would be absolutely fantastic. Wu Xiao was overjoyed at that moment, picked up the wine, and raised it again. Mr. Hu, please take good care of me in the future. Of course, I hit it off with Wu Lao right away. Mr. Hu said with a smile. The two chatted happily, but after a while, Wu Xiao finally got to the point, securing sponsorships. This sponsorship was crucial for him, as his chances of becoming the vice president of the student council this term depended entirely on whether he could secure it. After all, it's almost the 95th anniversary of the school's founding, and everyone, both the administration and the students, is taking it very seriously. Therefore, this welcome party is merely a rehearsal, as the main 95th anniversary celebration activities will follow afterward. And this celebration isn't just organized by the school, even the Beijing TV station will be sending a crew to broadcast it live. Therefore, the entire student council takes it very seriously. Organizing such a grand event will definitely require a significant budget. Therefore, we can't just ask for a little sponsorship like we did before. Therefore, Wu Xiaoli made a solemn pledge to secure significant investment. The first company that came to mind was Baidu, whose CEO was an alumnus of Beijing University. So he went straight to Baidu's headquarters to ask for sponsorship funds. However, how could Baidu Company possibly let him meet Mr. Li? This was just his first day, and he was already being dismissed. Wu Xiao went through great lengths to finally find this Hu Zong, claiming to have business dealings with Baidu and even knowing Baidu's vice president. Wu Xiao eagerly invited him to dinner. He wanted to secure an investment from him and then go to Baidu to secure another investment. This way, we'll have two investments. However, Hu Zong is no pushover, no matter what Wu Xiao says. He neither agreed nor refused, just stalling with a single word. Mr. Hu, please tell us, just give us a clear answer. Wu Xiao couldn't hold back anymore. Wu, why the rush? Let's wait until the others arrive before deciding. Mr. Hu took a sip of wine and smiled. At this moment, Wu Xiao finally understood what this guy meant. He was waiting for Zhao Lingling after all. This old pervert. Mr. Hu, you know what you're saying. The people here will definitely come quickly. Wu Xiao frowned. How is Lu Zigua handling things? He still hasn't brought anyone yet. Wu Xiao gave a nod to the person beside him, who immediately understood. He picked up his phone and dialed Lu Zigua's number. Lu Zigua, did you bring Zhao Lingling? They're on their way. Upon hearing this, Hu Zong's eyes narrowed involuntarily. A sly smile crept onto the corners of his mouth. Wu Xiao saw Hu Zong's expression and couldn't help but step forward and say, Mr. Hu, this person is about to arrive. Why don't you tell us first so we can get to know him? However, Mr. Hu shook his head and said, Wu, you see, not everyone is here. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to speak now. Let's wait until everyone is present, and I'll explain everything then. Clearly, this guy wasn't going to give anything away until he saw results. Wu Xiao had no choice but to remain silent and start drinking instead. Meanwhile, Lu Zigua brought Su Zhe and Zhao Lingling to the entrance of the Beijing Grand Hotel. I have something to do, so I won't be going in. As soon as Lu Zigua entered the Beijing Grand Hotel, he wanted to slip away. But just as he was about to slip away, Su Zhe grabbed him by the collar. Since we're already here, why don't we go in and take a look together? Saying this, he pushed Lu Zigua forward without waiting for a response. Suze, old Su. Don't you dare get me into trouble. I don't want to go in. Wu Xiao will kill me if I go in. Lu Zigua said fearfully. Suze, old Su. Don't get me into trouble. I don't want to go in. Wu Xiao will kill me if I go in. Lu Zigua said fearfully. They won't kill you. I'm here. Which private room? Suze said. That's the Zhuang Yuan Pavilion. Lu Zigua pointed to the private room ahead and spoke up. Suze, will there be any issues if we go in like this? Xia Mo asked. Xia Mo, Xian Xiaoting, and Zhao Lingling all followed behind. Don't worry, I'm here. Suze said confidently. Chapter 128, Dinner Party. The Grand Hotel in the capital city. The private room at Zhuang Yuan Pavilion was opened, and Lu Zigua walked inside. Wu Xiao saw Lu Zigua enter and immediately flew into a rage, standing up. Lu Zigua, you bastard, why the hell did you take so long to show up? The people I told you to bring aren't here. Do you not want this job anymore? If you don't have the ability, get out now. Hu Zong, standing nearby, also looked displeased. He turned to Wu Xiao and said, Wu brother, it seems you don't intend to accept this sponsorship after all. As soon as he spoke, Wu Xiao immediately turned his head and smiled broadly, saying, No, Mr. Hu, I'll go give him a piece of my mind. Saying this, she walked up to Lu Zigua, reached out, and slapped him across the face. What's going on here? Lu Zigua, Zhao Lingling is here, why didn't she come? Lu Zigua also didn't expect Wu Xiao to say nothing and just attack him directly, his eyes fixed on Wu Xiao. He cursed inwardly, but on the surface, he could only force a smile. Minister Wu, I've brought the person you requested, but there are others as well. Others. Wu Xiao frowned. Just as he was about to say something, Zhao Lingling appeared first, striding in with her long legs. I heard you were looking for me, Wu Xiao. When Wu Xiao saw Zhao Lingling, his eyes lit up immediately, and he couldn't help but glance at Hu Zong beside him. Sure enough, ever since Zhao Lingling arrived, Hu Zong hadn't taken his eyes off her, his mouth practically hanging open. Lingling, the External Relations Department invited Mr. Hu to dinner and wanted you, the school beauty, to accompany him. Wu Xiao said with a friendly attitude. However, Zhao Lingling wasn't buying it. Wu Xiao, I remember I'm no longer part of your External Affairs Department. What does your department's business have to do with me? Zhao Lingling said. Wu Xiao smiled and said, Lingling, why are you holding a grudge like this? I was just joking. You'll always be part of our External Affairs Department. Don't just stand there, sit down quickly. Let me introduce you to Mr. Hu. He's been admiring you for a long time. Wu Xiao continued. Mr. Hu walked over with a smile and said, Ha, Miss Xiao, my name is Hu Guan. Zhao Lingling looked at this bald middle-aged man. This guy actually called her Mississippi. Zhao Lingling crossed her arms and scolded him, You're the lady? You're the lady, and your whole family are ladies. Hu Guan was stunned for a moment, but instead of getting angry, he laughed. It's my fault, it's my fault. I shouldn't have shouted like that. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Lingling didn't respond to him either. She glanced at Wu Xiao and asked, Can I bring a few people in? Wu Xiao frowned. This was no place to let others come in. However, Hu Guan smiled and said, Of course, that's fine. As long as they're with Zhao, they can come in. We should all get to know each other. Zhao Lingling rolled her eyes and then said to Xia Mo and the others at the door, Come in. A moment later, Xian Xiaoting and Xia Mo walked into the private room from outside. Hu Guan saw the two beautiful women enter, no less stunning than Zhao Lingling, and his eyes lit up instantly. Wu Xiao also didn't expect Zhao Lingling to bring two beauties with her. Especially since Xia Mo was among them, he was overjoyed in an instant. In fact, he had invited Xia Mo out to dinner several times before. But Xia Mo has never agreed. This time, Zhao Lingling actually brought her along. Wu Xiao looked at Lu Zigua with an approving glance, not expecting Lu Zigua to be so capable. Lu Zigua couldn't help but nod with a mix of laughter and tears. Oh, Zhao, hurry up and introduce these two students. Hu Guan couldn't wait any longer. I didn't expect to have such an unexpected surprise today. What's the rush? Everyone isn't here yet. Zhao Lingling rolled her eyes. Suze followed Xia Mo out. Seeing another boy behind them, Hu Guan's brows furrowed involuntarily. He preferred girls over boys. Wu Xiao saw Suze arrive and couldn't help but frown. How did this guy show up? Wu Xiao's gaze turned to Lu Zigua, but Lu Zigua acted as if he had nothing to do with it. Wu Xiao also knew this wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. Wu Xiao stood up and walked in front of Suze, blocking him. Suze, who told you to come over here? Suze ignored Wu Xiao and walked straight inside. Wu Xiao saw that Suze was completely ignoring him, which made him even more furious. He quickly walked up to Suze and blocked his path. Suze, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me talking to you? What are you pretending for? This is the External Affairs Department discussing important matters. If you disrupt this, you'll be held fully responsible. Wu Xiao began to threaten. Meanwhile, Xia Mo, Zhao Lingling, and Xian Shouting stood by, watching the scene unfold with amused expressions. Suze glanced at him and spoke slowly, "It's fine. You go ahead with your sponsorship. I'll just sit here. I'm here to accompany my girlfriend." "Girlfriend?" Wu Xiao furrowed his brows. "Who's your girlfriend?" "Xia Mo." Xian Shouting said. Wu Xiao's brows furrowed even more tightly. Xia Mo had actually become Suze's girlfriend. This woman was the one Wu Xiao had his eye on. "You weren't the one who asked me to come. I asked my roommate to accompany me. What's the matter? Do you have an issue with Wu Xiao, or are your motives impure?" Zhao Lingling mocked from the side. "Wu Xiao must have ulterior motives, but I couldn't say that now." "Humph." Wu Xiao could only give a cold laugh and remain silent. Hu Guan had been in a good mood, thinking that 3 beautiful women had come to accompany him. Although there weren't 3 beautiful women now, as long as Zhao Lingling was there, it was enough. Hu Guan sat down while smiling at Zhao Lingling and said, "Zhao Lingling, sit down quickly. Let's eat together." Zhao Lingling ignored him and instead pulled Xia Mo and Qian Shouting's hands, saying, "Sit down. There's food. Why not eat it if it's there?" Xia Mo glanced at Suze, who nodded. So all 3 of them sat down. There was quite a lot of food on the table, but it hadn't been touched much. Zhao Lingling didn't hesitate and started eating right away, and Suze also began eating beside her. So all 4 of them became rice eaters, just eating rice. Wu Xiao stood by, grinding his teeth in frustration, but there was nothing he could do. In desperation, she mustered up the courage to speak up. "Lingling, Mr. Who is sponsoring our welcome party this time. He's only doing it because of you. You should at least offer him a toast." Saying this, he took the wine and walked over to Zhao Lingling, preparing to pour her a glass. "I don't drink white wine. I want red wine," said Zhao Lingling. "Brother Wu, you're wrong. How could you let a girl drink white wine? Go get some red wine." Hu Guan immediately said disapprovingly to Wu Xiao. "Wu Xiao Dai, you're in the wrong. How could you let a girl drink baijiu? Go get some red wine." Hu Guan immediately scolded Wu Xiao Dai. "What the hell? You're a bald man. I'm doing this for whom, and you're telling me off?" Although Wu Xiao was seething inside, he put on a harmless smile and said, "It was my fault for not thinking it through. I'll go get the red wine right away." Chapter 129, Does Zhao Lingling want to be a star? "Zhao, this red wine is excellent. Red wine is good for the skin and beauty, perfect for you girls to drink," Hu Guan said with a smile. Zhao Lingling didn't respond and just sat there. The official who didn't get angry either. He sat down next to her and said, "Ms. Zhao, actually, I came here today because I have something I want to discuss with you." "What is it?" Zhao Lingling asked curiously. Hu Guan smiled upon hearing Zhao Lingling finally acknowledge him. He sat down beside Zhao Lingling. "Zhao, you have a nice face and figure, and you dance well too. I have a few friends in the entertainment industry. Would you be interested in pursuing a career there?" Hu Guan finished speaking and smiled at Zhao Lingling. He was confident that Zhao Lingling wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of entering the entertainment industry. It should be said that almost all girls might not be able to resist. The entertainment industry, becoming a big star, this is the dream of so many girls. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Zhao Lingling immediately showed a hint of excitement and anticipation on her face. Who was Hu Guan? He immediately caught on and seized the opportunity to say, "Zhao, I'm not lying to you. I really do have resources. You know, Baidu, right? Who doesn't know Baidu?" Zhao Lingling said with a sneer. "Baidu is such a big company. Now they want to shoot an advertisement, and they're asking me to find actors for them. I've set my sights on you. If you're willing to sign with my company, I'll make you the female lead in Baidu's advertisement right away. Zhao, this is Baidu company. Think about how many people will know you then. I'll help you out, and if you release a few albums and act in some TV dramas, you'll be a big star." Hu Guan seemed to have already mapped out Zhao Lingling's entire future. Moreover, the closer he got to Zhao Lingling, the more his hands involuntarily moved toward her thighs. Today, Zhao Lingling was wearing a short skirt. In fact, Hu Guan's eyes kept glancing at Zhao Lingling's snow-white thighs. At that moment, he could no longer resist and began to act. Zhao Lingling was still lost in her fantasies when she suddenly felt a sensation on her legs. Looking down, she saw that Hu Guan's hand had touched her thigh. "Zheng!" Zhao Lingling suddenly stood up, swung her hand, and slapped Hu Guan directly across the face. "You despicable man, taking advantage of me." The force of that palm strike was immense, leaving Hu Guan stunned. Meanwhile, Wu Xiao, who had been watching the scene unfold, was also stunned and took a moment to come to his senses. This Hu official was his moneymaker, yet Zhao Lingling had dared to strike him. Wu Xiaoli immediately sprinted over to Hu Guan's side and knelt down. Mr. Hu, are you okay?" Hu Guan covered his face. "I'm fine. Am I really okay?" He pushed Wu Xiao aside and pointed at Zhao Lingling, shouting, "You dare hit me? You'll lose your sponsorship from Beijing University." Mr. Hu, please don't. You promised the sponsorship. You can't go back on your word. Wu Xiao hurriedly said. Mr. Hu snorted coldly. What? You people from Beijing University beat me up, and now you want me to invest and sponsor you? Do you think I'm stupid, or are you the one who's stupid? If you don't give me an explanation for this today, forget about sponsorship, I'll sue you. By then, whether you can keep your position as minister is still up in the air. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiao felt like he could eat Zhao Lingling alive. This Wu official was someone he had searched for a long time and tried countless methods to find a true god of wealth. Moreover, this official was connected to Baidu. If anything were to happen, all his hard work over the past few days would be for nothing. Moreover, this person is connected to Baidu. If something were to happen, all his hard work over the past few days would be for nothing. Wu Xiaoli immediately rushed to Zhao Lingling and scolded her angrily. Zhao Lingling, what are you waiting for? Apologize to Mr. Hu right now. Zhao Lingling shot Wu Xiao a disdainful glance. Wu Xiao, are you out of your mind? He was hitting on me, and you didn't even see it. Now you're asking me to apologize? Making a pass at you? Zhao, don't talk nonsense. I'm a respectable businessman. When did I take advantage of you just now? Do you have any proof? Hu Guan pointed at his own face and said, on the contrary, you hitting me is absolutely true. My face is proof. Yes, you have evidence. Do you have any evidence? Wu Xiao said from the side, Zhao Lingling, if you apologize now, everything can be resolved. But if you don't apologize, Hu Zong will sue you, and I won't be able to help you. Zhao Lingling frowned, feeling a bit uneasy as the two of them spoke back and forth. He couldn't help but glance at Su Zhe, who was still eating, as if none of this had anything to do with him. This made Zhao Lingling so angry she couldn't contain herself. She had come here clearly because he wanted her to, yet here she was at a disadvantage, while he was still eating. Su Zhe, what are you still eating? Come help me. Yi Qiuyu's tone carried a hint of playful anger. Su Zhe finished the food in his mouth, put down his chopstick slowly, and said, don't rush. Such good food, if you don't eat it now, it'll go to waste. What are you eating? I'll treat you to this later. Come help me. What are you talking about? I'll treat you next time. Come help me. Zhao Lingling walked over to Su Zhe and pulled him up. Alright, just remember to treat me next time. Su Zhe wiped his mouth. Wu Xiao looked at Su Zhe and couldn't help but sneer. What use was she? Evidence was evidence, and besides, Zhou Lining, you hit someone from Baidu. Hu Guan also spoke arrogantly, that's right. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, not only will I not sponsor you, but Baidu won't either. Su Zhe smiled, walked up to Hu Guan, and patted him on the shoulder. I said not to get so angry. We want to resolve this matter, but please watch the video first. Su Zhe picked up his phone and placed it in front of Hu Guan. The video clearly showed all the lewd actions Hu Guan had just performed. Zhao Lingling saw this and couldn't help but say, look, you just said there was no evidence. Now the evidence is right here. You old pervert actually tried to touch me. Hu Guan didn't expect Su Zhe to take the photo, so he immediately reached out to grab it from Su Zhe's hand. However, Su Zhe was quick on his feet and swiftly placed the phone into his own pocket. Mr. Hu, if this were found at the police station, you'd probably have to spend a few days in jail. Su Zhe said slowly. Mr. Hu's eyes flashed with anger as he glared at Su Zhe. He was so angry that he suddenly sat down on the table and slammed his hand on it. Wu Xiaowu, you bastard. This is the banquet you prepared for me, isn't it? No, absolutely not. Mr. Hu, please believe me. I would never harm you. This has nothing to do with me. Wu Xiaoxiao hurriedly said. Then explain what happened. Why did this happen? What should I do? Hu Guan said coldly. Wu Xiao hurriedly said, Mr. Hu, please rest assured. I will definitely give you a satisfactory response. Chapter 130, Mr. Li has arrived. Wu Xiao walked up to Su Zhe and said coldly, Su Zhe, this is the External Affairs Department's business. It has nothing to do with you, an outsider. Su Zhe ignored him. Wu Xiao saw that his words had been ignored, and his anger flared up. This Su Zhe had been ignoring him all along. He was so angry he wanted to beat Su Zhe up right now, but he just gave the others sitting nearby a warning glance. Those people immediately stood up and surrounded Su Zhe. Su Zhe, I'll give you one more chance. If you don't hand over your phone, the consequences will be on you. Wu Xiao threatened. What are you trying to do? This is illegal. Xia Mo said anxiously from the side. Su Zhe gave her a reassuring look, then turned to Hu Guan. Mr. Hu, you said you're from Baidu, right? Of course I am. I work for Baidu. I even know Mr. Li. If you want to invest, apologize immediately, delete the video, and have those 3 women accompany me. Hu Guan glared at Su Zhe with an air of authority. Su Zhe picked up his phone, and Hu Guan immediately snapped, you bastard, that's not right. You're recording this? Su Zhe picked up the phone and dialed Tao Lei's number. It wasn't that he didn't have Li Zong's number, it was just that this kind of matter was too trivial to involve Li Zong. How did Mr. Su find the time to call me? Tao Lei was very happy to receive Su Zhe's call. Due to the rapid growth of YY users and the continuous increase in YY's market value under capital estimates, the Baidu board of directors and Baidu's CEO were highly satisfied with the investment in YY. As for Tao Lei, who initially recommended the investment, he naturally received substantial rewards. In Tao Lei's eyes, Su Zhe was nothing short of a money-making machine. Of course, he was very polite to Su Zhe. "Mr. Tao, there's someone here claiming to be from Baidu, using Baidu's name to deceive people. Why don't you come and take a look?" Su Zhe said. As soon as Su Zhe finished speaking, Tao Lei's brows furrowed involuntarily. He hurriedly said, "Mr. Su, please give me the address. I'll go immediately and see who dares to impersonate Baidu." "Alright, I'll give you the location. It's at the Beijing Grand Hotel." Su Zhe said. "Alright, I'll give you the location. It's at the Beijing Grand Hotel." Su Zhe said. "Alright, wait for me for half an hour." Tao Lei hung up the phone, stood up, and left the office, heading straight for the basement. But halfway there, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to run to Mr. Li's office. "Mr. Li has something important to discuss with you." Tao Lei pushed open the door to Mr. Li's office. Mr. Li was sitting at his computer desk, trying to get a parking spot. Lately, he's become quite fond of this game. He plays it during boring moments at work, and it also allows him to see if anyone else is slacking off during office hours. Just then, Tao Lei walked in, and Li Zong quickly minimized the window and asked, "What's going on?" "What's going on?" "Mr. Li, Mr. Su just called me. He's at the Beijing Grand Hotel. He said there's a guy claiming to be from Baidu who's been harassing one of Mr. Su's friends." Tao Lei said. "What? Who is this guy? How dare he treat my junior like this? Let's go check it out." Li Zong stood up abruptly from the table. As for Su Zhe and YY, Mr. Li regarded them as friends. After all, the two companies were collaborating, and the profits YY had brought in were likely the most profitable investment he had made recently. Who wouldn't he like such a junior colleague? Meanwhile, Mr. Li and Tao Lei drove straight to the Beijing Grand Hotel. At the same time, inside the hotel, Hu Guan looked at Su Zhe, who had just finished his call, and couldn't help but sneer. "You're really good at pretending. You wouldn't tell me you just called the CEO of Baidu, would you? Haha, Mr. Hu, you're joking. A freshman like him knows the CEO of Baidu? He's just daydreaming." Wu Xiao was also mocking him from the side. "This Su Zhe really thinks he's someone important. He sure can put on an act." Zhao Lingling couldn't help but whisper beside him. "I said, Su Zhe, if we're going to pretend, let's not make it too obvious. What if we can't cover it up later?" Su Zhe smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll make it work." Zhao Lingling looked at Su Zhe's confident expression and didn't say anything. Xia Mo, on the other hand, looked at Su Zhe with concern, her face filled with worry. However, Jian Xiaoting, standing nearby, remained expressionless, her face instead betraying a pensive expression. "Wu Laodi, this guy is too good at putting on a show. If you make him kneel down, I'll sponsor the money 200,000 yuan. Hu Guan said in a deep voice. Wu Xiao heard 500,000 and his eyes lit up immediately. So far, the largest sponsorship he had secured was only 100,000 yuan. And this 100,000 yuan is what made him the director of the External Relations Department. 500,000 yuan was an offer Wu Xiao simply couldn't refuse. "Mr. Hu, are you serious?" Wu Xiao's breathing grew heavy. "Of course. I'll stick to my word," Hu Guando said. "Alright." After receiving Hu Guan's affirmative response, Wu Xiao turned to Su Zhe and gave him a sinister smile. "Su Zhe, with this 50,000 sponsorship, I should be able to beat you now. Don't blame me, blame yourself for being so good at pretending." Just as Wu Xiaoyang was gloating, with a loud bang, the door was flung open. Wu Xiao saw the two men appear and immediately said impatiently, "Who are you two? What are you doing here? Get out of here." Tao Lei and Li Zong rushed to the Beijing Grand Hotel as Su Zhe had mentioned, and after inquiring, they found out that the private room was located there. As soon as they opened the door, they heard a young man pointing at them and cursing. Li Zong and Tao Lei couldn't help but frown. They hadn't been scolded like this in a long time. Wu Xiao, seeing that the two hadn't left, impatiently said again, "What are you looking at? We haven't finished eating yet. Wait until we're done before you come to collect." Tao Lei and Mr. Li exchanged glances. This person had mistaken them for waiters. However, Hu Guan, who was standing nearby, looked at their expressions and grew increasingly surprised. Finally, he ran over to Tao Lei and Mr. Li. "Good day, Mr. Tao, Mr. Li," Hu Guan greeted them with a bow. However, the two didn't even acknowledge him. Instead, they glanced around and, upon seeing Su Zhe, immediately walked over. "Su, you came to the Grand Hotel in the capital to eat, why didn't you invite me?" Li said with a smile. "Yeah, Su, this place is so close to our company. We could have discussed our future cooperation," Tao Lei said. Hu Guan was stunned to see Li Zong and Tao Zong speaking so casually to this freshman. Is this really the Li Zong he knew? At that moment, a very unpleasant thought arose in his mind. Wu Xiao, standing nearby, trembled uncontrollably. Even Hu Guan showed such respect for the big shot, yet he had dared to scold them earlier. What should he do now? Mr. Li, cooperation between Mr. Tao and Mr. Hu is inevitable. Coincidentally, I have a project, but just now Mr. Hu was disrespectful to my classmate and even said you're from Baidu. I was thinking that since our two companies are collaborating, if it's a matter of discipline, perhaps Mr. Li could address it. If not, I will directly contact the authorities. Su Zhe pointed to Hu Guan beside him. Chapter 131, A New Direction, Home Tutoring Network. Three women sat in their seats, staring blankly at the scene before them. Su Zhe and Mr. Li were sitting together, discussing matters on equal terms. Xiaomo saw this and her eyes were filled with pride. This was her man, capable of discussing matters on equal terms with a business tycoon like Mr. Li. Zhao Lingling was still replaying in her mind what Mr. Li had just said, about casting her as the female lead in a Baidu company advertisement. Is this true? Or are you just trying to fool me again? Won't he just deny it later? Zhao Lingling's mind was filled with visions of herself becoming a star. She had dreamed of becoming a star since she was a child. As for Qian Xiaoting, her eyes were fixed on Su Zhe, her mind deep in thought. What kind of person is Su Zhe, and what exactly has he done? How could he have earned such a close relationship with Li, the CEO of Baidu? Qian Xiaoting became even more curious about Su Zhe's true intentions. At the dinner table, Tao Lei spoke first. Mr. Su, what was the project you mentioned earlier? Please tell us quickly, otherwise, we're as anxious as ants crawling on our chests. Mr. Li put down his wine glass and smiled at Su Zhe. Su brother, I heard everything you said earlier. If you have any good ideas, don't leave me out. Su Zhe looked at the two business tycoons, staring at himself with curiosity. Alright, Mr. Li, Mr. Tao, since you're both so curious, I'll tell you. Mr. Li and Tao Lei both looked at Su Zhe, waiting for his next words. Su Zhe didn't keep them in suspense and spoke directly. Mr. Li, Mr. Tao, I plan to launch a tutoring platform to create a platform for students and parents. There is probably no country in the world where parents place such a high priority on their children's education as in China. Regardless of their financial status, they will go to great lengths to ensure their children receive the best education possible. Su Zhe recalls that he never missed a tutoring session from childhood to adulthood, with tutors ranging from school teachers to university students who had just started their studies. Anyway, whether it was useful or not, his parents would always hire them. However, the quality of some tutors is really average. Su Zhe aims to establish a platform that serves as a bridge between teachers and students, while also assisting parents in selecting better teachers. Tutoring network. Li repeated. As a top internet business tycoon, he immediately recognized the difficulty here. Su Zhe, while the model for this education platform is feasible, how will you handle payment for services, and how will you ensure the safety of teachers providing in-home services? Li asked in a serious tone. The big boss is indeed the big boss, right to the point. This is indeed a pain point for the tutoring platform. However, Su Zhe had already thought this through long ago. Mr. Li, regarding payment, I plan to set up an online payment system. Parents will pay after placing an order, and the money will be held in the company account until the service is completed, at which point it will be paid to the tutor. Su Zhe said. Mr. Li, so you're essentially setting it up like an online shopping platform, except the products are the tutor's services. That's right. Su Zhe nodded and continued, as for safety issues, we will require every user who needs tutoring services to upload their home address and personal information during registration. Additionally, we plan to develop a mobile app with a one-click emergency alert feature. Mr. Li nodded. If these two aspects are addressed from the source, most safety issues can be prevented. However, Mr. Li was contemplating whether such a project would benefit Baidu or yield significant advantages. After all, if they were to collaborate, Baidu would also have to assume a certain amount of risk. After pondering for a moment, Mr. Li said, I think we should withdraw from this project. After all, there are risks involved in such projects, and as a publicly listed company, Baidu cannot take on such risks. For a publicly traded company like Baidu, their primary concern is stock price. If any negative news emerges, it could deal a fatal blow to their stock price. Su Zhe, however, was not at all surprised. He had already anticipated that Mr. Li would not follow through. However, whether Baidu followed or not was not his primary objective. His main goal was to dilute Baidu's stake in Zishan technology. Alright, since that's the case, I won't push it. However, Mr. Li, I need to use Zishan Technology's name to carry out this project. Baidu still holds a 10% stake in Zishan Technology. Will this have any impact on you? Su Zhe asked. Upon hearing this, Mr. Li furrowed his brows. If there were issues with Zishan Technology's tutoring platform project, it would undoubtedly have a significant impact on Baidu. Su Zhe looked at Li Zong, who was deep in thought, and remained silent. Mr. Li thought for a moment, then whispered a few words to Tao Lei beside him. In that case, we'll convert the shares of Zishan Technology into shares of YY, and you'll give me 15 shares of YY, said Mr. Li. Su Zhe furrowed his brows and firmly said with a displeased expression, impossible. Mr. Lee, you're trying to take our money. Jishing Technology's core product is YY. Your calculations are too clear. Mr. Lee gave an awkward smile and said, Su brother, don't get angry. How about transferring 10% to YY instead? Suze finally nodded. Alright, but don't regret it later, Mr. Lee. No, no. Lee Zong said with a smile. In Mr. Lee's view, the tutoring website had low profits and high risks. Where could he find something as lucrative as YY? Currently, YY is leading the pack and is even catching up to Tencent. Tencent's CEO has come here multiple times to complain to me and even asked me to meet this competitor. Thinking of this, Li Zong couldn't help but feel even more satisfied. When had Ma Zong ever begged him like this? Alright, let us wait a while. I'll have my lawyer handle the equity transfer on Baidu. Suze said. Alright. Li Zong nodded. After the business discussion at the dinner table, it was time to eat and drink. Mr. Lee was quite considerate and did not ask the three girls about their relationship with Suze. However, he did glance at Suze with a peculiar look. Suze pretended not to notice. Suze, should I talk to the people from Beijing University and tell the student union not to bother you? Li Zong asked. But Suze shook his head. Never mind, it's just a minor issue. After chatting for a while longer, Mr. Lee finally took his leave. Once Mr. Lee and Tao Lei had left, the three girls dared to speak. Suze, how did you meet Mr. Lee? Zhao Lingling couldn't hold back any longer. After all, Mr. Lee had just asked her to act earlier. She had to get to the bottom of this. Suze, what kind of business are you doing with Mr. Lee from Baidu? Xian Xiaoting asked curiously. After all, Mr. Lee from Baidu is worth over 100 million, so Suze being able to do business with him isn't something to take lightly, right? Xia Mo, however, was curiously staring at Suze without asking any questions. Suze had no intention of hiding anything and said directly, I started a company that happens to have some cooperation with Baidu. The three girls became even more curious. Suze was just a freshman, and a freshman had actually started a company? Chapter 132, Division of Labor. So that means Mr. Lee wasn't lying to me earlier. I'm the main character in their advertisement. Zhao Lingling said excitedly. She didn't care what Suze and Mr. Lee were discussing in their business dealings as long as she could be an actress, nothing else mattered to her. He probably isn't lying to you. Suze said. I shouldn't be lying to you. Suze said. That's great. Zhao Lingling was thrilled. She never expected such a pleasant surprise on this trip. Xian Xiaoting had originally wanted to ask Suze what kind of company he had started, but she saw that he didn't seem prepared to talk about it. After thinking it over, she decided not to ask. As for Xia Mo, she hadn't said a single word from the beginning until now. In her view, these were all Suze's matters. If he wanted to tell her, he would. If not, that was fine too. Suze drove the car and dropped Xian Xiaoting and Zhao Lingling back to their dormitory. He and Xia Mo then went to the school playground, walking side by side. Suze gripped Xia Mo's hand firmly, staring at her as she remained silent. Why don't you care about your husband's affairs? Suze said. I trust my husband. If there is something you want to tell me, you'll definitely tell me. Xia Mo looked at Suze seriously and said, and that's all your career? I want my career too. Suze heard Xia Mo's response and couldn't help but laugh as he hugged her. Then, my wife, what do you want to do? Xia Mo thought for a moment, then scratched her head. She hadn't decided yet, so she focused on her studies. Alright, then study hard. If you can't make money, I'll take care of you. Suze said with a smile. Great. Then you'll be a big boss someday. Xia Mo said with a smile. After walking around the playground with Xia Mo for a while, Suze went straight to the company and began working on the development of the tutoring website. In the conference room, Suze summoned Zhou Wenming, Zhang Hao, and Lu Ruyan to his office. I called everyone here to prepare for the second business venture of Zishan Technology, Suze began. Boss, what business are you talking about? Let's get started right away. Zhou Wenming said impatiently. Zhou Wenming had unwavering trust in his boss. Whatever his boss decided to do, he was certain it would succeed. Zhizi, what's your second business? Zhang Hao was also curious. Lu Ruyan sat there silently, watching quietly. I plan to create a tutoring website specifically for teachers and students. We will build a platform where teachers are the service providers, and parents can choose any teacher they want. Suze began to introduce the core features of his tutoring website. In Suze's view, the tutoring platform is essentially a B2B model. While Alibaba primarily serves businesses through its B2B model, our tutoring platform treats teachers and students as businesses. On its platform, students have the freedom to choose teachers, and teachers have the freedom to choose students. Zhou Wenming, Zhang Hao, and Lu Ruyan listened in a daze. They had no idea what the B2B model was. However, they do understand one thing: it is a tutoring platform. Boss, I don't think most teachers would even bother looking at our website. They all have their own careers, they wouldn't be on our site, Zhou Wenming couldn't help but say. Suze smiled and said, "Who said our website hires teachers from schools? The core of our website's teachers are college students." College students. Zhou Wenming repeated. Jiang Hao slapped his thigh excitedly and said, "Jizi, that's a great idea. Our school also has many college students who take part-time jobs, mostly as tutors. However, they all find their jobs through agencies, and it seems like they have to give 50% of their weekly earnings to the agency. That's so unfair." Zhou Wenming couldn't help but speak up. This means all the work from the past few days was for nothing. Jiang Hao nodded and said, "That's true, but everyone is just trying to make a living." In 2008, many college students came from families that weren't wealthy, and their parents could only afford to give them a little pocket money. However, college students are not high school students. They have their own social activities, such as dormitory gatherings, class dinners, and dating, all of which require spending money. Many students feel too embarrassed to ask their families for money and can only go out and earn it themselves. College students who work part-time jobs typically work as waiters, distribute flyers, or tutor, with the latter being the most common. After all, at least people will still call you teacher. So our target is these college students, and we need to find students from prestigious universities so that we can build our reputation. After all, most ordinary college students wouldn't even get noticed if they were put up there. Only those from prestigious universities, with the prestige of their alma mater, would have parents willing to shell out the money. The boss says what to do, and we just do it. Zhou Wenming thought this was acceptable. Right, Zizi, you handle the task assignment. Jiang Hao is also eager to get started. Suze looked at everyone's high spirits and couldn't help but feel satisfied. Now, let me go over the task distribution. Zhou Wenming, you will assign some core staff from the company to set up the tutoring website. Alright, no problem, boss. Zhou Wenming replied. Building a website was a piece of cake for Zhou Wenming. Before I could finish, Suze interjected, not only a website, but also a dedicated payment system. The payment system was what Suze was most concerned about. In the future, with the widespread adoption of mobile internet, payment will be a huge opportunity, and we must seize this business opportunity. Although Suze has no plans to launch his own e-commerce platform, having a payment system regardless of whether he uses it or not gives him the upper hand in the industry. Boss, setting up the payment system is straightforward, but we'll need to coordinate with the bank, Zhou Wenming said hesitantly. The most important part of payment is the bank. Online payments may seem sophisticated, but they are essentially the transfer of funds from your bank account to another person's or business's bank account. The payment system is merely a transit station, so dealing with banks is unavoidable. I'll figure that out. You go ahead and set up the payment system and the tutoring website first. Suze said. Actually, Suze hadn't fully figured out how to deal with the bank yet, but some things couldn't wait until everything was planned out before taking action. Jiang Hao, you and I will be responsible for recruiting some ground-level promotion teams to promote the website at universities across Beijing and encourage college students to register on our website as teachers. This grassroots promotion is the most challenging and also the most likely to fail. Alright, Zizi. Jiang Hao said. Lu Ruyan, you're responsible for posting the ads for the parents. This is also extremely important. If we set up the website but have teachers without students, then all our efforts will be in vain. Sir, rest assured, I will not let you down. Lu Ruyan nodded firmly. Lu Ruyan felt thrilled inside. This was the first task the boss had given her, and she absolutely couldn't let him down. Chapter 133, Buying a House. Zexi, which school should we recommend first? Jiang Hao asked. Suze thought for a moment. In truth, Beijing University was the best option. After all, Beijing University was a nationally renowned university. As long as he mentioned the name of Beijing University, there would definitely be people willing to help. However, Beijing University is full of prodigies. I wonder if they would be willing. In that case, let's go to Beijing Normal University first. Suze pondered for a moment and decided to start with Beijing Normal University first. On the one hand, Beijing Normal University is also a top-tier university in the capital city. On the other hand, Beijing Normal University has a large number of students majoring in education. Such students are highly likely to pursue careers in teaching, and tutoring aligns well with their future career plans. They are likely to be more interested in it. In that case, Jiang Hao, see if you can get in touch with the student union at Beijing Normal University. Approaching them through the student union might be easier. Suze said. Alright, but Jizi, can't we just go straight to Yiqiu? She's a student at Beijing Normal University, isn't she? Jiang Hao smiled at Suze and asked. Forget it, let's not bother him. Suze didn't want to contact Yiqiu about this. Alright, Zizi, I'm actually a bit confused. Yiqiu is pretty nice, so why are you still unwilling? Jiang Hao asked in confusion. Suze didn't want to say much and said, just get back to work. There are so many whys there. After parting ways with Jiang Hao, Suze didn't return to his dormitory. Although there were classes tomorrow, Suze simply didn't want to go back to that dormitory and didn't want to see Lu Zigua. He needs to hurry up and buy a place to move out. Suze thought of Zhao Lingling, who was from Beijing, and directly asked her if she knew of any houses for sale. Zhao Lingling was daydreaming in her dorm about becoming a big star when her phone rang. She looked down and saw it was a message from Suze, which made her heart race with excitement. After all, this was the first time Suze had ever taken the initiative to message her. When Zhao Lingling saw the message from Suze, she was completely taken aback. Suze, you're buying a house. You should know that although houses in the capital aren't as expensive as they will be in the future, even a decent place now costs tens of thousands per square meter. Buying a place and getting into such a tense situation with Lu Zigui, it's better not to go back to live there. Suze said. Zhao Lingling saw this message and couldn't help but blush. After all, their relationship had become so strained, and she bore most of the responsibility. Suze, I actually don't know about the apartment, but there's a courtyard house for sale near my place. Are you interested? Zhao Lingling said. A courtyard house is a real gem. In the future, a single courtyard house in the capital will be worth over 100 million. And even if you want to buy one, you might not be able to afford it. Suze hadn't expected that his desire to buy a house would lead him to someone selling a courtyard house. If not now, then when? Alright, take me to see it. Su Zhifua said. Lying on the bed, Zhao Lingling couldn't help but smile when she saw Su Zhifua's message. Alright, Suze, you finally have to beg me. Zhao Lingling, Suze, then come pick me up early tomorrow morning, and I want you to bring breakfast. Suze, you're crazy. Go if you want to. Zhao Lingling, hey, Suze, how dare you talk to me like that? But you begged me. Zhao Lingling sent the message, but Suze didn't respond for a long time. She started to regret it. Suze isn't angry, is he? Zhao Lingling, hey, Suze, don't be so petty. I was just joking around. Suze still didn't respond. Zhao Lingling, Suze, can I bring you breakfast tomorrow? Suze still didn't answer. Zhao Lingling gritted her teeth at her phone. This Suze was being too stingy. It wasn't that Suze was being stingy at that moment, he simply didn't have the time to respond to Zhao Lingling's message. Lu Ruyan took advantage of the cover of night to sneak into Suze's room. Tonight, her long hair was loose, and her black stockings highlighted her legs, which were free of any excess fat. Lu Ruyan walked to Suze's window, took off her shoes, knelt on the bed with both legs, and looked at Suze with tear-filled eyes. Boss, can I sleep with you tonight? Suze looked at Lu Ruyan's appearance and couldn't possibly refuse. Suze wrapped his arms around Lu Ruyan and gently slapped her full, rounded buttocks. What did I tell you? It seems you've forgotten again. The tingling sensation on Lu Ruyan's buttocks made her face flush red. Husband, I was wrong. Is it enough to just admit it? Shouldn't you be punished for your mistake? Let me punish you properly. Suze flipped over and pinned Lu Ruyan beneath him, ready to take action. Suddenly, the phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Zhao Lingling. Suze frowned and hung up the phone immediately. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but ask, honey, is there something important? You should answer it. Suze replied nonchalantly, there's nothing more important than you right now. Saying that, he lunged forward again. But just as he lunged forward, the phone rang again. It was still Zhao Lingling. This girl never stops. Suze simply pressed the power button and shut down the device, bringing the matter to a close. Zhao Lingling called Suze again and found that his phone was turned off. How petty of Suze. I was just joking around. Zhao Lingling pinched her nose. She took out her phone, pretended to look pitiful, took a photo, and sent it to Suze. Suze, I was wrong. But at that moment, Suze had no heart to deal with Zhao Lingling. At that moment, passion was burning fiercely between them, until finally Suze lay on the bed with Lu Ruyan cuddled up in his arms. The bed was covered in torn black silk fabric. Lu Ruyan picked up a few of the more intact pieces and put them away. What are you keeping them for? Suze asked. Lu Ruyan said, it's so expensive. I only wore it once. I was thinking maybe I could fix it and wear it again. Suze couldn't help but smile. He hadn't been able to control himself earlier, but tearing the black stockings apart was indeed quite satisfying. It's just a pair of black stockings. Does your husband look like he can't afford them? Buy a few more next time so your husband can tear them to pieces to his heart's content. Suze couldn't help but smile. Lu Ruyan blushed and lowered her head, but she was still overjoyed inside. Her boss still didn't look down on her. Lu Ruyan lay in Suze's arms, quiet and saying nothing. She just wanted to lie there in her boss's embrace. Suze finally opened his phone and saw that Zhao Lingling had called him dozens of times and sent him numerous messages. Most of them were apologies. Suze is in a good mood right now and replied, alright, I'll pick you up tomorrow. Zhao Lingling, who had been tossing and turning in her dorm room, hurriedly picked up her phone when it rang. Seeing the message from Suze, she couldn't help but feel much better. Zhao Lingling edited the message repeatedly before finally sending it out. Alright, Suze, I'll wait for you. Get some rest tonight. Chapter 134, Yi Chouyu desperately seeking death. I know, you should go to bed early too. Suze dismissed Zhao Lingling. Zhao Lingling received the message Su Zhe had sent her and couldn't contain her joy. Su Zhe actually cared about her. Zhao Lingling closed her eyes, smiling foolishly, thinking about what she would wear tomorrow to catch Su Zhe's eye. She was determined to captivate Su Zhe. Just as Zhao Lingling had finished, Su Zhe's phone rang again. This time, it was Yi Qiuyu who sent a message. Since the last time Yi Qiuyu and Zhao Lingling got into a fight, Yi Qiuyu hadn't sent him any messages. Why did Yi Qiuyu suddenly send him a message this time? Su Zhe opened the message and saw that Yi Qiuyu had sent a private photo of herself just out of the bath. Her long, wet hair was scattered about, and she wore a tight-fitting nightgown that accentuated her perfect figure. Yi Qiuyu, Su Zhe, why haven't you sent me a message yet? I made a mistake, please forgive me. A pitiful expression. To be honest, Su Zhe no longer harbors as much hatred toward Yi Qiuyu as before. After all, no matter what happened in his previous life, in this life, he and she had never been involved in such a thing. However, since I already have a girlfriend, looking at pictures of such girls isn't appropriate, it makes me seem too shallow. Su Zhe thought about it and decided to send Yi Qiuyu a message. Su Zhe, Qiuyu, sending this kind of photo isn't appropriate. Yi Qiuyu at Beijing Normal University smiled upon seeing the message from Su Zhe. All she had to do was give Su Zhe a little attention, and everything would be fine. It's not hard to manipulate him. Yi Qiuyu, Su Zhe, they just sent it to you. We've been close friends since childhood. Su Zhe, that's still not acceptable. After all, I have a girlfriend, and I'm worried she might misunderstand. Yi Qiuyu, what misunderstanding? Yi Qiuyu edited it to the general part before noticing the words girlfriend. In an instant, she felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She couldn't type another word, so she grabbed her phone and dialed Su Zhe's number in a fit of excitement. As soon as Su Zhe answered the call, he heard Yi Qiuyu's voice, filled with excitement and tears. Su Zhe, where did you get a girlfriend? Your girlfriend can only be me. I won't allow you to have any other girlfriends. I won't allow it. Su Zhe remained silent until Yi Qiuyu finished speaking. After venting, Yi Qiuyu saw that the other end of the phone was still silent and feared that Su Zhe might get angry again. She clutched the phone tightly and explained excitedly, Su Zhe, I was just too upset. I don't want you to have a girlfriend. Qiuyu, having a girlfriend is a fact, and no one can change that. Su Zhe said. Yi Qiuyu heard Su Zhe's indifferent tone and felt a pang of pain in her heart. She couldn't understand why this was happening. Yi Qiuyu was sobbing on the other end of the phone, then suddenly raised her voice and shouted. Su Zhe, why? Why are you abandoning me? If you leave me, I'll kill myself. Everyone in Yi Qiuyu's dormitory was startled by her voice and turned to look at her. Yi Qiuyu jumped off the bed, grabbed her phone, and rushed out of the dormitory. Qiuyu. Yi Qiuyu's roommate was chasing after him, but Yi Qiuyu didn't even bother to acknowledge him. Su Zhe frowned. He had originally intended to tell Yi Qiuyu that he had a girlfriend. They were supposed to go their separate ways and not bother each other anymore. How did it end up like this? Yi Qiuyu, what are you doing? Su Zhe asked over the phone. What am I doing? It's none of your business. Su Zhe, I want you to remember me forever. I'll make you owe me for the rest of your life. I'll make you never forget me. Yi Qiuyu finished speaking and immediately turned off his phone. Su Zhe really didn't expect Yi Qiuyu to react so strongly. Yi Qiuyu wouldn't really get into trouble, would he? Damn it, this is so annoying. Lying in Su Zhe's arms, Lu Ruyan suddenly giggled. What are you laughing at? Su Zhe couldn't help but ask. Lu Ruyan smiled charmingly and said, Husband, you've got quite the luck with women. Get up and go chase that young lady. Su Zhe looked at Lu Ruyan and asked curiously, aren't you angry? After all, aren't women the ones who get jealous the most? Lu Ruyan wrapped her arms around Su Zhe's waist, pressing her body tightly against his, her face glowing with satisfaction. Boss, no matter how many women you have, as long as you have me in your heart, I'm satisfied. I dare not ask for more. As long as you have time to come and see me, don't forget about me. Su Zhe listened to Lu Ruyan's utterly humiliating words and couldn't help but stroke her. Don't worry, Ruyan, I won't forget you, and I won't let you become someone else's woman. Su Zhe said, then leaned in and kissed Lu Ruyan's red lips passionately. I'll go handle other matters first. I'll come find you later. Su Zhe quickly put on his clothes and headed out the door. He was genuinely afraid that Yi Qiuyu would do something foolish. Although Su Zhe didn't have a very good impression of Yi Qiuyu's parents, he didn't want them to lose their daughter at such an old age. Su Zhe stepped on the gas and sped toward Beijing Normal University. Inside the house, Lu Ruyan clutched the pillow Su Zhe had just slept on, greedily inhaling the lingering scent of him. Her eyes gradually grew dreamy. No matter what, she was determined to be the boss's woman. Along the way, Su Zhe called Yi Qiuyu several times, but no one answered. In the end, Yi Qiuyu turned off her phone. Damn it, what is this woman up to? Su Zhe stopped on the gas pedal, and if it weren't for the fact that there were few cars on the road at night, there would have been an accident. Before long, Su Zhe arrived at the gate of Beijing Normal University. The security guards didn't stop him, he just walked right in. Suze didn't know where Yi Cho-yu lived. He took out his phone and sent Yi Cho-yu a message. Yi Cho-yu, this is your last chance. Tell me where you are. Not long after, Suze's phone received a location. Suze parked the car and walked along the road, asking people along the way, until he finally found it. This was the lake on campus. Yi Cho-yu was wearing a nightgown, her hair disheveled, standing on the shore, crying uncontrollably. Yi Cho-yu, what are you doing? Come here. Suze suppressed his anger. They weren't even boyfriend and girlfriend, yet he had told her he had a girlfriend. What was he trying to do? Yi Cho-yu heard Suze's voice and turned her head joyfully, but her eyes were filled with tears. Suze, since you don't want me anymore, I don't want to live either. Suze was at a loss. He feared and despised this kind of woman the most. They were always threatening to kill themselves. However, it was also unwise to provoke her at this moment, otherwise, no one could predict what might happen next. Suze patiently said, Cho-yu, we're just classmates. Why would I not want you? Upon hearing Suze's words, Yi Cho-yu became even more excited. No, I like you, you like me, we're a couple, but why did you abandon me later? Is it because of Xiaomo, that fox, who seduced you and made you leave me? Suze shook his head helplessly. Cho-yu, we're not right for each other. Look at how your parents have always been wary of me, afraid that we might have something going on. Chapter 135, Su brother, you're a jerk, Xiaomo. That's my mom, not me. Even if we get married in the future, you'll be living with me, not my mom. Yi Cho-yu shouted in despair. Alright, let's not talk about your mom. Let's talk about you. Our personalities just don't match. You're trying to control me, but my personality is free-spirited. So we're just not compatible. Suze said. Yi Cho-yu couldn't help but shake his head. Suze, I can change anything you ask me to. From now on, I'll listen to you. Whatever you say goes, okay? Suze, don't abandon me. I really like you so much. I really like you. Yi Cho-yu looked at Suze like a pitiful little kitten that no one wanted, her eyes filled with sorrow. Suze looked at Yi Cho-yu's pitiful expression and, despite his initial intention to speak harshly, managed to hold back the words. After all, she was just a girl. Saying anything more would have been inappropriate. Alright, come over here first. I won't abandon you. Suja said softly. But Yi Cho-yu remained motionless and instead said, Suze, then go break up with Xiaomo and let me be your girlfriend. Suze furrowed his brows and replied without hesitation, no way, I can't break up with her. Yi Cho-yu, who had been smiling happily, couldn't help but shed tears again upon hearing those words. Suze, why? Why? What am I lacking that she has? Why won't you let me be your girlfriend? Suze sighed and rubbed his head. This woman is so unreasonable. Yi Cho-yu, I'm currently in a good relationship with Xiaomo, and there's no reason for us to break up now. Suze said. Reason? What reason do you need? Suze, just be a jerk for me and break up with her. Yi Cho-yu looked at Suze with hopeful eyes. Yi Cho-yu, I must solemnly tell you that I, Suze, cannot be a jerk. Suze said firmly. Yi Cho-yu looked at Suze's earnest expression, and her heart couldn't help but shatter. Why wasn't Suze like this with her? Where does she fall short compared to Xiaomo? Yi Cho-yu looked at the lake and jumped in. Suze didn't expect Yi Cho-yu to actually jump. He didn't have time to think much, so he quickly took off his jacket and jumped into the water. Yi Cho-yu struggled frantically in the water. Suze swam frantically toward Yi Cho-yu and grabbed him tightly. Then he swam toward the shore and finally managed to climb out of the water. He quickly placed Yi Cho-yu on the ground. At that moment, Yi Cho-yu's face was pale, and he was still coughing up water. Suze pressed down for a while, and Yi Cho-yu finally coughed up a mouthful of water. That was a close call. Yi Cho-yu, do you really want to die? Suze glared at Yi Cho-yu in a fit of rage. He had originally thought that Yi Cho-yu was just throwing a tantrum and threatening him. He never expected her to actually jump down. Is this woman crazy? Yi Cho-yu heard Suze's curses, but instead of crying, she stood up and hugged Suze tightly. Suze, you care about me, you have me in your heart. At that moment, Yi Cho-yu was overjoyed. The fact that Suze had come to find her so late at night and risked his life to save her proved that he had feelings for her. Suze was dumbfounded. How could this woman think so differently? Yi Cho-yu didn't care whether Suze was in a daze or not, she was overjoyed as she hugged his neck. Suze, I know you care about me. I know you don't want to be a jerk, but I will definitely take you back from Xiaomo's hands. I will make you dump Xiaomo. Yi Cho-yu grew more and more excited as she spoke. Suze shook his head helplessly. Suze, I'm a bit cold. I want you to hold me. Yi Cho-yu snuggled up tightly against Suze's chest. It was already October, and even the night breeze in the capital city still carried a hint of coolness. And to make matters worse, Yi Cho-yu was only wearing a nightgown and had jumped into the river. His entire body was still soaking wet. In the gentle breeze, it would be strange if it weren't cold. Suze felt the scorching heat of Yichoyu's body in his arms and silently repeated a few words to himself. "Shoyu, why don't you go upstairs and sleep?" Suze said. Yichoyu looked at Suze's expression and playfully blinked her eyes. "Suze, even if we're not boyfriend and girlfriend, aren't we still best friends who've grown up together? Aren't you my Su-gu and I your Yume? You promised to help me when we were kids. Now I just want you to hug me. Is that so hard?" Yichoyu grew increasingly sad as he spoke, tears streaming down his face. Although Suze knew that Yichoyu was probably putting on an act, seeing her pitiful appearance, Suze couldn't bring himself to do it. "Just hug it," Suze said. Yichoyu nodded. Suze spread his arms and embraced Yichoyu. Yichoyu's delicate eyebrows revealed a look of satisfaction. "Sugu, you're holding me too loosely. I'm cold. Hold me tighter," Yichoyu said. Suze couldn't help but hug her tighter, and Yichoyu's body grew closer and closer to Suze's. Suze was also only wearing a shirt and a jacket today. With Yichoyu completely soaked from head to toe, his clothes naturally couldn't escape either and were all drenched. "Ah!" Yichoyu sneezed. Suze also felt a slight chill. "Shoyu, why don't you go back? If we stay here, we'll both get sick," Suze said. The weather in October is prone to colds, and if this continues, Suze feels he might catch a cold himself. Yichoyu shook her head and said, "I'm not going back. If I go back like this, my roommates will definitely mock me." "Sugu, you don't want me to be mocked, do you? Sugu, why don't we go book a hotel room?" Yichoyu couldn't help but lower his head by the end, his face flushed red. "Shoyu, this isn't appropriate. After all, we're not supposed to touch each other." Suze thought for a moment and said, "How am I supposed to go back to the dorm like this? Look at me, I'm soaking wet. If I go out now, everyone will see me." Yichoyu looked at Suze pitifully, clutching his arms and whining. Suja brother, please agree. We'll just go to the hotel to take a shower, dry our clothes, and then come back. I don't mean anything else." Suze looked at Yichoyu. Indeed, Yichoyu's clothes were too revealing right now. Even Suze couldn't help but feel his pupils dilate and his blood begin to boil. Sending them back like this would definitely cause trouble. "All right." Upon hearing Suze's agreement, Yichoyu secretly made a triumphant gesture. Suze took off his jacket and covered Yichoyu with it. Yichoyu was overjoyed and said pitifully, "Suze, my legs are cramping up, and I can't walk. Please carry me." Suze looked at her and had no choice but to pick Yichoyu up. Yichoyu wasn't heavy, and Suze could carry him without any effort. Chapter 136, Yichoyu's Little Scheme. Yichoyu smiled, a smile that was truly joyful. Today was the happiest day of her life. Because she was able to get so close to Suze. And she knows that Suze has feelings for her. Her hands involuntarily tightened around Suze's neck. Suze held Yichoyu in his arms as they walked down the street. Although it was already late at night, there were still quite a few people around. After all, many college students are night owls. Suze was holding Yichoyu as they walked down the street, and many people glanced at them. After all, Suze was quite handsome, and with his regular exercise, he had some well-defined muscles on his abs. The wetness of his clothes highlighted his perfectly defined physique. Yichoyu was already a beauty, and although she was currently covering her body, her beautiful face was still visible. The handsome man and the beautiful woman were both soaking wet. College students have vivid imaginations, and before long, every possible scenario played out in their minds. Along the way, everyone whispered to each other, which made Suze feel a little awkward. However, Yichoyu was overjoyed. She didn't care about others' gazes as long as Suze was holding her. Thus, Suze carried Yichoyu to his car. "Suze, when did you get a car?" Yichoyu was surprised to see Suze had a car. Suze said casually, "Just bought it. Let's get in and find a hotel." Yichoyu nodded obediently and didn't say anything else. Suze drove straight to a 4-star hotel and went to the front desk. Before Suze could speak, Yichoyu spoke first. "Get a room." The staff member responded professionally with a sure, and quickly handed the room key and location to Suze and Yichoyu. As soon as they entered the room, Yichoyu headed straight for the bathroom. "Sugu, I'm going to take a shower first." Suze didn't say anything. He felt his upper body clothes were sticky, so he took them off directly. Suze was staying in a presidential suite, which had more than one bathroom. There is one in the living room and another in the bedroom. Suze took his clothes and went straight to the bathroom and the living room, washed up, and then quickly rinsed his shirt. He finally came out, sat on the sofa, poured himself a cup of hot water, and turned on the TV out of boredom. Not long after, Yichoyu also came out. At that moment, Yichoyu had her hair disheveled and was only wearing a bathrobe. Upon seeing Suze's bare upper body, she couldn't help but let a smile escape her lips. Suze's physique is actually this good. Yichoyu quickly jumped onto the sofa and burrowed into Suze's arms. Suze tried to push her away, but just as he was about to do so, Ichoyu looked at him with a pitiful expression. Sugu, she's cold. Let her lie here. Suze sighed helplessly. The air conditioner was already set to 26 degrees. What's so cold? And even if it is cold, just wear more clothes. You came out wrapped in a bathrobe. How could you not be cold? Ichoyu rubbed herself against Suze's body, then placed his hands on her own, and finally settled down contentedly, leaning against him. The TV was airing a Korean idol drama, but Suze wasn't particularly interested in watching it. However, Ichoyu was engrossed in it. Especially when the female lead died in a car accident, Ichoyu cried uncontrollably. She even asked Suze if she would ever be in a car accident herself. Suze couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. In Korean idol dramas, the female lead always ends up either in a car accident or with cancer. It seemed like something had to happen, as if time itself wasn't perfect. However, this suddenly reminded Suze of something. He had always wanted a female-oriented channel, but he had never been able to decide on a name. Suddenly, he thought of a novel. The 4-star hotel was fully equipped, with computers in every room. Autumn Rain, why don't you watch TV alone for a while? Suze said to Ichoyu in his arms. But Ichoyu shook her head and said, No, Sugu, I want you to watch with me. Look how pitiful the female lead is. She's pitiful, but it's all fake. It's just a TV show. Suze said. Ichoyu immediately argued, Sugu, TV is based on real life. Such love might exist in Korea. This kind of love is the most beautiful. Look at how the male lead sacrifices his entire life for the female lead. Ichoyu's eyes were filled with envy. I wonder if I'll ever find such love. Suze didn't say anything. Ichoyu looked at Suze, who ignored him, and couldn't help but feel angry. Go ahead and busy yourself. I'll just watch TV on my own. Suze simply stood up from the sofa, went to the study, turned on the computer, and logged into the backend of the novel website. Suze created a new book in the backend and changed the category to women's fiction. Writing books in the female fiction genre is so much easier. With just 500,000 to 600,000 words, it's already considered a lengthy novel. Unlike male-oriented genres, where novels often exceed 1,000,000 words, female readers are more willing to spend money, resulting in higher income. Suze pondered the plot briefly before beginning to type on the keyboard. Don't say Suze hasn't written a novel in a long time. His basic thinking is still there. Moreover, his thoughts are constantly jumping around, and his fingers are moving faster and faster on the keyboard. Before he knew it, Suze had been typing for 2 hours. Suze couldn't help but stand up and stretch his back. Ichoyu's urgent voice came from behind, Sugo, what happens next in the plot? Do the female lead and male lead meet in society? As she spoke, Suze finally noticed that Ichoyu had been standing behind him the whole time, staring at the screen. Shioyu, weren't you watching TV? Suze asked. Ichoyu shook her head. What's so interesting about TV? I prefer reading this novel. What happens next in the story, Sugu? Suze looked at Ichoyu's excitement and couldn't help but ask, is this novel good? Ichoyu replied, it's good, it's so good. Ichoyu blushed and whispered, and I think you wrote this about me and you. Suze didn't pick up on the topic. Instead, he thought to himself, women's fiction is so easy to write. I didn't even have to put much effort into it, and it's already so popular. If I had known that writing for a male-oriented novel website was such a thankless task, I would have just started writing for the female-oriented genre right away. As for the rest of the plot, you can check it out on the novel website. I haven't figured out the details yet. Suze spoke casually, then shut down the computer. He'd write a few chapters first and worry about signing the contract later. Ichoyu was about to ask, but seeing that Suze wasn't very interested, he decided not to. Instead, he watched Suze with growing interest. Su brother, I think you're getting tired from writing. Why don't you go to bed, and I'll give you a shoulder massage. Suze moved his arms. He had indeed been typing for a while, and his neck was starting to feel stiff. Alright, then we'll just have to massage it. Suze instructed Ichoyu. Ichoyu nodded vigorously and said, Sugu, trust me. I'm not that kind of person. We're just massaging each other's shoulders. The bed in a 4-star hotel was so comfortable. As soon as Suze lay down, his body sank into it, and Ichoyu followed suit. Chapter 137, The Spoiled Woman. The bed in a 4-star hotel is really soft. Suze was below, Ichoyu above, and the two of them sank directly into it. Ichoyu lay on top of Suze, staring at him dreamily. The man she had been longing for day and night was finally sleeping with her tonight. Ichoyu pressed her face against Suze's chest, closed her eyes, and savored the moment. But this put Suze in a difficult position, as he could feel Ichoyu's burning body against him. He was still in the prime of his youth. How had he gotten himself into this situation? But he's not just anyone, and besides, if something were to happen between him and Ichoyu, how could she explain it to Siamo? Suze wasn't the kind of guy who would do something like that. Shoyu, why don't you come down first? Suze said. But Ji Chou didn't give Suze any face, shaking her head and saying, "No, Sugu, I just want to lie in your arms." "That's better." "Suze, Chou, we're not boyfriend and girlfriend, this is easy for people to misunderstand." "Yi Chou, if there's a misunderstanding, so be it. I'm just a girl, I'm scared." "What are you, a big man, afraid of?" "Suze, I'm afraid Xia Mo will misunderstand." "Suze, I won't allow you to mention her when we're together. We're just classmates. If she's bothered by it, it means she doesn't love you." Yi Chou not only didn't let go, but hugged even tighter. Suze felt that all his words had been wasted and had no effect whatsoever. Yi Chou held Suze in his arms, perhaps because they had been like this for a long time. He occasionally shifted his position. This movement made Suze feel even worse. The blood inside his body felt like it was about to explode. This is no way to torture someone. Yi Chou didn't think this was torture, she actually enjoyed this position. Suze, I can feel your body getting hot." Yi Chou suddenly spoke up. Cough, cough, maybe it's just the pressure." Suze explained awkwardly. Yi Chou didn't think much of it and moved again, pressing his body even closer to Suze's. "Suze, have you ever been this close with Xia Mo?" Yi Chou rested her chin on Suze's chest, looking at him curiously. "Didn't you just say we wouldn't discuss Xia Mo?" Suze asked. "No, we can discuss it now." Yi Chou swayed her body unreasonably and said in a spoiled tone. Suze was truly on the verge of losing control, constantly telling himself to stay calm. He muttered casually, "There shouldn't be any." "What do you mean, probably not?" "If it's not there, it's not there. If it is, it is." Yi Chou didn't hear the answer he wanted and kept whining. "No." Suze clenched his fists. "That's great, Xia Mo hasn't done it with you, I have, and I did it first." Yi Chou exclaimed excitedly, sitting up abruptly from his lying position. Suze couldn't understand why this needed to be compared. Suze couldn't stand it anymore. If this continued, he would soon become like Lu Xiaowei. Suze wrapped one arm around Yi Chou's waist, exerted his strength, and pressed her down beneath him. "Ah!" Yi Chou screamed in shock at the sudden turn of events. But the next moment, gazing up at Suze's handsome face, she couldn't help but feel excited and thrilled. She was an adult now and knew all about such things between men and women. At the same time, she was thinking that if she and Suze could make it work, maybe she could finally let Xiamo go. After all, she was Suze's first woman. Thinking of this, Yi Chouyu's face grew even redder, but her heart was filled with anticipation. Yi Chouyu closed her eyes, her heart pounding rapidly. But she waited for a long time and still felt no contact. Unconsciously opening her eyes, she saw that Suze had already sat down on the sofa at some point. Suze had a cigarette lit in his hand. Yi Chouyu felt a hint of disappointment and a hint of relief in his heart. In truth, she hadn't thought about becoming a woman so quickly either. Yi Chouyu ran to the sofa and hugged Suze's hand. "Sugo, what's wrong?" Yi Chouyu asked. Suze took a drag on his cigarette, exhaled a puff of smoke, and finally spoke, "I need to calm down. You're making me lose my cool." Yi Chouyu heard this and burst into laughter. "So, Suga, I guess I still have some charm for you after all. I'm so happy." Yi Chouyu gave Suze a big kiss on the face. Suze took a drag on his cigarette. He really didn't want to be like Lu Xiaowei, but when he thought about what would happen if he actually went up there. Given Yi Chouyu's personality, he'd probably end up making Xia Mo look like a fool. Suze could only force himself to suppress the urge that was stirring within him. "Xiaoyu, you should go to bed early. We have class tomorrow." Suze didn't want to get entangled with Yi Chouyu any further. After all, these days Yi Chouyu is always either hugging or kissing him. Suze is truly afraid he won't be able to control himself. It's not as easy as pretending to be Lu Xiaowei. Yi Chouyu nodded and said, Suga, I'll listen to you, but I want you to sleep with me." Suze frowned and refused, "We're just classmates. Sleeping in the same bed isn't appropriate. What's so bad about it? It's such a big bed. I'll be scared sleeping alone. Suga, please stay with me. If you don't stay with me tonight, I won't sleep. We can just lie on the sofa." Yi Chouyu realized that being spoiled with Suze was quite effective, while using a commanding tone like before still made Suze dislike her. Suze was completely at a loss for what to do with Yi Chouyu. He could only nod and agree. "Great, Suga, then carry me to the bed. I don't have my shoes, and I'm afraid I'll get cold." Yi Chouyu spread his arms wide. Suze glanced at the shoes less than 10 meters away. "When you ran over barefoot just now, you didn't say you were afraid of getting your feet frozen." "Women." Suze still picked up Yi Chouyu and the two of them lay down on the bed again. Suze had to warn Yi Chouyu once. "Sleep quietly and don't move around." Yi Chouyu smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't move around." Suze closed his eyes. He was truly exhausted after today. He had just finished fighting with Lu Ruyan, rushed to save Yi Chouyu, and then spent some time typing. Suze closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. Excited, Yi Chouyu couldn't sleep at all. He lay on his side, propping his head up with his hand, staring at Suze's handsome face. She couldn't resist giving Suze a kiss on the cheek, then picked up her phone and took a selfie. With determination, she said, "Suze, I must become your woman." The first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the hotel room, and Suze's phone began to ring insistently. Who is it, calling so early in the morning? Suze hung up the phone without hesitation. But not long after, the phone rang again. Suze opened his eyes and found himself pinned down by two beautiful legs. Chapter 138, No Spare Parts. Yichoyu clung to Suze like an octopus, with both legs pressed against Suze's legs and both arms wrapped around Suze's waist. More importantly, her head had unconsciously come to rest on Suze's chest. Not only that, but Suze could feel a dampness on his chest. Looking down closely, he saw that Yichoyu's lips were dripping with crystal clear saliva. I wonder what Yichoyu is dreaming about. His little mouth is still making noises. Who's calling so early in the morning? Can't you let people sleep? Yichoyu pouted, running her hands over Suze's body, trying to find the source of the noise. Suze grabbed her hand and said, "Shoyu, get up." Yichoyu finally opened her eyes and saw Suze standing before her eyes filled with both surprise and shyness. "Suze, why are you in the same bed as me?" Yichoyu asked shyly. Suze stared at Yichoyu for a long time. Are all women this forgetful? Cough, cough. Let me take you back to school. I have something to do today. Yichoyu wanted to say something else, but Suze didn't say a word. He just got up and put on his clothes. Yichoyu could only obediently get out of bed. But just then, his phone rang again. Suze couldn't help but answer the phone. As soon as he answered, he heard Zhao Lingling's sweet voice. "Suze, where are you? Why haven't you come to pick me up yet? I just got up. What's the rush? If you think it's too late, we can just not go," Suze said irritably. "You won't even let me sleep in on a Saturday morning." "Suze, I was wrong. I'll wait for you." Zhao Lingling admitted her mistake. Then you just wait. I'll call you when I get back." When dealing with someone like Zhao Lingling, you have to be tougher than her. The tougher you are with her, the more she'll respect you. Yichoyu had heard the female voice coming from Suze's phone and thought it was Xiaomo, causing her heart to race. Although she said she wanted Suze to dump Xiaomo. But if Xiaomo really came, she felt like she was being caught as the other woman. However, judging from Suze's attitude toward this person earlier, it definitely wasn't Xiaomo. Yichoyu couldn't help but exhale heavily. However, Yichoyu was also filled with curiosity. Who was the woman who had called Suze? "Suge, who was that calling you?" Yichoyu asked curiously. Suze didn't hide it. "Zhao Lingling. That fox." As soon as Yichoyu heard it was Zhao Lingling, he jumped up immediately. "Suze, how could you still be in contact with that fox? Give me your phone, I need to scold that shameless fox," Yichoyu said, trying to dodge Suze's phone. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Lingling, who had just been about to hang up, heard Yichoyu's voice. She immediately responded without backing down. "Suze, was that Yichoyu's voice just now? How come you're with her? Give me the phone, I need to scold her." "Zhao Lingling, who are you talking about?" Yichoyu shouted into the phone. Zhao Lingling didn't back down. "I'm talking about you. Don't you know that Suze is Xiaomo's boyfriend from our dorm? You're with him this early in the morning. You even called me a fox spirit. I think you're the real fox spirit." Yichoyu was so angry that he jumped up and shouted. "Who's the fox spirit? I'm not the fox spirit. I've been with Suze since we were kids. Xiaomo is the other woman." "Oh, Yichoyu, if you're so confident, make Suze say you're his girlfriend," Zhao Lingling said. Suze, hurry up and say something to make this fox shut up." Yichoyu grabbed Suze's arm and shouted loudly. Suze glanced at him and said seriously, "Stop fooling around." At this, Yichoyu, who had been acting spoiled, was stunned into silence for a long time. At the same time, Suze picked up the phone and said to Zhao Lingling on the other end, "Don't say anything." After saying that, Suze hung up the phone directly. Zhao Lingling pouted angrily, sat on the sofa, and looked like she was very upset. "Come and comfort me." But Suze had no intention of comforting her. "Are you leaving or not?" Zhao Lingling ignored Suze and remained seated. Suze said again, "I'll ask one more time. Are you leaving? If you're not leaving, I'll go." Without waiting for Zhao Lingling's response, Suze headed straight for the exit. Zhao Lingling glanced at him and hurried after him. "Suze, can't you just comfort me?" Suze ignored her and got into the car, saying to Zhao Lingling, "Are we going back? If not, then forget it." Zhao Lingling frowned but obediently got back in. She could tell that Suze was genuinely angry. "Suze, I didn't mean to provoke you. It was all that Zhao Lingling who provoked me. Why did she come looking for you so early in the morning and say such things about me?" Yichoyu explained. "Suze, don't get angry. I promise I won't make you angry again next time." Suze didn't say a word the whole way. Suze drove the car directly to Beijing Normal University and dropped Yichoyu off at the entrance to the women's dormitory. "We're here," Suze said. Yi Qiuyu grabbed Suzai's hand. Su brother, don't be angry. I'll go down now. Are you not angry anymore? I made a mistake. Alright, it's good that you know you were wrong. I'm not angry either. Suzai said. Really? Yi Qiuyu looked at Suzai and asked. I'm not angry. Suzai said. Then kiss me to prove you're not angry. Yi Qiuyu leaned in close. If you don't kiss me, it means you're still angry. Suzai had no choice but to turn his head and gently touch Yi Qiuyu's face. This touch made Yi Qiuyu extremely happy. Yi Qiuyu skipped and jumped toward the dormitory. As he was leaving, he turned to Suzai and said, Suga, I'll come find you at school in a few days. Suzai nodded and didn't say much else. Meanwhile, Suzai glanced at his phone. Zhao Lingling had sent him over a dozen messages first thing in the morning. Suzai, how could you be with that woman, Yi Qiuyu? Suzai, tell me, did you sleep with Yi Qiuyu last night? Suzai, you're really a scumbag. You have Xia Mo and you're still thinking about other women. Suzai, you're so cruel. Even if you're a scoundrel, couldn't you have been a scoundrel to me first? Suzai, if you don't come soon, I'll really get angry. I've been waiting for you for half an hour. Suzai sent a message back to Yi Qiuyu. I'll be there soon. Outside the men's dormitory of Beijing University, Zhao Lingling was dressed particularly lightly today. She wore a pair of short jeans, showcasing her straight, sexy legs, with a yellow tank top on top and a small bag on her back. She exudes a vibrant and trendy vibe. Originally, Zhao Lingling had planned to spend the day with Suzai, determined to win him over, and had even dressed up specially for the occasion. However, Suzai still hasn't come to pick her up yet. This is infuriating. Zhao Lingling thought to herself. Chapter 139, Lu Zigua's Regrets. Damn Suzai, that stinking Suzai promised he'd come but hasn't shown up yet. Zhao Lingling stamped her feet impatiently. Many people passing by were looking at Zhao Lingling. Zhao Lingling paid no attention to the stares. She stood there waiting. Suzai stepped on the gas and returned to Beijing University, found a parking spot, and pulled over. He had planned to go back to the dormitory to grab some things, but as soon as he reached the dormitory entrance, he saw Zhao Lingling standing there. Zhao Lingling saw Suzai and immediately ran over. Suzai, why did you take so long? Was that guy Yi Qiuyu bothering you? If you don't want to see her, just tell me and I'll deal with her. Zhao Lingling patted her chest, looking as though she could handle anything. Could you please not be so hostile toward Yi Qiuyu? Suzai said helplessly. In fact, she couldn't figure it out either. After all, Zhao Lingling and Yi Qiuyu had only met twice. How could they have such intense hostility toward each other? I just can't stand that woman's temper. Back then, she looked down on you, and now she's coming back with a smile on her face. Suzai, you really need to be careful. She might be after your money. It's clear that Zhao Lingling heard some stories about Suzai and Yi Qiuyu from Xia Mo. Suzai didn't want to get into this with Zhao Lingling either. If the two of them couldn't stand each other, then so be it. Let them be. Wait here for me. I'll go to the dormitory to get something. Suzai's wallet is still in the dorm, and his ID card is still in the wallet. Alright, then open your car for me. I want to sit in your car. Zhao Lingling reached out her hand and asked Suzai for the keys. Suzai simply tossed the keys over. Go find it yourself in the parking lot 100 meters away. Okay. Zhao Lingling left happily with the keys. Suzai headed straight for the dormitory. In the dormitory, Lu Zigua sat on a chair with a worried look on his face. Wei Zhu, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but say, Old Lu, it's already late at night. Are you sure you don't want to sleep? Besides, Old Su isn't the kind of person who holds a grudge. Don't overthink it. The dinner party yesterday left Lu Zigua trembling with fear. He still hasn't recovered from it. He never imagined that Suzai was actually connected to Li, the CEO of Baidu. He had once flaunted his earnings in front of Suzai. When he talks to Mr. Li, they casually mention deals worth millions. What's the point of the money I earn? It's nothing. Even Wu Xiao is nothing in front of Suzai. Lu Zigua spent the entire night thinking about how to rebuild his relationship with Suzai. Even if it's impossible to go back to the way things were before, at least we can be brothers. But I can't become an enemy either. Lu Zigua, troubled, couldn't sleep all night, while Wei Zhu tried to persuade him. As for Han Jia, he was still wearing his headphones, watching his anime and reading his novels. It seemed as though nothing in the dormitory had anything to do with him. Sigh, Wei Zhu, I really didn't know what I was getting myself into this time. Lu Zigua now regrets ever getting involved with Suzai. Just as Lu Zigua was lamenting, Suzai pushed open the dormitory door and entered the room. Wei Zhu, Lu Zigua, and Han Jia were all startled to see Suzai return. The next moment, Wei Zhu said casually, Old Su, you're back. Suzai nodded and replied, As for Lu Zigua, he dared not look at Suzai the entire time, his body involuntarily retreating backward, afraid of blocking Suzai. Old Su, I heard you bought a new car. When can we take a ride in it? Wei Zhu asked casually. Suze searched for his wallet while saying, "Sure, I'll take you guys for a spin sometime." "Really? I've never ridden in a BMW before in my life," Wei Zhu said excitedly. Suze glanced at Lu Zigua. Lu Zigua hurriedly shook his hands and said, "It wasn't me who said it. I didn't say anything." Suze finally turned his head and continued searching, eventually finding it in a drawer. He found the wallet. Suze was about to leave. But at that moment, Lu Zigua hurriedly stood up and said, "Suze, I want to apologize to you. I shouldn't have caused trouble for you or tried to take your class representative position. I'll go talk to the counselor right now. I won't take the class representative position anymore, I'll let you have it." Suze shrugged indifferently and said, "I accept your apology." Lu Zigua's face lit up upon hearing this. However, the next sentence caused his face, which had just begun to look a bit better, to sink again immediately. "A few days later, I moved out of the dormitory, and from then on, we were strangers. As for whether he was the class monitor or not, I didn't care either way." Suze finished speaking and walked away immediately. Lu Zigua in the dormitory looked at Wei Zhu and could only sigh deeply. He regretted it. If only he had been on good terms with Suze, with the connection Suze had demonstrated, he could have just gotten by. Perhaps life would have been easier afterward. Now that we've offended Su Zhe, Wu Xiao from the External Affairs Department will definitely come after us too. Whether my courier station can continue to operate is still uncertain. Lu Zigua finally realized what it meant to make a mistake that would haunt him for the rest of his life. Lu Zigua silently vowed to himself that he would never again provoke Suze in any way. After obtaining his ID card, Suze went straight to the parking lot and found his car. Zhao Lingling was sitting in the passenger seat, head down, seemingly engrossed in something. Suze opened the door and saw that Zhao Lingling had stuck a piece of paper on the front of the passenger seat at some point. She was carefully writing a line of text on it. Suze's girlfriend and her roommates reserved seats. No one else was allowed to sit there. Suze looked at the words and found them completely meaningless. "Zhao Lingling, why did you post that?" Zhao Lingling wrote while saying, "This is the passenger seat. Don't you know that the passenger seat is reserved for girlfriends? I'm writing here to keep those foxes from coming to sit here." Zhao Lingling clapped her hands, felt the paper again to make sure it was securely stuck, and then sat back in her seat. "Suze, keep an eye on things. Don't let just any woman come over and sit here. Tell them to sit in the back. Oh, and especially Yi Qiuyu." Suze sighed helplessly, not wanting to discuss this topic. "Tell me, what was the situation with that courtyard house you mentioned yesterday?" Suze asked. That was Suze's main purpose. After all, it was a courtyard house. Owning a Sehiyuan in Beijing in the future would be a symbol of status. Getting down to business, Zhao Lingling adopted a serious demeanor and began to explain honestly, "Suze, this courtyard house is already quite small, and it's home to a family of 6 spanning 3 generations. It's on the same street as our house. I heard from my mom that it's not because they have too many people and can't fit anymore, they just want to trade for a different place, which is why they're selling it." "Alright, give me the address, and I'll go take a look," Suze said. Chapter 140, The Restless Zhao Lingling. "Alright, I'll take you there. You treat me to a big meal today." "Sure." Suze nodded. If he could buy a courtyard house, it wouldn't be too much to treat him to a meal. Zhao Lingling saw that Suze had agreed and couldn't help but feel delighted. "The passenger seat is more comfortable. From now on, whenever I ride in your car, I'll sit in the passenger seat." "You wish. This isn't your seat," Suze said indifferently. "How stingy." Zhao Lingling pouted and said, "Well, when Xia Mo isn't around, I can sit there, right? It depends on my mood." Suze was driving. "You're so stingy. I'm such a beautiful woman riding in your car, and you're still being so cheap," Zhao Lingling said in a spoiled manner. Suze ignored her and continued driving his own car. Zhao Lingling sat in the passenger seat, took off her shoes, and revealed her white feet. Zhao Lingling's feet were small, about size 33, with slender toes and a smooth, white instep. Su Zixin glanced at her, frowned, and said disapprovingly, "Zhao Lingling, could you please put your shoes on? We're in the car. Don't you think your feet smell?" "Su Zixin, your feet are the ones that smell. My feet don't smell at all. If you don't believe me, ask around." Zhao Lingling angrily stuck her own feet in Suze's face. Suze held the steering wheel with one hand and grabbed Zhao Lingling's foot with the other. To be honest, Zhao Lingling's foot felt smooth and delicate in his hand, surprisingly soft. "Zhao Lingling, could you please stop messing around? I'm driving." Suze grabbed Zhao Lingling's feet and wouldn't let go. No, I'm just causing trouble." "How dare you say my feet smell? My feet couldn't possibly smell." "You have to smell them today," Zhao Lingling said, forcefully shoving her feet toward Suze's face. And she kept pushing harder and harder. Suze's hands gripping Zhao Lingling's feet trembled uncontrollably. "Zhao Lingling, enough, stop it, I'm driving. Who's making a scene? You just say whether my feet smell or not." Zhao Lingling had no intention of stopping. Seeing that Zhao Lingling had no intention of stopping, Suze quickly drove his car to the side of the road and found a spot to park. Then he grabbed Zhao Lingling's legs with both hands. Suze, what are you doing? Zhao Lingling looked at Suze with feigned horror. Suze is a young woman from a respectable family. What do you think you're doing to me? What are you doing? Behave yourself. Suze grabbed Zhao Lingling's foot and started scratching her heel. Ha, ha, ha. Zhao Lingling couldn't stop laughing. Suze, stop it, I can't take it anymore. But how could Suze just stop like that? Zhao Lingling, weren't you being so arrogant just now? Suze said indifferently. His hands didn't stop moving, scratching continuously. Zhao Lingling, itching from her feet, struggled in the car, trying to break free from Suze's grip. Suze, I beg you, please let me go. But Suze wouldn't let her struggle, he kept scratching her. Sometimes this woman just needed to be taught a lesson. She can't just provoke anyone she wants. Will you behave yourself from now on, or keep causing trouble? Suze scratched himself while asking. I won't cause trouble anymore, I'm sorry, haha, stop scratching me. Zhao Lingling begged for mercy, gasping for breath. Suze looked at Zhao Lingling like this and finally lowered his hand. Zhao Lingling finally exhaled, her face flushed as she looked at Suze. Suze, you're so despicable. Zhao Lingling clenched her teeth. But Suze remained unfazed and said, put your shoes back on. Zhao Lingling looked at Suze's hand, feeling guilty, and obediently put her shoes back on. Suze watched as Zhao Lingling complied, then finally started the car. As soon as Suze's car drove off, the two pedestrians behind him exchanged glances. These rich people nowadays are really reckless, driving around on the road in broad daylight. Exactly, the way he just drove, it looked like he was going to flip the car over. Suze wasn't driving fast, and Zhao Lingling might have been a bit tired from Suze's antics, so she sat quietly in the passenger seat without saying a word. However, after a while, Zhao Lingling seemed to snap out of it. She looked at Suze again, unable to stay still. Suze, were you with that fox-like woman Yi Chou Yu last night? Just tell me, and I promise I won't tell Xiaomo. Zhao Lingling gossiped as she looked at Suze. Suze replied irritably, none of your business. Hee, Suze, I just wanted to see if you're a scumbag. After all, you're with Xiaomo and still messing around with other women. Zhao Lingling stroked her chin. Based on my experience, you're definitely a jerk. Suzubai shot Zhao Lingling a disdainful glance and said coldly, whether I'm a jerk or not has nothing to do with you. I didn't do anything to you. Zhao Lingling leaned close to Suze and said with a smile, Suze, if you want, I'll take you too. Considering you're the big boss and rich, plus you're so handsome, I won't be at a loss. You're crazy. Suze said. Zhao Lingling, however, didn't seem to care, staring at Suze. You wouldn't dare to have such thoughts, would you? I never thought Suze was still such a pure young man. Let me teach you a thing or two. Zhao Lingling kept teasing Suze. She was distracting him so much that he couldn't concentrate on driving. Suze couldn't take it anymore and slapped Zhao Lingling's thigh. Be quiet. Red marks immediately appeared on Zhao Lingling's white thighs. Zhao Lingling pouted and said angrily, Suze, why did you hit my leg? What's it to you? Are you trying to take advantage of me? If you want to touch my leg, just say so. Zhao Lingling said, then took off her own shoes and placed her feet on Suze's legs. Suze, if you want to touch them, go ahead. Zhao Lingling's legs were really long, she easily stretched them from the passenger seat to Suze's legs. Suze glanced over. Zhao Lingling saw this and grabbed one of Suze's hands with both of hers, placing it on her leg. She smiled and said, Suze, just touch it and see if my legs feel better than Xiaomo's or Yichoyu's. If you don't touch it, I'll cause trouble later. Suze placed his hand on Zhao Lingling's thigh. The smooth, delicate texture felt quite nice. Zhao Lingling asked with a smile, Suze, how about it? Whose touch feels better? I don't know. I have to drive. Don't mess around. Suze said. Zhao Lingling looked at Suze's serious expression and couldn't help but laugh. But she just loved Suze's serious demeanor. Zhao Lingling sat in the passenger seat, motionless, letting Suze's hand rest on her leg. She continued playing with her phone, though lately she had become obsessed with cooking games. Suze, do you have a YY account? Let's add each other on YY, and I'll secretly steal your dishes. Yi Chou said to Suze. Chapter 141, Are you a celebrity? You play YY too. Suze heard Zhao Lingling's words and couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Although Suze knew that YY was quite popular recently, he hadn't felt it around him. Therefore, Suze didn't pay much attention to it. Zhao Lingling's words caught him off guard. Of course, playing YY Happy Farm with you is a lot of fun, and we can chat on YY using computer voice chat, so we don't have to pay for phone calls. It's absolutely perfect. Zhao Lingling said proudly, you don't know, but I'm the top-ranked player in Happy Farm among all my friends. Suze heard this and realized that this Happy Farm game was slowly gaining popularity among college students. However, upon further reflection, it made sense. College students have the time, resources, and willingness to try new products. Suze, let me play with your phone for a bit. I'll let you play with mine too. Zhao Lingling said as she started reaching into Suze's pants pocket. She directly took Suze's phone and quickly opened the YY app. YY also has a mobile version, which is pretty much the same as the desktop version. Suze plans to use this app to start live streaming for future generations. Once 3G becomes widely available, Suze intends to have YY begin testing live streaming. Meanwhile, WeChat is also about to make its debut, officially joining the smartphone trend. Therefore, during this period, Suze's sole task for Zishan Technology and Zhou Wenming was to recruit people and to do so quickly, to ensure that his plans are implemented swiftly. Since today's phones don't have fingerprint unlocking features, Zhao Lingling simply took out her phone and opened it. She then quickly opened Suze's YY app on her phone. As soon as she opened it, Zhao Lingling was utterly shocked. Suze, your YY Happy Farm level is already 100? How is that possible? Isn't the highest level only 99? Zhao Lingling took a closer look at the phone and confirmed that it was indeed level 100. It turned out that the Happy Farm game was set to 99 as the highest level, but as time went on, more and more people started playing it. Additionally, some players were leveling up too quickly, so Suze decided to raise the maximum level directly to 200. The system is currently undergoing testing in the backend. As the boss, Suze doesn't have to go through the hassle of planting vegetables or stealing them to level up. For him, leveling up is as easy as saying a word. Without even needing to say a word, Zhou Wenming directly accessed the backend system and upgraded Suze's YY Happy Farm. Suze, how did you get so high a level? What's going on? Zhao Lingling asked curiously while holding her phone. Suze replied, nothing much, just playing around. The highest level is currently 200. Really? Zhao Lingling exclaimed in surprise, then started adding Suze's YY. After a series of operations, the level indeed reached 100. It's true. It wasn't there a few days ago. It must have just been updated. Zhao Lingling didn't think much of it and continued playing. She gave Suze's eye a sly glance. Zhao Lingling was playing again, while Suze drove with one hand and placed the other on Zhao Lingling's thigh. The courtyard house Zhao Lingling mentioned was located in Dongcheng district of Beijing, not far from the city center. Although it was 2008, there were still quite a few cars in the city center. Suze's car was also driving slower and slower, and by the time they reached the area Zhao Lingling had mentioned, it was still noon at 12 o'clock. Suze, I'm hungry. Let's eat first and go check it out later this afternoon. Zhao Lingling looked at Suze pitifully. Suze checked the time, it was indeed time for lunch. Alright, you win. Tell me where there's something good to eat, and I'll treat you. Suze said. Zhao Lingling couldn't help but exclaim with joy, Suze, turn left and go straight ahead. There's a great snack street up ahead. Let's go there to eat. Suze followed Zhao Lingling's instructions and found the snack street. Suze found a spot and parked the car. Clearly familiar with the snack street, Zhao Lingling pulled Suze forward. The snack street was bustling with people. Although it was midday, many shops had already opened for business. There are also many people, including some nearby college students, some nearby office workers, and some tourists from out of town. There are various street snacks along the road, such as stinky tofu, lamb skewers, and small lobsters, among others. It seems like almost every type of cuisine from all over the country has gathered here. Suze, let me tell you, this food street is definitely the best in the capital. Zhao Lingling walked inside and introduced it to Suze. Suze followed behind, listening patiently. But just as they had walked a short distance, two slightly plump girls wearing glasses approached Suze. The two girls shyly glanced at Suze and timidly asked, "Hello, are you a celebrity?" Suze was taken aback, looked at the two girls, and shook his head, saying, "No." The two girls heard this and shook their heads in disappointment, muttering under their breath, "He's so handsome, but he's not a celebrity? What a pity." After saying that, the two apologized and left. Zhao Lingling, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but smile and say, "Suze, you're quite lucky with women. You've just arrived, and already a girl is approaching you." "It's not that," Suze replied indifferently. "It's just that I'm not interested. It's because you're good looking. There's nothing you can do about it." Suze replied casually. "Suze, you're really full of yourself." Zhao Lingling rolled her eyes, thought for a moment, and said stubbornly, "I'm dressed so nicely today, why hasn't anyone come to talk to me yet?" Zhao Lingling's yellow crop top and short shorts exuded sensuality and youthfulness. In fact, ever since Zhao Lingling appeared on this snack street, many people's eyes have been drawn to her. After all, everyone loves to look at beautiful women. However, with Suze standing next to Zhao Lingling, everyone subconsciously assumes that Suze is Zhao Lingling's boyfriend. Therefore, no boys dared to look at Zhao Lingling openly, they only glanced at her briefly by accident. However, this made Zhao Lingling feel very uncomfortable. She walked around the snack street for a while, but no one approached her. On the other hand, quite a few people approached Suze to strike up a conversation. This made Zhao Lingling so angry that she eventually wrapped her arm around Su Zhe's hand, as if to declare her ownership. Many girls felt disappointed upon seeing this scene, but some of them, despite their fear, dared to rush forward. However, before the girls could speak, Zhao Lingling cut in. "Don't try to hit on him. He's actually my guy. Don't get your hopes up." This left many of the girls who had come to chat feeling heartbroken. How could such a handsome guy already have a girlfriend? His girlfriend is pretty, but she dresses so extravagantly. Do you think she'll dump that handsome guy? Zhao Lingling was so angry that she clenched her teeth. If it weren't for Su Zhe holding her back, she would have gone to confront them on the spot. What's wrong with the way I'm dressed? Do you guys even know anything about fashion? A bunch of people who don't understand fashion. Chapter 142, Fake Boyfriend. I said, let's find a place to eat, Zhao Lingling. Stop dragging your feet. Su Zhe spoke to Zhao Lingling from the side. Zhao Lingling, who had been about to lose her temper, suddenly felt that as long as she held on to Su Zhe, she could make all those women jealous of her. Thinking this, Zhao Lingling grabbed Su Zhe's arm tightly and pressed her body against his arm. As if afraid that others wouldn't notice the intimacy between Su Zhe and Zhao Lingling. Zhao Lingling struts around like a proud peacock, letting those wildflowers know that they're not worthy of Su Zhe. A meal, after all, wasn't much to eat. Su Zhe was more concerned about the courtyard house, while Zhao Lingling was too busy showing off. Su Zhe is coming to my place later. Could you pretend to be my boyfriend? In the car, Zhao Lingling said shyly. Su Zhe frowned and glanced at Zhao Lingling, asking, why? And I'm not from Beijing. Do you think your parents will approve of me? After all, the natives of the capital city have always looked down on others, and they are the possessors of the heavenly vein. Su Zhe really didn't want to have anything to do with them. I'll buy a house, and you can sell yours. Don't involve yourself in other matters. Zhao Lingling looked at Su Zhe's dissatisfied expression and hurriedly explained, Su Zhe, I didn't mean anything else. It's just that my family is a bit special, and I want others to respect my family. Upon hearing this, Su Zhe couldn't help but furrow his brows even more. A special family background? That was the last thing he wanted to get involved in. He wasn't a savior, he wasn't someone people turned to whenever they had a problem. Zhao Lingling, I'm just here to buy a house. You have so many things to deal with, I think I'll just find someone else. Su Zhe finished speaking and turned to leave. But Zhao Lingling immediately grabbed Su Zhe, her eyes filled with pleading. Su Zhe, I beg you, please help me. Just pretend to be my boyfriend. I. Zhao Lingling clenched her teeth and finally spoke in a low voice, Su Zhe, I can be your girlfriend too. Forget it, I already have a girlfriend, and I'm not interested. Su Zhe shook his head. He just came to buy a house. He doesn't want to get involved in so much trouble. He's just here to buy a house. He was just here to buy a house, he didn't want to get involved in all that trouble. Su Zhe, please help me. I just want others to respect my family. You have no idea. Zhao Lingling suddenly erupted, shouting at Su Zhe, you don't know anything. If you had grown up in a single-parent family, your mother would have had you out of wedlock. From a young age, people pointed fingers at you and your family. What would you have done? Zhao Lingling couldn't help but burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. I just want others to respect my mother. What have I done wrong? You won't even help me. Su Zhe looked at Zhao Lingling's tearful expression and couldn't help but soften his heart. After all, a beautiful woman was standing before him, looking pitiful and weeping bitterly. Su Zhe just couldn't bring himself to be that heartless. Alright, stop crying. I promise you, but it's just a lie. Su Zhe said. Upon hearing Su Zhe's words, Zhao Lingling, who had been teary-eyed, immediately broke into a smile. Great. As long as you drive this car to my house, you must make those who look down on my family eat their words. Zhao Lingling wrapped her arms around Su Zhe's hand. Is there a supermarket near your place? Su Zhe asked. Zhao Lingling asked in confusion, why are you asking that? I'm going to buy something for your place. It's not good to go empty-handed. Su Zhe rolled his eyes. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingling immediately gave Su Zhe a light kiss on the cheek. Su Zhe, you're so kind. In the alleys of downtown Beijing, they were old Beijingers, but their lives were not very good. Because housing prices in Beijing are extremely high for this group of people, making it very difficult for them to afford a home. Secondly, these alleys cannot be demolished either, as they are part of Beijing's historical and cultural heritage. Additionally, the land prices here are too high, so most developers dare not touch them. As a result, despite being in the capital city, the actual quality of life here isn't particularly good. Even a traditional courtyard house is shared by 3 or 4 families. Zhao Lingling's family is one such example. Their courtyard house is home to 3 families. According to Zhao Lingling, her grandmother's family was also wealthy in the past, and this courtyard house belonged to her family. However, due to historical reasons, her maternal grandmother's family went bankrupt, and the courtyard house was occupied by others. Meanwhile, his mother was pregnant, but no one knew who the father was. In those days, such matters were of great importance. Therefore, over the years, Zhao Lingling's mother has been raising her alone. Fortunately, Zhao Lingling's mother is still a college graduate, so she works within the government system in Beijing. While they weren't wealthy, they weren't starving either. However, over the years, since Zhao Lingling's mother has been raising her alone, there have inevitably been some gossip. Su Zhe drove to the supermarket, bought a bunch of things, and drove toward Zhao Lingling's home with her beaming with joy. The alleys in Beijing were narrow, only wide enough for one car to pass through. Fortunately, there weren't as many cars in the capital city as there would be in later times, so Su Zhe drove carefully all the way and didn't encounter any other vehicles. Soon, he arrived at a courtyard house. In front of the courtyard, on the right side, there was a stone lion painted in various colors, with a tall doorframe. This reminded Su Zhe of the popular TV series from later generations that described courtyard houses, which were exactly the same. As soon as Zhao Lingling returned, she excitedly jumped out of the passenger seat and shouted toward the courtyard house, "Mom, I'm back." A pleasant voice echoed from within the courtyard. "Lingling, you're a girl. I've told you so many times not to be so hasty." Not long after, Su Zhe saw a tall woman who bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Lingling. Compared to Zhao Lingling, the woman's face exuded a mature aura. Although there were a few wrinkles on her face, they did not make her look old. Instead, they gave her a unique charm. "Mom!" Zhao Lingling saw the woman and excitedly rushed over to hug her. "Mom!" Zhao Lingling exclaimed excitedly. The woman dotingly stroked Zhao Lingling's head. "You little girl, you've only been at school for a few days. Why did you rush back so quickly?" Though she said this, a happy smile appeared on her face. This woman was actually Zhao Lingling's mother. At her age, she didn't look like someone in her 40s. Instead, she looked more like someone in her 30s. After hugging for a moment, the woman looked at Su Zhe and asked Zhao Lingling, "Who is this?" "Mom, this is my boyfriend, Su Zhe." "Mom, this is my boyfriend, Su Zhe." Zhao Lingling ran over to Su Zhe's side, took his hand, and smiled happily. "Hello, Auntie." Su Zhe greeted her respectfully. "Su, hello." Mrs. Zhao smiled gently, her eyes lingering on Su Zhe for a moment. "Mom, let's go home first. Don't stand here," Zhao Lingling said casually. Chapter 143, Zhao's Mother. Zhao Lingling's mother nodded gently. It was clear that Zhao Lingling's mother and Zhao Lingling had completely different personalities. Su Zhe walked into the courtyard with both hands full of things. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he felt it was very crowded inside. The fairly large courtyard was filled with all sorts of clutter. Bicycles, tables, chairs, and even some trash. Zhao's mother smiled awkwardly at Su Zhe and said, "Su, I'm so sorry." Zhao Lingling also felt embarrassed and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Mom, why do those people leave everything in the courtyard? This courtyard isn't just for her family." "Lingling, you can't say that. This courtyard belongs to everyone, and everyone has the right to use it," Zhao's mother advised. "But they can't just leave everything in the yard. Look at my front door, they've turned it into a dumpster. But you can't just leave everything in the courtyard. Look at my front door, they've turned it into a garbage dump." Zhao Lingling pointed to a small house on the west side. The house was piled high with all kinds of odds and ends on both sides, leaving only a narrow path for one person to pass through. "Mom, you're just too kind. They're all taking advantage of you," Zhao Lingling said angrily. Zhao's mother just smiled and comforted her daughter. "Lingling is fine. I'm not often at home anyway." "Mom." Zhao Lingling knew she couldn't persuade her mother, because it had always been like this since she was a child. Zhao's mother patted Zhao Lingling comfortingly. Su Zhe stood behind her, saying nothing. To be precise, he was observing everything around him. Judging from the family situation, Zhao Lingling's family was not well off. However, Zhao's mother's demeanor and appearance did not suggest a troubled household. Su Zijuan was curious about Zhao Lingling's family. Just as Zhao Lingling and her mother were talking, a discordant voice suddenly came from nearby. "Oh my, I was wondering why it was so noisy in the courtyard today. It turns out the little fox spirit is back." A middle-aged woman in an apron was mockingly watching Zhao Lingling and her mother. "Who are you talking about? You ugly woman, your mouth is full of crap," Zhao Lingling retorted immediately. Those words made the middle-aged woman's face turn ugly. "You little vixen, who are you calling names? Don't you have any manners? Don't you know to respect your elders and love the young? Do you have any manners? Do I need to tell you that?" Zhao Lingling didn't back down at all. Zhao's mother hurriedly pulled Zhao Lingling aside while apologizing to the middle-aged woman. "Auntie San, don't take it personally. She's just like that. Don't pretend to be so virtuous. How could you, an old fox, have such a little fox?" The middle-aged woman not only didn't hold back her words but also pressed on relentlessly. "Who are you calling names? Who are you calling names? You stinking woman, can you do it? I'll tear your mouth off." Zhao Lingling was about to charge forward. But Zhao Lingling was held back by Zhao's mother. The woman was startled by Zhao Lingling's action and took a step back, but upon seeing Zhao Lingling being held back, her temper flared up again. "You little vixen, what's wrong with you? Do you want to hit me? I'm standing right here. If you've got the guts, come and hit me. Mom, don't stop me. I'm going to tear this woman's mouth off today. Zhao Lingling said angrily. Mom, don't stop me. Today, I'm going to tear this woman's mouth off. Zhao Lingling said angrily. Oh, come here, come here. If I take one step back, I'm not human. The middle-aged woman stood with her hands on her hips, looking arrogant. Just then, a man's voice came from inside the room. Shut up, why are you talking so much? A middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance walked out. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, the middle-aged woman not only didn't shut up but instead began beating her chest and sobbing as she rushed toward the middle-aged man. You heartless man. Have you been thinking about that fox all alone? I told you to mind your own business and help others. Elders and brothers, come and see. This heartless person. Do you think it's easy for me? I gave birth to your children for you, and yet you still despise me. I can't go on. I can't go on. The middle-aged man saw his wife crying and beating her chest in despair. He stood there for a moment, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, people from the other households in the courtyard also came out to watch the commotion. However, it was clearly not the first time this had happened, so they just stood there watching. Zhao Lingling was so angry that she bit her fangs. You ugly woman, you're ugly yourself, how can you envy other people's looks? You'll be ugly in this life, the next life, and the life after that. The middle-aged woman, clearly unable to match Zhao Lingling's words, couldn't help but jump up from the ground after being scolded for a while. You little brat. I'll tear your mouth to shreds today. You ungrateful, ill-mannered girl with a father who raised you but never taught you any manners. The middle-aged woman stormed up to Zhao Lingling, ready to attack. However, just as she was about to act, Su Zhe stepped in front of Zhao Lingling to block the middle-aged woman. Who are you? Get out of here. He started flailing his arms and clawing towards Su Zhe's face. But before her hand could reach him, Su Zhe's hand grabbed the middle-aged woman's hand. But the middle-aged woman refused to give in, and her other hand also came towards Su Zhe's face. But this time, Su Zhe didn't grab her hand instead, he slapped the middle-aged woman directly across the face. Smack! The crisp sound echoed throughout the courtyard. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected Su Zhe to act so suddenly. The middle-aged woman froze for a moment, then collapsed to the ground and burst into tears. Someone's been hit. Someone's been hit. The little fox brought some wild men who hit someone. Everyone come over and judge this fairly. The woman's voice was loud, and though there wasn't a single tear in her eyes, she was wailing loudly. Well done. This woman deserves it. Zhao Lingling said excitedly, as if she had delivered the blow herself. Zhao's mother frowned and said to Zhao Lingling and Su Zhe, you two go inside. I'll handle this here. No, auntie, I can handle this. Su Zhe declined Zhao's mother's offer. Since Su Zhe had taken the initiative, he naturally had confidence in resolving the matter. Zhao's mother had originally intended to persuade him, but was stopped by Zhao Lingling. Mom, since Su Zhe said he has a way to solve it, he must have a way to solve it. You don't need to worry about it. Zhao's mother watched her daughter trust Su Zhe so much and couldn't help but feel curious. What kind of boy had her daughter brought home? Su Zhe stood there with his hands in his pockets, watching the middle-aged woman put on a show. Before long, the courtyard was filled with people. Everyone was watching to see what was happening inside. Seeing that more and more people were gathering around, the middle-aged woman cried even louder, shouting at her husband while crying, You're blind. Your wife is being beaten, and you're just standing there. What are you doing? Chapter 144, Taking Action. I'll see who dares to move. Su Zhe's voice wasn't loud, but the unique aura of a superior figure in his tone caused the middle-aged man, who had already taken a few steps forward, to hesitate and stop in his tracks. Su Zhe walked slowly and steadily toward the middle-aged woman. You. What do you want? Seeing Su Zhe approach, the three women instinctively stepped back, fearing he might make a move. It's nothing. I just wanted to let you know that if you ever need anything, you can come find me. Su Zhe said, then turned and walked away. The old woman didn't dare say a word. Zhao Lingling looked at the old woman's expression and couldn't help but excitedly give Su Zhe a thumbs up. She and this third aunt had clashed countless times, but she had never seen her so thoroughly outwitted before. When Su Zhe and Zhao Lingling, along with Zhao's mother, arrived at their small house, the shouts of the third aunt could be heard from outside the courtyard. I can't go on, I can't go on. What's the point of living when I'm being bullied by others? You good for nothing, I'm being bullied by others, and you just stand there without saying a word? What good are you to me? Are you too afraid to scold that fox? You good for nothing. I'm divorcing you. The voice of the old woman outside was loud, but Zhao Lingling said cheerfully, You deserve it. Zhao's mother smiled gently and pulled Zhao Lingling, Do you even look like a girl anymore? Who says I'm not a girl? Zhao Lingling proudly puffed out her chest. Zhao's mother couldn't help but smile helplessly. She knew her daughter's personality well. She had never been one to take a loss. However, at that moment, Zhao's mother finally had the chance to take a proper look at Su Zhe's appearance. Handsome, delicate, and graceful, he was undoubtedly a handsome young man. Zhao Lingling, seeing her mother sizing up Suze, proudly linked her arm through his and excitedly said, "Mom, this is the guy I told you about, my boyfriend Suze. Isn't he handsome?" Zhao's mother didn't respond to her daughter's words but asked, "Suze, are you just a student right now?" Because Zhao's mother could tell from Suze's tone and demeanor that he was definitely not an ordinary college student. An ordinary college student would never possess such confidence. "Auntie, I'm running a small business outside, a small internet cafe," Suze said. Zhao's mother nodded, but her face was still filled with confusion. Do people who run small internet cafes have such a refined demeanor nowadays? Suze must be doing more than just running a small internet cafe, but since Suze doesn't mention it, Zhao's mother doesn't feel comfortable saying anything either. "Suze, I'll call you Xiaoze. My name is Zhao Ing. You can call me Aunt Ing." "Aunt Ing, hello," Suze said obediently. Zhao Ing nodded, still feeling a bit suspicious of Suze. However, seeing her daughter looking at Suze with such admiration, Zhao Ing said nothing. She just made a mental note to find the right time to ask her daughter what exactly Suze does. "Mom, don't ask so many questions. I came back this time to ask you about the family you mentioned last time who wanted to sell their courtyard house. Did they sell it?" Zhao Lingling sat in front of Zhao Ing, holding her hand and speaking in a playful tone. "Where would you find such a good deal? Our old alleyway is already uncomfortable to live in, and that place would cost 5 or 6 million. With 5 or 6 million, you could buy a nice apartment. Who would buy this? 5 or 6 million could buy a whole house." Suze was overjoyed. This was practically a gift. A set of 4 courtyard houses like this would be worth at least 100 million yuan in later generations. If I had bought a few courtyard houses in advance, I wouldn't have needed to do any other business. I could have simply relied on the courtyard houses to make a fortune. "Aunt Ing, do you know this family? I want to buy one." Suze spoke up. This statement left Zhao Ing momentarily speechless, staring at Suze in disbelief. After a long pause, she finally spoke up. "Xiaoze, this courtyard house is worth 5 or 6 million yuan. I know." Suze nodded seriously. "You have that much money?" Zhao Ing asked disbelievingly. Suze nodded and said, "I do." Zhao Ing looked at Suze in disbelief. This Suze actually has 5 or 6 million. Could he be a rich second-generation heir? At this thought, Zhao Ing instantly grew very wary of Suze. Rich second-generation kids are all no good. If I weren't a rich kid, I wouldn't have ended up in this situation. I need to talk to Lingling. She doesn't have to marry a rich man. She just needs to find someone down to earth who can live a good life. However, since the other person had helped her earlier, Zhao Ing still felt she couldn't be so ungrateful. "Xiaoze, even if you have 5 or 6 million, wouldn't it be better to buy an apartment? The houses here don't even have running water or heating. Apartments are so much better, they have everything." Zhao Ing pleaded earnestly. But apartment buildings don't appreciate as much as courtyard houses. Moreover, the apartment buildings are not as comfortable to live in as the courtyard houses. "Aunt Ing, I just love living in a courtyard house, it's so convenient. No need to wait for an elevator, and you're right on the street when you step out the door," Suja said. Zhao Lingling, standing nearby, also said in a spoiled tone, "Mom, why are you asking so many questions? A courtyard house is a courtyard house. What's so good about an apartment building? I just think courtyard houses are better." Zhao Ing saw that her own daughter had spoken up, so she didn't press the matter further. But in her heart, she had already categorized Suze as one of those rich second-generation kids. Zhao Ing didn't continue to persuade him, but instead said, "Xiaoze, I also heard about it a few days ago. Why don't you wait for me? I'll ask around for you." "Alright, then I'll trouble Aunt Ing," Suze said politely. "Then wait for me at home for a moment. I'll go ask," Zhao Ing said as she stood up and walked toward the door. Once Zhao Ing had completely left the courtyard, Zhao Lingling closed the door, then plopped down onto Suze's lap and kissed him on the face without hesitation. "Suze, you were amazing just now. You took care of that old witch for me." Zhao Lingling was already wearing shorts, sitting on Suze's lap, her thigh skin touching his, giving him a tingly sensation. "You seem to have a big grudge against him." Suze instinctively wrapped his arms around Zhao Lingling's slender waist. Not to mention that Zhao Lingling's waist wasn't like that of an ordinary girl. Due to years of dance training, her waist is all muscle, feeling very firm to the touch, with a unique sensation. That old witch. Every time she sees me and my mom, she insults us. It's been like this since we were kids. If it weren't for my mom stopping me, I would have torn her mouth to shreds long ago." Zhao Lingling spoke of the old woman, her face brimming with displeasure. Suze didn't ask any further questions, but Zhao Lingling continued to talk endlessly to herself. It was basically that Zhao Lingling's mother was raising her alone, and as the saying goes, a widow's door is full of gossip. Moreover, someone like Zhao Ing, who hasn't even been married but has a child, is naturally seen as even more different in their eyes. Chapter 145, Rushing to Sell the House. Therefore, from childhood to adulthood, Zhao Lingling had heard no shortage of cold remarks from those people in front of her. Zhao Ying had a gentle personality and didn't dwell on such things, but Zhao Lingling had always fought back from a young age. By the end of her speech, Zhao Lingling couldn't help but hug Suze. Suze, do you really think men are that important? Can't women live without men? Suze didn't know how to comfort Zhao Lingling either, so he just hugged her and gently patted her back. However, Zhao Lingling took advantage of the situation and clung to Suze, refusing to let go. Since Zhao Lingling was sitting on Suze's lap, his head was naturally positioned directly in front of Zhao Lingling's neck and chest area. With Zhao Lingling holding him like this, Suze was completely buried and struggling to breathe. Just then, the door opened, and Zhao Ying walked in. Zhao Lingling had been enjoying holding Suze, but upon seeing her mother return, she quickly jumped off Suze's lap. She stuck out her tongue playfully, and even with Zhao Lingling's thick skin, her face turned bright red at that moment. After all, she had been caught by her own mother. Zhao Ying seemed not to notice and spoke directly. I asked earlier, and they're at home, so we can go talk to them. Zhao Ying acted as if she hadn't heard and spoke directly. I just asked, and they're at home, so we can go talk to them. Alright, then please ask Anding to take me there. Suze said impatiently. Alright. Under Zhao Ying's guidance, Suze and Zhao Lingling arrived at a courtyard house less than 200 meters from Zhao Ying's home. This courtyard house was slightly larger than Zhao Lingling's family home. However, the buildings are somewhat aged, and the wood has lost its original luster. As soon as Suze entered, a crowd immediately gathered around him. Who is the boss who wants to buy our house? Boss, our house isn't expensive. You can have it for 5 million. The crowd immediately gathered around and started shouting loudly. It was clear that they wanted to sell the house as soon as possible. After all, living in this alley is indeed quite inconvenient. Suze hadn't expected these people to be so enthusiastic, so he immediately started discussing with them. Suze didn't haggle either, he simply bought the entire courtyard house outright. After all, the courtyard house was too cheap. If you don't buy it for 5 million, it's practically a steal. However, after Suze bought the courtyard house and the news spread through the neighborhood, he suddenly became famous throughout the entire alley. Many people rushed over, eager to buy their own courtyards. For these people, living in these courtyard houses was cramped and uncomfortable, and no one cared about them. They had nothing they needed. They weren't unwilling to sell before, but they simply hadn't found the right buyer. After all, 5 million is a significant amount of money for anyone. Even if people have money, they're not willing to invest it here. Only someone like Suze, who knows the future trend of Seiyuan courtyards, would dare to buy like this. However, Suze actually only has around 20 million in cash, having just bought a car and still needing money for other expenses. Therefore, Suze could only afford to buy 2 more courtyard houses at most. The alley was almost completely blocked by people from Zhao Lingling's family, all looking for Suze to buy their houses. Some people are even starting to appeal to Zhao Ying's influence. Take Zhao Lingling's house, for example. Suze and Zhao Lingling are sitting there. However, Zhao Ying was being dragged out by someone. These guys used to look at my mom like she was their enemy, but now they're all sucking up to her. Money really does make a difference. Zhao Lingling looked at Suze with a charming expression and sat down on his lap again. Suze, why don't I be your girlfriend? Suze slapped her on the butt and said, girlfriend is out of the question. But mistress is something we can consider. Oh my god, you bastard, Suze. You actually want me to be your mistress? Am I the kind of person who would do that? Zhao Lingling said proudly, I have everything I want. Why should I be your mistress and Xiaomo's little sister? Suze rolled his eyes and said irritably, if you don't want to, then forget it. Get off my leg first. You're so heavy, you're going to crush me. Suze slapped Zhao Lingling's butt again. No, you have to agree to let me be your girlfriend. Zhao Lingling's butt kept swaying on Suze's leg, acting spoiled. Suze, look at what she has, and I'm a trained dancer, I can pull off some poses. Zhao Lingling gave Suze a knowing glance. This remark caused Suze to glance involuntarily at Zhao Lingling's strong waist. How about it? Don't just think about it, take action. Zhao Lingling beckoned to Suze. Suze didn't care about anything else and threw Zhao Lingling's body outside. Get your big butt out of here first. Zhao Lingling was flirting with Suze. Meanwhile, Zhao Ying returned once again, but this time there was a hint of bitterness on her face. Earlier, almost everyone in the alley who knew her had come to congratulate her on her daughter finding a good boyfriend. But the underlying message was for him to buy their courtyard houses. Zhao Ying actually didn't want to agree to anything, as she believed buying the courtyard house would definitely be a losing deal. She wondered if this rich second-generation heir had bought it specifically to please his daughter. A rich second-generation kid like that would do something like this. How could she possibly be good for Zhao Lingling? Zhao Ying returned to her courtyard with a hint of worry, but just as she was about to go back inside, the same old woman suddenly jumped out of her house. Ingmei, come to my house for a visit. I just finished brewing some tea. Someone who had never spoken kindly to Zhao Ying before suddenly addressed her like this, nearly startling her. Is this really the same third aunt I know? If the old lady has anything to say, just tell me. If I can help, I will. Zhao Ying said. Upon hearing this, the old woman immediately said, Yingmei, you said it yourself. This is something you can actually help with. Yingmei, you know our family of 4 lives in this one room without running water. Look at my eldest daughter, she's about to take the college entrance exam. If she doesn't do well because of where we live, that would be our fault. Hee, I just heard someone say that the gentleman is looking to buy a courtyard house. Why don't we ask him to buy ours too? That way, we won't have to live here anymore. After saying this, the third aunt looked at Zhao Ying with an expectant expression. Zhao Ying looked at the 3 old women's expressions and felt utterly helpless. I know that too, but I can only tell him what he wants to buy, I don't know anything else. Alright, just tell him. The old woman said excitedly. Back home, Zhao Ying recounted everything that had happened earlier. Wow, that old hag was thinking pretty highly of herself. Suze wouldn't take anyone else's son, so she let him live in the alley, never to live in a house his whole life. Zhao Lingling said angrily. Chapter 146, The New House. Suze, don't you dare buy her house. Zhao Lingling said angrily. Zhao Ying smiled gently, but she couldn't do anything about her daughter's attitude. This wasn't something that could be changed overnight. However, Zhao Ying spoke up. Suze, actually, our courtyard is the best and largest in the area. If you're still looking to buy, this courtyard is the perfect choice. Zhao Lingling heard her mother's words and her eyes widened in surprise. Mom, what did you say? The courtyard is sold? Where will you live? Where will our family live? Zhao Lingling asked urgently. She never imagined that her own mother would consider selling the house. Zhao Ying smiled lightly, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. Lingling, to be honest, I've grown tired of living here and would like to change environments. Zhao Lingling fell silent upon hearing her mother's words. Over the years, her mother had endured those words and the actions of some malicious people. Zhao Lingling still remembered that when she was a child, some people would even knock on their door in the middle of the night. Suze, why don't you buy our house? If you buy it, I'll do anything you want. Zhao Lingling turned her head and looked at Suze pitifully. Suze had indeed set his sights on Zhao Lingling's family's courtyard house. Originally, he hadn't planned to buy it, after all, Zhao Lingling's family still lived there. But now that she had asked him to buy it, he would definitely buy it. Alright, since Anding has said that, I'll buy the house. Suze made a grand gesture and bought the entire courtyard house, then added the one next door as well. After purchasing these 3 courtyard houses, Suze didn't have much money left. However, it was worth it, after all, they were 3 courtyard houses. The remaining funds will be used to renovate these 3 courtyard houses, which will serve as my home in the capital. Upon hearing that Suze was willing to purchase her family's courtyard house, the old woman was overwhelmed with gratitude. She was also in a hurry to finalize the property transfer procedures, fearing that Suze might change his mind. In fact, it wasn't just this woman, almost everyone was urging Suze to transfer the property, as they were the ones receiving the money. They've been here too long, they don't want to live like this anymore. Suze and this group of people completed the property transfer procedures and gave them a week to move out. Most of these people had already set their sights on the houses, or some had even paid a deposit, and were just waiting to move in. Suze hired another construction team to renovate the 3 courtyards. This kept them busy for several days. As for Zhao Ying, she bought a new house nearby, which was like starting over with a new home. Zhao Lingling's new home is located in a nearby residential complex, valued at over 2 million yuan. Both Zhao Lingling and Zhao Ying are very satisfied with their new home. They have finally escaped everything about the courtyard house. Especially Zhao Lingling's mother, Zhao Ying, was even more satisfied with Suze. She had already decided that Suze was her son-in-law. She insisted on taking Suze out to dinner and even wanted to make dumplings. Suze was helpless. He was just pretending, so there was no need to go through the trouble. Suze gave Zhao Lingling several meaningful glances, but Zhao Lingling seemed not to notice. Instead, she just smiled cheerfully, showing no intention of explaining herself. That night, Zhao Ying insisted on staying with Suze to sleep. However, the house wasn't very big, with only 2 bedrooms and a living room. Suze looked at the sofa inside the house and thought to himself, I have a bed at home, why would I sleep on the sofa? However, Zhao Ying said, on the first day in a new house, a man must sleep there to prevent it from becoming too mean. Zhao Lingling, standing nearby, was pulling Suze's hand and acting spoiled. Suze, are you just staying for one night? Please help us out. She even kissed Suze on the cheek. Suze had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Zhao Lingling, seeing that Suze had agreed, was overjoyed. In her view, if things continued this way, she would eventually take Suze away from Xiaomo. Suze will eventually be her boyfriend. At night, Suze slept on the sofa. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep. It wasn't that the sofa was hard, it was just that Suze couldn't sleep in an unfamiliar environment. Bored, Suze could only play with his phone. Around 11 p.m., Suze was playing with his phone when suddenly a shadowy figure crept up and quietly sat down on the sofa. Suze realized it was Zhao Lingling. At that moment, Zhao Lingling was wearing only a black lace strapless dress, revealing her sexy long legs. Suze, I knew you weren't asleep. Zhao Lingling plopped down onto Suzai's thigh. Instantly, Suzai felt her soft, supple skin. Zhao Lingling, what are you doing? It's late at night, why aren't you sleeping? Are you losing your mind? Suzai tried to sit up from the sofa, but before he could, Zhao Lingling pushed him back down again. Zhao Lingling looked at Suzai, putting away her usual playful smile, and said very seriously, Suzai, thank you. No one has ever been so kind to our family. You're the first man who's ever been this kind to us. Suzai, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Before Suzai could speak, Zhao Lingling's lips once again pressed directly against Suzai's lips. The taste of mint. Suzai wanted to push Zhao Lingling away. After all, this was in someone else's home, and Zhao Lingling's mother was still there. If Zhao Lingling's mother saw this, how could he explain it? Well, even though they're boyfriend and girlfriend, kissing in public isn't appropriate. However, Zhao Lingling's actions were unexpected. She suddenly pushed Suzai onto the sofa. Don't move, Suzai, little brother. Today, I'm going to let you taste my charm. Saying that, she lowered herself again. Suzai had felt a bit embarrassed at first, but since Zhao Lingling was being so proactive, he wasn't afraid of anything. Plus, Zhao Lingling's kissing skills were terrible. She almost bit his tongue several times. Suzai suddenly wrapped his arms around Zhao Lingling's waist, flipped her over, and pinned her beneath him, turning the tables and taking the offensive. Just as the two were lost in the moment, a sudden footstep startled Suzai back to his senses. He sprang up from the sofa in an instant. The sound seemed to be coming from his mother's room. Suzai looked down at Zhao Lingling, who was lying beneath him, her clothes disheveled. Let me go back quickly. Zhao Lingling jumped up from the sofa and ran into the room without caring about her appearance. She quickly closed the door, as if nothing had happened. Suzai smirked as he watched Zhao Lingling flee in disarray, unable to help but smile. This woman knows how to be shy. Sure enough, not long after, the door opened, and Zhaoing walked out. It was still quite hot for October. Zhaoing was also wearing a white strapless dress at home. Under the moonlight, her white skin looked smooth and delicate. She didn't look like someone who was almost 40, but rather like someone in her early 30s. Her figure is also well maintained, with a slim waist and curves in all the right places. Chapter 147, The Shy Aunt Ing. Zhaoing clearly hadn't noticed that there were other men in the room. She walked over to the table, picked up a glass of water, and started drinking. She must have been sleeping and woke up thirsty. The table was right next to the sofa, so close to Suzai, and he could smell the faint, refreshing fragrance emanating from Zhao Ying's body. When Zhaoing finished drinking the water and placed the cup down, she let out a comfortable sigh. Suddenly, she turned her head and saw Suzai with a mocking expression on his face. Ah! Zhaoing screamed, and her face turned bright red the next moment. It was only then that she realized Suzai was there. Xiaozai, you're still awake so late. Zhaoing said, blushing. Nothing, Aunt Ing. I just can't sleep. Suzai replied. Oh, then go to bed early and don't stay up late. Okay. Zhaoing blushed and fled in embarrassment, quickly returning to her room and slamming the door shut. Inside the room, Zhaoing leaned against the door, her face flushed red, her heart pounding wildly. How could I make that sound next to Xiaozai? Oh no. Zhaoing lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The thought of Suzai's gaze earlier made her heart race wildly. Suzai, however, didn't think much of it. He lay on the sofa and soon drifted off to sleep. The next day, Zhao Lingling got up early and called out to Suzai to have breakfast. Suzai, my mom made her specialty noodles today. My mom's noodles are so delicious. You have to try them. Zhao Lingling said excitedly. Zhaoing smiled gently and brought out a bowl of noodles from the kitchen. It's not that delicious, don't listen to this girl. Alright, I'd like to try Aunt Ying's cooking too. Suzai smiled at Zhaoing. Seeing Suzai's smile, Zhaoing thought of last night's events, her face flushing red, and her hands trembling. The noodles in her hands spilled onto the table. Mom, what's wrong? Zhao Lingling asked her mother with concern. Nothing, nothing. I just felt dizzy earlier. It's probably an old condition, anemia. Mom, don't move. I'll get it. Zhao Lingling pushed her mother back into the chair and ran into the kitchen herself. Once again, only Suzai and Zhaoing were left at the table. Zhaoing kept her head down, unable to look at Suzai. Suzai, of course, knew why Zhaoing was acting this way. He was actually quite curious. A woman like Zhaoing, who had seen so much, why would she still be shy? Aunt Ing, why is your face so red? Maybe you should go to the hospital. Suzai asked with concern as he approached. It's nothing, it's nothing. Zhaoing hurriedly waved her hands and stepped back. Suzai watched Zhaoing retreat, and his body couldn't help but lean forward, his face very close to Zhao Ying's. Aunt Ing, am I that scary? Zhaoing was so close to Suzai's face that she couldn't breathe properly. No, I'm just a little uncomfortable. Zhaoing hurriedly waved her hands. Suzai looked at the woman in her late 30s who had been flustered by him, and couldn't help but smile. Aunt Ing, don't worry. I didn't hear a thing last night. At this, Zhaoing, who was already flushed, turned even redder, her voice trembling slightly. Well, then, that's good. Hey, Suze, Mom, what are you doing? Zhao Lingling held the noodles and looked at her mother and Suze standing so close together, looking suspiciously at her mother and Suze. Lingling, there was some dust in my eye, so I asked Xiao Zhe to blow it out for me. Zhaoing hurriedly explained. Mom, I'll do it. He doesn't know how to do this. Mom, let me do it. He doesn't know how to do this. Zhao Lingling ran over, pushed Suze aside, and blew into Zhao Ying's eyes. Alright. Zhao Ying squinted her eyes and hurriedly said. Suze remained silent beside her, sitting down and beginning to eat his noodles obediently. However, after that, Zhao Ying kept her head down, eating her noodles without saying a word. Zhao Lingling, on the other hand, was chatting enthusiastically with Suze. After the meal, Suze drove Zhao Lingling back to school. Watching Suze and Zhao Lingling's backs, Zhao Ying shook her head firmly. Zhao Ying, what are you thinking about? After the National Day holiday, school officially started again. Suze also didn't have much time to go out and have fun anymore. After all, he was still a student and should focus on his studies. So, during this period, Suze began to attend classes diligently. During this time, Suze just dated, attended classes, and returned to the internet cafe to sleep in the mornings. Lu Ziguo had tried several times to talk to Suze, but Suze ignored him. After that, Lu Ziguo wisely decided not to approach Suze on his own. Thus, they spent some leisurely time together. Zhou Wenming sent Suze a message about the penguin, stating that Xiaoma would need to discuss it with him. After all, YY had been gaining momentum recently, with its steadily rising download numbers and user activity levels, which had the penguin team feeling quite anxious. Especially for Xiaoma Zong, the capital backing him must be pushing him hard. Xiaoma Zong has tried various methods to boost YY's growth, but no matter what approach they take, it hasn't worked. Xiaoma Zong had no choice but to turn to Baidu to find Suze. Actually, Xiaoma always directly called Mr. Li at Baidu and asked him to make an appointment. However, Mr. Li from Baidu directly instructed Tao Lei to provide Zhou Wenming's contact information to Tencent, but did not provide Suze's. Sir, would you like to meet with Xiaoma Zong? On the other end of the phone, Zhou Wenming was waiting for Suze's response. Let's meet up. Suze said. Suze still had a lot of respect for this young Mr. Ma. After all, there were many people working on instant messaging back then, but only Xiaoma Zong succeeded. Moreover, looking at the development of Tencent in later years, Xiaoma Zong's capabilities were truly exceptional. He turned Tencent into a super-sized industry giant. Although everyone criticizes the penguins while still using them, that's just a testament to their capabilities. There's no harm in meeting them face to face. Alright, boss, I'll arrange the time. Zhou Wenming said. Wenming, how's the website for the tutoring service coming along? Suze asked. Regarding the home tutoring website, that was the platform Suze intended to use to establish his payment system, so he naturally cared deeply about its progress. In fact, Zhou Wenming and others have always been puzzled as to why their boss is pursuing this tutoring website, which seems to be a thankless task. Even if the tutoring website were to succeed, it would only attract a few million users at most. It's not even in the same league as YY. Boss, the website is almost developed. We just need to conduct an internal test before launching it. Alright, please expedite it. Suze hung up the phone, his mind filled with thoughts of his business empire. YY had already firmly established itself, and he had also made inroads into instant messaging. In the future, live streaming and other services would all rely on it. The tutoring platform is a strategic move in the mobile payments sector. Once this is successfully implemented, subsequent services such as food delivery and group buying can be rolled out. These essential applications of daily life that no one in the future can do without. Since Suze has been reborn, he naturally intends to get involved in all of them. Now that he thinks about it, he still has a long way to go, and there are many things he hasn't dealt with yet. The morning class ended with Suze distracted like this. Chapter 148. 3 women make a drama. Young couples in the honeymoon phase are always inseparable. Xia Mo couldn't bear to be apart from Suze for even a moment. However, there are always 2 third wheels around Xia Mo, Qian Xiaoting and Zhao Lingling. Suze, what should we eat later? Xia Mo asked, holding Suze's hand. Let's go to that spicy hot pot place. Suze said. Sure. Xia Mo turned her head to look at Qian Xiaoting and Zhao Lingling and asked, Xiaoting, Lingling, what are you eating? Zhao Lingling and Qian Xiaoting exchanged glances. Zhao Lingling spoke first, I haven't tried that spicy hot pot either. I'll go try it too. Yeah, I was planning to go too, said Qian Xiaoting. Alright, let's go together. Xia Mo said. Suze couldn't help but glance over. These 2 women have no sense of the situation at all. They're keeping up. However, since everyone else had caught up, Suze had no choice but to follow. The 4 of them arrived at the spicy hot pot restaurant. After placing their orders, they received a number and waited for their turn to be called. Suze found a seat and sat down, while Xia Mo sat quietly beside him. Zhao Lingling plopped down across from Suze, while Qian Xiaoting sat across from Xia Mo. The cafeteria was already crowded during mealtime, but it wasn't common to see someone like Suze dining with three beautiful women. Many boys deliberately turned their heads to glance at Sia-mo and her three friends. Some even looked at Suze with a hint of jealousy in their eyes. Suze, look at the way those boys are staring at you, they're practically killing you with their eyes. Zhao Lingling teased Suze playfully from the side. Since returning to school, Suze and Zhao Lingling's relationship had returned to what it was before. It was as if nothing had happened that night. In public, Zhao Lingling would deliberately provoke Suze, while Suze would give her nothing but a cold shoulder. However, behind closed doors, Zhao Lingling sends Suze all sorts of suggestive messages, constantly calling him husband non-stop. She even deliberately used YY to send voice messages, and the voice messages included the voices of Sia-mo and Xian Xiaoting, clearly indicating that she was in the dormitory. This woman has driven Suze to the point where he can't do anything about it. Suze knew that Zhao Lingling was just looking for trouble again. Suze didn't even glance at Zhao Lingling. Let them be jealous if they wanted, they didn't have the ability to do anything about it anyway, so all they could do was envy. Ha, Suze, you've got some nerve, but I like it. Zhao Lingling stood by, laughing heartily without any trace of ladylike behavior. Suze shot her a disapproving glance. You're such a drama queen. Suze, who are you calling neurotic? Zhao Lingling stood up angrily and pointed at Suze. I'm talking about you. Suze retorted. You're the one who's crazy, you big nutcase. Zhao Lingling retorted, crossing her arms and shouting. Xiaomo and Xian Xiaoting, who were standing nearby, quickly stood up to try to calm them down. Zhao Lingling always teased Suze whenever she saw him, but she always ended up failing. It's what they call someone who can't resist temptation. Lingling, you're the senior, don't take it personally. Xian Xiaoting pulled Zhao Lingling to sit down. Zhao Lingling finally nodded in satisfaction. Xiaoting is right. I shouldn't be so petty with a younger student. Nervous. Suze said indifferently. Suze, just let Lingling go. Xiaomo also said. Alright, I'll be the bigger man and not argue with a woman. Ha, you call yourself a gentleman? Zhao Lingling rolled her eyes. Seeing that the two had finally stopped arguing, Xiaomo and Xian Xiaoting finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xian Xiaoting, Xiaomo, and Zhao Lingling were discussing the latest gossip among the girls. Suze listened quietly without interrupting. The next moment, Suze's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Zhao Lingling sent via YY. Zhao Lingling, Suze, did I act convincingly just now? They definitely don't know about the two of us behind the scenes. Suze glanced at Zhao Lingling, who was chatting animatedly with Xiaomo and the others. Suze, Zhao Lingling, don't say that. Who's got something going on behind your back? Zhao Lingling, oh, you won't admit it? You're my boyfriend, you said it yourself. And you took such advantage of me last night, how can you not admit it now? Suze, it wasn't me who told you to pretend. Besides, was it me taking advantage of you or you taking advantage of me? I didn't even ask you to do anything, so just let it go. Suze, it wasn't me who told you to pretend. Besides, was it me taking advantage of you or you taking advantage of me? I didn't even ask you for anything. Zhao Lingling, oh my, Suze, little brother, should I take responsibility for you? Suze, get lost. Zhao Lingling, Suze, little brother, I'm not the kind of person who turns her back on you once you've done something for me. Suze, get lost. Lingling, who were you chatting with? Xiaomo suddenly spoke up. At the sound of her voice, Zhao Lingling's hand trembled, and the phone in her hand almost fell to the ground. Zhao Lingling quickly grabbed the phone and put it in her pocket, acting as if nothing had happened. Nothing, she said. Just some guy who keeps harassing me. Oh my gosh, Lingling, tell us about it. What does he look like? Where is he from? How did you two meet? Xiaomo looked at Zhao Lingling with curiosity. Zhao Lingling shook her head and teased, oh, he's too ugly. I wouldn't even want him as a boyfriend. If I were to choose, I'd pick someone like Suze, who's handsome. Well, you don't stand a chance. Suze is mine. Xiaomo hugged Suze tightly and said with a smile. Oh well, I was too late. Zhao Lingling sighed dramatically. Suzubai shot Zhao Lingling a disapproving glance. This woman really knows how to act. After the four of them finished eating, Chen Xiaoting and Zhao Lingling went back to the dormitory first. Suze and Xiaomo went for a stroll. This is youth and romance. Without strolling along the street, it wouldn't be complete. The two of them held hands, Xiaomo's face radiating happiness, smiling. What are you laughing at? Suze couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Xiaomo continued to smile foolishly. Alright, if you have something funny to share and won't tell me, just wait and see what I'll do to you. Suzili immediately turned around and scratched Xiaomo's waist with his hand. Haha, stop scratching, it's itchy. Xiaomo ran while laughing loudly. Then tell me, what's so funny? Suze wouldn't let it go and didn't seem willing to let go. I just feel like you and Lingling don't get along at all, and every time she teases you, you get so worked up. Why is that? I have no idea. Maybe she's just crazy. Oh, don't talk about Lingling like that. Lingling is very nice to me. Xiao covered Suzai's mouth with her hand. Alright, Xiao, you actually dared to lay a hand on your husband for a woman? That's utterly outrageous. Just wait until I teach you a lesson. Suzai held Xiaomo's waist with one hand and tickled her body with the other. Oh, honey, I'm sorry. Xiao pleaded. Is that all it takes? What else do you want from me? Suzai teased her relentlessly. Chapter 149, I like Suzai. What about you? Oh, stop tickling me, honey. Xiao begged in her mouth, while Suzai's hand slowly moved upward, gradually becoming more daring. Xiaomo's eyes also gradually grew hazy. Husband, don't do this, we're at school. Xiaomu suppressed the tingling sensation in her heart and grabbed Su's mischievous hand. If only we weren't at school. Suzai smiled mischievously at Xiaomo. Not at school either. Xiaomo said, her face turning red. Who cares about school or not? Suzai gave a sly smile. You bad person. Xiaomo pouted. Men aren't bad, women don't love them. Suzai chuckled. Xiaomo was about to say something, but before she could speak, Suzai bit her lips. Xiaomo wanted to struggle, but Suzai wouldn't give her the chance. With a sudden burst of strength, he pulled Xiaomo into his arms. Then Suzai began kissing Xiaomo's neck. Xiaomo blushed fiercely and her breathing grew rapid. Suzai had been pent up for a few days, especially after Zhao Lingling's temptation and Zhao Ying's accidental exposure that night. All of this has driven Suzai to the brink of madness, and he now can't wait to devour Xiaomo right there on the spot. At that moment, Suzai's phone kept ringing. Suzai didn't care at all and just pressed the power button. Xiaomo hugged Suzai's head, letting him kiss her neck, and said weakly, "Husband, don't do this. We're at school. Someone might come." Suzai knew this wasn't the right place either. He held Xiaomo tightly in his arms, his eyes burning with desire as he looked at her. "Let's go out and stay somewhere tonight," Suzai said. Xiaomo blushed, lowered her head, and leaned against Suzai's chest. "Honey, I'm not available tonight. My relatives are visiting." "Ah." Suzai shook his head helplessly. His luck was just too bad. Xiaomo watched Suzai's embarrassed expression and giggled. "Honey, once my relatives leave, I'll give myself to you properly." Xiaomo snuggled into Suzai's embrace. Suzai stroked Xiaomo's long hair. "I won't rush you. Wait until you're ready." In the girls' dormitory, Zhao Lingling was constantly sending messages to Suzai on her phone. However, Suzai didn't reply to a single message. Zhao Lingling switched to calling him, but Suzai's phone was turned off. Zhao Lingling didn't know what to do. Her mind was in a turmoil, and she looked at Xiaomo's bed with eyes filled with jealousy. Why her? Zhao Lingling took a deep breath and put down her phone. "Xiaoting, do you think Xiaomo will come over tonight?" Zhao Lingling spoke first. She wanted to talk to someone to vent her irritation. Xian Xiaoting looked at Xiaomo's seat, her voice tinged with a hint of disappointment. "Probably won't be coming back, huh?" Zhao Lingling heard this and said with a hint of jealousy, "Isn't that too casual? After all, we're college students." Xian Xiaoting glanced at Zhao Lingling and said, "Lingling, do you really think that's casual? I didn't expect you to be so conservative." Zhao Lingling gave an awkward smile. Of course she didn't think she was conservative. If she were Suzai's girlfriend, she would have taken the initiative to drag him to a hotel room. "Sai, Xiaoting, tell me why Suzai fell for Xiaomo. We're not any worse than Suzai, are we?" Zhao Lingling turned her chair around to face Qian Xiaoting. "They were high school classmates, while we only met in college. That's a big time difference." Qian Xiaoting sighed. Zhao Lingling looked at Qian Xiaoting's expression and her eyes lit up. "Xiaoting, do you like Suzai?" Zhao Lingling stood up and looked into Qian Xiaoting's eyes. "Ah." Qian Xiaoting was startled, her eyes darting around, and she immediately said, "No, that's impossible." Zhao Lingling looked at Qian Xiaoting's expression and knew without being told that Qian Xiaoting was in love with Suzai. "Xiaoting, I won't hide it from you anymore. I actually like Suzai." Zhao Lingling spoke directly without beating around the bush. Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaoting froze in disbelief, staring at Zhao Lingling in shock. "Lingling, are you joking? How could you possibly like Suzai? You two have been butting heads ever since you first met." Qian Xiaoting couldn't believe this was possible. Zhao Lingling smiled. "You don't know? This is also a way to attract others' attention, you know?" Qian Xiaoting thought about it and realized that she was right. She and Suzai were in the same class, yet she didn't get to talk to him as much as Zhao Lingling did. Zhao Lingling actually likes Suzai. No wonder Zhao Lingling rejected Lu Zigua back then. She had her eyes on Suzai all along. But Suzai is Xiaomo's boyfriend. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Qian Xiaoting had been taught from a young age that one should not betray a friend's spouse. And especially not her own roommate. Zhao Lingling shrugged indifferently. "They were just dating, not married, and I hadn't done anything. I was just infatuated with Suzai. But I'll wait for Suzai. If one day Suzai and Xiaomo break up, I'll go all out to pursue Suzai." Don't try to compete with me then. You did say you didn't like him. A flash of wisdom crossed Zhao Lingling's eyes. She had actually said it on purpose just to make Xian Xiaoting back down. However, Xian Xiaoting straightened her back and said nonchalantly, Lingling, I don't know yet. We'll have to analyze the situation when it arises. Alright, you little girl. You claim you don't like Su Zhe, but I think you're just lying. Let me see how thick your skin is. Zhao Lingling rushed forward and threw herself onto Xian Xiaoting. Lingling, stop it, stop it. Xian Xiaoting was pinned down. I didn't make a scene, I just wanted to see what our Xiaoting had to offer, daring to compete with me for a man. Zhao Lingling said this while her hands kept wandering over Qian Xiaoting's body. Oh my, you've got some serious assets there. Lingling, you're forcing my hand. Qian Xiaoting wasn't about to be outdone, her hands also began to move restlessly. So the two of them engaged in a passionate exchange, filling the dormitory with a scene of springtime passion. Oh my, Xiaoting, Xiaoting, I surrender. Zhao Lingling was pinned down by Qian Xiaoting, extending her hands in surrender. And Qian Xiaoting looked like a victor. Lingling, are you still causing trouble? No more trouble, no more trouble. Zhao Lingling was panting heavily, her clothes in disarray. But I never expected you, Xiaoting, to have such a strong advantage. Oh, come on, you're the one saying that. Qian Xiaoting, feeling shy, tickled Zhao Lingling again. Enough, enough, it's tickling. Zhao Lingling hurriedly said. The two of them lay on the bed, exhausted. I'm so tired. Zhao Lingling gasped. Qian Xiaoting was fine, just breathing a bit heavily. Lingling, what exactly do you find attractive about Su Zhe? Qian Xiaoting suddenly asked. Chapter 150, Little Ma Must Meet. Zhao Lingling stared thoughtfully at the ceiling of the dormitory room before finally speaking after a long pause. Maybe it was when we danced together for the first time, or maybe it was when we had our first argument. I always felt something different about him. Qian Xiaoting fell silent upon hearing Zhao Lingling's words. After a while, Zhao Lingling asked in return, what about you? When did you start having feelings for Su Zhe? I didn't, Qian Xiaoting denied, shaking her head. Zhao Lingling smiled and said, Xiaoting, what is there to deny between you and me? Xia Mo is Su Zhe's real girlfriend. Qian Xiaoting remained silent, as she still considered this to be immoral in her heart. Zhao Lingling saw that Qian Xiaoting still didn't respond, so she didn't press the matter further. Zhao Lingling returned to her own spot, and the dormitory fell silent. Although Zhao Lingling knew that Su Zhe wouldn't respond to her at this moment, she kept sending him messages. Meanwhile, Qian Xiaoting picked up her phone and looked at Su Zhe's chat ID. In the text box, Qian Xiaoting typed out a long message, but then deleted it and started editing again. This process repeated itself dozens of times, and in the end, Qian Xiaoting decided to delete the text and not send it out. Perhaps she and Su Zhe were simply meant to be together but not meant to be. The two of them were living their own lives in their own worlds. On this side, Su Zhe had just dropped Xia Mo off and opened his phone to see all the messages Zhao Lingling had sent him. The messages contained all sorts of questions. Is Su Zhe happier with me or with Xia Mo? Su Zhe, someone misses you. Su Zhe, when will you take me out to play? Su Zhe, you're ignoring me. Did you go out with Xia Mo to get a hotel room? Su Zhe, please, don't ignore me. I'll do whatever you say. Su Zhe looked at all the messages Zhao Lingling had sent him and decided to reply to one. Su Zhe, it's getting late. Get some rest. Zhao Lingling saw that Su Zhe had replied to her message and nodded excitedly. Su Zhe drove back to his internet cafe. Upon arriving at the internet cafe, Su Zhe immediately entered Lu Ruyan's bedroom. Su Zhe had been holding it in for too long and needed to release it today. Lu Ruyan was startled by the sudden appearance of someone, but upon seeing it was Su Zhe, she relaxed her guard and enjoyed her boss's affection. For Lu Ruyan, as long as her boss remembered her at all times, that was enough. Lu Ruyan silently endured it all. Everything was over. Su Zhe lay on the bed smoking, while Lu Ruyan lay quietly and obediently in Su Zhe's arms. She didn't say a word, just like a little wife. Her own boss could do whatever he wanted. Su Zhe looked at the obedient Lu Ruyan. Did I hurt you just now? Lu Ruyan shook her head, it doesn't hurt. Su Zhe gently stroked Lu Ruyan's hair, comforting her with his words. Lu Ruyan listened obediently until Su Zhe fell into a deep sleep. Lu Ruyan obediently pulled the blanket over him, then stared at Su Zhe's face and kissed him on the cheek. Master, whatever you want me to do, I'm willing to do it, Lu Ruyan whispered. Then she lay down and placed her head next to Su Zhe's. The next day, Su Zhe was awakened by the ringing of a mobile phone. It was Zhou Wenming calling to inform Su Zhe about the meeting time and location arranged by the penguin's little ma. Su Zhe furrowed his brows and said in a tone that left no room for question, since they initiated contact with us, I'll set the time. Let's make it this afternoon at the Beijing Grand Hotel. If they don't show up, that's fine. Alright, boss, I'll go inform them right away. Zhou Wenming said excitedly. Su Zhe put down his phone, feeling a bit excited about meeting Penguin Little Horse. After all, this was a legendary figure in the future, someone he would have to look up to. I never imagined that I would actually meet him, and that he would even take the initiative to meet me. It's quite interesting, isn't it? Suzai's request was quickly relayed from Zhou Wenming to Penguin's Xioma. Penguin's Xioma didn't say anything, but the other executives at Penguin were all very unhappy. Mr. Ma, the boss of Zishan Technology, is so pretentious. He made you go see him and even set the time. Does he think he's someone important? Mr. Ma, this kind of arrogant and domineering behavior, we should just avoid meeting him. Mr. Ma, our company's capabilities aren't at that level yet. If we go back and confront them, aren't they just a newly launched app? For these executives, when have they ever been humiliated like this? Although Xioma was displeased, he did not show it. After all, although the Penguins still held the upper hand, if he didn't make changes soon, they would be overtaken by YY in no time. Since we can't beat them in a direct confrontation, harvesting their resources could still be beneficial for us. Alright, let's do it this afternoon. HR, please book the earliest flight to Beijing. Xioma made the final decision. Although some people are still unhappy, once Xioma Zong makes a decision, they can't change it. Soon, the Penguin team secured the earliest flight tickets from Shenzhen to Beijing. Over here, Suzai got out of bed, and Lu Ruyan had already prepared a breakfast spread, waiting for Suzai to eat. Sir, you're awake. Go wash up and have breakfast. Lu Ruyan was wearing shorts and black stockings, with a white shirt on top and a blue apron tied around her waist. Suzai wrapped his arms around Lu Ruyan. Ruyan, breakfast can wait, but I want to eat you. As he spoke, Suzai kissed Lu Ruyan's neck and face. Lu Ruyan didn't struggle, enjoying her boss's affection. What was supposed to be a meal was forced to be eaten in bed by Suzai. After finishing breakfast, Suzai freshened up. He had class that day. However, Suzai remembered that he had to meet with Penguin Xiaomao in the afternoon, so he decided to skip class and spend the entire day at the internet cafe. Since the internet cafe opened, Suzai hadn't paid much attention to it. For him, as long as it didn't lose money, that was fine. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan was thrilled that Suzai had spent the entire day at her place. Before long, she came running over with the ledger, carefully going over each entry with Suzai. Suzai listened attentively. Although Suzai didn't care about the profits of the internet cafe. However, his serious attitude would make Lu Ruyan feel that her work had meaning. When Lu Ruyan finished her report, Suzai couldn't help but nod in approval. Now that internet cafes were becoming more regulated, they could earn around 100,000 yuan a month. Although the money isn't much, breaking even is still the best outcome. Ruyan, you're doing a great job. It looks like I'll have to give you a generous year-end bonus this year. Suzai said with a smile. Lu Ruyan shook her head hurriedly and said earnestly, Mr. Su, this is all part of my job. I don't want any year-end bonus. The year-end bonus is recognition for your hard work over the past year. How can you refuse it? Do you want me to think you've been working for nothing all year? Suzai said with a smile. Lu Ruyan shook her head immediately. Chapter 151, The Early Days of Food Delivery. Boss, that's not what I meant. Lu Ruyan hurriedly explained. Suzai smiled and pulled Lu Ruyan into his arms. If that's not what you meant, then do your best. I, Suzai, am not a stingy person. In the future, if I give you something, you must not refuse. Otherwise, the boss won't be happy. Suzai said indifferently. Yes, boss, I'll remember that. Lu Ruyan nodded quickly, looking like a little wife who had done something wrong. After finishing their meal, Suzai, with nothing to do, sat in the internet cafe, acting as a cafe attendant. The internet cafe was bustling with customers, with people coming and going non-stop since it opened in the morning. The majority are college students, with a few young adults from the community. Suzai's internet cafe uses top-of-the-line equipment and has a pleasant environment, which is important for everyone who wants a good place to go online. By lunchtime, everyone started ordering their meals voluntarily. Suzai's computer screen was filled with a dense array of various requests. Only Lu Ruyan could be seen skillfully printing out the orders and handing them to Lu Xiaohu. Outside the door, a crowd of young people on electric scooters and motorcycles had already gathered. All of these young people were wearing identical blue uniforms with the name of the internet cafe and a phone number printed on them. They took the orders from Lu Xiaohu and walked away confidently. The early form of food delivery was here, complete with uniform attire. Suzai watched this scene and couldn't help but smack his lips. Who decided on these uniforms? Suzai asked curiously. Lu Ruyan replied, Boss, this was my idea. I think it will help advertise our internet cafe. Suzai nodded in agreement. This Lu Ruyan truly lived up to her reputation as a future business tycoon. She had so many ideas. How are these cyclists hired and managed? Suzai asked curiously. After all, there's no mobile app yet, so coordinating these cars is quite challenging. Moreover, it is even less likely that these riders would pay out of their own pockets. What would happen if they took the food and left? These are all issues. Lu Ruyan heard Su Zhe's question and answered seriously, "Boss, first of all these bike riders have a 1-month probation period. If they perform well during the probation period, they can continue working. If not, they're let go immediately. Secondly, all these individuals have undergone real name verification. I will keep copies of their ID cards and check for any criminal records. Those with criminal records will not be hired. Secondly, they operate on a commission-based system, where the commission is determined by the number of orders completed. The farther the distance traveled, the higher the commission." Su Zhe heard Lu Ruyan's response and couldn't help but nod in agreement. Indeed, this was the best method available at the moment. Lu Ruyan had practically considered every possible option. How did you decide on the meal, and how did you pay for it? This is the most critical question. After all, these business owners can't possibly be unable to afford to serve meals. The boss said that this is indeed the biggest problem I'm currently facing. My original plan was to take the food first and pay later, but many merchants refused upon hearing this. I had no choice but to cover the costs up front and deduct the amounts from the funds each time they use them. Lu Ruyan said. Su Zhe listened and couldn't help but frown. In that case, your funds won't be able to expand your operations, and customers' choices will correspondingly be limited. That's true. Currently, many customers want to eat at a specific restaurant, so we have to ask the delivery riders to pay upfront and reimburse them later. However, this results in a very slow delivery rate. Lu Ruyan is also troubled by this. It's the current challenge she faces in developing this business. That's because merchants don't trust you, so they won't let you order without paying. However, Su Zhe doesn't consider these to be major issues. As long as smartphones become more widespread in the future, everything will be easily resolved. In fact, Su Zhe is currently waiting for the widespread adoption of smartphones, as he believes that once that happens, everything will undergo a significant transformation. How many people are in this bike fleet? Su Zhe asked. Lu Ruyan, there are 100 people in total. So many. Su Zhe was a bit surprised. Lu Ruyan noticed her boss's confusion and explained, this is just a part of it. There's another part in a place nearby, and we're in contact with them through YY. This person was indeed more than Su Zhe had expected. With 100 people, he would have to run around to many places during lunchtime, and his own internet cafe definitely couldn't afford that. Besides our internet cafe and the nearby ones, where else are you taking jobs from? Su Zhe asked. Besides the internet cafes, we also work with some nearby white-collar offices, Lu Ruyan honestly explained. Su Zhe thought about it and agreed that white-collar workers were indeed the most likely to accept takeout. After all, for them, spending a few dollars on a hot meal was a real treat. However, there are also students in addition to white-collar workers. University canteens are a nightmare for students, and their demand for takeout is even more intense. Moreover, a university has tens of thousands of students, which means tens of thousands of potential customers. Moreover, there are several universities near my internet cafe, which means business for tens of thousands of people. Su Zhe suddenly realized that the food delivery business might be worth trying, starting with building up the market first. Ruyan, in that case, you can use our internet cafe as a base and focus on promoting this app to the surrounding universities. Can college students use it? Don't universities have cafeterias? Lu Ruyan had never attended university and didn't know what university students looked like. The cafeteria was a last resort for college students, so they had no choice but to eat there. Who in their right mind would eat at the cafeteria? Moreover, being able to eat food from several kilometers or even dozens of kilometers away at the cafeteria is unimaginable for college students. Believe me, once you launch this service on campus, you'll soon find yourself short-handed with riders. Really? Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up. The internet cafe was her first business venture, and this food delivery service was her second. She was determined to do this delivery job well so that her boss would respect her more. And you can create a YY group and invite everyone to join. Those who want to order food can do so in the group. This is simple and convenient. You could even offer a discount initially if someone orders food in the group and gathers 4 people, they can get a discount of 2 or 3 yuan. Additionally, once a week, you could give 1 or 2 people the chance to eat for free by randomly selecting them in the group. After all, college students may want to eat out, but their financial situation isn't very stable. This discount is highly attractive to them. Lu Ruyan heard her boss's words and her eyes grew brighter the more she listened. Although she thought it was profitable, she never imagined it could be this lucrative. My boss is so amazing. Lu Ruyan leaped up and boldly kissed Su Zhe on the face. Su Zhe burst into laughter and hugged Lu Ruyan tightly. Hee, my Ruyan sister is even taking the initiative now. Su Zhe chuckled. Lu Ruyan blushed and lowered her head. Su Zhe held Lu Ruyan in his arms, his mind elsewhere. It was about the payment issue. Currently, mobile payments are not yet fully developed. Chapter 152, Acquiring YY? However, the payment issue cannot be rushed. Our own online education platform needs to go live first, and we need to cultivate payment users. Once the tutoring platform is live, college students and parents will get used to mobile payments, making it easy to integrate food delivery services later on. Suze thought of this and grew even more eager for the tutoring platform to go live. Suze then discussed with Lu Ruyan some strategies for the upcoming food delivery operations. He even suggested they could try group buying, as the largest food delivery platform in the future originated from group buying. Lu Ruyan held her pen and wrote diligently. When she reached the crucial points, she often demonstrated her ability to apply what she had learned to new situations. This couldn't help but make Suze marvel. Some people are simply born to do business, blessed with a natural business acumen. After discussing the strategy for the food delivery business with Lu Ruyan, Suze killed some time playing games at an internet cafe. Actually, gaming is currently the most profitable option. However, Suze doesn't have the time or resources to develop a PC game right now. He'll have to wait until smartphones become more widespread, at which point he'll focus on mobile games instead. Mobile games make money much faster than PC games. Of course, all of that is for later. Just as Suze was thinking about it, Zhou Wenming's phone rang. He said that Shirma had already arrived in Beijing and was waiting to meet with Suze. Little Ma has finally arrived. Suze immediately drove toward the Beijing Grand Hotel. At the Beijing Grand Hotel, Shirma and two high-ranking executives from Penguin sat at the table with stern expressions on their faces. Zhou Wenming sat awkwardly to the side. After all, this time, the Penguin had come to the capital, and it had even arrived at the place specifically designated by Suze. However, Suze hadn't arrived yet. He had only sent a general manager. You should know that Penguin is a big deal. It's like the boss himself coming. The other two senior executives of Penguin turned pale, glaring at Zhou Wenming as if he were an enemy. Zhou Wenming also looked awkward. He had no idea that the two people from Penguin had arrived so quickly. Boss, hurry up and come here, or else I'll be eaten. Zhou Wenming thought to himself. Mr. Zhou, when will Mr. Su arrive? We can't keep waiting here forever. A senior executive from Penguin spoke up. Zhou Wenming hurriedly smiled apologetically. Mr. Lu, Mr. Suze is already on his way. He must be stuck in traffic by now. Traffic jam? It's not even 5 o'clock yet. People in Beijing get off work so early? Or is it just your Su Zone's car that always gets stuck in traffic? Mr. Lu from Penguin replied with a sour expression. Zhou Wenming just smiled. Xiaoma Gu, standing nearby, remained silent the entire time, and no one knew what he was thinking. Half an hour later, Suze arrived at the private room of the Capital Grand Hotel. Boss, you're late. The people from Penguin are complaining, Zhou Wenming said quickly beside Suze. They came to find me on their own. If they have any complaints, keep them to yourself. Suze said indifferently. They came to me first. If they have any complaints, let them keep them to themselves. Suze said indifferently. Anyway, I'm not the one asking them for anything, so what do I have to fear? Zhou Wenming silently gave his boss a thumbs up in his mind. A boss is a boss. Just look at that tone and attitude. That's what makes them so impressive. Mr. Ma, Mr. Lu, Mr. Zhao, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Suze, the boss of Zishan Technology. Zhou Wenming introduced them to the young executives. The young executives from Penguin, Lu and Zhao, looked at Suze's appearance with a puzzled expression. So young. How is that possible? Penguin Lu immediately demanded, Mr. Zhou, you're not playing games with us, are you? We came all the way from Shenzhen, not to play hide and seek with you. Zhou Wenming was just about to explain when Suze cut him off. Suze smiled as he looked at the group of people gathered around the Penguin. I am very pleased that all of our Penguin friends have come to our capital city. Suze smiled and extended his hand to shake hands with Xiaoma Zong. Xiaoma also extended his hand. He did not doubt Suze's identity, but a fleeting look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Mr. Su, you're truly a hero in your youth, so young. Little Ma sighed in admiration. Mr. Ma is being too modest. Compared to you, I'm still a newcomer. Zishan Technology is like an infant compared to Penguin. We'll need your guidance in the future. Suze, in his previous life as a seasoned businessman, had never spoken a single polite word. His words were full of hidden meanings, and his words were like knives. The other Penguins, who had previously been skeptical, saw how effortlessly Suze conversed with their boss, Ma, and the last remnants of their doubt vanished instantly. This boss of Zishan Technology may look young, but he's no pushover. Compared to Penguin and YY, we're already outdated. This is why we need to come learn from Mr. Su. Xiaoma said politely. Oh, we're just messing around. Let's eat first. Suze had no intention of talking to them directly. He wanted to let the Penguin group cool off for a while first. Mr. Zhou, please ask the waiter to serve the food. Mr. Ma and the others have come all this way. They must be hungry. Suze said. All right. Zhou Wenming immediately told the waiter, and before long, a table full of dishes was served. But the people from Penguin couldn't possibly eat all that. Their primary objective this time is to collaborate with YY, and the best case scenario would be to acquire YY. If the acquisition of YY is successful, then Tencent's crisis will no longer exist, and it could even become a new growth driver for Tencent. In fact, Tencent originally intended to acquire Zishan Technology directly through a capital acquisition. However, it was discovered that 90% of the company's shares were held by Suze, with the remaining 10% distributed among some employees. Furthermore, Baidu's shares have been transferred to become shares of YY. Tencent is like acquiring 10% of YY's shares, as they are clearly targeting YY. However, Baidu refuses to sell under any circumstances. Xiaoma Zong couldn't help but come to meet the founder of YY. Mr. Su, we came here today mainly to discuss cooperation. Penguin Liu spoke first. Zhou Wenming, of course, knew his boss's intentions and immediately chimed in, Mr. Liu, why the rush? Let's eat first. The roast duck at this Beijing Grand Hotel is absolutely delicious. Come and try some while it's still hot, it won't taste as good once it cools down. Mr. Liu swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. On several subsequent occasions, two senior executives from Penguin attempted to speak, but were both stopped by Zhou Wenming. Seeing this, Xiaoma had no choice but to speak up, Mr. Su, let's be straightforward. I won't beat around the bush. I came here today to discuss the matter of Penguin acquiring YY. Acquisition. Suze placed his chopsticks on the table and slowly turned toward Xiaoma Zong, his tone tinged with displeasure. Mr. Ma, it seems you misunderstood. I never said I wanted to buy YY. Mr. Su, YY and our company, Penguin, are both instant messaging platforms. Penguin holds over 90% of the national market share. While YY is growing rapidly now, it is still too small compared to us. Our CEO, Mr. Ma, believes that YY is a great application and wants to acquire it. He also values your talent, and we are willing to offer you the position of vice president at our company. Suze looked at the young Mr. Ma from Tencent. This young man not only wants to acquire YY, but he even wants to acquire himself. Chapter 153, Little Horse goes on a rampage. Little Horse is truly Little Horse. In the future, penguins will be all about buying whatever they set their sights on, they'll definitely buy. If it's not for sale, just keep raising the price until you can't resist. Cash is still king. I didn't expect Little Horse to activate his superpowers at this moment. Suze smiled at Little Ma and said, Mr. Ma, do you think our YY product can be sold? If this product were yours from Tencent, would you be willing to sell it? Xiaoma didn't seem disappointed. To be precise, he hadn't expected Suze to sell it. If Suze had sold it, Little Ma would have looked down on him even more. After all, selling such a good project means he's a complete speculator. Mr. Su, this is the method we just mentioned. If you don't want to sell, we have another way to collaborate. Xiaoma said. What kind of arrangement? Please elaborate. Suze was curious to see what other methods Little Ma could use to impress him. Mr. Su, we can invest in YY. With our experience at Tencent and YY's popularity, I believe YY will become even more popular. Xiaoma explained slowly. Suze narrowed his eyes. This is probably Xiaoma's true intention, he thought. Invest in the company, gradually increase your stake, find ways to secure further funding, and ultimately gain control. Isn't that exactly what the penguins did in later generations? This Little Horse sure knows how to play his cards right. Suze finally understood that among these future internet tycoons, none of them were saints. They all had 1,000 tricks up their sleeves. Seeing that Suze hadn't spoken, Xiaoma finally said, Mr. Su isn't satisfied with this method. Suze smiled and shook his head, Mr. Ma, I prefer to maintain control and don't like others interfering in my company. However, I do have a good method for us to collaborate. Mr. Su, please don't rush to refuse. We haven't even presented our terms yet. Perhaps you might change your mind after hearing our conditions. Xiaoma looked at Suze with a confident expression. Suze was intrigued and said, alright, then I'll hear what you have to offer first. Little Ma stretched out his finger and spoke slowly, Mr. Su, our company is willing to offer 200 million to purchase 10% of Zishan Technology shares. Upon hearing this, the Penguin executives looked at their boss in astonishment, unable to believe what they had just heard. Clearly, this was not the figure they had discussed, otherwise they would not have been so surprised. Meanwhile, Zhou Wenming also swallowed hard. 200 million, 10% that would reduce the company's market value to 200 million. My goodness, the company has only been established for a few months, and the shareholding ratio is now more than 10 times higher than when Baidu invested last time. Mr. Su, after our investment in this part, we will absolutely not interfere with the operations of Zishan Technology. How about we just have a seat on the board of directors? Suze looked at Xiaoma Zong and suddenly understood why Penguin would move so quickly to acquire companies in the future. This financial power is truly impressive. Throwing 200 million at you like that, and you're just a startup company. And they won't interfere with your operations. This is the ideal investor. If it weren't for Suze's rebirth, he would have definitely agreed. But then again, who can blame Suze for reincarnating? Suze shook his head and refused. Mr. Ma, your terms are favorable, but I'm not ready to sell my shares yet. Little Ma immediately furrowed his brows, looking at Suze in disbelief. 200 million, that was the greatest offer he could make, yet it was still rejected. What does Mr. Su mean by that? Mr. Ma suppressed the frustration building up inside him. Suze smiled and said, Mr. Ma, why don't we collaborate? Penguin can merge with YY, and we'll split the shares evenly. Before Suze could finish speaking, the young Mr. Ma hadn't even responded yet, when a senior executive suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Impossible. Suze, what are you thinking? You're just daydreaming. The senior executives at Penguin, including Ma Zong, were all looking at Suze with displeased expressions. Mr. Su, please don't joke like that. Mr. Ma said in a stern voice. Penguin is Tencent's cash cow. Although the Penguin may not be the most profitable, it is definitely the one that brings in the most traffic. I'm not joking. Suze shook his head and said seriously, currently, there are only 2 companies in the market. If we merge, we will completely dominate the instant messaging software market. Suze actually thought his suggestion was quite good. After all, in later generations, the Penguins had achieved great success in instant messaging. If the Penguins were willing to accept it, then they could handle the desktop version. Let's develop our own WeChat. YY is heading toward live streaming. No matter how you look at it, you can't lose. But obviously, the Penguin wouldn't agree to that. Mr. Ma's expression was not good. Mr. Su, even if we agree to your proposal, the investors won't agree. Mr. Su, I can increase the offer to 2.5 billion, with a 10% stake. Mr. Ma then made another generous offer. Suze shook his head. Mr. Ma stood up immediately. Mr. Su still has work to do, so I won't disturb you any further. Without waiting for Suze to respond, he turned and left. Suze smiled, but he already understood. It seemed likely that the Penguin would make a big move after this, and the Penguin and his own fantasies would be locked in a bitter struggle. After all, chat is the lifeblood of traffic for the Penguins. Zhou Wenming, standing nearby, couldn't help but whistle in admiration. He had already been completely blown away by the Penguin's offer. Boss, why aren't we selling at such a high price? Zhou Wenming asked. You want to buy me out for 25 billion? That's impossible. Suze said confidently, Zisen Technology will definitely become 100 billion. Even 1,000 billion company under my leadership. Suze patted Zhou Wenming on the shoulder and said, by then, you'll be worth hundreds of millions too. Zhou Wenming immediately nodded excitedly, expressing his loyalty. Boss, I'll definitely work hard with you. But recently you need to keep a close eye on the Penguins' counterattack. Our Happy Farm needs better graphics for the car parking scenes, and the voice quality for the YY calls needs to be smoother. Suze emphasized. Got it, boss. Zhou Wenming couldn't help but smile bitterly. Boss, we're a bit short on funds. Indeed, Zisen Technology has been burning through money lately advertising, hiring, new projects, all of which require funding. Funding is currently available, but the valuation is not rising, as there are larger companies like Tencent competing for investment. Suze thought for a moment and said, since that's the case, let's launch the prop shop. Some items should be charged for, and others should be paid for. Zhou Wenming immediately agreed with a nod. The prop shop was something he had always wanted to launch. After all, how could a game not make money? However, Suze has been keeping it under control. Suze's suppression was mainly focused on launching the in-game item shop, which could indeed generate revenue, as paying players weren't short on money. However, this kind of sharing and stealing vegetables lacks the fun factor. However, Mr. Su understands everything. The craze for stealing vegetables and will only last for about half a year, and it will be difficult to maintain high popularity afterward. It's better to cash in now while the trend is still hot and let the paying players spend their money. Chapter 154, Let the Storm Begin. Suze was discussing the future development of the in-game item shop with Zhou Wenming. A call came in from Li, the general manager of Baidu. Mr. Su, I heard you and Mr. Ma from Tencent had a falling out. Mr. Li's tone showed no trace of surprise, clearly indicating he had already anticipated this outcome. It was precisely for this reason that Mr. Li from Baidu did not take the initiative to facilitate a connection between Mr. Li from Tencent. If handled improperly, this could put him in a difficult position. Mr. Ma and the others are asking for too much, I can't meet their demands. Suze said. Upon hearing this, Mr. Li from Baidu couldn't help but smile. He had heard a different version, 10% of the shares for 2.5 billion yuan. These terms were absolutely ideal for an internet startup company. Think about how much Baidu invested and only got a 10% stake in YY. Thinking about this, Baidu's CEO Li felt that his investment was truly impressive and that he had gotten on board early. Moreover, Mr. Li of Baidu firmly believes that under Suze's leadership, YY will grow even more impressively. In fact, even if Suze fails to develop YY, Baidu can take over. Under Baidu's traffic, as long as it's not just a small operation, it could still take off. This is exactly what Mr. Lee, the head of Baidu, has in mind. However, the CEO of Tencent isn't someone to be easily intimidated. Mr. Su, this Penguin Ma is no ordinary person. By refusing him, you've essentially declared war on the penguins. You'd better be careful from now on. Lee said. As fellow internet tycoons, they naturally understand each other's intentions. Instant messaging is an area where Tencent cannot allow others to interfere, just as search is an area where Baidu cannot allow others to touch. Whoever dares to touch it becomes an enemy. Therefore, Penguin Pony must be planning something even bigger. Su Zhe nodded in agreement with Li Zeng's analysis from Baidu. Mr. Lee, rest assured, we at YY aren't made of paper either. Su Zhe laughed. Alright, then I'll be waiting for good news from Mr. Su. Su Zhe and Mr. Lee exchanged a few more polite remarks, then hung up the phone. Civilization, make sure to keep an eye on the penguins and see what they're up to, Su Zhe emphasized once more. Got it, boss. I'll assign someone specifically to keep an eye on them. Zhou Wenming said seriously. Su Zhe nodded. Now, we can only wait and see what the penguins have up their sleeves. Beijing Capital International Airport. Xiao Ma and his group immediately booked the nearest flight, heading straight to Shenzhen. Upon arriving in Shenzhen, Xiao Ma rushed straight to his headquarters and immediately convened a company-wide meeting, demanding that all senior executives be present. Some Tencent executives in Shenzhen were still asleep, but upon receiving the call, they rushed over one after another. This is because their boss called an emergency meeting in the middle of the night, which has never happened before. In the Penguin conference room, all the executives sat there with solemn expressions, exchanging glances but daring not to utter a single word. The entire conference room was eerily quiet. Snap! The door opened. Little Ma walked in and sat directly in his boss's chair. Everyone, our plan has failed. YY has refused our investment and refused to let us take a stake in the company. It's time for us to activate Plan B, the little horse said. The other executives had already guessed the outcome, otherwise Ma Zong wouldn't have called a meeting in the middle of the night. How is the preparation for Plan B coming along in the technical department? Asked Xiao Ma. Immediately, someone stood up in the meeting room. Mr. Ma, our technical department has completed the development of Happy Farm and parking space, and we are just waiting for it to go live. Mr. Ma nodded and said, alright, make sure to maintain them properly moving forward. Yes, Mr. Ma. The planning department? Mr. Ma, we have planned the launch of Happy Farm and parking space grab. All our Penguin services are now available at a 50% discount, and we have also introduced pink diamonds to accelerate level upgrades in Happy Farm and parking space grab. The lights in the Penguin overnight office were all on, and they didn't leave until early the next morning. Little Ma, dragging his weary body, followed several of the Penguin's trusted confidants and said urgently, we must win this battle at all costs. Otherwise, the Penguins will be kicked out of the instant messaging industry. The senior executives nodded in agreement. 3 days later, Penguin Farm and Penguin Parking Space Battle were set to launch on schedule. Yes, boss. The company started to get really busy, and everyone began preparing for the launch in 3 days. After all, the failure of the Penguin fishing grounds last time left everyone on edge, unsure of what the outcome would be this time. The Penguin team began writing various soft articles in the market. Some of these articles claimed that Happy Farm and car parking were copies of other games. They began to smear Happy Farm, car parking, and YY. Zhou Wenming noticed this immediately and reported it to Su Zhe. Su Zhe, of course, knew that this was the beginning of the Penguins' declaration of war. Su Zhe immediately instructed Jiang how to have his men take action against the Penguins' various attacks. The Penguins had already been the subject of much criticism. Especially after they entered the gaming industry, they have been criticized even more. The online trolls under Jiang Hao's command are no joke, they're a force to be reckoned with. However, the PR company hired by Penguin this time was quite formidable. They did not expect that under the influence of Jiang Hao's online army, they would be able to resist and even fight back. Indeed, these internet giants have strong learning capabilities. They pick things up quickly and can apply what they learn to new situations. They've even brought out similar games from abroad, like Happy Farm, and claimed they're copies. Jizzy, Penguin's PR team is really aggressive this time. They're not just targeting major forums, they've even used some special connections. Our account was immediately banned just for mentioning something negative about them. Jiang Hao was explaining the current situation over the phone. Sure enough, these big internet companies have managed to survive this long because they are all interconnected in countless ways. When compared to them, we are still very weak. How about Baidu Tieba? Su Zhe asked. Baidu Tieba is okay, they don't ban accounts. Jiang Hao said. Su Zhe nodded. Currently, Tieba and forums are important battlegrounds. It seems we'll have to take control of the narrative ourselves. Weibo is indispensable. Through this discovery, Su Zhe realized that the power of speech must be in his own hands. Alright, let's get our team up to speed first. If the account gets banned, keep registering new ones. We can't lose the public opinion battle. Next, let's look into Penguin's competitors and see if there's any room for collaboration. Alright, Zizi, I'll get on it right away. Jiang Hao said. Alright, Zizi, I'll get on it right away. Jiang Hao said. Jiang Hao always followed Su Zhe's instructions without question. Haozi, this incident has made me realize that public opinion shouldn't be controlled by others' phones. I think we should establish our own platform. You're absolutely right. Damn it, we just created an account and it got shut down. This is disgusting. Jiang Hao was really disgusted this time. Alright, then go check out this Western platform called Twitter. I think it'll probably become the final hub for public opinion. Su Zhe remembers that there were some internet entrepreneurs who started building platforms in China back then, but none of them grew into anything significant. There is still room to enter the market now. Chapter 155, Completely Shameless Plagiarism. Alright, I'll go check it out. Jiang Hao said. Once you've gathered the information, draft a plan. You'll be the president, and we'll establish the company. Then the decision-making power will be in our hands. Jiang Hao said excitedly, can I do it? I've never done anything this big before. What if we lose money? What's there to fear if we lose money? I'll cover it for you. Su Zhe said with a smile. What's there to be afraid of? I've got your back. Su Zhe said with a smile. And you can even manage your online trolls. What's there to fear about a single platform not taking off? Su Zhe gave Jiang Hao confidence. Someone like Jiang Hao truly has the capability after all. Under his management, the online troll army has become a key asset for Zhishing technology. All he needs is an opportunity. As for Su Zhe, given his current limited resources, it's impossible for him to handle everything on his own. Being able to cultivate capable people around him to take on these tasks is the best possible outcome. After all, he cannot afford to have a team of incompetent individuals around him. After all, he can't have a bunch of useless people around him. Su Zhe told Jiang Hao some important tips about how to navigate this platform. Jiang Hao carefully noted every one of Su Zhe's suggestions. In the following days, Su Zhe attended classes when he had them and stayed at the company when he didn't. On one hand, the launch of the in-game item shop for Happy Farm had indeed made the game even more popular, allowing the big spenders to indulge in their spending sprees. This item shop acts as a catalyst, accelerating the game's lifespan and bringing its potential to fruition earlier than expected. However, there is no solution at present, and for Su Zhe, the fact that Happy Farm can still generate excitement is already a fulfillment of its mission. Zishan Technology was gradually running out of funds, but after the prop marketplace took off, the daily sales figures left Zhou Wenming speechless. This was even more lucrative than robbery. In just half a day, the prop shop sales exceeded 1 million. Keep in mind that these are just props, with virtually no production costs involved. These people are only doing this to boost their own rankings, yet they have the means to do so. It's no wonder games are so profitable. Having witnessed some terrifying examples of how games make money in the future, Su Zhe wasn't particularly surprised by the in-game item shop. After all, for now, having money can provide better services and fund the development of new things, which is sufficient. Boss, at this rate, our sales today will definitely break the 1 billion mark. Zhou Wenming exclaimed excitedly from the side. Su Zhe, however, wasn't as optimistic. After all, the lifespan of Happy Farm was limited. Moreover, the penguins were lurking nearby, and he didn't think they'd let him make money so easily. Meanwhile, the other penguins have officially launched 2 new game products, Penguin Farm and Penguin Parking. These 2 products were launched directly without any prior promotion. Additionally, the settings on the app are configured such that upon logging in, users are immediately presented with ads for 2 other apps, Penguin Farm and Penguin Parking. This time, the penguin has really gone all out. You have to understand that the traffic generated by a single forced recommendation from the penguin can reach hundreds of millions. Moreover, such forced recommendations are highly unpopular among users. After all, no one really likes ads. Behind the scenes at Tencent, Manhwa and a group of senior executives were anxiously awaiting the results. After all, the company had already lost all sense of shame. If they couldn't win this time, they had no idea what else they could do. In the internet cafe, the young people who had just arrived to use the internet skillfully opened the penguin icon on their desktops and logged into their penguin accounts. However, this time, instead of the usual login success page, a different page appears. Dear user. Hello. Penguin Farm and Penguin Parking Lot are now ready for you. Join Penguin Farm to adopt a loyal guard dog, join Penguin Parking Lot to receive a luxury car, and enjoy a month of premium membership for free. Penguin Farm and Penguin Parking Lot are looking forward to your participation. Penguin Farm and Penguin Parking Lot are names that speak for themselves to users. Penguin is really impressive, they've just copied it outright. This is what almost all players are thinking, but a monthly subscription for super members is something many players simply can't afford. Additionally, some players have never even played Happy Farm. So, under the massive traffic and super membership of Tencent, many people immediately clicked on Tencent Farm and Tencent Parking Lot. However, those who clicked on Penguin Farm and Penguin Parking Lot discovered that a super membership was required. This super member status isn't as easy to obtain as it seems. Wow, you actually need to be level 20 to claim the super membership. Penguin, you're not even brave enough to do it properly, just copy it, but at least do it in a way that's not so disgusting. I'm really disgusted. Although this group of players has been complaining all along, they eventually started playing slowly for the sake of the super membership. Meanwhile, another group of players who had never played farm-style minigames before were immediately drawn in. In the Penguin's backend, as the data continued to rise, a smile finally appeared on Shioma's face. The executives behind Shioma, who had been holding their breath, finally exhaled in relief, relieved that their efforts hadn't been in vain. The activity level of the Penguins immediately surged sharply. Zishan Technology, Zhou Wenming pointed to the Penguin Farm on his computer screen. Damn it, that penguin is so shameless. This is ridiculous. What is this? This is blatant plagiarism. He's still the leader of the internet? He doesn't care about his reputation anymore. It's not just Zhou Wenming. Suze also looks pretty upset. He hadn't expected the penguin to be so ruthless. Not a single change was made, it was simply copied and pasted, even down to the colors and prop separation of Happy Farm. If it weren't for the different domain name, one might think it's the same game as Happy Farm. Boss, I think we should sue them. They're being completely unethical. Zhou Wenming said angrily. In 2008 China, copyright awareness was not as stringent as it would become in later years. Moreover, since Penguin had already copied the content, they had numerous strategies to delay the process. As long as Happy Farm can bring traffic to the Penguins, they don't care at all. Litigation takes time, right? Even if the Penguins lose, they can appeal the first ruling, and if they're still dissatisfied, they can appeal to the Supreme Court. One word, drag it out. But the internet is all about speed. If we keep dragging our feet, it'll probably be useless by the time we get there. Upon hearing Suze's analysis, Zhou Wenming was so angry that he clenched his teeth tightly. Boss, are we really out of options with Meizu? Are we just going to let that company copy us like this? Su Zidao, that's definitely not going to happen. We'll send a legal notice first, condemn them in the strongest terms, and then I'll make sure to bash them online. And since they have no shame, why should we? From now on, whatever advantages the Penguin has, we'll copy them. Zhou Wenming nodded in agreement. Suze actually didn't have any good solutions for the Penguins either. After all, they held such immense power, and in such matters, one could only suffer in silence. However, the Penguins' brazen copying is likely to make many people in the entire Chinese internet industry look down on them and fear them. Copying isn't a big deal, but copying without any regard for decency is simply unacceptable. Chapter 156, Baidu's Backstab. This time, Suze decided to make a big deal out of it and stir up a storm. Jiang Hao's online army began posting relentlessly, deleting and reposting repeatedly. On the other hand, Suze approached Baidu, which, as one of YY's shareholders, was now expected to step in and assist. In 2008, Baidu Tieba's traffic was simply staggering. Had Baidu not prioritized profit over user experience later on, Baidu Tieba might have become a phenomenon-level application. Suze made a call to Li, the CEO of Baidu. Suze got straight to the point. Mr. Li, have you seen the Penguin Farm and Penguin parking spots that Penguin has launched? On the other end of the phone, Mr. Li said, Mr. Su, I am aware of this matter. How could Mr. Li not know? In today's internet age, countless people are watching the showdown between YY and Tencent in the instant messaging sector. One is a decade-old dominant player in instant messaging, while the other is a newcomer that has only been around for less than a year but has already attracted over 100 million users. Many investors are closely monitoring YY, but Suze has yet to budge on the matter of funding. It's likely that Suze's doorstep is being trampled by people eager to get in. And now, Penguin has launched Penguin Farm and Penguin Parking Spot, which is an open declaration of war against YY. As a shareholder of YY, Mr. Li couldn't possibly ignore this. Not only is he concerned about the incident itself, but he is also paying attention to the perspectives on YY from the capital and internet sectors. Currently, in the capital and internet sectors, there is a general lack of optimism about YY, with many believing that given Tencent's powerful traffic, it is surprising that YY has ended up in such a disgraceful situation. After all, they've directly copied everything you have, but my popularity still surpasses yours. How are you going to play this game? YY won't last long. Mr. Su, you shouldn't have rejected Penguin so decisively. Mr. Li sighed. These days, the Penguin's offensive is too fierce. Mr. Li, I have my own ideas. My company must remain under my control. No one can threaten me. Suze's attitude was very firm. Since that goose is so shameless, we're not going to be pushovers either. I came to see Mr. Li today primarily to request that he grant us unrestricted access to Baidu Tieba. You want to launch a public opinion campaign on Tieba. Mr. Li immediately sensed Suze's intentions. Suze didn't hide anything either. A public opinion battle is inevitable. Since someone has already done it, there's no need to fear what others might say. This. Mr. Lee hesitated for a moment. Baidu Tieba can be considered Baidu's current flagship product. If YY and Tencent were to engage in a major showdown on Baidu Tieba, it would undoubtedly generate significant traffic. However, compared to other platforms, the management of Tieba tends to be chaotic, resulting in a poor user experience. Moreover, doing so would risk offending Tencent. There are pros and cons to this. Mr. Lee couldn't make up his mind for a moment. Suze seemed to know what Mr. Lee was thinking and spoke up. Mr. Lee, Baidu was a shareholder of YY. Baidu doesn't want YY to go bankrupt either. It would be a waste of Baidu's money. After a long silence on the other end of the line, Mr. Lee finally spoke. Suze Shue, I need to discuss this matter with the board of directors. Alright, I'm not in a hurry. I'll wait for Mr. Lee's response. Suze didn't press Mr. Lee for a response. After hanging up the phone, Suze lay back in the boss's chair, pondering his next move. Currently, YY supports basic functions such as voice calls and messaging. Are there any other useful features that could be added? Suze thought to himself, group file sharing and group member limits, but these are all minor features. These features wouldn't give YY a decisive advantage in its battle against Tencent. Suze's mind was constantly churning over some of the previous features. Zhou Wenming watched from the side, dared not say much. Suddenly, Suze thought of a trump card, casual games. How could he have forgotten about this? Suze excitedly stood up and tapped his head. Civilization, I've got a great idea. We can add community games like chess, dominoes, mahjong, and go to our YY platform. Zhou Wenming's eyes lit up. These games are almost universally played in China, and they're casual games people just usually play them offline. If they were available online, they could indeed attract a significant portion of the audience. Boss, you mean to integrate him with YY? Zhou Wenming said. That's right. You can build a game platform into YY and add all the games we commonly play there. You can also enable sharing permissions so that users can share them in groups or privately, and everyone can form teams within the group. Zhou Wenming listened to his boss's words, and the more he heard, the brighter his eyes grew. This was indeed a method that could attract a lot of traffic. Boss, I'll have the technical department start working on it right away, Zhou Wenming said. Not just the casual games I mentioned, but collect casual games from all over the country, Suze added. Suze nodded and said, it's not just the casual games I mentioned. We need to collect them from all over the country. Got it, boss. For these small casual games, one or two may not generate much traffic, but when combined, that's a staggering amount of traffic. Moreover, games like mahjong and dominoes are popular among the general public, with almost everyone knowing how to play them. Just as Suze had finished giving instructions to Zhou Wenming, the phone call from Lee, the general manager of Baidu, came in. Suze, your proposal has not been approved by our board of directors. If we grant YY higher permissions, it would be unfair to other users of Baidu Tieba, and this would disrupt the ecosystem of Baidu Tieba. Su Zishue's face turned grim. He had assumed that his relationship with Baidu's CEO Li and Baidu's investment in YY would secure the outcome. He would be more than happy to see this small matter resolved. However, it now seemed that he had underestimated the other party. Suze said in a low voice, it seems like Mr. Li doesn't believe that YY can survive. Mr. Su, you're saying that, but I still have great confidence in your abilities. Mr. Lee said with a nervous smile. The result of the Baidu board meeting was that the value of YY is not as high as Baidu Tieba for Baidu. Furthermore, whether YY can survive the upcoming battle with Tencent is uncertain, and even if it does survive, it will likely face significant suppression. Mr. Lee agreed with their assessment and therefore opposed granting higher permissions to Baidu Tieba. Su Zishan took a deep breath for the first time. He felt betrayed. He had always believed that he had been reborn into a new life, where everything would go smoothly. Now I'm just competing with penguins, and Baidu doesn't even believe in me. However, now is the perfect opportunity to eliminate them from the competition. Originally, Suze was still hoping that Baidu would maintain its stake in YY for the sake of traffic diversion. But now that they're not getting married, they're not showing any gratitude, so he won't be polite either. Mr. Lee, since you don't trust us, there is no point in continuing the partnership. We'll return the money Baidu invested in YY in full. Suze deliberately adopted a voice filled with anger. Chapter 157, The Great Battle Begins. Suze, what do you mean? Li Zong's voice also carried a hint of displeasure. You'd better think it through. You must know that he is an investor, and no one has ever dared to speak to him like that before. Suze spoke calmly, those who follow different paths cannot walk together. Since Mr. Lee doesn't trust our YY, why insist on staying together? It's not good for anyone. Alright, since Mr. Su has spoken, then Baidu won't force the issue. We'll send someone over tomorrow to transfer the shares back. Mr. Lee hung up the phone directly, and the anger on his face didn't change much. That ungrateful fool actually thinks he's got some skills. Without Baidu's traffic, you'd be even worse off on YY. Mr. Lee looked at the penguin farm and happy farm on his computer and gave a cold smile. He picked up the phone and dialed Tao Lei's number directly. Tao Lei, find an opportunity in the next couple of days to go to YY and sell their shares to them. Tao Lei received a call from his boss and looked completely bewildered, asking again uncertainly. Boss, could you please repeat that? Tao Lei, if you can't hear me, I'll find someone else. Li Zhong's voice was filled with anger. I understand. Tao Lei hurriedly said. After Tao Lei hung up the phone, he was still in shock. He had just gone on a vacation, and the cooperation was going well. How could they suddenly decide to terminate the partnership? What was going on? Why had the partnership been terminated so suddenly? Tao Lei could only inquire at the company and immediately found out the reason. Tao Lei looked at the almost identical penguin farm and happy farm on his computer desktop. This time, YY is really struggling. The boss made a timely decision to cut losses. This is indeed a bit heartless, but business is all about profit. Tao Lei didn't feel comfortable approaching Su Zhe directly, so he assigned the task to one of his subordinates. After all, he might have to meet Su Zhe again in the future, so it was better not to handle it himself. In Su Zhe's office at Zishan Technology. Boss, is Baidu pulling out its investment? Zhou Wenming asked cautiously. Su Zhe couldn't help but nod. What? Zhou Wenming was utterly astonished. Don't worry about this. Just do your job. If Baidu wants to withdraw its investment, let them. One day, they'll regret it. Su Zhe said confidently. YY is just someone who knows how to take advantage of the situation. He has bigger plans in the works. Moreover, even if YY can't defeat Tencent and become the leading instant messaging platform, Su Zhe still has a second option, live streaming or short videos. In any case, YY Su Zhe will not allow him to step down so easily. For Su Zhe, Baidu getting out of the game at this point would be a real blessing. By the way, how's the income from the prop shop? Su Zhe asked. Currently, Daoju Mall is the only source of income for YY. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenming exclaimed excitedly, Boss, since our prop mall went live, we've already made around 10 million in profit yesterday alone, and we expect even more today. Great. Su Zhe nodded. The prop shop was currently his only source of income. In a few days, he would withdraw the money from his account, repurchase all the shares Baidu held in his company, and then quickly establish the casual gaming platform. Su Zhe reiterated. Understood, boss. Zhou Wenming replied. Alright, boss. Zhou Wenming replied. I've given all the necessary instructions. The rest is up to YY's performance. After a period of hard work and rushing to meet deadlines, YY has rolled out a new update. However, during this period, Baidu sent representatives to negotiate and ultimately relinquished its stake in YY. Su Zhe didn't seem to care much, but for the people at Zishan Technology, it was an unprecedented blow. Baidu's withdrawal of its investments seemed to be telling everyone that Zishan Technology and YY were finished. Boss, should we try to calm the employees down? Zhou Wenming sensed that everyone in the company was feeling restless. Su Zhe shook his head and said, let them go if they want to go. Those who stay will stay. Opportunities and crises coexist. Su Zhe wouldn't keep around people who run away at the first sign of trouble. After waiting for the boss's response, Zhou Wenming didn't say anything else. During this period, many people resigned. However, Su Zhe immediately approved the resignations without any hesitation or delay. Originally, there were nearly 100 people, but within just a few days, a third of them had left. However, the project has not come to a halt. During this period, Su Zhe has been eating and sleeping at the company. For this update, Su Zhe even personally joined the programming team. The casual game platform was established, and Su Zhe directly integrated Happy Farm and Happy Parking into it. As for the in-game item store, it has also undergone significant expansion. Everything is ready and we are just waiting for the update day. Finally, the day of the update arrived. After back-end testing, YY began rolling out the update to all users. Su Zhe, Zhou Wenming, Lu Ruyan, and Zhang Hao sat in the office, watching the update data on the back-end. Zhou Wenming's heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate significantly. This update from YY is definitely a step above Penguin, or will it end up as Penguin's defeated rival? Meanwhile, the Penguin side immediately received the YY update. Xiaoma immediately summoned all senior executives to the company for a meeting. Similarly, Mr. Li of Baidu was also keeping a close eye on YY's updates. Times Internet Cafe. As a gaming enthusiast, Wang Hu couldn't live without YY. Back in the day, before YY voice chat was available, he and his teammates had to rely on text messages to communicate while fighting monsters and leveling up, which was extremely time-consuming. Since YY voice came along, fighting monsters and leveling up is as simple as shouting commands directly through YY voice. The subsequent releases of YY Happy Farm and YY Parking Spot by YY have made him even more hooked. Every day, he sets an alarm to log in on time to steal vegetables and snag parking spots. The fun is endless. However, later on, he met a girlfriend through online dating on the Penguin platform. This girlfriend didn't play YY, only QQ, and at that time, QQ had also launched QQ Farm and QQ Parking Lot. For Wang Hu, this certain penguin is nothing but blatant plagiarism. This is just a direct copy of Happy Farm and Happy Parking. Wang Hu advised his online love interest not to play Penguin Farm and Penguin Parking. But the other person wouldn't listen and insisted on playing it. And she even told Wang Hu that all her sisters were playing, and her level was the lowest among all of them. This made Wang Hu feel compelled to improve his own level, otherwise, there would be no point in continuing the relationship. With no other option, Wang Hu had no choice but to play both Happy Farm and Penguin Farm simultaneously for the sake of love. As a seasoned player who had been playing Happy Farm for several months, Suze could handle Penguin Farm, which was a complete copy, with ease. It didn't take even a week for him to level up his online dating partner's Penguin Farm to the highest level. Making his online love interest look up to him with admiration and even call him Big Brother left Wang Hu feeling incredibly satisfied. Therefore, Wang Hu came to the internet cafe today, ready to dominate the virtual world with his brothers in the game, while also managing his Happy Farm and parking lot. His Porsche still hadn't found a parking spot. Chapter 158, Wang Hu's Fantasy Life. Wang Hu skillfully opened the YY icon on the desktop of the internet cafe. Damn, it's updating again, wasting my time. Wang Hu muttered angrily as he watched the progress bar. Every minute he spent online was precious. So Wang Hu took advantage of the time when YY was updating and opened the game he usually played. After playing for a while, he waited for the YY update to finish and switched back. When you switch back to the page, a YY casual game platform appears on the entire desktop. Wang Hu didn't pay any attention to this, simply closing the page and then skillfully locating the position of Happy Farm. As soon as he clicked on it, a new page popped up. Welcome to the YY casual game platform. Then, one by one, small icons appeared on Wang Hu's computer screen. Happy Farm, Happy Parking, Happy Chess, Happy Dominoes, Happy Mahjong. Wow, this YY update has added so many casual games, even Mahjong. I don't believe it. I'll finish harvesting my crops first, then I'm definitely giving it a try. As a native of Sichuan and Chongqing, Mahjong is in Wang Hu's DNA. Wang Hu first became familiar with Happy Farm, mastering the familiar tasks of harvesting crops, stealing vegetables, fertilizing, planting, and pest control. Through these series of actions, his level once again increased. However, when Wang Hu checked his friends list, he noticed that his level had dropped to 4th place and he hadn't made it into the top 3. How could this be possible? Wang Hu couldn't believe it. He had only stopped playing for about a week. According to his calculations, his ranking shouldn't have dropped so quickly. Wang Hu immediately began to investigate, and upon doing so, he discovered that Happy Farm had actually launched an in-game item shop. The fertilizers, pesticides, and herbicides that were previously available could now be purchased using YY coins. These YY coins can be obtained through top-ups, earned by reaching certain levels in YY, and even exchanged for gold coins. As for gold coins, they are obtained through games on the YY casual gaming platform. Wang Hu delved deeper into the matter. As someone without money, it's impossible to spend real money on the game, so the only option is to invest time instead. So Wang Hu immediately opened his leisure platform. As someone from Sichuan and Chongqing, playing Mahjong is his specialty. He quickly opened the Mahjong game. As soon as he entered the game, the system gifted him 100 gold coins, and 10,000 gold coins could be exchanged for 1 YY coin. So Wang Hu took out the Sichuan Chongqing style Mahjong game and began his Mahjong journey. I won the 3rd game and earned 800 gold coins. Let's keep going. Just then, Wang Hu's online girlfriend sent him a message on QQ. Tiger brother, have you finished setting up my QQ farm yet? Wang Hu immediately replied, it's done. Wow, thanks, brother Hu. Wang Hu looked at the message and laughed so hard his teeth were showing. He loved the feeling of being adored by a woman. It's no big deal, just something he does while playing games. Wang Hu said casually. But as soon as he sent the message, his online girlfriend immediately replied. Wang Hu, you're being too much. I asked you to help me plant vegetables and steal vegetables, but you went to play games instead. Do you even care about me? I asked you to do something, but you just went off to play. You don't love me anymore. I want to break up with you. As soon as Wang Hu saw this, he panicked and hurriedly explained. Honey, I wasn't playing games. I was just playing Mahjong. Wang Hu's online love interest, who are you trying to fool? How can you play games online? Wang Hu, you're really good at this. Don't believe me? Download YY and see for yourself. Wang Hu's online dating partner, alright, I'll wait for you to download it. If it's not there, we're breaking up. Wang Hu's online love interest, who was thousands of miles away, downloaded YY and, with Wang Hu's introduction, immediately found the YY casual gaming platform. Wang Hu's online love interest, oh my gosh, there's really one here. I love playing Mahjong too. Let's play together, Wang Hu. Wang Hu, alright, I'll create a room and send you the room number. Wang Hu's online dating partner, but I don't have a YY account. Wang Hu, that's not easy. I'll introduce you to someone. With Wang Hu's help, Wang Hu's online love interest registered on YY. They then began playing mahjong on YY with Wang Hu, enjoying themselves immensely. Wang Hu's online dating partner, this platform is good, I wonder if there's anything like it on Tencent. Wang Hu has never been a fan of QQ. If it weren't for his online dating partner using it, he would have stopped using QQ long ago. After all, the app doesn't support voice chat, has group size limits, and even copies content. Wang Hu immediately said, "No, penguins don't have that. This is YY, the first in the country. Wang Hu's online dating partner, then I want a YY account too." Wang Hu, honey, YY not only allows you to type, but also to use voice chat, and it's free. Wang Hu's online dating partner, really? Then hurry up and download it for me. This scene was playing out in internet cafes across the country, though some were playing mahjong, others were playing dominoes, and still others were playing card games. Those who opened YY discovered that these casual games could help pass the time during those fragmented moments. While waiting for a game to start, while waiting for a video ad to finish, or even while waiting for a meal to be ready. Some are even doing it for voice chat, just like Wang Hu and his online love interest. After all, when couples are in the honeymoon phase, their phone calls can go on for hours on end. And with today's phone bills and roaming charges, that can really add up. Someone like Wang Hu now only chats with his girlfriend via text messages, he hasn't even heard her voice yet. Thus, YY has become their platform for communication and connection. Thanks to the YY casual gaming platform, they could play mahjong, compete in landlords, and chat all at the same time, so they never felt bored. Originally, some girls were used to using QQ, but after their boyfriends introduced them to YY, they found it more convenient and decided to sign up for YY accounts. As a result, with the combination of the YY casual gaming platform and YY voice chat features, YY's user base is growing rapidly. Suze and Zhou Wenming watched as YY's user numbers continued to rise. Starting from 100 million, the numbers kept growing, breaking 200 million in 2 days, and 300 million in a month. Finally, after surpassing 400 million, the number began to gradually decline. However, by the end, YY's activity level remained steady at around 300 million. This figure already accounts for 2/3 of Tencent's user base. Keep in mind that the current user activity rate for the platform is roughly the same. This figure ranks second in the entire country, and the gap between it and the top-ranked platform is not significant. Zhou Wenming exclaimed excitedly, "Boss, we didn't fall down. We stood up. Penguin didn't knock us down. Ah!" A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted throughout the entire office. Chapter 159, Mr. Ma's helplessness, Mr. Li's regret. The boss is amazing. The boss is amazing. The entire staff erupted in cheers. During this period, Suze ate and slept with them, even skipping school to code together. This has earned Suze a great deal of respect from many employees, especially for his innovative ideas in coding. The success of YY, which was not defeated by Tencent, signifies that the direction Suze has set is correct. Suze basked in the cheers of his employees, raising his hand to acknowledge them. The office, which had been filled with cheers, fell silent as everyone turned their attention to Suze. "Colleagues, you've all worked hard this month. I'm pleased to announce that this month's salary will be doubled." As soon as Suze said this, the entire office erupted in joy once again. Long live the boss! Long live the boss! At the same time, the Penguin conference room was completely silent. Even with such tactics, they still couldn't suppress the growth of YY. YY has even developed a casual gaming platform, integrating previously common offline games into an online platform. These executives, speaking honestly, can't help but admire Suze's vision. Xiaoma, looking somewhat dejected, sat in his chair. After 2 battles with YY, he hadn't gained any advantage. They even had to watch helplessly as YY grew stronger and stronger. "Boss, what should we do now?" The senior executives of Penguin looked at Xiaoma Zong. Little Horse is the soul of their company. Little Horse General suppressed the faint sense of despair in his heart and spoke, "YY has already gained momentum, and suppression efforts have proven ineffective. From now on, we can only monitor the services of both platforms. I will not tolerate any lapses in our Penguin services." Yes. The Penguin executives all nodded in agreement. At the same time, they all felt a sense of defeat, as even a company as large as Penguin had lost. Today, the Penguin and YY are the 2 major players in instant messaging, and eliminating the other overnight remains an impossible task. All we can do now is wait for the other party to make a mistake. Additionally, we must launch the game platform as soon as possible. Xiaoma said. Yes. Things aren't going well for the Penguins, and things aren't going well for Mr. Li at Baidu either. Baidu's Li didn't expect Suze to actually survive this ordeal. Not only that, but YY's user numbers are also steadily rising. It's important to note that Baidu no longer promotes YY, yet YY's daily search volume has already surpassed that of Tencent. Mr. Li is heartbroken. His 10% stake, which was once valuable, has now been sold, and his relationship with Suze has become so strained. Perhaps it hasn't been sold yet. After all, selling shares is a major matter, and it's normal for it to take a few days to handle. This way, you still hold YY shares and retain some flexibility. With this mindset, Baidu's Lee called Tao Lei over. In Lee's office, Lee looked at Tao Lei and asked, Tao Lei, how is the handling of YY shares progressing? Tao Lei noticed his boss's displeased expression and wondered if he was dissatisfied with his work. Tao Lei immediately spoke up, Boss, as you instructed, I completed the handover with YY that afternoon. Lee's zone from Baidu's last shred of hope was shattered in an instant. He glared at Tao Lei with a grim expression and said in a deep voice, Mr. Tao sure gets things done efficiently. Tao Lei chuckled and said, Mr. Lee, I always prioritize speed. When the boss gives an order, I get it done as soon as possible, not wasting a single minute. Alright, that's fine. Get out of here. Mr. Lee could no longer contain his anger. Ah! Tao Lei was taken aback. He had thought his boss would praise him, but instead he was told to get out. Didn't you hear me? Get out! Li Zong waved his hand dismissively with utter disdain. Tao Lei left Mr. Lee's office with a gloomy expression. He had completed the task assigned by his boss to the letter. What else could he have done wrong? Tao Lei was completely baffled and immediately started asking his colleagues for clarification. This inquiry was not insignificant. Upon learning the details, Tao Lei's eyebrows furrowed. The 10% stake in YY he had just sold could now be worth 200 or 300 million. Not only that, but even if you offered money, you might not be able to buy it. YY has firmly established itself in the instant messaging field, and after this showdown with Tencent, Zisong technology has also entered the public eye. Wow, I was too quick. I should have held back a bit. At that moment, Tao Lei finally understood why his boss didn't like him. But Tao Lei was also bitter inside. After all, it was you who told me to sell it quickly back then. Now you're rejecting me. Bosses are all jerks. But now I can only think of ways to reconnect with YY and Suze. However, Baidu abandoned YY when they needed help the most, and given Suze's temperament, it will likely be very difficult to resume cooperation. Tao Lei pondered deeply and suddenly recalled the female student whom Baidu had once considered hiring to star in an advertisement with Suze. He decided to take a roundabout approach to achieve his goal. Upon thinking of this, Tao Lei immediately instructed the public relations department to contact Zhao Lingling. Meanwhile, Suze returned to his office in the internet cafe and collapsed onto the bed, fast asleep. He hadn't had a good night's sleep in a while. However, with YY, as long as he doesn't make any mistakes, he can keep moving forward. Lu Ruyan quietly entered Suze's office, looking at her boss's exhausted expression, and tenderly touched Suze's forehead. Over the past period, Suze's hard work had deeply touched Lu Ruyan. She silently vowed to herself that she would work hard to make her boss's life easier. Suze felt the smooth, delicate hands on his face and opened his eyes to find Lu Ruyan sitting beside him, looking at him with concern. Suze reached out and wrapped his arms around Lu Ruyan's waist, pulling her forcefully onto the bed. Boss, I haven't taken off my shoes yet. Lu Ruyan screamed. Haha, if you haven't taken them off, I'll take them off for you. Suze held Lu Ruyan in front of him and slowly removed her shoes. Today, Lu Ruyan was wearing high heels and a tailored business suit, looking extremely mature. Black stockings. Suze saw the stockings on Lu Ruyan's feet and couldn't help but get excited. Lu Ruyan looked at her boss's expression and immediately blushed, saying, Boss, it's still daytime. There's no one at the internet cafe downstairs. If there's no one, then there's no one. We won't do this business. Suziba grabbed Lu Ruyan forcefully and flipped her over, pinning her down. Boss, I'm in a good mood today, so I'm not doing business. Suze roughly tore the black stockings off Lu Ruyan's feet. Boss, can we please stop tearing other people's stockings? They're pretty expensive. Lu Ruyan whispered. Suze didn't care. It's fine, boss, I'll reimburse you. Suze slept soundly until the next day. He hadn't slept so soundly in a long time. Looking at Lu Ruyan lying in his arms, Suze recalled the events of last night and a mischievous smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. Last night, Lu Ruyan had been so cooperative. Chapter 160, Class Time. After the matter with YY was temporarily resolved, Suze didn't linger at the company and left everything for Zhou Wenming to handle. However, following the major clash between YY and Tencent, many people have come to recognize Tencent's presence. Suze believed this was a good opportunity to recruit talent, at least to attract some useful individuals. Thus, Zishan Technology began recruiting again. As the company grew larger and its operations expanded, Zhou Wenming could no longer handle everything on his own. Suze felt it was time to hire a senior executive with expertise in marketing. Currently, Zishan Technology is more focused on technology, while marketing is largely based on individual judgment. However, this approach is not sustainable in the long term. Therefore, Suze has decided to hire a marketing director. Since we are hiring for marketing, the finance department is now even more essential. However, Suze doesn't need to handle this himself, he can simply collaborate with a headhunting company. Meanwhile, Suze hadn't attended class for several weeks. So today, after finishing Lu Ruyan's breakfast, Suze went straight to school to attend class. Tonight's class was a large lecture, with several classes combined into one. The senior professors at Beijing University generally don't like taking attendance. As long as you pass the final exam and complete the required credits, no one will bother you. College students are adults, and adults are responsible for themselves. Suze appreciates this approach to scholarship. Suze sat in the last row, listening with great interest to the old professor lecturing at the podium. When he reached an important point, the professor deliberately paused and asked if any other students had any answers. The students, however, were eager to raise their hands and answer the questions. Every time they gave the correct answer, the professor nodded in satisfaction. As one of the best universities in the country, Beijing University is renowned for the high standards of its teachers and the quality of its students' answers. Suze couldn't help but think of his online tutoring platform. If his tutoring website could incorporate this group of college students into its network, his tutoring website. The reputation of Beijing University is an unparalleled advertisement for parents in China. In China, which parent doesn't want their child to be admitted to Beijing University or Xiaohua University? Just as Suze was thinking about this, suddenly, he felt a figure appear beside him. The figure rushed in from outside the door and sat down next to him. Suze, I knew you were here. Suze turned around and saw it was Zhao Lingling. Today, Zhao Lingling was wearing a loose, beige-colored knitted sweater that went all the way down to her knees, revealing her slender calves. Suze noticed that Zhao Lingling really liked showing off her legs. How are you here? Suze asked in surprise. Zhao Lingling giggled, wrapped her arm around Suze's arm, and said, It's simple. Just check your class schedule. Zhao Lingling, let go, please. Suze saw Zhao Lingling at school and immediately moved aside, holding her hand. Zhao Lingling didn't mind, gave a sweet smile, and whispered in Suze's ear, Suze, Xiao and Xian Shouting didn't come to class today. They didn't choose this class. No wonder I didn't see Xiao. Suze had just entered the classroom and was looking for Xiao, but he couldn't find her anywhere. Not only that, but he didn't recognize many of the students in this large class, and Suze even wondered if he had entered the wrong classroom. However, after checking his schedule again, he confirmed that this was indeed the correct class, so he finally sat down and settled in to pay attention. Suze didn't move. Zhao Lingling smiled and came over, continuing to link her arm through Suze's. Suze, do you even remember that you're a college student? How many days have you been absent from class? Today I finally caught you. What have you been doing outside all this time? Zhao Lingling was extremely curious about what Suze had been up to. With so much money, he can buy a house worth tens of millions just like that, and Li, the general manager of Baidu Company, is very courteous to him. Opening a small internet cafe and becoming its owner is simply not feasible. You want to know? Suze asked. Zhao Lingling nodded quickly. Then I'll tell you. Suze deliberately leaned down and whispered into Zhao Lingling's ear. Actually, all that money was stolen. Zhao Lingling immediately gave him a cold look. If you don't want to say it, just don't. No one is forcing you to talk. Don't bring that up. Suze ignored her, keeping his eyes fixed on the blackboard. But Zhao Lingling was restless, pressing herself against Suze. Class is starting. Can you behave yourself? Suze glared at Zhao Lingling. Zhao Lingling didn't get angry. Suze, I'm just sticking close to you like this. What's wrong? Is that against the law? Suze, I'm just sticking close to you like this. What's wrong? Is that illegal? You're taking advantage of me. I'm taking advantage of you, so why don't you take advantage of me too? Could you please stop blocking my view of the lecture? The guy sitting next to Suze listened to Suze and Zhao Lingling's conversation, looking at Suze with envy. What good deed did this guy do in his past life to deserve such a beautiful girlfriend and be able to talk to her like that? Is having a girlfriend more important than listening in class? That's just a jerk. Alright, you listen to the lecture first. Zhao Lingling knew that if she angered Suze, he wouldn't bother with her. Therefore, she could only sit quietly to the side and pick up her phone to play a casual game. Suze listened attentively to the lecture beside her. At that moment, the guy next to him couldn't hold back any longer. Bro, you're so amazing. You have such a beautiful girlfriend accompanying you to class, yet you don't even acknowledge her. And she's still completely devoted to you. Do you have any secrets you can share with me? The guy looked at Suze with a pleading expression. Suze glanced at the guy and patted his shoulder, saying, with women, you just can't give them face. Otherwise, they'll get too big for their britches. Especially don't suck up to them. Suze glanced at the guy, patted him on the shoulder, and said, women, you just can't give them face, or they'll get too big for their britches. Especially don't suck up to them. What does lick mean? The guy looked completely confused. Lick? Licking means doing whatever he tells you to do. A man should have his own temperament, otherwise, what kind of man is he? So that's how it is. Have I been too much of a yes man with my goddess? The guy fell into deep thought. Zhao Lingling listened to Suze's words beside him, suppressing her laughter, giggling quietly. Suze, don't use this method and get her into trouble. Zhao Lingling laughed. You girls don't understand anything. Suze shook his head, looking as if they were clueless. Later, Zhao Lingling didn't disrupt Suze's class, but the guy next to him kept asking about methods for chasing girls. Suze shared all his knowledge, telling him that chasing girls was impossible. He explained that men needed their own charm and should focus on self-improvement to become outstanding individuals. Make the girls chase after you. The guy at the end was almost ready to ask Suze to be his mentor and add him on YY. Suze didn't mind and just added him. Suze, aren't you afraid that someone will beat you up next time? Zhao Lingling giggled. According to Suze's theory just now, succeeding in a relationship would be as difficult as climbing to the moon. Suze shrugged his shoulders. The master leads you to the door, but it's up to the individual to cultivate their own path. It all depends on one's own fate. What do you need from me? Suze asked. Do you remember what Mr. Lee from Baidu said last time? He called me today and asked me to go to Baidu Company tomorrow to shoot an advertisement. Should I go? Zhao Lingling said. Baidu really contacted you? Suze asked in surprise. Chapter 161, the home tutoring website project begins. Suze had assumed that since he had fallen out with Baidu, they wouldn't come looking for Zhao Lingling again. To his surprise, Baidu actually reached out to Zhao Lingling again. Then Suze thought to himself, it must be that his own brand had regained its market share, and Baidu was probably regretting its decision. Suze was right. Baidu's CEO Lee subsequently held a board meeting. At the board meeting, he harshly reprimanded the directors who wanted to sell their shares in YY. The directors all kept their heads down and dared not speak. After all, in just a few short days, their single suggestion had caused Baidu to lose hundreds of millions of dollars. Moreover, they also had a very unpleasant dispute with YY's company. Mr. Lee was furious. This incident was a blatant slap in the face, as if to say how poor her judgment was. However, at this moment, Tao Lei suggested an idea. Baidu could invite Suze's friend Zhao Lingling to help rebuild friendly relations with Suze. Mr. Lee agreed, but he would not get involved personally, as he had just made a harsh statement not long ago, and meeting immediately would be too embarrassing. This task naturally fell to Tao Lei. Tao Lei didn't hesitate and immediately contacted Zhao Lingling. Upon receiving the news, Zhao Lingling was stunned and couldn't believe it. She had assumed that Baidu had simply made an offer and moved on, but now they were reaching out to her proactively, asking if she was available to star in an advertisement. Any girl would go crazy upon hearing that. Especially Zhao Lingling, who also has a dream of becoming a star. Yeah, Tao Zong from their company called me personally. Zhao Lingling said. Suze thought about it. This was Zhao Lingling's business with Baidu. If you want to go, just go. Suze, give me some advice. Should I go or not? Zhao Lingling leaned in and asked. Suze looked at Zhao Lingling's excited expression. Go ahead. You've always wanted to be a star, right? This is a good opportunity to give it a try. You never know, you might actually become a star. Suze said. Suze, do you really think I can become a female star? Zhao Lingling jumped up excitedly. Suze gave Zhao Lingling a serious look. Zhao Lingling indeed had the potential to be a female celebrity. She had the looks and the legs. She was far more beautiful than many female celebrities of later generations. Zhao Lingling watched Suze appraising her, unable to help but twirl around in circles. How do I look, Suze? Do I look like a celebrity in this outfit? Would I look even more like one if I put on some sunglasses? Suze nodded. You do look like one. Why don't you try searching for it on Baidu tomorrow? Zhao Lingling was thrilled upon hearing this, but she turned around and looked at Suze with a pleading expression. Suze, I'm too scared to go to Baidu alone. It's such a big company they won't even acknowledge me if I go by myself. Please come with me. Suze didn't even hesitate to refuse, no way. If you want to go, you go. I'm not going. Suze had just had a falling out with Lee, the CEO of Baidu. Going there now would be like slapping him in the face. Moreover, at present, it is you who has emerged victorious. YY is not only still standing strong, but is actually thriving. Seeing Suze refuse, Zhao Lingling frowned, hugged Suze's hand, and shook it repeatedly. Suze, I'm begging you, please come with me. I really want to go, but I'm too scared to go alone. No way. Suze flung Zhao Lingling's hand away and strode forward. Zhao Lingling immediately chased after him, begging Suze all the way. However, no matter how much Zhao Lingling pleaded, Suze would never agree. Instead, he called Jiang Hao over to discuss the ground promotion plans for the tutoring website. The tutoring website had already been successfully set up. Therefore, the on-site promotion can now begin. Jiang Hao arrived at Beijing University but saw Zhao Lingling standing next to Suze, looking at him with a gossipy expression. Zizi, I've noticed that since you started university, you've had quite a bit of luck with women. Tell me, who is this girl? Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows. Hello, my name is Zhao Lingling, Suze's senior. Zhao Lingling reached out her hand. Hello, senior. Jiang Hao immediately reached out his hand. Then he looked at Su Zhe with a smug expression. Zizi, I didn't expect you to like the senior like that. Su Zhe couldn't help but roll his eyes at the guy. Cut the nonsense. I didn't call you here to gossip. Alright, I won't say anything. Jiang Hao quickly shut his mouth. Nowadays, the occasional air of superiority that Su Zhe unintentionally exudes sometimes makes him feel afraid. Su Zhe found a seat in the cafeteria and began discussing matters with Jiang Hao. Although they were discussing, it was mostly Su Zhe talking, with Jiang Hao listening. Zhao Lingling, however, was curiously watching from the side. She was also very eager to find out what exactly Su Zhe was up to. Su Zhe took out the paper and pen he had prepared earlier and began to explain his plan. Home Tutoring Network. Our current target audience is high school students, as there is a high demand for tutoring services among this group. Therefore, I propose that we recruit the first batch of teachers for our home tutoring network from these universities. Su Zhe wrote down the names of the 4 universities on a blank piece of paper: Beijing University, Xiaohua University, Beijing Normal University, and Beijing University of Science and Technology. Our current focus is on recruiting college students from these 4 universities to join our platform. Why choose these 4 universities? Jiang Hao asked, a bit confused. There are many universities in the capital city. Su Zhe smiled, picked up the pen in his hand, and circled Beijing University and Xiaohua University. Xiaohua University and Beijing City University are the 2 best universities in the country. These 2 universities have unparalleled appeal. If we can attract students from these 2 universities to our platform, it will be a highly attractive advertisement for their parents. Beijing Normal University and Beijing University of Technology, on the other hand, are the top liberal arts and science universities in Beijing. They also hold significant appeal for parents of students with slightly lower academic performance. Jiang Hao nodded in agreement after hearing Su Zhe's analysis. If this were high school, and his parents knew they could find a student from Xiaohua University or Beijing University to tutor him, they would probably pay whatever it cost. Whether you get in or not is one thing, but being able to absorb some good luck is also a good thing. After all, Chinese people believe in such things. But Zizi, the students from Xiaohua University and those from Beijing Normal University must have different prices, right? Jiang Hao asked. After all, the status of these 2 universities speaks for itself. Students who get into Xiaohua University are the cream of the crop from all provinces across China, ranking among the top few dozen in the entire province. Beijing Normal University isn't bad either, but when compared to the others, it falls short by a significant margin. If the tuition fees were the same, parents would almost certainly choose Xiaohua University over Beijing Normal University. Chapter 162, The Auction Mechanism of the Tutoring Website. This is indeed a major issue. For the same price, everyone would naturally choose to study at a good university. That's the best deal. However, if the 2 are different and the price is higher, parents will also consider whether to accept it. However, Su Zhe has already thought of a solution for this issue. And this solution was later adopted by Baidu, helping it generate significant revenue. However, it also became the most criticized aspect of Baidu, the advertising bidding system. However, Su Zhe only developed the bidding system, not the advertising bidding system. On the tutoring website, Su Zhe scored each student based on their college entrance exam scores, the universities they attended, any awards they had received, and whether they had passed the CET 4.6, TOEFL, or IELTS exams. The maximum score was 100 points, and each student was assigned an hourly rate accordingly. This is the starting price, and every parent who logs into the tutoring platform can view it. Parents can bid, and the highest bidder secures the tutor. For example, if student A is from Xiaohua University, that university will grant him 20 base points. If he is also the top scoring student in a particular province, he will receive an additional 10 points. Additionally, if they pass the IELTS exam, they can earn another 10 points. If they are recognized as an outstanding class officer at the university, they can earn another 10 points. If their semester grades rank in the top 20 in their major, they can earn an additional 20 points. This brings his total score to 70 points. So the system calculates the starting price based on the current hourly rate of up to 100 yuan multiplied by 70%, resulting in a starting price of 70 yuan per hour. Then, when parents see this student and want to hire him for tutoring, the minimum price is 70 yuan. If one parent offers 70 yuan, but another parent offers 80 yuan, this enters the auction phase. The parent with the highest bid at the end will secure tutoring for student A. After Su Zhe explained, Jiang Hao suddenly understood. Zhi, you're amazing. You actually came up with that idea. I bet many parents would be willing to pay a hefty price for a good college student. Jiang Hao already imagined what would happen if his parents found out about this website while he was still in high school. The photos would probably go viral. I'll set a limit, meaning each student can bid no more than 10 times, and the 10th bid will be the final price. Su Zhe said. This is to prevent some people from intentionally flooding the bids. After all, some people will stop at nothing to make money. However, Zizi, it's a bit difficult to hire this person. What if some people try to pass off inferior goods as genuine? Jiang Hao frowned and said. Indeed, in 2008, the internet wasn't as developed as it is today. Unlike in later years, where almost everything could be done online, everyone was essentially exposed online with no privacy at all. However, that's not the case now. People can't be sure that the information they share is genuine. This can only be done by the ground promotion team, and the information of every university student must be authentic. Su Zhe said solemnly. This is the core of the tutoring platform. The information about the university students must be accurate. If the information is not accurate, it constitutes deception toward the parents of the students. Similarly, parents' information must also be uploaded, otherwise, there would be a safety risk for the students. Additionally, while parents select students, students can also choose from among the many parents who have made offers. This is a two-way process. However, if we only rely on grassroots promotion, it will be too difficult. Jiang Hao said hesitantly. After all, when they talk to college students like that, whether they believe them or not is another matter entirely. So we need to collaborate with the student union on this matter. Su Zhe said. This kind of thing is something the student union would be happy to help with. College students are already adults, but their wallets are empty. If this were to happen, it would be a significant achievement for any student council president. Jiang Hao nodded. This kind of thing was indeed easier to handle through the student union. But I don't know anyone at Xiaohua University or Beijing Normal University. That's why I sent you here to focus on Beijing University of Science and Technology and use the name of Zixing Technology. Su Zhe emphasized. Because Zixing Technology has some recognition among college students today. However, saying that a first-year freshman created it is simply a tall tale. I doubt anyone would believe it. Alright, I understand. Jizi, don't worry. I'll handle it at Beijing Institute of Technology. After all, I'm a member of the student union there. This is on me. Jiang Hao patted his chest confidently. Su Zhe nodded. Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment before asking, but Jizi, how does this online tutoring project make money? The tutoring website takes a 5% service fee from each transaction. Su Zhe explained. Originally, Su Zhe wanted to offer the service for free to attract traffic and sell ads. However, he later reconsidered and decided that this was not feasible. The tutoring website aims to build a professional platform, and having ads would confuse parents and make them feel it's not professional. Only 5%? Isn't that too low? Jiang Hao asked. Don't underestimate that 5%. It will definitely be a huge sum in the future. Su Zhe said with a smile. Moreover, making money through the tutoring website was merely a goal for Su Zhe. His true objective was to sustain it and cover expenses. If it were to be properly developed, the tutoring website would likely be no match for it. Seeing Su Zhe so confident, Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel full of confidence. Alright, Zizi, I'll go back now to gather the team and get started. I'll definitely take down Beijing Institute of Technology. Jiang Hao returned with a sense of mission. On Su Zhe's side, of course, they had to conquer the capital's university. If they could directly bring Beijing University into the tutoring network, it would be an instant success. However, Su Zhe didn't really know anyone in the student union. This is a bit tricky. Zhao Lingling had been listening for a while, starting out focused but eventually getting a bit confused. Su Zhe had been talking for a long time, but he still didn't understand. But she understood that Su Zhe was planning to set up a tutoring platform and would need to contact the student union later. She has connections for that. Su Zhe, shouldn't you go to the student council? I know the vice president, Zhang Shui, and I can introduce you to her. Zhao Lingling immediately volunteered. You really know her? Su Zhe asked with a hint of doubt. You really know her? Su Zhe asked with a hint of doubt. Zhao Lingling immediately jumped up and exclaimed, Of course I do. Zhang Shui is our senior in the same major, and she's even the top student in her year. I heard she's planning to study abroad later. Seeing that Zhao Lingling didn't seem to be exaggerating, Su Zhe said, Alright, then introduce her to me. Zhao Lingling immediately patted her chest and said, No problem. Can you accompany me to Baidu, Su Zhe? Zhao Lingling looked at Su Zhe pitifully. No way. Ah. Zhao Lingling looked down pitifully. If we weren't at Baidu headquarters, I could accompany you. Su Zhe said. Zhao Lingling's eyes lit up. Alright, I'll go ask right away and arrange another place to meet. Chapter 163, Zhao Lingling's probe. Whatever you want. Su Zhe stood up and walked toward the exit of the cafeteria. Su Zhe, wait for me. I'll call Tao Zone from Baidu right now. Zhao Lingling picked up her phone and immediately made the call. Upon learning the reason, Tao Zone, the general manager here, didn't hesitate to change the meeting location to a hotel closer to Beijing University. Not only that, but he also said he would bring the director in charge of the commercial shoot alone. This made Zhao Lingling extremely excited, saying she would hurry back to change into a different outfit so the director could get a good look at her. Why don't you bring Xia Mo along too? Suze suggested. Ah. Zhao Lingling was taken aback. She had originally planned to go alone with Suze. After all, being alone with him made her feel safe. However, Suze's words caused Zhao Lingling's previously excited expression to drop instantly. Suze paid no attention to her expression and continued walking forward. Zhao Lingling returned to the dormitory looking a bit listless. In the dormitory, Chen Xiaoting and Xia Mo were both sitting on chairs reading books. Upon seeing Zhao Lingling return, Chen Xiaoting couldn't help but ask, "Sister Lingling, did you find Suze? Did he agree to go to Baidu with you?" That's right. Zhao Lingling, the big mouth, had been bragging all over the dorm about going to Baidu to shoot an advertisement. She couldn't wait for everyone to know. Chen Xiaoting and Xia Mo were curious about how Zhao Lingling had connected with someone from Baidu. Zhao Lingling even said outright that she met him through Suze. Upon hearing this, Xia Mo fell into a moment of silence and did not say anything afterward. However, Chen Xiaoting, who was standing nearby, asked curiously. Now that Zhao Lingling was showing off in the dormitory again, Xia Mo still chose to remain silent. Zhao Lingling couldn't help but glance at Xia Mo, wanting to see how she would react. That was her scheme. If Xia Mo made a scene and confronted Suze, would Suze end up hating her? If they break up, I can become Suze's real girlfriend. But Xia Mo continued reading her book, as if she hadn't heard a thing. Lingling, you really need to thank Suze this time. Chen Xiaoting spoke up from the side. Of course. If I can become a star, Suze will be my mentor. Xia Mo, how should I thank him? Zhao Lingling twisted her body, sat down on Xia Mo's chair, and stared at Xia Mo, wanting to see what kind of reaction she would have. However, to Zhao Lingling's disappointment, Xia Mo's expression remained unchanged. Instead, she smiled sweetly and said, "Why don't you offer yourself to me?" Zhao Lingling's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't expected Xia Mo to say that, and instinctively paused. However, Zhao Lingling was well-mannered and quickly said, "Oh, Xia Mo, you're dreaming. How could I possibly be your family's mistress for Suze? If you and Suze break up, I wouldn't mind considering it. Then you can forget about it for the rest of your life." Xia Mo dropped that line and went back to reading. Zhao Lingling gave an awkward smile, but soon returned to her usual self. "Xia Mo, tonight we're going to meet Mr. Tao from Baidu. Suze asked me to bring you along to discuss the advertising campaign. Are you coming?" Upon hearing Suze's name, Xia Mo couldn't help but put down the book she was holding and look at Zhao Lingling, then spoke softly, "I'll go." Chen Xiaoting, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but speak up, "Oh, a commercial shoot? That sounds so much fun. I want to go too. Take me with you." Zhao Lingling thought about it and decided that since Xia Mo was going anyway, bringing Chen Xiaoting along wouldn't hurt. "Alright, let's go together," Zhao Lingling said confidently. Suze was waiting for Zhao Lingling at school when Yi Qiuyu suddenly called. As soon as Suze answered the call, he heard Yi Qiuyu's spoiled voice. "Suze, where are you? Beijing University is so big, I'm lost inside. What are you doing at Beijing University?" Suze asked with a hint of confusion. Yi Qiuyu said pitifully, "I told you not to get angry. I missed you and just wanted to come see you, but I got lost. Don't abandon me. Beijing University isn't that big, how could you get lost?" Suze sighed helplessly, "Where are you? Tell me your exact location, and I'll come pick you up." Yi Qiuyu's voice immediately brightened with joy. "I don't know the exact location either. There's a lake here, and there's a teaching building next to it." "Alright, I understand. Stay there and don't move." After this description, Suze roughly knew where Yi Qiuyu was. "Alright, I won't move around. I'll wait here for you." Yi Qiuyu hung up the phone with an incredibly sweet smile. Sure enough, the older sister in the dorm had given good advice. Men just love that kind of sweet, delicate voice. Today, Yi Qiuyu was wearing a white long dress, her jet black hair reaching her waist. Standing by the lake breeze gently blew, causing her long hair to sway in the breeze. Many people were staring at Yi Qiuyu, some even wanting to approach her to strike up a conversation. Some bold young men approached her, but Yi Qiuyu always responded with a sweet smile and a polite reply. "Sorry, I'm waiting for my boyfriend here." That instantly broke the hearts of many young men. Such a beautiful girl, and she already has a girlfriend. And her boyfriend is making her wait here? It's just not right. Suze followed the path and found Yi Qiuyu sitting by the lake. She stood there quietly, and her silhouette was indeed a sight to behold. "Yi Qiuyu!" Suze shouted. Yi Qiuyu heard Suze's voice and turned around excitedly, running towards Suze with both hands gripping his arms. "Suze, I knew you'd find me." Ignoring everyone else's stares, she leaned in and kissed Suze on the cheek. That single kiss left many boys heartbroken in an instant. Suze disgustedly wiped the saliva off his face with his hand and said disdainfully, "Yi Qiuyu, stop kissing randomly. You're just kissing saliva." Seeing this scene, the heartbroken boys instantly flew into a rage. Heaven and earth. Which divine being has taken this fellow away? The beautiful woman offered him a kiss, and he actually rejected her. Yi Chou-yu stuck out her tongue cutely and said shyly, "Sorry, Suze, I didn't mean to." Suze didn't say anything either and simply said, "Alright, I'll take you back to school first." No, they came to see you. Don't you like them coming to see you? Yi Chou-yu stood there, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Suze, her face full of grievance. The enraged boys around him grew even more furious, eager to rush over and beat Suze senseless. Seeing Yi Chou-yu's tearful expression, Suze felt a surge of irritation and impatiently said, "Yi Chou-yu, I have things to do tonight. Can you please stop causing trouble?" Wah! Yi Chou-yu heard this and immediately crouched down, hugging his head, and began to sob quietly. The boys standing nearby couldn't hold back any longer. One of them rushed over and confronted Suze. "How could you treat this classmate like that?" Chapter 164, Zhao Lingling and Yi Chou-yu meet. "Are you okay? Don't cry over him." The boy knelt down to comfort Yi Chou-yu. However, Yi Chou-yu suddenly stood up, looked at the boy, and coldly said, "Who are you? Do I know you? I'm arguing with my boyfriend. What's it to you? Don't get in the way here." The young man was speechless, standing there motionless. Yi Chou-yu hurried over to Suze and explained, "Suze, I don't know him." "Don't get angry." The young man witnessed this scene and was overcome with grief. Why? Where exactly am I lacking compared to him?" She covered her face and ran off into the distance. Zhao Lingling, Xia Mo, and Qian Xiaoteng left the dormitory. Zhao Lingling looked around, but Suze was already nowhere to be seen. "Sister Lingling, didn't you say Suze was waiting for you downstairs? Where is he?" Qian Xiaoteng looked around and didn't see Suze, so she asked. Zhao Lingling shrugged indifferently, maybe he had something else to do. "I'll go ask." However, deep down, Zhao Lingling felt a hint of annoyance. Where had Suze gone? She originally wanted Xia Mo to see that your boyfriend was waiting for me downstairs at the girls' dormitory. As his girlfriend, shouldn't you be upset? But now Suze isn't even here. This dashed Zhao Lingling's hopes. As soon as the call connected, Zhao Lingling immediately demanded, "Suze, where did you go? Didn't you say you'd wait for me downstairs?" Suze was already in a bad mood, and hearing Zhao Lingling's harsh words made him even angrier. "Zhao Lingling, are you out of your mind? When did I ever say I'd wait for you down there? If you want to go, go. If not, just leave. I don't have time to play with you." Suze hung up the phone immediately after speaking. Who does she think she is? Zhao Lingling was left standing there feeling wronged and embarrassed after being scolded so harshly by Suze. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. She had originally wanted to show off a bit, but she didn't expect things to turn out this way. Zhao Lingling couldn't help but glance at Qian Xiaoteng and Xia Mo, wondering if the two of them had heard Suze speak. However, Qian Xiaoteng and Xia Mo showed no expression on their faces, as if nothing had happened earlier. Suze said he had something to attend to and would be busy. "Should I go look for him first?" Zhao Lingling said nonchalantly. Xia Mo said, "Alright, we'll wait here for you." After Zhao Lingling left, Qian Xiaoteng linked her arm through Xia Mo's and giggled, "Senior Lingling, you don't really think we didn't hear anything, do you? Suze spoke so loudly just now, and we were so close, how could we not hear?" Xia Mo smiled. "This is fine too. At least it's not awkward." Qian Xiaoteng looked at Xia Mo's expressionless face and had no idea what she was thinking. She decided to ask cautiously, "Xia Mo, I feel like Lingling, the senior, might have a little crush on Suze." "Really? I didn't notice that at all." Xia Mo smiled innocently. "You're definitely overthinking it." Qian Xiaoteng looked at Suze's expression, unsure whether she was telling the truth or not. However, since Xia Mo hadn't said anything, Qian Xiaoteng just stood by and watched, treating it like a show. Who knows, maybe she could pull off a "while the heron stands by, the crab gets the shrimp" move. Meanwhile, Yi Chou-yu heard a woman's voice coming from Suze's phone. He immediately thought to himself, it seems like Suze must be out with a girl. I have to follow them. So Yi Chou-yu didn't make a fuss or cry, she just silently followed Suze from behind. Every step Suze took, she followed. When Suze stopped, she stopped. If Suze walked fast, he walked fast. "Yi Chou-yu, are you really that bored?" Suze turned his head and couldn't help but ask. Yi Chou-yu nodded stubbornly and said, "I'm going with you today, whether you like it or not." "Alright, then follow me." Suze looked at Yi Chou-yu's stubborn expression and couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Upon hearing this, Yi Chou-yu was overjoyed Suze had agreed. He immediately quickened his pace and followed closely behind. Suze didn't stop him either. So Yi Chou-yu and Suze walked side by side. On Zhao Lingling's side, after leaving the girls' dormitory building, she called Suze several times, trying to get in touch with him. However, no matter how many times she called, no one answered. In desperation, Zhao Lingling sent even more messages, but still no one replied. Zhao Lingling ran from the girls' dormitory to the boys' dormitory, then from the boys' dormitory to the classroom building. However, she couldn't find Suze anywhere. Zhao Lingling walked dejectedly along the path. She wished she could slap herself twice for speaking to Suze like that. Oh, this is just asking for trouble. Zhao Lingling knew that she had said those words because she thought Suze had something to ask of her, so her attitude couldn't help but become a bit condescending. However, she never expected Suze to completely ignore her, not even sparing her a single glance. He was really taking himself too seriously. Zhao Lingling walked dejectedly along the path. She looked up and suddenly saw a man and a woman walking ahead. The man's figure looked so much like Suze. Yes, it's Suze. Zhao Lingling became excited all of a sudden. Suze, Suze. Zhao Lingling ran over excitedly and saw that it was indeed Suze. However, she also noticed Yi Qiuyu standing nearby. Yes, that woman. Zhao Lingling thought to herself. Yi Qiuyu saw Zhao Lingling and immediately became alert. He had a deep impression of Zhao Lingling. Suze didn't even glance at Zhao Lingling and continued walking forward. Zhao Lingling didn't even bother to look at Yi Qiuyu now. Suze, Suze, I was wrong earlier. Please don't be angry. You can do whatever you want to me. Zhao Lingling pulled Suze's arm and spoke in a spoiled tone. Yi Qiuyu saw that Zhao Lingling was holding Suze's hand and immediately grabbed his other arm. Suze, don't forgive this fox spirit. Zhao Lingling's anger flared up, but she noticed Suze's slightly impatient eyebrows. She didn't get angry, but instead smiled sweetly at Yi Qiuyu. This must be Autumn Rain's younger sister. Who's your sister? Yi Qiuyu said with a proud expression. Zhao Lingling didn't get angry, but smiled sweetly and said, Qiuyu, I know you and Suze have known each other since childhood. I'm not a fox spirit. I didn't steal Suze. His girlfriend is Xia Mo now. Upon hearing Xia Mo's name, Yi Qiuyu puckered her lips in annoyance and said that Xia Mo took advantage of the situation. If Suze and I weren't in the same school, she wouldn't have anything to do with us. That's right. How could Xia Mo compare to Sister Qiuyu? Look at your relationship with Suze. What's her relationship with Suze? She's just taking advantage of the situation. I can't stand her. Zhao Lingling said. Yeah, exactly. Senior, you're absolutely right. Xia Mo even changed the way she addressed Zhao Lingling. Qiuyu asked me to tell you that you're too naive. If I were you, I'd come every day. A good man has to be pursued. Zhao Lingling didn't know when she had started holding hands with Yi Qiuyu. Suze rolled his eyes from the side. This woman's friendship sure comes and goes as easily as she pleases. Chapter 165. For Women, Several Dramas. Lingling, what are you doing with Suze? After about 10 minutes, Yi Qiuyu's way of addressing Zhao Lingling had completely changed from fox spirit to senior Lingling. It was as if the fight they had last time hadn't even happened. Zhao Lingling spoke pitifully, Oh, Qiuyu, you have no idea how heartless Suze is. Baidu invited me to shoot an advertisement, and I wanted him to accompany me, but he refused. Baidu? The Baidu we use? Yi Qiuyu asked in surprise. Zhao Lingling nodded proudly. Wow, Lingling, you're so amazing. Even a big company like Baidu wants to hire you. Yi Qiuyu said enviously. Then she turned to Suze, Suze, you go with Lingling. I want to see what it's like to shoot a commercial. Zhao Lingling immediately followed up on Yi Qiuyu's words, Suze, I was wrong earlier. Please go with me. As long as you go with me, I'll do whatever you want. Suze looked at Zhao Lingling, then at Yi Qiuyu, thinking that he would have to pass by Zhao Lingling again and meet the vice president of the student council, so he nodded. Alright, but watch your tone next time. Alright, I'll definitely watch my tone. Zhao Lingling excitedly nodded immediately. The three of them arrived at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Xia Mo and Qian Xiaoteng were waiting there. Upon seeing Yi Qiuyu and Zhao Lingling behind Suze, especially Yi Qiuyu, Xia Mo's expression darkened slightly, but it quickly faded away. Qian Xiaoteng also looked on curiously at the scene, wondering why Yi Qiuyu had come over as well. Suze saw Xia Mo and hurried over. Xia Mo, why are you here too? Xia Mo smiled faintly and said, I heard from Lingling, the senior, that Baidu asked her to shoot an advertisement, and we wanted to see it, just to see. Yeah, Suze, take us with you. We all want to check it out. Qian Xiaoteng also said excitedly. Suze looked at the girls. Anyway, whether it's one person or four, he'd take them all. When there are many lice, one bite at a time is no big deal. Alright, let's all go take a look. Suze said. A few girls looked at each other and agreed at the same time. Suze was walking ahead, and Xia Mo immediately hooked her arm around his. Yi Qiuyu also didn't hesitate to link her arm through the other arm. As for Zhao Lingling, she was on Yi Qiuyu's side, while Qian Xiaoteng was on Xia Mo's side. Thus, Suze is in the middle, with Xia Mo, Qian Xiaoteng, Yi Qiuyu, and Zhao Lingling on either side. The five of them walked on like this. The other four lead actors were all stunningly beautiful women. As a result, everyone along the way stared at Suze with strange looks. Especially the boys. What kind of connections did he have to be able to walk with for such beautiful girls? Suze remained expressionless throughout the entire journey. The four girls were also secretly competing with each other, glancing at one another.